Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The crowd stood in a line. Usually the main character divided the society into heroes, ordinary people, and villains. There was a poster of a man on the building. Not all heroes were good. A man carried a child out of a fire. Not every ordinary person was really ordinary. A prisoner prayed in front of a Bible. Not every villain was really bad, but most thought otherwise. The guy smirked and decided that people might ask who he thought he was. Blood splattered. There was no doubt that he was a villain. The man raised his hand to protect himself from the bright light. The blonde squinted and asked what was going on here. The young guys looked around and asked what kind of place this was. The man in the office suit asked them not to worry and explained that they should remain calm. The young man opened his mouth wide and asked how one could talk about calm here. The guy grabbed the stranger by the collar and assumed that he was in league with the kidnappers. The woman covered her mouth with her hands in fear. The victim lowered her head and sighed heavily. The man in the suit grabbed the offender by the arms. The next moment, he kneed him in the stomach. The blonde grabbed his stomach and cursed at him. However, the man immediately extended his hand to him. Frowning, Changseok introduced himself and explained that he had just woken up along with everyone else and was in the dark just like them, so no one should jump to conclusions. Waving him off, the young man asked him not to talk nonsense and asked if he really thought anyone would believe him. The man in the suit looked down at him sternly. The guy frowned in displeasure and remained silent. Sunhoo, standing behind him, introduced himself. Minna put her hand to her chest and did the same. Putting her hand to her head, Pilseob said his name and asked what was going on here. Suddenly, blue particles appeared in the air. A description of a tutorial rank quest appeared in front of the participant's face. The girl waved her hands in front of the system window and asked if anyone else could see these weird things. The blonde decided that he had drunk too much yesterday and was hallucinating. The woman asked if everyone could see this quest window. The man put his hand to his chin and suggested that they needed to discuss everything. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked why some old man was trying to become a leader. Minna said that they should figure out what was going on here and not waste time. The guy clenched his fist and asked how a high school girl dared to talk to him like that. Sunhoo asked him to be quiet. The boy looked back and asked what he had just said. The brunette pointed his finger forward. The door to the room was almost destroyed. Behind it stood a man whose body was covered in abrasions. His dry skin on his face was torn. A monster with red eyes tried to get into the guy's room, making inhuman sounds. The girl grabbed her head and screamed. Pilseob asked what the hell was going on. The heroes stood in the corner of the room, not understanding what the system wanted from them. Changseok asked them to calm down. Details of the quest to save themselves from evil spirits appeared. The brunette covered his eye with his hand. The man said that they had no time to panic now. The blonde asked how he could stay calm in such a situation. Splinters flew from the door. The guy shouted that they needed to barricade themselves, otherwise the monsters would break through here. The monster stuck out its tongue and screamed. Someone's fist appeared in front of his hand. The man in a formal suit hit the zombie with all his might. The possessed one staggered. Changseok frowned and noticed that his opponent was quite weak. He looked around and asked the guys to take something as a weapon, because the four of them would be able to kill him. The heroes began to look around to find at least something that would be suitable for this task. There was a surveillance camera hanging in the corner under the ceiling. Everything that happened in the room was displayed on the screen. There were many monitors in the control room. The stranger brought the mug to his mouth and asked if it had already started. The employee confirmed it and added that the tutorial had already started. The old man looked down and said that these participants were quite unusual. The guys started fighting the monster. Raising his eyebrows, the observer explained that he had started in the middle, so he did not understand what was happening, and asked why they started so quickly. The employee pointed to the screen and asked him to pay attention to the blonde. Some time ago, when everyone else was still sleeping, the young man stood up. A system window appeared in front of him. The guy was the first to figure out the system, but after that he pretended to be on equal terms with the others. Pilseob frowned sternly. The man asked if this participant really knew about the existence of status and skill windows, but did not tell anyone. Smiling widely, the old man laughed and called it quite interesting. Changseok swung his fist. It turned out that he had skills from the very beginning. The observer thoughtfully twirled his mustache. At this stage everyone had pretty simple skills, but the most important thing was a high rating. Photos of the heroes appeared on the screen. 2 of them were B rank, which was quite unusual for the starting tutorial. The participants prepared for battle thanks to the abilities of the man in the suit. They can move and not feel fear of the possessed. The man crouched closer and assumed that they would be the first to complete the tutorial. The employee squinted and noticed that something was wrong. Dozens of monitors emitted bright lights. The old man considered this quite unexpected. Sun Hu stabbed a sharp piece of the door into Changseok's neck. After pulling it out of the wound, the guy said that he was very sorry and explained that they had no choice. Minna grabbed her head in horror and burst into tears. The young man approached her. The girl decided that this must be an ordinary nightmare. The brunette swung a piece of wood. The woman fell to the floor. The brunette walked forward, leaving bloody traces behind him. He put his hand to his head and declared that he was the last one left. Tilsob opened his mouth in fear. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The blonde asked what was going on. The sound of a blow was heard. A status window appeared behind the protagonist. A mechanical voice congratulated him on successfully completing the survival kill escape training. There was a smirk on his face. The voice said that he was chosen to complete the mission, a game to choose the successor of the god. Sun Hu looked back when someone said that it was nice to meet him. Bowing, Jerry introduced himself and explained that they were in the starting room. Standing on a mountain of human bodies, the man explained that this world, the mission, is a huge stage that the gods created to choose their successor, and explained that the longer a participant is in the mission, the more likely he is to become the successor. The boy squinted, wondering what kind of mission this was, and realized that this was no longer the world he knew, judging by the skill windows and the stranger who had suddenly appeared. The young man asked if this was some kind of fantasy. The assistant, raising his index finger, confirmed this and added that those who had already played games before would quickly get their bearings. Jerry smiled and said that the main difference between this world and the games was that here you could actually die, and the only way to leave this place was to either die or become a god. The brunette frowned and decided that there was no way he could get out of here. The man spread his arms, asking him not to worry, and explained that he had one chance to be reborn. The player clenched his bloody fist and wondered if his words were true and he had 2 lives. Then what happened to those people who were killed during the training? The protagonist raised his hand and asked if there was any way to heal his wounds. The assistant decided to help him. A bright traitor sign appeared above the participant's head. The blonde man narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of person could have earned such a title during training. Sun Hu looked at his healed arm. Opening the system window, Jerry decided to give him time to prepare for the real test and asked him to check his inventory, which should contain a reward. Later, the candidate will be able to purchase skills and items that he will need in the real battle. 3 hours later, the boy was still pondering in front of the system window. The man wondered how long this would last. The young man clicked on the icons and bought a sword, the basics of fencing and inventory. The assistant was surprised that he bought expensive inventory without hesitation. The blonde man folded his hands behind his back and noticed that the participant also bought food and camping equipment, indicating that he understood what was important for long-term work. Waves of energy enveloped the book. Jerry saw that the candidate took a shocking magic book instead of high-ranking skills, and mentally called it an excellent choice for survival. The brunette lowered his hands and decided that this would be enough for now. The man raised his hand and suggested moving on to the real test. A dog appeared next to him. The assistant asked the participant to kill it. The player's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what that meant. The animal stuck out its tongue happily. After stroking its head, the blonde explained that after completing the task, the candidate would be able to rest and warned that the dog would not resist. Jerry grinned and said that the participant had done this before. The protagonist frowned and remembered that he had already killed 3 people. His hand holding the sword trembled. Seong-Hu realized that it would not change anything anyway. The guy raised the weapon above his head. Blood splattered in the air. The man waved his hand and praised him for not wasting time. Suddenly, the young man vomited. The assistant asked what kind of contradictory personality he had. Watching him, the blonde decided that the moment had come when the candidate would give up, and thought that everything was going too well. The brunette grabbed his leg. Lying on the floor, he tried to say something. Jerry asked what he needed. The player's crazy eyes widened and asked him to conduct the test again. The man smiled nervously and agreed. The blade of the sword was covered in blood. It was a great opportunity to improve skills before the mission. An image of various animals appeared. The protagonist killed another 100 dogs, and then other animals like horses and cows. Then orcs and goblins appeared. The sun was shining over the city. The assistant asked the participant to value their lives as they became one with the sword. Seong-Hu received the last instruction, and the real mission began. People appeared in the center of the city from their blue particles. The stranger looked around and noticed that they were in another strange place. The man grabbed his head and asked the organizers to have mercy on him. Looking around, the guy decided that he should not stay here and assumed that there must be another assistant somewhere around here. The girl standing at the counter greeted the adventurer and thanked him for coming to the first city station. She spread her arms and said that anyone who didn't want to leave the city could come here and take a quest, and added that newbies could take on tasks like getting rid of a rat infestation. The young man thought that he really was in a game where his life was at stake. Looking down, the brunette read the description of the quest and realized that there were no levels and no tips for increasing stats, so he needed to increase them as quickly as possible. The player pointed at the quest and agreed to accept it. The woman confirmed his choice and explained that he would be transferred to the location of the mission. The protagonist entered the blue portal and decided that he could quickly complete the quest because they were just rats. The sword hit the ground. Xianghu knelt down and was indignant that he couldn't catch the rats because they were too small and fast. The guy frowned and remembered that the quest couldn't be cancelled, so he had no way to leave this place until it was completed. The young man took a bite of bread and was glad that he had bought food in advance, otherwise he would have died of hunger. He found a low-rank poison in his hand. The rats fell to the ground dead. The girl put her palms together and congratulated the adventurer on successfully completing the quest. People standing in the crowd noticed that someone had already completed the first quest. The brunette realized that in order to attract attention, it was enough to just talk loudly. Grinning, the player laughed and decided to stay positive, because nothing good would come from his anger. A description of the effect of the traitor title appeared. Someone approached him from behind and asked him to tell him how to complete the rat invasion quest. The protagonist thought that he should just ignore their meaningless words. Suddenly, Xianghu changed his mind and looked back. He asked a passerby what his rank was. The stranger scratched his head and called himself a brave survivor. There was a girl hiding behind him. The guy assumed they could be trusted and realized he needed to make some acquaintances in the coming days. The young man put his hands in his pockets and advised them not to take the rat quest without proper preparation. The man asked how he managed to complete it in that case. The stranger crossed his arms over his chest and said that catching rats shouldn't be that hard. Another player decided that their competitor was just trying to take all the easiest quests. The player smirked and mentally called them fools. When the others decided to take the rat quest, the traitor approached the counter and asked for the wolf hunt quest. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked what they should do. The brave survivor suggested she take the pest quest. The man raised his hand and offered the protagonist to join a team. Smiling widely, he explained that he was moving forward with his girlfriend and said that a team could be assembled here. Standing at the portal, Xianghu refused and said that he was working alone. The portal moved him to the catacombs. The guy set a trap on the floor. The young man coated his knife with poison. The wolf approached him. The monster bared its fangs. The player decided to deal with it first. Two animals surrounded him. He took his sword out of its sheath. The animal fell into the trap. The brunette swung his sword to kill it. However, the wolf managed to get out and dodge the blow. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The traitor raised his hand and thought that a wounded wolf is still a wolf. A magic circle appeared in front of him. The protagonist decided that shock magic is quite useful. Xianghu raised his sword to strike. Its blade pierced the animal through and through. The second wolf grabbed the enemy with its teeth. The guy looked at him and noticed that his sword was stuck. The young man let go of the hilt. At that moment, he jumped into the air. The player fell to the ground and pressed his entire body against the enemy. A poison knife flashed in his hand. The brunette plunged the blade into the beast's eye and asked if it was really that funny. The traitor brought the knife to his face and remembered that the low-rank poisons and low-rank traps skills reduced the chance of detecting poison food. There were many dead monsters lying around him. Xianghu had been saving up poisons and traps using the experience he had gained from hunting rats, so he managed to kill 30 wolves on his own. A message appeared about the quest being completed. The girl at the counter was happy that the adventurer had once again completed the task first. The guy asked her to speak more quietly. Smirking, the woman explained that it was normal to be surprised and asked if everything was okay with his body. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that it was not that important and asked where the inn was. He looked at the building. The station employee explained that the inn could be found if you turned left from the park. The door opened. Someone extended their hand in front of the player. The bouncer crossed his arms and asked if he had any money, telling him that some people try to enter here without a penny in their pockets. The brunette looked down. The traitor picked up a bag of gold and asked if it would be enough. The kinder man confirmed it and asked the visitor to go inside. The waitress came to the table and asked what the customer wanted to order. The protagonist asked to make him bulgogi and rice. The girl asked him to wait a minute. A status window appeared in front of him. Putting his hand to his chin, Xianghu noticed that his stats had increased and that his physical attributes were higher than those of an ordinary person, and wondered if this was because his skill rank was low, or if he was always so tall in the beginning. Suddenly, a brave survivor approached his table. The guy looked at him silently. The man was surprised that they met again and asked if they could join. The guys smiled. The young man nodded. The heroes sat down at the table and introduced themselves to each other. Yoongi smiled and thanked his friend for dodging a bullet thanks to him. The player asked what that meant. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought about how he hadn't heard any news at the city station. The lovers exchanged glances. The adventurer raised his eyebrows and offered to make a deal with them. The traitor looked away and asked what kind of deal they were talking about. There was a plate of chicken legs on the table. The brave survivor promised to tell him everything he knew, and in return the friend would pay for their lunch. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought that it was pretty rude. Sun Hu looked away and decided that the deal wasn't so bad if he could get information by simply buying food for a couple dozen gold. The guys smiled happily when the guy agreed to buy them food for 100 gold. The young man clasped his hands together. The man explained that when they were done with the saboteurs, a wave of protests broke out across the city. People lost their minds, finding themselves in an unfamiliar place, and almost immediately soldiers arrived to quell the riots. People looked at them in horror. Yoongi explained that the knights dragged the protesters away somewhere, and it ended with some casualties, but the dead rose, so the protests began again. The adventurer raised his index finger and said that it was called the death penalty. The player asked what it was about. The brave survivor showed him 3 fingers and told him that all the stats of the rebels had decreased by 3 points. The brunette realized that if you die once, you can lose as many as 18 points, which is quite a lot. People were walking along the streets. The man said that around the square there were several stations, armories, restaurants, hotels, grocery stores, and several points called the Class Change Temple. Looking down, the traitor remembered that after one day of hunting he already had an additional rank, and suggested that he could change his class if he gained more skills. Yoongi raised his hand and added that they completed the task only thanks to him, because most of those who chose the quest with rats never returned. People tried to catch the rodents with their hands. That quest was difficult not because the monsters were strong, but precisely because they were hard to catch. The waitress placed the dish on the table. The protagonist realized that he would have definitely failed if he had not brought enough food with him. The guys looked at the dish in surprise. Smirking, Seong-Hu promised to buy them food every day if they continued to share information with him, and thought about how he could always be up to date with the events for only 6,000 gold a month. The adventurer grabbed his hand and happily agreed. The full moon was shining in the sky. The guy walked out of the tavern. The other participants immediately ran up to him and asked him to give them some money. The young man simply passed by and decided that they started on equal terms, but these people made the wrong choice and ended up at the very bottom without the ability to adapt to the mission. The player closed his eyes and walked on. Suddenly, he accidentally ran into a passerby. Grabbing his shoulder, the man screamed that he was dying, and was outraged that this scoundrel was walking around and beating people. The brunette lowered his head and decided that they would have apologized publicly if it was an ordinary and kind person. The traitor remembered how he bowed to someone and thought about how he too once hid his inner self and pretended to be a good person. But from the very beginning he never had positive emotions. The protagonist looked up and realized that he had lived his life and hidden his true nature. The stranger pointed at him and said that this scoundrel hit him. Throwing a menacing look at him, Seong-Hu offered him to do something if he was hungry and asked him not to raise his voice at him if he did not want to die. The man fell to the ground. The guy decided that he would no longer put on a mask. Warning came. The action takes place in a luxurious building. The protagonist entered and a man standing with his back to him welcomed him to the Temple of Class Change. The old man turned around and introduced himself as Philip, saying that he was created to help players. The protagonist came closer and said that he needed to know something. The protagonist lowered his head and said that the swordsman, thief, and mage classes had already appeared in his status window, and so he wanted to know the difference between the class he received automatically and the one he purchased here. Philip adjusted his glasses and wondered if it had only been 2 days in the mission, and Seong-Hu had already received 3 classes. The protagonist silently looked at Philip while he thought that if he thought about it, he was the only one wearing a coat. Philip smiled and said that the classes Seong-Hu received were in the temporary classes category, and they were based on his weapon, and they could change over time. For example, if he uses an axe instead of a swordsman, an axe master would appear, and if he only uses magic, only a mage would remain. There was no one around them. The man continued to talk about how the classes offered in the temple cannot be changed. In other words, he does not choose a class, it is selected taking into account the characteristics of the protagonist. The man raised his finger and said that it is better for the protagonist to see everything with his own eyes. A huge list of classes appeared in front of the protagonist, and Philip said that in the temple they give out a class taking into account the player's experience, because this is the most effective way to reveal your abilities. The protagonist looked at the system window and asked if the recommended classes are stronger than the standard ones, but the man did not give a specific answer. He closed his eyes and explained that the cost of acquiring a class is also 50,000 gold. Plus, if he has money, he can change his class at any time. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and mentally said that it would definitely be profitable if he discarded the ones with limited capabilities. He looked at the two cards and thought that all that remains is the swordsman and righteous criminal class, because they are both good, in his opinion. He looked at the righteous criminal card and said that he didn't like the phrase that he couldn't use cowardly methods after choosing the righteous criminal, because he didn't know what exactly was meant by those methods, and it would be hard without traps and poisons. Seong-Hu lowered his head and mentally said that he had no choice. The protagonist looked at the assistant and said that he wanted to change his class to a swordsman, and Philip asked if the protagonist had any money with him. The protagonist held out a bag and said that the entire amount was here. Philip's eyes widened in surprise and he imagined that the people on the street were dying of hunger because they didn't have even 10 gold coins. But there was a person who had earned 50,000. A large card appeared behind the protagonist and Philip said that in that case, he congratulated the protagonist on choosing a swordsman. Then a card with two skills appeared in front of him, one of which was passive and the other was active. In addition, the stats had increased by a total of 18 points, and the new skills were also quite useful. After a while, Seong-Hu was walking down the street, thinking about what effect the step skill had. Suddenly, he turned around. There were two people standing behind the protagonist, one man and one girl, and so he wondered why they were looking at him like that. Seong-Hu noticed the man's armor. He also saw the girl's weapon. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and mentally said that judging by their weapons, they were very capable. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl's hand. The man held her hand and shouted that his senior wanted to talk to her. The girl lowered her head and ordered him to let her go. She frowned and told him to let her go if he didn't want to lose his hand. The man raised his eyebrows indignantly and asked if she was crazy. Suddenly, the girl cut off his arm. The protagonist was calm, but the other two bullies were stunned. The man was holding his wrist and screaming loudly. A green aura appeared around the girl and she told the two men behind her that if they wanted to get it too, they should continue to stand there. The man immediately ran away. The protagonist looked at the girl who was emitting the aura and thought that he didn't know what it was, but it was probably because his stats had increased after changing his class. He felt that he wasn't affected by the girl's impressive pressure. The red-haired man smiled and told the protagonist that he seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. He pointed at Seong-Hu and said that judging by his clothes and the meme, Seong-Hu must have played an important role during the tutorial. Also considering the fact that the protagonist came out of the temple meant that he had already changed his class. The protagonist stared at him silently, wondering if this was another invitation to join the team. The man put his hands on his hips and said his name was Kang and his rank was leader. Then he asked the protagonist what his rank was, but Seong-Hu thought that if he said he was a traitor or a brave survivor, everyone around him would be wary of him. The protagonist smiled and said he was a brave survivor. Kang pointed at him and asked if he wanted to cooperate with them, and the protagonist asked what advantages they would have. Kang presented the guild crest and said that Seong-Hu would join them and would receive loyal allies and financial support. Plus, he would be protected by a strong guy like Kang. The man stood in front of the protagonist and said that he had a whopping 50 strength stats. Then he smiled and said that when he came here, his strength in reality was measured and the number changed, so he has a high level. And if a person was smart in reality, he will have a high intelligence. Seong-Hu opened the system window and mentally said that even with the bonuses, he only has 20 strength stats, so Kang is really a fearless player. The protagonist looked away and refused, saying that he preferred to work alone. But Kang was not upset and said that if Seong-Hu changed his mind, he could find them. The sun's rays illuminated the city, and the protagonist thought that if he wanted to raise his skills, he needed to quickly complete the tasks. He stood near the notice board and thought that in order to afford the city's prices, he needed to raise the difficulty level and get more rewards. The protagonist and some girl put their hand on the table and they simultaneously said that they wanted to fight a sick orc. They both looked at each other in surprise. The girl frowned and told Sarah to give her an opponent faster. The protagonist's eyes widened and realized that she knew about him. Besides, at this rate he would lose the bonus for the championship. The protagonist put his hand on the table and shouted that he also needed an opponent quickly, and then he was transferred to the location, but unexpectedly the difficulty turned out to be like the killer. He looked out the system window and said that he still needed to complete this level. There was a fried chicken on the ground. The orcs were standing near it and saying that something was wrong. One of them put his hand to his chin and said that food in the middle of the forest looked suspicious. The protagonist raised his hand and mentally exclaimed that there was no time to waste, because if these were that girl's abilities, she was also working for bonus stats. An aura appeared around Sungho and he used lightning. The orc opened his mouth wide and turned around, wondering if this was really a human. The protagonist picked up a sword and the orc shouted that this was really a human. The orc hit him with a club, and at that moment the protagonist thought that the orc that Jerry provided in the starting room was, to some extent, just a conscript. The protagonist hit back with his sword and thought that there was no chance that the real fight would be the same. He frowned and wondered if he had a technique he could use to defeat this orc now. The orc stood still, about to attack, and the protagonist knew that if he couldn't come up with a plan, he would die. The orc was already near the protagonist, about to hit him with a club. The protagonist used lightning, while saying that he thought the orcs were low-ranking and wouldn't be a problem. The orc squatted down, and the protagonist was mentally saying that he originally wanted to finish off the two with one blow since they were sick orcs, but after a direct shock strike, they were just a little wobbly. The orc opened his mouth wide and started shouting that Sungho was weak. Sweat was pouring down the youth's face, and he himself knew that at this rate, he would lose. The orc frowned and said that he would finish off the protagonist himself, and so he ordered the second orc to stand still. And so he picked up a large knife. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face, thinking that he didn't have many skills for this kind of situation. Only low-ranked fencing had an effect. Besides, he would be destroyed by that jungle blade if he fought hand to hand. And he also had 2 active skills. The protagonist remembered the second skill. He immediately ran forward, deciding that there was only one option left. The orc swung his sword. The protagonist dashed forward and dodged the attack. The orc swung the blade right in his face. Sungho plunged the blade right into the orc's neck. The second orc began to scream excitedly. He stood aside and watched his comrade die at Sungho's hands. At the same time, he thought about how his friend was killed so quickly by the protagonist, who almost lost. The protagonist put the orc down and turned around. He was breathing heavily. A cut was visible on his cheek. The orc opened his mouth in horror. The protagonist immediately began to close the distance using his skill. The orc was shaking in fear, but he tried to convince himself that the protagonist was shaking because he must have spent all his strength blocking the other orc's attacks. The orc slammed his club on the ground and shouted that there was no chance that Sungho would be able to block his attack after being so exhausted. However, in an instant, the protagonist was behind him. The orc turned around. Sungho immediately stabbed him. A knife was stuck into the orc's chest and he began to beg for mercy. The protagonist looked down at him and said that he deserved to die. He cut off the orc's head. Locke fell to the ground and a pool of blood appeared around him. The sun illuminated the green forest. The orc's weapons lay at the protagonist's feet and he thought that he had underestimated them. Besides, a little more and he would have lost his first life. The protagonist picked up the blade and mentally said that the most confusing part of the quest was to teach 3 orcs, because he could just leave after one more kill, but there was a chance that he would lose additional bonuses. He called up the system window and said that, nevertheless, one of them almost killed him, and then he needed to improve his combat skills. The protagonist held some dark thread in his hands. He smiled and mentally said that he, of course, did not plan to go into a frontal attack. The action shifts to some village surrounded by a wooden fence. There are orcs in the room and their elder indignantly asks why the scouts have not returned yet, but his subordinates cannot answer. The orc frowned and said that it was definitely people who did this, and therefore everyone who can move should grab a weapon and group together. One of the orcs extended his hand and said that most of them are sick with a high temperature and cannot move. The elder bared his teeth and shouted that they should take care of them as soon as possible, because they really didn't want to be killed by humans right in their beds when the disease spread even more. One of the orcs lowered his head and said that he didn't think so, and therefore he would gather everyone right now. The elder picked up a club and said that whoever messed with the Crimson Feather orcs would pay for their actions. The elder lowered his head and said that he would pierce the protagonist's head, break his limbs, feed him to the monsters, and watch as his limbs slowly rot. The sun illuminated the green forest. The orcs came out of the bushes, saying that they were sent on patrol despite the disease, which was cruel. Suddenly, one of them stepped on a trap. He immediately fell down. Finding himself in a pit, he raised his head and began to scream that it was a trap. The orc lowered his head and looked at the swords coated with purple poison, and the protagonist at that moment thought that it would be enough to worsen their mobilization using traps and poison. The orc looked into the pit, but the shadow of the protagonist appeared behind him. The orc opened his mouth wide and began to shout that it was a human. He picked up a weapon and shouted that he would kill him. Xiang, who also grabbed a sword, and said that their goals coincided. They struck each other. The protagonist parried the orc's blow. He lowered his head and mentally said that it would be difficult if he met 7 orcs at once, but everything became much easier this way. He imagined 2 orcs and mentally said that he was sure that he could fight against 2 orcs with steps. He looked at his hand and wondered what if his magic power ran out and he couldn't use the skill, so after much thought, he decided to have a one-on-one meeting with them. They crossed swords, the protagonist thinking that thanks to this, he was able to somehow resist the orcs without using skills. The protagonist struck and realized that just a little, but he was getting stronger. A moment later, the orc's head flew off his shoulders. The orc's head fell to the ground. The second orc climbed out of the pit and saw the severed head of his comrade. He frowned and said that his comrades would not let this go. The protagonist silently looked at him and then ordered him to bring his comrades. The orc ran away, shouting at the protagonist to just wait. After a while, the protagonist pierced the orc's chest. The monster fell to the ground. The protagonist grabbed it by the fang and then tore it off. Sunho smiled and mentally said that it seemed like he wouldn't have a problem with this quest. He looked at the inventory menu and said that his inventory was already full of weapons he had picked up from dead orcs, and because he didn't know which part of their body was the most valuable, he just picked up their fangs. Then he remembered his 2 skills and said that with full mana, he could use shock 6 times and steps 4 times, and if he actively used the skills, he wouldn't have a problem even fighting 2 orcs at once, and besides, he still had 14 orcs to deal with to complete the quest. He looked at the blue sky and said that he should hurry up, because he didn't want that brunette to take the bonus for completing the quest for the first time after all this effort. The protagonist stood behind a tree. He looked at the village of sick orcs. He stood behind the shelter and thought about how it was too quiet here, and there weren't any orcs wandering around or even guards, so he didn't know if he should try to sneak in. He passed a window that had a terrible smell coming from it, and wondered what it was that was stinking. The protagonist saw unconscious orcs inside, so sick that they couldn't even move. The protagonist lowered his head and mentally said that the orcs he fought also had a red rash on their skin, and these were even less fortunate. He took up his sword, thinking that he would probably complete the quest even faster than he expected. He put the blade to the throat of one of the orcs and thought about how they couldn't resist. But after a moment, he thought that there was no doubt, because he had already slaughtered countless enemies in this state in the starting room. The orc barely opened his eyes and asked for help, saying how much pain he was in. Xiang, who opened his eyes wide in surprise, and then mentally said that to him. The orc was just a piece of meat, and as an act of pity, he would kill him quickly. There was no one in the village, and only the screams of the orcs could be heard from inside. The protagonist wiped his face and thought about how he had already killed 29 orcs, which meant there was only 1 left and he would complete the quest. He heard someone screaming through the window. The orc touched the tracks and said that they were human. The protagonist turned around in shock and thought that he was so engrossed in this that he did not even notice the orcs approaching. The elder held onto his staff and thought about how some pathetic human had invaded their village while they were out on a mission. The orc entered the room where the protagonist was standing, who was mentally saying at that moment that if the orc elder was in a normal state, he would have smelled blood coming from the barn. But right now he was just a sick orc. He touched the fishing line with his foot. The elder fell to the ground. He lowered his head and saw the fishing line. Xiang, who immediately cut off his hand. The elder used fire magic. Fire arrows flew towards the protagonist. Xiang, who looked forward and immediately used the skill steps. He dodged the arrows, thinking that he could easily imagine acrobatic movements in his head that would allow him to dodge these arrows. And all because he could see the trajectory of this difficult skill, the burning arrows. Suddenly, he twisted his leg and realized that, however, due to his lack of physical strength and experience, he lost his balance. The fire arrow hit him. The elder looked at him and said that he would make sure that the protagonist burned alive. The protagonist dashed forward and said that he had a passive skill. He put his hand on his shoulder and used the skill of magic resistance, causing a magical aura to appear around him. The fire dissipated, and the protagonist mentally said that if he did not have this skill, he would have received periodic damage from the fire on his shoulder. But thanks to it, the fire went out on its own after a while. The elder opened his mouth in surprise and said that he couldn't believe it. A second later, his head was cut off. The orcs began to cry and shout that they would not forgive Songhu. The protagonist squinted at them. Then he smiled, because the system notified him that he had fulfilled the condition of killing the sick orcs and could complete the mission. The orcs ran towards him, but the protagonist had already started teleporting. He disappeared from the spot, and the orc stood stunned in place and said that Songhu had evaporated. The action takes place in the city again. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he seemed to be the fastest after all. He called up the system window and mentally said that steps were surprisingly very useful, and that their effect seemed to improve with increasing agility, so he was going to invest all the bonus points into agility. Then he looked at the staff of the nameless orc elder that he got at the very end, which reduces mana consumption by 1%. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead. The brunette appeared in front of him. They both looked at each other, and Seonghu wondered if she had also completed this quest in massacre mode. He looked at the notice board and thought that he was still one step ahead, so maybe he should do another quest since he hadn't reached his limit yet. The protagonist approached Sarah and said that he would take the quest to eliminate the rat people. The brunette looked at him silently. Then she approached Sarah and said that she would also take the quest to eliminate the rat people. The protagonist glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and wondered in surprise if she had taken the same quest as him this time. The action moves to a dark corridor. The rat was walking down the corridor when she suddenly heard something. There was a girl standing behind the monster. The rat extended her hand and started yelling at her, but the girl was completely calm. A moment later, she immediately took up her weapon. She struck the monster. The rat was breathing heavily and thought that her strength was not enough, and therefore she needed to leave right now. An aura appeared around the girl. She used the skill Heavenly Swordsman. The rat opened her eyes wide in surprise. In an instant, the girl found herself behind the monster. The rat fell to the ground. The girl returned the weapon to its sheath. She remembered the protagonist and the cane he was holding and realized that that cane definitely belonged to that orc. And therefore, Seonghu probably completed the quest on the difficulty of an assassin. The girl clenched her fist and said that his skills were similar to hers. She lowered her eyes and said that Seonghu was perhaps even stronger. This girl had taken down 30 orc heads the day before. She hadn't used traps or killed helpless enemies like Seonghu. This girl's name was Mireen and she had gotten 3 skills at the start of the mission. This power was superior to the special forces. The girl closed her eyes and thought that it couldn't be that the protagonist was stronger than her. Besides, her opinion of the protagonist was that of a rude person rather than a strong player. The protagonist's ear suddenly twitched. He scratched his ear and wondered if anyone was remembering him if his ear was itching. The protagonist picked up a piece of cheese and poured some liquid on it. Some time later, the action takes place in the city. The red-haired man smiled and asked the protagonist how he managed to bring so many fangs and hearts of werewolves. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that, nevertheless, this was still not enough. He remembered Sarah raising her finger and saying that Seonghu had completed the quest very quickly again. However, this time, Mirini's player had finished the quest earlier. The corners of his lips drooped and he wondered if he should really use more poisons and traps. The male vendor put his hand on his face and said that if you don't count the goods worth 23,000, it comes to 15,000 gold. These 3 people are NPCs. The name NPC itself didn't really catch on before, but now everyone calls them that. They were created by almighty gods, and at the same time, they have their own personalities just like people. The protagonist imagined the first city and thought that 2 months after the start of the first mission, there were 3 ranks of people in this city, and it was becoming more and more like a game. Hungry people were forced to sell small items for food, and therefore had the rank of poor, and those who were neither too strong nor too weak had the rank of ordinary. There were also people with incredible talents, ranked, who, despite having similar abilities to high-ranked, contained pure power. The protagonist turned around because the librarian asked him if he had saved up money to buy skills. Seonghu walked up to the counter and asked her to open the skill book. He saw 2 books and the girl explained that the mid-ranked swordsman specialization cost 50,000 gold, and mid-ranked poisoning cost 30,000 gold. The girl raised 3 fingers and smiled. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about how he had spent about 90% of his assets, but now he would be able to release the longsword mastery, and he wondered if he could defeat the ranker Mireen with it. On his way, he met Kang and Mireen. While he was thinking about how not long ago, he missed the bonus for completing the first mission to investigate the moon caves on the difficulty assassin, and it was Mireen who beat him to it, who received a long spear of moonlight as a reward upon completion and sold it to Kang for 2 million gold. The protagonist raised his head and said that he was late again. Mireen looked at him silently, and so the protagonist decided that from this day on, in order to catch up with her, he must go to the moon cave again. Many people were walking around the city and some of them were shouting that they were looking for people for missions. The protagonist noticed a girl from the crowd who was shouting that they were looking for someone to join the quest in the Moon Cave. He approached her and asked about what places were free for their quest, and she answered that they wanted a warrior. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. She noticed the protagonist was wearing an old coat and a long sword. Besides, his clothes were clean, but he didn't look like a high-class person. She smiled and asked him about his abilities, because this mission, although it looks easy, is actually a C rank. The protagonist brought up the stats menu and showed it to her. She put her hand to her mouth and was surprised by his stats, and asked if he was not a rank level, but Seonghu replied that he had received stats by fate itself on the mission, and they had grown a lot, and his equipment was much worse. The girl's eyes widened in shock, because the protagonist had received hidden items and additional stats that could be obtained on the mission. She smiled and asked if he was okay with starting now, because if he was really that capable, then that was more than enough. The blue sky was visible above the city. After a while, they entered some establishment. The girl turned to Donvale, but the man crossed his arms and said that Seonghu looked frail. The protagonist stood silently in place while the girl explained that his strength was over 50 and his endurance was over 80. Donvale put his hand on the back of his head and wondered if Seonghu was a ranker. The girl raised her finger and explained that he was not, as he had received his stats by fate itself and had become stronger. Donvale then extended his hand and introduced himself, and the protagonist introduced himself in return. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that he would call him senior. Donvale picked up an axe and began to brag about it. The protagonist feigned that the axe must be very heavy, but Donvale was probably as strong as he looked. The man opened his mouth wide and laughed, saying that he was naturally very strong. But the protagonist was thinking at that moment that he was not very smart, since he did not understand the obvious sarcasm. The girl waved her hand and said that her name was Ahyeon. Then they introduced a man by the wall, dressed in all black, whose name was Era, and who was apparently a thief. At the table sat a blonde female mage, who was said to be a famous ranker. The protagonist lowered his head and wondered if they were foreigners. The female mage smiled and said that her name was Ellie. The protagonist imagined a mountain of gold and thought that even among rankers, it was rare to find mages, since magic skill books were very expensive, and it was very difficult to progress. Seonghu put his hand on his chin and said that including him, 2 were in the front, 1 in support, and 2 in the back, so he thought it was too dangerous. Donvale smiled and exclaimed that it was a very easy quest, since if they brought more people, they would have to share the spoils, so it was much better this way. And so the 5 of them stood up, and Donvale said that such a team was enough to complete the quest. The protagonist remembered the purple moon and the team looking at the map, and then thought about how he was the one who spread the rumor that the quest was easy since he sold the map of the cave and shared the method. Seonghu smiled, mentally saying that they certainly needed a team, but he had a different goal. The purple moon was shining in the sky. Donvale raised his hand and told them to be calm, since there were no monsters at the very beginning, and the werewolves would only appear after they entered the cave, so they could relax. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he understood. He looked at the backs of his comrades and thought that they did not look tense, so it must be not the first time here. He noticed Ellie behind him. The woman was standing with a staff in her hands. Donvale walked up to her and said that if she was scared, she could use his hand. However, Ahyeon immediately hit him in the stomach. The girl grabbed him by the shirt and said that it was time to move towards the cave. The protagonist looked at the couple from behind and wondered if they were in a relationship. Era passed by Seonghu. They all started to walk forward. The protagonist turned around and looked at Ellie. He extended his hand to her, surprising her. The protagonist smiled and said that there was a steep slope, and therefore she should be careful, especially since she was a mage. Her stamina should be weak. The girl lowered her head and hesitantly said something unintelligible, but the protagonist smiled and told her to hurry up and take hold of him, because at this rate they would soon be separated from their group. Still, Ellie took his hand. They walked forward together, and Seonghu thought that as a ranker, she was very important. Moreover, it was not difficult to make a good impression. Besides, she was incredibly attractive. The protagonist thought about how since the moon cave has unique ore, people describe their experience here as walking in the night sky full of stars. Iroh raised his hand and said that there was a trap here, all thanks to the trap detector skill that every thief has. The protagonist also saw the trap and mentally said that he could clearly see it with his mid-rank trap detector skill. Iroh poured some liquid on the rock. He crouched down next to the trap and said that they could move on since he had dismantled it. Seonghu looked at the trap and thought that he seemed to have at least a mid-rank dismantler skill. He looked at the thief and thought that most people were still low rank, so it was unexpected that he was of a different level, and therefore he should be wary of him. The protagonist turned to Ellie and asked if she was a rank, and she replied that she was not quite sure, but that was what the others said. The protagonist smiled and said that if it was true, she was amazing, because she must be very strong, and he admired the high rankers. Ellie smiled awkwardly and said that she could not compare to them. The protagonist imagined an angel and thought about how the high rankers were above everyone, like heavenly beings. He imagined Marion and Kang and began to think about how the two highest rankers included a girl who had completed the exploration of the moon cave on her own, and a guy with a high rank spear skill who, using Gedef's fame, became even more famous. He imagined Ellie in front of them and mentally said that the woman did not feel confident just because of her rank status. He looked at her and said that rank mages were very rare, and she was supposedly the best among them. Ellie blushed and said that she was pleased with his praise, but she was not that good. Suddenly Donvale shouted that werewolves were here. Werewolves actually appeared in front of them. The protagonist and Aira were ready. Ahian and Ellie also had their weapons in their hands. Donvale stood in front and shouted for everyone to take on one monster. Seong-Hu narrowed his eyes and wondered if the leader gave such an order because he wanted to conserve as much power as possible at the beginning, or to show off his skills. Donvale opened his mouth wide and shouted for a strike. He struck with his axe. Rocks flew apart and one of them hit the werewolf. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed in pain. The protagonist's sword appeared in front of him. Seong-Hu held out the sword and said that they would fight one-on-one. The werewolf immediately ran at him. The protagonist parried the attack and thought about how werewolves have high strength stats, but their attacks are very simple, and he put everything into agility, so these attempts are insignificant. Seong-Hu held the sword with both hands. He wounded the werewolf and blood spurted out. The girls watched from the side and Ah-hyun said that judging by Seong-Hu's skills, he was also a high-ranking one since he could easily deal with the werewolf. The protagonist looked at them and mentally said that you never know who will strike from behind in mission, so he planned to hide his abilities during the fight. But he got too carried away because of the mid-ranking sword skill he just acquired. Donvale meanwhile swung his axe using the power step skill. The werewolf's eyes widened in horror. In an instant, the monster was cut into two. Donvale smiled and asked how they liked his skill. Seong-Hu dodged the werewolf's attack, still fighting him. Donvale frowned in displeasure and wondered if the protagonist was still fighting. He swung his axe. In an instant, he chopped the werewolf into pieces. Donvale walked up to the girls and said that it was nothing. He then turned to the protagonist and asked him why he was taking so long to deal with the werewolf. Seong-Hu looked at them calmly and said that he had no active skills. They all gaped in surprise. The protagonist stood in front of them silently while they asked him in surprise that he really didn't have a single active skill. Skills are divided into two categories. A blue seal appeared and it said that these were active skills that needed to be activated. A red seal was visible, which meant passive skills, and they were always active. A warrior appeared, attacking an enemy, and an explanation appeared that most people had passive and active skills distributed approximately 3 to 7. But since even the weakest active skill of a warrior adds 30% damage, then everyone has at least 1 or 2 active skills. Donvale spread his fingers and asked how it was possible that he actually didn't have any. Seong-Hu scratched his head and apologized, saying that he couldn't learn any of them because they were too expensive, but luckily his stats were pretty high. The guy bit the corners of his lips. He lowered his hands, thinking that the werewolf had shallow wounds scattered all over his body, but he couldn't see any critical ones, and he clarified to himself that he couldn't deal serious damage because he didn't have any active skills. Donvale clenched his jaw and shouted that he really did. He held his face and thought that he would have beaten the crap out of him if he were any other player, but his stats were at the ranker level, and unlike those who relied on skills, he had basic combat skills. The guy closed his eyes and said to forget and that they had to go. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked for forgiveness again. The team moved forward through the cave. Donvale, with his head down, asked Aiken what she thought of him, to which she replied that in terms of instant striking power, he was stronger. The girl, with her mouth open, said that, however, in terms of regular combat skills, he was better and thought that he could hold off 4 werewolves at a time if he tried hard. The guy turned his gaze and answered positively. The protagonist walked right behind him. The monster's leg appeared. The werewolf, with his mouth wide open, asked where they thought they were. Someone shouted to Ellie that they needed to go now, and she raised her ice spear up. The monster was torn apart by magic. Aira, throwing his blades, exclaimed for him to catch more. The daggers hit the monster's legs. Aiken fired her bow. The werewolf, with his palms spread out, screamed in pain. Donvale, with his hands on his hips, said that they had nothing to worry about now and suggested that they continue moving forward. Xianghu, with his fingers spread out, told the thief that he was also amazing and asked what class his dagger-throwing skill was. Aira, with his head down, replied that he shouldn't ask such questions to anyone. The protagonist, with a smile, apologized and added that he was just curious because he was much better at throwing daggers than his thief friend. Closing his eyes, the man exclaimed that he was a low class, but he had practiced throwing daggers. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, asked Donvale what difficulty he planned to complete this quest on, to which he replied that he would simply kill 20 werewolves and complete it on Seeker difficulty, then get out of here and get an impressive reward. Xianghu, with his mouth slightly open, thought that he couldn't stop at just this since this wasn't what he wanted, and said that their team was very good. Aira said that he shouldn't say that, and why not just clear this quest on assassin difficulty, causing Donvale to turn his gaze and bewildered. Aik, raising her palm, clarified that wouldn't that be too difficult, and said that they still had to kill the moon wolf and solve the mystery of the moon cave. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, replied that if they cleared this dungeon on Seeker difficulty, they would just split the rewards between them, and it would be much better to clear the D-rank quest. Looking at Aira, Donvale asked that of course that was true, but wouldn't that be too dangerous, receiving the answer that it wasn't necessary. The thief, looking at Songhu and Ellie, continued that since Songhu was equal to 2 average warriors, and Ellie could use powerful magic, then they definitely wouldn't have a problem fulfilling the conditions for the killer difficulty. The guy, holding his head, said that even if so, he didn't really want to take such a risk, and asked if they could agree on the hunter difficulty. Aira, narrowing his pupils, said that then they could do it like this. He, spreading his fingers, added that among the rewards for the killer difficulty, there were 3 low-rank fortification stones, and he would give them to them, which surprised the guys. The protagonist, pursing his lips, thought that at the moment the stone was worth 100,000, and people wouldn't refuse such a profit just like that, not understanding what he was thinking. Turning his gaze to the thief, he asked why he wanted to complete this quest on the killer difficulty so much, to which he replied that he was honestly trying to pass his first awakening. Aira folded her arms and said that she was currently trying to raise her class, but the condition for that was to complete 3 C-rank missions on assassin difficulty, which made Donvale clench his fist and was surprised that he was refusing rewards, and answered positively. He, holding out his palm, exclaimed that the most important thing was their safety, and that Xianghu would continue to hold back the werewolves, and Ellie, if the situation got out of hand, could use magic. The guy, holding up a finger, added that they had already passed the moon cave on assassin difficulty before, so they knew the way, and Aira should make sure that he properly destroyed the traps. Raising his fist, he shouted that in that case, they could move forward. The protagonist, lowering his head, thought that Aira had dealt with this matter for him, and he was about to say the same thing, and wondered if he was telling the truth about the first awakening. The thief stabbed the monster with a dagger. Aiken fired her bow. Arrows were sticking out of the dead werewolves. Donvale, putting his weapon on his shoulder, exclaimed that a monster that could be considered an intermediate boss of the moon caves would appear now, and asked if any of them knew about it. Aira, taking hold of his mask, asked if he was talking about the black werewolf, and received the answer that he saw that he was aware. The guy, putting his hand to his mouth, said that as soon as they dismantled the next trap, a large cave would appear, and in it there would be 5 normal werewolves and 1 black one, which was quite strong. The thief asked how strong he was, to which Donvale, scratching his shoulder, said that he could not say for sure, but in his experience he was stronger than 3 werewolves in 1. Xianghu, keeping his hands in his pockets, said that in that case he would deal with him. The guy smiled and was glad that he volunteered and asked if he would be okay, to which the protagonist exclaimed that he did not have the skills to deal a decisive blow, but he could hold him back. The player, clenching his jaw in satisfaction, said that he already knew how strong he was and asked to simply hold him back, and received a positive answer. Donvale, lowering his hand, said that there were werewolves left, and clarified that if he dealt with 2, then who would take on the remaining 3, and whether Aira could handle 3 at once. Ellie, looking at the guys, exclaimed that she would deal with them with her magic. She, putting a finger to her mouth, added that however, she would kill as soon as they entered the cave, and Xianghu would deal with the black wolf, and Donvale would handle the remaining 2, clarifying whether that meant Aira, and she should take care of the remaining 2. The guy scratched his head, and the protagonist thought that the battle would be much easier if he killed one of them at once. Ellie squeezed her staff. She closed her eyes and chanted a spell. The tip of the weapon glowed brightly. The protagonist covered himself with his hand. An unusual aura circled around the girl. The female mage released a fireball. The monsters tried to dodge the flames. Donvale, waving his weapon, shouted that everything was going according to plan. Aiken released combat charges. Song, who pierced the werewolf with a sword. He, standing next to the defeated enemy, asked how many they had already laid down. A monster appeared in front of him, and he exclaimed that it was nice to meet him too. The black werewolf opened his mouth. The protagonist jumped back from his attack. He narrowed his eyes and thought about what was needed now. The protagonist used the shock skill, and the monster's entire body was covered with electric charges. The werewolf's eye appeared. Seong, who dealt a crushing blow to the bottom. He pursed his lips, thinking that he heard that you can use skills without saying a word if you are skilled enough, and it seems to be true, since he can cast without attracting attention. Aiken, smiling widely, said that Donvale could barely handle such a thing, but he killed him quickly, and asked if he really was a ranker. The protagonist, with sweat on his face, did not want to attract so much attention. He stretched out his palm, saying that it seemed like the fireball that Ella launched accidentally damaged him, otherwise how would he have dealt with it? The protagonist, listening to them talk about how Mrs. Magic was incredible, sighed heavily. Aira, holding a frying pan, asked if they were hungry, and added that he would cook food, so why don't they eat and rest before heading on? The player raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that it was amazing that he had ingredients in his inventory, and Aiken also shouted that it was cool. A pot of soup appeared, and the guys said that it smelled amazing. The team sat by the fire and ate. Seong-hu, after trying the dish, saw a notice of poisoning of the middle class, which detected poison. Looking at the thief, he thought that Donvale or Aiken could not have done it, and therefore only Aira remained. Ellie, holding a plate in her hands, asked what it was it delicious, and the protagonist replied that he was just choking, to which the girl happily told him not to rush. The team enjoyed the food, and the protagonist said to himself that this world was similar to the game, but different from them, and you would think that if there was some kind of negative effect on them, it would immediately appear in their status window. Introducing the goblins, Seong-hu continued that just like his middle-class poisoning, there are many skills that can cheat the system, and if the victim is not able to resist these skills, then they will not even know where it came from. He drank an antidote that neutralized the poison, and said to himself that it did not matter, because even if no one did it, he himself would have poisoned everyone. The walls of the cave were visible, and it was heard that now after such a hearty meal, you need to hurry, take the heart and move on. Ellie, holding out her finger, asked where they should go since there was a fork in the road. Donvale, putting his palms on his hips, exclaimed that they wouldn't meet a single monster on the left, but there were a lot of traps there and it was difficult to navigate, and they had already gotten lost there once, and Aiken replied that that's why they should go right, and the guy continued that only 2 or 3 werewolves were attacking in the right tunnel, and there wouldn't be any problems. He finished saying that everything would be over as soon as they dealt with the awakening moonwolf, which made the female mage's eyes widen. She, holding the staff in her hands, shouted that in that case, they were leaving, since she was very interested in looking at him. Seong-hu put his hand on a piece of the wall. He looked serious, continuing to hold his palm on the wall. He asked himself if he would start. Ellie, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that the roof was about to collapse, and they needed to run. Huge rocks fell on the guys, and they screamed that they would be crushed. The protagonist, standing near the ruins, thought that it was now impossible to pass here, and he was already tired of playing the role, so this is great. Donvale, wiping his mouth, asked Air if everything was okay, and if there was a trap here, and also why he did not see it, to which the thief replied that he did not see it, and did not think that there would be such a trap here. The team, standing in the cave, did not understand where Seong-hu disappeared to, thinking that he was stuck in the ruins. The man said that it seemed like it was a one-time trap and apologized, which made Donvale, opening his jaw, ask if he was mocking him, because their comrade died and he thought that an apology would be enough. The girls, through sweat on their faces, asked them to calm down because he had high agility, and most likely, he managed to dodge. The player lowered his weapon and asked if Seong-hu would take the left path and meet them in the boss room, and was told that there were many traps there, so it would be difficult. He pursed his lips and said that they couldn't help him in any way, and it was stressful, but they had to do it themselves, and thought that there were only 20 left to complete the quest. A cave appeared, and it was heard that they had to go then. Something was glowing at the end of the dark corridor. A ferocious werewolf was sitting there. The female mage raised her weapon and heard that they would start after she launched a fireball, and she used her skill. Flames flew towards the monster. He bared his teeth viciously, and his stats appeared. Donvale, waving his weapon, shouted out the ability of a power step and a strong blow. Aiden took out an arrow. She put it on her bow. While pulling the bowstring, the girl thought that something was wrong because the arrow seemed heavier than usual and wondered what happened. Ellie could not stand up. She suddenly fell to the ground. Someone pierced the archer with a sword. Aira struck her. He said that after stabbing with a knife, you need to twist it, but it can break, so this is enough, which made Aiden shake. The thief, standing over the girls, said that since they were stabbed with a dagger doused with poison, it will take at least half a day for them to wake up. Throwing the dagger, he said that it was time to finish. Donvale, falling to the ground, asked who ordered him to do this, to which he received the answer that he simply thought that they were worth using, so he began to learn more about them. Aira, taking the blade, clarified whether this was his last life. The player frowned angrily. He, putting his elbow on his knee, said that he didn't care about his life, so let him at least let Aiken go, because he didn't mind if he took the entire reward, and once again asked not to kill Aiken. The man, smiling through the mask, apologized and said that he couldn't do it, and nothing valuable would drop from them anyway, and the reward was so-so. Donvale ran away from the ferocious mouth of the monster. The monster began to gnaw at his head. The werewolf's fur was visible. A magic stone appeared behind him, and words were heard that his mind would leave him, and he would fall asleep. Let him accept these three as a human sacrifice, and he would receive an offer to revive his family. 3 scarecrows appeared. Aira, lowering his head, said to himself that this was stupid, and it was easy to believe in an outright lie. Seong, who smiled maliciously, he, with his hands in his pocket, said that he really did betray them, to which the man asked if he could stop pretending to know everything, adding that he was going to die anyway. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked if 3 victims were not enough. With his hands down, Aira exclaimed that the warrior had learned the linguistic skill, and it was full of surprises, and the protagonist asked if he knew that the same could be said about him, and if now was really the right time to have such a conversation. The thief, swinging his dagger, said that he immediately thought something was wrong, because his movement was definitely at a high level. Jumping up, he used the moon cutter skill. Seong, who parried his attack. The man continued swinging his weapon. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought that he had a wide range of martial arts and it would be difficult to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. And it would also be annoying if he had 2 lives, because he would definitely come back that way. He found himself behind his opponent. The protagonist hit him on the shoulder. Aira, holding his hand, thought that the poison should have spread throughout his body and slowed him down, but it was as if nothing had happened to him, and wondered if he had eaten soup. He narrowed his pupils and clearly remembered that everyone was barely him, which meant that he had somehow neutralized the poison. The protagonist prepared to attack. The thief turned around and used the moon cutter ability. The protagonist jumped back from the blow. He pierced his opponent with his sword. Aira fell to the ground. Seong-hu, grabbing his hood, said that it was too early for him to die. He threw the man to the monster and wished the puppy a pleasant appetite. The werewolf was gnawing on the thief's body. His hands began to evaporate. The protagonist bit his lips and realized that this was his first life and it would be unpleasant to meet him again. He moved his legs. Looking at Ellie, he thought that he needed another victim for the moon wolf. Aiken was lying unconscious. Taking her by the shoulders, the protagonist thought that building a connection with the magician would be very profitable. He brought her to the monster and asked for forgiveness, but decided to sacrifice her. The monster opened its mouth fiercely. It began to eat the girl's body. She began to evaporate, and Seong-hu realized that this was her first life too. Aiken's face was disappearing, and he continued that she would not remember anything because of the poison, and if they met again, he would just have to pretend to be the same victim as she. The awakening moon wolf turned into an awakened moon wolf, and the protagonist noticed that it had clearly become larger, and added that his stamina should have dropped significantly because of Donvale. He struck, smiling. The protagonist said to himself that in this case, he would deal with it easily, and killed the monster. He touched the blood stain, and said that if he killed the moon wolf and touched the moon stone, the mission would be considered complete. Seong-hu touched the magic stone, and continued that there was a secret that most people did not know, namely, you need to rub the blood of the moon wolf into the moonstone and a secret door will open. The unusual structure began to crack. A tall door appeared. Entering it, the protagonist thought that the first time he barely defeated the moon wolf and got here, the treasures were gone, and all he could find were sarcophagi with werewolves inside, and he was puzzled. A chest with coins appeared, and the protagonist said that with low-rank linguistic skills, it would sound like he would get a treasure that would help resurrect the family. Someone's eyes were visible in the darkness, and Song-Hu added that if he raised the skill level to at least average, it would sound like he would find a comrade who could resurrect his family. He, standing in the middle of a huge room, said that there were 50 werewolves here who could not resist. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he would receive 4,000 gold for the werewolf's heart and 1,000 for a tooth, adding that it was as if 300,000 gold had flown into his hands. He pierced the werewolf's body with a sword. The main character put the remains in a box. The boy, looking at the screen in front of him, said that once he finished off the werewolves, his skill with a mid-range sword had improved tremendously. Seong-Hu pursed his lips and said to himself that betraying people and sacrificing them was dirty, but if he didn't do it, it would be almost impossible for him to grow as a swordsman. He stood in front of Ellie. The protagonist began to give her the antidote. The girl suddenly woke up. She sat up and asked what happened, to which the boy clarified if she was okay and replied that Aira had betrayed them and thought he had poisoned them. Closing his eyes, he continued that unfortunately, neither Ake nor Dawnvale were alive by the time he rushed here. The female mage cried out through tears that this couldn't be true. She, lowering her head, thanked the protagonist and said that if it weren't for him, she would have definitely died, and he replied that he simply did what he had to. Ellie smiled and said that this is why she thanks him, because there are not many people like him in the world. The main character looked at her enticingly. He, leaning on his knee, offered her to form a team with him. On the street near the old building, someone was heard screaming for a woman to die. The man, taking hold of a weapon with his hand, ordered the child to go and bring her mother back. Little Ellie covered her face with her hands, and she, as an adult, told him that she was born in a marriage of convenience, and her mother had long since run away, so she had to make a choice in order not to die at the hands of her cruel father. Late, when everyone was sleeping, bottles were visible on the floor. Looking at her sleeping father, Ellie put a coal briquette right under the nose of this drunkard. She seemed to see the daughter's farewell to her dead father, and she said that he died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and no one even suspected her. Little Ellie's face was not visible, and the girl explained that she only had to act naturally, and everyone believed her words. The silhouette of a praying mantis appeared behind her, and she said that from the moment the game began, she had been acting seductively and stabbing every man who had stuck to her, and thanks to this, she had received the title of Cowardly Survivor and was able to settle in the world of the game. A plate filled with poisoned food appeared, and Ellie admitted that she knew both the secret of the moonstone guarded by the moonwolf and about Aira's betrayal. The girl lay on the floor and said that she was just stalling for time, pretending to be poisoned. Seong-Hu stood with his sword down, and Ellie said that he looked the most naive of all and brutally killed Air. Immediately after, the protagonist grinned and tried to fool her, offering to form a team with him. Closing her lips, the girl pretended that he had succeeded. The heroes joined hands, and Ellie admitted that she had never met such a person before and wanted to know more. The girl smiled and responded approvingly. A castle was seen floating in the air, and someone said that everything was slowing down. Throwing his hands behind his head, Loki exclaimed that he had said from the beginning that humans were too weak and everything would be slow, then added that grandfather was the strongest and wisest, and his head did not always work properly. Slamming his fist on the table, Ashura shouted that he would not tolerate such rudeness anymore, to which the silver-haired man replied that everything was fine. Raising his eyebrows, he explained that if people were lacking something, they just needed to give them an idea, and then said that they should make sure that all the players were aware of their strength in comparison to others, because this would awaken the spirit of competition in them. Hearing the suggestion of a mandatory endurance mission with a time limit, the grandfather frowned and suggested that the difficulty would be fine. The guy in the jacket turned around and exclaimed that no one would be able to complete the mission then. The silver-haired man replied that he shouldn't worry because he knew what he was talking about, then asked if the other two had chosen any creature, to which the glowing figure sitting at the table said that he would choose Ellie with a strong foundation in magic, and Ashura suggested Marine and Kang. Loki raised his hand and said that he liked a boy named Sung-Hu, to which the guy in the jacket asked him again. The girl with fiery hair raised her finger and asked if she was right that he was the one who completed the training the fastest, and the man in the tie added that he didn't know why Loki chose him, and he would understand if he had chosen the American Jack. A muscular back appeared, and it was said that Jack immediately stood out from the other Americans, and if you describe him in one phrase, absolute evil or a psychopath, because the only thing that brings him joy is murder. Loki watched the main character from the sky and thought that he was different from Satan and that he needed a rude villain who played dirty, thinking only about immediate profit. That's why he chose Song-Ha. The observer raised his hand to his mouth and said that in this case, he would prepare an update based on what they talked about, and the gray-haired man agreed. Players looked at the system message about the details of the new update and exclaimed that the creators wanted them to just die, because it was the same as a death sentence. The guy burst into Kang's room and asked if he had seen the new update, to which he replied that he should not yell, because the last line clearly made it clear that the innovation would be balanced. The Spear King smiled and said that if the creators wanted to kill them, they wouldn't bother so much. In other words, there will definitely be a way to clear the mission. Putting on the gauntlet, Kang thought that what was more important was that he could get an incredible reward, and even if it was to increase his chances of survival, he would have to immerse himself in this mission. Players were walking around the square, and someone was saying that they were looking for a partner for the C-Class Awakening quest. Another wanted to buy a rare class warrior equipment to increase health, and someone was collecting rankers. The protagonist, bringing the mug to his mouth, thought about how they were all crazy because of this new reward. Looking at the system screen, Seong-Hu thought that he was more worried about the 2 boxes that suddenly appeared in his inventory. In one of the slots was a box that was a gift to rankers for reaching rank 21. In another slot, there was a chest received from the god Loki, who was watching the protagonist closely. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought about how he guessed from the update text that they would be given gifts. But what was a gift from Loki? He had heard the name somewhere before, or even seen it in a movie. Seong-Hu swiped his finger across the system screen. A scroll appeared, and the protagonist asked what it was, and the system explained that thanks to the bluff and boast item, opponents would take the user's word for it, and the probability of persuading with words was slightly increased. Seong-Hu put his hands on the table and thought that this was a rare class skill book, but if you look at the effects, it seems useless, because he can do it anyway. But since it is a rare class, it is better than nothing. Someone grabbed the chair next to the protagonist's table. Ellie leaned on the table and asked if it was true that if he completed another C-rank quest, the first circle of the swordsman would awaken, to which the protagonist replied that it was true and thought about the fact that she had already changed her class to a witch's apprentice. The heroes sat at the table, and the girl asked if Seong-Hu had chosen the mission he would be doing, and then listed the names of some of them. Raising his mug to his mouth, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had already found a suitable person thanks to Yoongi's information, and it was a medium named Karen who was focusing on the escort mission upper end. Players with flags appeared, and Seong-Hu knew that if he completed this quest with a large team, the reward would be smaller, but it would be much safer. A tall building appeared, and the protagonist could be heard telling Ellie that he had a better idea, and calling for her to follow him, to which she agreed. Sharon raised her finger and ordered the C-Class mission escort team to move out, to which the players responded affirmatively. The protagonist asked if there were 2 spots in their group, to which the medium, putting her staff behind her back, replied that they had free spots. But first they needed to show her their fame stats. Sun-Hu showed the girl what he wanted, to which she leaned over, surprised. Sharon, smiling, said that the protagonist had very high stats. He must be a ranker. And Miss Ellie was a mage, to which the protagonist replied that he hadn't even gone through his first awakening yet. The medium closed her eyes and assumed that the guy wanted to go through his first awakening before the mandatory quest began, which meant that he was definitely a ranker. Sun-Hu pursed his lips, thinking that she was smart. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl said that in any case, they were much stronger than the others. Grinning, Sharon admitted that she was most glad that there would be 2 rankers with them. The protagonist looked back and wondered if there was another ranker here besides them. The young man turned around and saw a man in a robe. The turquoise gaze could be seen from under the hood. Sun-Hu lowered his eyebrows and realized what it was. Raising her staff above her, the medium offered to begin, and the protagonist anxiously asked to wait. A bright flash appeared, and the system announced the mission conditions. The protagonist teleported to the forest and thought that she had simply begun the mission as if nothing had happened. Taking his hair in her hand, Ellie asked why Sun-Hu had suddenly started acting like this and if he was okay. The stranger said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which the girl, with her mouth slightly open, suggested that this man was addressing the protagonist. The young man, pausing after each word, explained that the man must have confused him with someone else, and Ellie, covering her mouth with her hand, laughed and asked what kind of computer voice it was. Sun-Hu anxiously looked away. The man in the robe pointed his weapon at the protagonist and said that even if he met her like that, she wanted to fight him at least once before the mission began. The stranger began to remove his hood. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist thought about how well he had been able to avoid her until now. A moment later, Miriam's face appeared. Mountains were visible, and the boy could be heard calling out to the girl. Lowering his hands, he asked why she was chasing him, to which she offered to fight. Lowering her chin, the girl said that she knew that his skills were good enough to face her. Putting his hands in front of himself, the protagonist exclaimed that he was much weaker than Mirin, even if it did not seem so outwardly, and he would die a second after the start. Raising her hand, the girl said that she did not know why the boy hated battles so much, because he was even ready to insult himself to refuse, to which the protagonist replied that he was really weak. Ellie turned away and apologized, to which the others looked at her questioningly. The girl pointed at the cart and noted that the group was getting further and further away, so they could discuss everything when they arrived. Sunhoo suggested that Mirin go, to which she, putting her fingers to her mouth, agreed. Ellie asked who the girl was, and the protagonist, lowering the corners of her lips, replied that she must have heard of her, since she was Magic Sword. The girl, opening her mouth in surprise, asked him not to say that he was talking about Mirin's rancor, but the young man answered in the affirmative. Suddenly, the magician girl ran back. Raising her hands to her face, she admitted that she was a fan of Mirin and asked for an autograph, to which she refused. Tears flowed from Ellie's eyes and she said that she was refused, to which Sunhoo replied that Magic Sword was always like that. Spreading her fingers, the protagonist explained that she might seem nice on the outside, but she was obsessed with fighting and didn't even care how annoying she was to other people, to which Mirin replied that she could hear everything. Raising his fingers to his forehead, the protagonist thought about how this mission wasn't supposed to be easy, but the girl who had appeared would make it more difficult. Sharon stood on the cart and shouted that everyone needed to get ready, as a group of orcs might attack soon, to which all the players agreed. Clenching her hand into a fist, the medium asked Mirin to take care of the front line, leaving the right flank to the young man. The orcs ran out of the forest and shouted that they needed to kill the people, making terrible sounds. The players entered the battle with the monsters and exclaimed that the first wave was winning. They couldn't stop casting spells to kill them all. The girl took hold of the hilt of her weapon. With one blow, Mirin killed 2 orcs. With their mouths open in admiration, Karen and the other party members looked at her. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips down, thought that she was fast and dealt with the monsters in a second. With his chin down, Seonghoo was thinking about what to do, because in a one-on-one battle, the magic sword would destroy him, and as he thought, there was only one way out. Mirin adjusted her bangs with her hand. The medium, with her palm out to the side, said that the players did well and suggested that they stop and have a snack, to which they happily raised their hands. It seemed like food was being put on a plate. The protagonist said that Karen also needed to rest and offered to switch with her, to which she, holding a ladle in her hand, was confused. Closing her lips, the girl thought about how everyone just ate and left as if it was normal. But this young man was different. Smiling, the medium thanked the protagonist and said that she would leave it all on him for a while. Mirin turned down the corners of her lips and said that Sunhoo was indeed a martial artist, because he was vain and thought of others. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that she was also incredible and would defeat him in an instant without even trying. Magic Sword looked away and said that the guy was flattering her. The protagonist lowered his eyebrow and thought that he should do it now. A moment later, the guy poured poison into the plate of food. He passed the dish to Mirin, and the other players indignantly asked how much longer they would have to wait. Looking away, the protagonist thought that if he guessed the timing of the poison, his chances of winning would be higher. Magic Sword held the plate in her hands. The girl brought the spoon to her mouth, and the system reported that her skills had detected that she had been poisoned. Mirin continued eating, and the system showed that her abilities reduced the poison's effect and eventually eliminated it. The protagonist turned around and asked if something had happened and if she wanted more soup, to which she asked him to take a break for a second. Covering her face with her hand, Magic Sword said that poison had been added to the food, to which the young man asked her again. Mirin explained that she knew he was surprised, but he needed to calm down, because someone had added poison without him noticing, after which she asked him to warn the people and get ready, and she would go patrol the area, to which Seonghoo, lowering the corners of his lips, replied that he understood. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he did not understand how she understood this, but it was good that she did not suspect him of this. Ellie brought her fingers to her mouth and thought that even the protagonist would have to try hard to fight the magic sword, but it seemed like they would eventually meet in battle, so she needed to help the boy. The mage girl, with her hands behind her back, politely addressed Mirin and asked where she was going, to which she replied that she had told her 100 times that they were the same age, and there was no need to address her like that. Wiping away her tears, Ellie muttered that she was sorry if the girl didn't like her, although she looked like an older sister, so she spoke unconsciously, but she would be careful, to which the magic sword said that it was okay to call her that. The fan grabbed her hand and said that she could say whatever was convenient, and suggested that they go together, to which Myrine replied that she would rather go alone. Ellie, forming a magic sphere behind the girl, cast a curse of weakness. The system detected this curse, and Magic Sword, with her mouth wide open, shouted for the fan to come back and warn Sunhu. Ellie clarified what she needed to warn about, and Myrine, turning her head, said that there was poison in the food, and now she was cursed. But since only she was cursed, it was clear that they were targeting them. The girl mage, her eyes wide with alarm, wondered how she could have found out about the invisible curse. Putting her hand to her chin, Karen said that it was strange, because there were no monsters that used poisons and curses. But just in case, they would arrange a shift at night. Closing her lips, the protagonist looked questioningly at his rival. Lowering her chin, Myrine declared that in any case she wanted to spar with Mr. Sunhu, even if monsters attacked, poisoned or cursed her. And the protagonist realized that he could no longer make excuses. Biting the corners of his lips, the young man realized that he couldn't do anything better than this. Looking down, he suggested that the enemy exchange 10 blows, and if they take too long, they can linger. Myrine, opening her mouth, agreed and asked him to promise that they would fight again after the mission. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind, and the guy suggested finding another place, because there were too many eyes here. Remembering the mountains, Seonghu thought that if this was the place, then he had a chance. Clenching his jaw, the young man thought that he needed to mature, because he was the 21st ranker, and no matter how strong she was, he would be able to withstand 10 blows, after which he added that he was obliged to withstand them. Raising her hand, Magic Sword suggested that they begin. Suddenly, the girl jumped up. She flew up to the enemy with burning eyes. The protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased, and he heard footsteps. Dodging Myrine's blows, the boy counted 10 blows. With her lips pressed together, the girl wondered if the enemy was trying to find the right moment to strike, since he was dodging so much, or if he really couldn't fight her. Putting his weapon in front of him, the protagonist decided to lure his rival into a trap he had prepared in advance. At that very moment, the tip of a sword appeared next to Songhu's face. The magic sword knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands. A foot was visible, stepping into the trap. The protagonist failed to take into account the location of his trap and got caught himself, and due to the loss of balance, he hit Myrine in the knee. The girl fell, but the young man's luck did not end there. The protagonist put his palm forward and did not understand what was happening. Swinging his arms, he perfectly hit the chin of the magic sword. The girl humbly fell to the ground. Adjusting his glove, Seonghu thought that it did not matter how exactly it happened, because the main thing was that he won. But he planned to hold back and did not understand how everything came to this. The opponent began to move her fingers. She rose, holding her ear with her hand. Wiping her mouth, Myrine was surprised that she lost. The protagonist extended his hand and asked if the girl was okay, to which she asked in return whether the young man knew hand-to-hand combat. Scratching his head, the protagonist replied that it was nothing, or rather, that he had mastered something similar, and then wondered if it was obvious since he had intermediate martial arts. Lowering her head, Magic Sword realized that he was able to avoid her direct strikes, as if he had predicted all her moves from the start. With her eyes widening in alarm, she realized that it was not him who was arrogant, but she herself. Standing up, Myrine pointed out that this was impolite and asked him to ask another question, to which the guy replied that she could ask anything. With the corners of her lips lowered, the girl asked why the opponent did not use his sword for the finishing blow. A bead of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he replied that he had to use his fists when he lost his grip on the weapon. Clenching her jaw, Magic Sword realized that it was not because of the senseless bloodshed, and comparing him to her, who was obsessed with winning, Sunhu finished the sparring perfectly, minimizing the damage. The girl turned away and admitted that she had lost today. The protagonist exclaimed that honestly, she should have won, to which Myrine, with her hands on her hips, explained that he should not be polite to her, because winners do not console losers. Turning away from the boy, she declared that she would learn from her mistakes and hope to fight again in the future, to which the protagonist replied that we would see how things turn out. Closing his lips, the boy thought about what had happened and what he had done wrong, since she was about to cry. A settlement of a group of players appeared, and it was said that except for this incident on the 8th day, there were no more surprises and everything ended safely. Among the crowd of people, Sunhu and Myrine were visible, and it was explained that in the past, the protagonist avoided the girl, but probably because of their sparring, she began to avoid the boy. As soon as the merchants entered the city, a message appeared indicating the end of the mission. The magic sword nodded slightly before it was illuminated by rays of light beneath it and disappeared. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that things should calm down a bit now. Someone called out to the boy, to which he turned around and asked what the problem was. The man closed his eyes and said that he had been watching him and that he had been very helpful, since the protagonist had to protect the merchants, but he also shared his food or cleaned up even though it wasn't his job, and then asked if Seongwoo had stepped forward to help himself. Looking down, the protagonist thought about how he had no altruistic motives. The man smiled and explained that he had originally thought that at least half of the things would be damaged due to monster attacks, but thanks to the players, all of the luggage remained intact. With his mouth slightly open, Seongwoo congratulated the man and wondered what the other man was trying to say. The merchant handed the boy a bottle and told him to take it. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, realizing that it was a Fermion extract, and the system showed the potion's characteristics. Taking the flask in his hand, the guy realized that the Fermion extract was one of the most expensive products, so Charon had taken this mission many times, helping NPCs. Ellie grabbed the protagonist's hand and asked if he wanted to give it to her as a gift, to which the young man replied that she could stop making a cute face. The mage girl puffed out her cheeks indignantly. She asked Songa to sell the potion at a discount of 10,000, because a regular store sells it for 30,000, to which the protagonist, scratching the back of his head, thought that Ellie, as a mage, needed the extract much more and agreed. Clenching her hands into a fist, the girl was very happy, to which the guy asked if she liked the potion so much. She put the flask to her cheek and explained that most mages below class 4 could use it as a catalyst, and there was little time before the mission, so she planned to do a full equipment upgrade and raise her skills. Sunwoo raised his head and thought that she was right, and instead of constantly hunting, he should level himself up. Looking at his inventory, he realized that the things he had received were still quite useful, but he should awaken first. The class change temple appeared. Philip put his hands in his pockets and said that he was glad to meet him and asked if the guy remembered him, to which he replied in the affirmative. The class upgrade options were visible, and the assistant asked to tell which path the protagonist chose, because he prayed that he would not regret his decision. Putting a finger to his nose, the protagonist thought that he was definitely not an explorer, because with him, his combat skills would become slower, and now his style is based on close attacks, and the rest of the skills are just for support. Looking away, the boy realized that he had gotten this far thanks to his swordsmanship, but he had realized the importance of close combat during his sparring with Mirin, so the samurai was marked as recommended. Smiling, Philip said that if the choice was difficult, he could change the options by paying 3 times. Scratching his chin, Seongwoo thought about how the time for the S-rank mission was approaching, and dozens of players were running in and out of B-rank missions, so the S-rank should be many times more difficult, and for such a mission, one must be able to react correctly in any situation. Grinning, the protagonist declared that he would choose the swordsman. Extending his hand forward, Philip congratulated the boy on entering the path of the advanced swordsman. The protagonist's back was visible, and the system sent messages about his new abilities and the description of the swordsman. Looking at his palm, the boy said that he now had something to think about, and the assistant clarified that when he was awakened, he received special skills. Squeezing his hand into a fist, Seongwoo thought that it did not matter whether it was good or bad, but the deed was done, and the only thing left was training and gaining skills before the mission began. A 2-story house was visible at night. The protagonist was lying in bed and thinking about the fact that the mission was already tomorrow. Noticing a glow next to him, he was surprised. Jerry appeared in the room and admitted that he hoped to talk to the young man, but unfortunately they had little time. The protagonist got out of bed, and the assistant explained that the S-rank mission in which the player would take part would take place in the body of an NPC, and in this mission everyone would be on equal terms. That is, the player could take a character with high indicators and raise their level. Lowering the corners of his lips, Seongwoo clarified whether this meant that he could not use the skills he had now. Jerry smirked and replied that the player's abilities would be limited by the abilities of the selected person. The assistant extended his palms forward and explained that they would even occasionally turn on NPCs with hero ranks, and if they could turn on instantly, the difficulty would be greatly reduced, because the gods did not give an S-rank mission without thinking. A map of the 3 mission locations appeared, and Jerry explained that in it, the players would fight the Demon King before he took over the world, and if one of the 3 connected parts weakened, the mission would become even more difficult. The protagonist noted that each player was important, to which the assistant, snapping his fingers, replied that he was right, and if he could complete the mission, he would receive a legendary item. Putting his finger to his face, the man explained that it was a mountain of treasure and an extra life, and the protagonist was surprised. Before disappearing in the beams of teleportation, Jerry announced that time was up and wished him luck. A huge palace appeared, and the system showed the conditions of the upcoming mission. Seong-Hu opened his eyes and realized that everything had started, after which he decided that he would first try to look around. The protagonist saw the reflection of the girl in the mirror and was surprised. The image of the character in which he would go through the mission appeared. In the mirror, the young man saw himself in the body of the princess and did not understand what it was. The protagonist woke up in a luxurious room and immediately decided to call up the status window. The status window appeared in front of him and he thought that these stats would be worse than ever if it were not for him. He grabbed his head and mentally said that judging by the stats, she is a mage, and therefore everything should go well, since she does not need to go head-on. In addition, the protagonist is sure that there must be at least some good skills. Then Seong-Hu stood up and thought about the fact that his skills include the art of the swordsman's talisman, and a low-ranking ice spear with haste. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw his skills, namely the loot skill, whining skill, formal dining etiquette skill, and courtly conversation skill. Everything around him swam before his eyes, and the system informed him that according to the mission plot, Princess Serena is cut off from her warriors due to a demon attack and must escape from the monsters that are chasing her. Suddenly, 2 skeletons appeared. In front of the protagonist were 3 skeletons, and behind them was a dark knight. The protagonist stood still and thought that he had never seen these monsters before, and therefore doubted whether he could defeat them. He looked at his sword and mentally said that he had a sword for luck. The dark knight bowed his head. He stood right in front of the protagonist and said that he needed to be killed, and the protagonist, because he heard the voice of the Dark Knight, received the effect of fear and froze for 10 seconds, and his stats were also reduced by half. Seong-Hu was shaking with fear and could not move even his fingers. He understood that the probability of surviving this battle with such stats and skills was 0 from the very beginning. The Dark Knight grabbed his weapon and swung. Meanwhile, in the heavenly castle, Lucifer wondered in surprise that Serena really got to the protagonist. He put his hand to his chin and thought about the fact that the player should not have gotten into the princess's body because she plays too important a role in subduing the Demon King. He imagined Serena and thought that if the scenario was followed, Serena would run in the opposite direction as soon as the monsters appeared and join the separate suicide squad. But since Sun-Hui had her, he would definitely go against them instead of running away, and she might even die from receiving the debuff. There were many books flying around Lucifer as he thought that if Serena died for some reason, the mission would be a failure. Suddenly, he saw a bright blue glow. The protagonist stood still and system notifications started appearing around him, and he wondered if one of the skills had temporarily changed his non-combat skills to combat skills. The protagonist smiled and said that it was definitely not a useless ability. He looked at the skills of normal salsa, high-level ballet, and traditional dance of the Empire, which improved the protagonist's movements. There was also belly dance and infinite curiosity among the skills. Seong-Hu dodged the skeleton's strike. He grabbed the sword. With a strike, he pierced the skeleton's skull. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, because his body seemed to move on its own. Then he jumped up and tore the skeleton's head off with a kick. He landed on the ground. Everything around was covered in dust, and the protagonist thought that there were a lot of monsters that needed to be slain. But he was still in the red. Fire appeared around the sword, because the protagonist used the art of talismans. The skeletons opened their mouths in surprise. The protagonist thrust the sword forward and realized that these monsters sensed the energy of the sword, and therefore kept their distance. One of the skeletons swung the weapon at the protagonist. However, the monster missed, because Seong-Hu took a step back. A fiery aura raged around him. He pierced the skeleton's skull with one strike. The protagonist remembered the thief in the suit and said in his mind that he had luckily met someone who used swordsmanship like that before. He ran forward and used the tap dance skill that increases his speed. The Dark Knight stood in front of him. He frowned at the protagonist. They both swung their swords. The Dark Knight struck, but did not hit Seong-Hu. He raised his head and looked ahead in surprise. Serena's hair was shining under the rays of light. The protagonist jumped in a delicate manner and stretched out his sword in front of him. He looked at the Dark Knight smiling, who was indignant and asked how dare he play with him. They then danced a waltz together since that was Serena's skill. The Dark Knight frowned and angrily yelled at the protagonist to stop. Seong-Hu fixed his hair and asked if he should end their impromptu performance at this point. He immediately swung his sword. He stabbed it into the Dark Knight's stomach. He opened his eyes wide and used the explosion skill. The Dark Knight caught fire and started screaming in pain. There was a huge explosion. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and thought in surprise that the explosion shouldn't have been that big. He returned the sword to its sheath and the system notified him that the monster had been defeated and he had received 8 mission points. So the protagonist said that it seemed like he would get points even if he killed the monster. He looked at his hand in surprise and wondered if that was his voice. He imagined a closed gate and said out loud that just like Jerry said, the difficulty of this dungeon is high. Therefore, people on the strong side should come here even among the rankers. He imagined a silhouette of a princess and said that he had been given the role of a princess on a mission to save a princess, and something was wrong. But he knew for sure that this body definitely played an important role. The protagonist called up the system menu. He looked at the system window and thought that in addition to destroying the king and escaping the princess, there was also a mission called the runeblade. Suddenly, he turned around because he heard a player saying that the mission to save the princess was complete. The 3 players looked at the protagonist and wondered if that girl was really the princess. Then a knight came up to her, introducing himself as Wongram, and said that he was incredibly glad to hear that she was safe, because he could not sleep peacefully thinking about the possible troubles in her life. The protagonist looked at him and realized that Wongram was the heroic NPC that Jerry was talking about, and the rest were players. The 3 players stood in front of him and asked his name and if he was a player. But suddenly Wongram picked up a sword and began to shout that he, a loyal knight of the Empire, would not stand aside if they continued to be rude. The players opened their mouths in shock and said that this was some kind of nonsense, since Wongram was a thrice awakened NPC. They immediately bowed. The protagonist looked at Wongram and wondered what would happen if he pretended to be an NPC and hid the fact that he was a player. Moreover, this body was related to the NPC's mission, so the players had no choice but to believe everything he said. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he would take the initiative into his own hands. The protagonist imagined his 2 forms and mentally said that he was not Seong-Hu, since he was now a noble lady, a princess, a proud woman who had nothing to fear. The protagonist stood up straight and calmed his gaze, and used all his skills related to formal behavior and etiquette. He then pointed his sword at the players and asked how they dared to insult the princess. The bespectacled player immediately closed his eyes and began to beg for forgiveness this time. Sunho smiled and thought with admiration that there was a fierce temper in that head. He put away his sword and said that normally, insulting the princess would be an unforgivable offense, but because the Demon King was just around the corner, she would forgive them. He imagined himself sitting on the throne and also thought about how here and now, he was the weakest princess who had just taken the throne. He imagined the labyrinth and remembered that they said that the people in the labyrinth were ambushed, but he still had little information. He saw the crowd behind him and thought in his mind that if he asked why he was here, the obvious fact that he was a player would be revealed. Sunho decided to approach Wongram and said that he was worried that many people were hurt by the ambushes of the Dirt Riders. However, the knight smiled and exclaimed that Princess Serena should not worry, because even though he had gathered his army in a hurry, all the men who had come here were undoubtedly strong. The protagonist imagined the soldiers in armor and mentally said that 100 people was the number of people who had been identified. And if you think about it, most often players end up in the bodies of twice awakened people, and as for the heroic NPCs, there weren't many of them added so that the difficulty level wouldn't drop too much. He called up the system window and thought that in any case, there was a mission he hadn't had a chance to look at yet, called the runeblade. The protagonist saw the runeblade in front of the princess's silhouette, and the system notification that the runeblade had reappeared when the world was in danger. But to awaken the runeblade's true power, a great sacrifice was required. The Empire's only princess, Princess Serena, immediately decided to participate in the ritual and give her life to the runeblade to awaken its true power and save the world. The protagonist read this text and wondered about it in surprise. He then grabbed his head and almost fell, thinking that they really wanted him to sacrifice himself. Wongram caught Sunho and told the princess not to overexert her body, but the protagonist replied that he was just feeling a little dizzy. He frowned and thought about thinking positively, because even in the worst case, if he were to complete this task, he would receive 10,000 mission points. He picked up the sword and wondered if this was the rune blade. Sunho remembered killing monsters and thought that if the gauge was a little full, he would probably be able to unlock it while chasing a monster. And the blade had captured 3 groups of skeletons in a dark night, but the gauge was only filled to 13 points. He lowered his head and mentally said that he probably wouldn't be able to unlock it without sacrificing his life, but he was sure there had to be another way. Wangram turned away and started yelling at the players to stay put or else he would attack them. There were 2 players standing nearby, one dressed in red and one dressed in black. An old man with a staff and a long white beard appeared behind them. He extended his hand and started yelling that as he thought, Wangram was alive. The knight extended his hands and exclaimed that Hansen was alive, but the old man replied that he was with the Imperial Guard so there was no problem. Then he looked at the princess and exclaimed that he was glad she was okay. Sung, who stood there silently while the players around him wondered if this NPC was also a hero. Then a muscular man appeared in front of Sung Hu and addressed him. Kang put his hand on his neck and said that it seemed like the men had not yet recovered from their dungeon adventure. The protagonist looked to the side with his peripheral vision and thought that he should remain calm. Since Hans thought that Sunho was an NPC, so the protagonist turned to him and said that in their situation, they could use Hansen's wisdom. The man looked at the princess and said that in his opinion, they had 2 paths. In his imagination, the image of a map appeared and he said that the first path was to find the scattered troops, even if it took time, so he said that they could work together to minimize the damage, but the Demon King would be able to recover during this time, and in addition, the troops that were blocking the riders could be destroyed. He imagined a dark room and said that the second path was to make their way to the center of the dungeon. Although there were many strong monsters there, it was not that difficult to get to the center. Even if they did not fight the monsters now, they would eventually join the attack. The players raised their heads, because a notification for a side quest appeared in front of them. Kang smiled and thought that since there was a quest, they had a choice, and safety was the most important thing since it was an S-rank mission. Kang closed his eyes and said that they should team up first, but the protagonist interrupted him and said that they would start advancing right away. Kang opened his eyes in surprise and wanted to say something, but an unhappy Seong who asked if Kang would really not follow the princess's orders. Then the princess smiled happily, and Kang continued to smile awkwardly and wondered if the princess was trying to say that if he disobeyed, Wangram would cut off his head. He immediately knelt down and apologized, saying that he would follow her. The protagonist smiled since everything was going the way he wanted. The corner of the room was quite dusty. The protagonist said that in that case, they would start advancing, and he ordered Wangram and Hansu to protect him from the rear. The players encountered blue monsters on their way. Seong-hu thought that the larger the party became, the more monsters appeared. Kang skillfully slashed at the opponents, and the protagonist thought that before the others could do anything, Kang, who was at the forefront of the attack, killed the undead. He was originally an awakened stage 1 general, but now he has finished awakening a stage 3 legend. The protagonist frowned and mentally said that in order to remove the restrictions, he needs to play an active role in the attack, but he will be immediately exposed if he fights on the front lines with a sword in his hand. 2 players fought against a hooded monster. The protagonist looked at the magician Hansen and asked if he could use a spell, to which Hansen replied that they did not really need support anyway. Seong-hu frowned and said that if he was talking, then Hansen just needed to cast a spell. Hansen widened his eyes in surprise and said that he understood the princess. He raised his staff above himself and used explosion magic. The protagonist picked up the sword. He raised it above himself and the rune blade began to absorb the magic. The explosion was enchanted. The protagonist smiled and said that art is an explosion. He swung the sword and attacked the enemies with projectiles. Fireballs flew at the skeleton. Kang opened his mouth wide and angrily wondered what kind of worm dared to steal his kill. However, he immediately fell silent when he saw the princess. Sweat appeared on his face and he asked Serena why she did it, to which the princess replied that it looked like he was in danger since he was surrounded by monsters. The protagonist smiled and asked if Kang was unhappy about something. The protagonist continued to smile with his eyes closed, thinking that even Kang of Getafe could not go against the princess, an important NPC of this quest, and so if he was not discovered, the leading role in this quest would be his. Kang knelt down and said that if the princess was injured, their morale would also suffer greatly. The princess looked at him and said that she was not afraid of getting hurt, and besides, she could not just stand by while everyone else was trying their best to save the world. Sung-hu looked at Wangram, who was crying while saying how touched he was by the princess's deep thoughts. Kang smiled and thought that he would kill the princess as soon as he had the chance, and the protagonist thought that even if he could not eat, he would not back down. Kang bowed and thanked the princess because she said that they should continue to advance, and she would support them from the rear. And so, they walked along the dark corridor. The players walked forward and thought that they were advancing quite quickly. The protagonist walked behind and thought that it was because the average strength of this group was quite high, and there were 3 thrice awakened among them. The guy in red raised his hand and shouted for everyone to move back, because there was a trap. Ong used magic and his skills to disarm it. He then stood up and said that he was given 30 points for disarming the trap. Xiang Hu looked away and thought that he should come up with a plan, because the point was only to kill monsters. It was dark all around. The battle was in full swing. Everyone was screaming. A skeleton ran towards Mireen. She immediately cut it into pieces. Mireen lowered her head and thought that her body was light. She only needed to use sword skills, so there was no need to use stage 3 skills. The armored skeleton stood in front of her and shouted that she would not pass. The girl clutched the weapon in her hands. She immediately swung it from above, and then she struck from the side. The skeletons looked at her with wide eyes. She crossed 2 swords in front of her. She ran forward using the sword control skill. Behind the girl stood her comrades, who were surprised that she dealt with them in the blink of an eye. The girl remembered the recent battle against the protagonist and mentally said that she still did not reach his level, and therefore, after the mission, she wanted to request an official sparring match. The princess trembled, holding her shoulder. The protagonist held his shoulders and wondered why it had suddenly become so cold. He then looked at the old mage and asked how far they had to go, and Hansen said he wasn't sure, because even though this labyrinth belonged to the Empire, almost all the records were lost. He said it was truly a tragedy that monsters occupied this place. They both looked ahead and Hansen said that in any case, since they now had the princess and the soldier with them, the monsters would not be able to stop them. A dark aura was visible in the distance, and someone shouted that there was a large void ahead. Kang turned around and asked if their group was enough to pass, but the girl put her hand on her neck and said that there was a monster she had never seen before. 2 players were peeking around the corner. Hansen introduced the 2 monsters and said that they were a lich and a hell knight. Kang walked up to him and asked if they were strong. Hans looked to the side and said that they were one of the strongest undead class monsters, so they couldn't win with their current fighting strength. Kang turned around and looked at the princess and then asked if they could advance further. However, Princess Serena closed her eyes and said that if they rested here for a while, then they could meet up with another attacking force. They both smiled and looked at each other. After a while, they sat by the fire and rested. Kang looked at the princess and wondered how to get rid of her. He frowned and thought that if they met head-on and her servants joined in, he would definitely lose. And as a princess, she had a lot of influence on the heroes, so he should choose a strategy of systematically appeasing them. Kang stood up and saw a table with candles. The protagonist was eating delicious steaks. Kang watched from afar and wondered where the steak came from in the dungeon, while the protagonist wiped his mouth and said that the food was not that good. Then Sun Hu looked at Kang. He pointed at him and asked if he had something to say to her. Kang looked up and thought that this was expected of the princess, since she required such treatment in their situation. The highest goal in the world of mission is to become the successor of a god. Xiang Hu imagined himself in the crowd and mentally said that he knew more than anyone how useless he was, because what can a person do if he doesn't even have a chance to rise from the bottom? The hands were pulling the man down, and the protagonist thought that pulling others down was a dirty method, but its effectiveness could not be denied. The princess looked ahead and thought about being careful and following the rules of etiquette. Xiang Hu looked at the many players and decided that if he thought it was most profitable for him to kill them all, he would do it without hesitation, because he had no conscience. He looked at his bloody plate and thought that in the worst case, he would commit suicide in such a way that the blade would remain sealed, because in this scenario, at least no one would be able to benefit. They all looked at the void and began to shout that someone had entered it. Kang opened his mouth wide and said that no one came through the entrance, so he did not understand how this was possible. There was an explosion. A monster appeared in front of them and one of the players shouted that it was a group of people fighting monsters. Kang ran forward and ordered everyone to attack from the other side. Mireen stood around the monsters. Kang summoned his spear. He spun the spear and prepared to attack. He pierced the monster's body with his spear. The monster fell to one knee. Kang was surprised that the monster did not die. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and began to scream. Kang excitedly raised his head and wondered if there was not a scratch on the monster. The monster raised its blades and let out a battle cry. Kang swung his spear. It flew forward, leaving a red trail behind it. The weapon pierced the monster through and through. The enemy was nailed to the wall like a nail. The man jumped up and screamed. The living dead opened his mouth wide. The demon struck the enemy in midair. The Spear King fell to the ground. gritting his teeth, the leader of Jepet realized that the villain had blocked his blow and thought that victory should have been easy for him, because he had a well-trained body and expensive equipment. The protagonist frowned and ordered his comrades to help the warriors and detain the lich. The squad members agreed. Vungram rushed into battle with the zombie. With one swing of his sword, he managed to throw the skeleton back. Hansen rained down magic projectiles on the monster. Sonhu raised his weapon in front of him. The guy swung it and used the explosion skill. The magic balls crashed into the monster's body. The young man's eyes widened and he realized that this was not good and that if things continued like this, he would be destroyed. The adventurer standing behind him said that he was a little worried about this because they pounced too quickly and the enemies pushed so many people away. Pointing his finger back, his companion said that it was useless and suggested that they observe the situation for a while and then run away, because otherwise they could die. The wizard asked him what would happen if they were the only ones to survive, since the mission would be impossible to complete if everyone here died. Covering his mouth with his hand, the archer asked if they really needed such a mission and explained that they could not kill the Demon King to get points and that it would be enough for them to simply hunt monsters. He smirked and added that if they endured as long as they could, then the points would be enough to buy special items. His friend called this plan excellent. Looking around, the player wondered if they really wanted to run away and decided that they would not succeed. Suddenly, the guys noticed that the princess had disappeared from their field of vision. The traitor immediately cut off the head of one of the conspirators. The adventurer summoned a magic circle in front of him and wished him death. The protagonist cut off his head at that moment. The other guys looked around when Xionghu attracted their attention. Holding the severed heads in his hands, he said that these people were cowards who abandoned the squad that was risking their lives in battle and wanted to escape. The guy opened his mouth furiously and said that he could forgive the defeated, but he would never forgive the cowards, so everyone would fight until their last breath. The system reported the activation of the princess's dignity. Kan gritted his teeth. His guildmates raised their eyebrows in surprise. While his comrades were fighting the monsters, the leader of Jepet shouted that he would never forget the faces of the scoundrels who tried to escape, and ordered everyone to do their job properly. The mages unleashed waves of fire on the opponents, used divine proclamation and elemental strike. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought that he was able to raise the squad's morale. The player looked back and called out to the sorcerer. Hansen looked at him and understood him without words. The heroes raised their weapons and summoned a huge magic circle together. Beams of powerful energy fell on the lich, allowing the rest of the squad to move on to pushing back the enemy. The guys noticed that the Hell Knight was going to attack through the corridor. Someone asked them to be careful. Suddenly, the warrior ran forward and swung his fist. The strong blow made the monster fly to the side. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and shouted that someone knocked the Hell Knight down. Adjusting his hair, the stranger said that he was summoned so suddenly and suggested that they finish this quickly. The traitor frowned and wondered who it was. The old man looked up and called him by name. Jihan rushed towards the enemy. The soldier swung his fist in rage. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that this was a pretty strong warrior, and noticed that, including him, there were 4 NPCs here, and that the rest of the guys had joined forces. A dead Hell Knight lay on the ground. The squad member crossed his arms and asked what they wanted to do now. The man suggested preparing the formation and attack first. Yihyun frowned in displeasure and asked what would happen if the princess convinced the heroes to stand at the front. The warrior replied that it would be a problem. Biku gave his comrade an indifferent look and explained that if all the people returned back and remained alive, it would not be long before there would be an argument about collecting points. The merciless saint stated that it was impossible for them to be that stupid. The great mage adjusted his glasses and confirmed that this was the case. The awakened one glanced at him furtively and asked how about organizing it with only the strongest hunters. The man asked if that would be too dangerous. The squad member looked back and decided that it was not that bad since the soldier was with them. Xionghu approached the stranger and asked him for a minute. Yihan simply walked past him. The boy gritted his teeth in irritation and wondered how this bastard dared to ignore the princess. The man put his hands in his pockets and suggested that they move on if they had time to rest. The brunette asked him to give them some more time since they had not finished their discussion. Closing his eyes, the soldier asked him what kind of nonsense this was and stated that they should have spent this time training. Baekwu decided that if he was so confident in himself, he would not mind being in the vanguard. Looking back, Yihan replied that it was not a problem and asked if any of them had already received the mission points they wanted so much. Pointing at him, the boy asked how he knew about the points and assumed that they were a player. The man immediately denied it. He grabbed the squad member by the collar and asked him to speak more politely. The boy's eyes widened and he wondered if he was really an NPC. Marine jumped into the air and swung her sword. The mysterious stranger stopped his blade with 2 fingers of his hand. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The heroes looked at each other in silence. The woman's mouth dropped open in fear when she realized that the soldier had blocked her super fast attack with just his fingers. She frowned and remembered that only Song-Hu could do that. The magic sword noticed an ominous aura around her comrade and thought that he was incredibly strong. The swordswoman kicked off the ground with her foot. Mirene raised her weapon and remembered that her right sword stung like a bee. She raised her second sword and thought that it was flying like a butterfly. A whirlwind appeared around her. Gusts of wind hit Yehan, who recognized her speed. His fist appeared in front of the girl's face. The man delivered a powerful blow. The woman fell to the ground. Her body trembled. The mysterious stranger remarked that after all, her swordplay lacked strength and was too crude. The soldier narrowed his eyes and stated that if the warrior was simply making feints, then he was showing the gaps in his style when he changed his movements. He scratched his nose and remarked that only 4 months had passed. The magic sword raised herself from the ground and realized that he was talking about the moment she joined the mission. Yehan clapped his hands and took back his words, stating that she had incredible talent. The swordswoman looked at him incredulously. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and asked who this person was who surpassed the top ranker in strength. His comrade shouted that it was just an NPC. The squad member swung his fist and decided to teach him a lesson. The man looked back. His red eyes flashed. The warrior frowned in fear. It was as if a giant snake had appeared next to him. The boy's eyes widened in horror, not understanding what kind of look it was. Kang frowned and noticed an incredible thirst for murder in it. The guild member gritted his teeth in displeasure. The mysterious stranger raised his hand and explained that he was neither a player nor an NPC. The soldier grinned and called himself a god. The boys' mouths opened in shock. Yehan raised his hands and declared that he had come here for all of them. Lowering his head, the leader of Jepet asked if it wasn't the gods who brought them to this world and accused him of kidnapping them while they were living their peaceful lives. The spearman swung his weapon and shouted that they were suffering because of him. The man immediately punched him in the face. The squad leader fell to the ground. The soldier explained that he had not sent them here. He winked and called himself just an ordinary spectator. The heroes furiously knitted their brows and declared that there was no difference between the two, and decided to kill the bastard. The traitor narrowed his eyes and noticed that the discontent had been building up until this point and that now their eyes were clouded by madness. Mirene wiped her chin with her hand. The god raised his hand and said that he was not going to kill them. Yehan grinned maliciously and decided to make them wish for his death. The brunette's eyes turned white as he was hit in the face. His companion gritted his teeth in pain. The man delivered a series of blows and threw the guild members into the air. The warrior fell to the ground face down. The soldier stepped on his hand. The adventurer grabbed his wounded hand. The god said that he would not mind continuing to fight, but he would not guarantee their lives, and asked if they wished to continue the fight. He closed his eyes and decided that they had come to an agreement rather painlessly. The beaten boys frowned and wondered if it could be called painless. Pointing a finger at Hansen, the observer suggested continuing and asked him to open this door. The old man approached the high gate. The sorcerer looked at the princess and asked her to come to him. A glowing seal appeared on the door. Suddenly, the doors opened, revealing a source of bright light. Holding a staff in his hands, the wizard explained that this dungeon was sealed by the emperor, and that the door only reacted to someone from the imperial family. Xianghu looked away and realized that he could not act recklessly. He had no information about this god, who was now standing with his arms crossed over his chest. Kang sat on the ground. The boy thought that provoking these people was like adding fuel to the fire. Yehan approached the doors and suggested moving on. The squad members decided to stay where they were and asked why they should even listen to him. The man yawned widely and replied that they could do whatever they wanted and asked those who wanted to come with him to do so. The Spear King noticed that the princess had stepped forward. Wongram, Hansen, and even Kalhun followed. Mirene closed her eyes and the leader of Jepet asked if she would go too and just let that bastard do what he wanted. The girl looked back and said that nothing would change if she stayed here. The spearman clenched his fist and decided to go with them since he had no other choice. His companion asked if everything would be fine and said that the enemy troops they had already encountered would be twice as common. Running forward, the top ranker shouted that he didn't have time to convince the others and explained that for now they would have to follow that bastard. Yehan raised his arms in front of him to use the first strike. He jumped into the air in front of the two monsters. He managed to make huge holes in their bodies with just one punch. The traitor widened his eyes and decided that this man was using typical martial arts, and thought that although these were simple self-defense techniques, They contained great destructive power. Standing behind him, the protagonist wondered if there was a reason to make him his enemy, since this world was a game created to determine the successor of a god. Seong-Hu narrowed his eyes and realized that he would be able to take revenge when he became a real god. But for now, he just needed to gather information. Suddenly, the guy looked back. The young man approached the protagonist and asked him if he could ask him a question. Lowering his head, the man asked him to never talk to him again unless he wanted to see his teeth without a mirror, and said that he did not want to hear such things from the guy. Smiling, the player asked what he was talking about and called himself a princess. The soldier looked back and asked him not to make a fool of him. Frowning, the traitor realized that he had no problem figuring out who he really was and decided that he should treat him like a moderator. The protagonist approached him and decided to get straight to the point. Seong-Hu frowned sternly and asked what he needed to do to get out of this world. The god scratched his chin and replied that he needed to stay alive until the very end, although there were ways to get out earlier. The boy gaped in amazement and asked what he needed to do that. The observer looked around and explained that he would need to attract the god's attention. There was a castle floating in the sky. If a participant in the game was liked by a certain god, then he would be chosen before the end of the game. The boy frowned and said that in that case, his comrade could get him out of here. Yehan closed his eyes and said that he did not want to do that. The player spread his arms and asked why they created this world in that case. The man reminded him that he was just a spectator. The traitor lowered his head and explained that he was curious about the purpose of this world's creation and asked if they couldn't choose their successors right away. The soldier raised his eyebrows and said that it was because the gods weren't all powerful. The protagonist asked what that meant. The observer scratched his head and explained that they didn't know everything and couldn't do everything. Humans fought monsters. There was a saying that it wasn't the strongest who survived, but those who survived became the strongest, meaning that humans only revealed their true potential in extreme conditions. Next to the aristocrat was a pauper. The strongest could be either talented or untalented, both strong and weak. Next to the human were an elf and an orc. The strongest could be of any gender, age, or race. The warrior stood surrounded by dead bodies. The one who survived the slaughter would be the fittest. Seong-Hu closed his eyes thoughtfully. Yehan asked if he wasn't angry. The boy looked up and asked why he was angry. The man looked away and was surprised that the player didn't even bat an eyelid when he learned that all the people here were just expendable material for the experiment. The soldier smirked and called him quite unusual. The boy thanked him for such kind words. The player narrowed his eyes and thought that one day his head would be smashed. The traitor raised his hand and asked why he personally came here and couldn't he just create a character. The god lowered the corners of his lips and thought that this was a rather pointed question. Red eyes flashed behind him. The observer explained that in order to deal with the Demon King, they would need at least 100 thrice awakened and 1 quadruple awakened. The angel put his hands to his chest. A quadruple awakened is essentially already a demigod, so they had no way to create such a creature. The man was floating in space. Yehan said that they decided to make him a hero. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he could just weaken the Demon King. The man denied it. A yin-yang sign shone against the stars. In case of defeating the false Demon King, the participants of the game would not receive an achievement, and it is possible to increase the class only with their help. Coins and artifacts fell from the sky. The soldier said that he could provide the guys with many useful items. Seong-Hu thought that he did not understand at all what was being discussed. Suddenly Chialhun rushed past him. The warrior pointed his finger at the villain and asked him to explain everything in normal language. The god grabbed him by the throat. The squad member fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The observer reminded him that he had asked everyone to speak to him more politely. Adjusting his hair, the boy decided that they could not leave him there and asked Wongram to carry him on his back. Mirin approached them and asked how he managed to do it. Yehan asked what he was talking about. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked how he managed to counterattack so quickly. The man frowned and said that he had foreseen it. The soldier closed his eyes and explained to her that she kept adding strikes here and there. Because of this, when changing swords, all her weaknesses came to light. The woman's eyes widened in surprise when he called her swordsmanship too crude. The magic sword grabbed the hilt and asked him to teach her. The boy thought that she would stop being human at all if she became even stronger than she was now. God scratched his nose and said that he did not want to teach her. The swordswoman frowned and asked what she needed to do to get him to help her. The observer looked at his finger thoughtfully. There were bones on the ground. Yehan promised to take her as his apprentice if she managed to get more than 100,000 points on this mission. Covering his mouth with his hand, the player thought about how to earn 100,000 points. He needed to perform significant feats in battle and give up high-class rewards, and decided that his ally would definitely not accept this offer. Mirine sternly knitted her eyebrows and agreed. The man turned away and suggested that they continue on their way. The traitor widened his eyes and decided that if his comrade died in pursuit of points, it would be good for him. Spreading his arms, Baekwu explained that they would not be able to get points if they left everything to the soldier, and suggested that everyone act more aggressively, despite the high risk. The great mage adjusted his glasses and stated that Kang and the Heat clan should be at the front. The leader of Jepet asked how he knew how to think of a strategy if all he did was stand in the back and cast spells. The spearman narrowed his eyes and added that they were putting their lives on the line every second. The girl behind him asked if that was an insult to the mages. The top ranker smirked and asked why they didn't go to the front if they were so confident, and reminded him that almost all of the people who died at the hands of the princess during the escape were mages or archers. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked if he really wanted to try fighting without support from the rear. Remembering how he had to cut off the heads of the fugitives, the protagonist realized that he had gained 84,000 points, and thought about what he needed to do to get more points as quickly as possible. Xianghu threw a menacing look at his comrades and realized that he would have to make sacrifices. The boys looked at him as the boy asked if it was possible that they were afraid to fight because they were afraid of death. The boy smirked and asked them not to worry in that case. Raising his hand, the player explained that they would all be able to gain a new life, and thought to himself that they just needed to be given a really fat bait. The traitor looked down, and the heroes asked what a new life meant. The phoenix feather caught fire, an item that could resurrect warriors who had fallen in battle. The protagonist closed his eyes and promised to immediately give each warrior one of these feathers as soon as the war with the Demon King was over. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and said that such an item simply couldn't exist. Raising his hand, the squad member said that anything was possible, and reminded them that an extra life was one of the rewards for this mission. Squinting slyly, Xianghu thought that such a good item simply couldn't exist, and decided that there was no way for the participants in the game to test it. Baekwu crossed his arms over his chest. The boy knew he had to lie to the end. The great mage adjusted his glasses and asked if it was possible to use the phoenix feather on someone else. Standing in front of him, the boy explained that as long as there was a body, anyone who possessed the feather could resurrect anyone, regardless of the amount of time that had passed since death. The woman put her hand to her chin and realized that there were 2 lives in this mission. The warrior looked away and decided that if resurrection were possible, people would pay trillions for such an opportunity. The guys looked up and realized that they could sell this artifact profitably. Lowering his head, the player promised to give them any treasure they wanted in addition to the phoenix feather. The traitor took out a rune blade and declared that this treasure of the imperial family would be given to the one who performed the greatest feat and personally defeated the Demon King. The heroes' mouths dropped open in shock when they learned that it was a mid-tier legendary weapon that increased magic power by 200% and could use hellfire. The mercenary scratched his head and decided that there was nothing wrong with taking a little risk since the reward was so great. The girl smiled and agreed with him, adding that they would get an extra life. A party member approached the boss and said that they should consider returning to the front lines. Kulhun closed his eyes and declared that he would go ahead. The man frowned and explained that even without the extra life, he really needed this rune blade. The Spirit Lord clenched his fist and remembered that his class consumed too much mana, but this problem would disappear once he had the bonus from the blade. Mirine raised her hand and declared that she also wanted to be on the front lines, adding that there was no point in her refusing since there were additional rewards. Kang crossed his arms and announced that Heedy's group would also go ahead. The leader of Jepet smirked and warned that he would not take no for an answer, and explained that they would not even be on the actual front lines. Yihan yawned widely. The spearman explained that there would be top rankers in the vanguard besides him. The boys widened their eyes in shock. The Spear King asked them to trust him and go forward, and asked since when they had become so cowardly. The girl saluted him. Her comrade accepted the order. The great mage spread his arms, explaining that even with the reward, not everyone could go straight to the front lines, and suggested dividing the troops into 3. Mirange and Kalhun stood behind the man. The wizard suggested that they and anyone else who was aiming for the reward should go to the vanguard. The heroes confidently knitted their brows. The mages and archers should be in the middle. The warriors looked up. Baekwu asked those who lacked skills and those who were afraid of death to go to the rearguard. Raising his finger, he thought that they could be attacked from behind using the secret passage, and claimed that it was still safer there than in the vanguard. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist was surprised that they had split up like this, and thought that he had motivated them enough to participate in the battle. Hansen approached him from behind and apologized. Holding a staff in his hands, the old man asked if the phoenix feather really existed in the Empire. Wongram claimed that he had never heard of it. Xionghu looked back and explained that they had not heard of it because it did not exist. The wizard's eyes widened in surprise and asked why the princess had told them that in that case. The boy looked at them and thought that these two were becoming a problem for him. Imagining himself at the chessboard, the young man wondered who would have thought that an NPC would lie to them. The player dropped the king figure and realized that the players in the game believed his words, but real NPCs would never fall for his lies. The traitor lowered the corners of his lips and called out to his comrades. He frowned and asked if the others would have acted if the princess had not lied to them. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that he had no other choice and that he had to lie to change their minds. The sorcerer frowned sternly and asked when the lady had become so treacherous. Clouds floated above the mansion. Hansen promised to pretend that he knew nothing, but only because the whole world and all living things were under threat. Xionghu looked at the knight and asked what about him. The man closed his eyes and replied that lying to them was somehow wrong. The guy reminded him that he would not live long anyway. The warrior raised his hand and asked him not to say that. The young man put his hands to his chest and said that he had sacrificed himself to get here, to save this world. There was a field of daisies around him. The player decided to definitely achieve his goals at all costs, if he was destined to die anyway. The traitor put his finger to his mouth and asked his comrade to just quietly watch what was happening. Wongram closed his eyes and remembered the bloody massacre. The knight put his hand on his heart and said that he would follow the princess's wish. The protagonist smiled and thanked him for his trust. He turned away and left. The old man put his hand on his friend's shoulder. The warrior looked back. The wizard explained that Serena would be the one who would suffer the most because of this decision. The girl was sitting in a field of flowers. She had such a pure soul that she was called the Narcissus of the Empire, but she had to lie because of the situation they found themselves in. The sorcerer frowned pitifully and added that deep down she condemned herself for this. The man looked down in disappointment. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that the princess had decided to give her life for the greater good, and wondered how he could ever doubt her. Xionghu walked through the dungeon. The guy looked back and thought about how these people would ask questions again when he started killing people. The guy frowned and decided that before that happened, he should get rid of the most problematic ones. In his eyes, he could see the silhouettes of the NPCs. The sun was shining above the mansion. Although the difficulty was high, things were going well. The squad moved forward. The assault team mission was less difficult than expected. The orcs pounced on the heroes. The battle on the plains, where low levels fought face to face, was the most difficult. The catapult threw a projectile into the fortress. The defense of the castle, in which mid-high and mid-low levels participated, passed without difficulties. The squad members sternly knitted their brows. Of course, those who participated could not know anything about it. The warrior standing on the fortress wall shouted that the enemies were advancing. There was a crystal ball on the table. Ellie closed her eyes and asked everyone to stay in their places, because they needed to hold out a little longer. The commander spread her arms and declared that they were in the wrong position now. The heroes raised their heads when they heard a loud roar. A crack appeared on the fortress wall. It became even bigger. A huge orc leaned on the gate with his whole body. The archers opened fire. Dozens of arrows fell from the sky on the monsters. The monster covered its head with its hands and roared. The crystal ball lit up. The countdown began. The girl looked forward sternly. Ball emitted a bright light. The orc opened his mouth in surprise. Suddenly, a fireball fell on him. The charred body of the monster fell to the ground. The knights smiled widely. One of them declared that they needed to hold out until sunset. Energy was floating inside the crystal ball. Many notifications about receiving points for the task appeared. The woman took the ball in her hands and thought that taking care of the other wizards was worth referring to chance now, because thanks to this she had the opportunity to receive points from a safe place. The mage looked out the window and assumed that her friend would probably be in the assault squad. A blood moon appeared above the castle. The fortune teller wondered how he was doing. The protagonist raised his hand and used the beam. A magic circle appeared in front of him. Waves of energy hit the skeleton's head. The party members engaged the monsters. Kang rushed forward and ordered the Heat Clan to raise their blades. With one swing of his spear, the top ranker cut off the skeleton's head. Hansen looked back and assumed that Her Majesty's plan had worked and that the sight was much more pleasant than before. Looking down, Xionghu asked him not to praise him so much and asked how Wongram was doing. The old man smiled and explained that he was still sick, but he was getting better. The knight crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes were closed. The boy thought about how he should have kept the wizard close to him in order to participate in the battle, But now the swordsman was a problem for him because he always wanted to stay close to him. The young man looked back and decided to kill him first. Standing a few meters away from him, the player wondered what he should do. A vial of poison appeared. The traitor realized that he would need a specific unique poison to poison his ally. The protagonist imagined the rune blade and thought about the art of fencing, because his skills had grown. Traps appeared. Seong-Hu decided that this would still not be enough. Looking at his ally, the guy noticed his incredible strength and realized that he would still not be able to kill him, even if he used all available skills. The young man covered his face with his hand and sighed heavily. Hansen approached him and asked if he was okay. The player replied that he was a little dizzy. Squeezing the staff in his hands, the old man said that this could be dangerous and asked the princess to stand still. The traitor shuddered and realized something. A malicious grin appeared on his face. He thought that he would do this and that he had a high chance of success. There were parts of skeletons on the ground. The wizard closed his eyes and said that he had something to say about the direction they would be heading in and asked everyone to come closer to him. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. The wizard picked up a piece of parchment and said that it was an ancient map of the dungeon's internal organization, which would help the heroes find out where they were at the moment. Hansen pointed to the map and explained that they were currently located here. Tilting his head, Baekwu noticed that they had walked 2/3 of the way through the dungeon and asked if that was good. The old man looked up and replied that, judging by the distance, they had walked quite a distance. A cloud of black energy appeared behind him and the wizard added that at this rate they would be able to reach the center of the labyrinth, where the Demon King resided. The wizard closed his eyes and said that before they could do that, they had to solve a more serious problem. He pointed to the map and the great wizard asked what was there. Kang smiled widely and asked why the area was so big and jokingly suggested that there was a dragon inside. Hansen looked away. The spearman continued to laugh tensely. The top ranker raised his eyebrows and asked if there really was a dragon inside. The mercenary's eyes widened in shock. The old man lowered his head and explained that there was no dragon inside, but a monster that could be called one of his relatives. An image of a four-headed hydra surrounded by dark energy appeared in his mind. The party members were standing in the center of the large hall. The warrior opened his mouth in fear and asked if that wasn't a mythical monster. The sorcerer showed 4 fingers and explained that it had 4 heads and that it was not as strong as a mythical creature, but stronger than a normal hydra. The mercenaries looked at him and said that 4 heads were not that many. The sorcerer asked them not to underestimate this monster. The monster's heads emitted different energies. Legends said that the hydra could freely use the powers of fire, ice, wind, and poison. The Spear King frowned and said that he did not understand the reason for his concern, because there were many magic-type monsters that used the 4 elements. Yihan approached the mage and asked if they should be scared only by the size of this monster. The man crossed his arms and asked the boys not to worry about it so much. The soldier turned and left. Hansen assumed that he should easily deal with the Elder Hydra and that it would be better than lowering morale with intimidation. The squad approached the 4-headed monster. The monster rose to its paws and roared. It opened its mouth. The soldiers asked why it was so huge. The hydra bared its teeth. Its roar lowered the squad's stats. Summoning a magic circle in his hand, Yihyun asked his comrades not to worry and used luminous order. The merciless saint looked back and asked why his allies weren't moving. The mercenary widened his eyes and said that their enemy was simply gigantic. His friend asked if it would at least be unpleasant for him to be stabbed with a sword. The god stepped forward and asked them to just stay out of the way. The observer swung his fist. The energy wave from the heaven-piercing cannon skill shot forward. The monster opened its mouth wide. The magic projectile struck directly at its head. The monster raised its neck and roared in pain. Yihan narrowed his eyes and used 10 extreme fists, flowing stream. The man jumped into the air. He managed to get very close to the enemy. The soldier ran across one of his necks, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Marine remembered that flowing stream was just a basic technique that redirected the enemy's attacks, and thought that when this technique was used by this man, it immediately became a divine art. The god kicked the hydra. The warrior gritted his teeth and noticed that the enemy was angry and was starting to turn berserk. His shadow loomed over the squad. Someone shouted that the monster would crush them. Tang ran forward. The spearman jumped forward to get closer to the monster and threw his weapon. It hit the hydra's neck. The head of Jepet grabbed it and sighed heavily. The top ranker lunged and used a single flash. The tip of the spear hit the thick scales and nothing happened. The Spear King frowned and wondered why it didn't work. The hydra threw him aside. The man collapsed to the ground in front of his comrades. Mirin ran forward. The girl determinedly knitted her brows and thought that she had to do this at all costs. The woman jumped up to the enemy and decided not to block his attacks, but to redirect them, without relying on her strength. She jumped off the monster's neck and rose into the air. The magic sword swung her weapon. She managed to strike the monster. The swordswoman grabbed her shoulder and realized that she had dislocated it. The Hydra fell to the ground. The squad realized that they were saved. The observer looked at Marine and was surprised that she had reproduced his technique using only her abilities. Hansen summoned a magic circle and drew the attention of his comrades to himself. Looking back, the old man ordered the rest of the mages to use limiting or speed-reducing spells and stated that they could not allow this monster to continue moving. The wizards raised their staffs above their heads and used slow. Several magic circles appeared around the monster. Yihan waved his hand and called for everyone to join the fight. The mercenary frowned and thought about not wanting to follow his orders. His comrade wondered what would happen if the magic effect wore off. Someone stepped forward and asked if they were scared. The warrior shouted that their boss was alive. Kang grabbed his shoulder and asked why it sounded like they were disappointed. Magic projectiles fell on the Hydra. The battle began. The monster concentrated fire energy in its mouth. The commander ordered his comrades to dodge. A wave of fire hit the ground. The man reflected the flames with his hand. The soldier looked back and asked his allies to avoid close attacks while he blocked the breath. The squad rushed at the enemy with weapons. The captain ordered them not to save their strength and use everything they had. Watching from afar, the protagonist noticed that all the guys were absorbed in the battle. Xiang, who put his hand on the wall and thought that most of the traps were disarmed. But there were still some that were still active. The boy opened his mouth and decided that this should be enough. A loud scream was heard. The warriors turned around, not understanding what it was. They noticed an empty corridor and concluded that the princess had been kidnapped. Vungram turned around when he heard the screams of his comrades. The knight raised his eyebrows in fear. The old man summoned a protective field in front of him and declared that he was leaving the search for the princess to his comrade. The swordsman started to run. His foot accidentally stepped on a pressure plate. Spiked plates appeared in front of him. The man jumped to the side in time and thought that this was quite strange. The warrior jumped over the spikes and remembered that the squad was supposed to take care of these traps. The traps with spikes and arrows continued to go off one after another. There was a hole in the wall. The young man heard the sounds of their activation and decided that his comrade was already rushing here at full speed. The player looked around and realized that he would have been caught much earlier if he had not activated the traps. Standing in the middle of the huge hall, the traitor decided that he no longer had the opportunity to somehow buy himself time, and assumed that this room, which was right in front of the Hydra's room, would do. The protagonist took out a knife. Purple poison enveloped its blade. Xiang, who raised the weapon and realized that he could thus take away at least a little of his comrade's health. The guy looked at the vial of poison. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The young man drank the poison in one gulp. The bottle fell to the ground and broke. The player covered his face with his hands. The system detected mid-grade poisoning. The traitor grabbed his throat and decided that this was a pretty good poison. The protagonist dug his fingers into the ground and thought that even such a painful high-grade poison would not work on his comrade. His eyes lit up. He decided to use the fact that the poison only worked on him to his advantage. Wangram ran into the room. The knight opened his mouth wide and asked if the princess was okay. Xiang, who spat out a clot of blood. The swordsman touched her and asked Serena for forgiveness. The man tasted the blood and found poison in it. Imagining the four-headed Hydra and the hellish monster, the warrior remembered that there was no enemy here that used poison and wondered where the princess could have been poisoned. He sat down next to her and decided that he did not have time to think about it now. Wangram picked up Her Majesty and thought that he needed to hurry and take her to the mages so that they could neutralize the poison for sure. Running forward, the knight remembered the guilt he felt when Serena lied to the squad and realized that this led to him not fulfilling his duties well, and that because of him, the princess could die from the poison. The swordsman frowned and mentally declared that it was his duty to protect her at all costs. The boy opened his eyes slightly. The man looked ahead. The young man realized that he couldn't hurt him with any of his skills if he used his aura barrier. The player lowered his head and decided to do what he had planned when his comrade was close enough that he couldn't dodge and was in a situation that he wouldn't perceive as dangerous. The warrior stopped. The traitor thought that now was the perfect moment and took out the poisoned blade. An image of the dagger and its sheath appeared. The system reported that the chance of instant death was 90%. Wangram fell to his knees. The knight grabbed his wound and asked why the princess did this to him. A status window appeared in front of the protagonist, Seong, who took out a vial of antidote and drank it. The bottle fell from his hands. The guy grinned. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword and said that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The swordsman looked at him and decided that some evil spell had been cast on Serena, otherwise she would not have tried to kill him. The young man took a step forward. The man gritted his teeth and realized that he could not let the princess do this. The player put the blade to his neck. At that moment, his blade cut the warrior's throat. The traitor narrowed his eyes and wondered if his comrade was trying to tell him something. Blood sprayed into the air. It sprinkled the princess's snow-white dress. Wangram fell to the ground. The protagonist noticed that the rune blade's level up points had increased by 70,000, and realized that all that was left for him to do was clean up. Seong, who placed the knight's body in the mouth of the dead monster. The guy slammed its jaws shut and thought that this way the rest of the squad would not be able to accurately determine the cause of his death. Looking to the side, the young man realized that he would not be able to get rid of the blood stains on his dress, and decided that he only needed to cover them with other stains. From the hole in the wall behind him, screams were heard from the group members. The player brought the blade to his chest. A sharp knife pierced his body. Suddenly, the traitor's eyes widened in fear. He grabbed his stomach and remembered that this weapon was poisoned. His body fell to the ground. The protagonist realized that he had made a mistake at the very end. The guys ran up to him. Hansen asked what the priest was waiting for and ordered him to immediately take care of Saren's wounds. The old man noticed his comrade's hand nearby. The wizard looked at his dead body in horror. He looked down and thought that this was the best knight in the empire, and the captain of the Imperial Guard. Holding the staff in his hands, the sorcerer wondered how it happened that Wangram died in the jaws of some monster. The man looked away and realized that something was definitely wrong. The area was empty. Hansen noticed that his friend's body was badly mutilated, but everything was clean. There was a wound on the knight's neck, inflicted by a sharp blade. The old man assumed that it was the work of someone who was much stronger than him. The wizard scratched his beard and realized that in this case, there was no point in trying to hide the evidence. The healer bent over the princess. The sorcerer realized that he was unable to solve this riddle. Seong, who was lying on the ground unconscious, the man could not even think that it was Serena who killed the warrior. The squad set up camp in the center of the dungeon. The boy opened his eyes. Hansen, standing nearby, noticed this and said that they healed his wounds and got rid of the poison. With his mouth open in fear, the young man thanked him and wondered if there could be any evidence left there. The wizard lowered his head and explained that he was sorry to give him bad news so soon after he woke up, and stated that one of their heroes had died. The player looked down and realized that his comrade might become suspicious of him if he reacted incorrectly, so for now he would just have to cry. Tears fell onto the white blanket. The traitor's eyes widened and asked how this could happen. Tears welled up in the wizard's eyes. The protagonist covered his grin with his hand and thought that pretending to be sad wasn't that hard. Putting on his mask, Seong, who remembered that he could act more intricately thanks to the princess's social skills, and decided that he would look exactly like a master saddened by the loss of his faithful servant. Sobs could be heard from the open tent. The warrior looked around and asked if the princess was still crying. His comrade guessed that at this rate, she would soon pass out. The boy looked outside. The young man frowned and asked for forgiveness for this scene. The mercenary awkwardly raised his hands and said that everything was fine, explaining that Serena had lost her loyal subject after all. Yehyun frowned sternly and decided that if she were a player, his comrades would definitely not wait for her. Looking at the princess, the merciless saint thought that everyone was being so polite to her only because she was an important NPC in this quest. Looking away, the player said that he no longer had the right to be sad, and noted that she had already delayed the entire squad significantly. Ihan came out from behind the tent and said that they would not have been able to advance further even if it were not for her grief. The man narrowed his eyes and said that they had a big conflict over the division of the loot that they received after defeating the ancient Hydra. In the memory, the magic projectiles hit the monster. The traitor realized that the squad had defeated the giant beast and that the reward for this achievement was clearly not long in coming. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what items had fallen out of it, since a quarrel had broken out, and said that the people who had gathered here would not have quarreled over a couple of magic items. The soldier threw him something and offered him to look at it for himself. Sung, who caught a large bag, The guy looked inside and his eyes widened in surprise. An image of the poisonous dragon's magic spear appeared on the system window, which increases mana, damage, and attribute points. Following it, an image of the poisonous dragon's armor appeared, which reduces the chance of instant death and significantly increases resistance to poisons. The young man looked at them tensely and realized that these were two legendary items. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, arguing with her companion. The player thought that everyone would try to get these artifacts for themselves since they were so good. The traitor extended his hand and asked if it would be better to give them to those who could handle them best. The god stated that he had thought of the same thing. The observer remembered Kang attacking the monster and decided that the spear should go to him. He imagined Miriam striking and added that she should give up the armor. Hyun approached him and said that they could not do that. The protagonist looked back and asked his name. The ruthless saint raised his eyebrows and called himself an ordinary priest. Sung-Hoo narrowed his eyes, realizing that he should be more careful with him, and asked why they could not give up the loot. The man opened his mouth and stated that it was simple. The warrior crossed his arms and reminded them that they would all be rivals again once this mission was over, and asked if it wasn't obvious that they would be against their competitors getting any stronger. Frowning, the boy decided that he had said that no one should get these artifacts, and was surprised that he had said it so openly. The squad member frowned sternly. The boy looked down and realized that this man was also a villain. The heroes looked at each other, and the player called it funny that his comrade was worried about such trifles. Raising his hand, the traitor explained that he would be able to open the Empire's treasuries and reward everyone with any items when this raid was over, and claimed that he would be able to make the players rich so much that even their great-grandchildren would not want for anything. Yeon scratched his head and said that it was unlikely that such a treasury existed in the Empire. A sword blade appeared in front of him. Taking the blade in his hands, the protagonist asked him to watch his words and asked how dare someone look down on the Empire. The tent was closed. The merciless saint assumed that his words might have sounded rude and explained that he was simply questioning everything the princess said. Seong-Hoo narrowed his eyes and asked how he should understand this. Standing in front of him, the man remembered the phoenix feather that could bring a person back to life. The priest frowned and asked why Serena did not take such an item with her, because if they had a feather, they could resurrect 1 gram. The warrior looked up and asked if such an artifact even existed. A trace of the weapon's swing appeared in the air. The boy swung the rune blade. The party member smirked and noticed that the princess was indeed angry. The young man gave him a menacing look. At that moment, Yehyun realized that this might not be an NPC in front of him. The player put the blade to his neck and decided that he himself did not understand what he had just said. The merciless saint looked at the tip of the blade. The traitor reminded him that he had promised to turn a blind eye to insulting the Empire only once. The man looked at his comrades behind him and said that if Serena killed him in front of everyone, she would not be able to cope with the consequences. The protagonist grinned and asked what consequences he was talking about. The mercenary crossed his arms over his chest and said that the princess could decide for herself what to do. The priest realized that he would not have to wait for help. Seong-Hoo smiled and thought that his words were true. Dozens of hands were reaching out to the man. People would not do something if it did not bring them benefit. And the squad members believed that the death of their temporary ally would bring them much more benefit than life. The guy asked Hansen, who was standing behind him, to tell them the whole truth about the treasures of the Empire. The warrior looked at him and was surprised when the old man confirmed that the phoenix feather existed. The youth glanced at him furtively and thought that the wizard might play along with him, unlike the ossified 1 gram, as expected. Looking up, the sorcerer explained that they were unable to bring the phoenix feather with them only because the Empire's treasury had been overrun by monsters, and explained that they would only be able to access all the items in it once they defeated the Demon King. The player closed his eyes and was indignant at having to witness such a horrific sight right before the boss fight. Placing his hand on his chest, the traitor declared that if they continued like this, the casualties of those fighting outside would only increase, and added that from now on, he would decide for himself who would receive the items that could cause conflicts. Kang gritted his teeth and said that this was too much, and the protagonist explained that it would be better to give the reward to those who performed the best in the battle. Seong-Hoo handed the spear to the warrior. He then handed over the armor to Marina. The party members crowded around him. The boy said that he would divide the remaining items between them equally fairly. Ihyun scratched his neck. The boy smirked and thought about what was called a show-off game. Presenting a vial with a skull, the player thought that some might be unhappy with this method of division. But it was too late, and he realized that only the elite low-grade poison remained. Someone approached the tent. Fulhoon entered and said that the princess called him. Holding a weapon in his hands, the traitor offered to get straight to the point and said that he would give him this rune blade. The man raised his hand and said that it would be a great honor for him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist warned him that this sword was still sealed and explained that in order to unlock all of its abilities, a sacrifice was needed. The warrior asked what this meant. Xianghu raised the blade in front of him and asked him not to strain himself so much. The boy frowned and added that he would not be the victim, but Count Hansen. The mercenary's mouth dropped open in shock. The boy looked at him and explained that once they got close to the Demon King, he would simply need to give the old man a quick and painless death with the blade and hand it back to the princess. The party member scratched his head and asked if he could just continue fighting with it. Summoning a magic circle, the player explained that in order to defeat the Demon King, he would need to be attacked with the hellfire magic contained within the blade, and stated that only the princess could do so. Yihan looked ahead. The hero was about to face the boss. Hansen and Wangram stood next to Serena, the knight protecting her, and the mage would need to sacrifice himself so that the princess could deal a critical blow to the Demon King with her sword. Bowing, Chilhoon realized that each NPC had a role to play, and promised that everything would go according to plan. The traitor smiled slyly and thought that he was quite easy to control. The man came out of the tent. The soldier looked at him suspiciously. The squad members went into the hall and decided to move forward. They approached the giant gate, behind which the boss was waiting for them. Kang clenched his fist and declared that when the god began to fight the Demon King, they would help him in this. His comrade asked if they would really be at the forefront. Looking back, the spearman confirmed this and asked if they really wanted to hide in the back. A scale hovered over his heart. In this world there are those who act only for their own benefit, and those who act according to their emotions. Frowning, the protagonist realized that the leader of the squad belonged to the latter, and mentally called himself not such a selfless person. Holding the poison in his hands, Xianghu remembered that Wangram and Hansen were the only ones who knew that the princess was supposed to be sacrificed according to the original plan. The boy handed his comrade a bottle and offered him to take this healing potion with him. The old man thanked her but refused because he was currently full of strength. The young man closed his eyes and tried to insist on his own. The wizard nervously took the bottle from his hands. He drank the potion in one gulp. The player watched him silently. Calhoun looked away. The observer stepped forward and decided to give everyone a little advice before opening this door. Frowning, Yihan asked the party not to try to get close to the Demon King, especially those who were not yet a top ranker, and explained that since he was the main character in this mission, and they were just secondary characters, they should take care of the other mobs. The man looked at the traitor and asked his comrades not to be greedy. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and wondered what that meant. The door opened, revealing a red glow. The Demon King sitting on the throne said he was pleased to meet his guests, and was surprised that they had not yet fallen into despair. The soldier immediately struck him. Gritting his teeth, the monster asked if he was rushing things and asked for a chance to at least introduce himself. The god looked up and asked him to hurry up because the humans had dragged him into this against his will. Watching their exchange from the side, Xianghu concluded that the boss was also a god and realized that his motivation had become less. The monster raised his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. The Demon King raised his hand and promised to engrave despair on the adventurers' souls. The mages summoned magic circles and opened fire. Hansen trembled and suddenly found it hard to breathe even after drinking the potion the princess gave him. Calhoun swung the rune blade from behind him. One swing of the sword cut off the old man's head. The party members turned around and saw his hat fall to the ground. The warrior, his mouth open in shock, asked why his comrade killed him and suggested that someone was controlling him with magic. Lowering his sword, the mercenary asked his friends to lay down their weapons and explained that he was just playing his part in the story. Frowning sternly, the guild member promised to explain everything later and reminded them that now they needed to defend themselves from the undead. A group of skeletons pounced on the mage. Surrounded by monsters, the boys decided to hold their formation and keep their shields up to destroy all the enemies. The boss room had tall windows with a red light shining behind them. Calhoun knelt down on one knee and returned the rune blade to the princess. Taking the weapon in his hands, the boy was glad that everything went as planned due to the wizard drinking the poison, and noticed that the seal on the sword was no longer there. The young man decided to deal with the Demon King, but someone ran forward. The monster took a series of lightning strikes. Waves of red energy hit his body one after another. Yihan found himself behind the enemy. The player's eyes widened, noticing that the enemy was too fast, and he realized that he could not find the moment to strike. Kang spun the spear in his hands and used the poison dragon dash. Nirine approached the monster from behind. She managed to deal a crushing blow to it. The boss frowned and thought that he hoped to cope with its attacks on his own. But the situation was becoming a little dangerous. The spearman smirked. The girl looked away. The Demon King wondered if humans could become so strong in just 3 months, even with help. The man approached him. The monster realized that the humans were definitely not wasting their time. Looking around, the monster thought about how it wanted to teach him a lesson using this mission as an excuse, but he was stronger, and wondered when this would come into play. Shooting stars were visible in the sky. According to history, something was about to happen very soon. The observers stood opposite each other. The god explained that his colleague had too strong a body, so they would have no other choice. Looking at the Demon King, the old man explained that according to history, adventurers use hellfire during battle. The brunette narrowed his eyes in displeasure and said that all he needed was to make sure that he was hit by hellfire. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if this was really necessary and suggested that it was to get caught. According to him, this mandatory mission was a big warning to the players. The Demon King imagined himself in a cage and decided that he had no choice. While defending himself from the humans' attacks, he realized that he would be captured and punished otherwise, and wondered if the hellfire should have come at him in the first place. The monster opened its mouth wide and asked what was going on. The monster summoned waves of bloody energy and said that it would have to stop feeling sorry for its opponents. The boss smiled maliciously and used the Soulstorm skill. Frowning, Yihen thought that this was to be expected and decided to talk to him when it was over. The ghosts chased the party members all over the room. The protagonist frowned sternly and realized that if this continued, everyone would die at the hands of the Demon King. Looking around, Xionghu asked the priests to start casting cleansing and encouraging spells, and guessed that it should work against such an enemy. Golden particles appeared around the party members. The system reported that their health and defense had been increased. The monster trembled. The system reported that its movements were slowed. Kang shouted that this was their chance, and rushed to attack with Mirin. Numerous magical projectiles rained down on the monster. The boy looked up and realized that this was the perfect moment to attack. The young man raised the runeblade in front of him. Hellfire burst out from the magic circle in front of him. The boss covered his face with his hand and remembered that he was not allowed to dodge this attack. The soldier swung his fist and decided to use the skill Mind Strike. A powerful wave of energy slammed into the Demon King's head. The player raised his weapon and commanded it to burn. A bright light illuminated the monster's face. A magical explosion resounded in the room. Blood gushed out from the wounds on the monster's body. Its body turned to ash, and messages about the successful completion of the mission appeared. The god looked back and assumed that his colleague was too absorbed in the fact that hellfire was definitely about to catch up with him. The boys decided that it was a bit too easy. A squad member opened the system window and read that the mission was completed and that they could return home. Suddenly, the warrior pointed to the side. On the mountain of gold lay the dark sword and legendary armor. The heroes saw them and opened their mouths in shock. Kang raised his hands and asked everyone to calm down. The man looked back when he heard someone scream. Suddenly, something flew past him. An arrow pierced the wall. The spearman asked who fired it. The mercenary, wrapped in chains, raised his hand and used the shackle skill. All the loot immediately flew into the air. The warrior looked at the artifacts in confusion. The Spear King widened his eyes in surprise and asked what was on top. An image of a heart appeared. The system reported that the essence of the Demon King allows the user to change their rank. The traitor frowned, surprised that changing his rank to the all-powerful Demon King was so easy, and decided that he simply had to get this item. The protagonist looked at his comrades and thought that he could just take it and run away when the return function was activated. Xionghu turned away. The squad members began to fight each other for the right to take the loot. Kulhun silently watched them. The guy was glad that he was able to get his sword back in time. The warrior looked ahead and wondered where Serena was. There was a spider web hanging from the ceiling. Approaching the wall, the young man realized that he would be killed on the spot if he tried to do anything, and decided that being greedy in such a situation was a sin. Behind him was a runic sword. Grinning, the player remembered that he managed to get a few more artifacts, and realized that he should return. A notification about the completion of the mission appeared. The brunette covered his eyes with his hand to protect himself from the blinding light. Someone clapped their hands. Jerry smiled and was surprised that his friend was so talented. The traitor closed his eyes and said that he was also amazed at himself. Putting his hand to his chest, the man said that he was glad to see him and offered to take a break. The protagonist noticed that there was nothing in this space at all. Xionghu grinned and decided to make sure that he had everything under control here. There were plates with desserts on the table. Cupcakes and cakes lay on trays. The young man thought that this was paradise. Holding a towel in his hands, the assistant asked if he liked the food. The player replied that it was a worthy compensation for his efforts. Jerry slyly narrowed his eyes and asked if this meant that he would not ask for anything else as a reward. The brunette shook his head. The man snapped his fingers and brought them into the living room, suggesting that they discuss the reward. Frowning, the traitor reminded them that he had done a less than fair job of using the princess's appearance to trick the other boys, and suggested that it would be a bad idea for other people to find out what had really happened. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked if people could find out about the method he had to use. The assistant closed his eyes and explained that information about the other players in the game was one of the things they kept secret. Jerry made an okay sign and explained that as long as the god was looking at him, they would make sure no one found out about what had happened. Sun Hu looked up and asked what that meant. The man raised his index finger and apologized, as he shouldn't be telling anyone about it. Scratching his chin, the boy decided that he didn't need to and remembered the boxes he had on the mission. He thought about the gift wrappings that had Loki's inscription on them. The young man put his hands behind his head and realized that he didn't need to worry about that right now. A counter appeared above his head. Jerry reported that his total points had reached almost 120,000. The player's eyes widened in surprise, saying that he should have had around 90,000 if he took into account the last mission, and asked where the extra 30,000 came from. The man summoned a parchment with a quest in front of him and explained that the participant had killed a demon king during the mission, and the reward for doing so was 30,000 points. The brunette remembered the magical explosion and decided that he simply hadn't noticed how he had received 30,000 points during the attack. Smiling, the traitor wondered if that wasn't the same amount as what he could get for clearing a rank runeblade mission, and decided that this was pure cheating. With a wave of his hand, the assistant summoned a list of all the items and abilities the user had obtained during the mission, and said that all of them could be given to him as originals for points. The protagonist looked at the list and noticed that all of his items were elite. A rune blade appeared on the system window. Xiang Hu clicked on it to take it, thinking that its ability would allow him to better control his own skills. The guy raised his eyebrows and noticed that he had 30,000 points left, and that it was not enough for something elite. The young man grabbed the list with his hands and asked why it was so cheap. Jerry asked what he was talking about. Smiling, the player asked why unusual salsa cost 2,000, high-level ballet cost 3,000, and tap dance cost 1,000, and said that he thought these skills would be expensive. Putting his hand to his chin, the man reminded that everything here was expensive, but this only applied to high-ranking and powerful abilities, and explained that something like dancing would obviously be cheaper. The brunette realized that he had hit the jackpot. His eyes sparkled. The traitor spread his arms and declared that he wanted to buy all of these dances. Looking down at him, the assistant wondered why he needed such skills and assumed that the participant wanted to attract the attention of the entertainment god. Looking down, Jerry thought that his friend couldn't be that stupid and concluded that there was something else going on. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist decided to buy another diluted Aegis potion and a guardian ring with the remaining 20,000. The man clapped his hands and said that he still had 1,000 points left. The system windows quickly replaced each other. Standing in the middle of the room, the assistant declared that business was over, as was their meeting, and Sun Hu asked if he didn't have time to help him out a little more. Smiling, Jerry noticed that he relied on him too much and asked him not to worry, because they would meet again very soon. The guy looked up and asked what that meant. The man narrowed his eyes slyly and asked if he really thought this was the last mission like this. People were running away from the approaching danger. As a warning to the common people, missions will continue to appear to give them a chance to grow. The assistant looked at his friend and added that this did not mean that they would be addressed only to him. He closed his eyes and shuddered. Jerry waved the red cloth. The young man raised his hands in fear and asked him to stop. At that moment, the player disappeared from the couch. A man appeared behind the man. Loki stepped out of the shadows and frowned in displeasure. The assistant bowed and said that it was a great honor for him. The god said that it was not that great. The blonde smiled nervously and asked what it meant. The observer raised his hand and explained that his words were top secret. The guy extended his hand forward and asked if he should kill him for this. Jerry obediently closed his eyes. The young man turned away and sighed heavily. Putting his hand to his chin, he assumed that his colleague would not do this on purpose and decided not to punish him. The man bowed and thanked him. Loki narrowed his eyes and thought that it didn't change anything, because the player would have found out everything sooner or later anyway. Clouds floated across the sky. A pillar of bright light appeared in the center of the street. The traitor scratched the back of his head and was upset that he was not given more time to rest. Turning his head, the protagonist noticed that his points had been converted into 100,000 guilds, and decided that a little extra money would not hurt him. There was a sign with an anvil on the building. Xiang Hu entered the shop and asked permission to ask a question. Lulu happily greeted him and explained that he was bored anyway due to the lack of customers. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked if he could change the shape of the equipment. The man crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he could transform it. The young man put the blade on the table and asked how much it would cost to turn this rapier into a longsword. The blacksmith opened his mouth in shock and asked where he got this weapon. Showing him 5 fingers, the shop owner said that the transformation of this blade would cost 50 million guild. But it could be done for 500,000 if the buyer got rainbow steel and high-grade orichalcum. The player frowned and asked why it was so expensive. Lulu raised his eyebrows and replied that in order to increase the length of the blade, he needed materials, and getting them was not a cheap pleasure. Looking away, the brunette remembered that orichalcum stone can only be obtained for completing the most difficult C-rank mission, and he had never heard of rainbow steel, and decided that even so it would be too expensive. The traitor asked to make him a new sword. The man put his hand on the table and asked what kind of blade he needed. The protagonist showed him the rune sword and explained that he needed exactly the same blade. The blacksmith smiled broadly and asked him to wait a little. There were 2 identical swords on the table, but one of them was legendary class and the other was ordinary. Taking the weapon in hand, Seonghu was surprised that it only took a minute to create a copy, and decided that the unrealistic creation time was not something bad. The legendary rune blade appeared in the inventory. The guy hung the fake on his belt to avoid suspicion. Blue particles appeared in the square. The heroes found themselves in the city and were glad to be alive. The squad members ran to Sarah and asked when they would be given the phoenix feather and other legendary items that Serena promised them. Spreading her arms, the girl explained that the princess they met during the mission was a player, not an NPC, and stated that this was all the information that could be revealed to her. The mage's eyes widened in surprise and realized that they had been deceived. Her comrade promised to kill the villain. At this time, the person they were thinking about the most was fighting a giant tiger with the sword he had stolen from the others. The monster opened its mouth wide and rushed forward. The young man jumped to the side to avoid its strike. Frowning, the player decided that he couldn't attack randomly and realized that he had to find the moment and get into a rhythm. The brunette hit the monster's paw. He jumped into the air and swung his blade. With one swing of the sword, he managed to cut off the enemy's paws. The dead tiger fell to the ground. The system reported the successful completion of the mission Devil's Body. Grinning, the traitor remembered that he had previously had difficulty completing missions using traps, poisons, and stealth attacks, and realized that he was now able to clear C-rank missions alone. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that choosing the dancing skill was a good decision, and noted that he could become stronger if he improved his skill to S class. Seonghu summoned the inventory in front of him to swap the sword for a fake one before leaving the dungeon. People lined up in front of the table, and the man standing behind it invited the next person. The boy stood at the end of the line. A squad member asked what was wrong with their comrade. The warrior said that he was deceived by a man named Serena. Putting his hand to his chest, Chialhun shouted that this villain must be punished, and that they must use all the resources available to the guild to punish him, and promised 10 million guilds to anyone who brought him a rune blade. The young man frowned in displeasure. The swordsman saw the rune blade in his hands. Pursing his lips, the mercenary saw that it was of common rarity, and remembered that the blade that the princess promised him was of legendary class. The squad member looked at the player and thought that in his place there should be a girl with silver hair. The warrior gave him the sword and asked him to leave. The door of the tavern was closed. Ellie waved her hand and called out to her comrade. Sitting down at the table, the brunette said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked why his girlfriend did not answer his calls. The heroes sat opposite each other. The girl asked if her comrade wanted to try to complete a mission that no one had completed yet. Looking up, the traitor remembered that, unlike before, most of the missions up to the highest difficulty had already been completed, and guessed that the mission that no one had been able to complete yet must be very difficult. People were walking around them. The protagonist asked if this was a B-class mission. The woman confirmed it and added that it was the tomb of the Mad Wizard. The waiter put a mug of coffee on the table. Seonghu thought about the tomb of the Mad Wizard being a quest where you need to enter a dungeon and find the secret room of a dead wizard. The guy imagined a crowd of people and decided that no one had completed this mission yet because there were too many monsters. The young man said that it was impossible. The fortune teller opened her mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. Clenching her fist, she told him that Geppetto was going to do it, and that if they didn't do it now, the guild would pass them by. The player raised his mug and asked if his friend was planning on forming a large party. Ellie approached him. The girl smirked and said that she had discovered a way to clear out large groups of monsters. A window appeared, and the protagonist thought about Ellie claiming to know how to deal with a large group of monsters at once. The guy looked at the girl and realized that she had no reason to lie to him. The mage girl smiled and asked if he would join her team. Lowering his chin, Seonghu stated that if she was sure that everything would go smoothly, he had no reason to refuse, because if they could get a map and calculate the shortest route, there would be no problems. Ellie, placing her hands on the table, asked who the guy would like to invite with him, to which he remained silent. The protagonist clenched his jaw and thought about how it wasn't that he didn't have any acquaintances, but he didn't have anyone who was both strong and trustworthy, and all he was close to were Yoongi, Mirin, and Ellie. Raising his mug to his mouth, the protagonist realized that it was somehow sad to think about it, and then answered negatively. The girl smirked and said that she had someone in mind, and thought that the three of them would be enough, to which Seonghu asked him to first tell him how she planned to deal with the monsters. Raising her finger to her mouth, Ellie said that it was a secret, and they would see each other tomorrow morning at the south gate, and the young man asked her to wait. Lowering his eyebrow, the protagonist thought about whether it could be a trap. A sign for a blacksmith shop was visible. The protagonist took hold of the hilt of his sword. He picked up the weapon, examining it. The boy made several skillful strikes. One of the players was impressed and assumed that the protagonist was a top ranker, to which the other, with his mouth slightly open, said that even among the top players, he had never seen someone use so many weapons effortlessly. Seonghu put the weapon back, and the players asked if he practiced martial arts or something like that in the real world. The protagonist looked at his palm and realized that he could feel the effects of his dance skills increasing, and since he was now quite good with his left hand, having a spare weapon wasn't the worst idea. The boy looked at the wall and thought about how, although he didn't want to use dual blades, it would look like he was imitating Mirin, and decided to just take a shield. The back of the magic sword's head showed, and she asked how long the protagonist had been using a shield, to which he replied that he didn't, but would just learn as he went along. The girl smirked and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which the guy turned around worriedly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist remembered that Mirin was one of the few who had seen him as Serena, and hoped that she didn't suspect anything. The girl, lowering the corners of her lips, noted that he said that he would just learn as he went, and it turned out that regardless of the weapon he used, the guy had reached a level of mastery where he could simply pick up anything on the battlefield and continue to fight effectively. A bead of sweat appeared on Seonghu's face. He asked the interlocutor again and thought that she did not suspect anything. Mirin folded her hands and said that she had learned that people who have reached the peak of mastery in their field, despite the tools, can show the highest results, but the young man claims to have reached this peak, and even confirms this with his actions, which is impressive. Putting his palms in front of himself, the protagonist exclaimed that this is not what he meant. Closing her eyes, the magic sword explained that although it was obvious that his movements were still a little stiff, he had gotten used to the weapon almost instantly, so there was no need to try to hide it from her, to which the protagonist shouted that it was a misunderstanding, and that there was no need to extol him so much. The girl winked and clarified if it was just a mistake. Pressing his lips together, the protagonist wondered if this woman really didn't understand anything. Dropping her jaw, she stated that she wanted him to work with her anyway. The guy looked down worriedly and asked her again. Strangers entered the shop and asked if it was Mirin's magic sword, to which Seonghu suggested that they first go somewhere less visible, since this was not the best place for such conversations. In the evening, the rooftops of houses were visible, and the protagonist clarified what she meant by wanting to work with him. Sitting on a chair, the girl replied that that was exactly what she said, and she wanted him to be the leader of her team, since he would be able to distribute the rewards as he saw fit. Holding a glass in his hand, the boy explained that just because they were part of the same team, it didn't mean he would spar with her. Opening her mouth wide, the girl exclaimed that that wasn't why she wanted them to work together. Taking the drink in both hands, Mirin explained that in fact, unlike her growth rate, the rate at which the missions increased in difficulty was much faster. Clenching her jaw, she mused that there was a limit to what she could do alone, so she needed allies, and this guy was skilled and humble enough, and he was also good looking. Putting his hand to his mouth, the protagonist wondered if she was testing him. Leaning on his arm, Seonghu knew that if he thought about it, although she could be annoying at times, she could give many people a head start in terms of skills, character, and honesty. Turning his gaze to the interlocutor, the protagonist set a condition that if he joined her team, he would be the leader and distribute the rewards, and when participating in a mission, she would follow all of his orders. Putting his elbow on the table, the young man clarified if she understood what he wanted to say, to which Myrine replied that she understood and would follow his instructions. Raising a finger, the girl stated that it would only be on one condition, if they sparred every week, to which the protagonist thought he knew she would say that. Grinning, the protagonist clarified that it would be once a month, and he would choose the day and time, to which the interlocutor anxiously exclaimed that it would be once a month. The heroes shook hands, and the girl said that in that case, she wished them luck. With her lips pressed together, Magic Sword realized that she had to show off her skills once a month. The protagonist smiled and thought that, although unexpected, he had a pretty good ally and he would put her to good use. Small houses appeared. Ellie, her eyes wide in confusion, recalled that Xianghu had said that he had no one to bring. Scratching his neck, the guy replied that something had happened, but the girl mage had said that he could still bring one person. A bead of sweat appeared on Ellie's face and she replied that it was true. Myrine looked at her questioningly. Clenching her jaw, the girl mage recalled that she thought he would bring someone random, but to think that he brought Magic Sword. After which she added that she knew that he was not the type that could be judged by the cover. Pointing at the boy, Ellie asked him to introduce him and said that this was Jiangwen and that they had met in this world. The young man opened his mouth in alarm and introduced himself and said that he was a murderer. Looking down, the protagonist thought that even if he exaggerated, he was an 8th grader at most. Closing her eyes, Ellie introduced herself and said that, as they already knew, she was a mage. Myrine, having said her name, lowered her head and said that she was a swordsman. Closing her lips, the protagonist said that he was a magic swordsman, and due to the fact that he was the oldest here, asked to speak with everyone informally. The teammates agreed and said that there was no problem with that. Xianghu, spreading his arms, called everyone to look at the map of the Tomb of the Mad Wizard, which he bought for 100,000 gold. Pointing at the path, the protagonist stated that they would encounter the least amount of monsters here. Although it was a bit longer, it was much safer than the others, and asked if anyone had any other options. Ellie sat down next to the map and said that she liked the other path, to which the protagonist explained that there was a large group of monsters on it. The mage girl smiled and reminded him that she had an easy way to deal with them, and he would understand when they started. With his head down, Xianghu mentally asked Ellie not to betray his trust, and then began to speak. Looking at his teammate, he thought that he did not want to kill someone he trusted. Ellie looked away. She looked at the protagonist and thought that she did not plan to betray Xianghu, and was simply preparing for the worst-case scenario. The mage girl's silhouette was visible in her eyes, and she realized that if someone threatened her, no matter what the cost, she would make them pay. The teleportation beams appeared and the system reported that they had been transported to the Tomb of the Mad Wizard. Looking into the dark corridor, the protagonist exclaimed for everyone to be careful. Myrine picked up the swords. Ellie held the magic staff in front of her. The young man, lowering his chin, said to himself for the mage not to use her magic. Clenching her jaw, the girl thought about what she would do if he moved in her direction. The magic sword reported that it did not see any monsters yet, and Jiangwen, lowering the corners of his lips, said that it could be said that they were safe for now. The protagonist turned his gaze to Ellie and said that they were able to begin this mission, so she should tell the team her secret plan and show them what she was hiding. The girl smiled and explained that she could not tell it here, because she needed to establish contact with a group of monsters. Xianghu asked her again, to which she, looking at the system screen, said that the reward she received from the mission was not an item, not a skill, and not even gold. Pointing her finger at the slot in the inventory, the girl said that she would show them the demonic path gun. A serious weapon appeared in Ellie's hands. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it looked like a rifle, but didn't they only shoot in one direction? Then clarified how she planned to kill all the monsters with this weapon. The mage girl looked through the sight and explained that it was possible if she dispersed the energy. Putting his finger to his mouth, the protagonist thought that the first group of monsters should consist of about 80 low-level zombies. The guy extended his hand forward and asked how long one shot takes, to which Ellie replied that if she installed the rifle and accumulated enough energy, about 5 minutes. Turning his head, Xianghu stated that in that case, Myrine and Jiangwen would be distracting the monsters in the vanguard, and since he was doing this to see how strong the cannon was, they couldn't overdo it. The little assassin raised his hand and asked if he could just stay behind. Pressing his fist to his chest, Jiangwen exclaimed that he had to protect Ellie. The protagonist replied that they had just entered the dungeon, and since there was no other way, there wouldn't be any monsters to threaten her. To which the young man, grabbing his shoulder, said that he wanted to be here in case something happened. Closing her eyes, the mage girl asked her assistant to listen to Xianghu for now. The boy agreed with her jaw clenched. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, thought about how the quiet Jiangwen had voiced his opinion and immediately listened to Ellie. Extending his hand forward, the protagonist stated that if he thought about it, all three of them weren't needed. Marine and he could handle the distraction, so they should be ready to attack. Closing her eyes, Ellie apologized and explained that he was simply relying on her too much, to which she was told that everything was fine. The protagonist jumped up and ordered the magic sword to run forward. Jiangwen, looking down, admitted that he was sorry, and that it was his fault. The mage girl asked him again, her mouth slightly open. The young man folded his hands, repeating that he was sorry and asking for forgiveness. Ellie silently turned around. The poor people's palms and coins appeared, and the mage girl admitted that she recruited a couple of people from the city slums, took advantage of their unstable mental state, and changed their perception so that they would obey her. Jiangwen picked up food from the floor, and Ellie explained that she was ultimately satisfied with the result. There were bandits around her, and she said that she had acted out the scene of a group of skilled soldiers attacking to test the boy. At that moment, the boy's eyes glowed red. The mage girl grabbed her shoulder. She smirked, thinking that although Jiangwen was too dependent on her, he was a top-class fighter. Mirini's silhouette appeared in the shadows, and Ellie realized that since she was also with them, this was the best chance to test her assistant's skills in a real fight. Smiling, the girl realized that she could also make small adjustments. Suddenly, she put her hand on Jiangwen's shoulder. Ellie closed her eyes and said that everything was fine. Although she shouldn't talk so rudely to Xianghu, she had already said that they were allies, to which the boy replied that he wouldn't do it again. The heroes turned around, hearing terrible sounds. A crowd of zombies were running after the protagonist and Mirini, and the boy was shouting for Ellie to shoot. The girl tied the weapon in her hands and thought about what would happen if she put her magic into the demon path cannon. She lay down on the ground and took aim. Suddenly, a powerful magic shot was fired. Closing his eye from the bright glow, the protagonist exclaimed that it was amazing and thought that even though they were just low-level zombies, she dealt with them in one shot. Opening her mouth wide, Ellie shouted for Xianghu to finish off the rest, to which he agreed and rushed forward. Mirine's foot left the ground. Opening her mouth, she looked forward in surprise. The girl watched the protagonist deal with the zombies and thought that it was beautiful and rhythmic. And this was not just fencing, she felt like she was watching a dance. The protagonist raised his weapon up, and the magic sword thought that he had surpassed the limits of what was possible. And now all unnecessary movements and weaknesses were slowly disappearing in the dance. Opening her mouth in alarm, the girl wondered if this guy had figured out how to improve his own skills. Sunghu stabbed the tip of his sword into the monster's neck. A moment later, the zombie's head fell to the floor. Clapping her hands, Ellie stated that she never thought the protagonist would fight in a dance style, and Jiangwen admitted that it was impressive. The protagonist turned around and said that he didn't think it was that surprising, and honestly thought that a demon path cannon would be much more effective in killing mobs. Folding her arms, the mage girl explained that the rifle took a long time to fire, and since it used a lot of magic stones, it was also expensive, and added that it wasn't something that could be used at any time. Mirine pointed at the little assassin and asked why he wasn't fighting, to which he asked her again. The protagonist turned to Jiangwen with his lips down and confessed that he had hoped that he would take a more active part in the hunt. The little boy folded his arms and muttered that other people could, and Ellie sighed heavily. The mage girl raised a finger and explained that her assistant didn't have to try so hard, but politely asked him to do it at least once, to which he agreed. She smirked and stated that while the team was getting to the next area, she would show Jiangwen what he could do if he tried. The little assassin kept his lips down and remained silent. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what he would show when he joined the fight. The boy walked behind everyone and mused that he didn't understand what it meant yet, but he thought it would become clear soon. With his chin down, Xianghu realized that he was primarily concerned about the abilities he was using. He pressed his lips together, thinking that while the polarity reflection combined with his dancing skills was impressive, it was still only half of what he was capable of. The sword in the protagonist's right hand emphasizes his profession as a swordsman, and using magic with the left hand provides the best opportunities in battle. Raising a finger, the young man understood that although he could use a staff or a wand, it would mean that he would also have to use talismans, which would simply complicate many things. The protagonist asked if Ellie knew anything about magic books, to which she, hugging Jiangwen, replied that she knew a little, but she had never worked with them. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl explained that they did not increase mana much, and also it took time to activate skills, after which she added that she had dropped one during the last battle. She handed the book to her ally. A new item appeared, and the system told her that it was an ancient book and showed its stats, and the protagonist understood that the stats were terrible, but at least he would be able to store scrolls. Seong, who put the paper talisman in the book and thought that even this could be considered a scroll. A bright glow appeared, and the protagonist was surprised that it worked. The pages of the book began to turn in his hands. Suddenly, magical rays appeared around the young man. Picking up the magical weapon, the protagonist noted that this was not bad, and now he can place talismans in the book and activate them from there. The option is not ideal, but it will do for now. Ellie turned around and saw lightning, and Jeongwon realized that their leader was not lying about the magical swordsman. Lowering her hands, Mireen said that she felt a group of zombies approaching, and if they went a little further, they would meet them. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist clarified that there should be a lot of undead there, and was it sure that the little killer could handle them alone, to which he replied that if the captain wanted. The mage girl took her assistant by the shoulder and said that he could handle it. Smirking, she explained that Seong-gu seemed to have misunderstood her, because he did not need help. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips down, asked why she was so confident in his abilities, and Mireen asked if she was sure she wasn't overestimating him, since he was still a child. With her mouth slightly open, Ellie asked how long it would take Jeongwon to kill everyone there, to which he replied that it would take 5 minutes, and she said that everyone just needed to wait that long. The mage girl opened a red bottle. Looking away, the protagonist smelled it and realized that it was a poison that caused unconsciousness. She told the little killer to drink it, and he obediently followed her instructions. Ellie put her hand on the assistant's head. The girl put her palm out and a magic seal appeared in front of her. Jeongwon's eyes turned red. A moment later, the young man took off. The protagonist, looking after him, shouted for him to wait, and Mireen offered to follow him. They walked through the dungeon, and a bright light was visible behind them. The heroes stopped, seeing the slain zombie. A small killer was visible in the middle of the crowd of undead. In a matter of seconds, the monsters meekly fell to the floor. One of the zombies appeared. He turned around and made terrible sounds. Jeongwon, holding the undead with his hand, put his gun to his neck. The zombie opened his mouth wide and screamed. Having cut off his head, the small killer kept saying that he needed to kill. Suddenly, he kicked the monster. The zombie fell, knocking down 2 more with his body. Grinning evilly, Jeongwon thought about killing everyone who stood in his way, killing everyone and stabbing them. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist thought that this was the boy they knew, but a split personality occurred. The small killer was striking a bunch of zombies. Suddenly, the monster bit him on the shoulder. Turning around, the young man asked if he was the first to bite him. Jeongwon bared his teeth viciously. The undead opened his mouth in fear. A moment later, a piece of the monster's skin appeared in the teeth of the little killer. Seong, who looked at what was happening in confusion and wondered what was happening here. The protagonist shouted that the boy had become a completely different person and asked what Ellie had done to him, to which she folded her arms and replied that it was nothing supernatural. Grinning, the girl explained that this was a unique skill of the witch class berserker. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist clarified if that was all. Closing his eyes, the girl mage explained that berserker increases the skills of the target for a short time, and also puts them into a state of all-consuming rage for the duration of the ability. Jeongwon's clothes were stained with blood, and Ellie said that although she helped him with a potion and a skill, this is his true nature. The protagonist clenched his jaw as the girl said that he was the definition of a killer, although psychopath or crazy would be better suited for him. Jeongwon spat out a piece of zombie's body. The little killer turned around and said that the moment he entered battle, his personality changed a little and it became difficult for him to work in a team. To which Sung-Hoo thought that if it was a little, what would happen to him if she underwent a big change? A bead of sweat appeared on Marion's face and she admitted that she would be honest, and since this child could not distinguish between enemies and allies, it was too dangerous to leave him in the team. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought that Jeongwon's skills were equal to the best fighters, and then decided to use him, but not take his eyes off him. Putting his hands behind his back, the protagonist said that if he thought about it, the skill and potion activated it, and then clarified how Ellie brings him out of this state, to which the girl replied that it was impossible, so he asks how much time he will need and adjusts the potion and the skill's duration. 2 personalities of the little killer appeared, and a question was heard about what you would think if there was a psychopath in your team who could suddenly stab you in the back. Lowering her chin, Mireen began to speak, but Sung-Hoo interrupted her. The protagonist stated that Jeongwon would stay behind and protect Ellie, to which Magic Sword, with her mouth open in alarm, asked him again. The girl approached the leader and asked what it meant that he wanted to keep the young man in the team. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist suggested that the boy learn to control his anger by practicing on the battlefield, to which he replied that he was not against it. Nerine lowered the corners of her lips and asked the protagonist to explain why he made such a decision. The captain smirked and said that he was their ally, and if they could help him in any way, he would do his best. Frowning, she thought about how Sun Hu was willing to accept a person who was dangerous to him and his allies into the group so easily, and then asked what they would do if Jiangwen attacked them. Forcing a smile, the guy replied that they would just have to stop their teammate. Squinting, Magic Sword thought about how he could say that even after what he had seen, and perhaps he was actually capable of things she couldn't even imagine. Clenching his jaw, the little assassin thought about how the captain had accepted him after seeing him like that, but only Ellie had treated him like that before. Looking away, the protagonist thought about the reason why he accepted the boy into the team, and realized that it was all just a lie he just made up to convince the others. A silhouette of a man with a knife on his back appeared, and it was said that it was okay to betray before they betray you, and if the protagonist noticed anything suspicious, he would just deal with the problem. A flask with a skull was visible, and Xianghu explained that if he used the poison of the ancient Hydra, which even the NPCs were knocked down, then rankers like Nerine and Ellie would be unable to do anything. Jiangwen appeared on a large hand, and the protagonist explained that as long as someone could use the same spells and potions as the mage girl, anyone could bring him to a berserk state. Narrowing his eyes, the leader realized that this would be interesting. He lowered his hands and asked if they would continue to waste time and suggested ending it and resting in the city, to which Ellie replied that they would speed up. A shooting star was visible. A castle on a small island was floating in the air. Lucifer, putting his fingers to his mouth, suggested that it would not be easy. Loki entered the room and asked if the only observer would benefit from a helping hand, to which he replied that he should forget about it. Scratching the back of his head, the young man asked if he already knew and said that it was expected. Lucifer, lowering his head, replied that it was not like this happened every week, so there was nothing surprising about it. The boy hovered in the air and muttered that it was so uninteresting. The young man turned his head from side to side and noted that the man was watching over 10,000 worlds, and he could ask other gods for help. The observer, covering his mouth with his hand, explained that someone had personally given him the order to watch over this world, and as for the help of other gods, fingers were visible near the red ball. Suddenly, Loki pulled his hand back and exclaimed. Grinning, Lucifer said that this was the reason why he did not ask them for help. The young man straightened his fingers. Holding his hand, he admitted that it hurt and asked to take care of his business, to which the observer told him to shut up, because he knew that the interlocutor was not there to make terrible jokes, and then clarified why he came. The guy thought that this was annoying him, and, opening his mouth, explained that it was nothing serious, because he just wanted to discuss the event and the forced mission. Holding an unusual object in his hand, the man said that they were considering a martial arts tournament as the next event. On the pillow lay 3 glowing balls, and the observer said that they had 3 possible candidates for the forced mission. Smiling, Loki began to talk about this mission, to which Lucifer said that he does not accept any offers regarding the upcoming missions, and the boy said that he is evil. Approaching the magical balls, the guy thought that only one of them would end up in the forced mission. A labyrinth appeared, and it was said that the first option was to explore the dungeon. The castle was visible, and the second option was a protective mission. Loki smirked and thought about the last option. The young man began to bring his hand to the balls. He picked up a pillow. Dropping the mission options, the boy shouted for the observer to catch them. Extending his hand forward, Lucifer shouted that he was a fool, because the balls were very fragile. Floating in the air, the interlocutor said that they would see each other sometime and wished him luck, to which the observer remained silent. The only observer looked questioningly at the ball in his hand. Frowning, he realized that he felt a barely perceptible force. The magic sphere shattered into pieces, and the observer shouted Loki's name. The young man walked along the road. Throwing his hands behind his head, he assumed that Lucifer had already guessed. Humming a song, the boy said that if this were a normal god, no one would dare to destroy the world that had already been created, but this one would not blink an eye. An hourglass appeared and Loki admitted that normally he would just destroy all 3 worlds, but they didn't have much time. As an observer, he knew that creating a new world from scratch would be difficult even for Lucifer, meaning he had no choice but to choose between the 2 remaining options. Loki smirked and thought that if they chose to explore the dungeon last time, they would try to avoid repeating it, which left one option. Holding a magic ball in his hand, he explained that it would be the world he left behind as a small gift. A gift was visible in the magic sphere, and he explained that finding it would require great luck, but whoever found it would gain incredible power, and he thought that he expected a lot from Xianghu. The players were outside and a message appeared stating that a new update had been released, announcing a martial arts tournament and a new forced mission. Mirin lowered her hands and noted that while they were gone, a new update had come out. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that there was only half a month left until the tournament and the mission. White wolves circled around the protagonist, and he realized that there was a limit to what he could do alone, so he needed to make more allies he could trust. A sign for an equipment store was visible. Smiling, Ellie said that she had the ability to negotiate, so Seong-Hu could give her all the unnecessary items to sell, to which he responded approvingly and asked her to do it. Lulu smiled widely and offered 1.5 million gold for everything, to which the mage girl replied that it was not bad, and the protagonist thought that he could get only 1 million for everything, so it was a good deal. The blacksmith clarified if he could help the protagonist, to which he, with the corners of his lips downturned, asked to show him a list of skill books that were on sale. The clerk closed his eyes and showed 4 books on the screen, and the customer thought about how he knew they would have dancing skills. A bright spotlight shone on the protagonist, and he explained that while he was happy with the skills he had, he was worried that they weren't very good in tight spaces, and if he was unlucky with the conditions, he wouldn't be able to get the most out of them. The protagonist thought about learning breakdancing to make up for it, and with the corners of his lips pulled down, politely asked for the basic and normal breakdancing. Lulu stated that he never thought someone as suspicious as this guy would be interested in dancing skills, and Sunhu smiled and clarified that the man meant that he was the kindest person around. The blacksmith forced a smile and pointed out that the protagonist would be right if all the people in the world were dead. The protagonist closed his lips and remained silent. He looked at the goods in the store and was surprised by how NPCs were able to express thoughts and feelings. The seller smiled from ear to ear. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this could be due to the influence of people who came to this world and the things they sell, and then decided that he could just ignore him anyway. The guy was standing at the entrance to the school. The girl greeted him and asked if she could help with anything, to which Seong-Hu, approaching the table, said that he needed intermediate weapon proficiency, and he would also like to look at skills related to books. The librarian widened her eyes and clarified his request. Grinning, the protagonist replied that everything was as he said, and she could bring anything related to books. A drop of sweat appeared on the girl's face, and she said that she understood everything. And the guy thought about the fact that no one had ever been interested in such abilities, which was strange. Dusty textbooks appeared on the table, and the librarian announced that she had brought all the skills that were somehow related to books. The guy said that there were only 50, which was much less than he thought, to which the girl, folding her hands in front of her, explained that it was because they were books. Paper talismans were visible, and the protagonist explained that in order to be at the peak of their abilities, magic swordsmen need a talisman and textbooks. He thought about how only half of these manuals were of any value to him, and the librarian offered several more options related to mastery. Picking up a book, Seong-Hu admitted that he was surprised that there was something like low-level writing, to which the girl replied that she herself had never seen them, and then suggested that it was because no player had written a magic book yet. A brown textbook appeared, and the system reported its name, rank, and type. A manual with a palm print was visible, and its characteristics were reported. The last book was covered in blood. It was of a rare rank. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the protagonist realized that although all the names were very strange, he liked these skills. The guy decided that he would take these 3 skills, plus low and low writing, a total of 5 abilities, to which the girl, smiling, said that it would cost him 1 million gold. Flipping through the pages, the protagonist thought that this should be enough. The spread of the book lit up, and the young man looked at it in surprise. The protagonist raised his hand, and he was told that he had earned a new title, Diligent Reader, and the system told him more about it. The new title sparkled brightly, and it was said that the exact conditions for obtaining it are unknown, so they are very rare. At the same time, the protagonist realized that he had just received a title of a unique class. The librarian clarified if something was right, to which the guy, grinning in confusion, replied that everything was fine. The girl watched the departing visitor. She put her hand on her cheek and thought about something. Seong-Hu walked past the other players on the street. He clenched his jaw and thought about how he was sure that this was a unique title, and that its effect was potentially one of the best. He did the calculations and realized that as long as he fulfilled the conditions, he could increase his stats by 5 points, and a maximum of 200, so he only needed to dedicate 40 days to increase his stats by 600 points. Clenching his hand into a fist, he realized that he could deal with the rankers on his own. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his chin and wondered why he had received the title in the first place. A silhouette of a person appeared in the shadows, and the protagonist guessed that if it was given to everyone who bought a specific skill, there would be rumors about it. There were pie charts, and Seong-Hu thought that it might depend on the number of abilities he had, but he had only bought 5 books, so the chance was 10%. But on the other hand, if it was only sword skills, then 10% would be 3,000 skills. A book appeared in part of the chart, and Seong-Hu realized that if he only looked at the percentages, the numbers were the same, meaning that he was one of the few who had learned 5 book-related abilities. Grinning, Seong-Hu decided that a unique title for 1 million gold wasn't so bad. He moved forward through the crowd of participants. A large arena appeared, and the host shouted that he was announcing the opening of a martial arts championship, where the rewards are high and the risks are low, and this is a chance for players to fight others without consequences. One of the fighters asked how long the championship would last, to which the representative of the creators, smiling, replied that it would be held for 20 days. Raising his hand, a player asked if there was any reason for such a long duration, to which another, with his mouth wide open, reminded about the forced mission. Raising his finger, the host explained that as soon as the forced mission is over, the tournament will continue, and the fighter tried to find out what will happen if they die during the mission. With his hands outstretched, the representative of the game announced that they will be disqualified. With his mouths wide open, the players exclaimed that this is some kind of nonsense, and the creators are just holding it with the rules that are convenient for them. Seong-Hu folded his elbows and thought that it would be even better this way, because by the end of the tournament, he would have already increased his stats by 300 points, and if you take into account the forced mission, you can expect even more growth. He broke through the crowd of players and announced that he wanted to participate, to which the host asked if he could look at his information window. Swiping his finger across the screen, the man said that the protagonist's registration was complete, and his class was warrior. Squinting, the creator representative asked if he wanted to participate in the preliminary round, to which the protagonist clarified whether he could. The host pointed with his hands at the victory board and explained that if the player participated before the forced mission began, then 3 wins would ensure that he passed to the main stage. The man continued to explain that they had more than enough participants, so he could start whenever he wanted, and then told him to let him know if he wanted to use a nickname, after which Seong-Hu thought about his words and asked for a second. Among the crowd of participants, the protagonist saw Calhoun, who was still looking for the one who took the runeblade, and decided that it would be better to hide his identity. A sign for a potion shop appeared. Feet in shiny shoes entered the arena. The protagonist changed into a tuxedo and a mask and said that this would do. The participants of the game went up to the battlefield. One of the players looked away questioningly. Seeing the image of the protagonist, the guys asked if he came to the carnival and if he had overdone it, and then exclaimed that for him these were jokes. The young man in beads, frowning, suggested that they take down the protagonist when it all began. The host raised his palms and announced the start of the preliminary round of the martial arts tournament, and then explained that if the players left the arena or died, they would be disqualified, but they would not lose their lives, and the remaining 2 would advance to the next round. The guy in the green robe looked away in confusion. Putting his hand to his neck, Chang Seok asked if it had already started. Sun-Hu looked down thoughtfully. Putting his fists out, the player yelled for the host to say it straight out if they could start killing each other. He said that he hated the way they were organizing, while the protagonist kicked him out of the battlefield. A notification appeared saying that the player had been disqualified for leaving the arena, to which he clenched his teeth and yelled for them to stop. The protagonist smirked and noted that it had already started. Grinning angrily, Chang Seok yelled indignantly. Pointing his finger at the man in the tuxedo, he yelled for the others to kill him first. Sun-Hu held a book in front of his face. The opponent jumped up, exclaiming that it was easy for him. The protagonist swung the textbook. The book hit the opponent in the face. The team narrowed their pupils. The others' mouths dropped open in surprise. Blood was dripping down the textbook. The protagonist, with his hand in his pocket, said that he didn't expect much, but this book was useless, and its characteristics were revealed. Seong-Hu, grinning, thought about how many teeth he had just knocked out, and this book was really good. He, looking at the crowd, asked what they were looking at and whether they would fight. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist added, "Where did all their enthusiasm go?" Suddenly, he ran towards the opponents. The protagonist hit one of them. The 2 guys, taking up weapons, were scared. The opponent opened his mouth wide. He tried to attack, but Seong-Hu defended himself. The guy, through the sweat on his face, did not understand how he was able to block his sword with the book, and it did not even cut it, but it sounded like he hit something metal. The enemies, swinging their swords, said that he thought too much of himself. The protagonist dodged all the attacks. The guy, with his mouth wide open, shouted that there was no point in worrying about him because they would soon deal with him. Suddenly, his face was pierced through. The protagonist, smiling evilly, said that he thought he was underestimating him a little, and what he wore for beauty. The opponents, raising their blades, exclaimed that he was very strong, and asked if he had come with these books on purpose to defeat them and make them underestimate him. Seonghu, standing over the defeated guy, asked if he really thought he needed to piss them off. Baring his teeth, he said that they were all weaklings, and that it was easy to deal with them. And why should he waste his time on such stupid tricks? The opponents, with their mouths slightly open, stood in bewilderment. Smiling, the protagonist said that he didn't care about them because he was just practicing. The guys lowered their eyebrows and said he was a bastard. One of them folded his arms and added that he knew how to piss people off. Looking at them, the protagonist asked who told him that he had the right to talk to him like that, and up until that moment he had been polite to all of them. Lowering his weapons, he continued that they wanted to conduct the dialogue in that tone. The guys, through sweat on their faces, exclaimed for everyone to defend themselves. Sunhu, raising his jaw fiercely, shouted that he could lose his temper too. The guy, opening his mouth, said that they should all attack him together and they would cope, because he was only one. One of the opponents, taking out a sword, said that he was nothing against such a crowd. The protagonist was leafing through the pages of a book. It suddenly caught fire. The guy, being in the fire, shouted that he was hot. The opponent covered his hand from the flames. The protagonist thoughtfully narrowed his eyes. Holding a textbook in his hand, he decided to replace magic power with dexterity. The protagonist cut the heads of his enemies. The player put his hand on his head in pain. He was lying on the floor. Songhu, walking in the fire, thought that this was wonderful, and he was looking at a scene from a movie. The guy widened his eyes in bewilderment. Moving his legs, the protagonist said to himself that he needed to feel the rhythm. Taking up the weapon, he continued that he was in the center of the stage, and there was no point in following anyone. A face appeared through the flames, and the protagonist said that the screams and explosions merged into one melody. The bodies of the dead were visible, and a show of dozens of people dancing to the instructions of the main master could be heard. The fire was burning brightly. Songhu, like a conductor, waved his weapon. An enemy appeared behind him, trying to strike. The protagonist knocked him down. The guy, baring his teeth, fell to the floor. The protagonist lifted him by the neck. He lowered his head and thought that when he first entered the world of the mission, he killed a man without thinking and felt no remorse. Looking at his opponents, the protagonist added that they were not like that, and because he had a hostage, people could not attack freely. But if he were in their place, he would have stabbed both of them. A splash of blood was visible. The guy was trembling on the floor, and the protagonist thought that in a little while he would be able to get out of here. He would grab the victim by the shoulder. Standing over him, the protagonist asked where he was going, to which he received the answer that he was very sorry. Because he asked for forgiveness, let him spare him. Frowning, Seonghu said that what he said was that he would not allow people to address him in such a tone. The guy opened his mouth wide in fear and screamed. The victim, clenching his fists, begged for mercy. The protagonist, lowering his head, replied that he should not be so afraid, and as long as he followed his commands, nothing would threaten him. Bringing a spear to him, he said that during the tournament one cannot truly die, but did he want to go through the pain of death? The man clenched his jaw in surprise. The protagonist, looking at him, exclaimed that it was nice to see such prudence and was simply overjoyed. Approaching his enemy, he said that he would not have to do anything difficult, and he had just started using books as a weapon and he still had a couple of points that needed to be clarified, to which he clarified what exactly. Picking up a textbook, Seonghu replied that it was the power of attack. The victim, wide-eyed, asked him to wait. The protagonist began to strike with the book. His entire suit was stained with blood. He, pursing his lips, thought that books were not very good as weapons after all, because their attack range was too short, and it was inconvenient. The protagonist, imagining the skill with the book, said to himself that even if the textbook is not in his hands, but just within his reach, he will be able to use it. His palm was dirty, and he continued that if he wanted, he could even move it to the back of his hand, and it would be some kind of shield. Seonghu, having put down his weapons, heard that the preliminary round was over and the two went on, which made him perplexed. Turning his head, the protagonist thought that he had dealt with everyone. Another player was visible in the distance. Half of his teeth were knocked out. Running away, he shouted that the protagonist was the devil. Seonghu, looking at his opponent, realized that this was the guy he knocked out first. Raising his palm, he added that he had completely forgotten about him. The protagonist, putting his hand in his pocket, asked if they could immediately start the next round, to which the host asked to give him a second. He bit his lips questioningly. The players began to evaporate. The host, folding his arms, exclaimed that they would restore all the mana and health that he had just lost. The participants of the next preliminary round began to appear. The guys looked at each other and said that the arena was big. Monsters appeared, and it was said that there was an opportunity not to fight with repeated monsters, but to freely attack other players. Young participants were visible. The protagonist, baring his teeth, realized that this was perfect. The players, folding their arms, listened to the announcement that they would now begin the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament, and were told the rules of the competition. The host, closing his eyes, exclaimed that they could begin. Sun, who hit his opponent with a book. Bloody fingers appeared. The protagonist raised his fist to his face and thought that with this he had passed the preliminary selection. But he had forgotten something. Although he could do whatever he wanted under the pseudonym of a ghost, he, imagining a meeting with old acquaintances, thought that they would immediately recognize him. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said to himself that then he would either have to reveal his identity or restrain his movements while he pretended to be a ghost, and he needed to think about it. A building appeared, namely the secret meeting place. Kulhun, leaning on the table, said that they would raise the reward to 25 million gold. Lowering his eyebrows, he added that they should try. Kang, pursing his lips, thought that he had certainly heard that it was not worth angering the Koreans, but this was something. Bikwu, crossing his fingers, thought that he would forget about it, but he now seemed to consider it a matter of honor. The girl, stretching out her palm, said that she thought it was impossible to find this person, and if this someone simply hid the sword in the inventory, then they would not be able to do anything, to which she heard that he already knew this. Bikwu lowered his head and said that the king of beggars might be able to find him. He continued with his mouth slightly open that he had convinced all the weak beggars to join him and had created his own big guild. Kang folded his hands and asked what other information they had and was told that they had identified the number of players. The man raised his finger and exclaimed that they should increase the reward because the most important thing for them now was to gather more information, and if they couldn't find out what kind of people lived in their city, they couldn't find out anything. The table where the guys were sitting appeared, and the answer was heard that it would be done and that Ye wanted to say something now. Ye's killer appeared. He lowered his eyebrows and thought that right after the forced mission, the 4 best players had gathered and organized this coalition. The door to the bar was visible, and a question was heard from it about what kind of poisonous spear of a magical snake was in what was with these gods and their names. The boys were sipping something from a mug and talking about the names of the gods. Kang, clenching his jaw, said that it was immediately clear that they were too lazy to bother with the names, and asked if they thought the names were strange. Baekwu, lowering his head, thought about how strange it really was, and why the city was called the First, adding that it was as if there was a possibility that other cities could exist. He bit his lips and thought that if this world was created in such a way that cities gradually appeared on their own, then there would be no point in it, considering that more and more people would disappear as time went on. A magical shield appeared around the city, and Baekwu added that the first city was not only surrounded by walls, but also protected by an invisible barrier that could not be destroyed, and he would not even try to escape from here. While imagining the faces of the people, he said that almost everyone in the first city was Korean, and only a small number were foreigners, and if the gods did not have an unhealthy love for Korea specifically, then there was no point in summoning only Koreans. The guy holding the mugs asked why he was so serious and offered to drink with him. Bikwu suddenly put his palm on the table. He, leaning on his hands, exclaimed that perhaps other people from their world were in other cities. The player, opening his mouth wide, said that this could not be, and if they survived in this city, then it would mean that they would have to continue fighting each other. His partner, turning his head, replied that this was not true, because if other cities existed, the gods would have told them about it. Kang, closing his eyes, said that there was never a time when the gods did anything for them, and Bikwu could be right. The boy sitting opposite the elder asked what they should do then, to which he received the answer that fortunately all the top players were gathered here. Holding tightly to the mug, the leader of Jepida said that they needed to form a secret alliance. A magical glow appeared, and it was said that this is how a secret alliance was formed, and the purpose of the alliance was to pursue the interests of society. A tall building was visible, and from the conference room of the Heidai group, it was heard that he had discovered something unusual. There was a screen behind Ye, and he said that it was a combination of various weapons for defending castles, and he asked the blacksmith, and he said that he could create such a thing, and that there were battle formations superior to simply large ones, namely a mega-sized battle formation. He, sitting at the table, added that it could consist of up to 5,000 people, and Baku assumed this. Crossing his fingers, he thought that these weapons were clearly not made only for missions, and other cities definitely existed, and one day they would have to face them. Introducing the secret team, the boy continued that their alliance would help prepare for that day. A large number of gold coins were revealed, and Baku said that they had already gathered information on almost everything that was needed. But they were also discussing another project that would have very serious consequences. Kang folded his arms and asked how their return plan was going. He bit his lips thoughtfully. He closed his eyes and thought that the leader of the Haidai group was used to being rude to people below him in status, but he would not want to leave this place because of petty squabbles, at least not while the contract was in effect. Placing his palms on the table, he replied that they were trying to calculate the best route using the main force of the Haidai group and the H-Warring soldiers, as well as the Mill Guild. The assassin narrowed his eyes and added that due to the scale of the mission and individual differences, the main route had not yet been decided. Kang, spreading his fingers, exclaimed that they should try to solve it as soon as possible. And once they figured it out, they would be able to increase the power of their city many times over. People sitting by the fire and a map with knights appeared, and the leader said that 60% of the population consisted of low-level players, and if they created a guide for completing missions and distributed it, the average level of players would increase significantly. This was the cultivation plan. Kang, holding out his hands, said that whether they were collecting information or helping the cultivation plan, let them work to their maximum, and everyone answered positively. In the daytime, a small town was visible. Song, who noticed a group of guys, he, holding his hands in his pockets, said that gathering forces was not a cheap pleasure. Ellie, spreading her palms, asked if he wanted to create a guild, and continued that if he had thought about it at the very beginning, she would have even supported it. But now there are only weaklings and beggars on the streets, and would he like to gather a guild of ragamuffins? The protagonist, looking at her, answered that she was right, and thought that he would like to have loyal followers who would sacrifice their lives for him without a doubt. Lowering his head, he asked himself whether he should create a cult. A magical aura surrounded his legs. The protagonist, wide-eyed, was perplexed. He, finding himself in a large hall, greeted someone. Jerry, who was behind the counter, reciprocated and asked if he wanted something to drink. Sitting down on a chair, Seong, who told him to get straight to the point, to which the assistant said that he liked his straightforwardness, and in that case, he would get straight to the point. The guy closed his eyes and said that this forced mission would not take place in the usual format for him, because it would not be something like clearing a dungeon or hunting special monsters, but something he had never encountered. Jerry, grinning, asked if he liked survival. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked again. A piece of paper with numbers appeared, and the assistant explained that all that was needed to complete the mission was to survive for a month, and it did not matter how many limbs were left, or whether he was barely breathing. The main thing was to hold out for a month, and then the mission would be completed. The protagonist, raising his hand, said that something was wrong here, and let him not tell him that he would have to survive among a bunch of the strongest monsters. The bartender, smiling, replied that this was not so, and there would be monsters, but they corresponded to the current level of players, and he was sure that he would not have problems. Seong, who lowered his eyebrows and thought it was a lie. He, imagining the players, thought that the previous forced mission was S rank, but he was able to complete it thanks to the NPC skills, plus the circumstances were in his favor. The protagonist, leaning on the counter, exclaimed that trying to complete a B-rank mission with original bodies is hard even for top players and large guilds, and clarified that a forced mission in which you need to hold out for a month, does it have a B+ rank? Jerry, closing his eyes, said that this is true, and if the task was only about survival, then even B rank would be an exaggeration. Raising 2 fingers, he added that there are 2 conditions. A pig-shaped pinata appeared, and the assistant explained that the first was a murder, because if he killed another user, 1 food ration and water would be transferred to his inventory, and if he attacked someone in a group or pair, the user who dealt more damage would receive the reward. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, asked where the mission would take place. The bartender, with his hands in his pockets, explained that it was on an isolated island, and he was a little big for a simple island. Seong-hu, putting his elbow on the table, called them sick bastards, and Jerry said that the gods did not need just a strong person. He, raising his palm, said that this mission was an opportunity to show his vitality, attentiveness, humanity, and so on and so forth, to which the protagonist clarified the second condition. The assistant, pouring wine into a glass, replied that this mission also gave out points, and they could be earned by completing additional tasks, and the items obtained during the mission could be exchanged for points. It seemed like the drink was flowing down, and a question was heard that he just needed to hold out for a month, and an explanation that this was true, and the players could also team up and complete the mission together, touchingly holding out for the entire month without casualties. The protagonist, taking the glass, exclaimed that he hoped he was not serious, given the first condition. Jerry, turning away, said that extreme situations show the true nature of people, and Seong-Hu agreed. He emptied the glass. The assistant, adjusting his sleeves, said that in that case they could begin, and hoped that everything would be fine with him. It seemed like a fuss with palms. An island appeared and a notification about the survival of rank B+. The protagonist, touching himself, thought that there was nothing here but something below. He sighed heavily and said that once in a woman's body was enough for him. The protagonist, looking at the trees, heard that he had received a map that was constantly updated, and once every 24 hours it showed his exact location. Taking the map, he said that water drops were drinking water and fruits were food, adding that they still did not want to starve them. A selection of missions appeared in front of him, and he said that side quests were divided into 3 categories: gold, green, and red, and 500 missions for each color. A gold category of virtue appeared, where you need to save the wounded, protect someone, and share with someone. A green category of survival was visible, in which you need to light a fire, create a shelter, and not starve for 3 days. Pressing his lips, the protagonist said to himself that there was also a red category. It was filled with evil missions, namely murder, suspicion, dangerous disease, and betrayal. The protagonist, smiling evilly, thought that the red category seemed to have been created especially for him, and asked himself if he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. Screams were heard from the forest. Seong-Hu, wide-eyed, wondered if there were already any problems, and if it was too early. Calling up the inventory, he realized that he should prepare. The protagonist, having changed clothes, thought that in such natural conditions, walking around the area in armor would be very tiring. He had large pockets, and he added that although he was a magic swordsman, from the very beginning he played almost like a thief. Adjusting his sleeves, the protagonist concluded that he should not have any problems with this mission. Seong-Hu, walking along the path, activated several abilities, and his high wisdom indicator has a synergistic effect on these skills, and he realized that learning all the skills in a row was worth it. When imagining the map, he assumed that the red line on the map drawn by the skill showed the shortest route. Keeping his hand in his pocket, the protagonist believed that he had time to enjoy the walk. The leaves of the trees were visible. The water sparkled from the sun's rays. The protagonist approached the pond. He drank the water from it and thought that it was delicious. Sitting down on a stone, Seong-Hu decided that he could stay here for a while. Looking at the screen, he realized that there was simply a treasure trove of interesting things here. The mission of the True Saint and the tasks required to complete it appeared. The task of the True Survivor appeared, where it was also necessary to complete a couple of goals. The last mission in the system was the True Villain and its assignments. The protagonist, staring at the screen, thought that they were all difficult, and it was impossible to complete all 3 missions at once. Smiling evilly, he said that he would choose the True Villain. The protagonist, reaching for his pocket, said that it was time to start completing it. He poured the diluted ancient Hydra poison directly into the water, but despite the reduced concentration, it was still an elite rank poison. Kneeling down, Seong-Hu poisoned the water and said that the entire body of water would not turn into a fountain of death just from this. He tasted the water, and the system detected the poisoning and revealed its characteristics. The protagonist, having drunk the antidote that neutralized the poison in his body, thought that this would be enough. Climbing the tree, he thought that he should first hide and observe the situation. Lying on a huge branch, the protagonist thought that 1 month from one side may seem like a long period of time, and from another, very short. Pressing his lips together, he said to himself that killing monsters and killing people are completely different things, and there are only a handful of crazy people ready to kill people without thinking in such a situation. Imagining a life-affirming movie, Seong-Hu thought that this was too optimistic a view of things. Looking at the pond, he understood that everything would not go so peacefully if he gradually poisoned the ponds and created various obstacles. Looking at the screen, the protagonist learned that he had food and water for 5 days. He noticed a stranger below. The team of guys was armed. The squad opposite was also armed. The protagonist watched everyone and wondered if it had already started. The blonde, holding an axe behind him, exclaimed that the situation was heating up and suggested that they first lower their weapons. His opponent, opening his mouth wide, clarified why they should trust him and why they should lower their weapons. The guy, raising his finger, asked if he wanted a fight. The brunette, looking at his team, understood that there were fewer of them and there was no guarantee that they would be able to win. The blonde, stretching out his palms, exclaimed that if they started fighting, they would simply destroy each other, and it would be better to drink water and talk, and let them lower their blades. And Ju asked if he was the leader, and why he was making decisions for everyone. He, turning to the girl, replied that if she didn't like something, she could stand aside while they talked, which surprised her. The warrior, drinking water, said that it was refreshing. Raising his head, he asked if they wanted to stand like this all day. His opponent, taking the handle of his weapon, replied that if he betrayed him, he would make him regret it until his death. The guys, watching him drink from the pond, told him to wait. They looked at each other in bewilderment. The daytime sky was visible. The brunette, sitting on the ground, asked the warrior how long he had been with this team, to which he received the answer that he had stumbled upon them while looking for water nearby. The player, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he wasn't in the same situation, and if it wasn't more logical to cooperate with each other in such a situation, and also why he was so suspicious, and the guy asked him again. The main character, being in the tree, realized that everything went much calmer than he thought. But this is only the beginning, because everyone is still warming up, although these guys can unite. Sunhu, reaching for a knife, finished that only if something unexpected does not happen. He jumped high into the air. The blonde, with his hand in his pocket, asked what they planned to do next, receiving the answer that they hoped to find shelter and food. And he exclaimed that why do not they work together, because the more people, the better. The guy, holding his chin, said that this is a good proposal, but even if he becomes the leader, he does not think that all the people will want to obey his orders. Ju, frowning, shouted how long their break has been. She, putting her feet in the water, said that since they figured out the water, then shouldn't they go in search of food and collect some fruits, and also hunt animals. The brunette, pressing his lips together, did not understand what was wrong with her. Sitting by the tree, he said to himself that she was behaving as if she had come here to rest. The player with a short haircut, through the sweat on his face, addressed the girl that washing his feet in the water they were drinking was too much. Ju, closing her eyes, replied that her feet hurt and she would sit like that for a minute or two. The warrior, folding his arms, asked if she would rest while they were looking for food, to which the girl said that she would stay here and guard this place. The brunette, opening his mouth, said that if she was so worried about the safety of this place, then he himself could guard it, and she would get them some food in the meantime. Ju bit the corners of her lips and remained silent. The player, raising his hand, exclaimed that the situation was heating up again and asked for everyone's attention, offering to divide the 9 people into 3 groups. He spread his palms out in different directions and continued that 2 groups would look for food, and the 3rd would guard the camp, and the groups would guard the camp in turns, so everything was fair. Frowning, the girl asked if she could be in a group other than his. The brunette, grinning, thanked her for saying that for him. The warrior, clutching his head, did not understand why he had a bad feeling. Looking at the arguing guys, he thought that at this rate, the newly formed team would soon fall apart, and grievances could accumulate, and then they would go against each other. Folding his arms, the player added that he should not lose his temper, and these guys should gradually begin to understand each other. The warrior, lowering his head, said that as long as other players do not openly attack them, they should try to avoid battles and try to resolve all conflicts peacefully. The guy, raising his hand, said that getting food would not be a problem, because they had all hunted on the island before, and the girl added that they also had a map with the location of berry bushes and animal habitats. The brunette, waving his palm, exclaimed that rabbits lived in this area, and they could roast a couple for dinner, and they answered that this sounded great. The evening forest was visible, and it was possible to hear whether berries really grew here. The warrior, scratching the back of his head, said that the map definitely pointed to this place, and the girl exclaimed that they still had not found a single one. Stretching his neck, the player said that it was already numb from looking at the trees, and clarified that it was time for them to go back. The blonde, lowering his hands, exclaimed that they still had not found anything edible, and received objections that if it got even darker, it would be difficult for them to go back. The girl opened her mouth and asked if everyone had emergency rations in their inventory, since they could last a day on them. The warrior bit his lips, surprised that there wasn't a single berry here. His silhouette was visible through the tree branches. He looked at the guys in bewilderment. The player approached them and asked what was going on, adding that the sun would soon set, but he didn't see any preparations for the night. His partner, clenching his fist, shouted where their weapons were and to stop acting like they were on a fun walk, and the blonde continued his words, asking if it was so difficult for them to just make a fire and clear the ground for an overnight stay. Ju, lowering her eyebrows, asked again about the fire. She snapped her fingers and 2 magic arrows appeared above them. The girl used them to light the fire and asked if he was happy and if they had brought food. The warrior, putting his hand on his side, replied that unfortunately they couldn't find anything, to which Ju said that he was lecturing her like that, although he himself couldn't find anything. His partners looked angry. The fighter, holding out his palms, exclaimed that everything was fine, because they could all clear the area together. The guy asked if they could rest a little, adding that he was somehow very tired, and the girl, clutching her head, was also tired. The participant in the game did not understand why her endurance was so low, because she hadn't fought, to which the guy with a short haircut, touching his forehead, thought that maybe it was because of the heat. The blonde, with his mouth slightly open, told the boys that he knew they were all tired, but they needed to work a little more, and then they could all rest together, to which Ju objected that she was about to die of exhaustion, and the girl with long hair agreed with him and said that they just needed to push a little. The boy leaned over the stone. The participants in the game were dragging sticks. The warrior, standing by the pond, thought that he really was more tired and upset than usual, and asked himself if it was because of the water, although he had never been so disorganized before. Rustling sounds came from behind the bushes. The brunette, lowering his hands, apologized for being late and said that they had invented too far, so it took them time to find their way back. The fighter smiled and told them not to worry about it. They had just returned not long ago, and his partner asked if it was a rabbit. The guy, holding the animal in his hands, replied that he had managed to catch one. I add that you might not be able to tell by him, but he has a dagger throw, which is a mid-level ability. Scratching his head, the blonde exclaimed that they would have starved if it weren't for him and his rabbit, and the brunette said that it would be better for him to be grateful. The guys, wide-eyed, asked who would cook it, and thought that women would cook well. Ju folded her arms and clarified that he seriously thought that since she was a woman, she was a good cook, to which the guy replied that she thought he could do better. The girl, frowning, shouted that all she had ever cooked in her life was scrambled eggs and instant noodles. The guys, with their mouths slightly open, said that they only cooked soup in a cup, and someone always ordered delivery. The warrior, spreading his fingers, asked why they were arguing over such a trifle, and suggested that they just cook it together and have dinner already. One of the players, lowering his hands, did not understand how they would skin him. The brunette, looking at the team, asked if anyone had experience as a butcher. Ju, smiling widely, exclaimed that they were warriors, and it was their job to kill monsters, and weren't they used to doing it. The participant of the game, with his jaw open, shouted why she was behaving so annoyingly, and what she was achieving by this, and also maybe she would stop wasting time on nonsense and shifting responsibility onto others. The girl, looking at him, answered that she actually lit a fire, to which the brunette said that he could also make a fire, and clarified that she thought it was cool. The fighter, clutching his head, asked everyone to calm down and sort out the cooking. Lowering his hands, he continued that he did not think that this would fill them up, so let everyone get some food from their rations. Ju frowned with displeasure. An island appeared in the distance. Seonghu, standing in the forest, said that at first glance, this island was not big, but he had been walking for more than half a day, and had not even passed 1/20th of the island. Looking at the screen, he reasoned that since the class increases based on the number of missions, there are many duplicate tasks, and he has completed about 13 missions so far, which is already quite good. Moving his legs, the protagonist decided that he would move to the first lake. A sparkling pond was visible at night. The protagonist, sitting on a tree, heard one of the guys shout that this was some kind of nonsense, and how could he not have food? Seonghu, his eyes widening, was perplexed. Ju, folding her arms, exclaimed that she was not the type of person to leave piles of food lying around, which prompted the warrior to ask if she was serious. He, opening his mouth, said that they were not telling her to share it, but all they were asking was to get some of her own food for herself, and did she understand? The girl, opening her jaw wide, nervously replied that she had no food, and was it so difficult for them to share a little? The protagonist, smiling, noticed that they were already squabbling, and added that they must have underestimated the hunt. The blonde, looking at his interlocutor, asked if she wanted to say that she had no food in her inventory, and received a positive answer. He lowered his eyebrows and asked her to prove it. Ju, opening her mouth, said that others could not look into her inventory, to which the warrior asked what rank her inventory was, and she said that it was low. The guys started throwing everything out of their inventory. The fighter, crossing his arms, told her to take everything out of her inventory and put it here separately, since low-rank equipment can hold a maximum of 10 different items. He, looking at his interlocutor, added that if she did not have food, then she would be able to put these 10 items in hers. Ju bit her lips in fear. The protagonist, watching the team, realized that he was not stupid. Ju frowned with displeasure. The guy looked at her and said that he knew it. Then the fair-haired player came up and started saying that he understood that food was in short supply now, but it was unthinkable that she was lying and trying to steal someone else's food. Besides, not even a day had passed. He closed his eyes and said that if she understood him, then he was just suggesting that they eat. Everyone around silently looked at him. It was getting dark in the forest and the young man was talking about how he had killed many monsters, but had never tried to butcher them. He was holding a plate and saying that he had tried to take out the guts and fry the rest. The party members started eating the meat he had cooked, but it was disgusting and they didn't hide it. The man put his hand on the back of his head and apologized, saying that he had never been able to cook, but they replied that as long as they could fill their bellies with something, everything was fine. The protagonist was watching from above and thought that cooking wasn't as easy as it might seem at first glance unless he had learned many skills like cooking, dividing ingredients, killing animals, and the like. He imagined a green forest and a pot, and thought about how although the maps given out showed food sources, in reality they were hard to find because of the dense vegetation. And even if the player was lucky enough to find food, it still needed to be cooked properly. Otherwise everything would end in a sad outcome. The protagonist imagined a luxurious table and mentally said that he would have to kill others to get food. The group leader had a table in the center and said that since they had all eaten a little, they needed to decide who would be on duty at the camp at night. According to him, they would be divided into 4 pairs. Each pair would be on duty for 2 hours. The players began to lay down their sleeping bags. They all lay down around the fire. However, none of them closed their eyes. They lay there and thought about what if someone betrayed them while they were all asleep. It was deep night. The protagonist watched them using his middle-class cat eyes. He saw lights in the distance and thought that there were 8 lights nearby with one big one in the middle, so it was clear that this was a large alliance. He jumped forward through the trees, deciding that it was time to begin. The fire went out. The protagonist sat in the tree and thought that this was perfect, because the fire was located right where he saw it from the tree. The protagonist lowered his head and mentally said that there were only 10 people here and no rankers. He looked at the lying players and wondered why no one was watching their surroundings. Sung-Hu took out his sword. The man was sleeping peacefully in his sleeping bag. While he was sleeping, he snored a little. The protagonist raised the sword above him, preparing to strike. Blood spurted to the side. The players were killed. A moment later, they disappeared. The protagonist returned the sword to its sheath and mentally said that he was able to complete the assassination mission without anyone noticing him. He looked at one sleeping girl and thought that he also completed the task of saving the life of one of the group consisting of more than 4 people. The girl continued to sleep peacefully, although her sleeping bag was stained with blood. 2 icons appeared around her and the protagonist thought about the fact that these 2 missions began a chain of quests, and therefore, as long as this woman remained alive, he would be able to complete both the existence of the devil and the invisible monster. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was true that the early bird catches the worm. He jumped away. 2 players were sitting by the fire. The third was sitting near the sleeping bags. 1 girl was walking around the tents. The protagonist sat in a tree and thought that although he had found 3 more groups of players, he was not as lucky as the first time, because if he tried to kill them, a couple of players would most likely escape. Meanwhile, someone stepped on the trap. The protagonist looked at the horizon and said that the sun seemed to be starting to rise. He turned around and looked back in surprise, because the system notified him that the side mission Human Hunter was completed. Xiang-Hu opened the system window and said that in order to complete this task, there was a rather clear and simple condition. Namely, more than 3 people had to fall into his traps. The protagonist turned around and thought that, however, the fact that no one had fallen into the traps yet, and the mission was still completed, seemed a little strange. The protagonist looked away and thought that it seemed like he was not the only one having fun here. He was walking through an empty forest. He stopped and looked at the bushes. Something moved in the bushes. Xiang-Hu frowned and realized that there was someone there. The protagonist was standing in the distance behind a tree and watching a man. The man was dressed in a kimono and looked around, wondering what kind of madman had set up traps here. His leg was bleeding, so he crouched down and said that he had a spare pair of clothes, but he didn't have a spare pair of shoes, so he would have to find a new pair while he looked for food. Sweat broke out on Xianghu's face. It was starting to get light. The man pulled out an object from his pocket and mentally said that he should get out of here first with a smoke bomb. The protagonist immediately appeared behind him. He stabbed him with his sword. The protagonist smiled, and the man turned around, stunned. A moment later, the man disappeared, and the system notified the protagonist that he had completed the Eliminate the Competitor quest, as well as the This Is My Neighborhood quest. Xianghu put his hand to his head and said that he was a little surprised. The protagonist ran forward and thought that once his opponent drew his sword and swung it, he could use moving steps and counterattack, but he wouldn't have been able to win so easily if the opponent hadn't been injured. The protagonist stood still and wondered how many kills this was. He looked at his inventory and thought that as a reward for killing 15 people, he had already received over 5 million gold and so much food that there was barely enough space in his inventory. He lowered his head and mentally said that he didn't expect such goodies, since he had learned many skills. His only weakness was their low level. The protagonist walked in the middle of the forest and thought that he could use this money to hone one of his skills to the ranker level, or increase the level of all his skills by at least 1 point. Someone in high heels walked forward. Miriam hid behind a rock and thought that there was no one here. She opened the system window. In it, she saw several icons and thought about how the final missions for all categories seemed to be difficult to complete, not to mention the hardest missions like Island of Hope, in which they wanted Miriam to build a boat and sail away from that island. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that Jiangwen could probably complete the villain's missions, or it would be too long if they couldn't meet up with Ellie. The girl crouched down and mentally said that she wasn't very good at reading maps, but she could see a pretty big mountain nearby, so she would head that way for now. The forest was dark and there were shouts coming from it. 2 groups of players were shouting at each other. Miriam was standing not far from them. They all fell silent and turned their attention to her when she walked silently between them. The blonde man frowned and asked if she couldn't see that they were fighting. The bald man grabbed her hand and asked if she thought they were not worthy of her attention. Miriam's eyes immediately lit up. She slapped him with her hand and he fell to the ground with a bloody face. The players' mouths dropped open in shock and wondered how this was possible. The girl had her back to them and told them not to approach her, adding that she would make an exception this time, but she had no desire to forgive them a second time. The player frowned and said that he did not know how strong she was, but it would definitely be easier for them to deal with her alone than with the entire organization. They immediately jumped on her from behind. The girl grabbed her weapon. In an instant, everything around her was covered in blood and all the enemies were defeated. The girl returned the weapon to its sheath and walked on, thinking that she had no reason to form Unbending Kai in her first awakening. She closed her eyes and mentally said that she thought that if she could gather enough sword silk and combine it in the air, she would be able to generate Unbending Kai. The girl entered the cave and thought that since she came to this world, all she had done was fight, so she thought it was time to start building up her strength. So she would train in isolation for the next month, and this cave was perfect. A skill icon popped up in front of her, and she said that she had a skill just for this situation, the essence of which is that it puts one's thoughts in order and activates superhuman concentration, which allows for image training. The girl imagined the appearance of Yehant, and said that she would train according to his teachings for a month and would definitely achieve Unbending Kai on her sword. 10 days passed, and many players were walking somewhere. Something was happening in the ground near them. Something began to move underground. Songhu's hand stuck out from under the ground. The protagonist crouched down and said that he shouldn't have done that. He presented the cards of the killed players and said that for the past 10 days, he had only completed evil missions, killing people. He also set traps and poisoned them. He imagined the dominoes and thought about how the evil quest chain was like a guide for his evil deeds, and all the evil deeds he had done so far were one-dimensional, but thanks to this, he could almost accurately predict the consequences of his actions. The protagonist jumped to the side. He crouched on a tree and began to watch. The players were lying unconscious, and the protagonist remembered that since the beginning of the mission 10 days ago, they had been drinking poisoned water. He also looked at the other poisoned players and thought that they had no chance of lasting another month. He imagined an empty bottle and mentally said that of course some people noticed that something was wrong, but the amount of water they had brought in their inventories was limited, so even if they suspected something, they had to drink it along with everyone else. Then he picked up a book. Magic balls appeared around him. The protagonist was holding a bow. He pulled the bowstring. Then he released a bright arrow. It hit the ground and started a fire. The player in red started screaming that they were being attacked again. The players ran to the side, screaming that they were on fire. The protagonist was sitting in a tree. His eyes widened in surprise. The arrow killed a knight in armor. The protagonist went down and picked up the armor. He smiled evilly, anticipating something crazy. An explosion happened in front of the players. Someone's silhouette was visible in the fog. They saw a knight in armor as soon as the fog cleared. The knight screamed for them all to die. He started waving his weapon, shouting that he wanted them to die. There was blood all around the protagonist. The player covered his face with his hand and thought that if only his body was normal, this knight wouldn't be able to push them so hard. A girl threw a weapon at him. However, the weapon just bounced off the heavy armor. The blonde boy looked at his comrade and said that they should try to block at least one attack. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that it was time to retreat. He held 2 axes in his hands and shouted to someone that it was time to retreat. The players continued to stand still, and the protagonist thought that of course he didn't have any allies here, but it was hard to notice in this chaos. Seong-Hu ran away. The players ran after him and shouted that they couldn't let him get away, but one girl behind them shouted at them not to rush after the enemy. Another player in armor shouted that they wouldn't be able to take care of the survivors if the rest of the players left. The player crouched down next to the dead body and said that there were 8 dead and all the survivors were seriously injured. The player in red looked ahead and thought that if this continued, they would all just die. The protagonist turned around and looked at them from afar. He then began to punch and kick the trees. He turned around and looked at the destroyed forest and thought that if they continued chasing, they would fall into his traps, but it should still be enough for people who didn't have tracking magic to continue pursuing. He took off his helmet. Sun-Hu looked at his inventory and wondered if it was worth taking down more than 8 people. He jumped up the tree and thought that if his goal was to kill, he would not have bothered so much with preparing magic arrows for an ambush or wearing armor. He presented his dark silhouette and said that his goal now was to sow the seed of doubt and conflict. A bright sunny morning came. There were apples under the tree, and the players looked at it and said in surprise that today 2 food appeared here. They sat under the tree and wondered who left it here. They walked forward, but someone was watching them from the bushes. The protagonist took a step forward. The action moves to the village of the group of assassins, which is still simple, but is already slowly starting to resemble a real village. The protagonist looked out from behind the tree and thought that this, of course, is because he laid out about 400 food rations around, thanks to which he was able to complete the good missions, and now there will be no problems with the subsequent completion of the evil missions. The protagonist watched as the players entered the hut and thought that if this good deed had such an effect, then everything was going well. The player was holding bags in his hands and talking to a friend. He lowered his head and said that at the end of the search, they had collected food for 30 people, and so if they all ate a little less, hunger would not be a problem. The man in the green cloak extended his hand and said that they were starting to find less food every day, and the man in light clothes confirmed this and said that at this rate, it would run out in 2 days. The player immediately frowned and said that this meant they would have to do it. Everyone around them was holding their weapons. The protagonist imagined the player hunting absurdly, and thought about how when the mission on the island first began, everyone was focused on finding food. Because of this, at first there were not so many people in the group of killers. The protagonist imagined the players holding the bags, and thought that those who did not look for food themselves, but simply took what he left, began to realize that compared to eating the tasteless fruits and meat from this island, killing brought much better rewards with less effort. Seong-Hu held the cutlery in his hands, and on his plate sat another player like him. The knight punched the tree with his fist. There were many players standing around the tree, and the silver-haired man was talking about how they would all die like this, since they had lost 8 people to an ambush today. Jahai crossed her arms in displeasure and asked if it would not be better for them to attack the enemy themselves. The blonde player frowned and said that she did not remember that they had gathered this group to avoid killing other people, and besides, there were other ways besides killing, such as negotiating or agreeing. The silver-haired player stood in front of them and asked about this indignantly. He grabbed the player by his clothes and started shouting that they started with 100 people and now there are 60, so there can be no talk of negotiations. Ju crossed her arms and said that she is the leader of this group, so she decides what they do, so she doesn't care what they think, but they are going on the offensive. The players looked at her while she said that if he has a problem with that, then she wishes him luck in surviving without her food. The knight smiled widely and shouted that this is an excellent choice. The blonde boy lowered his head and mentally said that if they attack the enemy, regardless of whether they win or lose, they will suffer heavy losses, which is why he was so reluctant to resort to this. The sky was already bright orange. Ju raised her head, thinking that her head was already hurting from the players talking about strategy. The girl covered her head with her hands and screamed because the protagonist appeared too suddenly. She pointed at him and said that he was only supposed to come at night. Sunwoo handed her a paper envelope. She opened it and saw a card and wondered what it was. The protagonist looked at her silently and wondered if she didn't even know what a card was. He imagined her card and mentally said that her naivety could be useful to him, because selfish people like Jahai were easy to push around. He remembered how the girl stood aloofly to the side and mentally said that on the first day, because she tried to hide her food, her reputation in the group was greatly reduced. If Sunwoo left her alone, she would have to act like that and she would not be able to work with the others. The protagonist showed her food and taught her what she could and could not eat, and it was thanks to his help that she became the leader of the group. After a while, the girl brought the guild members a lot of food, and the protagonist remembered that those who were initially skeptical simply could not help but trust her, because she brought mountains of food day after day. After all, a leader with a terrible character is better than starvation. The girl picked up the map and angrily asked what this piece of paper was for. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and answered that it showed the exact location of the base of the assassin group they were hunting, as well as the location of the guards and patrols. Sunwoo looked at her and told her to show it to the leader of another group, or someone who can use their brain, because they will understand what to do with it. After a while, another player held the map and asked if it could be trusted. Ju closed her eyes and said that she would not lie to him. Besides, it helps to separate edible mushrooms from poisonous ones. The silver-haired knight looked at her and said that they would ambush a group of assassins. Night had fallen. The players were squatting and one of them was reporting that the group of assassins was a 10-minute walk away, and it looked like they hadn't set up any defenses against ambushes. There were many more players sitting behind them, but the blonde-haired player was reporting that it looked like there were only 10 or so people on guard. Most of the group was fast asleep, and their camp was easy to spot because of the huge fire. The players were holding swords and were talking about how they couldn't afford to keep even a fire going for the night because of the constant attacks. The silver-haired knight looked up and said that they would surround them and attack from all sides at once, and they weren't taking any prisoners. He frowned and said that if they left anyone alive, they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully for the rest of the mission. The players looked at him silently. They stood outside the village with weapons in their hands and talked about how this was a fair revenge and all for their own safety. They sat among the trees and talked about dividing the squad into two. Ju turned around and said that they would split into two. She extended her hand and said that the ambush squad would attack the village and the defense squad would surround it and catch everyone who tried to escape. The blonde player looked at her and said that there were only 200 of them now. If they split their forces, each squad would become even weaker, because they would not be able to effectively use only 100 people to catch the fugitives in this huge forest. Ju frowned and asked him if he was going against her orders. At the same time, the girl remembered Seonghoo and how all she needed was to follow Seonghoo's orders. The blonde player closed his eyes and wondered what she was talking about. They would be outnumbered even if they attacked with all 200, and she wasn't even listening to his suggestion. An explosion was heard in the distance. The protagonist stood in the tree and thought that there was no point in risking going down right now, and he wondered if he should start his real mission. He immediately ran forward along the branches. There were 2 players standing near the tent in the main camp, and one of them asked the other if he could replace him on duty if he had the strength. The players were sleeping in the tent, and the duty officer said that the others were having trouble even moving, all because of this water, and at the moment, these 2 duty officers were the most energetic. The player in green raised his head and said that after clearing out the assassins' camp and collecting their food, they would be able to eat to their heart's content. But the player in red looked away and said that even if they shared it, it wouldn't be much since their party was too large. The protagonist stood on the tent while the player said that the number might decrease soon. The player in red closed his eyes while Seonghoo asked him what he thought about killing all the wounded and leaving. But the player in red replied that no matter how desperate he was, there were some things that couldn't be said out loud. Suddenly, his comrade was killed by an attack to the head. His head was also pierced through by the sword. The protagonist landed in front of the tent entrance. He took out his book. His sword was charged with electricity. He swung it and mentally said that he would finish off the enemies in one move. He raised his weapon above himself and a blue aura lit up the area. 3 magic circles appeared nearby. The players opened their mouths wide, screaming in terror. They were all being shocked by electricity and screaming. One girl looked down and saw the ball lightning. She was holding a staff and thought that she was able to dodge it because she was far away, but it was definitely the 5th circle lightning, the ball lightning. The girl used her green magic projectile. The protagonist stood there unperturbed. He immediately began to dodge from side to side. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and wondered what those strange movements were. Seonghoo silently turned his gaze to her. A moment later, he threw a bolt of lightning at her. A loud explosion was heard in the distance. The protagonist smiled as he looked at his sword, thinking that his magic had been increased by 200%, and his skill power had been increased by 30%. And with these two improvements, his talisman art had become even stronger. He walked past the bloody corpses. Xianghu smiled and thought that everything was going exactly according to his plan. But separating those who were poisoned by the water in each group was worth the effort. It was getting dark, and the protagonist thought that he needed to finish off 9 groups before the sun rose, and so it was time to move. A player stretched out his bloody hand in front of him and asked for mercy. He sat on the ground and shouted that he wanted to talk about it with words, but the silver-haired knight said that it was a little late. The man bared his teeth and asked if they even knew that he was a rancor. The silver-haired knight stood above him and glared at him. The man opened his mouth wide and started screaming that if they let him go, he would forgive them for all their mistakes. Otherwise, they would pay for everything once the mission was over. The knight looked at him and said that he was willing to pay for it. He summoned his sword and started approaching him, and the man started begging, screaming that he was a member of Gedafa. The knight raised his weapon and said that he would pay first. He then cut the player into pieces. The dead body lay on the ground. The other player looked at him and said that it was no wonder that this player was so scared, because this must have been his last life. The knight lowered his head and said that he did not care whether it was his first life or second, whether he was a rancor or not, because he had already decided to separate his head from his body. Besides, because of their attacks, one half of their party was dead and the other was barely breathing. The players looked away and thought that this knight's rage was strong. They were standing in a small area. The knight started shouting that they needed to get their gear and food and meet in the center of the village in an hour. A young man came up behind him and told him that Ju had asked him to send him a message. The knight turned around, because the young man said that Ju had told them that several people had escaped and she had asked the knight to send people to intercept the survivors. The silver-haired player opened his mouth in shock, because the messenger had told him that in fact about 100 people had escaped. Ju was picking her ear with her finger and wondering why her ears were itching, and if someone was scolding her again. She looked at another player with displeasure and said that she had done everything that was required of her, and now she would go and rest. One of the players raised her finger and asked about the smoke in the distance. The players looked up and indeed saw smoke in the sky and realized that their camp was burning. After a while, they stood in front of the destroyed camp and wondered what happened. The silver-haired knight extended his hand and started shouting for them to look around and be on guard. Another player extended his hand and said that there were no survivors, and all the supplies they had collected were gone. But they didn't know who did it. He looked at the dead bodies and said that judging by the many traces of mana and the amount of blood spilled, there was a ranked one among them, and the attacking group must have been large, since none of the remaining ones managed to escape. The knight crossed his arms and ordered them to start searching, and added that they couldn't relax. The knight looked back and wondered if they were attacked by the remaining members of the assassination group, which was quite possible, since if so, he was sure they fled to the west. He imagined a map in his head and said that even if the attackers wanted revenge, it was too much, because it meant that they had walked half a night through the forest just for revenge. He lowered his head and decided that they would hardly do such a thing. The forest was illuminated by the sun's rays. The blonde youth looked ahead, stunned, and wondered why it was here. In front of them were boxes of supplies, and they realized that they had enough for 5 days. The player looked at the girl and told them not to relax, because it could be a trap. But the girl replied that after they dealt with the group of assassins, they became the largest group in the southeastern forest. So did he really think that someone would attack them like that without thinking? The dark-haired player immediately went to the supplies, saying that there were still 20 days left until the end of the mission, and they had found some wonderful food just in time. Ju opened her mouth wide and shouted that from now on, anyone who touched the food would be punished. The fair-haired player extended his hand and asked the girl what she wanted to do with the food, and she replied that first they needed to move it all to the village, and she would personally check the inventory of everyone who approached the food. The blonde player frowned and said that this thing was too suspicious to bring to the village, and that he had a bad feeling about it, but the girl asked if he was suggesting to burn it all. The boy opened his mouth wide and started saying that they should think twice before bringing everything to the camp. However, she immediately slammed her staff on the ground. She bared her teeth and asked him why he was always arguing with her, since they couldn't last another 20 days without this food, so they should take it. The girl frowned and asked if he knew how to do anything other than argue with her. The boy lowered his head and agreed with her. He became furious and started shouting that he wouldn't eat it. Ju continued to frown silently. He clenched his fist and said that this was the first time he had ever been this angry, and considering the horrible world he had come to, the fact that he hadn't lost his temper before was amazing. The girl bared her teeth and asked him discontentedly who he was talking to like that. However, the guy couldn't take it anymore and, opening his mouth wide, started shouting that he had been holding in his anger as best he could. But at this rate he would die from excess. The players behind them watched them in shock and said that it was the first time they had seen him so furious, and therefore they probably shouldn't interfere. The girl bared her teeth and asked him how dare he talk to her like that. She immediately used magic. Purple projectiles flew at him. The player took up his weapon. He deflected her projectiles with his weapon. Ju looked ahead silently. An aura emanated from his axe, and he himself said that if she did something like that again, he would not hold back. He returned the weapon to its sheath and said that it would be unwise to stay in the party after all this, so he asked if anyone wanted to leave the party with him. Ju opened her mouth wide and started screaming that they wouldn't give him food, but he pointed his finger at her and, cursing angrily, shouted for the bitch to keep her damn food. A number of players came forward. The dark-haired player widened his eyes in surprise and said that 12 people were leaving. The girl waved her staff and said that it was even better this way, fewer hungry mouths. The 12 people, led by the fair-haired player, walked away. He closed his eyes and said that if he stayed with them even a little longer, his head would explode. Then he turned around and said that at that moment they would move away from the forest. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that this was better. He stood near the sandy area and thought about how this border was as if drawn with a ruler. He called up the system window and inquired about his quests, and then saw that he had completed 200 more evil missions, as well as 6 good missions and 211 survival missions. Someone from the bushes aimed a bow at him. The arrow flew past the protagonist's neck. The arrow fell on the sand. A group of players surrounded him and began to ask him what he was doing there and who he was. The protagonist closed his eyes and grinned, suggesting that they calm down and talk. However, the archer player opened his mouth wide and began to yell at him for smiling. A moment later, he fell to the ground. The protagonist kept one leg raised after the blow, and thought about the fact that he was facing 2 archers in front, 2 mages and 3 warriors around him, a total of 7 people. He summoned his sword, but did not draw the blade from its sheath. In a matter of seconds, he stabbed each of them. The players fell to the ground. He put the blade to the neck of one of them. The protagonist stood behind the player and said that he seemed to be offering to talk about everything. The other players widened their eyes in excitement, because they realized that they had messed with the wrong person. However, Xianghu pushed the player forward. He turned around, stunned. The protagonist stood over the prone player and said that he was sure that it would also be beneficial for them to start a conversation before it was too late. The player in the bandage tilted his head and asked Xianghu what he wanted. The protagonist smiled and offered to discuss it over dinner. The men looked at him in surprise. After a while, the protagonist cooked them soup. They looked at the food happily, drooling. They sat on the rocks and happily ate the food Xianghu gave them. The protagonist smiled and asked if the food was tasty, at the same time thinking that the food he cooked with the cooking skill could not possibly be bad. The player with the eye patch smiled and exclaimed that he didn't even know how to thank the protagonist, because they were on the verge of starvation and he saved them. But Xianghu replied that fighting wouldn't do them any good anyway, so he thought it was better to help each other. The 3 players lowered their heads, thinking that Xianghu hadn't killed any of them, and on top of that, he had prepared such a wonderful meal, so they didn't understand how they could attack such a wonderful person. The protagonist seemed to be beaming and smiling, and they thought he was an angel incarnate. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that everything was according to plan, and then asked them if they had a map of the wasteland, or if they knew what kind of people lived there. The players started talking amongst themselves, wondering if they should tell the protagonist, and then one of them said that it would be wrong to hide something after everything he had done for them. And besides, it wasn't that secret. He picked up a map and smiled and said that they would show him the map they had drawn. He introduced a large desert and said that from the oasis to where the metal slimes lived, they had marked all the important places there. Then they introduced a group of people and said that the largest group in the wasteland was about 100 people, but they also had about 5 rankers, including 1 top ranker. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked which top ranker they were talking about. The player replied that they were talking about Kang of Gedefa, but there was also a group opposing them. He imagined 2 warring factions and said that beyond the wasteland there was a forest of darkness, and they seemed to be fighting over a large rock that was right between the border of the wasteland and the forest of darkness, so it was easy to spot. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought that there was definitely more to this. He imagined a map and began to think that one of the missions was to clear 5 dungeons, which meant that there were at least 5 such dungeons on this island, and therefore he believed that there was a dungeon near this rock. The protagonist smiled and thanked them, and as a thank you, he decided to give them some advice. He extended his hand and said that they seemed to be having trouble finding supplies, and so they should head into the forest. One of them raised his hands and imagined a bloody scene, saying that there were terrible rumors about an incredible number of traps there, and also about a group of assassins walking around there hunting players. The protagonist lowered his hand and stated that he was not entirely sure of this information, but he had heard that the assassin group had been wiped out a few days ago, and that only peaceful groups remained. He smiled and said that it seemed that the largest group was led by a female mage named Ju. The 3 of them bowed and thanked him and apologized for attacking him. The protagonist smiled and thought that with such a character, Ju would definitely hide the food and then start a showdown within the group. He turned his leg the other way and said that since he had nothing better to do, he would go for a walk to that boulder. Night had fallen. The protagonist looked at the large stone and thought that the stone was taller than most of the buildings, and besides, he should put on camouflage since this was an open space after all. 2 players appeared behind him, and one of them asked what was supposed to be there. 3 players stood in the middle, and one of them said that Mr. Unseong said that something moved here, so they should check and search everything around. The protagonist looked out from behind the rock and mentally said that he was careless. He looked at the 3 players and thought that with such statuses, they were definitely at the top of the normal players, especially the girl behind, because she had agility of 100. One of the players stood right above the rock that Seong-Hu was hiding behind, who at that moment thought that if he killed this player and ran away, the guards would be on standby. They immediately ran to the side, hearing someone scream. An explosion was heard in the distance. The protagonist peeked out from behind a rock and wondered if this was the group they were fighting. He immediately ran to the side, deciding that this was his chance. After a while, he stood behind a rock and watched the village. A player stood in the middle and told them to be careful, because the enemy could set up another ambush that night. The protagonist peeked from behind a rock and thought that, as expected from a large group, Gedafa has a hierarchy. Suddenly, Unsun turned around abruptly. He aimed an arrow at his own group member. The player raised his hands and began to ask what Mr. Unsun was doing. The man fired his bow with incredible force. The arrow pierced the rock behind which the protagonist was sitting. Through the hole on the other side, the player could be seen, stunned, talking about Unseong piercing the stone with a simple arrow. Unseong turned around and said that he felt something, but it seemed to be just his imagination, so they could not worry about it and returned to what they were doing. The protagonist looked at the hole in the stone in a stunned manner, thinking that if he had just a little more, he would have died. The protagonist decided to run from the shelter, since most of the guards were behind the fence, and so the protagonist stood in front of a huge cave inside the stone. He raised his head and thought that he could not retreat now, so he should check it out since he had such a chance. However, a magical gate appeared in front of him. If he passed through it with strange energy, he would be teleported to another location. Seong-Hu lowered his head and mentally said that he could not take such a risk, so he should come back another time. However, he saw flashes of light behind him. He dodged 3 projectiles that were thrown at him. 1 arrow left a wound on him and poisoned him. Unseong stood in front of the protagonist, holding a bow in his hands, and demanded that the protagonist say his name. The protagonist covered himself with his cloak and decided that there was a change of plans. He immediately jumped into the portal. Unseong calmly looked at him and thought about how he missed him and couldn't see him because of the darkness. However, he suddenly noticed blood on the floor. He touched the blood clot with his finger. Unseong sniffed the blood using his skills and realized that his rank and the victim's rank seemed to match, meaning that this blood belonged to a ranker who most likely had high intelligence. Unseong introduced Ihyun and decided that now it was clear why he immediately retreated, because he was trying to play with him. Unseong put his hand to his chest and said that the target was identified, and the system notified him that the tracking time had been increased to 3 hours. The action still takes place in the village. Unseong crossed his arms and said that Yihyun had just disappeared on the way through space. The man looked at them calmly and said that even so, Yihyun was a top ranker, and they would soon need to replenish their supplies anyway, so if they could kill the priest on the way, that would be great. An ominous red aura appeared around the man and he said that they would begin the hunt. The protagonist found himself in a volcanic cave. He held his shoulder and thought that he might have managed to escape, but they would find him soon. There was lava all around and it was affecting the protagonist, because due to the extremely high temperature, all of his stats had decreased by 10%. He raised his head and wondered in surprise if this was a B-class cave. Suddenly, lava heated up under his foot. He immediately jumped away. A pillar of lava struck upward. Then, several more pillars of lava struck upward. The protagonist took out his sword. He hit the projectiles. However, the lava burned his chest. The protagonist stood in front of the lava, so he activated middle-class magic resistance. A lava dog appeared in front of him. The protagonist covered his sword in flames, because he thought he should test how effective his skills were after the flame buff. The flames burned right next to his face. A magic circle appeared in front of him and an explosion occurred. However, the monster was still looking at him from the fire. The dog jumped on the protagonist. He immediately put a book in front of him to defend himself, and the system notified him that books are not weapons. He threw the dog back and it fell. Lightning appeared around the book, and the protagonist thought that if he attacked them with fire skills, they would only get more angry, in which case, this buff was useless. He immediately ran at the dog with a sword in his hands. The protagonist struck with a sword covered in an electric aura. The dog was cut into pieces and then disappeared. A low-rank flame stone fell out. The protagonist looked at the stone and mentally said that items that can be used to increase stats by simply swallowing them are considered priceless. He picked up the stone. He swallowed the stone and the system notified him of this. The protagonist lowered his head and decided that it was useless because the system notified him that if he swallowed 3 flame stones a day for 100 days, his magic stat would increase by 3 points. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind him and Unsun's voice was heard. The ranker pointed at the protagonist and shouted that there was someone there. A drop of sweat rolled down Xianghu's cheek because he was nervous. There were fire dogs in his way. He ran, cutting them down along the way. He opened the system window as he ran and mentally said that he could not let them reveal his identity, so he would have to cover his face for now. The protagonist put on the mask and thought about how he didn't expect to have to use it here, even though he had no choice. He never thought it would work out so well. The protagonist ran into the darkness. The hunting dog sniffed his scent. However, it only walked in circles. Unxiang petted the dog and told the players not to underestimate the protagonist, because he was still one of the greatest priest rankers among the active players. Unxiang frowned and thought that he had no choice. Since it had come to this, he definitely had to catch Yihyun before time ran out. The man ran forward and ordered the players to follow him. The scene shifted to a dark area filled with people. The player dressed in red warned his comrades to be on guard, because this was where the forest of death began. They stood in the open area and talked about how everyone who came here had disappeared, so there must definitely be either a strong monster or a dungeon here. Ellie's eyes widened and she held a strange weapon in her hands. She fired a shot. The purple beam hit one of them right in the head. She continued shooting at the players who were running away in fear. Her eyes stopped glowing. Ellie held the rifle in her hands and thought that she already had a headache from such a sudden change in vision. The girl saw the bags on the ground and said that at least she would be able to eat something other than fruit today. She remembered Xianghu turning around and saying that if she was interested in buffs and debuffs, then it would be better to be a cleric than a mage, so why not change her job? The girl crossed her arms and silently thought about how although her attack skills were weak, they were revealed through the use of buffs, debuffs, and other various skills, but like Xianghu said, it would be better to change her job to a cleric if she wanted to focus on buffs and debuffs. She put her hand to her chin and wondered if she really had to strengthen her attack spells just because she was a mage. The girl imagined 2 people and thought that being a mage wasn't just about pure strength and power, but also about giving death the opportunity to fight back with a wave of her hand, turning even the healthiest people into terminally ill, and doing things that couldn't be explained by logic. The girl raised her head and thought that this was what she thought magic was, and also the reason why she learned all these spells. She imagined a forest and mentally said that she wanted to use all the spells she have learned so far to the maximum and create her own domain, her own personal area, a witch's domain. She also remembered the magic circles on the trees and talked about illusion magic that made people wander around and lower their stats, as well as vision capture and accuracy spells that were perfect for sniping. She also talked about magic crystals that restored mana, which was needed to use the Demon Path cannon. In her mind's eye, she saw an open area from above and thought about how after some time and many travelers had wandered here, people began to call this area the Forest of Death. The girl stood on a cliff and looked down. She lowered her head and wondered if a small earthquake had just happened. She looked into the distance and wondered if the volcano would really explode. She frowned and thought that she should not let her guard down, because you never know what will happen in this world. The protagonist fought against the fire dogs that surrounded him. He swung his sword and killed 2 fire dogs. Xiang, who wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought that he did not even fight much, but he already felt like he was about to fall from heatstroke. He looked at the lava and said that the stamina consumption increased due to the surroundings, and he also could not act freely due to the heat. The players were still running after the protagonist and pointing their fingers at him. The protagonist ran deeper into the cave. 2 days had already passed since the chase began. Xiang, who tried to break away as much as possible at first, but feeling very irritated by the heat, he changed his plans. The protagonist turned around and thought that he had hidden himself at first, but this was too much, and so he wanted to destroy them as soon as he recovered his stamina. Xiang took aim with his bow. The arrow flew past the protagonist's face. Xiang stood behind his comrades and thought that they had been chasing him for 2 days now, and he had long since realized that this man was not Yihyun. The man imagined the protagonist's attributes and mentally said that besides his mask, the strange fighting style of using a book in one hand and a sword in the other, all this was definitely not the style of the priest Yihyun. Xiang reached for his quiver of arrows and thought that if it was not Yihyun, then it would be logical for them to return to the village and strengthen the defense, but they could not. He remembered standing in front of a path in space and the system notifying him that it was a one-way path, and special magic was required to return. He lowered his head and wondered what kind of trouble this bald monkey had gotten them into, and he had no idea what they were chasing, but he wanted to catch the protagonist no matter what it took. The protagonist continued to run forward, wondering how big this place was, while it was the 3rd day since entering the volcanic cave. The players continued to run after him, and Xiang thought about how he had never been able to rest properly, due to this pursuit that never stopped even at night, and at this rate, he would die from dehydration or lack of stamina. The protagonist looked back and thought that they were also on the verge of death, but this was different. The players opened their mouths wide and greedily inhaled air. Xiang stood behind him, frowning. He shot an arrow at the protagonist with his bow. The arrow almost hit the protagonist. Xiang frowned and said that it was an explosive arrow. The arrow exploded and the protagonist covered his face with his hand. He was thrown back. He jumped down and continued to run, and the man stood on the cliff and started shouting that they should catch him. The protagonist threw something at them. The players tried to dodge his attacks. Xiang pulled back the bowstring, and Xiang held a fire sword and a book in his hands. The ranker fired an arrow, and the protagonist attacked with a fire projectile. The arrow hit his leg. Xiang prepared to shoot again, happy that he hit. Suddenly, a blade flew out of the fire. This blade injured the man, and Xiang realized that Xiang threw a knife along with the flying bullet. He pulled the knife out of himself, and the system notified him that he was poisoned with a paralyzing poison. The protagonist lowered his head and said that this was not what Xiang should say. Besides, Xiang was also poisoned by the paralyzing poison. Suddenly, his back was pressed against the wall. The players stood in front of him and Xiang said that he did not know what kind of player the protagonist was, but they would finally be able to look at his face, so he ordered the protagonist to take off this mask. Xiang's face sweated and he thought that he was finished. The ranker smiled and said that he would remember this face well, because they were going to kill him no matter what. Suddenly, they looked up in shock, their mouths open. Something moved behind the protagonist and he turned around too. The protagonist's eyes widened, raising his head. Behind him stood the boss of the volcanic cave, the volcanic snake, and therefore, all of the players' abilities were weakened by 30% in his presence. They looked up in shock. The serpent looked at them and said that it had been receiving many visitors lately. The players looked at each other and began to talk about how the serpent was communicating with them through telepathy. The monster raised its head and ordered them to be quiet, saying that if they continued to squeak, it might accidentally swat them. It opened its eyes wide and said that Kang had come to visit it last time. Xiang raised its head and asked if the serpent was talking about Kang. Sweat broke out on their faces as the serpent said that since they knew Kang, they must have come to help the serpent. The monster lowered its head and told them to hurry up and bring him the core of the flame, and if they succeeded, it would reward them. Xiang pointed at the protagonist and told him not to be too happy, as his life had only been extended a little. But Xiang asked if the man could repeat what he had said after he recovered. Sun frowned and called the protagonist a weakling who only knew how to run away, but the protagonist smiled and said that if he wanted, he could kill Sun right now. Fire appeared in front of them and they jumped to the sides. The snake glared at them and ordered them to stop squabbling in front of him and not to test his patience. Lava flowed like a waterfall. The protagonist stood to the side and thought that the most important thing now was to rest. The protagonist picked up a book and began to think about how he couldn't properly activate the diligent reader effect due to the chase. And also, since all his skills would decrease if he didn't read for 3 days, he needed to read something, even if he forced himself to. One of the players twirled his finger at his temple and asked if the protagonist was overheated. Someone stood behind them and said that he had ordered them to protect the village while he was in the dungeon. Kang appeared in front of them and asked them what they were doing here. One of the players pointed at Sunha and said that they were trying to catch this man since he had snuck into the village. Kang turned his head and looked at the masked protagonist, wondering who he was. The protagonist held a book in front of him and looked away, thinking that once something bad happens to a person, something even worse will definitely happen. Kang frowned as he looked at him, thinking that this described the situation perfectly. Suddenly, someone pointed a finger at Yihyun. The girl immediately covered Kang's mouth, telling him to calm down. The snake stood above them, silently looking at them. Kang frowned as he looked at Yihyun. The protagonist watched from the sidelines and thought that since they were in the same place, it made everything more complicated. The leader of Getafe crossed his arms and turned to Unseong, asking how this happened, and the man only apologized in response. Unseong turned around and said that while Yihyun was on the way through space, he mistook the masked protagonist for Yihyun and chased after him. The leader frowned even more. He opened his mouth wide and began to shout at the priest, wondering why he was here. Yihyun smiled and replied that he was here to clear the dungeon. He extended his hand and, in response to Kang's question about what he did to the village, said that he felt that the people there had become less pliable, so he taught them a lesson. The leader of Getafe remembered that dark cave and mentally said that they had prepared for a raid before he came here, so it was natural for the defense to be weakened. He looked away and thought about how, because of Unseong's misunderstanding, there were even fewer people left, which meant that the village was even easier to take. The man grinned and said that as he thought, he would never get along with the priest even if he tried, but Yihyun replied that they might have an agreement on that, since he felt the same way. The protagonist stood to the side and watched in surprise as they glared at each other. He suddenly clapped. The protagonist looked at them and suggested that they calm down, then asked if there was any point in provoking each other if they couldn't fight anyway. Kang flexed his fists and said that he didn't know who was behind the mask, but he figured that since the protagonist was interrupting him, he was prepared to face the consequences. Yihyun looked at him and asked what was wrong with just talking. They then stood in front of Seong-hu and asked him his name, but he told them to just call him a ghost. Kang frowned and ordered Seong-hu to stop clowning around and tell them his real name and take off that weird mask. Yihyun looked at him and said that since the protagonist was using a pseudonym and a mask, he wouldn't reveal his identity to them even if they tried to force him, so he wanted to get straight to the point. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and when asked what he wanted, he said it was very simple. The protagonist smiled and said that he wanted to propose a truce between the three of them while they were in this cave. Kang crossed his arms and asked why they would want to team up with him. Seong-hu spread his arms out and said that if they didn't make peace with him, he would attack them. The players shook their heads and said that he was crazy to think that they couldn't defeat him alone when there were top rankers with us. The protagonist lowered his head and said that there really were many of them. In an instant, he disappeared from the place where he had just been standing. He appeared behind the priest and said that things would get interesting if they took the top ranker Yihyun into account. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked if Yihyun wanted to fight Kang, and Kang replied that he didn't want to fight, but that could change depending on the situation. The protagonist then extended his hand to the side and said that he was a pacifist and also preferred not to fight unless necessary, and so he would only act if circumstances forced him to. The protagonist smiled and asked the surprised Kang what he would do. Unseong looked at him and said that he didn't know who the masked man was, but if he only counted his skills, he was probably in the top 100 rankers. Kang lowered his head and seriously began to think that they didn't know his abilities for sure, but if he was at least in the top 100, at worst, he was even stronger than they thought. The protagonist bowed and thanked him, since Kang said that they agreed with his proposal. The man then frowned and told the protagonist not to forget that this was the last time he had such luck. Seong-hu looked at him carefully and said that he would remember this. They were all standing in an open area. Yihyun smiled and said that since they had a peace treaty, how did the protagonist feel about getting to know each other better? The protagonist extended his hand and said that he was more comfortable being alone, but if the opportunity arose again, they could come back to this conversation. A drop of sweat rolled down the priest's cheek, and he thought about how there was no guarantee that Seong-hu would only attack Kang, so it was best to be as careful as possible. He extended his hand and asked the protagonist how he planned to hunt, but Seong-hu replied that he would do it alone. But suddenly, he raised his hand above the protagonist's head. An aura appeared around Seonghu because the priest surrounded his body with a holy light that increased his stats. Yehyun passed by him and said that it was just a small favor. The protagonist turned around and mentally said that he wondered why Kang did not attack the priest. But it must be because Yehyun has exceptional buffing abilities and even mystical healing skills at the level of a top ranker. The protagonist headed further into the cave and decided that his top priority was to create a map of this dungeon first. The protagonist squatted after killing the fire monster. 5 days had passed since arriving in this dungeon. The protagonist picked up the map and mentally said that thanks to the buff and hard work, he was able to create a perfect map. His eyes widened as he realized that there was no exit. The volcanic serpent said that there was no such thing as an exit in this place. The protagonist stood by the serpent, who said that technically there was one exit, but the serpent was not sure that they, humans, could get through it. The monster opened its mouth and said that it could tell the protagonist where he was. The protagonist found himself near a cliff. He crouched down and looked down, and then thought about how among all the skills he had honed to perfection, rock climbing was not one. He covered his face with his hand and thought that if he could not get out of here, it would be bad. The protagonist began to recall how many days he had spent here and mentally said that the later they started escaping, the less time they had to cope with the mission to eliminate the true villain. He remembered the snake's task and thought that instead of wasting time, it would be better to complete the 3rd level task and ask for the opportunity to get out of here as a wish. He grinned because he realized that there was no choice, all or nothing. Kang raised his head and said that he just needed to hold out for 2 more days and he would be able to get out of this terrible place. A huge fire monster stood in front of them, and the players shouted that this was a disaster because the fire spirit turned into a berserker. Kang took a spear in his hands. He threw the spear forward with incredible force. The spear hit the monster, but it seemed like nothing happened. But a moment later, a strong explosion occurred. The players smiled happily and exclaimed that they did it. Some kind of vial fell out of the monster. Unsun stood not far from Kang and said that they had already collected 2 top rank items, 124 high rank items, about 1,000 mid rank items, and about the same number of low and lower rank items. The guild leader looked away and said that the 5th level seemed too difficult. He began to think about the volcanic serpent that was in the center of the dungeon. He also imagined the night of the apocalyptic flame that was near the lava waterfalls. And the 3rd monster was the high-rank spirit in the hell of fire. He imagined the vials and thought that most likely, if they defeated the knight and the spirit but not the serpent, they would be able to obtain the core of the hellfire. And if they destroyed the top-rank monster nearby, they would also be able to obtain the core of the top-rank flame. But this was impossible. Kang lowered his head, and the players began to talk about how the boss raid would be too difficult since they didn't have a healer, cleric, or even a mage in their team. Kang opened his eyes and mentally said that Yehyun's team didn't have anyone who could deal significant damage, so it wouldn't be easy for them either, and so he believed that they would be much slower than them. Someone was walking nearby. Kang's team was standing opposite Yehyun's team. He looked at them with a frown. Unseong, who was standing behind him, turned to the guild leader and said that he had something to tell him. He frowned and said that he hadn't seen the protagonist yet. Kang closed his eyes and said that there was no need to worry about it so much since if the protagonist died here, it would be better for them, and if not, they wouldn't suffer much. He opened his eyes and slammed his spear onto the ground, saying that it was okay as long as Seonghu didn't decide to attack them. He raised his head proudly and said that in that case, he would make him pay. The robed man leaned over and told the priest that Kang and his group were here, and he replied that it didn't matter. Yehyun then looked at one of his subordinates and asked how their supplies and gear were doing, but the guy with glasses replied that it was bad. He looked at the map and said that they couldn't even hunt properly with that amount, so he doubted that they should give the ghost their stuff. And then we see Seonghu looking at them and offering to make a deal. He spread his arms out and told them to give him all the supplies they had right now, and it would be nice if the priest cast a buff on him as a bonus. Yehyun smiled and said that it was funny, and asked if the protagonist really thought he could offer them something equal to all of that. The protagonist spread his arms out and said that he would give them 26 high-ranking cores. Yehyun opened his eyes in shock and asked if he was serious. The players began to confer among themselves, saying that they had a whole group and it took them 15 days to scrape together 75. But he wanted to scrape together 26 on his own. Yehyun smiled and thought that if Seonghu was serious, they could complete the 4th tier snake mission. He walked up to the protagonist and said that he accepted his offer. The protagonist extended one hand and asked Yehyun to use his remaining magic power to give him an additional buff. The priest raised his hand and began to use his skill, while thinking that even if he gave the protagonist an additional buff, it was only an increase of a few points, and therefore very ineffective. Yihyun closed his eyes and said that although he extended the buff as much as he could, the enhancement would last for half a day at most. But he said that it was impossible to earn 10 top-tier cores in that amount of time. The priest lowered his head and said that Seonghu was most likely targeting the Hellfire cores. The red-haired player looked at him and said that when they attacked the Apocalyptic Flame Knight, it ended with 2 wounded, and that was despite Yihyun being there, so he had no idea how Seonghu could do it alone. The priest recalled his recent conversations with Kang, and also how the protagonist was most likely in the top 10 in terms of skill level. He placed his hand on his knee and thought that given how Seonghu gave up all of his high-ranking cores without a shadow of a doubt, he might be able to handle the boss. The priest crossed his arms and reminded that he had already said this, but they should not start unnecessary conflicts with the protagonist. Even if he was wrong, they should retreat since there was a possibility that he might join their party. Meanwhile, the protagonist held a bundle of papers and mentally said that it had been some time since he made this trap, and his skill quickly rose to a rank because of it. The protagonist took the sword and mentally said that normally this would be impossible, but he had prepared perfectly for flame element monsters, and his ability had increased quite a bit thanks to the blessing. Several ball lightning appeared around him. A book was flying around him, and he thought about how this was not a combat skill that allowed him to move the book as he wanted, but now he could use it in battle thanks to the extreme opposite. The protagonist looked up and said that with all this, he would become stronger. He stood in front of the lava waterfall and convinced himself that he would defeat the Knight of the Apocalyptic Flame. Seonghu raised his sword and a magic circle appeared in front of him. There was an explosion. The paw flowed further. Suddenly, some dark aura appeared from it. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise. There was an explosion and he jumped to the side. The knight's leg was visible through the fire. Then the boss of the lava waterfalls, the Knight of the Apocalyptic Flame, appeared. The protagonist's sword was shining, and he still had the priest's buff on him, which protected him from some negative effects. Seonghu shot lightning at the enemy. A bright glow was visible above. Everything around was in fog. The knight felt that the person who attacked him was running straight towards him. He opened his eyes wide and wondered why he felt the same as when he fought the volcanic serpent. He swung his sword and mentally said that he was a proud knight and could not retreat. The protagonist parried the attack with his book. A blue aura appeared around Seonghu and he prepared to attack, and the knight wondered if he had missed. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that the one who hits first wins. The hero attacked the enemy. Looking at the knight, he realized that he began to burn much brighter. Looking at the white flame, the young man knew that it was fed by his red flame. Taking hold of the blade, the monster screamed. The guy made another attack on the enemy. Bending over, he said that he was overheated and needed to cool his head. Jumping back, the protagonist also asked if he wanted to play tag, and at that time they could talk. The enemy, looking at the running guy, tried to call out to him. Looking back, Seonghu realized that as expected of the monster, it was still alive even after being hit by hellfire, in which case it was not worth fighting it head-on. The hero continued to run away from it. Suddenly, he decided to stop. Having cast a spell, the boy knew that this could be the perfect moment. It hit the enemy straight, causing a huge explosion. After making a strike, the knight screamed again. Grinning his teeth, the hero knew that he still had 19 traps and 29 daggers enchanted with divine magic, and he wondered if it would be enough. Holding onto his sword, the monster realized that his opponent was running away again. The knight began to slow down with his legs. Suddenly, he stopped. The youth brought down many blows on the enemy. The enemy, starting to run again, shouted something incoherently. His opponent's blade flew past Seonghu's face. The hero made a counterattack at him. From such a blow, the knight flew back a little. While drinking a health recovery potion, the protagonist said that he was already getting tired of such games, asking if the enemy wanted to start an honest knightly duel. Looking at the hero, the monster asked where this could be an honest fight. Holding a rapier in his hands, the guy replied that they had a huge difference in strength, so he thought that he just needed to reduce the enemy's stamina to 0. Activating the blessing, the guy also added that he decided to buff himself a little in between. Smiling, Seonghu asked if the enemy now understood the meaning of their fair fight, because the hero spent a lot of materials on these traps, which makes the fight fair. The monster's blade was blazing. Throwing it over his shoulder, the enemy said that he would kill the protagonist. The knight made several blows. Gritting his teeth, the young man knew that his enemy was monstrously strong. The monster raised the sword behind his back for another blow. The hero's eyes widened as he realized that the enemy had opened up for attack. As he fainted, he realized that the moving shangs had increased his tap dancing skill level, as well as his ballet and break dancing skills. Once behind the enemy, he knew that the moving steps were the reason why the dances were so variable, and it would be great if he could maintain that rhythm. The boy cast a spell while behind him. It hit the enemy at an unexpected moment. Smiling, the boy realized that it had worked, because it was the first real blow in the entire fight. So using the moving steps as a way to connect the moves was a great idea. The knight, without turning around, tried to figure out what move his opponent had made. Gritting his teeth, the boy knew that even with such attacks, he would have to dodge and deal damage at the same time. The monster was looking straight at the boy. The hero managed to cut off the monster's head with one blow. His helmet fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, the guy could not understand what happened, because apparently his mana ran out, and he passed out. Raising his hand to his face, the young man remembered that he forgot to collect the items from the defeated enemy. The items from the boss turned out to be the core of Hellfire, ruby earring, long sword of fury, and ancient mithril gloves. Looking at the inventory, the hero understood that for the boss of a B-rank dungeon, the rewards are so-so, but he must be content with what he received, deciding to put on the gloves and earring, and sell the sword. Grinning, Xianghu knew that with all this he should earn a good fortune. The ceiling of the cave was visible. Kang, sitting on a stone, asked if the ghost had come, while the second man asked to wait a little longer. The king of the spear, frowning, did not understand how long he could hide. The second man, bowing his head, decided that as soon as the guy appeared, he should immediately pull him over to their side by any means necessary. Suddenly, a young man appeared in front of them. Standing in front of them, the hero looked at those present. Smiling, the head of Jepida said that he was already bored, and the young man asked if they had really been waiting for him all this time, because he did not even know how to react to this. The second guy, smiling, added that he was late. The hero understood that the quest was completed alone, and what difference could it make if he was late or came early? The guy, smiling, explained that although there were less than 3 hours left until the end of the quest, the protagonist was apparently in no hurry at all. Opening his mouth, Xianghu was surprised by such an amount of time left. Looking at the hero, the young man asked if he knew how much time was left, and the protagonist timidly answered that he knew. Frowning, he realized that he had hoped to have at least more than a day left, and apparently that sleepy rest after the battle had been too long. Looking at the timer, the hero knew that even if he left now, he would have 3 hours left to kill 130 people to complete the mission for the truly evil man. The timer continued to tick inexorably. Kang, approaching the snake, said that as promised earlier, he brought the cores of flame, and the monster asked him to show what he brought. Someone behind emptied a bag, while the spear master answered that they brought 100 high rank and 1,000 middle, low, and low rank. The monster grabbed the bag with its tongue. Having swallowed it, the snake replied that he was pleased with the offering, because the people saved him years of work, adding that now they could choose one of the 4 treasures. Sticking out his tongue, the monster also said that if anyone dared to take more than they deserved, that person would immediately turn to ashes. The snake's treasures appeared, which were obtained by completing the quest to collect the flame cores. The head of the Hepeta, looking at Unsun, told him to choose a top-ranked item, but the guy replied that he did not deserve it, because they could not cope with Yihan because of the ghost. Still looking at his friend, Kang explained that it was necessary to separate personal life and work, because this is the only way to become the strongest with a unique item. The guy simply thanked him. Looking at the people, the monster said that now it can grant one wish if they have one. The group, looking at the snake, could not decide what to wish for them. Kang, pointing his finger at the group, asked to kill them all. Closing his eyes, the volcanic monster replied that they had also worked hard to fulfill his request, so it would not be possible to do such a thing. But he could still grant any wish. The spear master spread his arms and asked him to give him an item equivalent to his wish, and the snake replied that he would give him a unique belt of the middle rank. Iken raised his head and said that he had collected 100 high-rank essences, 1,000 of the middle and low ranks, and 2,000 of the lowest rank. Rubbing his chin, Kang realized that this was unexpected, because he had previously thought that they could not complete the 4th level of the quest, since they only killed weak monsters. Closing his eyes, the snake asked him what his wish was. Iken glanced at the guy behind him. The guy approached the snake and asked if they could make a contract. The monster asked him again, his eyes wide open. The young man spread his arms and replied that he wanted the monster to become his familiar and help him. The snake killed the man with one blow of its tail. Kang watched with his mouth open. Iken's face did not change even after killing his comrade. The monster bowed its head, saying that it didn't even know if it was bravery or stupidity, because how dare he offer him, the Lord of Fire, to become his servant. Rubbing his chin, the young man realized that it was not in vain that he did not ask him for such a contract himself. The snake, looking at the hero, asked how much he brought, to which Seonghu replied that he did not have that many companions, so he could not bring much. Taking out the essence of the boss, the protagonist added that he was able to get only one of it. Pursing his lips, Kang knew that it was the core of Hellfire. Sweat appeared on Ihun's face when he realized that he killed the boss alone. The monster snatched the essence with its tongue. Having absorbed it, the snake said that it was very good. A chest appeared in front of him while he explained that thanks to the hero, he was able to surpass the limit and therefore he can choose whatever he wants. Smiling, the young man knew that everything was done correctly. The fire dragon armor appeared in front of him. Seonghu understood that the chainmail gives full resistance to any damage up to a certain threshold and it is very convenient to wear under clothes. Deciding to take it, the hero's cloak was also given, which cancels the detection and investigation skills, but it will also be much better to get a full set. Looking at the treasures, the protagonist could not understand what to do with the third item, because there is nothing that he really wants right now. Rubbing his chin, he noticed something. It was a magic skill book. The hero paid attention to the line that the book gives Loki's power. Remembering the previous items, the guy realized that he had previously received a box called Loki's gift, but he still uses bluff and bragging that he received from the box. And since the protagonist has already received a lot of useful things from this mission, there is nothing bad in taking such a prize. The monster approached the boy and said that he was not too greedy, asking about his wish. Looking at the snake, the hero asked him to talk to him alone. Ihun looked at the boy and the monster talking in the distance. Frowning, he realized that this was noise-canceling magic. Frowning, Seonghu asked the monster to kill someone. Looking at the boy, the snake replied that he had no intention of killing those who worked for him. Showing a map of the island, the boy explained that he did not need to kill anyone here, because he wanted the monster to kill at least 400 people on the island shown on the map. Looking at the boy, the monster asked again. Suddenly, throwing back his head, the snake laughed. Lowering his head, he said that he had not laughed like that for a long time. Suddenly, the monster fired a beam at the ceiling of the dungeon. The beam made a hole from which a bright light poured. People, with their eyes wide open, said that this was the sky. Everyone found themselves in a certain barrier, and a question was heard about what it was for. The snake advised them not to twitch, because the protection could break and then they would all die. The barrier flew away in a certain direction. Standing inside the protection, someone asked if the reason for such actions of the monster was that they had completed the tasks, but someone else answered that this was too unlike a normal exit. Suddenly, a notification appeared that an awakened volcanic snake appeared and began to attack people indiscriminately. Iken, with his eyes wide open, could not understand what was happening. Some people were screaming, being covered in flames. Suddenly, someone else was struck by a fireball. Imagining a puppet, the young man knew that killing with someone else's knife is when the controlled creature kills more than 3 people. The kill counter needed to complete the mission increases by 1, and since it would be simply impossible to kill 136 people in the remaining time, and with the help of this ability, everything becomes quite possible. Looking out the system window, the guy realized that everything was going as he wanted. Suddenly, something flew at his back. The hero dodged the spear. Turning around, he asked why they decided to attack him. Kang, frowning, shouted that although he did not know what the protagonist was trying to achieve, but because of him, the volcanic snake was doing all this. Looking at Songha, the spear master continued to shout that he was just a bastard, because human life was really just a sound for him. Turning around, the hero asked if he had any evidence, because he really heard what they were talking about with the snake. Bending down, Kang asked why the hero did not let the group hear his wish, to which the guy replied that this was personal information, because really, it was impossible to ask for privacy in such a matter. Lowering his head, the leader of Jepida said that this did not sound convincing at all, because he would not let the hero fool him. Smiling, Kang also asked if the protagonist knew that the truce was only in effect in the cave. Without turning around, the spear master shouted to Unsun to gather everyone. Looking ahead, the master gave the order to his men to tie up Ihun, and if he suddenly did not resist, then leave him alive. Otherwise, if he tried to escape, then they already knew what to do. Taking the spear, he said that he would deal with the hero himself. The young man became wary, frowning. Using moving steps, the boy dodged the enemy's attacks. Jumping back, the young man realized that he would have to retreat for now. The group, looking ahead, were perplexed. In front of them was Un-sun, who told them not to move. I-hyun, sitting near the fire, asked about how they couldn't even rest, telling his team to ignore him, calling them to eat. Bowing his head, he understood that it would be nice to recruit a ghost, but he didn't want him enough to risk his life. The trees were cut down with just a blow from the spear. The youth continued to run. Turning around, the hero didn't understand how he could be so strong using only a spear. The boy threw daggers at the enemy. Kang grabbed the spear tighter. With a circular attack, the master deflected all the daggers flying at him. Frowning, he said the words of repetition. The commander deflected one of the daggers straight at the protagonist. The weapon pierced his shoulder. Because of this, the hero twisted his leg. Clouds of dust rose, covering the wound. Seong-hu did not believe that Kang had so much strength. The spear master, preparing a dash of the enraged dragon, said that he was about to break the damn mask of the young man. Having activated the book, the hero understood that he would have to use all the talismans to block this attack. Kang delivered a direct blow with his spear straight into the book. Gritting his teeth, the boy tried to hold back the blow. The hero fell off the cliff. Suddenly, he took out his rapier. The protagonist plunged it into the rock. Trying to stop the fall, the boy screamed. Suddenly, the blade slid off the wall. The boy fell on his back. Kang was already standing in front of him. Swinging his spear, the master said goodbye to him. The spear was flying straight at the protagonist's head. Suddenly, someone blocked the blow. Baring his teeth, the spear master looked away. The boy, his eyes wide open, looked around. Mirin was in front of them. Bowing his head, the commander asked her what she was doing here. The girl, looking at him, replied that she wanted to ask him that question herself. Looking at her, the guy replied that the hero had committed a sin for which he must pay with his life, adding that she should get out of the way, because he would explain everything as soon as he got rid of him. She grabbed the sword on her back, saying that she did not need details. Taking out the sword, Mirin added that if he did not retreat, he would also commit an unforgivable sin. Gritting his teeth, Kang did not understand whether they knew each other, or maybe were in the same guild. Holding the spear, the master knew that he could not become an enemy of the magic sword because of some bastard. And besides, the previous attack tore the muscle, which made it difficult to just hold the spear. Walking away, he replied that he would retreat this time, but they would return to this conversation later. The girl, frowning, realized that his attack was equal in strength to her strong spirit, which was generally expected from a spear master. Leaning over the protagonist, she asked if he was okay. Mirin, taking the mask, asked what it was for. Holding it in her hands, she added that she immediately recognized the hero, even in this masquerade, since using both a book and a sword at the same time is not the most common fighting style. The young man frowned, realizing that in that case, all he could do was admit that he was a ghost and try to convince the savior. Raising his head, Seong-hu asked if the girl was going to ask him why they were chasing him. Closing her eyes, she replied that she thought the guy would explain it later. The girl bandaged the wound while the guy asked what would happen if he didn't tell her, to which she replied that she would then think that he had a good reason for it. Looking up, Magic Sword added that the quest was almost over. There were less than 2 minutes left on the timer. Opening the quest window, the young man wanted to know what was up with his kill count. Notifications appeared that he had completed a B+ rank mission. Suddenly, the hero was transported to another location. An assistant stood in front of him, clapping. He said that the guy had put on an amazing performance, because he was simply magnificent. Smiling, Jerry added that his expectations were met, because he knew that the protagonist would cope with his mission, also asking what Seong-hu wanted to do first. After changing his clothes, the guy replied that he wanted to calculate the rewards first. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero asked him how many points he had earned. The assistant replied that he had completed 21 good missions, 294 survival missions, and 451 evil missions, which in total gave more than 200,000 points. Frowning, the young man asked what was really so few. Raising his hand, Jerry did not understand what he meant by a small number of points, because he could even buy a legendary rank weapon for 100,000 points, also asking if the hero understood what 100,000 meant. Looking at the window in front of him, the protagonist said that his choice was too narrow. The assistant smiled and explained that he could simply take the items of the people the hero killed, and the only thing he needed points for was the loot from the island. Bowing his head, he also added that he would grant Seong-hu the title of villain for completing the mission as a true villain. A window appeared in front of the young man with the characteristics of the title, which gave additional attribute points to intelligence, magic power, and luck, as well as a unique mindset. He realized that such an increase in characteristics was not so bad, And besides, the fact that a unique mindset was a passive skill was also a great gift. Holding out his hand, the butler also said that he only had to tell him about the Twilight sign, and the guy asked if he really couldn't just give it to him. Holding out the sphere, Jerry explained that the Twilight sign could not be simply taken and equipped, since this item was a buff. Looking at the sphere, he also explained that it did not have a special form, and if the guy used this crystal ball on equipment, then in this case the powers of the gloom sign would pass to it. The young man, looking at the ball, asked what would happen if he used it on a rune blade. The butler replied that he had expected such a question, so he would explain now. Introducing the gradation of the blade, the assistant said that an item that received the power of the gloom sign does not strengthen, but worsens, so if you use it on a legendary rank rune blade, the rank of the blade will decrease. Looking at the assistant, the young man asked what would happen if he used the sign on a medium rank item, to which he replied that most likely the rank of the item would increase. Raising his finger, Jerry also added that depending on the type of item, there can be a huge difference in abilities and capabilities, so it is best to think everything over wisely and make a balanced decision. With his hands on his legs, the protagonist understood that the sign was not intended to be used on high-ranking items, so it was most likely needed to obtain items that cannot be obtained. The hero held out the mask to the man in front of him. Taking it in his hands, the assistant asked if the young man wanted to use the sign on this equipment. Smiling, he also asked the guy to confirm his decision, asking if he really wanted to use the sign on this mask. Looking at the butler, the protagonist answered that everything was correct and he wanted to use the gloom sign on this mask. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man understood that while other equipment was not available as a mission reward, although masks were rare, they were something like a bonus slot for equipment, and even if the increase in characteristics was insignificant, he would not lose much. The butler took the mask in both hands. Suddenly, it was covered with some kind of energy. The assistant, holding the equipment back, asked the guy to make sure that everything was ready. Looking at her, the boy knew that her rank was equal to elite. The hero noticed something with his eyes wide open. Looking at the assistant, he asked if it was possible to take it out again, to which the answer was negative. Looking at the characteristics of the mask, the protagonist could not understand what kind of nonsense it was, because they were based on the pronunciation of various sounds. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he saw that the unused 132,000 points would be converted into 13 million gold. Looking at the assistant, the young man understood that in this world, money is power, because what can they achieve by making players rich and powerful? A certain building was visible. Words were heard that it was good that everyone returned safe and sound. Bowing his head, the protagonist also said that before they started talking about the main thing, he had one question. Looking at the team, the hero asked them to tell him what they thought of him without trying to smooth things over. Ellie smiled and said that he saved her when they first met. Jiangwen looked at the leader and said that he didn't know what they thought of him, but he wanted to address the hero as human. Looking at them, the protagonist knew why the girl answered, but he didn't understand why Jiangwen would say that since the hero had never done anything for him. Mireen put her hand on her chin and said that she had many things she wanted to say, but she couldn't choose just one. Smiling, she explained that the hero was a true rival, a warrior, and a man with self-control, and if she really had to limit it to one word, she would say that he was a pioneer, and the boy thanked everyone for seeing him in such a good light. Putting his hand on his chin, he added that what he was about to say might shock them all. Raising his head, the boy said that he was a villain. Ellie asked him why he had such an opinion, asking him to elaborate. The hero, remembering the beginning of his journey, explained that when the game began, there were 3 more people besides him. Remembering their deaths, he added that he could only run away and choose his own survival, understanding that he shouldn't tell the team the whole truth, so the protagonist will tell them what happened and hide or change some things. Bowing his head, the guy continued, saying that there were unfortunate incidents when he gave out information that was given to him by goodwill unknowingly, since he attacked others just for food. Ellie, looking at him, asked why he was telling them this right now. Looking at the girl, the guy explained that it was all because Mireen found out, since due to a small misunderstanding, he was pursued by Kang, and the Star Sword saved him, and at that moment the young man realized that he could no longer hide the truth. Jiangwen, with his eyes wide open, said that everything was fine, and even after what was said, he did not think that the commander was bad, because he had no choice. Bowing his head, the hero understood that the guy from his team was already half convinced, but what was more important was what Mireen was thinking. Looking at her, the hero understood that it was very important to have the strongest swordsman and, concurrently, a top ranker as an ally. Bowing his head, Seonghu added that he hoped that they could survive in this world and therefore would not make excuses. Raising his eyes, he also added that he had committed evil and would continue to commit them, but he would not do it just for himself. The eyes of all the team members widened when they heard the captain's words that he would commit evil for all of them. The swordswoman bowed her head, thinking about how many people could be called truly innocent in this world. Because for the sake of self-defense or survival, everyone at least once but pointed a sword at another person, which also applies to her. She closed her eyes and said she was a little confused, to which the hero said that if she wanted, she could leave them. Opening her eyes, the girl explained that she didn't care whether he was a villain or not, because in any case, when they came to this world, not many people remained true to their moral principles. Turning away, she added that she thought she needed a little more time to think about it all, and the hero replied that she could take her time. Ellie, looking at him, was sure that he was lying. Covering her face with her hand, she knew that the hero was throwing people as bait, with a smile on his face, and would her words ruin his whole plan? Smiling, the mage knew that she shouldn't laugh and needed to keep a straight face. Bowing her head, she said that she understood what he was talking about. Smiling, the girl thanked the protagonist for not hiding it from them and being honest, reasoning that while she liked the guy, she could do whatever she wanted. Jeongwon, falling to his knees in front of Ellie, asked her not to cry. The protagonist knew that his plan worked, but something was still wrong. Looking at the mage, he realized that she was simply perfect, because she helped him, and it was so perfect that it was even suspicious. The girl glanced at him. A city was visible, illuminated by the rays of the sun. The man was sitting, covering his face with his hand. The hero realized that not many people were okay after that horror. The people were covered in blood, and the young man understood that participating in or witnessing murder for the sake of survival on the island had caused great damage to the psyche of these people. Imagining the rewards, skill upgrades, skirmishes between people, and murders, the boy understood that all this was participating in a competitive match immediately after the end of the mission. Putting his hand to his face, he knew that there must be some hidden meaning in this. His team building was visible. Looking at the stacks of books, the hero remembered that he had only acquired 85 skill books from the school, so he should first check the copy skill that Loki had given him. The copy skill symbol appeared. Suddenly a treasure chest appeared. The hero understood that this skill could teach him any skill, regardless of class. But again, it was limited to a third of the original power compared to the price. But since the protagonist fulfilled the first condition for using this skill, he was able to obtain significant financial power. Putting his hand on the book, he understood that this was a skill that could maximize the use of copying. Imagining the sword, the young man reasoned that this was most likely the blade, and if used, it would be easy to kill monsters even with a normal rank sword, and it would also be possible to compensate for the difference in strength. Looking down, the hero reasoned that if he only used the Zanpakuto, it could work against him, since the health and mana costs were the same, but the power was only 1/3 of the original, which meant he needed another ace up his sleeve. An aura skill sign appeared. It was explained that the Zanpakuto was a swordsman's skill, and the aura was a warrior's skill that could be used on an object, such as a shield. And if the hero learned the Zanpakuto or the aura, he would not need to learn the other, since it was impossible to learn both at the same time, but it was possible for Seonghu. The young man opened the book, using the copy skill and learning the Zanpakuto and the aura. A window of abilities appeared in front of the boy, and he realized that everything was working. Looking at the rest of the books, the hero realized that he could use all the skills in a fight with the reflection of polarities, and also learn the skills of each class with copying, since using all these skills with an infinitely inquisitive mind would be his fighting style. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy thought that with such a plan, there could be a serious problem, because everything has a high price, but a low output, so he needed a one-hit fighter. The qualifying match site was visible. Kang, looking around, said that there was no one in the stands, and that they were trying to complete more tasks instead of just sitting and watching, adding that he was too annoyed. Looking at the participants, he realized that 6 out of 13 here were top or famous rankers, and the Spear Master was not sure whether the promising ones were too weak or consciously decided not to participate. Looking around, the guy could not understand where the magic sword was. Pointing a finger at the hero, the man called him a bastard. The young man greeted him with a wave of his hand, adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kang gripped his spear tighter. He lunged the weapon straight at the young man. Miriam looked back. She blocked the blow with her blade. Turning around, she asked what he was trying to achieve. The Spear Master shouted that she didn't know what a bastard the protagonist was. Raising his hand, the boy asked his opponent to calm down, because was it always necessary to resort to violence when he was with a nice lady? Pushing the girl away, the master shouted that he was to blame for the tragedy. The hero grabbed the hilt of his sword. The two of them attacked. Their skirmish caused waves of energy. Gritting his teeth, Kang shouted that he was a bastard. The young man, smiling, laughed. Suddenly, the spear master flew away. The same thing happened to the protagonist. Putting his sword back into its sheath, the hero asked his opponent if he could accuse him of atrocities without any evidence. But he shouted that he really needed to know at least a fraction of the whole truth. The guy, smiling, replied that he was absolutely serious because he really didn't know Yehyun, the man who would prove his innocence. Remembering who the protagonist was talking about, Kang understood that if he had to confront him again, then while he was trying to pin him against the wall, everything could end badly. Putting away the blade, the young man asked his opponent if he had calmed down, asking him to be more restrained next time. Looking back, Kang asked Mirin about the ghost, to which she answered affirmatively, because one could say that they were in the same party with him. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl added that if he decided to stand up to the ghost, she would consider the clan of Jepida her enemy. Gritting his teeth, Kang could not understand the reason for all this. Suddenly, the judge appeared in front of the participants and asked if everyone was finished, adding that since everyone's patience was running out, they should start the competition. Taking the sticks for the draw, he explained that since they had 13 participants, they would randomly select one winner by drawing sticks. The masked man drew a long stick. The man drew the same. The protagonist held a stick with a red tip, asking if he was lucky. The judge, holding out his hand, said that he was lucky and now he would move on by default, asking him to stay here, because after the match they would draw sticks again. The guy with bandages on his face, lowering his head, said that he was really so lucky to immediately draw the right one. The battles between the participants began. The referee held the sticks in his hands, saying that 6 people had been eliminated and 7 people were left, so they would draw sticks again. Someone held a stick with a red tip. Raising his hand to his face, the referee spoke of a second victory by default. Suddenly, Kang snatched the box of sticks. He poured them out on the floor. Gritting his teeth, the master could not believe that there were no signs of cheating, and the hero asked him if he really did not believe him. Looking back, the spear master explained that 1 in 13 and 1 in 7 were quite low odds. And did the hero really want everyone to believe that he had drawn them all on the first try? Smiling, the protagonist replied that these were all probabilities, and therefore it was not impossible to be chosen twice in a row. Kang looked at the guy angrily. The guy, closing his eyes, realized that not many people pumped up the luck attribute. Putting his hand to his face, he understood that there were various bonuses from styles, as well as item abilities and a diligent reader, which in total gave him 250 luck points, which was a completely different level compared to other people. Looking at the effect of luck, the young man also understood that luck cannot be easily measured, so it is more rational to invest in combat characteristics such as health or magic power. But even so, luck remains a fairly important stat. All the remaining participants stood on the platform when the referee called out their names as those who advanced to the semi-finals. Holding some cards in his hands, the referee explained that the rewards depended on their position in the table, so the participants should try hard, but suddenly Kang interrupted his explanation. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that he wanted to go against this ghost, to which the referee replied that only with the consent of the second fighter. Closing his eyes, the young man noted that he looked the weakest, so he would not mind. Gritting his teeth, the spear master looked at him. The referee spread his arms and said that since they had already reached the semi-finals, it would be a good idea to change the arena's decor, adding that they would be given time to inspect the entire area. The young man looked around and realized that there were 4 melee fighters left, and Mirin was undoubtedly the strongest here. Looking off to the side, the boy thought that it was annoying that he didn't know who this certain guest was. 2 fighters entered the arena when the referee said that time was up, explaining that if someone gave up or couldn't continue the fight, that person would be counted as a loser, adding that he expected to see a full-fledged battle in which they would not hold back. The fighters began to move, hearing the referee's shout, signaling the start of the battle. Kang made his first strike. Frowning, he wondered how the hero dodged his spear, after all. Had he really become stronger since their last encounter? Grinning, the hero realized that the spear master didn't really know him. Remembering Yoongi's words, the boy remembered that he had collected as much information about the master as possible. The young man dodged the attacks, knowing that the enemy would most likely spin the spear like a windmill before striking. But the hero would knock him down before that happened. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his hand to the ground. The boy kicked, thanks to which he was able to knock the spear out of the enemy's hands. Taking out a book, he realized that he was using the falling flower spear technique, which is a martial art of a unique rank. But this does not mean that it is impossible to resist. Fireballs were directed at Kang. He repelled them, spinning his spear, stopping. The spearman realized that his enemy had enough strength to take his attacks head-on, and also an agile body, and powerful magic, which most likely makes him a magical swordsman. The guy sat behind a stone, while his opponent shouted his name, trying to find him. Turning his head, the protagonist understood that he must use all the skills that he received a copy. Leaning to the ground, he set a trap. The hero poured poison on the dagger. Kang, noticing the movement behind the stone, shouted that he saw it. Suddenly, the spear master threw the weapon straight at this stone. The hero, running away, said that the enemy had a good sense of smell because he found him quickly enough, also laughing a little. Running after the protagonist, Kang shouted that he should continue laughing, because sooner or later he would rip out his tongue. Suddenly, the spear master stopped. Suddenly, the ground exploded in front of him. The spearman looked at the ground flying at him. Spinning his spear, he negated the entire attack. A small bruise appeared on his face while he tried to figure out if it was some kind of magic that exploded the ground, coming to the conclusion that it was most likely a trap. The boy rushed after the protagonist again. The youth continued to run. The spearman did not lag behind, running after him. Looking back, the hero was surprised that his opponent only stepped where the boy stepped during this fight, which made his attention to the surroundings simply unimaginable. Suddenly, he stopped, realizing that he used the information about the enemy in 100 simulations to figure out how to win. The hero rested his foot on the trap. Thanks to the explosion, the boy soared above his opponent. Their weapons crossed again. Gritting his teeth, Kang could not understand what kind of skill this was, because it was really a spiritual sword. Squinting, the boy realized that he had just been lucky to defeat Mirin in their first fight because she had stepped into one of his traps, but they could also be used for more than just attacking. Remembering that jump, he realized that the trap instantly pushed everything around it when it was set, but depending on the target, it could be used to gain tremendous speed. The hero repelled one of the attacks with the spell book. Kang also repelled all of the protagonist's attacks. Smiling, the boy asked the enemy if that was all he could do, but the spearman shouted that they weren't done yet. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself behind the enemy. Kang turned around. The book flew straight into his face. He fell to the ground. Trying to get up, the spearman realized that he couldn't predict the enemy's movements at all. The hero, smiling, asked if it was time to end it all. His opponent was on one knee. Remembering all the research, Xianghu understood that his opponent was losing for only one reason, because Kang knew nothing about his opponent, while the protagonist knew everything about his. Smiling, the young man realized that if the spearman had collected information about him during the preparation, he would not have had a chance of winning, because even if they had fought at least a couple of times before, his chances of winning would have dropped to 50%. The young man made another blow with the book. When he imagined the book, he understood that the book is not a weapon that increases damage and defense based on the rank of the magic book and the wisdom of the user. But it would not be an exaggeration to say that the book that the protagonist, who is considered the player with the greatest wisdom, waved. The material of the book can be equated to titanium, and in addition, at the moment of releasing the magic particles from the talisman that enchants the object, the attack is filled with impact and explosive types of damage, and becomes comparable to the highest attack. Looking at the enemy, the hero said that this really can be the final weapon. The guy used a spell on the enemy. He was walking down the stairs when the judge announced his victory, and a certain guy in a hat realized that he was most worried about Kang in this competition. But someone he had never heard of knocked out the spearman himself. Grinning, he knew that victory was in his pocket. Mirin and the guest entered the arena when the referee announced the start of their battle. Grabbing the blade, the guest shouted about the whirlwind. The girl calmly took hold of the blade's hilt. With one blow, she cut off her enemy's head. The guy's eyes widened, realizing that his companion was a monster, because she had won with just one blow of the sword, without even opening her eyes. Blood dripped from her sword as she spoke of what awaited Xianghu in the arena. Smiling, she added that she had been waiting for this. The protagonist bowed his head and remained silent. Mirin lowered her hand with the sword and said that after that day she thought about it a lot, so she decided that it didn't matter to her whether he was good or evil. Squinting, the girl said that the only thing that mattered to her was his skill with which he would convince her. The protagonist sweated a little and froze, realizing that he needed to defeat Mirin to gain her trust. Starting to approach the girl, the guy said that this was the perfect stage, because they were supposed to fight once a month anyway. Mirin nodded her head, expressing understanding. Standing next to her, the protagonist said that they constantly postponed the fight because of missions and other things, but now they will fight on such a grand stage. Stopping looking at the girl, Song-Hu remembered all the abilities of the mask, the options of which were difficult to activate. Passing by Mirin, the protagonist mentally said that the option is activated in a conversation once out of 4 times, so he will have to say at least 120 phrases. Mirin closed her eyes and said that she had been training day and night since her first defeat, and the protagonist crouched down and expressed surprise. The girl turned around and said that she didn't think she could win, but she didn't plan on showing herself in such an unsightly way. The protagonist would set up speed traps and simple traps every time the girl's view was obstructed by something like a rock or a tree. Standing up, Seong-Hu realized that even after all the small talk, his stats had only increased by 5%, while the girl's had decreased by 4%. Taking out her blade, Marion said that she would go first. A moment later, she suddenly rushed at the protagonist. Seong-Hu managed to put out her hands to block and dodge. Smiling, Marion said that he had read her attack perfectly and dodged with restrained movements. Seong-Hu laughed as she moved along with the girl. The swordswoman closed her eyes and sighed. She raised her blades, using the sea blade. She suddenly rushed at the guy. The protagonist stepped back, blocking the attack. Marion swung her sword and continued to attack. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand her movements. When he thought the girl would become fast, she would become slow, and if he thought she was weak, she would become stronger. The guy took out his sword and rushed at the girl. In an instant, he was behind her. Turning around, the protagonist realized that if the mask hadn't improved his vision, he wouldn't have been able to catch the girl's ever-changing swordsmanship. Landing after the jump, Marion mentally said that the enemy had many gaps in his defense, and she would have looked down on the enemy if it weren't for Song-Hu. The whole world around her darkened as Marion thought that her opponent was a swordsman like him, deliberately showing her the gaps. Remembering the previous battle, she realized that the gaps were a trap, and if she tried to attack him, he would definitely knock her out with one blow. Smiling, the girl told the enemy that he was really good since he could dodge her sea blade so easily. Rubbing his chin, Seong-Hu said that it was not easy for him, and he even began to get very nervous. Grinning and pouring Kai into the blades, the girl said that they made him even more nervous, since until now she had only warmed up. Pouring Kai into the sword, Seong-Hu realized that he needed to reflect the attack with the spirit of the sword. A moment later, he had to block the enemy's attack. Looking at the protagonist, Marion asked if he had already learned the spirit of the sword. The protagonist smiled and said that he was not an innocent swordsman. A moment later, his grimoire began to burn, and the protagonist himself said that now he should become serious. The flames rushed straight to Marion. She swung her blade and cut through the flames. Suddenly, the fire exploded. Dodging the splinters and shards, the girl thought that Seong-Hu had invested a significant portion of his stats into wisdom. The fire around the protagonist exploded, making it impossible to get close to him. Marion swung her blades, sending out Kai sickles. Straightening up, she tried to find the enemy. She spread her sense of Kai everywhere, but she could not determine his location. The protagonist's cloak moved in the dust. Hearing this, Marion raised her sword. A moment later, she cut through the cloak thrown into the sky. She gaped, realizing that it was only a cloak. The protagonist appeared behind her opponent and used a fire bullet. Marion hurriedly covered her face with her hands from the flames. Seong-Hu laughed and asked the girl if she thought that he would just stand and watch. Marion suddenly attacked the boy, saying that he shouldn't underestimate her just because she doesn't have a sword. The protagonist started to fall on his back. He lost his balance because he was tricked by the ghost sword. Seeing the sword pointed at him, he realized that he was now a target. Sun-Hu suddenly leaned on his hand. He activated breakdance and spun. The girl's eye widened in shock. The protagonist kicked her legs. A moment later, he kicked her stomach. Then he hit her in the face with the grimoire. Marion dropped to one knee due to the beating. Sweating and smiling at the same time, the protagonist said that she shouldn't have let her guard down. Coughing up blood, the girl said that it was quite painful. Wiping the blood and straightening up, Marion said that even losing the sword was a trap to lure her. Compared to him, she is inferior to him in everything. Marion bared her teeth and said that only her special determination would allow her to win. She held her sword out in front of her and said that this was her determination. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He had become stronger than before, but he was still not strong enough to face the girl. If he could, he would refuse. Looking at the girl in front of him, he knew that if he could defeat her, she could become an ideal ally. The protagonist stepped on a speed trap. Holding his sword out in front of him, he told the girl to come closer. Marion raised her sword. Taking a stance, she used the sea blade again. The left blade had a turbulent flow like a tidal wave. The right sword had a smooth flow like a central wave. Looking at the girl running towards him, Seong-Hu tried to figure out how to attack. The right blade was dangerous, and he could not attack hastily with the left one. The trap glowed slightly, Because of it, he could not retreat by increasing the distance. When Mireen was 5 meters away, the protagonist mentally said that once he activated the trap, he would be able to reach a speed 8 times faster than normal. Mireen frowned as she continued to run. Her opponent did not move. She thought that he was too confident in his skills. Stopping thinking about it, she continued to run towards him. At the decisive moment, the girl's thinking was not with a desperate desire to kill or win. Her goal was to show how far she had climbed the stairs, how much stronger she had become. Swinging her blade, Mireen longed to find out how the opponent would counter her attack, into which she put all her strength. The protagonist sweated, staring intently at the girl. He began to raise his leg. A moment later, a powerful explosion covered the area. The protagonist blocked Mireen's sword with a grimoire. The girl opened her mouth and eyes wide, realizing that she had been careless with her right sword for a split second. Her sword was now stuck in the grimoire. Sung-Hoo gritted his teeth from tension. He raised his hand sharply, using a ballet skill. He waved his hand and threw the sword to the side. As if in a dance, he hugged the girl and put the sword to her. Mireen closed her eyes, admitting defeat. A moment later, the arena returned to its original state, and the results were announced by the referee. Kang, who was standing to the side, did not understand how Seong-Gu did this after the match for 3rd place. Squinting, the guy mentally said that he should not have acted hastily. The host, who was standing behind Kang, asked him to come to him. Approaching, the guy asked the host what he had in his hand. He honestly admitted that it was the award for 3rd place. Holding a small bag and a tag in his hand, Kang was perplexed. The protagonist glanced at Mireen and saw how she received a bag and a silver tag. Soon the host came up and handed him a bag with a gold tag. The protagonist, without taking it, asked him if he could take something else. The boy smiled and told Seong-Hu that the reward categories were predetermined. Suddenly, a system window appeared and reported receiving 30,000 gold coins and a badge of honor. The protagonist stared at the badge of honor, which could own buildings up to level 5 importance. Soon, a new patch was released, and the entire city underwent changes. The system panel reflected all the changes. Now the name of the city had changed. The field outside the castle was open, and siege warfare was also added. Mireen raised her head to read the updates. Seong-Hu squinted after reading them. Kang frowned and could not help but curse. Raising his head and looking at the screen, Seong-Hu realized that he could only highlight 2 things in this patch. The first was the existence of another world. Renaming the first city in history, which the Koreans previously called Gyeojeon, could be seen as a means of addressing the city's residents as a collective because the city had changed. The second change was the revolution. War can now start when contacting another country. Peace treaty and trade are also possible, but it is foolish to expect this. Sung-Hoo clenched his fist and mentally said that he already understood how to use the badge of honor now. The guy turned to Mireen and ordered her to take 2 people. He will wait for them at the place where they always go after a small investigation. The guy first came to the temple, although a little late, considering that the situation was already out of control. A stack of papers fell on the table. Baekwoo grabbed his head. He already assumed that there were other cities, but this was too sudden. Adjusting his glasses, he calmed down. He was already somewhat prepared for this, since he had accumulated an emergency fund and came up with a rough plan for conquest. Taking the book, the guy mentally said that from the professions that he had already researched in the original world, people who are well versed in history, economics, and military sciences are needed. The city was in turmoil. The opening of the field, the siege war, the change of the city's name, and the addition of new jobs were too sudden. What people paid attention to the most was the extra life, similar to a second heart. People were happy knowing that dead people do not come back to life, but those who do not have an extra life sighed with relief and joy. The protagonist, watching the people from the balcony, said that this is just life, and the problem is that he cannot just naively accept it in such a situation. Leaning on the railing, Seong-Hu said that he deduces from the function of conducting a siege war that there are other forces. Providing an extra life in such a scenario will only allow them to fight harder without worrying about death. Jeongwon lowered his head, saying that in such a case, they cannot just be happy about it. Turning to his comrades, the protagonist said that he has a book about siege warfare that they should read, and he should also tell them the information he received at the temple. When the protagonist said that the newly added cavalry and the blooming knights were nothing to worry about, Jeongwon clenched his fist, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist answered him by saying that they were special positions that could only be obtained in the Divine City. Their speed of advancement and strength were impressive. Ellie closed her eyes and said that they were simply being told to start a war. Turning her head to the protagonist, she told him that the initial advancement speed had become fast, but why would people who had lived here for more than half a year change their job just because of these merits? Straightening up, she said that these jobs were not for the average or rankers. Rubbing his chin, Seong-Hu said that someone was intending to train the lowest rank users for war in a short time. As the boy leaned on the railing, Ellie reminded him of the limit of 4 people, because in a clash between thousands or tens of thousands of people, there is a limit for the elite. Turning to Youngwon, he told him to look for a few useful people along with an informant. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sunwoo said that he should choose based on the situation, skills, and personality. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was better for him to choose people with mental disorders, and in the worst cases, with the lowest rank. Youngwon bowed his head, not understanding why they needed such people. Raising his hand, the guy asked Sunwoo if he was wrong. Turning to the guy, the protagonist said that they could choose qualified people and train them. Youngwon raised his hand, asking how he was going to cover the costs since it would take 6 million gold to create a strong team in a month. Sunwoo started walking towards Mirani, saying that he had a plan, then he turned to the girl, telling her to choose people who met her standards. The girl turned to him, saying that either he or the other top rankers met her standards. Tilting his head to the side, the protagonist said that she should choose people with unuseful skills and who could be trusted. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl thought for a moment and said that they would need 5 people. Ellie glanced at the protagonist when he told her to create simple logistics. He stopped smiling and said that they should research items that showed a big difference in market prices compared to before or items that had become difficult to obtain. Analyzing, the girl realized that Songhoo wanted her to research the entire city's market and commodity turnover, which was difficult to achieve in a short period of time even with the Information Guild. The entire world around her became a veil for the girl as she considered whether or not to refuse. But she could not pretend to be innocent forever because Songhoo had already noticed it. Looking at the protagonist again from the side, she said that he could rely on her. Remembering the badge of honor, the protagonist realized that it was something that no one could buy even if they paid a lot of money, but a person could not own buildings in the city they belonged to. The events take us to the temple. Philip stood in front of the protagonist and said that the only buildings he could take over with a sign were those in other cities. Seong-hoo rubbed his chin. He now understood the people's intentions, and it was a relief to him. All actions were aimed at accelerating the war. If the player was going to extort money, it was better to extort it from another city, but if he killed during a war with another city, he was treated as a hero. The gates of the city could be opened, as well as the field around it. But no one ever went far. The missions were classified so that their difficulty could be predicted. People who walked freely in the field were either brave or belonged to a guild. The protagonist rode a horse through the city. The couple watching him go guessed that he had been riding when he was still in the real world. Seong-hoo rode a horse outside the city. He did not expect that he would be able to use the riding skill he received during the D-class mission. In the evening, at sunset, the horse stopped. Seong-hoo got off it. He had only been traveling for half a day, and he had already found himself in another city. Looking at the untrodden grass, he suspected something was wrong. No one was visible, and the gates were closed. The guy decided to hide his identity, so he put on a mask. Suddenly, an arrow fell in front of him. The guards who appeared on the walls shouted, telling the guy that if he came closer, a battle would begin. A man with long hair and a mustache stepped forward, saying that no one was allowed access to the unknown city and no negotiations were allowed. The guy raised his head, realizing that this was not the first city in history, and it did not have a special name. In addition, the commander's speech was strange. Looking at the commander on the wall, he asked if he was an NPC. When he confirmed it, the guy asked him if the NPCs could harm them. Holding a staff in his hand, the commander frowned, saying that the purpose of their existence was to protect the city. Seong-hoo narrowed his eyes when he heard him. The commander frowned and said that if they wanted to enter the city, they would have to destroy the troops that were protecting it. The protagonist put his hand behind his back and decided that he could use the token here. He pulled out a map, and thanks to his area mapping skill, all the unknown cities he had just found were marked. Walking up to the horse, the boy wondered if he should just come back another day. Near another city, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He noticed that the wall was so high that it was impossible to estimate. He assumed that the Divine Mountain's defense was shaped like a sphere or rectangle. If the distance from here was about 300 kilometers around the Divine City, it would stretch up to 300 kilometers from east to west. Standing in front of the huge wall, the protagonist decided not to jump to conclusions. Meanwhile, someone approached the boy from behind. Seong-hoo immediately looked back after hearing footsteps. The couple screamed in fear, asking the boy in Japanese who he was. Seong-hoo froze, not understanding how he automatically understood the meaning of what the Japanese were saying. Turning to them, he said that he wanted to ask them this question. One of the group scratched the back of his head, saying that he did not understand how he understood the words of this Korean. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that now there were 3 swordsmen, 1 archer and 1 mage against him. When the group approached him, he asked them if they were Japanese. The leader of the group confirmed this. Shingo closed one eye and rubbed his chin in thought. Seeing how the guy climbed onto the horse, he shouted, demanding to stop. He glanced at his comrade and he nodded his head. The group surrounded Seong-hoo in an instant. Shingo frowned, realizing that if they let him live, their location would become known to the Koreans, and it would be very disadvantageous if their location was revealed. Putting his hand in his pocket, he told the group not to kill the guy, but simply paralyze him to take him to their city. One of the boys ducked to make a dash while the leader told the protagonist not to put up unnecessary resistance. Seeing Sung-hoo ignoring him, Shingo frowned. The guy behind the protagonist took out his blade. Sung-hoo did a somersault, dodging the attack in time. In an instant, he was in front of Shingo. He struck him in the jaw. In a second, the protagonist struck 3 enemies. When everyone fell, the protagonist's weapon dissolved. Looking at the knocked out enemies, Sung-hoo tried to decide what to do. If he killed them, his presence would be known in other cities. Should he treat them the same way he did during the survival mission? The guy's lips stretched into a smile. He had a great idea. Shingo's eyes began to open. He grunted, realizing that he was suspended and tied up. The guy began to swing when Sung-hoo approached him and told him that he woke up earlier than he expected. Shingo stopped moving and stared at the Korean. The protagonist chuckled and said that it would be nice if he kept quiet, since he wouldn't be hurt if he made noise anyway. Sung-hoo put his hands in his pockets, and when Shingo fell silent, he said that it was nice of him. Removing the tape from the guy's mouth, the protagonist said that they should try to talk. He suddenly yelled at the protagonist, demanding that he let him go. Sung-hoo smiled and asked him if he knew who he was. Gritting his teeth, Shingo said that they really were the best guild in Japan. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked what was so special about his guild. Continuing to hang with the others, Shingo calmed down and apologized for what happened earlier, and since this was their first diplomatic meeting, they didn't need to do this to each other. Sung-hoo raised his dagger, refusing the offer. Seeing him turn around and walk towards his partner, Shingo yelled, asking what he was trying to do. He stabbed the prisoner's leg sharply. The boy stared at the victim, asking Shingo where he should go to get to his city. The scared boy screamed, saying that he would not cooperate with someone like him. Lowering his hands, the protagonist asked if he would cooperate despite this. Raising his dagger, he told them that he would release the one who answered his question after 30 minutes of torture. The 3 teammates looked at each other. Soon, night fell. Standing in place, the protagonist asked whether he should continue or not. He screamed in the ear of one of the boys, asking if he should ask again. The boy approached the boy's face when he began to beg for mercy. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist said that it was a pleasure to work with them, they only had to wait a little longer. San-hoo approached the girl. He sharply cut the rope. The girl fell to the ground. Removing the tape from his lips, the boy told her that he would be very happy if he told him something different from what they had said before. The protagonist took out some poison and forced the girl to drink it, saying that she should enjoy the game with him more. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Shingo cursed as he looked at the trembling girl. Seong-hoo stared at the map, mentally saying that everyone's information was identical, even if everyone knew different things, but he shouldn't worry about small differences. Squinting, the boy mentally said that it was strange that all the Japanese players were affiliated with a guild or were well known. Putting his hands in his pockets, he told the boys that it was great that they were cooperating. The protagonist stopped smiling and decided not to let them hate him. They shouldn't even think about hating him. Walking up to Shingo with a dagger, he told him that for his compliance, he would not let him feel comfortable. The boy suddenly fell to the ground. The partners who continued to hang began to look angrily at Shingo. They did not understand why. Being one of the leaders of the Faith and Interests Guild, the most persistent and annoying, he was released. They decided that Shingo was a traitor. Suddenly, 3 ropes broke. Holding a pot of soup in his hand, the protagonist said that he would hand out food, so they should not talk and just eat. If at least one said anything, he would cut out his tongue. The protagonist began to feed the prisoner with a spoon. Shingo, eating from a spoon, tried to understand what the protagonist was thinking. After dinner, Seong-hoo taped Shingo's mouth. Suddenly, he began to dig. The guy covered his eyes because of the dust. He assumed in horror that they were trying to bury them. Seong-hoo approached Shingo and lifted him up, saying that he was not going to kill them. The protagonist grinned widely, saying that he was a man who knew the value of life, so he would not kill them recklessly and would give them a chance to survive. The boy's eyes widened. He knew that they were far from the city, and they were transported while they were unconscious. He understood that no one would find them. The protagonist smiled. Killing them would only reveal information about him in Japan, but he could not take them to the Divine City, so he decided to imprison them. The trees would protect them from direct sunlight, and Sung-hoo fed and watered them, so they would be able to survive for at least 5 days. Sung-hoo narrowed his eyes, realizing that he could delay the disclosure of the information for about 5 days. Climbing onto his horse, the protagonist told the group that they would now split up. A moment later, he galloped away, leaving the tied-up group. The events take us to the Divine City. Baekwu was sitting at the table telling the leader that they had gathered many teams together to make a map, so they should arrange it so that 3 good players were together and that they kept their distance. Baekwu adjusted his glasses and said that the monsters outside the city were mostly D-level monsters, not strong but not weak either. Kang turned to him and asked how many weapons they should take. Baekwu turned to the guy and said that they were trying their best, but it was not easy because the city could not supply them endlessly. Kang frowned. His guild was definitely strong, but not perfect, so he was worried. The Ihan Rescue Guild kept causing him trouble, along with other leaders of small and medium-sized guilds. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and the protagonist appeared behind it. He stood in front of Kang. People jumped up, asking the guy how he got in. The leader slammed his hand on the table. He angrily pointed at the protagonist, calling him a bastard. One of his partners gritted his teeth in anger. He suddenly rushed to attack. Miriam, who was standing behind the guy, used a single blade. Swinging her sword, she threw the guy back. The group, seeing who injured their comrade, froze. The protagonist, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, greeted the group and introduced himself. Suddenly, he covered his face, saying that even having taken first place in the competition, he was not famous. Deciding to get down to business, he handed the piece of paper to Kang, saying that he should read it. He took the piece of paper in his hand, asking what it was. The partners who began to read the piece of paper screamed, learning about the Japanese in an unknown city. Frowning, the ranker asked the protagonist if it was true. He grinned and told him that he could not believe it if he did not want to. The guy, looking intently at the guy, asked him if he would lie to him about the location of cities that were 2 days from here. Kang looked at the paper in his hand again, realizing that the guy had no reason to deceive them, since he could easily verify everything. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Seongwoo said that the reason he came was for public interest. Slightly bowing his head, he said that it did not matter whether they fought alone or not, since there were other cities and countries, so a conflict within the country was not the best idea. Stopping smiling, the ghost said that he tried to avoid battle, but they found out that he was from another city and immediately attacked him. It was advantageous for the protagonist to start a conflict between the Japanese and Koreans. Kang put the paper on the table, asking the ghost if he was so friendly, because they could all be attacked by other nations. When the ranker was about to accuse the guy of selfishness, Baekwu approached him. Turning around, the protagonist told the guy that he should accept this as a gift. After he left, Baekwu raised his hand, saying that it would not take long to verify the authenticity, so the words of the departed one can be trusted. Kang frowned and asked if he remembered how they were attacked at their first meeting. The white-haired guy closed his eyes, saying that there are cruel people. The guild leader stroked his chin and thought, if everything was true then there was no point in hiding the information. Closing his eyes, he ordered his subordinates to tell people everything without specifics. Squinting and twisting his lips, he said that if there were still nations, this was a problem of a completely different level. All the members of the group stood up, realizing that they needed to prepare. Baekwu closed his eyes. Looking at the piece of paper again, he mentally said that they should be ready for war. Walking down the street, the protagonist told Miriam about the battle with the Japanese. The girl with emerald eyes stared at the guy, listening to the story. The protagonist glanced at her carefully. He did not tell everything and hid part. The girl approached and asked the guy if he had already had a second awakening. He looked at her and said that it had not happened yet. Starting from the second awakening, it was necessary to complete the mission of Class B and 10 Class C, but no one had yet been able to complete the mission of Class B even with the most elite rankers. Not everyone can complete a class mission with 4 people, although the guy could hide his identity and join the association by becoming a dark figure on the board. The protagonist turned around abruptly when Miriam said that she had undergone a second awakening yesterday by going to the temple and changing classes. The girl stopped and said that now her rank is the greatest sword, many skills and points have been added. The protagonist turned to her trying to figure out when and with whom the girl completed the B-rank mission. The girl felt an aura of horror from the protagonist when he looked at her. Stroking her cheek, she said that it was impossible to just complete a B-rank mission, so perhaps the mandatory mission was counted for her. She raised her hand saying that the mandatory mission counted the same as a normal one. The protagonist looked to the side and realized that in this case, the first S-class mission was also counted. Rewards for merit, gifts from the gods, it was clear from the beginning that the strong get more than the weak. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. Rubbing his neck, he said that he would go to the temple for a while. The events take us to the temple. Philip crossed his arms over his chest and happily said that they could easily change their class. The protagonist raised his hand and asked why they hadn't told him about it before. Philip answered by saying that it was stupid to say something they hadn't asked about. Covering his mouth, the guy asked if he could go through a second awakening in that case. Understanding his hand, the man told the guy that he only had to choose what he liked. A moment later, icons with different classes appeared in front of the guy. Battle Dancer allowed him to bring dance moves into battle, and the user also received more bonuses. The protagonist, however, could easily get the skill using copying, and with the synergistic effect of an inquisitive mind, he had no desire to change his class. The guy glanced to the side. Smiling, he said that he was choosing an earthly swordsman. Philip waved his hand saying that he should think about it because a combat dancer is almost a high class. Songwoo confirmed his choice again. A moment later, Kai enveloped him, and the system began to notify about his awakening as an earthly swordsman. All his indicators improved by 25. He also received 3 special skills. The protagonist stared at the system panel and began to study the changes that happened to him. A smile did not leave his face as he thought about the fact that the levels of all his skills increased. A confident gait and an endless inquisitive mind were now a rare high class. One of the special skills was the skill out of rhythm. It had a unique class. It allowed you to change the rhythm by adding sudden pauses or speeding up the movements. The second skill was partial truth. His ability to resist intoxicating forces and deception was strengthened. The third skill was all rivers flow into the sea. All skills below the level could forcibly link and combine. The guy closed his eyes. At first he underestimated the reverse extreme, which turned out to be a good skill, so he did not want to make the same mistake. Looking at the system window, he mentally said that thanks to the bonus option items and extra points, everyone in the stats were in the top rank. Remembering Mirin, he decided that there were other players hiding their second awakening. Smiling, he decided to be careful with disclosing information. Shin slammed his fist on the table. Frowning, he shouted in anger, saying that 4 days have already passed and they cannot wait any longer. The guys carefully looked at each other. Ryasuke, closing his eyes, said that the team was missing and this is not a problem that you can just run away from. Angrily, Shin raised his hand, saying that no one can defeat them because they all had a second awakening. Seeing how Ryasuke crossed his arms over his chest, the guy asked him how long he will stand like this while his friends are stuck somewhere. Closing his eyes again, Ryasuke asked the guy to wait another day. Everyone stared at the guy when he said that Uchida would come tomorrow and then they would have 8 more people with the second awakening. Opening his eyes, he told Shin to get ready. Suddenly, the door swung open and a subordinate reported a player from another city. Shin squinted and asked what nationality he was. The guy approached him and said that he immediately ran away as soon as he started to approach, but he was definitely either Korean or Chinese. Shin frowned, thinking about his words. The events take us to the Divine City. The guy standing in front of the table said that he confirmed the information received by the ghost. Kang frowned and said that they would meet them after gathering a good team. His guildmates immediately began to discuss how many people should go. Kang clasped his fingers and said that it was impossible to take few people, but it was also impossible to take too many. After much thought, it was decided to take 46 warriors, 20 archers, and 10 magicians. An elite squad made up of rankers, with Kang as the leader and Baekwu as the advisor. There were also 2 uninvited guests standing in front of the group. The protagonist looked into the distance and said that he was just thinking about how he had never seen rain before. The guys behind him looked at each other, trying to understand why they let a ghost in. Kang remembered how Seong-woo stood in front of him yesterday and told him that they would take him with them to another city. Smiling and closing his eyes, he said that there were many who had undergone the second awakening, so they themselves would not be able to withstand it. Kang frowned, understanding the message. His guild had actually completed many B-class quests, but they needed to keep this information a secret. He closed his eyes, understanding that he could not make a ghost his enemy. Seong-woo was now standing in front of him. Baekwu glanced at Kang and asked if it was really hard for him to trust him. The protagonist shuddered in horror when Kang answered Baekwu, saying that the ghost could very well have tortured the Japanese and then buried them. Mirin turned to the protagonist asking if he was cold. He nervously smiled and said that the wind was blowing a little. A scout in a tree shouted out announcing the approach of 100 people. Kang, looking into the distance, said that they were most likely spotted too, so they should move more slowly. Soon the 2 groups stood opposite each other. The Japanese, in addition to their leaders, had the same clothes and weapons. Kang, looking at the group in front of him, realized that they must have been provided with equipment like their city. The protagonist turned and walked away when Kang told everyone to get ready for battle. The guild leader grabbed the ghost by the shoulder, asking where he was going. The guy looked at him, saying that he was just an outsider and it was better for him to be the clan leader, who boldly confronted them. Kang smiled, barely holding back his anger, and said that he had the right to be here. The 2 guys smiled at each other, one holding the other back from running away, and the other, realizing this, cursed in his mind. Soon, Ryasuke approached them and greeted them. Kang raised his head and looked at Ryasuke and was surprised that he understood another language. The man standing in front of Kang introduced himself as a representative of the Divine Sea. Kang frowned mentally, saying that Ryasuke looked like an ordinary swordsman. He glanced at Shin and Uchida to the side and began to study them. Shin narrowed his eyes and decided that all the Koreans were amateurs. He decided that Kang was strong, and the guy in the mask and the woman next to him were ordinary weaklings. Ryasuke closed his eyes and said that he did not want to fight at all. Kang smiled at him, saying that no one needs meaningless deaths. While Ryasuke was suggesting to limit contact, Shin suddenly appeared next to him. Pushing his comrade, he said that he wanted to ask them something. His pupils shrank as he asked if they had taken any Japanese hostage. Seeing that no one in the group answered, Shin said that a few of their group had gone missing a few days ago. Kang straightened up and told the protagonist that he thought he had met some Japanese. The guy raised his hand and asked Shin if he had any evidence or if he was just blaming them. At that moment, the bluff and bragging skill was used. Pointing his hand at the guy, he asked him his name. Hearing the name Ghost, the guy smiled and said that he couldn't even use his real name. Was he playing a clown? The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that at least he had manners. Shin's eye widened. He grabbed his sword and got into a stance. Suddenly, his attack was blocked by an identical attack. Shin gritted his teeth as he realized that his attack was reflected by the sword's aura. He stared at the girl in front of him, trying to figure out who she was. Standing in front of the girl, the guy thought that she didn't even look surprised after repelling the attack. His capillaries in his eye appeared from anger. Suddenly, the protagonist stood between them, ordering them to stop. Kang raised his hand, asking for forgiveness for the fact that his subordinates were too much. Ryasuke smiled, saying that the fault was actually in his subordinate. The protagonist came up from behind and asked the clan leader since when he became his subordinate. Shin, meanwhile, stood behind Ryasuke, shouting, saying that they were not finished fighting yet. Kang and Ryasuke shook hands with smiles on their faces. Ryasuke suddenly tightened his grip. Kang smiled sincerely, saying that it was nice. He suddenly tightened his grip and squeezed the man's hand. The man's eyes widened and his body trembled from Kang's strength. When they released their hands, there were wounds on his palm. His hand trembled as he said that it was time for them to go. The clan leader raised his hand, saying that it was a pity that he would leave. Having left first, Kang said that he would definitely teach his subordinates to restrain themselves. Shin approached Ryasuke and asked if he was injured. Ryasuke did not answer, but immediately asked for medicine. Closing his eyes, he said that such power is only possible after the second awakening and strengthening of power. If we assume that the woman who blocked the sword and that masked clown are on the same level, then there are at least 3 with a second awakening. Throwing up his hands, Shin asked in shock if they also completed a B-rank mission. Ryasuke answered, telling him that it was so. Looking at Uchida to the side, the man asked how many they had who had undergone a second awakening. He answered, saying that there were 32. Frowning, Ryasuke said that they would be able to increase this number in a week. He turned around when Shin said that preparing the raid and equipment would put pressure on supplies. Frowning, the leader said that there might be a war soon, so they must outnumber the enemy. Ryasuke glanced at Uchida, saying that he should take care of all this. Shin squinted and asked if they would really let him leave just like that. Frowning at the guy, he told him that he had already sent a man after them. Kang, walking at the head of the group, said that the Japanese were playing small. The protagonist glanced at him and said that he was a child since he enjoyed victory. Stopping, Kang said that Ryasuke had definitely undergone a second awakening. Stroking his chin, he said that the other 2 behind him had also undergone a second awakening. Looking at Baekwu, the leader asked how many they had who had undergone a second awakening. Baekwu glanced at the ghost first, realizing that he was expecting an answer, but there was no point in hiding such a number. Kang turned to the advisor. When he said that they had 48 awakened, the leader told Baekwu that they needed to increase this number to 150. Kang narrowed his eyes and mentally decided that external conflicts were more important than internal ones. The protagonist raised his hand and asked him if he wasn't so sad to just let them go. Besides, they promised to send a messenger, but it would be nice to exchange hostages. Baekwu raised his hand, saying that in that case, information about them would leak out. The advisor smiled and said that Yui's killer was on his tail. The protagonist froze, realizing that he shouldn't underestimate them. He glanced to the side and smiled, realizing that no one was watching him. Sanhu did not hesitate to get into another world with the others. He immediately began to carry out all-purpose missions. On the other hand, there were people who remained at the very bottom. The guy knelt down in front of the beggar and asked him how he felt. He said in pain that he was begging for money and carrying out low-level missions. Sanhu looked at him and asked if others looked down on him. The man cried and said that everyone despised him, as if he were a homeless person. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He himself did not know what to call a person who only begs on the streets. The guy stood up and raised his hand, saying that it was not his fault and he understood him perfectly. Standing in front of the beggars, Sanhu told them that he did not discriminate and did not despise them because he saw them on the same level as himself. The protagonist remembered Ayan, whose guild members were terribly devoted. He decided to make people loyal. Looking at his wife and husband on the side, he decided to first understand their problems and calm them down. Throwing a coin in front of the man, he decided not to say the exact reason for his help. He smiled, holding poison in his hand. Using the bluff skill, he made them believe in himself. After research, he added the recipe to various poisons to create a medicine that erases the feeling of dependence and reasonableness. It also caused addiction. Looking at the man rubbing his hand, he decided to make them dependent on him. The men stood in front of him and bowed, swearing loyalty to him. The protagonist, putting his hands on his chest, began to promise people a ticket to heaven and eternal happiness, so he became an idol for them. Looking at the crowd, the protagonist decided that I used the same method of persuasion. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the people, Xiang-hu thought that although it looked immoral, but as a result, people would be able to find a new purpose. He smiled, now he had an army. Throwing his arms out to the sides, he said that today everyone would rest, and tomorrow they would start work. At this time, the soldiers lined up in rows. It was a legendary regiment created anew by the association. It consisted of 35 soldiers on horses and 15 archers for each group. Songun looked at the newcomers and sighed. He crossed his arms over his chest. He thought that he would be included in the B-class mission since he learned how to use a long sword. Approaching the reception desk, he asked for a D-class mission. Hanzo, who was observing the regiment's position, counted how many times they changed their position and their number. Raising a cup of tea, he mentally said that other groups similar to the newcomers also changed positions several times. Suddenly, the man felt as if he was struck by electricity. He stood up, feeling that people were surrounding him. Seeing the man near the counter, he froze. The protagonist's aura was very strong. The stranger continued to look at the protagonist, saying in his head that there was no way he had more than 2,000 stat points. With these thoughts, he used the skill Danger Sense, which allowed him to instinctively sense if something nearby was stronger, and also allowed him to see the stats of a stronger player. The protagonist bowed at this time and wished the merchant good luck. He then quickly jumped on his horse. The guy watching him saw Xiang-hu gallop away. After that, he folded his arms and asked himself if the protagonist was riding around town on a horse, adding that he didn't know what his plans were, but since he was so strong, he should find out. After a while, Xiang-hu stopped and turned around, saying in his head that he had a feeling that he was being followed. He stared back, thinking that he was riding at top speed, so no one would chase him, and even if someone tried, he would definitely notice. A little deeper in the forest, 5 human heads were sticking out of the ground, asking for help. Sung-hu approached them and mockingly asked if they really missed him that much, adding that it had only been 5 days and they looked more cheerful than he thought. One of the buried people was unconscious. The protagonist opened a system window in front of him and said that he forgot to feed them last time, so he was in a hurry, adding that he prepared healthy food for them, so they should eat every last crumb. Suddenly, one of the guys raised his head and screamed furiously, ordering them to stop this and asking if he really thought he could hide them forever. Sung-hu silently put a spoon in Shingo's mouth and said in his head that the others were avoiding eye contact or even staring into space. But Shingo still had energy, but it was still more despair. He kept his eyes on the guy, thinking that it wasn't like he could kill him, but leaving him alive was also bad, so he wanted to check something. The protagonist presented his mask and said in his head that subordinating those who had reached their mental limit to his will was fear. After a few minutes, he stood up and said that since everyone had eaten, it was time to drink. Hearing this, Shingo, looking at the guy, asked what he was talking about. Sung-hu put his finger to his lips and asked if he could be quiet for a bit, adding that he was his property, so he should listen to what he was saying. Then Shingo frowned and asked in displeasure what kind of nonsense he was talking about. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist kicked him hard in the face. Then he leaned towards him with his eyes shining and said menacingly that he really didn't like it when people contradicted him, because if he told him to do something, he just did it, after which he clarified that he didn't think, didn't ask questions, and didn't resist. Putting his hand behind his back, the protagonist said that he would return to the place where he stopped. Taking out a watering can, he began to pour water on Shingo. Sung-hu looked at this with a satisfied smile and mockingly asked if it hurt when water got into the wounds, after which he asked if they still thought he was crazy. Turning to the girl, he pointed his finger at her and said that she could answer on behalf of everyone else. Hearing this, the girl raised her head and screamed that this was definitely not so, adding that he was normal, very normal. The protagonist smiled and thanked her for such words and said that he thought that he lacked patience and prudence a little, so he decided to change. Then asked if she knew how he could better train his mind, adding that he would give a prize to the one who answered correctly. As soon as the guys heard this, they began to shout, offering their options. The protagonist lowered his head, adding with a grin that the answer was gardening. Shingo looked up and asked with a trembling voice if these were seedlings, to which Sung-hu replied that normal gardening was boring, so he decided to grow a special plant. The guy squatted down with scissors in his hands, grabbing the girl's hair, then added, a plant called a human, when he suddenly cut off the hair. He smiled, asking if it would be fun to grow several different types. The people started screaming loudly for someone to help them, since the protagonist was a bastard. Sung-hu began to throw the hair around, telling them not to worry, since even if they were fatally wounded, he would save them with a potion. And for now he was thinking of growing only 5, but he could add friends later, so the guys should give them cute ones when that happens. A silhouette behind the protagonist stood behind a tree. The guy took off his hood, thinking that Sung-hu was crazy. The protagonist suddenly turned his gaze to the side. He suddenly threw the scissors forward at high speed. The guy gritted his teeth, dodging the blow with a protective barrier. He covered his face with his cloak, then brought his fingers to his mouth, activating hallucinatory clones and 8 ghost lights. Clones immediately appeared around the protagonist. The guy smirked, thinking that Xianghu had fallen for the trick. He quickly ran up to the guys, asking if they were okay because he was going to save them now. Shingo's face immediately changed, screaming loudly. Hanzo quickly turned around in surprise. His body was immediately cut into 2 parts by the protagonist's blow. Xianghu looked ahead from under his brows, saying that he was sure that Hanzo was very happy that he was able to tie him up, but unfortunately, he had a fairly high resistance to psychological skills. The guy squatted down, sharply swinging his weapon to the side. Looking around, Xianghu was immediately surprised, thinking that he was sure that he had captured the enemy. Hanzo was sitting on the tree, thinking that his emergency escape had activated, and then wondered who the protagonist was. Looking at the guy, he thought that the fact that his emergency escape had activated for the first time in his life meant that he had already lost to this bastard. Hanzo frowned, thinking that he couldn't defeat the protagonist in a fight, and he also wouldn't let him kill the prisoners. At that moment, he pushed off, jumping down to the ground. Xianghu smiled, beckoning him with his hand, saying that he would only cut the guy's ankles. Hanzo clenched his hands into fists, saying that it was better to run. Putting his fingers to his face, he activated the running skill. Suddenly, the guy ran at high speed in the opposite direction from Xianghu. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that this was something new. The prisoners began to say in horror that they thought they would be able to escape. Xianghu turned around, thinking that he was finished. The guy knew that the journey from the Divine City to Japan took about 2 days, and assuming that Japan took action and sent a group to the Divine City, then he had about 5 days, and that would be enough to come up with something. The protagonist raised his head, thinking that if there was a way to communicate between all the users of the system, then he would be in trouble on a royal scale, and thank God that this was not the case. Looking at the prisoners, he thought that he was about to do something that was causing him an immense sense of guilt. The guy approached them closer, menacingly, thinking that he had no choice because the answer had already been given. After a while, Hanzo's voice was heard in the luxurious palace, saying that all 5 of the missing were buried alive. The boy stood with his head down and reported that he couldn't continue the investigation, but it seemed like they were being tortured brutally, treating them like vegetables. The man at the table in front of him asked if he was telling the truth, to which Hanzo put his fist to his heart and firmly replied yes, adding that this was all the work of the masked man who was present at the first meeting as a representative. Hearing this, Shin raised his fist and shouted furiously, asking what they were waiting for, adding that they should attack right away, and his comrades supported him. Ryasuke slightly lowered his head and quietly said that they should talk first. One of his men spread his hand to the side and exclaimed that if they tolerated this, they would be underestimating them. After all, it was the Koreans who started it, not them. Ryasuke closed his eyes and replied that this matter could not be decided based on emotions alone. Then he introduced the main character and said whether the masked guy did all this alone, after which he introduced the members of the association and finished, or by order of the association. Without raising his head, he said that this is what they should find out first, after which he ordered to prepare an official group that would go to Korea. Opening his eyes, he added that they should let them know that they wanted to officially interrogate this masked bastard. Contempt appeared in his eyes, and he firmly said that they would not tolerate such a thing. After saying this, he turned to Shin and ordered him to take the Faith and Interest Regiment, as well as the Revelation Regiment, and then set up camp at the southern gate. To which the guy joyfully raised his fist and said that he knew that Ryasuke would make the right choice, so he was leaving now. The representative, turning away again, turned to Uchida and ordered him to take the Pure Faith squad and focus on supplying the guild, adding that once he received the money, he was to distribute equipment to the Revelation Regiment and the Ninja Band, and also prepare supplies. After that, Ryasuke looked up at Hanzo and ordered him to begin training, and also to set up an ambush with a group of ninja at the southern gate. Without taking his eyes off the boy, he continued to say that Hanzo should reward those who succeed in defense, and train those who fail, and he should also tell everyone to keep their eyes open. Hanzo bowed and shouted loudly, yes. The next second, he jumped onto the roof, jumping off the wall, and Ryasuke, looking at this, wondered if he was too lazy to walk to the door. Looking away from the boy, he said to himself that he did not want to start a war, adding that if the Korean leaders had any brains, they would not allow the conflict to flare up over such a pathetic reason. Slightly lowering his head, he thought that with the new measures he could calm the people down a little and let Korea understand that war could happen. After a while, the boy was sitting on the roof. Yet he stared at the gathering troops and wondered if the Japanese really wanted to declare war on them. After a short pause, he said in his head that he could not waste time any longer, he needed to go back, and then disappeared. A few hours later, the Japanese troops began to approach the broken camp of the Koreans. Its leader suddenly remembered how Rasuk put his hands on his hips and ordered not to provoke them for no reason, adding that they just needed to ask for help in rescuing the Japanese prisoners and let the Koreans themselves hand over the criminal to them. Leaving his memories, the boy was slightly surprised by what he saw. He looked around, noticing a lot of people, wondering if they were going to war. The guy came closer, thinking that there was no need to rush now. Clenching his hands into fists, he wondered what kind of atmosphere was going on. Ryuhei shook Kang's hand, saying that he was a representative of Japan, wondering what kind of informality this was. Kang frowned, saying that they had a meeting planned, and then asked the guy why he came so late at night. Ryuhei spread his arms out, asking if he knew about the missing people from their side, to which Kang replied that there was no news about it. The representative raised his hand, saying that they had received significant evidence a few days ago, and there was a witness claiming that a Korean had kidnapped them. Pulhoon was indignant, asking what he was talking about. Ryuhei kicked the ground, shouting that they were being so brazen, to which Kang smiled, saying that Pulhoon had a bad temper so he could continue. Ryuhei glared ahead, his voice shaking as he said that they had received reports that a Korean had kidnapped and tortured them, and they would be very grateful if they could help them with their investigation. Kang placed his hands on his hips, asking who the Korean was, to which the boy replied that it was the masked man from the last meeting. He frowned, asking him to hand over the ghost. Kulhun walked closer to the boy, asking threateningly if Ryuhei thought it was crazy to just go and accuse someone without any evidence, and then just ask them to hand over the ghost, to which the representative became indignant, shouting that their people were hurt. Kang separated them, saying that he wanted to check something. Ryuhei suddenly saw a silhouette in front of him, which surprised him greatly. The boy saw Yukiko, loudly asking why she was here. Chilhoon took a step forward, shouting that he knew it, when suddenly the protagonist raised his hand up, stopping him. Sunhu turned around, asking if that didn't make things clear, since they were trying to falsely accuse them to create conflict and start a war. Kang let out a sigh, saying that he really thought he would never be friends with the guy, but he would trust him this time. Ryuhei held his palm out, asking in confusion what they were even talking about. Xianghu pointed at him, smirking as he said that their stupid plan had been exposed. Before he could finish, the guy slapped him across the face with all his might. The protagonist looked down on him, asking him to tell his masters. He smiled and said that if they wanted a war that badly, they wouldn't mind fighting. Ryuhei held his cheek in surprise. He quickly turned around and shouted that they would retreat for now. Kang grabbed his head, saying that he didn't think the Japanese would actually want to do something like that, and there was no telling how much damage would be done if a war actually broke out. Xianghu smirked, saying that he thought it would be worth it. He looked ahead, thinking that during the mission, all the money flow was concentrated around the mission center, and if the mission center increased taxes by 10%, it would bring in a huge profit. Kang frowned, thinking that he did not trust this guy. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, saying that there were many incidents due to ninjas in the Divine City, and it must be a lot of trouble for Kang. With a smile on his face, he added that he came to help. Kang turned around in surprise. Yukiko shyly came closer, then introduced herself, to which Sunghoo added that she was one of the missing Japanese. The guy smiled, adding that there was something the girl wanted to tell. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets and said that Yukiko was the sacrifice chosen by the Divine Sea. Without taking his eyes off his comrade, he continued to say that they were trying to frame them as her kidnappers, to which the girl firmly said that it was true, adding that she could swear. Sunghoo continued to say without a hint of hesitation in his voice that he had saved her when another Japanese man was chasing her, and that was when his identity was revealed. Kang stared at the boys and said to himself that it would be stranger if he had caused chaos right outside their city and then returned without leaving a trace. The protagonist placed his hand on Yukiko's shoulder and said that that's why he thought they would try to frame him for the kidnapping to use as an excuse, to which Kang replied that it was a very selfish thought. Sunghoo then extended his hand and explained that to the Japanese, he was the one who found out their secret, so they would most likely ask for him to be handed over to them or start a war using the situation as an excuse. Hearing this, Kang frowned and said to himself that he wouldn't have believed it if it were any other situation, but yet he had returned and was reporting the same thing. The protagonist interrupted his comrade's thoughts and calmly said that it was time for them to go, since Yukiko was still mentally unstable and needed to rest. Raising his head, Kang said that they would find a room for her. Hearing this, Xianghu smiled and replied, no, since it was better for Yukiko not to be alone now, and besides, she was very dependent on him as a savior. A few minutes later, they left the building. The girl was shaking very badly. The protagonist noticed this and asked if she was cold, to which she replied with a shaking voice, no. The guy looked at her with a sarcastic smile on his face, saying to himself that he didn't expect that Ellie's magic could help in this way. Looking away, he imagined Ellie and said in his head that after reawakening, Ellie received the title of the Witch of Deception and one unique skill. After presenting two completely opposite dreams, he explained that in a dream, the person on whom the skill was used experiences the most genuine joy from the fulfillment of their cherished dreams, or sees a nightmare that makes them relive the most painful and traumatic memories. The protagonist remembered being in the forest with Ellie, and said to himself that he thought that he would be able to better understand the effect of the skill if he tried it himself. Besides, the skill seemed somehow weak to him for its unique level. That day, the witch clenched her hand into a fist and asked discontentedly how much magic resistance Sunwoo had, to which the guy confusedly replied that he did not know exactly, after which he asked if he should take off his equipment. Ellie exhaled heavily and answered no, everything is fine, adding that if she can use it against someone strong, it will be even better. Having said this, she raised her staff and firmly added that she will try until she succeeds. After that, magical energy pounced on the protagonist. It was very bright outside, and loud screams could be heard across the sky. A man in a military uniform was shouting furiously at the protagonist, asking if he was going to move at all today. With his hands behind his back, he ordered the entire first platoon to assume a prone position and do 100 push-ups. While doing push-ups, Sunwoo wondered if this was really not real, if this was all a dream. There was a bright glow in his eyes as he wondered if this was really real. Then, he suddenly saw a system notification in front of him, informing him that he had seen a partial truth through the state he was in, adding that he had successfully resisted with magic resistance and wisdom. As soon as he read this, he immediately opened his eyes. The guy sat down on the ground, and Ellie, seeing this, asked in surprise if he had already woken up, explaining that it had only been 5 seconds. The protagonist put his hand to his face and said that it felt like 5 minutes had passed, adding that besides that, he was in the same situation he was in the original world. Everything felt very realistic. He suddenly lowered his hand and said to himself that this could be very useful. After a while, he brought Ellie to the kidnapped boys, and the girl said that even if they were wrong, she did not think that playing with their minds was good, to which Sunwoo said that it was for their own good, because it was not much different from what she did to Jongwon. Hearing this, the witch was very surprised, and the protagonist, looking at the boys, said to himself that he already knew what she did. After a short pause, Ellie put her hand to her face and said that she usually did not think things like this were right, but since he needed her help so much, she had no choice. The girl waved her weapon, saying that she would show them endless hell. The captives opened their eyes wide in horror. The protagonist thought that they had been torturing people for several days using Ellie's skill, and one person had changed his mind about running away. Sunwoo thought that no matter what was going on in her head, Yukiko had voluntarily decided to side with him. Sitting at the table, Kang asked the guy if he really planned to start a war with Japan. He leaned his elbows on the table, adding that Japan had begun full-scale training and was stockpiling supplies. Frowning, he said that this was proof that they were preparing for war. Biku fingered his glass, answering that it could be avoided, since the damage would be colossal, and then asked what about the casualties, to which Kang answered without hesitation that in this situation, he could only give it his all. Taking a sip, he said that it all depended on whether Japan wanted a war or not, and then asked the guy what he thought of the ghost story. Biku waved his hand, saying that he didn't think so, because who would help someone who tortured Kang? Kang looked away, thinking that the guy was right, because even a ghost couldn't completely control a person's mind. He jumped up from his seat, slamming his hand on the table. Clenching his hand into a fist, he asked menacingly if these bastards really wanted a war, because then he would make them regret their decision. A loud cry arose in the Imperial Palace, asking if these bastards really wanted a war. Shin spread his arms out, asking what kind of pompous behavior he was acting, when suddenly Ryasuke folded his arms across his chest, asking if the guy was sure of his words, because it was a very serious statement, to which Rue shouted in fear that the Koreans were throwing him out without even listening to him. The guy spread his arms out, adding that they had a huge group of troops standing at the walls. Ryasuke put his hand to his chin, wondering if Korea was really trying to start a war. He thought they had sent Rue there and had started preparing their troops at the same time, so there was a chance the Koreans had found out about it. Shin, with veins on his face, turned to Ryasuke, asking him to give him just one order and he would lead the Divine Sea to the front. The boy exhaled heavily, thinking that he really wanted to give up at times like this. He knew that the people wanted a war, and with the field opening up and the extra life added, there was less pressure. Ryasuke nodded, saying that they were moving out, when Shin suddenly smiled widely, surprised that the boy had finally made up his mind. Ryasuke looked up, replying that they were just pretending to move out and would move for 2 days, then send out a group in secret. He thought that if they sent out a reconnaissance detachment and then an army after it, they would be able to cover at least 100 kilometers a day, and at that speed they should not cross paths with anyone from Korea. Shin narrowed his eyes. He opened the doors, when suddenly the guy in front of him asked what brought Shin here. The guy asked to lead the army in his place tomorrow, when suddenly Uchida asked why without looking up. Shin frowned, answering that he was planning to start a war. He clenched his hand into a fist, threateningly saying that he would take a squad and ambush the Koreans, and if the Koreans went crazy and attacked in response, then they would have even more reason to start a war. Uchida exhaled, answering that in that case, there would be many casualties, then asked why the guy wanted this war so badly. The guy sat down, saying that his partner was right, but the Divine Sea had gathered too many forces under its wing, so it was unstable. And Ryasuke wanted to resolve this issue, and even in this situation, it was better to start a war before they got bogged down in internal conflict. Uchida looked up at the boy, saying that if he was going to do this, he could do it right and not hesitate. He grabbed his weapon, adding that he would gather an advance party at night and return secretly, so that everything would be hidden unless there were any rats among them. Shin put his fingers to his mouth, whistling loudly. Masked men immediately appeared in front of him. The boy came closer, asking how the preparations were going, to which Hanzo replied that they had prepared everything: horses, food, water, and other supplies. Shin suddenly frowned, shouting that they were the Divine Sea, so these arrogant bastards should be put in their place. At this time, several camps were set up near the city walls, in one of which a voice was heard saying that the atmosphere was extremely tense, after which he asked if it was true that there would be no war. Then his comrade, standing nearby, answered that he did not know, that was why they were on guard, adding that it was very good that most of the Koreans had already served in the army. Suddenly, the first guard heard the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, a shuriken pierced his neck from there. Hanzo, seeing this, frowned with displeasure and asked himself who it was, adding that if he had properly learned stealth techniques, he would not have been noticed. Ninjas jumped out of the leaves, causing the Koreans to immediately shout that an invasion had begun. But at that very second, one of the guys was cut in two. Shin killed one Korean after another. Suddenly, Kalhun appeared, waving his sword. His attack stopped Shin, who wondered if he was a spirit swordsman. He looked at his opponent with hatred in his eyes and said to himself that if he killed an important swordsman now, it would definitely play into their hands. With these thoughts, Shin jumped up and shouted that he would finish the guy. Seeing this, Kalhun raised his weapon behind his back. Two powerful forces collided, creating a bright flash. Shin suddenly clenched his teeth and asked in surprise how, adding that it felt like he had struck steel with a sword. Kalhun, meanwhile, looked at his opponent without a drop of fear and said in his head that he had used the skill of the Second Awakening to defend himself, but Shin had managed to break through it. When the Japanese landed on the ground, the Korean said that he handled the sword quite well, to which Shin replied that this should be expected from a samurai. Shin looked at his opponent with hatred in his eyes and said that his swordsmanship was terrible. Even a child who had just picked up a blade would be better than him. Then Chilhoon lowered his weapon and sarcastically replied that he did not specialize in swordsmanship, after which he asked if the guy had ever read martial arts novels, to which the guy asked in surprise what novels. The Korean again raised the sword, which was enveloped in incredibly powerful magical energy, and said that his opponent had the honor of trying this skill on himself first, after which he used yin-yang fusion. Swinging the weapon, the guy released a magical wave at his opponent. Shin immediately took a stance, saying to himself that it was not that he did not have a way to reflect it, but if he used it. Tilting his head, he used Cloud Discharge. His magical attack collided with the opponent's magical flow. Kalhun, seeing this, smiled and thought that he could not hit him directly, but judging by his appearance, he won. Shin at this time was pouring cold sweat, standing heavily on his feet. Suddenly, he lost his balance, but unexpectedly, Shin's body turned into a log. At this time, Kang appeared behind the ninja. The Japanese immediately rushed to run, shouting that their task was a stealth attack, adding that the mission was completed, which meant it was time to leave. Kang quickly ran forward, shouting to Kalhun that they must catch up with them. He immediately pushed off the ground with all his strength. A loud explosion suddenly appeared in front of the guy, after which he realized that it was a trap. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from excitement. The main character put his hands behind his back, asking if they really could not capture even one, to which Kang upsetly lowered his head down, answering yes. Seong-yu spread his arms out to the sides, asking with a smirk what happened. Biku adjusted his glasses, saying that he had misunderstood Japan's position and thought that a peaceful solution was possible. But like Kang said, it didn't seem like they were thinking rationally. The boy looked ahead with a scowl, asking why the enemy would try to make them the scapegoats and stage such a cowardly attack, when suddenly the girl confidently shouted that they should act. The protagonist smiled, thinking that even those who were against the war had changed their minds because of this incident, and it was impossible to ignore the opinion of the majority, even Kang. Without looking up, Kang confidently said that they would attack. He turned to the boys, saying that they should place the small and medium guilds in the rearguard, and the regular players with them, and the Blooming Knights and the Legend Regiment in the vanguard, with the Windmill Guild on the flanks. With his hands on his hips, the boy turned to Biku, asking what was going on with what he had ordered to be done no matter what. To which the boy replied that it was all done, since he wouldn't be standing here if he couldn't handle all the support. Kang turned to Seonghu, saying that he wanted to ask him for a favor. He folded his arms across his chest, asking him to tell the magic sword, Mirin, to lead 100-foot soldiers. The protagonist became wary, thinking that he had heard that they all had big egos and didn't want to obey anyone. Biku approached the boy, adding that only Mirin could discipline them, to which Seonghu smiled, saying that he could handle it. After all, he had won first place in the tournament. Biku looked ahead from under his brows, saying that skills mattered, but reputation was extremely important, and if it was Mirin, no one would dare disobey her. He extended his hand forward, adding that if the protagonist thought he could intimidate and control them, he could take the girl's place, to which Sunhu chuckled, replying that it was fine and he would hand it over to her. Mirin put her hand to her chest in confusion, asking if they really wanted her to become the commander of 100. The protagonist folded his arms, replying that if she didn't want to kill people, he could take her place, when the girl suddenly asked what he was talking about. She smiled, asking why she would refuse if it was a great opportunity to improve her swordsmanship. Sunhu's face suddenly broke out in a sweat. The girl immediately raised her hand, saying that it wasn't that she didn't care about killing, then asked if it wasn't better to focus on the positive aspects. The guy became wary, thinking that she was crazy since she saw people as tools for training. He knew that Mirin was a lion in a human's body, in other words, a beast, because she could hold a conversation and act like a human, but the power she had was not something that could be controlled. Holding a book in her hands, Ellie asked the guy if he really wanted to take Jongwon, to which Sunhu replied that they would go on reconnaissance to a Japanese city and there would be no battles. The girl smiled, asking him to be careful with him, when suddenly the protagonist thought that his ability could awaken anger and a thirst for violence in the guy. Looking at Ellie, the guy thought that she was like a mirror because she pretended to be good, but she hid an evil nature inside, and he felt uneasy at how similar they were. He looked at the happy Jongwon, who was holding a kebab in his hands. Sunhu accepted it with a smile on his face. The boy looked after him, asking if it would take about 5 days, but he hadn't managed to prepare any food, to which the protagonist turned around, saying that it was fine since he had prepared enough ingredients and even learned a few cooking skills. Jongwon was happy with Seonghu's cooking, while the protagonist wondered why the boy treated him like family. Seonghu thought that Jongwon would tear any opponent to pieces, no matter who it was, and unlike Mirin, this side of him only caused physical disgust. The boy covered his face with his hand, wondering why there was no normal person around him. About a week later, Japan and Korea were close enough to be able to tell each other apart. The Japanese looked at their opponents and wondered how those damn insects dared to sneak attack them, while Ryasuke wondered if they had no desire to compromise. At this time, Unsung approached Kang among the Koreans and said that it seemed that their opponents did not intend to resolve this peacefully, as they had already attacked their third detachment. Due to the constant attacks on the advanced detachments that were trying to achieve peace, resulting in deaths on both sides, the Japanese and Koreans began to fill with hatred for each other. The Koreans raised their fists and shouted that they would kill them, and the Japanese did the same. Ryasuke stood to the side and, putting his hand to his chin, said that they must avoid the worst-case scenario, adding that perhaps another detachment of negotiators. Shin suddenly approached him and said that he knew that he was trying to avoid war, but they had already gone too far to retreat. Ryasuke looked at the ground and said to himself that everyone wanted to fight, adding that something irreparable might happen if he continued to try to achieve peace. With these thoughts, he looked at his comrade and asked how the others were, to which he replied that they were exhausted from the pressure since they had to be ready to fight at any moment. Hearing this, Ryusuke put his hand on his head and said that it would be best to attack at night, but that this was impossible with the Koreans watching them closely, after which he ordered that the others be well fed and allowed to rest, and that they would set out at first light. Hearing this, his comrade smiled ominously, because Ryasuke had finally given the go-ahead. The representative himself turned away and asked how the plan for the battle with cold weapons was going. The guy with glasses replied that they were gathering military experts to come to some conclusion, adding that according to their opinion, he was talking about military otaku and people who served in the self-defense forces. At the same moment, he reported that the Pure Faith Squad would go ahead, and the Faith and Interest Regiment along with the Discovery Regiment would try to break the enemy formation. The ninja would make forays into the enemy headquarters to disrupt the chain of command. Smaller groups would go to the planned areas where they would get rid of the enemies and block the retreating ones, and they would also have spare forces in the rear. Ryasuke listened to his comrade, then asked what the plan was in case things went badly for them, adding that if something unexpected happened. The guy with glasses looked at the boss and replied that with the plan they have, they can go on the defensive and retreat at worst. The best people of the Divine Sea will be in charge, so everything will be fine. Ryasuke looked at the guys and replied that if he says so. At this time, there were several tents in front of the Divine City, in one of which they asked how it was. Baekwu came to Kang and reported that everyone, regardless of rank, was happy to join when he explained the situation, after which the boss asked what the plan was. Baekwu drew everything in his head and explained that the Regiment of Legends will be on horseback in full force. This is very helpful in large-scale battles, great mobility and a powerful attack. The magic group will move as a whole. The Windmill Guild and the Blooming Knights will tear apart the enemy formation. Flying into their ranks at full speed, everyone was given steel shields, so they do not need to worry about defense. Kang looked at the boy and asked what about him, to which he adjusted his glasses and replied that he would lead a separate group consisting of top rankers, adding that Mirin and the 100 Squad would be fighting the enemy's most important formation, the Pure Faith Squad. Baekwu kept his eyes on the boss and said that he had listened to the advice of the people who had served in the troops when they were on the ground to make the commands easier to convey. Kang folded his arms and asked if they would listen at all, to which the boy replied that there had been some bickering at first, but when they said that the Japanese had started it, they stopped. Hearing this, the boss put his hand to his chin and said, "Okay," adding that the whole thing was a bit suspicious considering that it was a ghost who had told them everything. But, as soon as the sun came up over the horizon, the two massive armies met on the field. Kang looked at the opponents with displeasure in his eyes and said to himself that if they tried to apologize and make things right, while Rasuk frowned and said in his head that he would have no reason to refuse. Suddenly, one of the Japanese army pulled back the bow. The next second, an arrow stuck in the ground in front of the Korean army. Rasuk ran forward, confused, asking who did this. Shin smiled, thinking that it was good that he ordered one of his men to shoot carefully, because it should give them the push they needed. Rasuk gritted his teeth, asking everyone to remain calm. Kang pointed his finger forward, ordering his soldiers to kill all the opponents. Rasuk, confused, immediately ordered everyone to attack. Both teams rushed towards each other. Rasuk gritted his teeth, asking in surprise what was going on. Looking at the opposing team, he thought that they were moving smoothly and in unison, as if they were in a book, and this was clearly not something that could be achieved in a few days of training. He frowned, asking how this was possible. Baekwu watched the situation carefully, activating the order support. The guy adjusted his glasses, thinking that people usually did not pay attention to the title of a schemer, but due to the possibility of a war, he invested heavily in obtaining this title. He looked forward from under his brows, thinking that he could give orders at any time without delay, although it only worked in one direction. He immediately ordered the knights to prepare to shoot on the move, when suddenly one of the guys grabbed his sword, using a mixture of winds. The knights immediately rushed to attack with loud cries. Baekwu watched them go, thinking that it was not so much, but only one person could activate this, and the effect would be felt by 2,000. Risque put his hand on his hip, thinking that everyone at the front was of high rank, and also twice awakened. This is, of course, a great force, but it is not enough to win. The weapon suddenly flew forward at great speed. It suddenly pierced the body of the knight, after which his partner turned back in horror. Kang jumped up, ordering his men to attack. The knights shouted loudly that they needed to hold him back. At that very second, one of them received a strong blow to the cheek. The guys with sabers watched what was happening carefully. They simultaneously hit Kang on the shoulder. He smiled, asking if the guys did not know him. The enemy grabbed the weapon strongly, shouting that his time was up. The guy bared his teeth, asking if he was really that strong. Suddenly, he swung his spear near the guys' faces. With great force, the guy threw them away from himself a long distance. The guy's eyes lit up as he suddenly said with a grin that if they valued their lives, they should run. The guys were sitting on the ground, trying to catch their breath. Xiang-Hu looked at his back, grinning as he thought that Kang was crazy and that no one could stop him. Two bodies of guys immediately rushed behind him. Mirin jumped into the center, pushing the enemies away with a shockwave. The protagonist turned around, confused, thinking that maybe he was wrong. Blood was spraying in all directions. People from both sides were dying one after another. The protagonist watched the furious battle from the sidelines and said in his head that there was no reason to interfere and stand out in such a situation, because if he died, his stats would deteriorate and he would lose a life, but of course, they could be obtained after death. He watched the warriors kill each other right in front of him, thinking that this was not something worth dying for. Raising his sword, Xiang-Hu said to himself that he had already done everything he wanted. At this time, Mirin was killing everyone in front of her with quick movements. One of the Japanese clenched his teeth in horror and hissed, "What kind of nonsense is this?" The next second, his comrades rushed towards her, shouting that they needed to kill her. But in an instant, the girl killed her rivals with a circular motion. Looking at this, the Japanese stood up and screamed in fear that she was a witch. Mirin threw her sword over her shoulder and said discontentedly that they were all weaklings, adding that she wanted someone to show up who was at least a quarter as strong as the main character. At this time, Shin looked at the explosions and said to himself that at this rate, everyone weaker than the Pure Faith squad would simply die. Suddenly, he turned to his subordinates and ordered a retreat, adding that they needed to get on the defensive, and as soon as he returned, form temporary groups, he would distract the enemy. He looked at his opponents with hatred in his eyes and thought that he had underestimated them too much. With these thoughts, he charged at the Koreans. At this time, Baekwu looked at the battlefield and said that the Japanese were resisting harder than he expected, and Kang looked away and thought that it seemed that they were stronger than them when it came to one-on-one fights. While Shin swung his sword furiously, killing the Koreans, Baekwu ordered his men to keep their distance and retreat smoothly because he needed to bring them closer to them. Then he looked at the mages and asked them if it was true that they had prepared enough mana, and then ordered them to pour it on their opponents. The mages immediately stood up, and magic seals appeared in front of them. At this time, one of the Japanese shouted, ordering them to break through them, and someone fearfully asked where they should go, to which the third replied that they should stop and reorganize. Shin gritted his teeth in anger and said in his head that it was all because of those damn advisors, and then asked himself a clever scheme that used the rules of the mission, and as a result, this mess. When suddenly, they all saw that the Korean troops began to retreat quickly. Shin pointed his finger in their direction and shouted that they would follow them. He looked ahead with anger in his eyes and said that they had lost their mobility, but they could not give up after everything that happened. He quickly ran forward, shouting to his comrades that the rest of them will help us once they break through the enemy line, and then ordered everyone to stop. Abruptly stopping, he looked ahead and said that it was very good that they broke through, but he did not have time to finish. He and his comrades were trapped. Shin looked around in fear. At this time, a bright light began to appear from the magic seals. The guy raised his head up, ordering everyone to rush in all directions. Magic blows flew into the ground at great speed. Baekwu looked ahead, ordering the mages to stay in their positions and restore mana, and then gave tasks to certain battalions. The team walked forward, loudly asking where the 100 squad was. Mirin turned to the boys, ordering them to prepare for battle, as well as not to leave their positions and keep their bodies at their peak. The girl turned to Seonghu, ordering him to take care of the front lines. The protagonist suddenly opened the book, releasing mana from it. The guy immediately activated wind, water, and lightning. He raised his hand up, releasing strong mana at the enemies. Seonghu smiled, thinking that when the talisman rank increased, 2 new elements were added to the 3 that were already there, wind and water, and he also received a couple of new skills, and they are quite useful. A whirlwind began to rise around the protagonist, and he thought that this was a skill that exploded everyone who touched the whirlwind, but hoped that it would stop them. Mirin suddenly appeared behind him and swung her sword, ordering him to duck. At the same moment, she waved the weapon over the boy's head. The girl released mana forward, saying that the fusion of a solid spirit was still difficult to pull off. The protagonist thought excitedly. When Kang was chasing him, Mirin used a skill that fired energy from the sword to forcefully form a solid spirit, and then wondered what if he instead combined the solid spirit by force. The guy abruptly turned around, surprised by the steel bullet. At the same moment, a loud explosion was heard in front of him. Mirin appeared behind him, saying that it was not that strong, but it was stronger than the average bullet skill, and using a strike with bloodlust was quite effective. The weapon struck through the air. The girl extended her hand with the sword forward, stopping the enemy. She was surprised to notice the twin blades. Uchida frowned, assuming that she was ready for battle. He turned his gaze to the side, activating the absolute flow of killing. The guy jumped up, waving the weapon. Mirin blocked the blows, then turned to the protagonist, telling him to take command of the 100 on himself. It will not be for long, and she will return after she has played here enough. Uchida turned to the side, loudly asking who said that he would let Seonghu go. The girl suddenly put a blade to his throat, telling the guy to give it his all. The protagonist quickly turned around, scared, thinking that Uchida was attacking Mirin. Uchida grabbed the weapon, thinking that the sparkling light does not work on the girl, and then he uses shadow light. Mana was in the air and loud blows of blades were heard. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that the girl was a monster because she blocked his attack. Mirin closed her eyes, saying that if all the guy could do was swing his knife as fast as possible, it looked like he would have trouble staying alive. Uchida jumped into the air, asking her how dare she. The girl put her blades together, grinning maliciously. The fierce battle continued, and the protagonist shouted, ordering them all to be killed. He himself attacked one of the opponents. Seeing that his weapon did not pierce the enemy, he realized that he could not penetrate the armor of the Japanese. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, Seonghu said to himself that if he was more serious about swordsmanship like Mirin, or had at least one strong ability like Kang, he would be able to pierce him. Suddenly, the Japanese made a quick attack with an axe, which the guy dodged. The protagonist jumped back abruptly and opened the book, saying to himself that he would fight as usual, adding that he would cross all the rivers that led to the sea with another ability. The next second, a powerful explosion hit his opponent. When the flames died down, the Japanese man shouted that Seonghu was a bastard, to which he looked to the side and said that Ryasuk was there, and as soon as the man heard this, He shouted in shock, asking if it was Ryasuke himself. At that moment, the protagonist slit the opponent's throat, saying that there was no need to be distracted in the presence of the enemy. He then turned away and wondered if the enemy general had a reason to come here after being gone for so long, when suddenly he saw Ryasuke, who was shouting, ordering all his subordinates to retreat. He gritted his teeth in horror, knowing that they could not win, so he wanted to at least save the remaining members of the Clear Faith group and return. Suddenly, he saw Uchida, who was fighting Mirin. He swung his sword, releasing a powerful stream of magical energy called Crescent Sword Slash. The girl easily blocked the attack with her swords. After that, she lightly swung the representative's attack into the sky. Seeing this, Ryasuke stopped and wondered if she had reflected his Crescent Sword Slash, if she had the ability to reflect. Turning his gaze to his comrade, he shouted at him, ordering him to retreat immediately. Uchida, standing heavily on his feet, shouted back that he could still fight, so he did not want Ryasuke to interfere in his fight, to which his comrade ordered him to look back. Uchida looked back and saw the Japanese who had risked their lives to save him dying, and Ryasuke continued to shout that he had to survive and leave here if he did not want their sacrifice to be in vain. Mirin, hearing this, smiled maliciously and said that it was funny, then asked who said that she would let them go. Ryasuke looked at the girl and raised his hand, asking if it was normal for Korean swordsmen to fight like cowards, then ordered her to leave the wounded and fight him. Hearing this, Mirin lowered her head and asked him menacingly what he just said. Ryasuke smiled and replied that he called her a coward, then asked if she was simply not capable enough, while simultaneously telling me in my head that I needed to provoke her so that she would lower her defense. Then suddenly, the girl rushed at him with great speed. The guy managed to block the attack at the last moment, saying to himself that he could barely block her blow despite his ability as a sword genius, adding that he had never had such a hard time, even when he fought Uchida and Shin. The girl suddenly laughed loudly. She looked at her opponent with crazy eyes and said that there is a saying, "Mouth is the cause of all troubles." It is old, but more accurate than ever. Ryasuke tried to restrain Mirin's pressure, saying to himself that she is very bloodthirsty, adding that he is not even sure that he will get out of here alive. Jumping back, he told his opponent to attack him, to which she exclaimed that she will cut him into pieces. Uchida jumped forward, ordering everyone to retreat back, after which he thought that he should at least spare the lives of the members of the Clear Faith group. The guy ran forward, when suddenly he met the gaze of the protagonist. He stopped, telling Seonghu that if he gets out of the way, he will spare his life. The protagonist covered his smile with his hand, saying that he will not let the enemy leave alive, and if Uchida gives him all the items, he can let him go. The guy frowned in anger. At that moment, he swung his blade with all his might, leaving a trail of mana in the air. Seonghu grabbed the weapon, thinking that this was unusual. He immediately dodged another blow. The guy quickly ran forward with a smile on his face. Uchida gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that each person has their own rhythm of fighting, so analyzing this rhythm is half the victory. But he cannot count the rhythm of Seonghu's attacks because the speed increases and decreases. Swinging his hands, he activated the shadow light. The protagonist carefully watched his every move, thinking that acceleration is not the most important part of an extraordinary ability and you need to stop at a moment when no one is expecting it. The protagonist suddenly stopped in place with a smile on his face. Dodging the attack, he thought it was a sudden stop. Uchida squatted down, worried that he missed the fatal blow. The protagonist slowly walked forward, saying that it was fun, but it was time to die. With a tremor in his body, Uchida shouted that the guy was a bastard and then thought about his stamina. At that moment, blood splattered in all directions. Dust rose in the air. Mirin threw her weapon on her shoulder, thinking that she lost her temper, and Ryasuke disappeared, and she did not expect that someone would waste time by angering her to help another escape. Looking around, she thought that the war was almost over. The girl looked at the boys, thinking that the war began unexpectedly and will end the same way, and as soon as the Divine Sea Guild retreated, the Korean Association will earn their first victory in battle. Biku spread his arms wide, saying that the damage was greater due to Rasuke's interference, but thanks to the mages and the Regiment of Legends, victory was almost in their hands when suddenly Kang leaned on the table, asking what about the escapees, and the boy replied that Calhoun was pursuing them. Kang frowned, saying that the problem was ending it all, since waiting for them to surrender and taking over the city had caused a lot of damage. Baekwu confidently replied that it would take 2 days to get from the Divine City to Tokyo, so sending reinforcements would be difficult. The boy scratched his head, asking if retreating was not the most effective method, to which his colleague shouted that this was their chance. Kang turned to Baekwu, asking what he thought, to which the boy put his hand on his chest, answering that a compromise was needed, and they would not refuse it considering their losses. Mirin immediately appeared behind them. The boys turned to the girl with a trembling voice. She slowly walked forward, saying that she wanted to move all troops forward right away. Miriam closed her eyes, adding that she had already sent an army of 100 people to attack at full strength, and they would be covered by a regiment of legends, so they would soon reach Tokyo, when suddenly Baeku's face changed, menacingly asking what she had done. The girl fixed her gaze forward, answering that the ghost of Xianghu once said. She said that their hesitation was giving the enemy time to react and it was too late to set up camp in front of the castle. And the purpose of the chase was to drive the enemy into the castle. Now that the enemy had suffered enormous damage, it was possible to end the war quickly and forever. Unable to bear it, the girl gave them the paper out of anger when suddenly the guy took it, seeing a detailed map of Tokyo, and then asked if Yukiko had really helped. Miriam clenched her fists, saying that if they all followed the protagonist's plan, then he would take responsibility for opening the gates of the Tokyo fortress, which shocked everyone. Suddenly, people began to revive in the fortress. Many began to rush through the gates, shouting that they were the first, and someone said that they needed to let those with serious wounds through. Suddenly, Ryasuke appeared on the wall. He asked everyone to calm down, adding that they would open the gates and take care of the wounded. The guy with glasses ran up to him and exclaimed that the representative's wounds needed to be treated first, adding that the small and medium guilds were causing a commotion, asking if he had the right to continue commanding since they had lost the war, and they were also inciting the people around him to rebel and asking them not to try to control them with false information. Hearing this, Ryasuke became furious and shouted, "What bastards!" Jumping off the wall, he turned to Shin, saying that he would join the relatively decent units, the Clear Faith group and the Clear Conviction squad, and that he should first go back, explain everything, and calm down the small and medium guilds of the Alliance, because right now the enemies inside the walls were more dangerous than those outside, to which Shin asked if they would not listen to him. Ryasuke frowned and firmly said that he allowed the use of force, adding that they needed to be thoroughly suppressed so that they would not even dare to try to resist. Hearing this, Shin was a little confused and said that this was not how the representative usually handled things, to which the representative lowered his head and replied that this was the fastest and most effective way to deal with the problem right now. Raising his head, he added that they were already up to their necks in work, after which he asked if the guy understood everything, to which the guy firmly replied, yes. After some time, Shin was walking down the street and saying to himself that everything turned out this way because of him. Suddenly, he bumped into someone's shoulder. He turned around to look at the man in the cape and asked what was wrong with him, since he thought he was injured. Yukiko, who was holding her comrade, turned around and said that Ryasuke had injured his throat, so he couldn't speak properly. Got it, Shin firmly replied, not taking his eyes off the guys, while simultaneously saying in his head that the girl had a rather familiar face. The man Yukiko was helping to stand up was the main character. When Shin left, Sunwoo looked after him and turned to the girl. Turning to her, he said that if she shouted that the Koreans had secretly entered, they would catch him, to which she screamed in fear, no, adding that she had not intended to do so at all. The protagonist leaned towards her ear and whispered that if she wanted to rebel, she could betray him, but suddenly, he bit the girl's ear. After that, he stood up and, wiping away the blood, told her to think carefully about whose side she was better on. He looked at the shaking Yukiko, who quietly said that she really did not intend to betray him, she was just nervous because she was afraid of being caught, and said to himself that the repeated torture and Ellie's dream magic had deluded Yukiko about what was real and what was not. She would return to the torture room even if she escaped from there, because they would brainwash her. After a short pause, Sunwoo turned away and said that he was glad to hear it. Raising his hand that was holding something, he thought about taking off his mask, because it was the mark of a ghost, so no one would suspect him, so it was time to use the honor token. Then he walked up to a small house and the system asked him if he wanted to buy a medium-sized Western-style house. After that, he walked up to the wall and the system asked him if he wanted to buy the southern walls and gate of the fortress, to which he firmly answered yes. Raising his head, he saw the system messages that the ownership transfer was in progress. The transfer time would be calculated based on the overall value and characteristics of the building. There was no resistance since there was no connection with the former owner. The transfer process was accelerated. The estimated time until completion was a little more than 1 second, and he said dissatisfiedly that 20 minutes was too long since they had decided to set up an ambush around nightfall. He lowered his head and said in his head that there was no choice, adding that with money he could reduce the time by 10 seconds. Since they were betting on speed, acquiring most of the buildings, he would behave as restrainedly as possible. Night fell, and the Korean army approached the city walls. The guards on the walls looked around and said that before they passed through the wall, they needed to warn the others so that they would react if these people suddenly came at them. But suddenly, the castle gates suddenly opened. The residents immediately felt heavy and weak, which caused panic. Yukiko approached them and, spreading her arms, suggested that they retreat to the center of the city because their characteristics had dropped, and if they stayed here, they would die for nothing. The residents frowned, saying that they needed to retreat because the Divine Sea lost the war. The protagonist stood on the roof, thinking that Yukiko was doing a great job of instigating. The boy frowned, thinking that the situation around the fortress was developing better than expected, and the only thing left was now outside the fortress. Before he could finish his thought, he was horrified, asking what was going on there. Miriam clenched her fists, asking menacingly what did it mean there would be no full-scale attack, to which Baekwu replied that he understood how amazing what Seonghu did was, but this was war. He folded his arms, adding that they couldn't just trust one person's word and move so many people, and the girl's guarantee wouldn't help. The boy adjusted his glasses, thinking that there was a possibility that the protagonist was in cahoots with the Japanese and could set a trap for them, but if he said that, the girl would definitely cut off his arm. Baekwu leaned on the table, saying to use the darkness and move some of their forces to the rear when they retreated. They would be able to get rid of their pursuers and thus provide themselves with a safe retreat route, and only the elite forces would go to the fortress. Miriam closed her eyes, exhaling heavily, when suddenly the guy said that he would mainly use high-level people in the ambush. The protagonist extended his hand forward, asking what was going on, and why they were advancing so slowly since there were fewer people participating than planned and all the Japanese in the area had been evacuated. Kang looked down, answering that the plan had changed. Seonghu frowned, menacingly asking which one. Kang clenched his hand into a fist, answering that while the special forces were drawing attention to themselves, they would use honor tokens as much as possible. The guy looked at him warily, thinking that the chance of success had been cut in half, and in order to continue his plan to capture Japan, he needed to inflict much more damage on the Divine Sea. At this time, in the northern Japanese fortress in the Imperial Palace, Ryasuke was getting a hand massage when he suddenly asked if the southern gate was open, to which the boy replied that there was a message about the gate being restricted, so the only option was to retreat. The boy frowned, wondering if the small and medium guilds of the Alliance had not united with Korea to sneak attack them. He immediately confidently ordered that the small and medium guilds of the Alliance be sent to the front lines, and the troops that could fight in reserve would be behind them, and that their leaders should be brought here, temporarily locked in, and kept an eye on them. Ryasuke looked down, thinking that they would definitely retaliate later, but for now this was the best solution, and then wondered if Shin would have done a better job. The boy swung his weapon, hitting the enemy with all his might, when Miriam suddenly asked him to calm down because they had to maintain formation. The protagonist thought that the ambush did not last long, because due to the loss in the war between Korea and Japan, a gap was formed, and soon after, Korea began to retreat, which made the Japanese happy. The boy knew that they only realized the problem when they went shopping the next day, and the fortress was divided into two, and the prices for items and rent for buildings increased at least twice. A bead of sweat appeared on Ryasuke's face, and he worriedly thought that Korea set a limit on the number of items that could be purchased, and the fortress was closed so that they could not leave. Ryasuke thought that the actions aimed at forcibly imprisoning the small and medium-sized alliance guilds and destroying them because part of the city was captured were needed so that the Divine Sea could not continue to maintain its power. Miriam smiled and said that it was amazing, because the guy even understood strategy well, to which Seonghu sheepishly replied that he only needed a few days of training to achieve such a result. The protagonist smiled, thinking whether it was because of Ryasuke's caution and distrust, or because of the internal conflict of the Japanese, but he was lucky and was able to achieve the best outcome. As Seonghu walked forward, he thought that he had no regrets about betraying, and he did not feel terrible when he did bad things, so he did not intend to justify himself and deny that he was a villain. The entire city was engulfed in flames. The guy slowly took a drag on his cigarette. His servant gritted his teeth, telling the leader that it was dangerous, because there were still rebels who had not gone down the alley. The leader smiled, asking if he should run away or cut down these bastards, while putting out his cigarette on the guy. Turning away, he asked to send all the captured criminals to the repentance room, when suddenly the guy replied in confusion that they were elite warriors. The leader took a step forward, asking whether Henry's tongue should be cut out for such words. With a smirk on his face, he leaned his hand on his knee, ordering to deal with all the useless finished ones. The high mountains were covered with sand. Time flew by unnoticed. After the battle with Japan, the association captured a poorly maintained city. With the support of the association, the Guild of Salvation of Yiyun is rapidly growing. The sting of the giant scorpion moved forward. The girl jumped to the side. A strong blow raised streams of dust and stone debris into the air. Miriam opened her eyes wide and crossed her arms with weapons in front of her. She swung, ending up behind the giant monster. Bright traces were left in space. The protagonist opened his mouth, noticing that he asked her not to hurry because they wanted to pump up their combat power. The guy raised his hand up, giving the order, fire. The archers behind him took aim. A stream of arrows fell on the giant scorpion. Seonghu thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that it was expected, that it would not get better. The girl brought her finger to her face. Noticing that these were not the first awakened, the guy said that he knew about it, but he spent a lot on them, because they had come so far and the path ahead was no less. Yukiko pressed her hand to her chest, asking why they were helping them, because if Seonghu and Miriam had joined, they would have easily won. The girl put her hand in front of herself, saying that they deliberately left the monster for them so that they could train, because if they fought instead of them, then people would not become stronger, and the fastest way to achieve this was to get dirty and blood yourself. Marion closed her eyes, noting that many people would just chase after the monster, but Sungwoo was different. He came up with a training method that not only improved the interaction but also the determination with anger. She admitted that the guy was stronger than her. Yukiko looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking if his plan was really that deep. The guy froze in place, thinking that he did not understand what Marion was talking about at all. The girl clenched her hands into fists, looking at the giant scorpion and saying that they seemed to have succeeded, so she needed to collect the loot. Sungwoo looked ahead, thinking that it was the same as his first quest. It would be great if something good fell out. Yukiko smiled, holding the sting of the king scorpion in her hands and asking if this is what he was looking for. The protagonist stroked her head, noticing that the item fell out faster than he expected. This cannot but please. The guy thought that Yukiko stylishly relies on him, so she is very sensitive to his mood changes. Stroking her head is akin to a compliment for her. Marion put her hand in front of her, drawing attention to his stroking the girl's head. The hero turned around, asking if the others would take it badly. Sungwoo rubbed his neck and smiled, saying that he always knew that he could only trust her. Marion came closer, asking if he could not trust anyone else. The guy smiled, saying that it was so. He thought that he could not trust Ellie, a mage who manipulates people, or Jiangwen, over whom he has no power. Among the sandy desert, there were cone-shaped tents. On the table lay the sting of the king scorpion, ink and other precious items. Ellie folded her arms over her chest, looking at the objects and asking if the boy didn't know that the most important thing was to awaken the last boss. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, noting that it wasn't that he didn't know, he was just studying the matter for now. There were images of stones with different images on the bright background. The girl said that if they defeated the 6 monsters located in the 6 places of the Nightmare Desert, they would be able to defeat the heat giant in the center. The direction plan seemed simple, but no matter the method they used, they would not be able to awaken the giant. Xiang, who stood among the stone debris, thinking that there should definitely be a clue here. His eyes widened, wondering what it was. The boy squatted down. Information about the fire heart that is used to create the heat giant was carved on the stone in front of him. It is a powerful energy source that also serves as the key to opening the Imperial Palace. The hero thought that he had heard of this item before. He turned his attention to the words carved into the stone. Ellie folded her arms across her chest, asking if they should just set it on fire. Sungwoo pressed his hand to his chest, saying that finding the answer was the hard part. There was no use in guessing. They should finish this quickly. Yukiko clenched her hands into fists, saying that she would now light the fire. Bright tongues of flame flared up on the wood. The heroes noticed that the monster's flesh smelled good, even sweet. The stones on the ground trembled. Large boulders began to roll down. A giant stone golem rose before the heroes with a gem in its chest. The gem glowed brightly. Marion jumped up, dodging the golem's blow to the ground. Stone fragments and streams of dust were raised into the air. The girl swung her swords, leaving bright marks in space. She opened her eyes wide, realizing that her blow only scratched it. The golem swung its giant fist. The girl put her hands in front of her and screamed. Marion swung her blade again, leaving blue traces of energy in the space. She moved the sword quickly, destroying the body of the giant stone golem. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, thinking that the C-rank boss, the Moon Wolf, is not easy. They are only one level different from the golem, much stronger. The guy wondered if it was because it was a raid boss. Xiang, who opened his mouth and turned to the people behind him, telling them to continue lighting a fire to attract the golem's attention. The guy looked at the book in his hand, thinking that they could easily defeat him if he used hellfire, but he can only use flames once a month, so it would be a waste to use it in this case. The protagonist watched the girl cut the body of the stone golem with her blades. He thought that he had Mireen, so he could wait with hellfire. The gem glowed in the giant golem's body. Its arm disintegrated into a large number of stone boulders. The creature had regrown the arm it had just cut off. Xiang, who looked ahead with displeasure, saying that the golem had returned to its previous state. Ellie pressed her hands to her face, telling him to aim for the creature's stomach. The girl held out 2 fingers, noting that when he tried to heal a wound or attack the golem, the magical power around it fluctuated greatly. The creature's heart would be about the same, so if he destroyed it, it would be easier. The guy armed himself with a sword, saying that he would not do that. Ellie looked at him, asking why he decided to do that. Sungwoo looked at the bright light of the jewel in the golem's chest, saying that if they hit the most important part of it, it might be difficult. Because the fire heart has a special feature, when hunting a monster, if you destroy the area that surrounds the desired item, you won't be able to get it. Marion looked at the guy, noting that if this continues, they will only exhaust themselves. They need to finish off the golem in one go. The wind streams fluttered the girl's hair, while she said that she will hit it with both hands. Let the others set its legs on fire at his command, and the guy himself will hit the creature on the head. The protagonist looked at the stone golem in front of him, saying that if this really weakens its defense, then it will be worth it. Marine squatted down, asking it to attack at her command. Xiang, who looked forward, summoning fire, water, lightning, and using the input, a bright sphere of energy appeared in front of the guy. The system reported that various attributes strongly resisted. The skill, all rivers flow to the sea, was activated. The ability began to forcibly connect them. The guy froze in place, thinking that he can only use 6 attributes: fire, water, light, lightning, wind, and darkness. Regardless of whether he has the skill, all rivers flow to the sea. If he adds more attributes to those he is already using, it will immediately explode. Nirine cut off the arms of the stone golem, telling the hero that he must attack now. The guy swung his weapon, moving forward. The protagonist pierced the jewel on the chest of the creature. A bright explosion thundered in front of the guy, throwing stone debris in different directions. Xiang, who was thrown back by streams of strong wind, the hero thought that this is too powerful a recoil. The guy looked at the crumbling body of the stone golem. The system reported that he received 3 million gold. The hero thought that since gold dropped, the creature was defeated. He noticed that he thought so, that it was an elite mid-level item that definitely had a secret. The image of a fire heart appeared in the status window. Rank, elite, mid-level, type, mineral. The hero's magic power will be restored automatically. When consumed, fire resistance increases by 7%, fire attack power increases by 7%. The speed of magic energy recovery increases by 7%. When used to create an item, at least a unique mid-level item will be created. Its special shape and internal structure indicate that this item was made in a special place. Ellie folded her arms across her chest, asking if she could take this stone. The guy looked at her, asking why she needed it. The girl pressed her palm to her cheek and smiled, saying that because of its magic power, she wasn't sure if her fire power had improved. But the penalties she received had become harsher after awakening the second stage. She was a dutiful member of the guild, so she should have something like that for emergencies. The protagonist sighed heavily, holding the stone in his hand and saying that she could keep it for now, but he might want to use it, so if she didn't need it in the future, she would return it. Ellie smiled and took the fire heart in her palm, saying that she would use it with gratitude before returning it in this world. It was hard to trust even Mirini and Jiangwen, and yet, if the protagonist could speak frankly to someone, it would be Ellie, a humble villainess who lied as much as she ate. Sung-Hu smiled, thinking that she was like him and knew what was behind his mask, so it didn't matter what others thought. The important thing was that he won. The giant stone golem raised his fist to strike. The hero put his hands in front of him, stopping his attack. The goblin turned to the guys standing to the side, asking them to stall for time, otherwise he would not be able to do anything. The hero opened his mouth, saying that he did not understand that a slave should act like a slave. Jack put his hand in front of him and frowned, telling them to grab the legs of their opponents. The system reported that the order was given. All stats were increased by 5%. The guys opened their eyes wide and clenched their teeth. Their skin turned green. The hero opened his mouth wide. The system reported that the state of excitement was activated. If the people did not follow the orders, they would be cursed. The goblins moved towards the stone golem with a war cry. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that animals never understood good treatment. They only understood the language of cruelty. Jack was a swordsman, but after completing his first mandatory mission, he became the Demon King. Due to the special abilities of the Demon King, the subordinates were slaves, and the guy himself was their master. A dark silhouette with wings appeared on the bright background. The system window showed information about the contractor of rank E, level, elite, high, type, active. Allows issuing contracts. Contractors will swear their allegiance to the power of the king. The more contractors, the stronger the Demon King. After the conclusion of the contract, the Demon King can give orders to the contractors. In case of refusal to carry it out, punishment will follow. Unholy blessing. Contractors can be given special titles. Some of them are strong, but have severe punishments. Available titles: orc, goblin, troll, ogre, vicious obsession. All abilities will be increased with the increase in the number of contractors in a ratio of 50-1. Jack put a glass under the bottle in the girl's hands, asking what she was doing, because the slaves were working hard to restrain the monster. Was she really going to just stand aside and watch as a civilian of the first level? The girl said that she was not. The hero brought the glass to his lips, asking if she had dealt with the 40,000. The girl closed her eyes and bowed her head, saying that the resistance was too strong. Many people did not know what they were talking about. Jack smiled, saying that there were about 20,000 people there now. He suggested just killing them. Rachel widened her eyes, looking at him. The girl held the bottle in her hand, saying that they did not have enough slaves, so they should not, or the world would find out about it. The guy crossed his legs, noting that he just needed to raise his stats. Jack looked at the powerful explosion in the distance, assuming that they had caught the monster. The hero came closer, standing among the other people. Jack frowned, saying that the stone golem had disappeared. The guy dusted his hands, saying that someone must have passed by. Rachel noted that no one from New York was currently doing this task. Jack folded his arms over his chest, saying that they could be people from another country. The girl looked at him, asking if the items wouldn't drop again, like the fire heart. The guy opened his mouth, saying that usually it was, but this one only dropped once. After all, it was a unique item. The hero frowned, imagining the fire heart and thinking that things had become complicated. He had special requirements for the next awakening and he could become much stronger if he had a fire heart, but that was not a problem. He took a step forward. Jack went the other way, telling Rachel to tell everyone that he wanted to buy a fire heart. Whoever brought it would receive either a special title or an equally good item as a reward. The hero watched this through the magic ball, thinking that this was bad. Satan pressed his hand to his forehead, thinking that he had helped the hero in every way. But he managed to end up in this situation. If this could not be sorted out, then something else would have to be done. The guy put his hand on the man's shoulder. Loki closed his eyes and smiled, saying that if Satan interfered, it would be boring. The hero jumped aside, saying that he didn't even notice when he came. He asked what the man was focusing on. Loki opened his eyes and smiled, saying that there was no point in giving these people freedom if he had to interfere so often. It was better to create his own successor. The boy's pupils narrowed when he asked if it was all because Jack liked Satan so much. The man closed his eyes, saying that he would not deny it. He imagined Jack from bright streams of energy, saying that the boy grew up on his own, without outside interference, but this is the weakest person he has ever seen. Someone may not like it, but the gods will not say a word if he himself interferes a little. Loki is not the one who can stop him. The boy hovered in front of the man's table with his hand outstretched, saying that this is not true at all. The hero pressed his hand to his chest, asking if he knew who Seonghu was. Loki smiled slyly, saying that the boy was connected to this item. Satan opened his mouth, asking what of it, since the boy knew that he wanted to make Jack stronger. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, saying that the man had misunderstood him, since if he took the item from the main character, he would be very upset, but would not stop him. Satan frowned, asking what he wanted. Loki smiled widely, asking what he was talking about. The man told him to shut up. Satan rested his head on his hand, saying that everything would go wrong once Loki showed up. He was sure it would this time too if he did something now, but he couldn't just give up on the item. The man suggested that the boy had other solutions. Loki smiled slyly and winked, suggesting that he should come up with something better than illegal interference. If it changed the owner of the item, then everything would be fine. Satan sat at the table, asking what the boy's plan was. There was still plenty of time before the next city opened. Loki spread his arms out to the sides, noting that if they worked together a little, they could make it so that the two would meet on the next mission. The man clasped his hands, asking if the hero really wanted to cause trouble for the man. The boy pressed his hand to his chest, saying that it wasn't like that at all, it would just be more fun. Loki evaporated, leaving behind a bright stream of energy. Satan mentally repeated his words. The man's eyes shone brightly. He thought about how he had a bad feeling about how everything was going. The boy raised his head. In the system window there was a message that a new mandatory task was about to begin. People on the street raised their hands high, calling passersby to their teams. The hero did not understand why there was such a commotion here. Yukiko looked at Sunho, asking if she could go, since she had a meeting. The hero put his hands in his pockets, saying that they would see each other later. Philip spread his arms out to the sides, greeting the boy. He assumed that he was here because of the mandatory task, so he offered him to take a look at something. The system window showed information about the task: a royal battle, level, unidentified. You need to defeat another townsman in battle. If the hero survives to the end or fulfills the requirements, the mission will be completed. Reward: the hero will receive all the items obtained in battle. He can take 3 items from his opponent when he kills him. The man smiled, noting that this task cannot be completed alone. So you need to decide in advance how many people the guy wants to take with him. Songhu understood why everyone is looking for people for their team. Philip opened his mouth, offering the hero to put his hands on the crystal ball. The guy froze at the object, putting his hand forward. A bright stream of light illuminated the protagonist's face. The man smiled broadly, saying that the guy is simply amazing. Philip looked at the bright light of the crystal ball, noticing that it changes depending on the characteristics and abilities of the user. Usually it glows like a candle, and since it is shining like this now, it means that he is at the top of the city, even the entire mission. Sunghu smiled, saying that he was pleased to hear that. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that it was great that he was so strong, but he was worried about the guy. The hero asked why. Philip put his palms in front of him, saying that if a person like him fought a normal person, it would be a massacre, so they have a selection system. He will fight someone whose level is close to his own. Among the bright blue pixels was information about Songhu's possible opponents. The location will depend on the level of the team members. Based on it, other bonuses and punishments will change. A simple room below S tier, 1 to 2 people, no punishment. A small A tier team, 3 to 9 people, all stats will be reduced by 20%. Stamina recovery will be reduced by 20%. Mana consumption will be increased by 20%. Ability power will be reduced by 20%. Everyone who is within a radius of 10 meters from the opponent will receive a warning message. A normal B tier team, 10 to 30 people, all stats will be reduced by 40%. Stamina recovery will be reduced by 40%. Mana consumption will be increased by 40%. Ability power will be reduced by 40%. Everyone who is within a radius of 25 meters from the opponent will receive a warning message. All enemies receive a 15% bonus to stats. The blue system window showed information about a C-level large team, 31 to 99 people. All stats will be reduced by 60%. Stamina recovery will be reduced by 60%. Mana consumption will be increased by 60%. Ability power will be reduced by 60%. Everyone within 50 meters of the opponent will receive a warning message. All enemies will receive a 25% bonus to stats. A D-level guild, 100 to 500 people, all stats will be reduced by 70%. Stamina recovery will be reduced by 70%. Mana consumption will be increased by 70%. Ability power will be reduced by 70%. Everyone within 100 meters of the opponent will receive a warning message. All enemies will receive a 45% bonus to stats. An E-level colony, 501 people or more, all stats will be reduced by 80%. Stamina recovery will be reduced by 80%. Mana consumption will be increased by 80%. Ability power will be reduced by 80%. Everyone within 200 meters of the opponent will receive a warning message. All enemies receive a 70% bonus to their stats. The guy imagined a knight with a broken sword, thinking that with such terrible penalties, he would not last. For those who, like himself, depend on stats, even a 10% reduction has a strong effect, so it is most logical to choose a simple command. Xiang, who looked ahead, thinking about how they did not care about this before, and now they suddenly decided to bring them together with people of a similar level, he found it strange. White clouds floated above the city. The protagonist looked at his ally and asked if she managed to cope. Yukiko replied that she received a rank, but was delayed for now. Looking at her, Sunhu mentally called her very useful as she was good enough to be in the Divine Sea Guild's intelligence service, and thought about how his friend had undergone a second awakening with his help and became a strong elemental mage. Miriam said that she was S rank, Ellie added that she was B rank. The boy looked at them and stated that it was less than expected. The boy raised his eyebrows and explained that he was SS rank. Magic Sword nodded and said that her guess was confirmed. The player guessed that this level was based on stats and skills. The brunette presented his mask and book and decided that they were the reason why he was given SS rank, and that the effects of his other skills that strengthened mid-level skills also played a role. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked why they couldn't do the mission together this time. The traitor called it a good idea and thought that a duet of two swordsmen would guarantee them combat potential, but they would lack versatility. The fortune teller crossed her arms and offered herself to him. The protagonist asked what they would do with the difference in their levels. Smiling, the woman said that she could just send him a request and explained that if a person with a high rank invited someone weaker, he would be punished, and if it was the other way around, he would be given a bonus. Xiangnu's mouth dropped open in amazement and he realized that if there were punishments, there were also bonuses, and besides, his girlfriend was very useful. Raising his hand, the guy agreed and said that they would go on the mission together this time. The sniper said that they hadn't gone on missions together for a long time. Lowering her head, Marion asked if they would really go together and explained that she wanted to learn from her senior comrade. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that he had a feeling that her enhanced physical abilities were not compatible with her ability to control them, and hoped that this nonsense would work. The magic sword looked at her friend in amazement. Light energy swirled around her body. The girl remembered how she tried her best to control her improved speed and thought that she was doing well, not noticing that there were still many shortcomings, and realized that she should cope and learn to control even the smallest muscle using even more Kai energy. The system reported that the user had received a new skill, Perfect Control. The woman waved her hand and wondered when these strange announcements on the panel would stop popping up. Looking at her comrade, the swordswoman promised to start from the basics and wished him luck. A list of locations of different levels appeared in front of the heroes. The player thought that he was tired of islands, since it was difficult to make a plan there when the land was surrounded by water on all sides, and that abandoned mines would also be too difficult for the same reason. The brunette clicked on the system window and decided that the best place was where he would have a chance to use his abilities most effectively. The system reported that the user had chosen the City of Death. A landscape of a destroyed city appeared. The heroes appeared on the roof of one of the skyscrapers. The traitor said that it did not look very good. Ellie said that it looked like ruins after a war. The girl approached the fence and wanted to use a multi-layer check spell first. A giant magic circle appeared above the city. Like a radar, it showed several points. Within a radius of 300 meters from the guys there were 7 people, as well as a large number of not very strong monsters. The main character looked at the system window and asked where these people were moving. The woman assumed that they knew about their presence and said that this was to be expected from a high-level place. Seong-Hu narrowed his eyes and thought that if these people were S ranks, they would be able to form groups of 2, so if they didn't form an alliance once the mission started, these 7 couldn't be a group of S ranks. The boy looked at his friend and asked her to prepare for battle. The fortune teller said that they should leave before they were surrounded. The comrade asked her not to worry about it and just shoot at them. The sniper picked up a rifle. Using the ability to detect threats, any ranker would be able to dodge an attack that was made in a straight trajectory. The sight was aimed at the running man. The shot rang out. A bright wave of energy rushed towards the ground. It blew off the head of the running man. Ellie looked up in surprise and asked if she really managed to hit him. The boy explained that they were not S rank, but a rank, judging by their number. The player frowned and thought that if they entered a place with a level lower than their own, they would be punished. However, if they entered a place with a high level, they would receive bonuses. The brunette grinned and realized that they were just fools who did not understand who was prey and who was a predator here. Looking ahead, the traitor asked his girlfriend not to shoot anymore and explained to her that the sound of a shot would give away their location, so they needed to lure them and set up a barrier so that they could not escape, and then quickly get rid of them. The girl raised her hands and set up a witch's labyrinth. The system reported that a suspicious mana aura surrounded the user and made their body lighter. The protagonist smiled and decided that taking her with him was the right decision. Suddenly, Seong-Hu's eyes widened and he felt something strange. An arrow flew past him at high speed. A group of people stood on a roof. An archer asked if their opponent had dodged. A swordsman asked his comrades not to panic and said that they would win if they worked together, since they had bonuses. The boy looked around and wondered what language they were speaking. The warriors rushed to attack when their leader asked them to get rid of the woman while he dealt with the boy. Suddenly, the man hit his comrade with a hammer. Bane smiled widely and laughed. His friends decided that their ally had gone crazy. Turning around, the mercenary asked them not to worry and promised to redouble their efforts. The fortune teller smiled and told them that warriors are very easy to use since they have a low wisdom stat. The stranger hit the archer with a hammer and shouted that he would get rid of everyone. The leader of the squad clenched his teeth tensely. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced his chest. Kyle fell to his knees. The priest called his enemy a demon. The player standing next to him said that he was very sad to hear this and promised to send him after his comrade, so he should not hate him so much. The mage raised his staff and called him a coward. With one swing of his sword, the brunette cut him in half. The maddened warrior turned around. Suddenly, his expression changed and became more intense. Bane saw the bodies of his dead allies and asked what happened here. The mercenary tried to run away. The traitor noticed that he had already regained consciousness. The sniper asked him not to worry about it. The man ran to the exit and decided that he needed to go to a place where there was no one, so as not to be surrounded. The warrior's eyes widened and he felt his body fall. The fighter fell to the ground. Blood spurted. It turned out that his body had fallen from the height of a skyscraper. Ellie told him that she had tried to create a hallucination that used the environment instead of people, and thought that it would be as useful as using their surroundings. Suddenly, someone approached the heroes from behind. Raising his hand, Jack declared that he had no intention of fighting them and offered to just talk. The protagonist looked forward and felt horror, disgust, fear, indignation, and submission. Cold sweat trickled down his neck, his instinct screaming that he needed to run away right now. Sunwoo's eyes widened, deciding that he shouldn't make him his enemy, and realized that she wanted to talk to him longer, that she wanted to work for him and follow his orders. The guy looked at his girlfriend and assumed that this was the magic of her hallucinations. He stepped on her foot and said that they were open to negotiations. The girl froze in horror. The young man raised his hand and asked the man not to come closer because it made him and his companion uncomfortable. The heroes stood opposite each other. The system reported that the user had met an opponent with an evil inclination and that there was a strong feeling of pressure. The American concluded that he was facing a villain. Grinning, the psychopath found it strange that the stranger did not obey him immediately and said his name. The player smiled back and asked him to call him a ghost. Turning away, the villain explained that they had made a lot of noise, so people and monsters would soon come here, and asked the guys to follow him because he knew a safe place. Jack narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he only had one question. At that moment, the brunette grabbed his girlfriend and jumped off the roof, and fireballs appeared everywhere. The man looked after them in surprise. The system reported that the wisdom of the devil was visible through the abnormal state in which the user was. An explosion was heard on the roof of the skyscraper. The psychopath fell to the ground. The man in the white cape approached him and asked if he was okay. The American raised his head to look at him and told him not to worry about it, because he was not so weak that he would be hurt by the fall. Looking up at the sky, the villain explained that his friend should go after those people, since that was his role, and asked if he had forgotten the terms of their contract. Holding a hoop in his hands, the stranger replied that he remembered everything perfectly well. The ranker threw the disc to the side. The projectile hit the mercenary's shoulder. Summoning another hoop in his hand, the man in glasses said that people were gathering there because of the explosion, and added that he would not stop his comrade if he wanted to chase those people, but advised him to retreat this time. The warrior opened his mouth in rage and shouted that those villains had attacked them. His ally had decided to kill them. A sharp blade cut the throat of one of them. The man immediately struck the second mercenary. Jack scratched the back of his head and asked why he needed to fight when they could have discussed everything. The man in the cape reminded him that he signed a contract with him and was supposed to help and protect him. He looked up and explained that he decided it would be more effective to attack first, as soon as he noticed that the people who came here were high level. The psychopath spat and said that it was all nonsense. The drool rolled down the cheek of his comrade. The ranker silently wiped it with his hand. Abdul looked after his leader and thought about how he had great power and therefore behaved as he wanted, which is why he had to endure such humiliating treatment. The mercenary reported that there were 5 enemies near them and suggested that they leave this place. The American put his hand in his pocket and said that they just needed to get rid of them. His comrade warned that they were all very strong. The villain closed his eyes and explained that he could deal with the 2 mages in the building while his ally dealt with the rest, calling it a great chance to show off his skills that he had worked so hard to develop. Jack kicked off a rock fragment. The man broke a window and jumped into the building. Screams and bangs could be heard from the dilapidated skyscraper. The guys were standing outside. The protagonist said that the enemy was no longer chasing them. Ellie noticed that they were not the only participants in the game who were here. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that it was very impressive. Xianghu asked her what exactly she was talking about. Putting her hand to her chin, the woman remembered using a class 5 hallucination spell, but it was removed in 2 seconds, and explained that the villain had escaped her spell without even knowing what she was capable of, which could mean that he either had a high wisdom stat or a high level skill. The fortune teller looked up and added that she and her comrade were very similar. The guy gaped in surprise, deciding that this couldn't be true, as the opponent's physical abilities were too good for him to have such a high wisdom, and guessed that it was most likely a matter of skill. Looking away, the young man thought that this ranker was very sinister and hoped that they would not have to meet again on this quest. Approaching the building, the player suggested that they go inside before the sun set, deciding that it would make a good shelter. A tripwire was set in the doorway. A trap was lying on the ground nearby. The sniper folded her hands behind her back and asked what her companion was doing. The brunette told her that they needed to set up traps because they could save their lives, even if they gained a few extra seconds. Ellie looked down and realized that she needed to do something too. Magical energy began to glow around the stairs. The system reported that the hallucinatory barrier, beautiful labyrinth, and death path had been successfully set up. A purple aura swirled around the building. The girl had set up traps good enough to stop high-level hunters, so now this old building resembled a fortress. The woman looked back and asked what her companion was thinking. The traitor explained that this quest had no specific goal and that they simply needed to survive for 10 days to complete it, but then they would not receive any special reward. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked if his girlfriend could survive here alone. The fortune teller replied that she could set up a protective barrier here for a while, which was good enough for a B-tier dungeon raid. Looking up, Sunhu asked her to start with that and added that he would stay with her until tomorrow and then go scouting. The sniper smiled and agreed, thinking that she would not be in danger, so there was no need to stop him. Looking out the window, the guy remembered that he still had 2 lives left and decided that he should prepare to use one of them just in case. A man stood on the road, and in front of him was a monster. The stranger opened his mouth wide and inhaled a lungful of air. He used the combat ritual, Gust of Wind, and punched the monster. The man dealt a series of lightning strikes at it and used the skill, Splitting Stone. The enemy's body was ground into dust and drops of blood splattered. The mercenary clenched his fist and said that he would need to use 3 combat rituals to defeat just one ghoul. His comrade explained that the monsters here were twice as strong as on other missions and asked him to be careful. Looking around, Boris said that despite their strength, they were still far from him and added that he was most worried about something else right now. Smiling widely, the brute told him that monster bites were good for relaxing muscles and replacing massage, and offered his friend to try it too. Frowning, the mercenary politely declined and thought about how his comrade was clearly not human and that just one blow from him could break him in half. Sergei put his hand to his ear and said that he could hear the monster crying and the sounds of explosions. He put his hand on his belt and concluded that there was a fight going on nearby. The warrior agreed to go there and check what was going on. A group of monsters attacked a squad of 2 people. The man ordered his companion to shoot. Teresa explained that she had no arrows left. The door of the building slammed shut. The monsters were behind it. The hunter decided that they were like in a zombie movie. Opening the window, the ranker thought about how impossible it was to stop them all and decided that the only realistic way out of this situation was to escape. Suddenly, an explosion thundered right in front of him. The window caught fire. The warrior wondered if it was a man or a monster and realized that he would have to get rid of it anyway to escape. With a shield on his back, the mercenary promised to buy time and asked his girlfriend to escape. The man looked back and reminded her that he had an extra life and she only had one left. Putting his hand behind his back, the hunter asked her to get ready and stated that they did not have much time. The ranker jumped out the window and decided that he would not give in. Holding the shield in front of him, the warrior jumped off the walls of the neighboring buildings several times. Another wave of fire flew at him. The mercenary looked out from behind the shield and realized where the shooter was. He summoned a huge amount of energy around himself and used the skill Destruction. The man destroyed the wall of the building with his shield. The protagonist looked down and thought that this man was trying very hard. An image of a fire monster appeared in his head. Seong-Hu realized that he was able to avoid detection by the monsters thanks to the hero's cloak, which he received as a reward for the previous mission. In the past, he hid around the corner. The guy thought about how this item allows him to remain unnoticed and observe the situation from afar. Dodging the blow, the young man realized that he underestimated his enemy and did not expect the enemy to slip away from there to attack him, and concluded that he was a ranker. The player looked back and asked if the villain really thought he was Captain America since he only carried a shield. The man shouted that he would take it with him to hell. An explosion was heard on one of the upper floors of the building, and the ghouls gathered in the street. Landing behind them, Teresa realized that the zombies were heading towards the noise and thought that she should use this to escape, since otherwise her comrade's sacrifice would be in vain. As she began to run, the girl remembered that she only had 6 arrows left, and she still had more than a week to hold out, and wondered if she would be able to survive. Suddenly, guys from another squad appeared in front of her. The woman immediately raised her bow and pulled the string. Without moving, Boris said that she better not shoot at them. The archer asked if they really attacked them. Sergei replied that he had no idea what they were talking about. Lowering her weapon, Teresa explained that she had one last life left and asked them to let her go. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that he hated women's tears. The thug asked her not to worry and promised to protect her. A group of monsters ran out from around the corner. The man grinned and said that he could handle them himself and that his comrade could do nothing. The young man replied that it would be even better for him. The warrior rushed to attack. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked why he didn't have a weapon. The mercenary asked her not to worry about it because his body itself was a weapon. Veins appeared on the ranker's body. He managed to destroy several enemies with just one blow. The woman frowned in fear and thought that this man possessed simply inhuman strength. Sergei's eyes flashed with madness. Blood flew in all directions. He looked back when the archer asked him for help. Boris said that they would not promise anything until they found out what was going on. His comrade smiled broadly and promised to help, since it was his duty to provide services to beauties in trouble. Teresa frowned pitifully as she told him that her friend had rushed into the crowd of monsters to help her escape and asked the squad to save him. The brute stretched his shoulder and asked his comrade to guard the lady in his absence. There was a crowd of ghouls ahead. At this time, the heroes were in the building. The protagonist called his opponent impressive. The ranker said that he was ready to die with him. However, he was not as good as he thought. Seong-Hu smiled and replied that he would cut his throat if he had such an opportunity. The hunter noted that he had never met a person who would speak so arrogantly, but at the same time do what he said. Holding the runic blade in his hands, the guy realized that his attack would be pointless, since the enemy would reflect it with the aura of his shield and continue to press him. Looking down, the young man thought that Mirin would have cut him into pieces long ago, and Kang would have simply destroyed his shield, and decided that he did not have a suitable skill for such a situation. Looking forward, the player remembered how he used forced attribute fusion to defeat the golems and assumed that it would hit the enemy even if he hid behind the shield. Looking back, the brunette heard some noise and wondered if the boss monster had appeared. Sergei was fighting the monsters. The traitor was surprised that help arrived so quickly and thought that the enemy team members were waiting for them somewhere nearby, tracking his movements. Rushing forward, the warrior asked what his enemy was thinking about and wished him death. The protagonist realized that he didn't know if his skill would work now. A giant fireball appeared above the book. A firebomb created with the addition of a quadruple attribute fell on the man. The ranker held back the attack with his shield and was amazed at such power. A fiery explosion was heard on the floor where the heroes were. The hunter fell to the ground, his whole body trembling. Seong-Hu kicked him in the face. The guy took out a bottle of poison and uncorked it. He poured the poison into his opponent's mouth. At that moment, Sergei burst into the room. The man looked around and asked what was going on here. Looking back, the young man explained that he had just arrived and did not know what had happened here, and told them that there had been a fight, but one of the participants in the game had escaped. Looking at the man lying on the floor, the brute asked what was wrong with him and suggested that his opponent had escaped because he sensed his approach. The player replied that the man was in bad shape and added that he had already given him the elixir. The brunette smirked and thought that it was actually a rare top-tier poison created from an elder hydra and decided that they would never be able to cure him. Taking the rancor on his shoulders, the traitor suggested trying to save him first and asked the stranger to clear the way to the shelter. The warrior agreed and said that they couldn't leave him to die here. Looking at his back, the protagonist realized that everything was not going according to plan. Sergi was surprised that he was helping a man he didn't even know and realized that he had never met anyone so wonderful. A cloud of dust rose in the destroyed house. Song, who put the wounded man on the ground. Teresa approached him and asked if everything was okay with her friend. The guy replied that his condition was quickly deteriorating. Raising his hand, Boris asked him to tell him more about what happened and explained that he might be able to help him. Looking around, the young man thought that this man looked like an ordinary fighter and wondered if he had some kind of trump card. Standing up, the player replied that this hunter was under the influence of a rare poison, higher than high, and said that if they tried to give him an antidote, it might get worse and he would die. Looking down, the rancor said that he could get rid of the poison with his skill and thought to himself that he could not trust the stranger in the mask. The man put his hands on his waist and said that his friend was too distrustful. The brunette noted that it would be good if it turned out that his guess was wrong. The traitor narrowed his eyes, wondering if he actually had any skill, and realized that if he was to get him to heal and get him back on his feet, he would have to fight. The protagonist clutched the sheath of his sword in his hands. The mercenary crouched down next to the wounded man and placed his hand on his chest. Many light particles appeared around it. Boris realized that the poison was actually very strong, but it was quite possible to cope with it. Suddenly, his hand was covered in purple energy. The hunter removed his hand and realized that this poison could infect him too. The girl placed her hand on his chest and asked if he had managed to heal her friend. The rancor explained that the poison was too strong and that he had barely managed to maintain his current state without making it worse. Xiang, who looked up and asked if the stranger believed him. The warrior looked back and confirmed it. Grabbing his hand, Sergi apologized and explained that he wasn't that bad. The guy turned to them and suggested that they get to know each other first. Smiling, the young man introduced himself as a swordsman mage from South Korea and added that he preferred that others call him a ghost. Boris looked at him in surprise and asked if the Korean had really taken a nickname. The player confirmed it. Closing his eyes, the hunter remembered that his rank was also associated with ancient Korea and decided that it was good. The man put his hands on his belt and called himself a Russian fighter. His comrade told him that his rank was also associated with fighting. Putting her hand to her chest, the woman said her name and thanked her ally for saving her partner. The brunette replied that he simply did what he had to. The traitor lowered his head and explained that there was nothing to praise him for. Since this man was still in danger, the thug asked if he had seen the enemy. Looking away, the protagonist called him a rather handsome blonde with bad energy and a two-handed sword and realized that he had simply described Jack. Xiang, who stated that the most important thing now was their comrade's life. The fighter scratched his head and asked if he had any skills that could save him. The answer was negative. The guy raised his hand and said that they needed to find a very talented healer or a high-level antidote, otherwise his body would freeze and he would die in 4 days. The young man grinned and remembered that except for Yeon from the Divine City, there were no other saints in the top 100, so they would have no choice but to surrender. Sergi raised his index finger and remembered the items they had received a couple of days ago. Taking a piece of paper in his hands, the man explained that after killing the mutant zombie, he came across this piece of paper and asked if it would be of any use. The player opened the card. The system suggested that it was a magic card of a secret chemical research laboratory of a unique level. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, Boris reminded that they had to keep it a secret and stated that the two of them could not handle it. The brute reminded that now there were not two of them at all. Covering his face with his hand, the brunette noted that their chances of success were quite low and decided to try anyway if it could help their comrade. The full moon was shining in the sky. Someone shouted that they needed to go in pursuit. A group of 3 hunters surrounded the enemy. Teresa looked at them from around the corner and asked if they should help this man. Looking back, the traitor reminded that her comrade's situation was much worse and suggested that they first find something that could help him. The girl agreed. Looking at their backs, the rancor asked what his friend thought about the man in the mask. The fighter called him a kind realist who fights well, and he really likes that. The warrior raised his eyebrows and asked why he didn't like him. Boris said he didn't say anything like that. The hunter glanced at his ally and thought that this man was too perfect, as if he was pretending. The rancor narrowed his eyes and assumed that he was just jealous. The protagonist put the runic blade on his shoulder. With one swing of the sword, he managed to cut the steel grate. A hole appeared in the fence. The woman noticed that their comrade was good with the sword. The warrior asked if he used it for strength or pleasure. Song, who promised to answer all the questions later, since now they needed to hurry. The guy grabbed the grate. Looking at him, the archer asked why they needed to close the fence. The young man explained that such details are very important, because this way no one will pay attention to it and will not follow them. In the center of the fountain stood a statue of an angel. The player said that it was a secret laboratory with 5 floors. Boris asked if it was really underground. The answer was affirmative. Frowning sternly, the hunter noticed that their ally used the energy of the sword, had knowledge in the field of healing and skills related to theft, and could easily read a magic map, and wondered who he really was. Holding the map in his hands, the brunette asked if Sergi could lift this statue and move it aside, and said that the passage was under it, and he could not cope alone. The man smiled broadly and cracked his knuckles. The brute took hold of the stone statue and lifted it. He managed to move it aside and open a passage underground. The fighter began to breathe heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The traitor narrowed his eyes and thought that he was not that strong, because Kang would easily cope with this task. The heroes approached the stairs and decided to go down inside. The ranker looked to the side and asked where they should go next. Standing in front of a fork, the protagonist explained that any path leads to the second floor, and assumed that this was a residential area. Sergi suggested going straight to the second floor. Looking away, Songwoo said that they should first look around, since they did not know what could be hiding here, and suggested splitting up. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and decided that this was a bad idea. The guy said that it was very dangerous and that they did not have much time. Smiling, the man agreed that they should not linger, and asked Teresa to go with him. The girl agreed. Looking up, the young man remembered that his ally's title was somehow related to battles, and asked him to lead them forward, since he, as a mage, should stand behind. Looking back, Boris agreed, but thought to himself that he was a little nervous that he would have to rely on this man to protect the rear, but he had no other choice. The hunter opened the door and walked inside. The player followed him in and put his hand on his sword. The ranker mentally apologized and decided that he was not the type to let anyone get away with it. The brunette pulled out his sword. His comrade looked around. Turning around, the warrior said that there was no one here and suggested moving on. The traitor smiled and agreed. The protagonist looked suspiciously at his ally's back. He narrowed his eyes incredulously, but said nothing. The heroes approached the table. Boris explained that this was all they managed to find after a thorough inspection. Songwoo decided that it was not that much. On the table lay damaged first-class security cards that opened access to a secret laboratory. The woman noted that they would hardly be able to use them, since they had too many scratches. The guy took the cards in his hands and said that he saw a door at the end of the corridor, which could possibly be opened with their help. The young man applied the red card to the reader. The iron door in front of the guys opened at the same moment. Streams of light energy appeared around the player. The system reported that the security card had one more use left. Suddenly, the brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The traitor looked at the card and noticed that after using it, his various creation skills, intelligence, and synergy effect rallied to give him an unexpected gift. The heroes entered a dark room. The fighter said that he would lead them forward. The squad went down the stairs. In front of them was a clot of green viscous slime. The protagonist opened the fire book when Sergi asked him to light the room and urged his comrades not to lose their vigilance. The slimy monster stepped forward. The hunter asked if it was slime. Seonghu replied that it was something else. Frowning, the guy remembered that slime was weak against magic, so killing it with a couple of fireballs would be very easy, and wanted to check how strong his comrades were. The wolf opened his mouth and growled. Suddenly the monster pounced on the squad. The archer opened her mouth in surprise. The ranker looked away indifferently. The monster sank its teeth into the man. The brute touched him with his hand and, feeling a burning sensation, concluded that it was acid. The young man looked up and saw that his ally had deliberately exposed his body to the bite. The slime was so acidic that its drops burned through the floor. The player wondered why nothing happened to his hand in that case. The fighter raised his hand, which the wolf had grabbed. With one blow, he managed to turn the enemy into a puddle of slime. Sergei opened his mouth in amazement and said that it was easy as pie. The warrior assumed that it only seemed that way to him. The brunette looked at his comrade and asked how high his strength attribute was. The man replied that everyone was interested in this, and said that if he answered this question, his friend would still not be able to take it for himself. The brute pointed at himself and said that he had 1,110 strength points. Squinting, the traitor remembered that the highest stat he had ever seen was just over 500 points, and realized that this man had twice as many. The fighter smiled broadly and noticed from his face that he was very curious. The protagonist decided that he could not have invested all the points into strength, since his agility and endurance were also high, and wondered where he got so many points from. Sergi crossed his arms over his chest and asked what he should do. The warrior said that he did not care, and told him that his friend accidentally received this power in the dungeon. The man put his hand to his chin and explained that he received a special skill on his first mandatory mission. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the brute added that this was an elite skill that increased the strength stat by 600 points and gave specialization in strength after changing the second class, and that he managed to get to his current state thanks to many skills tied to strength, support, and defense. The fighter spread his arms and continued his story. Seonghu thought there were a couple of conditions behind it, but the title of Loyal Reader also provides a lot of attribute points, which he divided between intelligence, mana, and luck, but this man added all the points to one stat. The guy narrowed his eyes and realized that his comrade had received incredible defensive power, and he also had a special title. An arrow went from the shield to the sword. This meant that Sergi could convert his defensive power into attack power. The man looked away and said that he received a new skill that reduces all incoming damage. When his strength stat exceeded 1,000 points, Boris asked him to stop. Teresa lowered her head and said that she thought she was quite strong, but compared to real experts, she was just a frog in a well. The hunter said that she did not need to worry about it, and suggested not to waste time and move on. The brute destroyed the acid monster with one blow. Under his fist, the monsters turned into ordinary clots of slime. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if it was always so easy to pass the dungeon. The young man answered negatively and explained that without a fighter they would hardly have managed to go so far. The guys entered the room with capsules. The player put his hand on the hilt of the sword and noticed that this place looked like a very strange laboratory from the movies, from which monsters should appear as soon as you enter it. A fireball appeared in the room. The fiery projectile crashed into one of the capsules and broke it. The monster fell out of it and screamed in pain. The brunette assumed that while these creatures are in flasks, they cannot defend themselves, and concluded that killing them is quite easy. Sergi saw his comrade thrust his sword into the monster and asked if he always did this. The traitor explained to him that he just likes to play it safe. The man frowned and asked if dungeons were always so easy. The ranker immediately denied it. The protagonist swiped the blue access card over the reader. Looking back, Sunhu explained that each card could only be used once now and decided to save them. The brute asked if they really had nothing left. His ally replied that they had used them to deactivate the security system and restore the power supply. The boy realized that they would not be able to enter this room, gritting his teeth. The fighter called it a real shame and felt as if he had agreed to leave the precious chest right in the dungeon. The young man put the card in his inside pocket. He smirked, thinking about how thanks to his skill, they actually had 4 more uses of the first class card and 11 more uses of the second class card left, and he realized that he would be able to open all the doors they passed by and collect all the jewels after they were done. The player remembered how his ally fought acid monsters and decided that ideally he needed to kill all members of the squad, but Sergi was too strong, so it would be very difficult. Besides, Boris also has a high level and should not be underestimated. The brunette looked around and thought that he needed to kill the girl, since she was left alone, since otherwise he and his partner could ruin everything for him. The guys followed each other. The traitor realized that he needed to wait for the right moment and separate from them with the woman. The heroes entered the room on the 4th floor. The archer asked why there were so many webs and spiders here. The man suggested that no one had been here for a long time. The protagonist noticed that there were no monsters here either. The hunter asked them not to lose their vigilance, since they did not know for sure what was going on here. The ranker saw multicolored syringes on the table. The thug said that he could get them by force. Sunhu approached the table and said that if they simply broke the glass, a trap would be activated, so they needed to use a security card. The fighter was indignant and asked why they needed these cards at all. There was bright energy inside the syringes. The system reported that one of them contained a special antidote, the second a special elite level poison, and the third a test nanomachine. Teresa said that they could use the antidote to cure her partner. Suddenly, a red light lit up above their heads. A notification said that the security system had been activated. A giant hissing spider appeared on the ceiling. It turned out to be the boss. The guys looked at it tensely. The fighter said that he could withstand a lot due to his thick skin, but he despised such vile creatures as this. The monster approached him and growled. Sergi clenched his fist. He hit the enemy on the head. 2 more spiders appeared on the ceiling. One of them shot a web at the heroes. The man ducked to avoid the attack. The guy looked back and noticed that the web could burn through the wall. A multitude of small spiders crawled around the room. The girl trembled with fear and shouted that there were a lot of them. Boris looked back and asked if his comrade could use some kind of spell against them. The young man gave him a stern look and explained that he was not a professional mage and that he did not have the abilities to cover such an area. The hunter said that no one would envy their situation. The player raised his hand and said that it was too dangerous, so they needed to split into 2 groups and run away. The ranker asked why they needed to split up. His comrade replied that they already had the antidote, so they did not need to fight the monsters. The brunette grabbed the woman by the waist. Taking her arm, the traitor said that they would go this way and asked the guys not to wait for them and to return to use the antidote if they were gone for too long. The warrior tried to stop him, but the protagonist had already disappeared into the opposite corridor. Sergei walked up to the door and shouted that they should leave too. The boss chased after them. The man asked why the enemies were going after them. Boris replied that there was a 50-50 chance. Continuing to run forward, the hunter asked if his friend could kill them. The brute replied that he would be in mortal danger if he tried to do so. The spiders crawled after them. The fighter explained that he could not do anything if the little spiders crawled into his nose or ears. The ranker suggested that they just try to hide from them. Frowning, the warrior decided that this was the right and rational decision and wondered why he still felt anxious. Xianghu stopped in front of the wall. The boy released the archer and said that this was a dead end. Looking down, the young man noticed that there was a trap here and asked his ally to stand guard while he got rid of it. Narrowing her eyes, Teresa agreed, but privately thought that this wall looked quite ordinary. The girl took out her bow and decided that she needed to survive and save her comrade. She pulled the bowstring and realized that she couldn't die after fighting so hard for her life. The player behind her took out his sword. The woman remembered how her comrade risked his life for him, so she needed to survive and repay him for his kindness. At that moment, the brunette struck her with his sword. The archer lost her head. The traitor asked her for forgiveness and said that he could not leave her alive. There was a quiver with arrows on the floor. There was a ring nearby. The protagonist picked them up and decided that the rest of the things had become one with her body, but such a catch was not bad either. A group of spiders approached him. Xianghu put on his hood and covered himself with his cloak. The monsters crawled along the walls around him. The guy thought that he could hide his presence if he stood there quietly, throwing the hero's cloak over himself. Looking back, the young man noticed that the monsters had crawled away and realized that he had dealt with the main problem. The sun was shining through the holes in the wall. Ellie had already taken the poison man, so Sergei and Boris would come to the empty building. The player grinned and decided that it was harvest time since he had an opportunity to start collecting loot. An explosion was heard in the building and a man flew out of it. The twice-awakened swordsman covered his face with his weapon and thought about how no one could defeat him until now. A platform appeared under his feet. The mercenary remembered the technique that both protects and attacks and decided to use full control of Teiji. A man with a sword jumped on him from above. The ranker raised his weapon in front of him and said that you can go far with softness and honesty since softness defeats hardness. Jack struck, but the enemy managed to block it. The hunter gritted his teeth and felt like he hit a wall, not a sword. The man grinned. He kicked the enemy in the stomach. The boy fell to one knee and clutched his stomach. The young man looked up. The psychopath put his blade behind his back and walked towards him. The swordsman raised a trembling hand and remembered that he had saved one technique as a trump card. The American stepped on his hand and said that he was irritated by people who always used some strange abilities. Smirking, the villain asked how much agility he thought he had and decided to give him a choice if he wanted to live. The mercenary gritted his teeth and asked what he was talking about. Raising his hand, Jack explained that he would spare him if he obeyed his orders for the rest of the time. Otherwise, he would have to go through the worst experience of his life and asked him to think carefully about this offer. Kneeling in front of him, the ranker asked how one could even trust such a person. The man replied that he would have to go through hell if he did not believe him. The psychopath narrowed his eyes. The hunter looked up at him and saw that he was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, although the decision had not yet been announced. Junknown stood up and accepted his offer. The American praised him for the right choice. The guy was enveloped in dark energy. The system reported that the users entered into an honest contract on mutually beneficial terms. The young man frowned and noted that the condition that the contract holder could not attack him was too vague. The swordsman gave him a stern look and asked him to add a condition stating that he would not give anyone an order to kill him and would not order him to kill himself. The scoundrel said that he did not like to deceive people, but agreed. The mercenary looked up and asked what he needed to do. Showing him 2 fingers, Jack ordered him to find 2 people and suggested that this was a fairly simple task. Summoning the inventory in front of him, the protagonist thought about putting all the items that seemed valuable in there and decided that it was time to go back. Xianghu climbed the stairs leading to the street. The guy looked at the sun and noticed that it seemed like a lot of time had passed, but in fact, it wasn't even evening. Seeing a crowd of monsters, the young man remembered that he had definitely patched up the hole in the fence when they came here and assumed that Sergei and Boris had left it open. The player squinted and thought that fighting zombies was a dull business. The brunette smashed the monster's head by stepping on it. He rose into the air and moved forward, pushing off the walls of the buildings. There was a man standing on the street. The traitor decided that someone might be chasing him. Several arrows stuck into the ground right behind him. The protagonist remembered that archer and realized that he was at a disadvantage due to the distance. Xianghu pushed off the ground and decided to speed up in order to get as far as possible so that the enemies could not keep up with him. The mercenaries looked after him. They ran after him. Someone ordered to use magic to grab him. The guy looked back and wondered what happened outside while he was in the dungeon. Suddenly, a man jumped on him with a sword in his hands. The man frowned in surprise and asked himself why his opponent did not dodge. The young man froze in place and looked at him. The hunter flew past him. The player realized that the enemy wanted to grab him and not kill him, since otherwise he would have stabbed him in the chest. The mercenary looked up and shouted the words "Blue Dragon." The brunette punched him in the face and asked what dragon they were talking about. The traitor used him as a human shield and decided that they would not attack him again since he had a hostage. A wave of bright energy approached him. A powerful magical explosion was heard. The protagonist wondered if they did not care that they could hurt their comrade, and realized that this could be more than one team. There were two more people standing behind Jiangmyeon, Xiang, who concluded that they had nothing in common at all. Climbing onto an advertising banner, the guy stated that he did not know what was going on and suggested that they stop this useless fight. The youth looked at the warriors and asked why they were fighting. The man replied that they were not doing it because they wanted to. Then their target realized that someone ordered them to do this. Frowning, the hunter confirmed this and explained that they would not attack him as long as he did not try to escape. The player looked down and thought about how they did not really consider him their enemy and that they were forced to do this. The brunette looked back when someone said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jack smirked and stated that he really missed him. The traitor narrowed his eyes and asked if he really hired these guys to find him. The man looked at him and concluded that this was not the one he needed. The protagonist asked what that meant. The psychopath slyly knitted his eyebrows and asked if he had a fire heart. Sung-Hoo gave him a tense look. The heroes looked at each other. The guy told him that he knew about this item and that the fire heart falls from the heat giant. The American asked him not to even think about lying to him. Taking the stone base in his hand, the villain explained that the closer the fire heart is to these 3 mana stones, the more they react, and said that this is why he was looking for his enemy. Jack crossed his arms and said that he had a choice to give the heart or not. The young man agreed without a second to think. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Landing next to him, the player warned that he had conditions and told him that the fiery heart was with his comrade, so he could not give it right away. Standing in front of him, the psychopath asked what his condition was. The traitor asked him for an item or skill book of at least a low legendary level or 10 billion at a time. Smiling widely, the American said that his opponent seemed smarter and asked if he could not see the situation he was in. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he saw everything perfectly well and explained that even in the ordinary world, he had excellent vision, and with the bonuses to the characteristics, it became even better. Frowning menacingly, the villain thought that his enemy was great at annoying and wanted to kill him even if he did not do it on purpose. Jack folded his arms and asked if he thought it was worth asking for, and Xiang-Hoo confirmed it. Smiling slyly, the guy explained that the fire heart was of a mid-elite level and that it could fetch 1 billion even if sold to a regular NPC, adding that a low legendary item was a worthy replacement. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, the man agreed with him and stated that his opponent had overlooked something. The psychopath thrust his weapon forward. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the American asked if his enemy really wanted to negotiate and said that he should thank him for not killing him yet. The young man suggested that he try to take the fire heart by force. The tip of the sword was at his neck. The player raised his hand and explained that it was better to die than to lose the negotiations. The scoundrel reminded him that after death all the items would drop from him anyway. Looking away, Jack guessed that he had at least 1 elite level item and asked him if the enemy was willing to take such a loss just to save the mana stone. The brunette confirmed it and suggested that the enemy kill him and look for his comrade somewhere in the city. Smirking, the traitor warned that he would not be able to do so and thought about how he desperately needed this item. Putting his sword behind his back, the man remembered that he had killed countless people like him without even thinking. But he did not know how much he would be delayed in becoming a second class if he missed this chance and suggested that he should start torturing him. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist said that torture would not help him squeeze out any information from him and thought about how he would actually immediately apologize and agree to cooperate if they cut off even a finger. The psychopath put his hand in his pocket and thought. Xiang-Hoo decided that his words rang true to him due to bluff and ability to brag. The American clapped his hands and praised the enemy for managing to put him in a difficult position. Raising his hands above his head, the villain accepted his terms and asked why his comrades did not clap, since they had just made a good deal. The mercenaries began to applaud. The guy decided that they were some kind of crazy and asked what his opponent chose as an exchange. Jack looked at him and said that he would give him money if he had it in the city, but now he only had 4 billion with him. The young man assumed that he was the head of some great guild, since he had such money in his hands. The man frowned and offered the money, 1 high elite item and 3 unique items in exchange. The player smiled and offered to discuss it when he found out what exactly the items were. The psychopath took out a shining headband and explained that it was a high elite level item, the effectiveness of which was much better than that of a weapon or decoration. The brunette took it in his hands and noticed that this artifact not only greatly increased intelligence and mana, but also maintained a class 4 shield around his head at all times, so it was well suited for a mage or warrior. The American looked at the inventory and said that he took the rest of the items from those he killed. The traitor's eyes widened in surprise. An image of a unique rank hero's boots appeared on the system window, which increased movement speed. Then an image of a hero's gloves appeared, which reduced damage taken by 10%. Then a hero's ring appeared, which reduced mana consumption by 10%. The protagonist looked at them and realized that this was a complete hero set. His eyes sparkled. Seong-Hu remembered how he looked for them everywhere after receiving the hero's cloak, but almost gave up because he could not find them anywhere. Scratching the back of his head, the scoundrel said that these things were quite cheap and suggested that if you collect a complete set, you can get a big advantage. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought. Frowning, Jack thought that he could guess what the enemy was thinking if he could see his face, and hoped that he agreed. The heroes stood in front of the trash can. The young man agreed, causing surprise to his opponent. The player narrowed his eyes and explained that it was less than he needed, but it could be exchanged for 1 mana stone. The man asked when they would exchange. Closing his eyes, the brunette said that he needed to return to his comrade and offered to meet in at least 3 days. Grinning, the psychopath agreed and asked the enemy to sign a contract to secure their agreement. Looking at the system notification, the traitor was surprised that such skills existed and asked how he managed to get it. The American replied that it was a class ability and it cannot be obtained just like that. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and warned that he had raised the consequences that would occur for breaking the contract to the maximum level. The system reported that in case of breaking the contract, the death curse would be activated. Looking at him, the protagonist said that it was quite creepy and asked why they didn't add a couple more conditions then. Closing his eyes, Seong-Hu said that it was nothing and explained that he couldn't trust him, even though he was living well outside the law. The guys stood opposite each other. New conditions of the contract appeared. The guy said that he would like to add a couple more lines, but excessive suspicion is bad, so they can leave everything as is. Jack announced that the contract was concluded and offered to shake hands. Bowing, the young man apologized and explained that it was time for him to go. The man closed his eyes and promised to fulfill his part of the contract. The player climbed onto the roof of the building. In fact, these conditions can be interpreted, since the meaning of the word indirectly depends on what exactly is understood by this concept. A knight stood before the king. The order could be given to his subordinates non-verbally. The warrior attacked the enemies. The subordinate can also act on his own. The parchment caught fire. The brunette realized that he could look for loopholes in the contract while he had the opportunity to present arguments. Frowning angrily, the psychopath decided that his enemy had 3 days to sleep soundly and thought that he was pretty tired of him, even though it was fun. The traitor landed in the middle of a destroyed street. A black aura appeared around him. The protagonist closed his eyes. The system reported that the user looked through the eternal labyrinth and isolated area and can find a safe path. Finding himself in the warehouse, Seong-Hu realized that he could get lost if he did not focus, and thought that he was able to resist the illusions because he knew that Ellie was here. Someone clapped their hands. The guy looked back. There was a cluster of black magic behind him. The girl approached him and asked what her comrade had done with the rest of the squad. The young man shook his head and said that they had separated. The woman asked him to follow her. The poisoned man lay on the couch and trembled. The player squinted and remembered that he had left him with his girlfriend, justifying himself by saying that it would be safer for him. The fortune teller looked at the warrior and explained that she had used all her remaining mana to cast a bunch of curses and mind spells. The brunette realized that all that was left for them to do was take his items and get rid of him before the end of the mission. The traitor put his hand to his chin and said that half the job was done. The sniper asked what that meant. The protagonist looked up and said that he had made a contract with Jack and promised to give him the fiery heart in exchange for gold and items. Ellie crossed her arms over her chest and asked if her friend had really promised to give her item to someone without her permission. Slowly squinting, Seong-Hu apologized and added that he wouldn't have gotten out of there alive if he hadn't agreed. Raising his hand, the boy declared that it was a pretty good trade and promised to give his ally more than half of the 4 billion, thinking that it would be enough to buy 2 elite-level mana stones. The girl closed her eyes and reluctantly agreed. The heroes heard a strange sound and looked around. A dark aura hung in the room. The woman said that someone had just tried to break through the barrier. She turned around and explained that the unknown people had tried to enter, but were unable to break through the defense and left. The boy asked what they looked like. The fortune teller looked at him and said that she had not been able to get a good look at them because they were wearing turbans and dressed in all black. Looking away, the player was surprised that the invaders had come at such an hour and assumed that, in the worst case, Jack had ordered someone to follow him. The brunette raised her hand and asked her friend if she had the ability to make a contract. The sniper confirmed it and told her that she could sign a contract with a monster to enslave it. Adjusting her hair, Ellie said that the conditions for enslavement were quite strange and explained that the monster should just agree. There were shadow monsters around her. The girl remembered that several times they submitted voluntarily, but this does not always happen, so the mage uses a magic circle to manipulate the target's mind and force them to accept the contract. The woman looked up and concluded that everything depends on interpretation. The traitor thought about her words. The protagonist looked down and realized that Jack could betray him and steal the fire heart if he brought the item to the agreed place. The fortune teller raised her hand and suggested that he was still a good person, Seong-hu immediately denied this. The mask on his face cracked. The guy called himself a cruel person who hides his evil nature and creates conflicts between people. The man smirked. He was angry, but he knew it and was not shy about showing it. The young man lowered his head and told him that the only reason the psychopath had made a contract with him was because he desperately needed the fire heart, because otherwise he would have killed him already. The player looked up and thought that his friend would also betray him if it was beneficial to her. The sniper looked at him silently. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked what her friend was going to do. The brunette smirked. Ellie frowned and asked if he had a plan. The answer was affirmative. Raising his hand, the traitor explained that he would make a plan based on the terms of the contract and would think through everything from the meeting to setting traps, and added that there was no need to hide it, because someone might notice. The girl smiled and understood what they were talking about. The woman raised her index finger and said that she would not help, but someone might overhear, and wished her friend good luck in his business. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked her to rest here for now. The fortune teller looked at him happily. The protagonists smiled at each other silently. Seong-hu thought that his friend was actually very smart, as she quickly understood what was going on and realized that he would be able to use the loophole in the contract. The people surrounded Mireen and offered her to stay with them for a while, but she refused. The man grabbed her shoulder and asked her not to be so impudent. The girl looked back and said that she would cut him in half with one swing of her sword. At that moment, her sharp sword cut off the villain's head. His comrade raised his sword and used the skill 10,000 plum blossoms. Frowning, the woman said that they provoked her themselves and thought that this would be good training. The magic sword unsheathed her blades and noticed that her opponent was using the dancing sword as a base and combining it with the falling and spinning sword techniques. The mercenary gritted his teeth and wondered how she managed to see through his secret techniques. The swordswoman raised her weapon. The system reported that the user had saved the skill 10,000 plum blossoms. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. One of them was surprised that she managed to copy this skill in just 1 minute. Mireen swung her blade. The system reported that the user had created a new ability called Fragrance of 10,000 Plum Blossoms. The hunter clenched his fist and said that this was the technique of the volcano faction leader. His comrade shouted that this couldn't be and ordered him to grab the enemy. Blood splattered. Flower petals appeared around. The system reported that several more new techniques were saved. The monsters ran away from the building. Someone asked, "Don't zombies usually attack right away, and why are they running away if they don't even have saints in their team?" Junmyeon noticed a bright flash in the bushes. The people standing on the stairs asked where he was going. The man explained that he saw something and wanted to go check it out. The blonde crossed his arms and hoped that he would not see him again because he was already sick of his presence. The mercenary asked him to watch his words and promised not to let him get away with it next time. The villain smirked and asked what he would do to him. The hunter turned away and mentally resented being treated like that. The ranker approached the bushes and thought that something flashed somewhere here. The protagonist came out from behind the bushes when the shaman sword king asked him to show himself because he did not want to kill someone just like that. Putting his hand on his chest, Seong-hu apologized for the last time and said that he was ashamed. Junmyeon remembered him and called him a ghost. The guy spread his arms and said he didn't know his name. The man introduced himself and asked why he decided to lure him here alone if he needed to meet Jack. The young man approached him and explained that he still had time before that and asked his colleague to be frank since there were only 2 of them here. The player smirked and asked if he would like to beat up this psychopath. The mercenary put his hands in his pocket and reminded him that he couldn't do it because of the contract. The brunette asked him not to worry about it and reminded him that the contract said that they should not spread information and not conduct secret negotiations. The hunter narrowed his eyes and confirmed this. The traitor asked if that wasn't strange. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and asked if what they were talking about now couldn't be considered secret negotiations. The ranker's eyes widened and he asked him to stop and asked if he really thought this contract existed only for intimidation. Sunhu raised his index finger and replied that the contract was real, but what mattered was how they interpreted it. The boy covered his ears and explained that someone telling him about the contract didn't mean they were betraying Jack, so they could tell themselves the terms of the contract. The shaman sword king looked away and explained that he couldn't attack directly or indirectly. He could use self-defense, and the part about secret negotiations was added after they met him. Junmyeon frowned and asked why he needed this information. The boy smiled slyly and replied that he wanted to deceive the scoundrel. The player narrowed his eyes and asked what his colleague would do if he knew how to do it. The man smirked, thinking that the enemy probably didn't know about this weakness of his skill, and asked what their plan was. The blonde asked why his ally was so late. The mercenary approached him and replied that he was accompanying the hero of the day. The brunette looked at the bouncer and asked if he needed to go upstairs. The hunter confirmed it and added that he needed to go to the top floor. The traitor headed towards the entrance of the building. The guards found him suspicious. The ranker thought that he didn't like these guys, but they had something in common. Raising his hand to his mouth and clearing his throat, the shaman sword king realized that they all hated the boss and said that they needed to talk. The protagonist entered the room. There was a giant magic circle on the wall. Jack suggested that he not waste time and make a deal and asked his subordinate to give him the fire heart. Frowning, Song-Hu apologized for not being able to do it and explained that it was necessary in case of an unforeseen event. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the man reminded that they even signed a contract and asked if something unforeseen could happen. The heroes stood opposite each other. The guy asked the villain to make changes to the contract and give him the items and promised to give him the fire heart in 3 minutes. The psychopath smirked and agreed and thought that no matter how capable this man was, he would not be able to defeat all the rankers who worked for him. The American narrowed his eyes maliciously and decided that even if it came to that, he would be finished as soon as the fire heart was in his hands. The villain handed his subordinate a bag of items. The young man immediately put on gloves. The system reported that thanks to the fact that he had the hero set, he had a new skill. Jack put his hands in his pockets and noticed that he had put all the items on at once and asked if he was afraid that someone would want to take them. The player said that if there was a good item, then it should be used immediately. The brunette raised his hand, shrouded in a light aura. A fiery heart appeared in it. Reaching out to take it, the man said that it was a pleasure to deal with him and added that he had not met such interesting people for a long time, but unfortunately, it was time for them to say goodbye. The traitor closed his eyes and hoped that their relationship would continue to be just as good. The psychopath smiled and expressed his solidarity. The American took the fiery heart. At the same moment, a wound appeared on the protagonist's hand. Waves of dark energy appeared around the villain. The system recorded a breach of contract and reduced all his characteristics by 30%. Blood stained the new gloves. Clenching it into a fist, Seong-Hu thought about covering the small blade with the fiery heart so that the enemy would hurt him when he took the artifact, and realized that this could be considered an attack. Out of nowhere, a sharp hoop appeared. The guy jumped to the side, but did not have time to dodge and was injured. The young man's eyes widened, realizing that there had been an ambush all this time, and decided that it happened too quickly. The player put his hand to the wound and cursed at the enemy. Jack opened his mouth in anger and called him a scoundrel. Abdul summoned a hoop in his hand. The man ordered him to grab the enemy. Gritting his teeth, the psychopath thought that he did not expect him to hide the blade under the object, and was surprised that he fell for such a simple trick. The American pointed his finger at the enemy and ordered his subordinates not to let him escape. At the same time, fireballs fell on the ranker. The hunter raised his cloak to protect the boss from the attack. The villain grabbed his sword and called on his enemy to stop using his tricks. The swing of the sword created a wave of dark energy that headed towards the brunette. A powerful explosion was heard in the room. A dark silhouette was visible in the cloud of dust and smoke. The villain's brows were furrowed in tension, realizing that he had put quite a lot of force into the blow, but his opponent easily parried it, and he wondered if he was much stronger than he let on. The cloud of smoke cleared and behind him were his other subordinates. They smirked. The blonde asked if they could perceive this as an attack on us. His friend was surprised that it was so easy. Jungnon said that he had received a message that he could now resort to self-defense. Standing behind him, the traitor explained that the terms of the contract were too vague, so even a slap on the shoulder could be considered an attack, and what their boss did could even more so be considered an attack. Jack silently held the sword in his hands. The mercenary asked what he would do now that he was outnumbered. The hunter said that he did not like to attack one person in a group, but in this case he would not even feel guilty. The man smiled. The psychopath put his hand to his head and laughed loudly. The ranker asked what was wrong with him. The American narrowed his eyes and said that it was very funny. The villain pointed at the main character and called him quite funny. Seong-Hu replied that he was glad that he was having fun. The villain closed his eyes and told him that he had already met such people after getting into this world. Grinning, Jack added that he gave a special opportunity to one of them to become his dog, and stated that his enemy was good enough to become the second. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he did not deal with animals, although he grew plants. The tip of the sword hit the ground. The man placed it on his shoulder and declared that the enemy would not be a master, but a pet. The shaman sword king opened his mouth wide and called his comrade to attack. Jongnon swung his sword and used the magic of the highest Taiji. A wave of blue energy approached the enemy. The psychopath cut it with one swing of the sword. The heroes trembled. The American realized that he would break the contract with them if this continued. The mercenaries stood behind him. The villain ordered those who still followed his orders to seal the exits and kill anyone who tried to leave. The villain looked back and noticed that his sworn enemy had already disappeared. Jack angrily clenched his teeth and realized that the ghost had disappeared as soon as the commotion began here. The man swung his sword and suggested that he try to escape. The mercenary asked him to calm down. The psychopath thrust his sword into the floor and ordered everyone to get away from him, as he had no time to fight them. A giant hole appeared on the floor, into which the American jumped without thinking. The villain landed on the lower floor. At this time, the young man had already run out into the street. The player looked back and thought that even an advanced ranker could not survive a fall from such a height. The villain spread his wings and descended from the skyscraper. The heroes found themselves opposite each other. The brunette asked the enemy what class he was, since he could use wings. The wings dissolved into thin air. Jack replied that he had a very special class, and asked the enemy to get ready, as in 30 seconds he would be torn to pieces. Squinting, the traitor thought that neither Miri nor Kang could fight him and win, and decided that the enemy was not exaggerating when he said 30 seconds. The protagonist spread his arms and asked if he really thought he was the only one with a team. The man frowned. The system reported that the devil's wisdom saw an anomaly in his condition and was resisting. The psychopath looked around and noticed a flash in one of the windows of the neighboring building. A bright wave of energy approached him, but hit the protective barrier of the blessing of the void. Gritting his teeth, the American thought about how annoying it was, and decided that he had already gotten what he wanted and could let his enemy go. Seong, who jumped into the air to hide, and asked if 30 seconds hadn't already passed. The villain smirked and said that he would not let him leave here alive. The villain activated rage and rushed in pursuit. A powerful red aura appeared around him. Ellie took aim at him and declared that automatic defense against attacks was too much. Holding the rifle in her hands, the girl realized that she had to continue helping her comrade, but she could accidentally hinder him, but otherwise this monster would catch up with her friend. Several magic projectiles hit the barrier. The lens of the optical sight flashed in the window. The villain realized that he could easily determine where the fire was coming from, but it was too far away, and decided that the enemy would definitely run away if he went after the shooter. The guy landed on the pole and assumed that his opponent meant 30 minutes, not seconds. Jack wondered why a top ranker with basic combat skills fought so dirty. The man raised his hand and used a dark strike. The boy raised his hand to reflect his attack. The psychopath asked him if he managed to block his blow with an ordinary book. The player opened the book and said that it was not ordinary at all. Waves of fire crashed into the protective barrier. The brunette continued to run, jumping from building to building. The American shouted at him that it was unfair. The magic projectile almost hit him, and the villain realized that it was much harder for him to dodge in the air. His body fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust into the air. The villain frowned menacingly and promised to finish off his opponent. Landing next to him, Abdul apologized for being late and explained that it took him some time to catch up with him. Jack opened his mouth wide and ordered him to kill the sniper immediately. The ranker nodded and agreed. Smirking, the man mentally asked the enemy to continue fighting and promised to crush his skull and burn him to ashes. Ellie, turning around, due to the notification of an intruder who penetrated the advanced detection barrier, realized that her opponent had already overcome the second barrier and apparently had well-developed stealth. Abdul looked around and realized that the landscape had changed, but he had never seen magic like this. The man stepped on something. Suddenly, the trap in front of him exploded. Falling to one knee, the intruder considered that his enemies were most likely using more than just magic. A crowd of the undead was coming towards him. Taking his weapon in both hands, the mercenary knew that he would not normally use such an ability in such a situation. Throwing away his weapon, he used the Dance of Death. The girl, looking at the sphere, realized that her opponent was quite strong, although even so, she still had a useful card up her sleeve that could be played. Abdul's weapon hit the shield. The warrior returned the weapon to his hand, trying to see what could have bounced off, the shield or the tank. In front of him was a man with a shield, saying that it was time for the mercenary to die. The shield bearer's face broke into a smile as he shouted that it was time for him to die. Bowing his head, the intruder realized that it was a berserker, saying that he had no time and therefore needed to deal with the enemy quickly. Ellie watched as the guy with the shield rushed to attack, remembering that she had added berserker magic to him, since he had already lost his mind from psychological magic. The young man attacked the mercenary, and the girl reasoned that this man could still be useful to her, despite the fact that such a pawn would simply be disposed of after the mission. Coming out of the shadows, she knew that if she helped her henchmen, they would be able to resist the enemy. Abdul was enveloped in a purple explosion. Grinning, the mage noted that it seemed that she would not have to resort to the last method. The hero ran through the alleys. Looking back at his opponent, the guy realized that Ellie had suddenly stopped helping him, so he would not be able to lure the opponent into prepared traps, although even this market could be a good battlefield. Jack, frowning, remembered the death curse, which cut off 1% of health every minute for 72 hours, which could eventually kill him. Stopping in front of him, the hero noted that the enemy looked bad, and the young man would be very grateful if he would fall asleep right there. The killer replied that they had really been running for a long time and they should finish. A window appeared for the psychopath asking about switching to demonic form, to which he answered affirmatively. His teeth began to sharpen as the activation of the demonic transformation began. The claws on his hands became sharper, also becoming longer, and the transformation also gave him buffs to characteristics and increased damage. Wings appeared on his back, and a notification appeared that when the time to use the ability expires, the owner will receive 50% of all damage taken at once, and stamina and mana will be reduced by 20 units, and luck will be permanently reduced by 60 units. Grinning, the killer was pleased with such a transformation. Sweat appeared on the hero's face when he realized that his opponent had instantly become much stronger, since this was most likely an ability that gave improvements, and since his appearance had changed, it must definitely be a demon type, also wondering if he could have any chance against such an enemy. The protagonist used a whirlwind, which is a sacred attribute. The demon appeared right behind him, saying that the guy would make a good decoration for the club, but it was a pity that he was all monochrome. Taking hold of the sword handle, Seong-Hu noted that the enemy was incredibly fast and he should try not to let him get close. Something flew out of the demon's hand when he told the guy that he would not succeed. The hero flew back from such a blow. Grabbing the young man by the cloak, the enemy asked him if the protagonist knew why he had not been killed earlier. Throwing his head back, the demon explained that he was interested in what he looked like under the mask. Hitting his forehead against his forehead, he also shouted that this was why he had kept him alive earlier. The hero trembled, laughing a little, which meant that the mask effect had activated. Grinning, the opponent asked what was so funny to him, and the protagonist replied that if he had gone a little forward, he would have fallen into a trap. Baring his teeth, the monster noted that he could not use them without a partner, which meant there was no way out. The guy put his hand on his shoulder, laughing. Opening his eyes wide, he exclaimed that he could not stand the fact that his opponent was doing well. The demon hit him with his head again. Squinting, the opponent asked where he got so much courage for such words. The young man closed his eyes a little as a notification about the increase in characteristics and temporary absence due to the proximity of death appeared in front of him. Realizing that the increase was good, but it would not be enough for victory, the hero now hit the demon with his head. The enemy smiled and asked if the protagonist had gone mad. Seong-Hu frowned, knowing that he needed to use the cloak to activate the properties of the item set. He drew his sword and activated the hero's appearance, giving him devastating buffs for 7 seconds. Looking at the guy's preparations, the monster noted that it was all useless. The demon closed his eyes and lowered his head. Suddenly, the young man rushed past him, striking with his blade. Turning around, the enemy screamed. Using some magic, the protagonist asked him to cry as well. The hero used hellfire on the enemy. Frowning, the guy realized that when the opponent died, his items could be collected, and only the one who killed him could do so. The psychopath bared his teeth. They were both covered in bright blue flames. Turning back into a human, Jack realized that his opponent had harmed himself in order to win. Raising his hand to his face, he screamed as he took all the suppressed damage, telling Seong-Hu that he survived after all. Suddenly, the killer stepped on something. The boy's eyes widened as he realized that this was the trap that the protagonist had told him about. Sweat came out on his face. An explosion of incredible power thundered. Jack was lying on the bed. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. Jumping up, the killer screamed, thinking that he was dead. The man grabbed the whip. In front of them, several people were sitting in chains. Blood splattered on the walls as the people begged him for mercy, also screaming that they would do whatever their master wanted. Rachel, standing behind the boy, asked if everything went according to plan. Slapping her, he shouted at the girl to think before she spoke. Lowering her head, she realized that there was no power in the master's blow, which meant death on the mission. The assistant, taking the whip, apologized. Continuing to beat the hostage, the maniac shouted words about how they simply did their job poorly, which caused the failure of the entire mission. Turning around, he also asked the assistant if she won the mission. Standing with a whip, she answered in the affirmative, adding that this time she was able to minimize the damage by using many slaves, because they all praised their master. People held a platform with a throne on top in their hands, which meant Jack's hierarchy meant dividing civilians into 3 levels based on their abilities. Then the master determined their privileges and punishments for each group, and after winning the war, he took the losers to himself as slaves to resolve the issue with the workforce. But there were also those who resisted, but whoever has the strength decides. Turning to the servant, the guy asked her to work with the slaves more, because he wanted to implement the plan to expand and strengthen the troops, but the girl noted that in this case, the current operating system would have problems. Frowning, Jack said that it did not matter, asking to take all the guys from the training center. Sweat appeared on Rachel's face when she realized that only those who refused to sign a contract with the master were there, and he wanted to use them so that they could recover in any way. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that they needed to do something. Because they were no use, let them at least remove the traps or study their abilities. Running away, the assistant answered approvingly. Grinning, the guy realized that the ghost was speaking Korean, and now he needed to pray to his god that they would never meet again. The hero's guild building was visible. Nirine, coming to the protagonist, asked about what happened. The young man asked if she died on the mission, to which the girl answered that she held out until the end. With her eyes wide open, the swordswoman asked if the leader had died. The guy explained that he had been ambushed. Opening the inventory, the hero realized that at least his equipment had not been taken, and all the damaged items were also in the inventory, the repair of which would cost a pretty penny, but it was cheaper than buying new ones. Frowning, the young man tried to figure out if Jack had died. Clenching his hand into a fist, he knew that there was a limit to how much the hero could do from the darkness, but when they met again, it was obvious what would happen, which is why he needed to become much stronger. Looking at the girl, the guy realized that insignificant people have a limit to their development. But this did not apply to Nirine, because she had become tens of times stronger than ever, despite the fact that she did not receive any privileges. The swordswoman looked at the captain and asked if she had something on her face, since he was looking at her too intently, and the young man explained that he just looked at her because he knew that he couldn't keep such a warrior with him all the time. Suddenly, they looked up, hearing a voice. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he heard the words of greeting, as well as an explanation that this was one of the gods, named Loki, who had created this quest. All the guild members looked up in surprise, listening to the god's words that he was not going to interfere since he respected anonymity, but they had a problem since there were many disputes about recent events, like the one with Satan. Holding the microphone in his hands, Loki explained that since the gods do not recognize a free plot, they decided to organize an urgent event. Looking up, the hero didn't know what could be an urgent event. Raising a finger, the god said that the name of this event was the last one. The youth looked at Nirine, realizing that they already had candidates, as he heard the god tell him that according to their original plan, about 1 million people should have remained, but this number was too many, but they had already decided who was worthy of participating and who was not. Grinning, Loki advised them to read all the information in the message window. A notification window appeared, which said that the event had begun, after 480 hours of which, after the opening of the field, there should be a winner and it doesn't matter how, and the method for determining the winner can be chosen from among those presented in the temple or determined freely. With wide eyes, the hero did not understand what all this meant. The city was visible, and also the god's question was heard about whether everyone understood, because he hoped that next time they would hear his voice. Someone appeared behind him, talking about a good job. A certain man in a suit stood behind him. Suddenly, this man turned into an old man, who was talking about how Loki had done his job well. Turning around, the god knew that he had no choice, so he had to obey this old man, saying that it was all because he asked him. The old man was against the backdrop of space because he was the first being who created the universe, the one whose name no one knows and must speak about ambiguously, because he is the one who can make everything possible and sits at the head of all the gods. Looking at Loki, the Almighty noted that although he stands above all the gods, he cannot ignore all their complaints. Standing in front of the old man, the god asked him why he did not use his powers to remove or create something in that world. The Almighty explained that he cannot give an answer to this question yet, since everything will be told after everything is over. Looking at the boy, he also added that he could give a hint, because everything was to make a truly free world. Smirking, Loki said that he did not really understand what was being discussed. The Almighty, disappearing, ended by saying that he would understand everything when the time came. Remembering the old man's face, the god noted that for just a moment he looked tired, because it all took longer than he expected. As he left, the boy said that nothing mattered as long as he was having fun. People were sitting on the ground, some clutching their heads, screaming that everything had just gotten better. The hero looked down at them, realizing that everyone was panicking, but the worst were those with medium and low levels, because they either gave up or indulged in pleasures as if there was no tomorrow. Turning his head to the entrance of the building, he knew that because of this, the crime rate had also increased, and there were gaps in the system since people did not do their jobs, noting that the atmosphere had affected the guild members as well. Standing in front of the entrance, the guy asked them not to give in to the general mood, because even though the risk was great, they just needed to survive. One of the members asked about the possibility of death if they lost. Looking at them, the hero asked why they were thinking about the bad, because had they all forgotten whose guild they were in. The guy looked at Nirine, who was the best of the best. He also glanced at Ellie and Jonwon, because the girl is a mage who can support and bind many people with her various abilities, and the guy is completely invincible in battle. The hero, opening his mouth, asked them not to invent anything unnecessary, because they just need to remember that they should all rely on him. All the guild members, wide-eyed, shouted the guildmaster's name. Grinning, the young man knew that his nameless guild was as good as the rescue guild, consisting of fanatics. Looking at his guildmates, the young man remembered that he had gathered social misfits together and then used magic and various drugs to satisfy each one and to make them absolutely loyal to the hero. Imagining the chessboard, he realized that they were no longer doing anything special, but were just pawns carrying out his commands. Looking at the team again, the young man knew that he did not need any names or emblems, because these people would not be sent to the front lines and no one would force them to do anything, and the nameless guild would be their trump card. Walking past the weapon shop, the young man understood that the event could happen in completely different ways, because even if they were to fight, then each side would definitely not send its troops, because only elite fighters would probably fight. Entering the shop, the hero explained that he needed to repair the armor, and the seller announced the price of 100 million for the armor and 5 million for the mask. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise and he asked about the reason for such a high price. Closing his eyes, the gunsmith explained that the level of equipment was very high, so the young man should just buy a new one. Holding out a bag of money, the guy agreed with the price, and the blacksmith noted that all his equipment would be like new. As he left, the protagonist reasoned that he needed to master a strong spirit and a special magical technique for strengthening mana, so he would have to spend a lot anyway. Seeing Unsun, the young man called out to him, but the man asked if they knew each other. Rubbing his chin, the hero remembered the survival mission, where the archer's arrow almost fried him, because that is why he remembered him, but apparently without a mask it is difficult to recognize the young man. Extending his hand, the protagonist explained that everyone already knew such a famous archer. Who is the elder of the Jepeta Guild? The archer asked if the young man wanted an autograph. Grinning, Seong, who remembered the handgun equipment he received from Teresa, and Unsun could pay well for it. Looking at the man, the guy noted that the autograph was indeed good, but also asked if the archer wanted to buy equipment for his class from him. The same one answered that the hero would hardly have anything better than he already had. The guild elder, looking at the equipment on the ground, asked where he got it all from. The young man replied that he got it all on a quest, asking if it was good. Looking at the bow, the archer realized that this weapon was not bad, but his current one was a little better. He looked at the canopy conch and a ring called the oath certificate. The man's eyes widened as he was surprised by the quality of the quiver, since the one he had was a mid-level piece of equipment, which was already quite rare, while the one the protagonist presented was an elite rank, as well as a ring for the ability to charge a shot. Taking the boy's hands, Unsun exclaimed that such equipment was definitely used by a top ranker. Taking the ring in his hand, he also noted that the description of the oath certificate said that there was another oath, asking if the boy had a second one, to which he answered in the negative. Looking at the ring, the archer added that it was an item from a set, so he was buying them, and the price would be comparable to similar items of the same level. Grinning, Unsun named the price of 2 billion, asking if the seller was satisfied with it. The boy smiled and agreed, realizing that elite items cost that much now, so the price was really worthy. Holding out his hand, the man noted that the deal was really good, also offering the young man a place in the Jepet Guild if he was not a member of any. The hero explained that he was already a member. Leaving, the man also added that if he got equipment for archers again, then he should contact him immediately. The library building was visible. The guy remembered those 4 billion from Jack and these 2 that he received now, which he would now spend on improving his abilities. Taking several books, he reasoned that he needed an aura blade and a sword bevel, as well as instant mana concentration, multi-mana control, and in addition to this, a Buddhist monk's blade, a surge of potential, expert thinking, a top-level sword technique, because these are all the abilities possible to study for his level. Looking at the books, the guy remembered about enhancing the attributes, which he really needed, because the characteristics are not as great as those of magicians. The librarian, seeing a stack of books, asked if the young man would really buy all of them, and he explained that he planned to share them with his guild members. Smiling, the girl explained that there was only one person in the library who bought the same amount of books on advanced abilities, and the protagonist asked who it was. Closing his eyes, Seong, who immediately remembered who they were talking about when the saleswoman explained that it was a beautiful girl with a double sword. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist decided to give the rest of the money to Ellie while the hero would concentrate on training. He approached the city station, where Sarah greeted him, asking him to choose a task, while the guy thought about how he was studying so hard only because of Marina. Pointing his finger at the selection panel, the boy selected the C difficulty quests. Looking at the window, the boy remembered being brave when he had only 1 extra life left, but now he didn't understand why he was so scared. Sweat appeared on his face when he realized that even if he thought about it, the fear would not go away, because the hero had already experienced death once. Looking at the window, the boy decided to stop at D difficulty. Someone appeared behind him, wondering if he was really going to such a low difficulty. It was Ihan greeting the boy. Looking at him, the boy asked what happened. Looking towards his friend, the boy explained that he was an honorary advisor of the Alliance and it would be bad if someone saw them talking, but the healer noted that this was true because it was difficult for him to talk to him face to face. Opening his mouth, the healer asked if the boy wanted to go on a quest with him. The protagonist frowned and looked at him, realizing that he was a top-class healer who was not designed for battles, so the young man would win even if a conflict arose, so it was worth listening to what he wanted to say. Turning his head to his interlocutor, Seong, who asked to go only the two of them, to which a positive answer followed. Appearing in another location, the hero explained that no one would hear them here. Standing in front of the healer, the young man asked what he wanted to tell him. The man replied that he would get straight to the point. Smiling, Ian asked the protagonist if he wanted to help him with something. Opening his eyes wider, the guy asked if he really needed his help personally. Smiling, the healer explained that he was asking him as an honorary advisor to the Alliance. Spreading his arms, the hero asked if he remembered the relationship between the Alliance and the Salvation Guild. The healer explained that it was not true, because he was the head of the guild, and the boy asked if he really hoped for him to agree to help in that case. Turning around, the head noted that the hero had always treated him without hostility, despite his title, unlike other people from the Alliance, and Seong, who thought that he had most likely relaxed too much. Grinning, the healer also said that this was why he thought the young man would agree. His mouth spread into a grin when he said that they had not met by chance, because he was the one who added him, because perhaps this was the will of the god himself. Tilting his head, the boy realized that this man was just as strange as the others. Looking at the healer, the hero replied that since the interlocutor was so confident, the explanation would be listened to and then a decision would be made. The guild leader asked to ask a question. Tilting his head slightly, Ian asked what situation would unfold if a new city appeared. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist explained that the Divine City was stable due to the presence of 6 top rankers, 5 of which were in the Alliance, which led a huge number of people to victory over Japan. Smiling, the healer noted that this also amazed him, because Baekwu did a good job of his duties. Looking at the healer, the guy also said that for the Alliance, the Salvation Guild was the main problem, but not as a competitor, because a common external enemy unites well. Ian noted that in this case, their guild became a worthy enemy. Smiling, the young man began to talk about the creation of a new city. Extending his hand, he explained that in this case, everyone would unite in opposition. The mage folded his arms and said the same words. Sitting in front of the team, Baekwu explained that based on Loki's words, they would dominate the next battle and defeat Japan with minimal losses, either by chance or in a real competition, but there was also a high probability that this would not happen with other countries. The guy sitting next to the mage noted that he did not really understand what he was talking about, but in general everything sounded right, to which he said that nothing could be sure. Still folding his arms, he explained that this was why they sent a messenger to Japan in case of unforeseen circumstances. Kang inquired about why Japan was chosen, to which he answered that after that battle, this country was divided and with enough connections, they would have a better chance of winning. Getting up from the table, the spear master agreed with his words, adding that he and the guild elders would figure out what to do with the equipment after the battle. Baekwu, covering his face with his hand, realized the strength of the Divine City Alliance, because if they stick to the heroes of the Alliance and prepare for external risks, then victory will be theirs. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist told Ian that the all-seeing eye of the association is made up of former high-ranking military personnel, so they have prepared dozens of battle plans. Raising his hand, he said that they did not understand one thing, which is that the battle will be different from the battle with Japan. Looking at the guy, Ian confirmed that the case with Japan is unique, because the battle was large-scale and the penalties were less since people had extra lives. Moving his hand to the side, the protagonist said that now people either have one spare life or none at all, and they may not find the courage to fight on the front lines. Smiling, Seong-woo said that the association will fight internal enemies before it reaches external ones. Holding his staff, the healer replied that he thought the same, so he had a proposal. Looking at the young man, he offered him to become an advisor to the Salvation Guild. Glancing at Ian, he was surprised that he was offered such a role while the hero was on the enemy side. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that this was a very interesting proposal. Looking at the remaining time of 19 days, Kang was puzzled by the thought that he had not even heard about the appearance of the city. Pointing his finger at Baekwu, he asked if the boy was hiding something from him. Crossing his arms, the Spear King thought about the fact that only those who received the honor token could see the message. Opening his mouth, he ordered the boy with glasses to gather a team and survey the area. 2 horsemen rode out from the castle. Standing on the mountainside, they looked at the city and were surprised at how the settlement managed to appear so close to them. The scout lowered his head and reported that during their survey, his team had found a new city a day's journey away. Entering the room, Kang was furious that it had been noticed so late. The short-haired boy reported that it did not seem to be a Western country, but they did not speak English. Opening his mouth, the man asked about the distinctive features of the people there. Bowing, the henchman said that he had heard a dialect that he had never heard before. Covering his face with his hand, the warrior asked to call a good messenger and prepare for departure, and then contact the ghost, to which Baekwu asked if he was going to take him with him. Looking ahead, he replied that it was to their advantage, since Mirin would be following the ghost. Clasping her hands, the girl asked how long Xiang Hu planned to delay their fight. He, holding his hands out in front of him, said that he was refusing because of a new ability that he was not used to. Looking at the boy, the swordswoman offered to help him learn a new skill, to which he replied that this ability was magical, so it was difficult to combine it with sword techniques. Miriam opened her mouth and said that she could not help him in any way and expressed her desire to fight quickly. Looking at the boy who entered the room, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Making a puzzled face, Jiangwen said that the protagonist was looking for an association. Holding a token in his hands, the boy assumed that it was because of it. He explained that there were messages that could only be read with this thing and thought that Kang wanted to make him an ambassador. Putting his hand in his pocket, Xiang Hu asked the boy for a favor. Making a serious face, he thought about the three in the room being on good terms, but it would be ruined if they found out about his intentions. Looking at his friends, he told them to listen to him carefully. The boy said that he had a plan that his friends might think was mean. The sunset was already visible above the guild building. The protagonist finished telling his plan with his arms crossed and asked his friends for their opinion. Sweating, the girl said that the plan was rather shameless, and Jiangwen said that he liked it. He said that he had worked with the protagonist, so he knew that he was kind and honest, at least with his allies. Miriam lowered her head and thought about staying with the guy, because he was stronger than her. Introducing her guild master, she decided that he was the only person who surpassed her in strength. Closing her eyes, she apologized for her confusion. Clenching her hand into a fist, the swordswoman said that she would obey the order in any case. Her armored legs walked on the grass. The two groups met in a clearing. Holding the sheath of his sword, the armored warrior introduced himself as Elaine from France. Kang introduced himself and said that his warriors were Korean. Looking at his opponent, the Frenchman told him to surrender if he wanted to avoid bloodshed. The fighter stated that he had hundreds of awakened second-rank warriors and thousands of elite soldiers at his disposal. Putting a hand on his comrade's shoulder, Song Hu interrupted Elaine, saying that his speech did not sound threatening at all. Miriam said that she would need a little time, but she could handle everyone herself. Frowning, the commander became angry at them for being too rude for representatives. Covering herself in a blue aura, the swordswoman suggested that he continue in the same tone if he wanted to die. Turning his head, the armored warrior asked Leo to help him. An armored foot stepped on the ground. A moment later, a huge shield was placed on the ground. Looking at Leo, the protagonist was puzzled by the thought that he saw him in the City of Death. Remembering the experiments on the knight, he thought that he was his sworn enemy. Sung Hu started sweating. The Holy Knight looked him in the eyes. He turned his head and asked the commander why he called him, and the protagonist thought that he had lost his memory after torturing Ellie. Pointing his finger at the opponents, Elaine said that they were trying to intimidate them and asked the guy to support them despite the loss of Teresa. Looking towards the heroes, he listened to his comrade. Leo's eyes widened. He felt something. Looking at his hand, he realized that his oath proof had reacted. His mouth wide open, he screamed that the protagonist had killed Teresa. Sweating, the guy realized that things were bad. Standing behind his shield, the knight screamed that he would kill him and everyone involved in the girl's death. Looking ahead, he realized that the oath proof was only activated when another owner was within 100 meters, and from where he stood, it was not active. In the crowd, the knight saw an archer standing behind him. Pointing at him, he asked who it was. Xiang Yu spread his arms and suggested that the man calm down, but he said that if they wanted to talk, they should bring an archer. Turning his head to Kang, the protagonist asked him to grant the request. Frowning, he thought that the archer was not in any danger, so he agreed. Holding a bow in his hands, the fighter asked why he needed it, to which the protagonist said that Leo wanted to talk to him as the vice leader of the guild. Looking ahead, he thought about how it was the right decision to sell all the stolen items. Seeing the guy approaching, the knight noticed the stolen bow in his hands. Pointing at it, he asked if this bow was called a canopic bow, to which the holder of the weapon asked how he knew about it. Making a strike with his shield, the man advised asking this question to the real owner. Pushing the vice leader of the guild aside, Kang told the enemy that he should not get into a fight with them. The sword hit the warrior's hand. The shockwave threw him back, and he was surprised by his opponent's strength. Baring his teeth, he told Alan that they needed to go back. Looking at the archer, he promised to kill him and take Teresa's things. Making a surprised face, the boy said that he bought them. Opening his mouth wide, the knight said that he did not believe him and assumed that he was trying to hide the fact of the murder. In front of his eyes appeared the tip of a spear. Kang told him to retreat. Turning around, Leo said that they would poison the other envoys. Opening his mouth, Song Hu accepted their retreat, which greatly surprised the spearman. Looking away, the boy explained his decision by saying that there was no point in taking risks now. Looking at the retreating French, Kang convinced everyone of Wonson's innocence. He felt pain in his shoulder. Holding his injured arm, he thought that he had a long way to go in training, because without it, his arm would break from its own counteracting force. Walking through the forest, Alain did not ask Leo the reason for his decision to return. Turning his head, he shouted that any of those warriors were stronger than them. Remembering the many graves, he reasoned that in France, everyone lost someone, never completing the mandatory task, and the population at the same time decreased to 50,000 after the subsequent task of survival. Lowering his head, the knight ordered his henchmen to announce the order for mandatory mobilization and collect donations to improve equipment. Putting his hands behind his back, the man in armor said that many would be against such an order, to which he heard information about 2 additional associations of their opponents. Glancing at Alain, the warrior said about the possibility that the enemy population would not had diminished as much as their own. Clenching his fist, Leo considered the future, realizing that it would be more effective to fight with elite troops and not risk everything in one war. With his back to his comrade, he ordered envoys to be sent to Germany, confident in their willingness to help. The man narrowed his eyes, unhappy that he had to ask for help from a psychopathic priest. Looking at the burning buildings of the city, Kang could not understand the reason for this. Xiang, who assumed that a war had begun. Sitting on his horse, he said that this was a conflict between the association and ordinary citizens. Smiling, the boy was surprised by the scale of the incitement. Standing in front of his commander, the scout said that Baekwu was to blame for what was happening. Breaking down the door, he called for the magician. He saw him sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. The warrior grabbed him by the clothes and ordered him to tell what happened. Adjusting his cape, the boy told about the incident that happened in the main square. He said that a couple of people were blabbing an important secret about the secret dispatch of envoys for the purpose of negotiations. Sweating, the young man said that at the same time, a rumor was spreading that the envoys had left to find a place to wait out the war. Introducing the monopoly as a pyramid, he added that the people were also instilled with the idea that the leadership had items that would save their lives, and that they would start a war so that the dead common people could be robbed. Kang, placing his hands on his hips, could not understand how the people believed such nonsense. Introducing Ayan, Baekwu said that he had made the situation worse. Lowering his head, the magician said that he had tried to catch him. Recalling the burning city, he said that he had not been able to do so because he found himself in the middle of a great massacre. Ayan was healing the injured leg of a townsman. Sitting on the ground, the man thanked the healer for his help. Smiling, the healer said that it was all thanks to the blessing of the great god. Looking at the mage, Jonwon called him thick-skinned. Grabbing his neck, the boy said that he was only helping him on the orders of the ghost, so there was no need to pretend to be his friend. Sweating, Ayan thought about how the boy looked innocent, but he had killed more than 50 people in this skirmish. Remembering the staged blow of his follower, the healer thought about his trick of decreasing the health of his followers and then staging their deaths. He remembered how the woman fell from the blow of the association man. The townspeople began to shout that the fighters killed the man in order to hide the truth while they could not understand anything. After that, the fallen lady took out a crossbow and raised it in front of her. A moment later, a shot from the crossbow hit the healer right. A second later, the warrior cut off the head of the shooter. Seeing this, the rest of the villagers decided that the association was attacking the townspeople. A cross hung on the traitor's chest. Imagining the flames, the healer decided that the next blow would be caused by the fear of the townspeople. The fire was blazing. A man was trembling and shouting out a question about what they should do, to which their captain replied that they should calm the people down. Suddenly, someone cut off the commander's head. His body fell to the ground when one of the soldiers tried to call out to him. The killer appeared in front of them when they shouted at him that he didn't know who they were, to which the boy asked them if they were soldiers of the legendary Association Regiment. Unsheathing his blade, the samurai shouted out that he didn't want to attack them even though he knew who they were. Holding the dagger in his hands, the boy used the aura of blood. Jiangwen killed both soldiers. Looking at the boy, Aiyun realized what a monster this guy was. Besides, the situation was completely out of control and the fire would soon engulf the entire city. As he walked forward, he knew that even Kang would not be able to avoid a confrontation in this situation. The roof of a building could be seen and a scream could be heard that someone could not figure everything out. The spearmaster, holding his head, screamed that the healer was crazy, because what could he be thinking when he started a conflict if they had to fight another city? Baekwu, looking at his interlocutor, explained that Ayan's comrades were thirsty for the truth. Turning around, the spearman said that he would deal with the healer and told the mage to reorganize the forces, because everyone was on edge, so they should act as calmly as possible. The guild master went to his charges and they shouted that he had finally returned. Frowning, Kang told them all to shut their mouths. The people there began to tremble. Ayan spread his arms and said that they had finally met. The spearmaster agreed with him. Pointing towards the building, the spearman suggested that they talk inside, but the healer refused, as he would rather talk here and in public, as they had a right to know, since their safety depended on it. Bowing his head, the healer decided to get straight to the point, asking his interlocutor where he had been until now. Sweat broke out on Kang's face, since even if he had come up with an excuse, the ghost would definitely reveal the whole truth. Crossing his arms over his chest, The master explained that they had learned about the city, so they had gathered a team of ambassadors to talk to them and left. Looking at his interlocutor, Ian asked if the rumors were true that Kang was trying to give out highly classified information in order to protect himself. Opening his mouth wide, the guild leader exclaimed that he had no idea why they believed such nonsense, since there really was a way to change your nationality. The healer spread his arms and noted that there was no proof that it was impossible, since their organization was the most powerful in the Divine City, so it wouldn't be surprising if they knew how to do it. He also narrowed his eyes and added that there were rumors that the Spear Master had items that could avoid death, and how could they know if the leadership had monopolized such items and hidden them from the citizens? A vein appeared on Kang's face as he defended himself by saying that it was just gossip, since now the interlocutor would really say that he was lying, since there was no evidence to the contrary. Suddenly, the spearman noticed the notifications about the possibility of a private message from the healer, realizing that he had decided to use communication magic during their dialogue. Bowing his head, the master accepted the private message magic, saying that he was underestimating him too much since he could simply pierce his head with a spear. Looking at Kang, Iken asked if he would act so rashly, asking him to calm down and listen. Smirking slightly, the healer explained that by letting the members of the Savior Guild participate as part of the association, and if the interlocutor agrees, he will receive the information that the healer has collected over time, which will include personal information, characteristics, and rating. Pursing his lips, the spearman was surprised by such an unexpected offer because he wants to give up anonymity, the biggest advantage that the Guild of Fixers has. Raising his fist to his face, Iken also added that he promises to provide support in all respects, and as a bonus, he will calm the anger of the citizens. The interlocutor asked what he wanted in return. Extending his hand, the healer said out loud that they do not want to dominate the association, but to integrate democracy or create a new control system so that they can monitor the association. Squinting, Iken added in a private message that it didn't matter to him, because Kang could include his subordinates in the control system and voting could be manipulated. Bowing his head, the master understood that the other man would definitely not be so cordial without a reason, asking about what he really needed. Looking at the spearman, the healer replied that he needed only one thing, called glory. Placing his hands on his belt, the guild leader asked what glory he was talking about, and the healer explained that a simple title would be enough for him. Placing his hand on his chest, he also added that he would like to be the most important person in the entire Divine City, for example, a priest, a saint, or a savior. Bowing his head, Iken summed up, saying that this would be the only condition. Having imagined the throne, the healer realized that the interlocutor did not understand, although the gods themselves said that they would choose a successor, but did not specify in what way, because most believed that they would simply choose the strongest or the last survivor. An image of a certain man in the desert appeared in his head, because he thought otherwise, since in order to become a successor, it was necessary for the gods to notice, and his plan would succeed if it attracted the attention of transcendental beings. Smiling, the healer asked what he had decided. Bowing his head, the spearman was silent. A certain church was visible. The man, folding his hands, said that everything was going as planned. Suddenly the priest turned his head slightly, noticing something. Still kneeling, he realized that the French had locked the gates of the castle and placed most of the objects in isolation, but the gates were opening. The doors of the church swung open. A knight stood before them, shouting for everyone to be on guard. But when he noticed the priest, he exclaimed, not understanding why this man was the first. The knight's face was covered by a visor when he asked if the priest knew about their arrival. Raising his hand, the apostle answered in the negative, explaining this meeting as the will of God, also asking what brought them. The knights, standing before him, answered that they needed his help, to which the priest said that this was expected, although earlier he thought that they were all afraid of him. The guard, standing before him, explained that the situation had changed, because if he helped, they would allow the restricted facilities to work again as soon as the Germans left the castle, immediately followed by consent from the priest. The knight still stood before him, saying that he knew that he would not agree so easily, but suddenly the priest again spoke words of consent. Folding his arms, the apostle asked if this was all because of a conflict with another city, also asking what country they were talking about. The guard replied that it was Korea, and the priest noted that the people of this country also knew the pain of separation. Extending his hand, the warrior again asked if he would go with them, to which he responded positively and asked about the soldiers' religiosity. Lowering his hand, the guy in armor said that he was an atheist, and the apostle immediately added that he would pray for God to bless them too, but the knight asked him not to do this, because it was not necessary. Still standing with a visor on his face, the warrior realized that saying such a thing in front of a priest was pure madness. Looking at the guard, the apostle asked him not to be afraid, because no one would kill him or torture him simply because he denied God, also swearing that he had never done anything like that. The warrior bowed his head and noted that there were rumors that when they were at war with the church, the priest had committed mass murder in the name of God, to which he replied that he guaranteed that he had never killed anyone just because of a lack of faith, because no one could force another to believe. Bowing his head, the priest also explained that there was nothing more stupid than killing for such a purpose. Looking at the apostle, the knight began to doubt the rumors, because most likely they were exaggerated to strengthen the anger and hatred towards Germany. They stood in front of the cathedral. The knight apologized for such rumors, because the rumors were most likely false, also asking if the priest had anyone else who could join. He explained that as he saw, the place was practically in ruins, but there were still a couple of skilled people there. Bowing his head, the priest asked why they needed him, because alone he was not capable of much, certainly not in a war against thousands of people. Looking at him, the knight explained that it would be a smaller war. The priest asked if it was a 100-man battle. The soldier explained that even that number was wrong, as there would be no more than 10 warriors. Introducing the rest of the warriors, he added that they would be fighting elite forces. Standing before the audience, Ian asked them to understand that everything that had happened was simply a tragedy caused by a sad misunderstanding. Looking at the people present, the healer also added that all of this had happened because of the association's suspicious actions. Spreading his arms, the healer said that he wanted everyone to know that they had created a system that would allow them to control the association's actions, a protective measure for a democracy called the Falcon. A guy looked up and asked the name again. Someone else looked up and asked what would change. Another person explained that it was all obvious, as they would begin to take into account the opinions of the citizens, and that would be how control would take place. Placing his hand on his chest, the man also spoke about how, depending on who would run the system, it could lead to a new dictator, and that was why he was not going to be held responsible for it. People began to look at each other and whisper. Opening his eyes, Iken explained that he had no desire for power because his goal was only to help those in need, and Kang whispered how many more people could die because of him. Smirking, the doctor realized that his reputation would improve if he refused an important post, and this would be the greatest success because he would be able to gain fame that neither force nor skill could achieve. Raising his hands, the speaker said that he was recommending a ghost for this position, and questions arose in the hall about the real name of this man and who he was. A guy put his hand to his chin and remembered hearing about him, because it was the ghost who had apparently won the duel at the competition, and the other guy asked if Kang or Miriam had been the winner. Someone started to walk up to the stage. Lowering his head, Ian explained that the ghost was currently an advisor to the association, but was not considered one of them, because he was only a respected advisor who played an important role in the last war against Japan. Smiling, the healer also added that he was independent, like all ordinary citizens, and that was why there was faith that the hero was the ideal candidate for this position. The protagonist's guild members began to clap, shouting that this was great because this was the candidate they needed. Grinning, the young man realized that he was technically mistaken because even though his position was honorable, he was connected to the association. But earlier Ian had said that the Falcon would be a democratic institution, but instead of a democratic vote, he simply nominated him for the position. Approaching the two on stage, the guy said that from now on he would try his best for the citizens, asking for their support. Sunhu, walking next to Miriam, chuckled, causing her to ask if he was so happy because he became a representative. Looking at the girl, the guy answered in the negative, explaining that he simply killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Grinning, the guy understood that now Kang has the Savior Guild and Ihyun as his card, and the healer has the most popularity in the city. Putting his hands in his pockets, he explained to his companion that he is an honorary advisor of the association, a representative of the Falcon, as well as the head of the guild, and now he really has a lot of positions, and the girl asked if this is too much. Smiling, the negative protagonist answered, adding that he does not need to do anything, because now his main task is to sit and rake in money. Miriam, looking at the hero, said that she had one request, because she needed clothes. The young man, not understanding the request, asked again. The companion, looking at him, said that she was always getting dirty in blood, so she wanted something waterproof and not restricting her movements, and therefore she decided that the leader most likely knew some good place to shop. Looking at her, Songhu explained that it was easy to find, asking about how she was going to pay. Raising her hand to her face, the swordswoman answered that she received 4 billion for the last task. Rubbing her chin, she also added that she wanted to buy abilities, but for the last incident she had already received a lot, so she settled on choosing clothes. A certain part of the armor was visible. Miriam's desire was understandable, because buying custom items allows them to add options adapted to the preferences of buyers, so they are much better than regular random dropped items, which is the reason why most people cannot afford them due to the high cost. Standing in front of his companion, the hero understood that regardless of the price, she would be happy if the item suited her, saying that if she asked someone to make such a thing, the master should have time to finish it by the competition. Having presented the cup on the Korean side, it was explained that, taking into account internal and external factors, it was decided that the fight would be held in the qualifying tournament mode. The cup appeared against the background of France. The explanation continued by saying that 5 people from each country would participate, and the winner would fight the next challenger, and so on until the end. A speaker could be seen speaking to the crowd. This was explained by the fact that some were of the opinion that a war should be started since Korea was generally stronger than France. But Aihyun and the protagonist's followers were of a different opinion. Remembering himself next to the healer, he realized that they had killed many people with the argument that they should cut their losses by letting the strongest fight, and it was because of this that the support from the citizens increased. A man opened his mouth and spoke about the need to talk about the terms again. With his arms outstretched, he spoke about how both nations would send 5 representatives to fight one-on-one, and that the winner of the duel would fight the next challenger. Team Korea frowned as they listened to the rule that if a participant surrendered, the fight would be over and they could not attack the one who surrendered. The French team bowed their heads and listened to the rule about no outside interference. The referee spread his arms and continued to explain the rules, the first of which was that there were only 2 people in the arena and that a loss or victory in the tournament was considered the final result of the competition. The young man, looking at him, understood that there were no rules regarding killing, so there was no reason to spare anyone. The referee extended his hand. A portal to another location appeared in front of his hand. Looking at Kang, he also explained that all this should fit the conditions they had chosen, but changes could be made if necessary. The Spear Master was surprised that they had organized everything so quickly. Knocking on the portal, the spearman noted that no one could really break in and interfere here. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and noted that they still had to make an order, asking how they were going to do it. Kang said that usually the weakest ones were sent first, immediately followed by a question from the young man about how they would decide who was the strongest of the whole team. Kamana looked at each other without saying a word. Rubbing his head, Ye offered to be the first fighter. Marion asked him if he really didn't think he was the strongest of them, to which he said that it was really hard to say. Kolhoon, rubbing his chin, said that he should go last. Kang asked him if he was joking, and the swordswoman noted that the Spirit Lord could really defeat the spearman. Frowning, the guy answered affirmatively, because since their lives were at risk, they had to be sure that he would be the one to kill Kang. Exhaling, the Spear Master said that in that case he would go second, and the girl asked him how he had agreed so easily. Pointing at himself, Kolhoon summed up by saying that he would be third, because he would never consider himself stronger than the magic sword. The girl, pointing at the hero, said that she would be fourth and the ghost would be last, and Kang asked if it wouldn't be better for her to go last. Frowning, Marion replied that he was wrong, because the ghost was much stronger than him. Smiling, she also added that she would never defeat him, and none of her attacks would hit him, and that was why he should go last. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, because the young man understood that the most inconspicuous place that would allow him to avoid criticism was fourth. Spreading his arms, the guy asked the girl to switch, but she asked him not to worry about her. The swordswoman opened her eyes and explained that she could not defeat an enemy that Sunwoo could not defeat, because even if her opponent was strong, she would do her best to weaken him. The young man opened his eyes wider and realized that the girl did not understand what he really meant, because his only trump card was the Fire of Hell, which was currently recharging. Standing in front of the teams, the referee announced that both nations had finished their preparations and it was time to begin. The assassin, entering the portal, said that he was starting. Entering, he realized that the buff that he activated outside had disappeared, and most likely the same thing happened to his opponent. Looking at his opponent, the fighter asked if she really came for cosplay and not for a fight. Twisting the noose around his hands, the assassin realized that it would be easy to deal with the girl, saying that he would defeat her in 10 rounds. Stella took hold of the handle of the blade. Looking at his opponent, Ye used an ability called Earth Mind Outpost. Touching the ground, he sent silver streaks to the side. Stella jumped. Looking at her, the assassin thought that he had covered the ground with silver threads that would explode upon contact. His gaze froze on his opponent. He saw the wings behind her back and realized that she was using flight magic. Frowning, he was dissatisfied that he would have to deal with this girl for a long time. Holding the sword in her hands, she thought about the capabilities of Jeanne d'Arc's armor, which allowed her to control her flight. Looking at the enemy, Stella decided that she could not lose after so much support. A moment later, she dashed towards Ye. Using Shadow Leap, he dodged. At the same time, he appeared behind the warrior. Swinging his dagger, the guy thought that he needed to quickly end this fight. Turning around, the swordswoman saw a blade flying at her. Raising her sword, she used a fragmentary throw. In an instant, her blade shattered into many pieces. The girl sent the fragments at her opponent. Putting away his weapon, he realized that he would not have time to dodge. Threads appeared on the killer's fingers. First, these threads wrapped around his arms. After that, his legs were tied with them. The fragments flew past him. He rushed towards the warrior. His dagger almost cut her throat. She rose high into the sky. Looking at Ye, Marine was amazed by his movements. Looking down, Stella asked the enemy if all Koreans were as strong. Raising his head, he said that her words sounded sarcastic. She, closing her eyes, said that if she did not have equipment, she would already be dead. Opening her mouth, the girl said that her opponent must die. Raising the hilt of the sword up, she used a tornado. The guy threw his daggers at her. They met with flying fragments. Watching the battle, Seong-Hu reasoned that as long as the swordswoman was in the air, the assassin would not be able to attack her and would eventually lose. Sweating, Ye decided that he could not lose in the first battle. He prepared to jump. Looking up, Kang said that he was an idiot. Raising his head, Leo declared that it was over. The assassin began to float in the air. Holding the hilt of the sword in her hands, Stella thought that he was using an illusion. With her mouth open, the girl realized that this was a temporary ability, which meant that the youth would not be able to turn the tide of the battle. He dodged every fragment of the sword flying at him. Sweating, the warrior could not understand why the assassin remained at the same distance from her. Making a surprised face, the swordswoman realized that her opponent had tied himself with threads to the fragments of her sword. Pulling the handle forward, she used the combination skill. The threads that held the assassin broke. The heroine's sword was assembled from small fragments. Floating above the boy, she told him that she had guessed his trick. Smiling, she said that she would finish the boy off before he could think of another trick. Lowering his head, he said that if she used his sword again, she would die, so she should give up. Raising the sword in front of her, the girl said that this was stupid. Opening her mouth, she used a fragment throw. Threads began to curl out of the sword. In an instant, they entangled her legs. After that, an explosion thundered in the sky. Frowning, the boy thought about how the threads of the Earthmind outpost exploded from any sneeze. Looking at the dust in the air, he realized that Stella lost to him because she relied too much on her item. The helmeted French soldier was sweating and shocked by the death of the winged warrior. Leo clenched his fist and said that he would not forgive the killer. The man hung his head and thought that he could not survive another round. The boy raised his hand. He said that he surrendered and admitted defeat. The shield-wielding soldier opened his mouth wide and wondered how he could refuse a fight on which tens of thousands of lives depended. Kang placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder. He said that Ye had done his part and that he would deal with Leo himself. Looking at his opponent, the shield-bearer asked what would happen to the boy who left the battlefield. Opening his mouth, he doubted that Kang would forgive him for this. Looking at the man said that he himself had told him to rest. Pointing his finger at him, Leo declared that he had no brains at all. The knight opened his eyes wide and shouted that other lives depended on this fight. He raised his shield. A moment later, a wave of energy burst out of it. Looking at this, the fighter said that it was starting to irritate him. Warming his fists, he said that he didn't like his opponent right away. Running towards the spearman, the shield bearer said that he also hated him, because he was sure that his subordinate was to blame for the death of Captain Teresa. Kang got into a fighting stance. He struck the opponent's shield. Leo's eyes widened, thinking that even an ogre would have struck weaker. Ducking his head, he used an ability called shield charging. The man with the spear used pierce. A second blow to the shield followed. Kang felt pain in his right shoulder, realizing that it was dislocated. Looking away, he thought that he did not expect such consequences from his excess strength and lack of endurance. Holding his injured arm, he reasoned that if he had not released his strength right before the blow, he would have broken the bone. Looking at the shield, the fighter thought that since his attack left only a scratch on the shield, it must be legendary. This shield was Aegis, which reflected 50% of the enemy's damage. Leo opened his mouth wide and used skills called Iron Wall Defense, Defense Mode, and Iron Skin. Looking at the fight, Seong-Hu thought that the shield bearer was an extremely inconvenient opponent. Staring ahead, he thought about how it would be better if the opponent was a normal warrior instead of a tank. Increasing the pressure on his opponent, the spear master told him that he was slow as a turtle, to which the man replied that he preferred to be called a tank. Baring his teeth, the spearman mocked him because he could not even attack. The fighter with the shield replied that his attack requires charging the body. Holding the shield in front of him, he said that in this fight, only the attacker suffers. Sweating, Kang thought about how his body was breaking from its own strength, which meant that he was the weakest. Smiling, Leo realized that he just had to hold out until the end. Extending his shield, he said that he would block all attacks. Stepping back, the warrior noted that for a warrior who relied on strength, this was a very bad tactic. Thrusting his weapon into the ground, he said that he was not called to battle for strength alone. A moment later, he raised his weapon and sand from the ground flew into his face. Looking back, the man in the cloak was angry that he could not see anything. He felt that he was about to be struck from behind. The knight blocked the attack with his fist. Frowning, he said that it was a pathetic trick. disappearing from his opponent's line of sight. Kang said that he could not see anything behind his shield, and the sand was an accident, although it was very effective against such fighters. Jumping out of the cloud of dust, the spearman said that Leo helped create a new trick and would be the first to test its effectiveness. He stabbed his shield into the ground. Clenching his fist, he called for an attack, because his defense was invincible. Taking hold of the spear with both hands, the warrior asked his opponent if he was standing in a safe place. He again stabbed the spear into the ground under the shield. A second later, the spear master used an ability called the turtle turn and lifted the enemy's shield with his spear. The French soldiers were amazed at the man's strength, making surprised faces. Sun Wu smiled and reasoned that it was possible for his comrade. Holding the shield in the air, he asked Leon what he was going to do. The man pulled his hand back. He then jumped up. A moment later, the shield flew towards the attacker. Raising his head, he realized that his opponent had another shield that could be thrown. Blocking his opponent's blow, Leo said that he had missed his only chance. Frowning, the spearman realized that at this rate, he would quickly tire, so he needed to finish the fight quickly. Rushing to the attack, the knight shouted for the enemy to die quickly. Smiling, Kang said that he was caught. Fear appeared on the shield bearer's face. The red-haired man used the skill to increase his strength to more than 2,000 levels, and then increased it by another 10%. Preparing to attack, he placed his foot on the ground. Immediately after that, with one blow of his shoulder, he split the Aegis into many pieces. A fist charged with green aura flew straight at Leo's face. With one blow, Kang crushed his head. Looking at this, Aion thought that he promised to heal the warrior, but such an amount of power would destroy his body. Raising his head up, he screamed in pain. A moment later, the man fell to the ground, and the referee declared a draw. Above the warrior's chest was the healer's hand. Looking at this, Xianghu was upset that both fights ended in a draw. Looking ahead, he thought about how only he, Xiaohun, and Mirin remained. Turning to the guy with long hair, the protagonist asked if he could win, and what he heard was the answer that he did not need his meaningless worries. Remembering his previous opponents, the young man realized that they were superior in equipment, not in abilities. Looking at his partner, he thought that he would not have to fight because she would figure it out herself. The two fighters looked at each other. Kulhun used a skill called Yin-Yang Fusion. A stream of water and fire burst out from the sword. After that, they merged into one. Looking at his opponent warming up, he said that he was confident in himself since he waited for the guy to get ready. Raising his sword, the Spirit Lord used a skill called Chaotic Butterfly Dance. Many insects rushed towards the man. He was covered in black and white flames. A second later, he was gone. The guy widened his eyes, realizing that his opponent had disappeared. Turning around, he noticed a warrior attacking him from behind. He managed to dodge the blow, which shook the ground. Kulhun tried to counterattack. His opponent prepared a weapon to defend against the butterfly attack. After that, he deflected each butterfly flying at him with his mace. After that, he took out his sword. The boy managed to dodge the sweeping attack. A moment later, he flew up on his wings. Upon landing, the boy was annoyed that the spell had spent a large portion of his mana in just a few seconds. He saw a man running towards him. He blocked his attack with his sword. Looking into his opponent's eyes, he thought that the power of chaos that flowed in streams around his body weakened the enemy. Looking at the battle, Mirin noted the opponent's combat skills. Closing his eyes, Wolf imagined a weapon master of a nameless class. He remembered that this class did not use skills, but their sword and body skills were increased to the maximum. Looking at the battle, he thought that this duel was the worst option for his warrior, but he hoped that the fourth opponent would be defeated using the Oracle ability. Frowning, he worried that the fifth would be the main problem. The weapon master struck the barrier. Sweating, the boy analyzed that the barrier that was created by the power of chaos should withstand any blow. The opponent's blade pierced the defense. With his legs buckling, Colin was surprised that the man broke the barrier with simple brute force. He called on the boy to surrender. Moving his blade to his forehead, he said that if the Spirit Lord removes the barrier, he will immediately react, and otherwise, the blade will slowly penetrate his head and the boy will die a painful death. Looking at the boy, the man said that he will lose in any case. Sweating, Colin asked why the warrior did not kill him, to which he replied that his father decides. Having drawn blood from the magician, the weapon master said that if he did not admit defeat, he would break his opponent's arms and legs so that the battle could not continue. Throwing down the weapon, the sorcerer admitted his defeat. At that very second, his enemy fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, he said that he had very little stamina, so long fights were hard except when his father was with him. Turning away, the boy realized that he had been deceived. Falling to his knees, he fell to his knees and scolded himself for being scared by a few words and giving up. Kulhun entered the hall. Lowering his head, he walked past his comrades. Looking at him, Sun Wu said that he lost due to a lack of stamina, and Mirin added that his sword skills were poor. Closing her eyes, she came to the conclusion that the boy concentrated on mana, so he thought that it was not necessary to be able to wield a sword, to which the protagonist said that according to this logic, They are similar. Looking at the protagonist, the swordswoman said that he mastered martial arts before learning magic. Bowing his head, the boy was worried about the consequences of the girl finding out the truth about him. Taking up her sword, she said that she would go. The warrior entered the arena. In front of her, she saw a red-haired guy in armor. Looking at him, she realized that she did not feel fear at all, because the youth looked as if he had never fought. Squinting her eyes, the girl did not understand why, despite the weakness of her enemy, she felt anxious. The swordswoman swung her sword. With wide eyes, her opponent looked at the wave that the sword released. A moment later, the guy was cut in half, and at the moment of his death, an ability called Lost Sheep was triggered. Covered in sweat, the girl did not understand that the ability attracted the attention of the apostle, after which debuffs were imposed on the girl to reduce stamina, mana, and all characteristics. Looking at the new opponent, the man asked the swordswoman how she was feeling. Looking at the priest, she asked who the dead man was. Standing on the cursed grass around him, he said that he was a kind young man who sacrificed himself so that Myrine would be defeated. Smiling, the man compared the deceased to a medium for a curse. Myrine reached for the sword and realized that due to the curse, her statues fell by 30%. She looked at the man, thinking about why his smirk was so annoying for some reason, and at that moment the priest decided to ask a question before they began. He smiled and asked if the girl believed in God. Myrine answered that it was only because of him that they were in this world, and the priest laughed at this answer, because he realized that he had formulated the question incorrectly, then asked if she believed in Jesus. The girl briefly answered that she did not believe, and the priest said that he understood everything. He closed his eyes and said that later, then he would like to pay some attention to her conversion. Myrine didn't answer and just rushed into battle. She attacked holding two swords in her hands. The priest immediately put a shield in front of him. Myrine had to jump back as the priest counterattacked. She thought about the man blocking her strike despite being completely open. He, in turn, smiled again and said that he would like to take this seriously if the girl did not mind. It was as if divine light was poured around the priest as the system windows reported that he was receiving the divine blessing of light. His strike accuracy increased, his stamina and strength were increased, his speed increased, and he received blow absorption. Myrine continued the fight. She attacked in several places at once, but the priest dodged each blow. The girl stopped and said that the priest had an unusual blade, and he was glad that she finally understood. The man said that it was his most valuable thing in the world. Myrine looked at the enemy and thought that he was using divine power to block her attacks, and the best she could do now was to weaken his barrier a little since he had become faster than her due to the buffs. Suddenly, the man said that she was great. Even though she had become weaker, she was still very fast, and no matter what, the result would not change, so why not stop there? Myrine narrowed her eyes and said that he was still defending himself, and then asked if he knew how to hit. The man smiled and said that he would now use force. He used holy arrows. Many arrows struck the space so quickly that Myrine did not have time to dodge. The arrows pierced her body in several places at once. The entire space was covered in black smoke. The priest looked at the result of his actions with indifference. He turned back to where Myrine was and asked her about how she got there since she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, to which she replied that the same could be said about him since it seemed like he was planning to win by simply draining her strength. The man smirked and said that this method seemed to be the only one that could defeat her. Myrine nodded and tried to ignore the trembling in her body. The priest turned to her, raised two fingers up, and took a dagger with his other hand and explained that he really didn't want to kill her, so he suggested that they stop this worthless fight. Ion stood next to Seonghu and talked about the priest being a cultist. The guy explained that a real priest does not try to deceive others, he shows himself through his own actions. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought about how similar the two were. Ion said that the situation now looks bad even if her sword is magical, to which Seonghu only smirked and said that it seems that his interlocutor does not know what Myrine's most frightening ability is. He looked at the girl who was ready to fight again and said that she still hasn't shown even half of her abilities. The priest looked at her and asked if she wanted to continue, to which she agreed and said that she had taken control of the situation. Suddenly, the girl spiraled and attacked the enemy again. The priest managed to put up a barrier, but it cracked. The man prepared for battle, thinking that he should be faster than the girl, but surprisingly, it felt like she noticed everything. Myrine continued to attack, destroying the barrier, and thought that the priest was an experienced fighter, but it did not seem like he was a skilled swordsman. Seonghu thought that Myrine had probably calculated everything 10 moves ahead, so this duel would be hers. The priest threw aside the unnecessary dagger. He put his hands forward and summoned all his power. Myrine slowly narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out what the enemy was trying to do. She crossed her blades and fell on the priest, thinking that this was the end anyway. One of the blades cut the priest's neck, and he did not even think about dodging, only smiling madly. He grabbed the girl's hand and did not let the blades go deeper into his body, and Myrine realized that she could not draw the sword since the enemy was somehow holding it. The priest swung his fist, intending to hit his opponent. She received a strong blow. Ai-yun flinched. Xianghu's body tensed in anticipation of the result. The priest's blow was so strong that Mireen flew back several meters. The protagonist thought that it was impossible for Mireen to lose. The priest's neck was cut off halfway from his body. The next moment, the skin seemed to grow together. Xianghu exclaimed in surprise that the priest had definitely died, or that he had a zombie class. But Ai-yun did not know if such a class existed, and it was probably due to divine power. The priest picked up his former opponent. He carried the injured girl and thought about who would have thought that he would have to use revival, since this ability had a 30-day cooldown, but otherwise he would have died. He placed the girl at Ai-yun's feet, who immediately asked if he had killed her, to which the priest replied that she had simply lost consciousness due to shock. Xianghu immediately heard the question of whether he would defeat the priest, since he could not lose, since humans did not have an extra life. He looked at the enemy and thought that the priest had just approached him, but he could already feel how strong he was and that he had an extra life, so maybe he should try to run away. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said that he was glad to meet him, and then introduced himself as Ghost. The priest repeated his question about whether Songho believed in God. The guy continued to look at the enemy tensely and thought that he had spared Mireen's life and not killed her, which meant that he would most likely spare him. He smiled and said that he did, which greatly surprised the man. The priest said that the girl was an unbeliever, so he could not kill such a pathetic lamb. The man smiled and said that he would send him to heaven. However, people in the street ran away in panic and begged for salvation, since they did not want to die. The priest thought that this world was hell, because God could not forgive people without a reason, and believers went to heaven after death and could experience endless happiness there. He wondered if it would be wonderful if all people were sent to heaven. When the priest looked at the cemetery, he thought about how unbelievers could not go there, so they had to be forced to believe through torture or other methods, and when he sent many people this way, God answered him. And at that moment, his eyes became the eyes of a madman. Divine enlightenment descended upon him along with the system window, which told him about the oath. At that moment, the priest's actions were not motivated by the desire for a reward, so he swore that he would not accept it. And the system window reported that he swore not to benefit from the people he killed, but in return, his stats would increase significantly. Now he looked at another soul in front of him, demanding to be released. The guy's chances were about 50% since he had drawn the worst card, and he did not understand what the priest meant by sending him to heaven. The man pushed off the ground. The next moment, holding a dagger in his left hand, he attacked the opponent. The protagonist barely managed to dodge, using tap dancing and leading steps. A golden aura began to gather around the priest when he asked the opponent not to be afraid, since the man promised that Xianghu would not feel pain when he went to heaven, because he would not even have a chance to do so. He attacked the protagonist with golden needles. The protagonist tried to avoid the golden needles with speed, thinking that in the fight with the priest, he only parried the blows, and now his behavior had changed dramatically. The guy did not understand why this happened, so he pulled out a book and a blade. 2 fiery tongues of flame rose into the air from his weapon. The space around was filled with dust, and Xianghu was forced to retreat. The priest asked if he could see the boy's features, since he couldn't detect him even with his abilities, so he actually looked like a ghost. The man used a healing wave. The fog around him slowly began to dissipate. Xianghu found that his wounds had healed. Finally, the priest looked at him and realized where his opponent was. At that moment, he sent golden needles straight at Xianghu, who was thinking that the priest had found his healing abilities and didn't understand why this priest was so strong. Reflecting another blow, the boy realized that thanks to the copy ability, the evaporation ability, which allows him to increase physical strength using deception, had become more effective, and now he could use 2 mana points to increase his status by 1. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that he should increase his agility by about 200 points. Still surrounded by dust, he saw a system window that said that his agility had exceeded 1,000, and he had learned the ability to accelerate thought. At that moment, the priest attacked again. His dagger was aimed at Xianghu, who did not understand why the enemy had suddenly slowed down so much, but he thought that his thoughts had become faster. He deflected the dagger with his finger and thought about how he perceived the surroundings as if they had slowed down. The protagonist quickly appeared behind the enemy. The priest looked at the empty space, realizing that this was an ability that appeared if his statuses exceeded a certain value. If the protagonist understood correctly, then victory should have been his, since the ability that appeared if the stats exceeded a certain value. The protagonist decided to use evaporation. He instantly appeared behind the priest again. He managed to dodge the blow, but the sword still slashed at his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. The priest wiped the blood with the handle of his dagger and said with a smile that the guy's speed was on a completely different level, and he must have raised his statuses above 1,000 and exceeded his limit. Xianghu was surprised that the man also knew this. The priest smirked and said that it was true, but he could do it too, then used Holy Ghost Descent. A space immediately exploded where Xianghu stood, and he barely managed to dodge the blow. He thought that the opponent's mana had suddenly increased significantly. If this continued, he would have no chance of winning, so there must be a way to interrupt such an ability. Xiang, who began to think hard about what his opponent had said earlier. The protagonist looked at the enemy intently and asked if he was trying to kill him to send him to heaven. The man nodded and said that it was natural, since a believer like him had the opportunity to go there, so he needed the guy to come over and help him disappear from this painful world. The protagonist sighed heavily. He spread his arms out to the sides and said with a smile that it was very good, since the priest sacrificed himself to send people to heaven on his own. He stood directly in front of the opponent and said that he himself had such thoughts, but he hesitated every time, and their meeting here was predetermined by God himself, and the priest sighed in surprise and said that he met someone who shared his thoughts. The guy then said that the opponent disappointed him in one thing. He immediately asked what was wrong. The protagonist smiled and asked the priest to think for himself, since in this game only one city can be saved. He looked at the priest intently and said that he could not save more people, and he could save even more. The priest repeated these words and squeezed his dagger. Xiang, who said that even now many people are suffering, and if he left, his conscience would torment him. The priest put his hand to his chest and said that Xiang was the first one to fully understand him, so he asked for forgiveness for carelessly trying to kill him. The protagonist asked if the opponent would listen to his opinion, to which the opponent said that he thought he could trust him. They looked at each other intently when the man asked for his thoughts. The people around them looked at them and did not understand why they were fighting so fiercely just a moment ago, and now they were talking to each other as if something had happened. Yan looked at the men who had just fought intently. They were now walking hand in hand. Yan asked what the result was. The priest closed his eyes and apologized to everyone who believed in him, but he had lost this fight and was surrendering. The divine city was in control, after which the system announced that in 5 days, all the residents of the losing city would lose 1 life, and the limited item Another Chance would appear randomly, after which the owner of Another Chance would receive an extra life. People were horrified by what was happening. The priest looked at the system windows, which reported that as a result of the punishment, the city's population had fallen below 100 and he could reset his starting point. So he could choose the country he wanted, to which he thought that the city would disappear completely if the number of residents fell below a certain number. He started scrolling through the system page and thought that since he reset the starting point to end up in the divine city, he would be able to revive there the next time he died. The priest looked at the protagonist and said that he would go, but the guy immediately suggested doing it together, and at that moment the knights asked where they were going. They pulled out their swords and said that they would not let them leave so easily, but Xiang reminded them that the outcome of the battle had already been decided. His assistant immediately asked what they would do, to which the protagonist asked him what he thought, and he himself answered that they would fight. The guy asked if the protagonist could do it together with him, since he was the only strong person here. The protagonist slightly narrowed his eyes and said that he had just gone through a difficult battle. His strength was running out, and besides, they had just been fined, so the divine city was many times weaker, and the guy would simply defeat them. Then, in turn, someone shouted that they had to minimize the damage, so they asked to agree for the sake of the people. Xiang turned to him and decided to repeat again that not only he, but also the other top rankers were exhausted, so they should return to the city early and rest. He looked irritated when he said that he was the leader of the Falcon and the Alliance advisor, so for the guys this was an order as for members of a squad of hundreds. He turned away and left, and immediately there were whispers about who the guy thought he was. Ihek, who was treating the injured comrades, was kneeling. Xiang rubbed his chin and thought about how he was already thinking about arranging a cull. The battle with 100,000 lives at stake ended in vain because the priest surrendered, and after learning of this, the French went on the offensive, but by that time the scales had tipped greatly. The sun was shining brightly above the house when a question was asked about what they were saying about the current situation in France. Myrine folded her arms and said that Yi and the assassin returned from spying, and Xiang immediately asked what they said. The girl looked at her comrade intently and said that there was a royal battle there. She thought about the events happening there and said that apparently, since France was destroyed on their first mandatory mission, only a small number of people have an extra life, so they said that they were attacking those who had another chance, and even set the city on fire to lure out those hiding in the buildings. The protagonist thought for a moment and assumed that it was because of that fine that the city would disappear, just like Germany. He perked up and said that NPC guards were sent there in case crimes were committed in the city, so didn't the NPCs stop them? To which Marina immediately replied that now, no matter what they did, the NPCs don't move at all. Jiang immediately asked if it was possible to take that item, to which Xiang replied that they don't necessarily do it for survival, since when a person is cornered, they will most likely take off their mask. The guy just looked at his comrade and said that he was curious what would happen if everyone in that city died within a week, because he didn't think the end result would be any different from the others. Marina sighed and said that judging by the destruction itself, the destruction of infrastructure, the increase in crime, and so on, France was on the way to disappearing. The protagonist asked what about Leo and the other leaders, to which the girl replied that they were declared enemies of the state and had kept a low profile since that day. Sung-Hoo said that he would have done the same thing in their place, so now was the time to get down to business. He turned to Ella and asked about the atmosphere in the Divine City while they were gone, but she replied that it was negative. She explained that from talking about making the top rankers pay for losing to asking why people like them were their representatives, however, it was to be expected. Jongwon looked at the protagonist with interest and asked if this made Sung-Hoo angry, because if he just said something, the killers would catch every single one of them. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that acting out of anger was a sign of a weak mind, and it would only help to blow off steam, but there would be no other benefits. He asked everyone to listen to him carefully, as he had learned something from what had happened, namely that there was one huge flaw in the Divine City. Everyone looked at him in surprise and asked him again. Ellie said that compared to other countries, the Divine City had handled the difficulties too easily. Seong-Hoo smiled and said that this was the correct answer. He folded his arms and explained that even in the face of a deadly crisis, they could not recognize the danger they were in. He looked at the window and, as if imitating someone, said that it would somehow resolve itself, the top rankers would probably come and fight, the Alliance would protect them, because he believed that people probably thought so. The protagonist actively gestured with his hands when he said that at first people were grateful, and then took it for granted, and now they have started making demands without giving anything in return. He raised his finger and said that, as his comrades already knew, in the end they would have to be chosen by God, and, of course, a strong person would be chosen. He looked at his comrades and asked why the one who would most likely be chosen in the end should now be on the front lines. Besides, a system in which there is no place for rules and ethics is most similar to slavery. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that those below a certain level were like worker ants who mine gold and such to invest in the elite few, to which Ellie replied that she didn't think people would agree to that so easily. Seong-Hoo thought for a moment that because of this, they had successfully tied people to one place through alliance communities, and because of this, they would be stuck in the system. He thought about the crystal heart and how as long as a person swears to value a certain good, one can act outside of that standard, and by doing a few cruel deeds, he can at least bring people to their senses a little. He thought about the city and how the people of the Divine City were currently putting too much pressure on the top rankers for everyone to fight on the front lines. The protagonist looked at Ellie and said that people were used to giving nothing in return, and he was sure that even 1% in taxes would immediately cause a reaction. Ellie looked at the interlocutor in surprise and said that the reaction would follow immediately. Besides, he was the leader of the Falcon group, and would it be okay to ignore the opinion of the majority and act at his own discretion? Seong-Hoo only grinned and said that, of course, he would not speak out, since at such a time, the heroes' provocateurs should take matters into their own hands. Marion asked again in surprise about the heroes, to which the protagonist replied that the right enemy could unite people tomorrow. He grinned ominously because he had a lot of things to do. The man looked at the burning city from the window, thinking about how not long ago a lot of people respected him and obeyed his commands. He angrily clenched his fists and thought that he could not believe that they had chased him and branded him a sinner after a single defeat, and said out loud that pathetic creatures did not understand that the warriors tried so hard. One of the knights approached him and said that they had run out of food, to which Leo replied that they had to hold on, since there were only 2 days left. By that time everything would calm down. He decided that after that they would rebuild the city, since they would become stronger and go to those scum. The man reminded that the anxiety of people without an extra life was growing. The knight thought about the fact that this life was limited in time, death would come after 2 days of extra time, so he could die too. Leo put his hand on his shoulder and said that no one knew that they would end up in such a miserable state after receiving so much hope and expectations. He apologized for the grievances of those who died, and for all their sacrifices he would achieve justice. The knight remained silent, but thought to herself that Leo was behind all this, because why else would he offer a separate fight? He frowned and thought that it was predictable since he monopolized the extra life, and the worst thing is that he makes them do strange tasks. The knight silently leaned on his fist. A question sounded in the house about what flaw she had in Sun-Hoo's opinion. The protagonist looked at Miriam and honestly admitted that he did not know, but he thought that in her case, it could be called a flaw that there were too many distinctive talents, since users should not blame their tools, but he thought that her current equipment did not compare to her abilities. Miriam closed her eyes and asked about whether physical data that can hardly be controlled is more toxic, to which the protagonist immediately replied that it is better to challenge yourself rather than limit yourself. The girl thought hard about how she had intentionally become more strict in her thoughts and could not accept everything new, but she was interested in the phrase about limiting yourself. She smiled and said that these were the words she needed most right now, and the protagonist said that he was glad to help. Miriam placed her hands on the table and asked if she could ask for a favor, to which he said that if it was a sparring match, then he would agree. However, Miriam asked to do a quest with her. The protagonist asked again if Miriam wanted to go with him on this quest about the ancient altar, since it was a B-level quest, so the girl immediately asked if it wouldn't be better for several people to go on a difficult quest, and in her opinion, the two of them would be enough. The guy stared thoughtfully at the system window since he thought that she was right, but he didn't understand why he needed it since the quest was dangerous and he already had a lot of things to do. Miriam became sad, after which she admitted that the other quests where the twin swords were a reward had already been completed, which is why she asked the guy for a favor. The protagonist realized that the girl might cry now, so he agreed. He realized that after losing to the priest, the girl began to express emotions better, but he was not sure if that defeat affected her. Both players were transferred to the place where the quest was taking place, an ancient altar. Frightened Neanderthals stood in front of them. The protagonist immediately used an explosion. The space exploded, throwing the Neanderthals back. Without thinking twice, they rushed forward. Blood immediately spurted from the enemy's neck. Xianghu landed on the ground, thinking that all this was quite difficult, but the girl immediately admired the fact that he never made unnecessary movements. Miriam wanted to reach this level as quickly as possible. One of the Neanderthals decided that they needed to run away. The girl wanted to run after him, but Xianghu asked her to let the enemy go. He looked at the thick jungle and said that it would be difficult to find divine items in this environment, and they were probably near their village or altar. Also, it would be dark soon, so the guy suggested that they set up camp here and hunt down the Neanderthal in the morning. The fire crackled comfortably. Miriam looked around the room in surprise and thought that she would have used a sleeping bag or laid down on the ground, covered with waterproof clothes, but Sunhu had built a hut, and it was incredible. She turned to the guy and said that since he had built a hut, she would find meat, but he said that there was no need to do that since he had brought the ingredients with him, so they would cook something. Miriam wanted to cook herself, but Sunhu had already taken out a knife. After a moment, he began to cook, and his skill was so excellent that it was a pleasure to watch him. Soon, he put the dish on the table and asked the girl if she was hungry. Miriam was embarrassed to think that she was not even allowed to cook, so she could not touch the dish, and this was noticed by the protagonist, who immediately asked her what she did not like, and the girl admitted that everything looked very tasty. She thought about how she failed her first official mission and could not even help in any way, so she felt like she did not deserve to be near the protagonist. Xianghu watched his friend closely and saw that her expression indicated that she was not okay, but he could not understand why. Miriam looked closely at Xianghu and said that she had a request. It turned out that she wanted to kill monsters on her own because she needed to show that she was actively participating in the mission. Xianghu confusedly agreed and thought to himself that the girl wanted to take all the items for herself. Suddenly, he was attracted by a noise outside the tent. He pulled back the tent flap and realized that Neanderthals, sent to scout the area, were running towards them. The protagonist realized that the Neanderthals had bypassed all the traps he had set near the camp, which meant that they had good intelligence. The enemies were approaching and screaming loudly. Miriam took out her swords and said that she would deal with everything. The girl prepared for battle. A moment later, one of the Neanderthals was cut into 4 parts by a sonic attack and the cry of a mystical heavenly sword. The next Neanderthal attacked the girl from behind. However, his club hit an empty space. He froze, looking around, because he did not understand where his victim had gone. Miriam, using flying moon steps, attacked him in a turn. When it was all over, she returned to the protagonist and asked how he was, to which he thought that the girl was showing off her strength to show how much she had changed, hinting that he should treat her better. The night passed peacefully. Soon, dawn broke over the jungle. Miriam and Xianghu were watching the Neanderthal camp when the girl said that her friend was right because they followed the tracks to the village. She wondered how the protagonist planned the attack, to which he replied that it was necessary to attract the attention of their enemies, after which he began to draw something in the sand. After finishing their preparations, they climbed a tree. Xianghu pulled the bowstring, aiming at the prepared target. All was quiet in the Neanderthal camp because most were busy with their own affairs. At that moment, an arrow hit the open mouth of one of the tribesmen. The others began to scream, seeing the corpse of a fellow tribesman fall on his back. One of the Neanderthals pointed at a tree, shouting that the arrow had come from there. The warriors rushed to the tree. One of the Neanderthals stepped on a trap. A loud explosion was immediately heard. Xianghu went down to the place of the explosion and thought that the trap he had set in advance had worked well, since the number of opponents had significantly decreased, and now it was easier to get rid of the rest. At that moment, Miriam was killing the remaining Neanderthals. The protagonist realized that her sword was moving on its own. He immediately approached the girl and asked what it was, to which she replied that it was nothing special, since she was simply controlling her sword with Kai energy. Mirin asked if he could control his Kai energy at will, since the girl herself did not exactly move the sword with energy, but rather introduced it into the sword, which then carried out her will, to which Xianghu thought that he did not quite understand this process. He awkwardly coughed into his fist and said that they would discuss it later. First, they needed to check the altar. Mirin looked at the altar and admitted that she could not read what was written there. Sunhu activated the ability to interpret ancient texts and enhanced understanding, which sped up the reading process, after which he read that monsters awaken at night, but there was no mention of a divine item in these records. Mirin came closer to the altar and said that there was something here. It turned out to be a book that looked ominous, but the girl could not take it since the system said that she did not have enough wisdom for this. However, the protagonist easily took it in his hands, not finding anything special in it. Suddenly, his eyes glowed purple. The guy immediately fell on his back, which greatly frightened Mirin. She immediately jumped up to him and tried to call him, but the guy did not react. Sunhu opened his eyes. In front of him stood an almost exact copy of himself, only with black eyes, who asked with a smirk if he had woken up yet, after which he said in surprise that the guy was adapting pretty quickly. Xianghu didn't know what to say, looking at his copy, to which it said that it had only borrowed his appearance, but the guy himself was too calm, considering the situation. The protagonist indifferently said that he was often dragged into mystical strange places, so it would be strange to be shocked, after which he asked why he was brought here and whether it was because of the task. The copy narrowed its eyes in surprise and asked again about the task, since it had no idea what they were talking about. The creature straightened up and explained that now there was an important moment that would determine whether it would absorb Xianghu or not, to which the guy immediately realized that in front of him was the very book. And the copy confirmed this, after which it explained that the protagonist should have known his place, but he dared to pick it up. The book leaned towards the boy and whispered that he was courageous but would still be consumed in the end, to which Xianghu immediately latched onto what ultimately meant that the book hadn't done so yet. The protagonist had an idea of how it worked, because the creature couldn't just take his body, so he had to pass a test, the result of which would determine whether he would become the master of the book, and if he failed, the body would go to the creature. He pulled something confirming, and wondered what was wrong with the boy, because usually people would start crying, begging, or getting scared. Xianghu asked the copy not to bother with idle talk and get straight to the point, then asked if it was possible to take the test now, and amazed the book with his confidence. The creature's eyes lit up with anticipation when he asked if the boy's spirit would remain the same when despair looked into his eyes. Suddenly, the space began to ripple and Sunhu found himself sitting at a desk. A classmate approached him and asked what was wrong, to which the protagonist was surprised to call him Kanjing Seo, to which he asked why he was called by his name. The guy shrugged and asked his name, to which Kanjing Seo said his name and immediately asked if Sunhu was awake yet, since he had forgotten his own name. Memories of previous battles crashed into the protagonist's head, and he was afraid that he was hallucinating. Then the guy tried to calm down and think that, thank God, he was used to Ellie's ability, because she used it on him a couple of times, but he remembered almost nothing. The system windows immediately popped up in front of the protagonist, informing him that the Trial of Despair exam had begun, and the condition for completing it was to kill someone who was disguised as a person from this world, since that someone could be caught, and he could not run away or hide in its reach so that there was no chance of catching him. However, if he failed the exam, the book would take the guy's soul. The guy had 24 hours to complete it. The creature watched Xianghu from the corner and thought that even if it was an illusion, he would never kill the people he cared about with his own hands, and he would rather stay here to grieve or be broken from shame for killing those he loved, so he would have to make a choice. Xianghu, meanwhile, stood up from the table and made a few lunges, checking for reactions, to which Kang Chenxiak asked in surprise what his classmate was doing. Was he okay? The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that this was not at all like an illusion, and although he understood this, he was still not completely sure. He remembered all the events he had experienced with his comrades and thought that if that entire mission world was just a fragment of his imagination, what if he was the only one who saw the message windows? Then if he killed people for the sake of the exam, he would become a murderer. Finally, having made up his mind, he exhaled. Xianghu turned to Kanchenso and said that he wanted to apologize in advance, and the guy immediately asked why. Without thinking twice, the protagonist punched his classmate in the jaw. The protagonist looked indifferently at the bleeding Kanchenso and thought that he could not use the ability window or inventory. But his strength and endurance were an order of magnitude higher than an ordinary person. Kanjing Seo stood up with difficulty, and the people around him immediately began to whisper about what was going on and why the boy's jaw had dropped so strangely. Xianghu looked around the room indifferently, thinking that in such a situation his classmate was neither running away nor stopping him, so he didn't even know if it was surprising or stupid. The boy grabbed the shovel shaft and broke it in half. Finally, he decided to fight. The shaft immediately plunged into Kanjing Seo's chest, splashing his clothes with blood. His classmates ran out of the room screaming. The creature continued to watch the unfolding scene from around the corner and thought that he killed his friend without a doubt and did not experience any shock during this, so he was interested in what kind of person he was. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to stand calmly, and the creature continued to reason that the rules said that he had to be in an accessible place inside the memories of the examinee, so he couldn't even run away. After which he laughed to himself, since there really had never been such a person here, so he needed to destabilize him emotionally as much as possible, and then the victory would be half for the book. Seong-Hu left the office and met his homeroom teacher in the hallway, whom he immediately mercilessly killed with the words that he never liked her anyway. Blood splashed across the walls. The protagonist wiped the blood from his face and thought about how he had killed everyone in the school who was somehow connected to him, but he didn't even know whether to be happy or sad about how small his social circle was among his classmates. Miriam's voice called out to him, asking what he had done. She looked at her friend in fear and asked him to give her the weapon, although she didn't know what had happened. The guy didn't listen to her because he thought he needed to get out of there, so he climbed out the window, but the girl asked him not to run away. Miriam extended his hand, demanding to talk to her. Seong-Hu froze and looked at his friend. He squeezed the girl's outstretched hand. The next moment, the protagonist kicked Miriam. The girl, stunned, fell to the floor and looked at her friend with an offended expression. Seong-Hu smirked and said that he was angry for no reason, and her hands were not calloused, and her defense was full of gaps. Besides, a real Irene would have killed him in a second. The protagonist swung the stake and said that thanks to the girl, he was convinced that this world was an illusion. In fact, he did not care whether it was real or not, because compared to the 25 years on Earth, he liked the year that passed in the mission more. During his first training, he felt like he was possessed by a ghost, and when he pointed a gun at others and survived alone, he learned the cruel truth for the first time. Seong-Hu looked at the bloody tip of the stake and realized that he was a really bad person. And if he hadn't ended up in the quest world, he would have been walking on thin ice and wasting his life senselessly, and could even become a criminal. The protagonist walked down the corridor and thought that most likely, the book took the form of someone close to him, or someone he could rely on, and these people could just be his parents. Sunset was falling over the multi-story building. Seong-Hu rang the intercom. His parents met him together at the threshold. Mom received a stunning blow first. Then it was Dad's turn. Ellie came out of the room, and the guy immediately asked what she was doing there. The girl answered that today was his birthday, so she was planning on arranging a surprise, but now it was more important to her what happened to him and where this blood came from. Seong-Hu swung because he decided that it was time for her to sleep too. The guy was laying out the tool on the rug. Soon a screwdriver, a hammer, and a knife could be found on the table. The parents and Ellie were sitting on chairs tied up and trying to talk through a gag. Danko Seong-Hu demanded that they stop suffering, because it would be better for them if they sat quietly. He turned to the captive with a large knife in his hands and explained that he killed everyone who knew him, and he did not expect Ellie to be here, but out of the three of them, one was definitely a book. The protagonist smirked because he did not plan to let the book die so easily, so she would pay for putting him through this. He loomed over the girl and said that he would start with Ellie. After some time, Ellie's bloody hand barely moved when she asked to do her a favor. She looked at Seong-Hu's back and said that if she dies, the guy should not lie to his parents, to which he only said that Ellie misunderstood. The protagonist glanced sideways at the captive and explained that the Ellie he knew would either convince him to fight her or beg him to kill the others too so as not to be the only one like this. The girl immediately tensed up when Seong-Hu said that they would end there. He came close to the girl. The space immediately changed, and now the protagonist was holding his copy in his hands. The book screamed that Seong-Hu had completely lost his mind, because how could he remain sane after what he had done? However, the protagonist looked at the creature with irritation and asked if he thought he was okay, then how much pain he had felt inside. The book angrily clenched her teeth and demanded that the guy not make her laugh since he was not in pain, because he did not even flinch when he killed, and thought to himself that Seong-Hu did not feel pain and sadness for others, they did not affect him at all. The protagonist folded his arms and asked why the creature chose Ellie since it was wrong, to which he asked in response, after all, that girl was not the most understanding and trustworthy for him. The book said that it could not read the boy's memories, but after looking through his mind, it chose the person who was the hardest to kill since in his mind she was the most trustworthy and reliable. Seong-Hu coughed thoughtfully into his fist and then said that it really did seem that way. Out of all the people he knew, Ellie was the one he could truly trust, because she knew what a nasty person he was on the inside, and he could read her nasty thoughts, and since they knew each other's weaknesses and accepted them, they never tried or wanted to expose each other to anyone else. So Seong-Hu said that the book still made the wrong choice, which surprised her. The protagonist explained that Ellie was indeed the most reliable, but she was also the one he would rather keep at a distance, and if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to hit her in the back from behind, and of course, she would do the same. The creature even clenched his fists in frustration, asking what the guy was talking about, to which he replied that he understood his confusion. There was no other way to explain it, because the more important thing was that he passed the exam. The book grinned and rubbed its forehead, saying that now the protagonist was its owner and its powers were different from those of ordinary magical items. However, this did not matter to Seonghu, so he suggested that the creature change its appearance since it was strange to be the same. The creature grinned, deciding that since it had come to this, it would stay with the new owner and slowly corrupt him, because he could be as extraordinary and crazy a person as he wanted, but he was still a man. After that, the copy was replaced by the image of the book itself. This was a very beautiful devil who hoped to seduce the guy with a woman's body, and then she would have a chance. She smiled sweetly and said that the master can use her as his heart desires, but Sunwoo immediately interrupted her, demanding that she grit her teeth. The protagonist immediately hit the book in the face. She immediately got furious, asking what was going on, to which Sunwoo replied that he wanted to vent his anger. The protagonist looked at the girl indifferently and said that he now felt tired, after which he suggested going back. The space changed again, and he found himself lying in his bed, after which he complained about how many more times he would have to wake up like this. The system window reported that he had passed the trial of the desperate, so his wisdom, magic power, and luck increased their indicators, which pleased the guy, since he believed that instead of pumping one stat above 1,000, it was better to pump several at the same time, since it was possible. It was as if the nameless book had fallen off the shelf, and the system window immediately reflected its characteristics, but Seonghu was interested in the summoning that allowed him to summon the creature from the book. A bright lightning flashed in the room. The creature appeared in front of the protagonist in all its glory, and he immediately asked if the book was trapped and if it could pass into reality. The girl sighed haughtily and said that she was a great creature that appeared thanks to the thoughts and deaths of many people. Of course, physical embodiment in reality would be easy for her. The summoning ability allowed her to create a minion with 80% of the summoner's characteristics, and when Seonghu became the best in this world, the amount of mana required would also decrease, thereby killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And the book was only 1 level higher than the blade rune, so he was interested in how it could be so good. The protagonist closed his eyes and apologized for hitting her, but she began to scream that an apology was not enough. The guy immediately got angry, but tried to calm himself down by saying that the book had no flaws, so he was a winner, and at that time the girl was flirting when she said that she was doing well and the gentleman did not need to apologize. Sunwoo asked if the girl would mind changing her appearance, but she smiled sweetly and apologized since it was impossible. She closed her eyes and explained that once the form was created and corrected, it cannot be changed, except to make it younger or older. The guy angrily clenched his fist and asked about the fact that when she changed the form earlier, it was considered an amendment, and the girl immediately confirmed this. Sunwoo thought tensely about how if he had a perfect copy of it, he would be able to carry out so many plans. He immediately asked why the book did not tell him about this earlier, to which she threw up her hands and reminded him that she tried, that he himself interrupted her. Suddenly Mireen entered the room and asked what they were doing here. She immediately reached for her weapon. Mireen put her sword to the book's neck and asked where it came from, to which the nameless book itself crossed its arms and asked what the girl was doing here. Seonghu stood between them and explained that the book was a summoned creature, which was evident from its horns. Mireen turned away and grumbled that she couldn't believe that her friend had admitted something like that, after which she noticed that the book had a human form, but with demonic features, and this was the first time she had seen something like that. Seonghu put his hand on the creature's head and showed the nameless book, saying that it was from there, to which Mireen only nodded understandingly, after which she asked how the guy was feeling. The protagonist listened to himself, after which he admitted that he was not feeling well and asked how long he had been unconscious. Mireen looked at her friend with annoyance and said that it had been almost half a day, so she had to postpone the mission for his safety, and if he had not woken up, she planned to cut off the hand holding the book. Sunwoo shuddered and asked the girl to refrain from such methods in the future, to which she said that it did not matter now because it seemed to her that they both seemed close. The protagonist explained that they were seeing each other for the first time, and then asked why the girl thought so. Mireen was embarrassed and said that Sunwoo was petting the creature on the head so casually, so she thought, which made the book angry since she did not consider it a simple petting. At this point, the protagonist decided to ask what the book's name was, to which it explained that it did not have a name and it could be called whatever you like. The guy immediately clarified that after this, the name could not be changed. However, the creature smiled and said that this time everything was different. Mireen suggested calling her Fiomo, but the book didn't like it. She narrowed her eyes and said that she didn't expect a beautiful name, but Fiomo sounded frivolous, so she asked him to come up with something else. Seonghu said that he was sorry, but he was not good at giving names, and Mireen arrogantly said that since Seonghu had summoned her, the book would be like a pet, so the name suited her. Fiomo grimaced and asked if she sounded like a joke, then declared that she hated both the owner and his companion. Nirine, with a mask of indifference on her face, asked what the book would do with it. While the girls threw imaginary lightning bolts at each other, Xianghu decided to leave. He thought about how everything turned out unexpectedly. They still had to figure out the task, and he had a new opportunity, but the day had already passed, so as it was written on the altar, they had to make them perform the ritual. He remembered that there were two things written on it, namely that there was a monster that appeared at night and a divine item that could kill it. Sunhu thought that the monster was most likely the book he stole, because Fiamen was a sinister creature whose stats increased by 20% at night with demonic features, and could be mistaken for a monster that appeared at night. The boy closed his eyes. He peeked out from behind a tree, watching as the Neanderthals were just catching a leopard, so he wanted to try out his new ability on them. Sunhu used Revive Dead, making the animal glow. Its eyes flashed pink and it remained alive despite the stake driven into its mouth. The leopard growled, frightening the Neanderthals. The animal rushed at one of the Neanderthals, knocked him to the ground and grabbed his throat. Finally, the leopard dropped its prey. The light of life in the Neanderthal's eyes faded. He suddenly jumped to his feet and attacked his fellow tribesmen. Xianghu watched the fight from the corner of his eye, thinking that it worked well, and that it could cause unexpectedly high damage to the group. Moreover, because the herd of wisdom exceeded 1,000, his strength was an order of magnitude higher. He thought that if he let one of them escape, he would return to the village and tell everyone what he saw, and turned to look at the fleeing Neanderthal. The guy snapped his fingers and used a curse field, thinking that it would cause fear, which would spread like an infection among the Neanderthals. Someone shot up like a sharp lightning bolt. Fiamon and Mirine clashed in battle. Fiamon smiled slyly, attacking her opponent. Mirine was focused, dodging the attacks. The girls went their separate ways and Mirine said that Fiamon had inhumanly flexible joints and that her body was interesting, to which the opponent laughed and asked if Mirine was surprised and that if she bowed now, she would forgive her. Mirine looked at the opponent intently and thought that with such flexibility, the ability to copy the spirit of the ball and the attack range would increase, and her body and talent were remarkable. She said that the book was not her rival now, to which the creature asked what she was talking about. Myrn said that she was talking about showing the girl what the difference was between them, after which she called her an impudent creature. Fiamon smirked and asked if the opponent had already forgotten her greatness after that attack, but she decided to harass the girl until she was on the verge of death. Mirine believed that they thought alike, and that was why she had decided not to allow a summoned being who did not know where his place was to be near Xianghu. Power pulsed around Mirine as she said that she would help Fiamon find his place, discipline every part of her body until she brought him to the brink of death. Night fell over the forest. Xianghu approached Mirine and said that he was tired, but that the girl had only greeted him and said that she did not know if he would like it, but that she had prepared a place for him to rest. The pot was on the fire, and its contents began to boil, as Xianghu thought that since she had arranged it herself, he could order that it was cozy. His attention was suddenly drawn to the exhausted Fiamon, and he asked what had happened to her. Mirine replied that they had chatted, as he had assumed, and had come to an understanding. The guy thought that something was wrong, since Fiamen's body healed immediately after being injured, and even after his blow she was fine, so what did Mirine do to her? And at this time the book itself was shaking in fear. He turned to his friend and said that their main concern now was that task, and he did not think it would take 2 days, to which Mirine replied that she had no excuse. The protagonist said that everything was fine, and he would try tomorrow. If it did not work out, he planned to try again another time, to which the girl asked if he had any idea. Xianghu looked closely at Mirine and said that he did have an idea, so tomorrow morning they need to kill all the monsters around the Neanderthal village. The path will be easy, so there is no need to worry, because there is no need to beat around the bush. Then he turned to Fiamen, who immediately jumped up and stood at attention, and asked about what kind of power she possessed. The book immediately replied that its power depended on the master's ability, but there were also limitations caused by the capabilities of its body and magical power. She lowered her head in embarrassment and said that she could partially use the master's abilities, to which Xianhu thought that she was different from an ordinary summoned creature. The guy pointed at her and said that this was good, and for now she would act as a dark mage, to which Mirine asked in surprise if he wanted to make a mage out of her, and then Xianhu replied that their guild lacked magical abilities, so this would be right. The girl perked up and said that she was thinking of personally training the creature to wield a sword, since her joints were more flexible than humans, and proper training would make her very strong. Fiamon immediately put her hands in front of her and said that she could just be a mage. Sanhu thought about it and said that it was not a bad idea to train her in turns, as it was with him, to which the book thought that her wish meant nothing to him. Dawn was breaking over the forest when the protagonist thought that people from a primitive tribe lived in this forest for a long time. However, not long ago they were attacked. The book in which the demon was sealed disappeared, but that was not all, as a thick fog enveloped the village and the corpses began to resurrect. Therefore, the main shaman decided that this was the work of a demon. Neanderthals were attacking Fiamen. The shaman ordered to kill her, and the warriors rushed after the girl. One of the Neanderthals stepped on the trap. Blue rays extended the space, after which the forest was painted with the blood of Neanderthals. The bodies of the Neanderthals, pierced by threads, hung in the air, and the shaman looked at all this. He hit his staff and started shouting in his own language that he felt that these bodies were emitting evil magic, so he needed to burn them all with his spell. The warriors approached the hanging corpses, and one of them reached out to his former tribesman, saying that one of them looked normal and could be helped. He pulled on the corpse, muttering something. At that moment, the space exploded. Fiamon was sitting on a tree next to the master and was saying that he was amazing, to which Songhu asked why she was saying that, and the creature replied that they had set a double trap. She pressed her lips together and thought about how the master had distracted the shaman of the beginning, who had turned into corpses, but the real trap was different. And if the trick had not worked, the first trap would have been activated too, and if everything had gone according to plan, both would have been activated. She looked sideways at the owner and thought that he was also a shaman who could be underestimated because he was a primitive man. But in fact he was very strong. Even she was not 100% sure that she would have defeated him, but the master easily dealt with him. The main character looked at the fleeing Neanderthals and thought that it was time for them to get their secret weapon. The shaman approached the chief and began to talk about the demons that their ancestors had sealed in the past, now attacking them. The chief looked at his subordinates angrily and said that many had died and only a few people remained, after which he asked if they could win. The shaman gripped his staff tighter and said that they needed to use the divine sword of the ancestors. He handed the chief some kind of drink and said that he needed to drink it, as it would dull the pain he would go through. The shaman was drawing something and thinking that the tattoos they were drawing now would activate their abilities, and as a result, a side effect would be inevitable. The shaman kept drawing more and more on his chief's skin, and thought that the chief had to put his life on the line today, but kill the demon. The sound of a drum was heard, causing the protagonist to rise to his feet, and he immediately saw Miriam come, who said that in her opinion, something strange was happening to the Neanderthals. Fiamon and Songhu jumped to the ground, and the guy said that they were probably performing a ritual to awaken a powerful weapon sleeping in the altar, to which the creature asked if they should attack before the ritual made them stronger. The protagonist reminded that they should not forget about their main goal, not to attack them until they take out their secret weapon, so they needed to stay here until they finished their preparations. The Neanderthals looked at their comrade, who was kneeling, and the second raised an axe over him. Suddenly, the sound of a blow was heard, and the warrior's head separated from his body and blood flowed along the drawing on the altar. An ancient divine weapon, the scarlet sword, appeared. Songhu saw that the sword appeared on the ladder. The chieftain grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands. It was illuminated by a green light, and the system window reported that the hidden quest tribe defender had been activated, and that they needed to defeat the enraged chieftain of the tribe and the angry great shaman. The protagonist looked up and thought about the sky darkening, after which he decided that it was all because of that sword. He pulled the bowstring, thinking that this was his chance. The protagonist released the bowstring and the arrow flew towards the enemy. The arrow hit the chieftain's chest. Songhu looked tensely at the enemy and thought about how his body was unprotected. The arrow did not pierce or even scratch him, and the guy immediately compared him to Sergei. The protagonist looked at the girls and ordered them to attack from a distance first, and Miriam asked to deal with the shaman, after which he ordered Fiamon to tie the legs of the small fry. Miriam used a steel strike, and immediately there was an explosion, lifting several opponents into the air. The guy watched the fight tensely, thinking that first, he needed to weaken them with attacks from a distance to gain an advantage. The chieftain was rapidly approaching him. Songhu used a moving step and immediately moved to the side. However, the chieftain took him out and pierced him with his blade. Miriam turned around in fear and called out to him. Fiamon perked up, not expecting such a swift attack. The chieftain shouted that he needed to kill the demon, after which he raised his weapon again. He was ready to lower his sword on the enemy, but Miriam appeared in front of him and parried his blow. Fiamon approached the guy, asking if her master was okay, but the protagonist was thinking about how just one blow could be so strong, and was it really because of the increased difficulty? He looked at Miriam and shouted that they should retreat for now, as it was not worth fighting them head-on, to which Miriam shouted for him to go first. The girl looked at the enemy with concentration and said that she would buy some time, and thought to herself that it was she who brought him on this mission, so she should take responsibility for it. Fiamon shouted that she would take the master, and Miriam herself should do as she wanted, after which she threw the guy onto her back. The chieftain clenched his teeth angrily and asked where they were going. He left his opponent behind and rushed after the fugitives. Miriam turned around and thought that it was incredible, as the chieftain covered a huge distance in one jump. The warriors encouraged their master, shouting that they needed to kill the demon. Miriam continued to attack the Neanderthals, thinking that their weaknesses became obvious when they attacked together. She was worried about Songhu, but she had to at least sort this out, so she continued to fight. Huge explosions were heard throughout the forest. Song-Hu drank something from his flask and thought about what he had done that they were so stubbornly chasing him. Fiamon smiled and said that the Neanderthals had a good reason, and Song-Hu asked why she was so suspiciously happy. He thought that his wounds were serious, but the powder from the medicinal herbs and potions healed them, and this made him happy. But his thoughts were interrupted by a book saying that she was running to an unknown destination, so maybe the master would show her the direction. Song-Hu put his hand on the girl's head and said that he would guide her by turning her head. Fiamon grinned and asked if the master had forgotten that his life now depended on her, but he immediately replied that he believed that she did not want to kill him and live forever in space, or she could retrain. The leader continued to pursue and was not going to stop. The protagonist thought that the leader's body was similar to Sergei's, and from such a distance he could not be injured, which meant he needed to distance himself. Suddenly, the book in his hands glowed purple. He used whirlwind. The leader was blinded by this whirlwind, but continued to break through it. Song-Hu called up the system window and thought that everything was almost ready. He threw a trap on the ground. The guy asked Fiamon to stand on the jump installation so as not to get caught, to which the girl herself thought that she did not know what exactly he meant. Song-Hu used Shadow Eye. As soon as the girl stood in the indicated place, the lines around her legs glowed scarlet. She immediately jumped into the air and saw blue rays piercing space. The leader, not paying attention to this, rushed forward headlong. Suddenly, these rays entangled his body. Song-Hu thought about how he used the silver threads that Choi Ye used as traps in the previous proxy war, and their unremarkable nature increased their effectiveness. The chieftain used the power of a bear. His body was engulfed in green fire. The tattoos also began to glow green. He screamed and threw off the shackles from himself. The trap exploded, causing Fiamon to fall. Song-Hu turned around in fear and thought that it was incredible since the chieftain destroyed the threads, but remained without even a scratch and began to shout out loud to Fiamon to quickly make him enter the fury phase and lose his mind. The book immediately began to use its magic, becoming even more hateful to the enemy. The protagonist watched this, pulling out his blade, thinking that without a plan, they would have a hard time in this fight, but he had already met a person like him and was thinking about how to deal with him. He attacked the chieftain with a sword, shouting that his ability to defend exceeded the limit, and no matter how strong he was, it would all end when the guy hit him. To which the chieftain only shouted again and attacked in response. The guy noticed that the chieftain was out of rhythm. He hit his left hand with a sword. The protagonist listened to the sensations and thought that the enemy had a naked body, but the feeling was as if he had drawn on steel. Song-Hu continued to attack, leaving a magical trace in the place of the blows. Over time, the tattoos began to deteriorate, because the skin was covered with scars. Finally, blood gushed out from the blows. The chieftain pressed his healthy hand to the wounded shoulder, and the guy turned around, saying that he was hitting in the same place. The chieftain shouted about the power of the falcon. The entire space exploded when the enemy reached the protagonist's chest with his sword, and then I thought that his armor saved him. He was on my dragon, but the blow was still strong. Song-Hu tried to dodge the blow. Fiona watched the battle, and because of her strong emotions, she attracted his attention. The monster grabbed the protagonist. He threw him, shouting that he would kill him for the blow. Fiamon, stretching out his palm, thought that he hated this gentleman, but he could not let him die. The huge monster clenched his fists. He was grabbed by magical threads, and he exclaimed that how dare they. The demonic entity, putting out her hands, realized that she could catch the guy. The protagonist looked at her. Fiamon widened her eyes. The protagonist stepped on her head. She fell to the ground. The demonic entity, opening its mouth wide, shouted that he was a foolish gentleman because it wanted to help, not be a stepping stone. Song-Hu, turning his head, told it to shut up, adding that it had eyes and let it watch itself and act accordingly. He, looking at the roaring monster, said that while it hung in the air without any help, it would not be able to use its power. The protagonist took out his weapon. The monster's strong shoulders appeared. The protagonist, swinging, asked if he was trying to strengthen them. He gouged out his enemy's eye. The monster started bleeding, and Song-Hu wondered if it had a hard body but no organs, and if that was true. Smiling, he thought that the fact that he was hitting one point was a trap, and of course, he would unconsciously try to protect the place where they were hitting. The protagonist, turning his head, heard her tell him to dodge. Fiamon kicked him. The protagonist, holding his head, asked what she was doing and how she could hit her master, to which he received the answer that the monster was not dead yet. The evil spirit was preparing to attack with a sword. The guy, through the sweat on his face, knew that because of the blow that had passed, the fire dragon's armor's durability had decreased, and if it were to be hit now, then that would be the end, and he had to dodge. His eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist, holding a book in front of him, defended himself from the attack. Opening his mouth, he realized that the nameless book was a legendary item, and moreover, due to the ability of the book not a weapon, it had the effect of increasing the attack and defense power of the corresponding level. The monster, baring its teeth, growled. Lowering his head, the protagonist exclaimed that there really was a monster that was not dying, and Fiamon asked what he would do with it since it was difficult to deal with, to which he clarified whether she could see in the dark. Songhu, summoning a magic seal in front of him, exclaimed that she should not foolishly fall into a trap and let her follow him, and he also used a fire strike. Flames flew towards the monster, and the protagonist knew that he had previously set up a lot of traps since he thought that he would have to confront the entire village, but some of them remained, and therefore it could be defeated. Sweat was running down Miriam's face. She lowered her weapons and thought that the Neanderthals were stronger than she expected and harder to deal with than regular players. With a heavy sigh, the girl continued that there were 10 left, but she felt like she was about to lose consciousness, but she needed to deal with them and she had to fulfill her duty. The monster in the helmet shouted about the leopard spirit. The monsters began to attack the girl. She crossed her katanas. Miriam cut the hands of the evil spirits. She swung her swords in different directions. One of the monsters, baring his teeth, was surprised. The swordswoman's pupils bulged and thought that only the main shaman and the old warrior remained, and it was enough to defeat them. The monster, opening his mouth, began to attack. The girl jumped back from the enemy's blow. Turning his head, the monster called for the shaman. Marion hit his face with her knee. The enemy fell, and blood dripped from him. The shaman, baring his teeth, was angry. The swordswoman, holding out her fingers, spoke the sword control skill. A green aura appeared, and the girl did not understand why the blade moved by itself and dodged the tornado. The daggers pierced the monster through. Miriam, lowering her head, asked if he was dead. Clenching her jaw, she heard him apologize for saying this, but she had failed and wondered if this voice was in her head. A bloody shaman was visible. Suddenly, a stone appeared in his place, and the girl realized that it was an illusion. Dark magic surrounded her, and words were heard that this was true. The swordswoman was grabbed by unusual branches, and the monster said that if she twitched, her flesh would simply be torn apart. He, releasing a magical snake, added that she was a demon and let her die, apologizing to those she killed. A green monster was flying towards Miriam, and she thought that she couldn't move a finger, but she couldn't give up. The swordswoman, closing her eyes, wanted Songhu to acknowledge her and used several abilities in which strength, endurance, and agility greatly increased. The girl was surrounded by blue energy flows, and she muttered that she could cut the enemy without a sword, adding that not with her head, but with her heart, not with her thoughts, but with her will, and she would kill him. Miriam, widening her eyes, said to herself that even if she had to force herself, and activated the ability of the soul blade. The title glowed brightly, and its characteristics appeared. A green dark force was visible, and the girl believed that it was not worth thinking that she would cut him since there was no point in this action. The shaman, from the attack, was divided into 2 parts. The swordswoman, having escaped from the chains, finished saying that the enemy had already been cut since it was natural for him to be cut. Her clothes were stained with blood, and she said that she should not weaken her defense. A tree trunk appeared. There were traces on the ground, and Xianghu thought that with the help of the traps he had set in the demonic creature from the book, he had been able to defeat the tribe leader. He, looking at the headless enemy, said that he was steadfast. The demonic entity, putting its hands on its hips, asked if the master was okay, to which it received the answer that he had heard. She had planned something, and it was time to return. Fiamon lit up with an unusual glow. The protagonist, holding the book, muttered that now that the magic holding the summoning of the demonic creature from the book had returned, his energy was recovering better. Walking towards the forest, he added that some Neanderthals might jump on him, and therefore he shouldn't let his guard down. Leaves appeared on the trees. The protagonist, walking along the path, thought that it was strange, because he expected at least 3 or 4 of them to follow him, but no one except the leader went, asking if the others had returned to the village. His eyes widened. He noticed Miriam. Taking her in his arms, Songhu asked if she was okay, and the girl said that she knew that he would return safe and sound. He, sitting on the rocks, asked that she must have encountered a bunch of enemies and how she was feeling, and she thanked him for his concern and said that everything was okay, and she defeated the main shaman and also received 2 titles and a blue sword. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist clarified whether she had dealt with the shaman herself and received a positive answer. He pursed his lips and thought that he had used a combination of attacks and traps to somehow defeat the leader, and Miriam had gotten rid of all the pathetic mobs and bosses by herself, and her talent simply scared him. The swordswoman, looking at the guy, muttered that she didn't like his expression and wondered if she was useless again. She, lowering her head, thought it was expected. Xianghu, opening his mouth, exclaimed that she had worked hard and without her he wouldn't have managed. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She, leaning on her knees, asked if she really helped and if she was sure she didn't get in the way, and the guy said that she was the best possible partner because he could even trust her with his own life, and thought that the more he got to know her, the more he doubted whether he knew the real her. Miriam, smiling widely, thanked him. Biting his lips, the protagonist saw her smile for the first time, which gave him goosebumps. He held out the weapon, saying that the leader's red sword and the blue sword were like items from the same set, and it suited her perfectly, and she politely accepted it. Holding the katana in her hands, the swordswoman had a familiar feeling as if she owned it and liked it, and notifications about the completion of the task appeared. Houses were visible in the daytime, and it was said that the Alliance used to be the main force of the Holy City. The team was sitting at the table, and it was said that now it was only a shadow of its former glory. An explanation appeared that the main forces were still here, and now the question was whether they could be trusted, and Baekwu, raising his palm, choked. He, lowering his hands, thanked everyone for coming to the meeting, and added that before getting down to business, he asked them to summarize the current situation. The boy opened his mouth and said that the only goal that the players of this world had was vague, namely to become the successor of a god, and they couldn't know how exactly to become one. He was sure that very few would make it to the end, to which Kulhun looked at him and asked how he knew, and he answered that it was because of the gifts. Baekwu lowered his eyebrows and exclaimed that when the ranking system was first introduced, all the elites like them received gifts, and asked what they thought happened to those who weren't chosen. The team, sitting at the table, thought that they would probably die. The boy spread his palms and asked why they, the likely winners, should serve these losers, and one of the guild members replied that it was a bit too much. He said that if word got out about the second rebellion, and suddenly a fist banged. Kang, clenching his fingers, exclaimed that the master should keep his mouth shut, since Baekwu had already discussed this with him, and if he was finished protesting, he could ask questions. The girl, sweating on her face, said that if it became known that they would not lead the city, it would cause a negative reaction. Baekwu, lowering his eyebrows, said that this was true, and they needed this power to prepare for war with other cities, but these were more likely to be their potential enemies. He, biting his lips, thought that individually they may be smart, but when they unite in a group, they become stupid, and they were even pushed to commit that disaster, and there is no guarantee of what awaits them. The boy, holding his hands behind his back, said that they had a plan and began to say the name, and Kang continued that it was Noah's Ark. He, hitting his palm, said that if people found out about this, then he was sure that there was no need to explain what the consequences would be, and therefore let them keep everything to themselves and behave carefully. At night, a small structure appeared. The handle of a katana was visible. The representative of the Divine Sea was spinning in different directions. A candle was burning behind him. He, baring his teeth, remembered the words that did he think that the Divine Sea was still worthy of existence, because he bragged that Japan was the best and then lost to Korea, and this is a shame for the Japanese, and muttered that to hell with this Japan. Uchida, entering the room, said that if people heard this, they would not remain silent, to which Ryasuke asked, so what if they did, and added that they were no longer the Divine Sea. The warrior turned his head and asked why he was there, since he had clearly asked that no one come while he was training, if possible, and was told that he had reasons. He put his hands on his hips and asked if this concerned Shin, to which he was told that it did, and asked if he had still refused to take revenge on Korea. Turning away, Ryasuke told him to tell him that he was not planning to return. Uchida scratched his head and wondered how many times this had happened. The Divine Sea representative bit his lips and thought that this city was hopeless, and that Japan had completely rotted away. The stranger, looking at him, interrupted and apologized, asking if he could talk to him. He smiled and said that it would not take much time, just a couple of minutes. The man, taking up his weapon, asked who he was, because judging by his tone and accent he was Korean, and the guy exclaimed that he had heard that he was a fair man, and a samurai from Samurai who cared for the weak, but that was not the full picture, was it? A blow from the katana cut part of Songwoo's hood. The warrior, putting down his weapon, exclaimed that enough nonsense, and let them take off their hoods first. He, opening his mouth, continued that the girl should not take a step, and if she wanted, he would cut off their hand, to which he received the answer that if she lost her hand, his body would explode at that moment. The protagonist, taking off his hood, asked Yukiko to step aside, and said that since he wanted to see his face, then so be it, and Ryasuke clarified his name. The protagonist, smiling, introduced himself with a false name. The Divine Sea representative lowered his eyebrows and said that a part of him wanted to cut him, but he would listen first. Seong-Hu closed his eyes and asked if he wanted to take revenge on Korea. The warrior, through the sweat on his face, thought about what he was saying, because he himself was Korean, and he was asking about revenge on his country. The protagonist, stretching out his palms, exclaimed that the group that currently controlled the divine city of South Korea was an alliance, namely a completely rotten organization, and in the recent war between the cities, the top brass hid items in order to survive themselves and use force against people. Ryasuke frowned and clarified if this meant that they needed his power. The protagonist, smirking, replied that it was, and if he joined the revolution and helped them, they would sign a new treaty with Japan, promising an alliance. The warrior, looking at his interlocutor, said that he did not trust them very much yet, and if he noticed anything strange, he would count his head and heard a positive answer. Sonhu, walking down the street, muttered that although he had brought Yukiko to hide his identity, he was caught too easily. The representative of the Divine Sea opened the door to the cafe. The protagonist, sitting at the table, asked if it was true that they could talk here, and what if anyone heard, and the warrior said that they could, and he would keep an eye on everything. The representative of the Divine Sea, opening his mouth, asked what they were asking for help with, and what exactly they needed help with, adding that they were unlikely to simply gather people and attack. The protagonist, sitting opposite, said that his main plan now was to attack the leadership, to which Ryasuke clarified whether he meant the leader. Sunhu raised his eyebrows and replied that the Divine Sea was a huge guild with him at the center, but the alliance was different, and Kang was undoubtedly the strongest, but the chain of command in the various armed forces was different and had control over the guild. He slammed his hand on the table and added that by creating a small conflict between them and disrupting their chain of command, the maximum amount of chaos would occur. The warrior opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was not enough to get rid of the leaders, because those in the middle were also important, and also asked how they planned to deal with them. The protagonist lowered his head and said that they would do it through a mass uprising. He extended his palm and said that they had already lured the middle managers to their side, and if something happened, they would use them to keep each other in check, but the main problem was the main leader, and Ryasuke said that they came to ask them to deal with them. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist added that the French would also help them, which surprised the warrior. Introducing the people holding the French flag, Seongwoo said that their defeat in the war against Korea cost them countless lives, and now there were only 100 of them left, and they promised to take revenge on Korea, and there were even those who wanted to move to Japan if the plan worked. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the Divine Sea representative did not expect that even France was in on the deal and thought that his offer was tempting, but for some reason he was worried. He reasoned through sweat on his face that if Korea and Japan united, then Korea's defeat would affect them too, and there was not much choice. The warrior clarified how much time they had left, to which the protagonist replied that about a month. Sitting at the table, Ryasuke exclaimed that he could send a spy to the Divine City, and with their infiltration abilities, they would be able to get him there. And the boy said that it was possible, but they should not send too many people, and if they were caught, he would be of no help. The Divine Sea representative, closing his eyes, said that they should not worry, because he only needed one person to get there, to which the interlocutor said that he would definitely get one. Ryasuke, lowering his eyebrows, knew that Henzo was an expert in stealth, infiltration, and information gathering, and he would easily find out if this young man was telling the truth. Folding his arms, he added that he should leave the hostage here, to which the protagonist replied that he trusted him unconditionally. But the warrior continued that if not a hostage, then at least an item of legendary rank as collateral. The protagonist, getting up from the table, asked if he would wait a bit, saying that he would bring his comrade, and the interlocutor allowed him to take his time. The door of the cafe creaked open. Seongwoo, going behind the building, thought that everything could go wrong, and they would try to kill him, and therefore he could not stay alone. He, taking out a magic book, added that Yukiko already had a task. Ryasuke, folding his hands, heard an apology for making him wait. He saw a stranger in full uniform. Shaking his head, the warrior clarified whether this was a hostage, and having received a positive answer, said that he had a mask under his helmet, and was there a reason to go so far to hide his appearance. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that Purpura's class was rather eccentric, because the half-demon transformed her body, but she did not like her appearance, so he was hiding. The Divine Sea representative, sweat on his face, said that it was strange, and realized that it was logical, and in Japan there are special classes that can also transform their bodies, like Oni or werewolves. He crossed his arms and exclaimed that he would let the hostage in, and the protagonist believed that he would protect Mrs. Purple and received a positive answer. Seongwoo closed his eyes and asked if they could now move on to their plan, and thought that he had no choice but to accept his offer, and he also took the hostage, although it was ruthless. Ryasuke, biting his lips, believed him, but if there was even the slightest inconsistency in his story, he would pay. Ju appeared, opening her mouth wide and shouting if he could hold out longer, to which the knight apologized. She, frowning, said that when he got tired, let him speak right away, because a lot of people would like to be in his place. The boy, sweat on his face, replied that he would try harder, thinking that he had paid 300,000 to get here with the best players, so he couldn't give up. Raising her spear, the girl exclaimed that then they could move on, and the knights obeyed her. Ju, opening her mouth, told Magi to focus on him, and heard the statement. Clenching her fists, she exceeded the accumulation of magic by 500%, and increased the power of spells by 250%. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, shouted the skill Fire Pillar. A powerful burst of flame was visible. All the monsters began to burn quickly. The warriors, wide-eyed, were surprised that she had destroyed the evil spirits with one spell, and the power of her attack in this case was comparable to the power of top players. Through the sweat on her face, Ju suggested calling it a day, and the knight said that they had only fulfilled the condition of the first level and asked her to do more since they had started. She, closing her eyes, answered that it was impossible because their contract only assumed passage up to this point, and in addition to him, their support was needed by many others. The girl grinned maliciously, thinking that this was a lie, and she had barely recruited this group, but she had to pretend to be an important person so he would not wait for the truth and she could no longer use magic. She had several gold coins in her hand. Walking down the street, she muttered that she had been preparing for 10 days, but had not earned as much as she expected. Ju, closing her eyes, thought that she needed to pay for a lot of things, but this would not be enough because she could not even buy one ability. Ellie, standing around the corner, thought she was a pathetic swindler and wondered what Sunhu saw in her since she was a level 3. She, imagining the protagonist, reasoned that if she were to be described in one word, Ju would be an idiot because she was incompetent and greedy and therefore perfect for this job. Ju, standing in front of the man, asked why he wouldn't let her in, adding that even though she looked like that, she had even learned a unique level ability, to which he replied that that wasn't the issue. They were now planning to go to the lair of the crazy flame spirit. The guy, raising his palm, asked if she had freezing magic, and she said that she had it up to the 4th circle and heard that it wouldn't even leave a scratch on the boss. The girl, with her head down, listened to his apologies that it would be better to find another team. Ellie, smiling, found out that she was rejected for the team, and this was the perfect moment. She snapped her fingers and used 2 skills that would make her face hard to remember, and people with less magical power, wisdom, and luck would easily reach out to her. The blonde, closing her eyes, asked if she could talk to Ju, to which she received an answer that she had no reason to talk to her. Ellie, smirking, realized that she was staying alert and said that it would only take a little time, and if she didn't like something, she could refuse. Ju, turning around, told her to hurry up and clarified what she needed. The blonde, holding out her palm, asked if she remembered what happened during the survival mission. The girl, lowering her head, wondered if she had come to take revenge on her and said that she didn't understand what she was talking about. A guy in knight armor appeared above them, and Ellie asked if she remembered him, who had helped her then, and he had informed her and given her food, and Ju exclaimed that she seemed to remember, and asked if he had sent her. Opening her mouth, the blonde explained that this was true, and he had important business with her, which was why she had come, to which her interlocutor replied that she did not take on dangerous tasks. Raising her finger, Ellie said that 100 million would be in advance, and later she would receive even more, which surprised the girl greatly. The female mage, narrowing her eyes, added that not everyone could handle it, and it had to be her. Ju, through the sweat on her face, asked what needed to be done. The blonde, coming closer, said that they were going to drive out the rotten government by organizing their own group. 2 guys were walking down the street. Their badge showed up, and someone thought that judging by their chest badges, they were members of the Order of the Flowering Knights of the Alliance. A guild member brushed against a warrior, and the latter apologized. He grabbed his shoulder and shouted whether he even saw the one who was right under his nose, to which the guy said that he had apologized, and the offended one asked so what, did it relieve him of guilt, and was he just showing off because he had this badge? The man of their order, holding out his palm, exclaimed that he had only brushed against him with his shoulder, and the guild member angrily clarified that he imagined that he was in a movie. He frowned and said that they were walking around here in groups and pretending to be God knows who. The warrior, turning his partner around, suggested that he just leave, to which the latter did not understand why everyone wanted to start a fight with them. The guy, clenching his jaw, said that the Alliance was protecting the Divine City, and why were people so ungrateful, even though they created the Falcon, but nothing had changed. At night, the roofs of houses were visible, and a member of the order said that he should return first because he had business. The man, approaching the counter, said that he had special service as usual, and the bartender replied that he should go to the top floor. He was peeking around the corner. Ju, standing in the middle of the room, shouted about Kang's expensive equipment. The warrior sat down, and the girl continued that their equipment was not even worth their supplies. She, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that they were very greedy people, and they shared useful information only with each other and used innocent people as shields, never bearing responsibility for it. A guy in the audience raised his hand and asked if the top players fought for them during the war with France, thus repaying them. Wasn't that true? To which he heard that they did it because otherwise they themselves would have died. Ju, lowering her head, added that besides, they almost lost anyway, and they were lucky that France surrendered, because in their plans they only figured as expendable material, and then the brunette agreed with her. The girl, with her jaw open, shouted that they won the war with Japan only because they risked their lives, but all the money they got from Japan went straight into their pockets. Ellie, biting her lips, understood why Sunhu chose her. The people's eyes widened, and she continued that she used very few emotion spells on these people, but it was enough to turn their meeting into a cult meeting. Hanzo, standing around the corner, muttered that he had been studying the Korean city for several days and could confirm that most of what Gildong had said was true. He ran to the window and added that Korea was fighting France and there were disagreements between classes in Korea, and secret meetings to discuss the alliance also existed. Jumping on the roofs of the building, the scout realized that 99% of this was enough to stop learning more. Adjusting his scarf, he thought that if there was even a 10th chance of trouble, then Ryasuke's life would be in danger. Hanzo used the summoning technique, and something began to appear from the ground. The alliance member, noticing a rat, was scared. The warriors, standing outside, did not understand where the rat came from, but did not feel magic. The guy, entering the room, said to himself that there was no one here, and were they too frivolous? A stack of books was visible. He opened the shelf. Hans, taking the textbooks on periodic censuses and negotiations of senior officials, realized that this was it. His eyes widened as he heard the door creak open. Kang looked around the office thoughtfully. He looked over the table under which Hans was sitting. The guildmaster, lowering his head, said that he thought someone was here and wondered if he had imagined it. The scout, crossing his fingers, found out that it was a Korean top 1 player, and fortunately his stealth ability worked well. Kang scratched the back of his head, and the guy thought that he should carefully get out of here so as not to be caught. Daya began to appear. He, lowering his eyebrows, said that he left. The guildmaster, opening his mouth in fear, asked if he was here, adding that he did not notice that he was hiding, to which he received the answer that although he specializes in fighting, he is still a thief, and that guy is not simple. Yae raised his palm and said that if he hadn't been in ambush, having predicted the arrival of the burglar, he wouldn't have noticed him, and he was even able to steal all their data from under their noses. Kang, with sweat on his face, asked if such an experiment existed, and added that they should work on strengthening their people and recruiting talented ones, and it was good that they took the bait. The killer, smiling, exclaimed that the thief even saw the notes from the secret meeting in the boxes, to which the leader asked if this would be enough to get rid of them. Yae lowered his head and replied that this was definitely enough, and he was worried that this could develop into something big. Kang, biting his lips, thought. Remembering Bikwa, he thought that his plan was simple, but they would have to act meanly. A masked man appeared, and the guild leader explained that the alliance had gotten involved because the hospitality of the townspeople had made it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. The man was seen taking out a knife. Bikwa raised his palm and said that the previous conflict was due to their inexperience, and they had to suffer, but at the same time, they had gained something in return. He continued with a frown that it was now possible to roughly understand who was a friend and who was an enemy. Kang widened his eyes and asked Yae if he understood what he had said, to which he replied that his brain only worked when it came to fighting. The boy extended his hand and said that the alliance started with the Getuf clan, and its size and strength were its greatest advantage, but also its greatest weakness. Baekwu, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that in a situation where they couldn't trust each other, it was impossible to know who to trust and where to draw the line. He, looking at the killer, added that his plan was to intentionally reveal information about the alliance to the outside world, and Yae asked if it was risky. The boy, taking the paper, told him not to worry too much, because he would slightly adjust the most important information, and together with a small group of people he trusted, they would accidentally let it fall into the hands of others. A bright outline of a boat appeared, and Baekwu explained that when they assessed how fast the information was spreading, what rank and number of people, then they would implement the ARC plan and divide this information based on each person's ability to influence others. The room was bright, and he gave examples of different people and their classes, and suggested distributing them that way. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, said that depending on the class, they would determine the order in which to help in case of danger, to which Yae asked if this was too inhumane. Kang, folding his arms, exclaimed that it was pointless to protect everyone, and asked if he had a better idea than Baekwu, and the assassin replied that he did not. The guild leader, lowering his eyebrows, said that since they had decided, they would do it right, adding that everyone was starting to speak out against the alliance, so be it, and they would use this chance to remove all the scoundrels who were hiding in sheepskins. In the evening, a small building was visible. Ryasuke asked if this was true, to which the man in the robe, kneeling, replied that he personally found this information in Kang's room. The Divine Sea representative lowered his brow and thought that Hanzo's abilities were definitely trustworthy, but for some reason, he felt a sense of uneasiness lingering in his neck. Folding his arms, the man stated that the other man seemed to be telling the truth, and he would send his ranks as requested, and would also add half of the promised number, and asked if that was enough. The protagonist grinned and replied that they were honored to have such experienced people lend them their support, and then mentally thanked the man for his help, and suggested that it would be great if he made it out alive and they could meet again. Looking at the carriages, the protagonist thought that he couldn't believe that the Divine Sea representative had asked him to help 60 people infiltrate the Divine City, and he realized that he really didn't want to do that. With his hands down, the young man asked if everyone here could be trusted and if they would reveal the plan, to which Ryasuke asked him not to worry because he trusted them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he agreed since the man was so confident, to which the latter explained that, moreover, each of them was a talented fighter. Extending his hand forward, the samurai informed the master that everyone had hidden in the carriage, to which the latter responded approvingly. Xionghu turned away and said that they would meet in front of the gates to the Divine City and would act according to the plan, and the man noted that it was he who needed to be careful not to get caught. Closing his lips, the representative realized that this was their last chance. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man called out to Uchida, to which the latter asked him not to shout because he could hear perfectly well. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man said that, as the master had asked, they had replaced all the equipment with first class but had had to spend everything that had been saved up. Lowering his eyebrows, Ryasuke stated that they could always save up more, but this chance might not present itself. Raising his palm, Uchida noted that even the French would join them, and asked if there would be too many of them, considering the people from the Korean side, to which the leader replied that he thought there wouldn't even be enough. The man looked down and asked if the young man had forgotten that woman. Remembering her image, Uchida named Mirin. Ryasuke raised his fist and said that he wasn't sure they had enough strength to defeat her, and considering that there were also rankers on the enemy's side, it would be even more difficult, to which the fighter admitted that he had underestimated them. Taking out his katana from its sheath, he declared that victory would not be easy this time. A samurai surrounded by dragons appeared, and the representative said that the Sword of 10 Fists was a divine sword that the Japanese god inherited from his father and used to kill the monster. The blade of the weapon was shining, and Riske thought that due to its mystical origin, its power was not like the swords he had used before. The man explained to the fighter that no matter what method they had to resort to, they could even cheat, to which the young man, clenching his jaw, remained silent. The glowing outline of the animals was visible, and the representative thought about whether it was not mean to meet a furious beast that threatened life, regardless of the method, and answered himself that it was probably necessary. The wheel of the cart appeared. Standing in front of the tree, Songwoo said that they had arrived, and he would take the reins for now, and the representative of the Divine Sea should hide with the others, to which he agreed. The city's protector, with his mouth slightly open, asked the strangers to stop. The protagonist said that the guy saw that there was nothing there and asked to let him pass, to which the warrior, holding a spear in his hands, said that he still had to check, and the young man clarified why, because it was empty. Peering out from behind the fabric, Riske was surprised, because he thought that Songwoo had already bribed the guards, but had he really forgotten about the most banal things? The guard thoughtfully looked at the cart. Putting the spear on his shoulder, the guy said that everything was fine and he checked, and the representative exhaled. The spearman ordered to bring everything to the warehouse, and they would count it tomorrow, to which the protagonist, with his mouth open in surprise, asked that this was usually not done right away. The guard's shoulder appeared, and he explained that the guy had not yet heard that the Alliance forces had been sent for large-scale training, and today was a peak day, so there were quite a few personnel, after which he asked to let him know when the guy was finished. Riske clenched his jaw and thought about the city's protector's words about a large-scale training. The protagonist stood at the door of the warehouse. He glanced at the barrel and said that everyone could come out. People climbed out of the cart and sighed loudly, saying that their backs hurt. The warriors looked around and said that the warehouse was completely normal and that it was safe, so they could stay for the night. Raising his hand, the representative said that if something unexpected happened, they would act casually, to which Songwoo replied that he understood. Closing the door of the room, he said that he would step aside for now. The warehouse closed and it became dark. The protagonist in a black robe walked down the street, and the players wondered if this was the guy who made France surrender in the proxy war, and Kang made him the head of the Falcon, and only this guy wears such a mask. One of the players frowned and asked if it was too tasteless, and another asked if he thought so too, since the outfit was weird. Xionghu pursed his lips, thinking about how he thought it was normal clothing, but it turned out to be ugly. The guard held out his hand and said that the guy can't enter, to which he asked why he can't enter the Alliance headquarters, since he is an advisor and the leader of the Falcon. The warrior opened his mouth in alarm and began to speak, and the protagonist interrupted him and said that he did not want to abuse his authority, but the guard had no reason to stop him. The protagonist entered the building, and the guy at the entrance remained silent. The maid, putting her hands in her pockets, said that she was glad to meet the ghost, but he could not go further despite the fact that he was an advisor, to which the guy thought about the fact that she was an NPC. Raising his palm, the protagonist asked if she could call Kang, to which the maid asked to wait for him over a cup of tea. While waiting, Songwoo drank tea. Some time later, he sat with his hands folded. After that, the guy touched his hair with his hand. He tapped his finger on the table and wondered where he carried Kang. A muscular arm appeared. The king of the spear sat down at the table, and the protagonist asked if the Alliance knew how to properly receive guests, to which the interlocutor replied that not all guests were the same, and even a second spent on the young man was a waste of time. Grinning, the protagonist said that he learned something interesting. The interlocutor, closing his lips, remained silent and thought that he was not sure about the others, but this guy had brains in the right place. Kang asked what the protagonist wanted in return, to which he replied, smiling, that since they had known each other for a long time, he would give a discount and take a little less than 30,000 guilds. The Spear King put the bag on the table and said that there were 30,000 in it, and he could take 200 for himself. The protagonist said that it was very kind of him, and the interlocutor told him to start telling the story. Lowering his chin, Seonghu asked if Kang had noticed the rising tension in the city, and said that his information network had learned that someone was planning to attack the alliance leaders when they gathered. The other man folded his arms in thought, wondering if there was anyone so stupid. The protagonist opened his eyes and realized that Kang might already know something, since he paused before answering. Sitting on a chair, the guy said that he couldn't find a seat, but he heard that the leaders were having a secret meeting today, and then asked if that was true and received a positive answer. Frowning, the Spear King muttered to himself that after they accidentally let secret information fall into the hands of an outsider, he had purposefully tried not to change anything, and even gave a secret order to intentionally ignore the invaders, but the ghost was definitely up to something. Looking away from the other man, Kang thought about the guy coming to warn him of the danger, which was unexpected. Seonghu stated that there would be several Japanese among the attackers, to which the King of Spear placed his hands on the table and asked him again, and then thought about why the Japanese would suddenly take on this. Lowering his chin, the protagonist explained that they were all high-ranking players led by the former head of the Divine Sea. The youth continued that Japan was hiding in the Divine City and was waiting for the right moment now, to which Kang, with his mouth wide open, asked where they were. With the corners of his lips lowered, the protagonist apologized and said that he could not tell him, since they would not be caught by thoughtlessly attacking the base, and then added that they were planning to join the resistance forces, so they just needed to wait until they themselves gathered together. A bead of sweat appeared on Kang's face, and he thought that the youth was right, and they would be able to defeat the opponents when they were together. And Biku checked the information about the ghost and found nothing. It was a mysterious character, but capable. Opening his mouth in alarm, the Spear King realized that he would have to cooperate with him. The Divine Sea representative approached the window and began to think about the fact that the Alliance would be meeting in a building in a remote area of the Divine City slums. A man appeared, who said that the head of the Divine Sea was already here. Glancing at the priest, the hero thought that this man was strong, and if his intuition was correct, then his indicators were 1.5 times higher than the top ranker of Japan. Raising his hand, Riske clarified who it was, to which Ju replied that it was Wolf, a representative of France, but he himself was from Germany. The Divine Sea representative shook the apostle's hand and introduced himself, after which he admitted that he was worried, but meeting him calmed him down, to which Wolf replied that in his opinion, he was strongly supported. The priest smiled and asked if he could ask him a question, to which the interlocutor said that he could find out anything. Closing his eyes, the apostle asked if the interlocutor believed in God. The leader of the Divine Sea looked at the man questioningly. He lowered his hands and replied that he was very sincere about his faith, and Wolf was happy about this and asked about the others. Pointing at his team, the representative stated that everyone here was devout, to which the apostle exclaimed that it was a very pleasant sight. Closing his eyes, Ryasuk thought that this was a lie, because most believed in Buddha, local gods, or were atheists, but why not play along to make the atmosphere more friendly? Grinning, the man continued to think about how Germany had already lost its cities, and France was on the verge of destruction, and if he lured Wolf to Japan, he would serve as an excellent support for them. Spreading his palms, the priest said that he placed most of his people in the rear because they were archers and magicians, and he himself would fight in the front lines, to which the interlocutor replied that this was great because he had most of the melee fighters. Looking out the window, Ju said that they should stop chatting because the target was already coming. Risuk saw a guy walking down the street. A muscular man appeared, and the head of the Divine Sea realized that it was Kang. He was surprised that the King of the Spear came without an escort, to which Wolf, closing his eyes, explained that this was a secret meeting, so an escort would only interfere. Near the entrance to the building stood 2 people in robes. Under the hood, the face of a guy in a mask was visible. Risuk clarified what positions the people who entered there held, to which Ju, anxiously opening her mouth, clarified whether he was talking to her and received a positive answer. Putting a finger to her lips, the girl wondered how she knew this, because she was not taken into at least some significant teams, and whether it was because Ellie approached her. She closed her eyes and explained that they were the captain of the legendary regiment, the Flower Knights, and several guild leaders of the Alliance, to which Risuk asked if she was sure. Ju opened her mouth wide and exclaimed if the man didn't trust her, to which he replied that he didn't mean that, he just wanted to clarify, and then apologized if he had offended her. Looking away, the Divine Sea representative thought that she didn't seem like someone who could be trusted to get upset over such a trivial matter. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl realized that she had almost embarrassed herself. Taking the magic spear in her hand, Ju declared that it was time to begin, and explained that when she used magic, people from all over the city would rise up and the sudden chaos would cause the city to collapse for a while. She said that everyone should prepare to attack, because they couldn't miss anyone, to which Wolf, holding out his palm, said that there was no need to worry about them. The priest lowered the corners of his lips and asked if the girl could hit in a way that would hit everyone in the building. Frowning, she thought about how he dared to judge her capabilities, and she would show her strength. The fighters pointed their palms at Ju, and she thought about how it might not be very convenient for attacking one or a small target, but if she put more magic power, the attack would become noticeably stronger, and the system sent notifications about exceeding the mana storage. Risque closed his lips and thought that it was somehow long. A stream of fiery energy appeared in front of the girl, and she shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Lowering the spear down, she formed a wall of fire. The space in front of the window was filled with flames. Wolf was surprised, and the Divine Sea representative smiled and said that this was an incredible amount of power, and then wondered if she could kill everyone with this blow at once. Streams of magical energy enveloped the buildings on the street, and someone thought they could hear explosions and the roar of fire everywhere. The Divine Sea representative looked out the window and realized that everything was going according to plan. A silhouette of a person was visible through the flames, and one of the fighters exclaimed that someone was coming. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted in surprise that these people withstood the flames. Lowering his chin, Kang noted that, to be more precise, he did not withstand, but stopped it. A blue glow struck the wall of fire, and the Spear King explained that he also possessed strong magic. A team of fighters led by Kang appeared. Frowning, Risque said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guild leader, with his mouth slightly open, asked why he was here. Holding his spear out in front of him, the Spear King thought that deep down he hoped that the ghost was wrong, because who knew that of all people, a fellow countryman would come up with the idea of bringing people from Japan here to attack. The samurai stood by the window and exclaimed that there was no need to be afraid, because the opponents were just people, and there were more of them, and they would not lose even if they tried. Grinning viciously, Kang said that their assumption that they would not lose because of the greater number of people was wrong. Baku extended his hand forward. A sacred divine barrier appeared in front of the building, which was impossible to enter or exit. Placing his weapon on the ground, the Spear King declared that the 4 of them would be enough for all the opponents. The mage waved his hand, creating a stream of magical energy. Ryask said that the opponents also had a boost, and Ju, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed why the ghost was with them. Frowning, the girl stated that he was the leader of the Falcon, and asked if he should not be with them, since he was obliged to be on the side of the weak. Raising his head, Xianghu asked if it did not seem like the majority was oppressing the minority, and besides, in his opinion, the alliance did not make a mistake for which the other countries should punish them. Lowering her chin, Ju asked if the boy would fight against them. Smirking, he replied that this was how things turned out. Pointing a spear out the window, the girl ordered the samurai to kill the rivals. Kang instantly repelled the warriors' attacks. His back appeared, and he said that he would not spare them, to which the opponents exclaimed that the King of the Spear did not endure long battles, so they needed to wear him out. The system reported that the magic of blessing enveloped Risque's body, and he, with his mouth wide open, shouted that after losing to Miriam, he sharpened his blade, waiting for a second chance. Looking at the man, the girl asked if they had met. Gritting his teeth, the Divine Sea representative thought about whether he was not worthy of being remembered by her. Clenching his hand into a fist, he called out loudly for Uchida. With the corners of her lips pulled down, the magic sword said that if he did not want to disappoint her, he should use all his strength, and then thought that she could practice on him with the dual blue and scarlet swords and the title she had recently received. Frowning, Ryasuk shouted for the girl to get ready, and the system reported that the divine power of the 10-fist sword was being released. In Miriam's hand, a scarlet sword was visible, used for attack, and its characteristics were displayed. In the other hand, a blue sword was used for defense, and its characteristics were also displayed. The girl crossed her weapons in front of her, thus equipping a set of dual swords, and all her stats increased by 50, after which she thought that she had increased her effectiveness in one-on-one battles with the power of the formless sword. Ryasuk clenched his jaw in alarm. Uchida held his katanas in front of him. The heroes attacked the girl and shouted for her to die. Miriam opened her eyes in fear. Streams of magic hung over the city. The protagonist laughed, and the samurai asked why everyone was fighting and he was doing nothing, and why he was laughing. Putting his hand to his face, Xianghu thought that due to the nameless book and the bonuses to the stats from Fiamona, his magical power and wisdom had exceeded the 1,000-point mark, and this in itself was amazing. Smiling, the guy thought that thanks to the enhancement, his other stats had exceeded this figure, and then the system reported that he had received the nickname Superman, and to complete the first task, he needed to visit the temple. The protagonist's silhouette was in the shadows, and he was laughing evilly. One of the samurai, with the corners of his lips downturned, asked why the guy was laughing, and another asked if he was crazy. Holding his hand in front of his face, the protagonist apologized for showing them his pathetic side. The warriors surrounded him and shouted that he needed to attack and beat the enemy. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist realized that normally it would be a little difficult for him, but not now. Xiang took hold of the hilt of his weapon. He struck the knight's shield, to which the knight exclaimed what kind of devilish power this was. The patterns on the protagonist's robe were visible, and he asked if the rivals had come for a picnic, and asked them not to let their guard down in the middle of the fight. The protagonist dodged the warrior's attack. The rival pierced the ally's neck and screamed loudly. The protagonist turned around and wondered what could be more stupid than being distracted on the battlefield. A moment later, he struck the warrior. The enemy flew into the distance, and Xiang thought that he had simply grazed him, and the effect was so strong. The samurai, opening his mouth wide, shouted for the knights to kill the guy and cut off his head because he was a monster. Grinning, the protagonist said that even he was hurt to hear such things, but the opponents could not worry because in fact he was a very kind person and would try to capture them alive. The warrior exclaimed what nonsense he was talking, to which the protagonist, closing his eyes, clarified whether the man did not understand because he had not killed anyone yet. Taking his hand, the samurai screamed. The bodies of dying fighters were visible on the ground. Holding the book forward, the protagonist explained that they may be in pain, but they are alive, to which the warrior exclaimed that he was a scumbag. The protagonist grabbed his hand, to which he winced in pain. Grinning, Xiang repeated that he would only try not to kill him, because life was valuable to him and he considered it precious, so he tried not to kill if possible, to which the opponent said that he was the devil. The spread of the book lit up brightly, and the protagonist asked to stop senseless resistance. Energy flows formed around him, and he suggested that the samurai surrender, to which he sighed heavily. A powerful explosion was seen, and Baekwu thought about how impressive he was by a magic ritual with such a radius. Raising his hand up, the young man understood that only one person could use so many spells, because it was very difficult to maintain the required amount of mana and concentration, and the magic blow of a ghost was not available to a magic swordsman. A magic sphere was visible above the city, from which loud exclamations were heard, and Baekwu thought that perhaps his wisdom indicator had exceeded the 1,000 mark. There were 3 people standing on the roof of the house, one of whom said that he couldn't see anything because of the dust, and the other asked to keep them under control. Sung closed his eyes and explained that he shouldn't mindlessly use magic if he couldn't see anything, to which the girl asked when he got there. He grabbed his opponent by the neck, to which she cried out in pain. The fighters moved towards the protagonist, and he asked if they were going to attack, and they shouted for the cunning bastard to let go of the woman. One of the warriors took off his hood and said that he surrendered, and offered to end it all here since he was brought against his will, to which the protagonist clarified if it was his choice. Opening his mouth wide, the young man exclaimed that he had nothing to do with these people. The fighters were silent, their lips pressed together, and the protagonist saw that they were scared. Putting his hand on his forehead, he thought that this was dangerous since you can get addicted to it, after which he laughed. Sunwoo held his hand out and said he didn't agree with it, to which the warrior asked him to wait since he had said he was giving up. The protagonist smirked and explained that the guy didn't understand something since they weren't playing chess, but fighting with their lives at stake, and then asked if it sounded strange that they didn't have to do anything since they were forced to. Taking the exhausted hostage by the neck, the guy forced her to say that she agreed with Mr. Ghost. The warrior clenched his teeth in fear and exclaimed that he was controlling her like a doll. The girl rolled her eyes, and she could be heard saying that these people were losers who didn't care about life, and they just went with the flow, pursuing only benefits, and the protagonist noticed that she had some kind of spot on her neck. The fighters asked if he was crazy, and the protagonist, having released the hostage, said that she was very weak since she had already died. Covering his face with his hand, he explained that the opponents needed to pull themselves together because a pathetic apology would not help them escape responsibility, and they began to fight, inviting the Japanese and top players, putting the residents of this city under serious threat. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he was not going to accept their surrender and hoped that they would understand the weight of the crimes they had committed while they were screaming in pain. With one blow, the guy knocked off the head of one of the warriors. The guy pulled his weapon back, and the fighters screamed that they would only get out alive if they killed this bastard. Sunwoo made attacks, leaving blood in the air, and understood that when fighting top players like Mirin, you need to use tricks. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he would never defeat them with simple strength because he felt all his stress dissipate. Killing the opponents one by one, he said that after this he will not be a good guy. The samurai hid behind the houses, and Kang said that they wanted to meet him, and here he was, then asked why they were hiding like rats. Lowering his head, the warrior made a sound. Opening his mouth wide, the guildmaster exclaimed if he was there. The Spear King shouted for him to catch, and at that very moment, a magical weapon pierced the fighter's body. Covering his mouth with his hand, the samurai understood that Kang found everyone who made a sound, but everyone was too tired to fight and hide, but he himself considered the opponent a simple idiot, strong, but stupid. A shadow fell on the face of the guildmaster, and he noted that the opponent probably considered him a fool who rose only thanks to strength, and admitted that he received help from a disgusting person. But for now his own strength was enough. Kang frowned and asked him if he knew what that meant, and he answered that they had lost. Mirin deftly dodged the blows, and Uchida thought about how she was blocking all the attacks, and he couldn't believe that she didn't have a scratch on her, and Ryasuke felt like he was cutting the air with a sword. With his mouth wide open, the Divine Sea representative thought about how even the greatest geniuses had their limits, and Mirin's talent should have reached the top as well, and they would have had a chance if they trained more and used better items. The red outline of the heroes appeared, and the Divine Sea representative continued that he was wrong, because they were getting stronger just like her, and the gap between them could have become even wider. Clenching his jaw, the man thought that her sword and clothes were new, and the girl said that she had already gotten used to them, and thanked him for it. Uchida asked her again, to which the magic sword, holding the weapon in front of her, explained that thanks to the two of them, she had gotten used to the swords quite quickly, and she had not had the pleasure of fighting for a long time, but was gradually beginning to see the end, and suggested finishing. The system reported the special ability of the 10-fist swords, and Ryasuke, baring his teeth, exclaimed that she was a damn girl. He rushed towards his opponent and called out loudly to his ally. Mirin used both hands to protect herself from the attacks. Opening her mouth, she declared that they were quite good, to which the opponent was indignant, forcing her to close her mouth. Opening his mouth wide, the representative of the Divine Sea shouted that they swung their swords tens of thousands of times a day, and even when they closed their eyes and slept, they replayed the days in their minds, and fought over and over again. Lightning surrounded the man's weapon, and he declared that he could not forgive the girl for gaining this power without any effort. Swinging, he thought that his sword would cut through anything, and there was nothing that it could not cut, and then shouted for his opponent to die. Uchida, frowning, understood that the left sword should be smooth and stable, and the right one strong and stable, and then said that he would put an end to this. Mirin pursed her lips as she considered that this was the vibration of the combination ability that combined two energies, and the variant of the sea blade flow that used two types of techniques separately, which was astounding, and she felt tempted to use counterattacks. Ryasuke grinned viciously, and the girl thought that she would retaliate with a blow for a blow. Looking at Uchida, she realized that she was using a sword technique on a sword technique. The magic sword injured both opponents with one blow, and she realized that she needed to show them the difference in strength. The Divine Sea representative fell to his knees and screamed in pain. Uchida was lying on the ground, and the man asked if he was okay, and then, after receiving a quiet answer, he loudly called out for his ally. He lowered his head and explained that this was the boy's last life, but he did not regret joining the mission. Ryasuke's eyes turned red, and he was outraged at how she dared to do this. Mirin rushed towards her opponent. The girl dealt a crushing blow to the man. The back of the Divine Sea representative's head appeared. The magic sword turned away and explained that his reasons did not concern her, and if he felt insulted, he should at least become stronger and take revenge. Lowering her hands with swords down, she added that then Riske would be useful in his own way. A magic sphere was visible above the city and screams were heard. Ju, taking hold of the magic weapon, shouted that it was necessary to destroy the damned barrier and break through inside. Gritting her teeth, she thought that everything was going according to plan, but as soon as those bastards appeared, the situation changed. Each of them was capable of killing hundreds of people, after which she clarified how they could be defeated. The girl continued that it was worth hiding and decided that it was necessary, because nothing would happen to her if she hid among the buildings, and Wolf, coming up from behind, asked where she was going. Ju frowned, confused, and asked why the priest was there and if he should not be fighting. She bared her teeth angrily and said that if someone of his stature had joined forces with them, they would not be so pressed. Closing his eyes, the apostle said that this was true, but the situation was not conducive. Opening his mouth wide, the girl exclaimed that he had betrayed them and had not planned to help from the beginning. Closing his lips, Wolf admitted that he thought she was stupid, but was suddenly convinced otherwise. Ju shouted for the man to shut up, to which he, spreading his arms, replied that such words were offensive even for someone like him. 3 warriors appeared next to the girl, and the priest said that one way or another, she was truly cruel and asked how it was possible to give such orders, to which she clarified what he meant. The apostle looked away and asked if she hadn't ordered the mages and archers in the rear to attack the center indiscriminately, and her allies were there, but she didn't care about their safety. Ju clenched her teeth and exclaimed that he was lying to separate them, and ordered them to prepare their weapons and buy time at any cost to get out of here alive. The warrior, with his mouth open in alarm, said that Wolf had defeated even the magic sword, so they would not win. Frowning, the girl said that she was not asking the scum to kill him, but simply to start fighting to buy time. Glancing at the mages, she ordered them to concentrate their forces on her, to which they agreed. Ju could see flames around her, and she realized that one blow would be enough, and at first the entire building was targeted, but now one person, so she just needed to hit. The fighters moved towards the apostle, shouting that even top rankers would be hurt just like them if they were hit, and telling the enemy to attack. The heroes entered the battle. Their fists hit each other, and the warrior's bones began to break. Clenching his jaw, the boy exclaimed that this was a blow from an ascending dragon. Suddenly, Wolf grabbed his leg. The priest grabbed the hilt of his weapon. The man sharply plunged the blade into the enemy's neck. The apostle put his palm to the side and said that the merciful God would forgive them, sinners. The opponents cried out for mercy, seeing the magical glow behind Wolf's back, and he continued to appeal to God to take these poor lambs to his kingdom. The priest, spreading his arms, declared that they would all go to the magnificent kingdom of God, and he envied them, after which he added that he himself would like to get there sooner. Ju released a fire tornado and challenged the apostle to send it there. Wolf covered his face with his elbow and asked what it was. Flames were visible, and it was heard that this man did not believe in God, which meant he would die and go to hell. The priest rushed towards the girl and raged at how she dared to desperately try to kill him before he could save her, and then thought that it made no sense. Gritting her teeth, Ju realized that this madman believed that killing a believer in God was atonement. Wolf's magic blade approached the girl's neck and she declared that she did not believe in his God. The man lowered his head, still holding the weapon near her throat. The apostle worriedly asked if this was true, although last time she had definitely said the opposite, to which the girl, closing her eyes, replied that she had lied and she had never believed in him. The priest lowered the corners of his lips and explained that he had never thought that it was possible to lie about such things. Ju grinned and realized that it had worked. The man hit her on the neck with his hand. Holding 2 fingers above the girl's body, he said that she should not worry, because if she did not believe, then he would make her, because everyone deserved to go to heaven and be happy. There was a dark aura all around. A man was thinking about how they had no chance to defeat the ghost or defeat him. They rushed at him in a last-ditch attempt, intending to use all their remaining strength. The protagonist was holding a sword in his hands, and the man was shaking and thinking about how he couldn't believe that everyone died at the hands of this crazy weirdo in a mask. The protagonist stomped his foot. In an instant, the man was pinned to the wall. The protagonist came close and said that at least he wouldn't kill him. Myrene came up from behind and asked if he was okay, but the protagonist asked how they could hurt him. The girl closed her eyes and said that there was no need to be so careful. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he would never understand how to handle her. They looked at the swords and the protagonist asked if she minded collecting the items before leaving. He looked to the side and saw the body of what he thought was Uchida. The silver-haired boy opened his eyes and started to grunt in pain. The protagonist looked down at him and wondered what would happen if the necromancer's dark magic spell was activated. He looked at the system window and said that Uchida was surprisingly useful, and since he was not alive, he could be put into the inventory. They then saw Kang, and the protagonist told him that he was very happy because he thought that the guild leader would not last even 3 minutes considering how bad his body was. Kang closed his eyes and angrily told the protagonist not to say nonsense that others might misunderstand. The man opened his eyes and thought that he did not like Xianghu, but they needed a strong man on their side and he had proven his usefulness. They looked at each other and Kang thanked him. The protagonist then smiled and asked to be paid handsomely for his services as agreed. Kang took out a bag of money and gave it to the protagonist. The protagonist waved his cape and said that he was leaving. A moment later, they disappeared. Suddenly, Baku appeared and said that they seemed to have managed to put an end to it. The surrounding area was in a dark aura, and Baku said that he observed what was happening when he set up the barrier. They suffered much less losses than expected, and the rebellion was large, but the 3 top rankers helped a lot to disperse their forces. An image of warriors appeared in his mind, and he said that he hurriedly gathered the population: 70% of the Blooming Knights, 30% of the Legendary Regiment, and 24 squads of 100 people rebelled against them, and also several medium and small guilds broke away, as well as a couple of large ones. The man narrowed his eyes and said that by simple calculation, about 50,000 of the Divine City's population needed to be removed for the sake of the future. Kang frowned and thought that the alliance was not that oppressive, and yet so many people joined the revolution. Baku hung his head and thought about how angry Kang would be if he knew that they had set traps for people who were doubtful, provoking them to rebel, but he thought that no matter what the method, they had managed to weed out those who were truly loyal. He then adjusted his glasses and said that there had been many difficulties, but a new alliance had been formed. But Kang closed his eyes and thought about how the new alliance was made up of people who could be trusted and who would follow him even in the worst of situations. He smiled and thought that the staff might be reduced, but those who remained would definitely follow orders, and so in a way they were stronger now. Kang put his hand on his neck and suggested that they rest, saying that his whole body ached from all the mad running, and Biku apologized and said that he had a lot of work to do cleaning up this mess. A man was peeking out from the shadows behind them. The man frowned and decided to take revenge on them, as they were using very devious methods. However, a moment later, he was completely engulfed in a red thread. Yei destroyed him with his red thread. He raised his head and thought that he didn't even know what would have happened if he had let this man, who had managed to sneak into Kang's room in the Alliance's most guarded building, escape. He then took a step and mentally said that he was sorry to lose such a talent, but he couldn't leave him alive. The protagonist imagined a crowd of Alliance warriors and thought about how the resentment last night was greater than expected, but it didn't last long and ended quietly, as the anti-Alliance forces planned to attack the headquarters and branches at night, take the prisoners, and surround the buildings to stop all movement. The protagonist imagined the two young men and continued to think about how, since a large part of the Alliance had joined them, they thought the plan would be easy to carry out, but it was doomed from the start. The protagonist remembered Ellie and how she had been keeping a low profile on purpose to prevent further damage. He looked out the window and thought that it would be strange if the Alliance couldn't respond to a mess of this scale, being informed and prepared. Miriam crossed her arms and said that the enemies could probably gather their forces again, and the protagonist replied that she was right, but that was if it weren't for Baekwu. The girl turned away and said that she didn't like him because in the past he had stalked her, asking her to join the Alliance. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that if Baekwu took her for himself, it would be a disaster. He imagined Baekwu's appearance and mentally said that in terms of tactics, the boy was head and shoulders above him. Besides, this time he also deliberately leaked information to identify allies and enemies by the speed and range of its spread. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek and he wondered if a person was capable of such a thing. He continued to look out the window and thought that it was better not to pretend in front of the Alliance, if possible, because even if they could not be friends in arms with them, they should at least remain close enough to be trusted to carry out tasks. The protagonist stood in front of the girl and said that they would not completely destroy the Acti Alliance group they found out about, because they, in fact, simply would not notice them and would only observe, and Miriam asked if it was dangerous. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was the head of the democratic structure Falcon, and therefore, they probably dumped all the garbage on him that they themselves could not cope with, but he did not mind because he preferred to rule the lead majority. The girl looked at him and said that in the future, the Japanese could cause problems. The protagonist smiled, looking out the window, and said that she could not worry because they would return themselves. The action moves to a small house. Ryasuke suddenly woke up and screamed. He looked at the bed next to him and realized that Uchida had not survived. He placed his trembling legs on the floor and said in his mind that Hanzo should have survived, but the return here did not go as they wanted. Ryasuke fell to the floor. His subordinates came to him and said that they were very ashamed that this was all that was left. Sweat was pouring down his face. He said that he would try to recover and after a break he would send an envoy to Shin. Suddenly, two ninja rushed inside and began shouting that they all needed to be captured. The ninja began to tie up Ryasuke's subordinates. He took up his katana and wondered why the ninja of the Divine Sea attacked them. However, Shin suddenly opened his mouth and said something. He immediately used his technique and Ryasuke flew back. Ryasuke was shaking and barely raised his head and then said his name, but he was immediately hit in the face. Shan opened his eyes wide and said that a traitor has no right to say his name with his filthy mouth. The protagonist imagined Shin's appearance and began to think that Ryasuke also had a brilliant mind and an open-minded personality, which attracted some talented people to follow him, but he was not easy to manipulate. But Shin was different. He was simply ignorant, because with enough persuasion and cajolery, he could manipulate him by predicting his behavior patterns. Yukiko entered Shin's room. The protagonist thought that as a Japanese woman, she stepped forward to persuade and lure him, and after changing her appearance, none of her former comrades would recognize her. The girl stood in front of him and reported that Ryasuke and the other former leaders of the Divine Sea seemed to have been missing for 3 days, and she also said that they had made a secret agreement with a faction in South Korea to lend them their powers, and in exchange, they intended to get out of Japan. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that they were planning to cause internal turmoil in Korea. She said that the Koreans would control it with all their might, but if they died and returned to Japan again, then things would be different. After a while, Shin followed Ryasuke and thought that he couldn't believe that Ryasuke would actually enter the Divine City in a carriage. There was a robed man standing next to Ryasuke, and Shin thought that despite their differences in ideology, he believed that they shared the same concerns for this city and its people, and so he never thought that Ryasuke would betray them by allying with Korea. Shin clenched his fist and thought that he couldn't forgive him for what he did, but his actions would allow them to be reborn again. The sun shone on the Divine City. The protagonist lay on the bed and thought about how he received the title of superhuman when all of his stats exceeded 1,000 points after receiving Ion's buff, but he thought that the title would disappear once the buff ended. He then sat down on the bed and began to think about how the total number of titles might be slightly lower than a devoted reader. But the title was great considering that the stats increased without any conditions about needing to read the book, because thanks to this, all of his stats except strength and endurance exceeded 1,000 points. He put his hand to his head and mentally said that there was only one chance against the mission, moreover, alone, and therefore it would be extremely difficult, but he could not postpone it any longer. The protagonist imagined Jack and said that he was sure that all of his stats, like him, were above 1,000. The protagonist imagined the card and thought about the fact that, in addition, one of the conditions for the third awakening was to complete an 11-level task. He imagined Jack and thought about how if he activated the hidden ability as a reward for completing the first task of the trial, he would be able to trick Jack and succeed in the third awakening. It was still light outside, and the protagonist wondered if he should complete this task now. Ellie sat in front of him and asked if it was possible to postpone it for later, since now was the time to create internal stability and modernization. She remembered Kang and said that with the trust of the new alliance, Xianghu had real power with the power of information in him. She also remembered about Yehyun and said that as he suggested, the priest is now the new chairman of the Falcon, and also, a mandatory quest might appear soon, or a new city might open, for example. The protagonist looked at her and replied that if he didn't take the matter now, Jack might get ahead of him, and also, such a chance only comes once since it's almost the first chance to clear the third awakening. The girl lowered her head and thought that it would definitely be beneficial for them if Xianghu received the third awakening. Of course, it's a dangerous rank quest, but judging by how Miriam trusted him and followed him, he was capable enough to clear the quest. Ellie closed her eyes and said that it couldn't be helped since he would do it his own way anyway, so she just wanted him to try to do it quickly, and then the protagonist stood up and said that it shouldn't take long. The girl looked to the side and mentally said that they have Miriam and Wolf, so if necessary, they can replace the protagonist. The action moves to the class change center. Philip turned around and greeted the protagonist. The old man extended his hand and said that it seems like the protagonist did the right thing by abandoning the hidden class and choosing the path of a swordsman, since most of them are dead, unlike him. He lowered his hand and asked the protagonist what brought him here, and Xianghu replied that he came for a quest. The protagonist looked at him and said that he would like to complete a quest called the First Trial, but suddenly Philip opened his mouth in surprise and thought that he could not believe that someone had already come for a special quest. He widened his eyes and asked if the protagonist needed it right now, and the protagonist replied that the sooner the better. He then immediately put his finger on the protagonist's forehead. Xianghu began to glow. A moment later, he found himself on some kind of sofa. Jerry greeted him, which surprised the protagonist. Jerry smiled and said that there were no mandatory quests or special deliveries yet, so he didn't understand why Xianghu was here. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he came here to take a test called the First Test. Jerry put his hands together and said that there seemed to be some kind of error. He pointed to the system window and said that these were the protagonist's current stats. He then smiled and asked if Xianghu would tell him how he got the title of superhuman when not all of his stats were above 1,000. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he received a buff that temporarily increased them, and he was given the title. A drop of sweat rolled down Jerry's face as he thought about the fact that once the condition for obtaining the title is met, it will not disappear even after losing the ability, and he added that he did not know about this weakness. Jerry closed his eyes and said that according to the basic rules, the protagonist was not yet fit for his first test, but suddenly a boy appeared behind him and told Jerry not to be so harsh. The protagonist stood up from his seat, hearing this familiar voice. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in shock, because he felt an incredible pressure that did not allow him to rise. The protagonist lowered his head and trembled, and the boy in front of him greeted him and said that he was glad to meet them. He looked up and saw the god Loki, who was watching him. Loki looked at his assistant and ordered him to begin the superhuman task now, but Jerry exclaimed that this was a mistake. Besides, Loki should not be here now. But he immediately threw his hand on Jerry and said that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Loki poked his chest and said that he was there to fix the error that Jerry was talking about, and he just happened to run into Xianghu. So Jerry just had to follow orders, but Jerry replied that with Xianghu's current stats, he wouldn't be able to pass the test. Loki smiled and exclaimed that a person grows by passing tests. He then looked at Jerry and stated that he would fix everything, and added that he just thought it would be fun. The protagonist watched from the sidelines and thought that something was wrong, because up until now, Jerry had been helping him with all his might, and he had also helped the protagonist get into the best shape possible by getting proper rest. He lowered his head and thought that Jerry's presence meant that he was about to face a tough task, and Xianghu was hesitant about passing it. The protagonist turned to Loki opposite him, expressing his desire to ask a question, and Loki replied that he enjoyed talking. The protagonist looked at Loki and said that from what he heard, there seemed to be some misunderstanding, and therefore he thought it would be better to postpone the quest for another time. A drop of sweat appeared on Xianghu's face and he said that he was not so selfish as to insist on his own opinion even if it was against the rules. And besides, if Loki thought it was serious enough to show up in person, Xianghu thought it would be better for him to return. The protagonist looked at him silently, and Loki thought about how the stronger people were, the more they would push themselves when their abilities were questioned. But Xianghu was not like that, because no matter what he did, he only cared about his own personal advantage. Loki looked at him silently and thought that this was due to a mistake, and since the protagonist was refusing, it would be better to cancel the quest. Loki leaned forward and asked if the protagonist wanted to refuse the mission because it was too much trouble for Loki, and the protagonist replied that it was partly true. Loki placed his hands on the protagonist and said that they definitely had a connection with him, since Xianghu was willing to do something like that because of him. Loki moved closer and said that in that case, he would consider Xianghu to be in agreement. He extended his hand and immediately began to teleport the protagonist. Jerry opened his mouth wide and began to scream in panic about how the protagonist had clearly said that he would not carry out the mission, and also added that it would be bad if the Supreme knew that Loki had managed to interfere. The youth turned around and said that he had not ignored the protagonist's will or acted on his own, and Xianghu had not directly said that he was refusing the mission. Loki smiled and said that when he said that the protagonist wanted to do the task, but hesitated, so as not to bother him, the protagonist agreed, which means he wants to do it if Loki is not bothered. Jerry closed his eyes and mentally said that Loki was playing with words, but he was telling the truth because the protagonist himself was to blame for expressing himself vaguely with the god. Loki smiled and thought that it was fun to play with people who formulate thoughts vaguely, and therefore the protagonist will have to pay for it. Besides, he at least has another life, so the worst case scenario will not happen. The protagonist was transferred to a white room and he thought about the fact that Loki ignored his opinion and just sent him here. Besides, the protagonist thought that this was a chance to get closer to the god, but he was betrayed. There were many doors in front of the protagonist, and above each one was written a different attribute. He looked at the inscriptions of strength and intelligence and mentally said that there was a high probability that there would be a boss, a monster specializing in this stat. He thought that in strength there could be a two-headed ogre, in agility a wind spirit, and in intelligence or magic power probably a boss like an elder lich. He went to one of the doors, namely to intelligence, whose stat he had the highest of all. He walked forward and thought that even if a monster specializing in intelligence appeared, he would definitely be able to resist it, since it was easier to fight enemies of the magic type than those who specialize in strength. He turned around, because, as expected, the passage behind him closed, but at that moment the protagonist thought that if it became dangerous, he could use the last part of the insurance, which is available once a month, namely Hellfire. There was a light at the end of the tunnel and someone told the protagonist to hurry up because if he continued to walk so slowly, that someone would die sooner. Xianghu immediately grabbed his sword and thought that if this was a monster that could talk, then everything would be complicated. He saw an old man in front of him who was responsible for the passage of intelligence. The protagonist approached him and said that he was glad to meet him, and the grandfather replied that he liked the protagonist's politeness. He returned the sword to its sheath because the old man told the protagonist to put down this crude object and come closer, because this was not the place for uncivilized things. The old man put his finger to his head and said that, of course, to pass this level, the protagonist would need to use his head. The protagonist sat down opposite him and asked how exactly victory would be determined, and the old man replied that any activity that required intelligence would do. The old man looked at him and said that unlike the other 5, he cared about his own life, so there would be no penalty for losing, so the protagonist could continue until he won. The protagonist smiled, because he thought that he had done the right thing by choosing intelligence, and he wondered why not try to assess the opponent's abilities first if there were no penalties. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he knew how to play Go, and the old man replied that of course he could. He snapped his fingers. A table with a board game immediately appeared in front of them. The protagonist smiled and asked about playing until 2 wins, but the old man replied that if the protagonist beat him in the first game, it would not be a problem, but the conditions were very harsh. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and agreed to play once, but at the same time he found it suspicious that the old man called the conditions harsh. The protagonist picked up the white pieces, and the old man noted that the black pieces would give him an advantage. The protagonist put his hands on his knees and said that it doesn't matter because it's just an easy way to find out his abilities. The old man made the first move. The protagonist picked up a white stone and wondered what the old man was trying to say, that even if he gave him an advantage, he could easily win. Time passed, and they continued playing. They finished the game and the old man said that this time he was also just lucky. The protagonist looked at him and thought about how he had attended classes in this game, where he earned respect, and besides, the protagonist predicted his future moves and even used accelerated thinking. But the old man still said that he was just lucky. The stones disappeared from the table and Xianghu thought about how the old man was deliberately keeping up with his skills, winning 5 times in a row by half a point. The game disappeared from the table because the protagonist suggested changing the game to chess, and after a while, the old man won the game. They played all sorts of games. The protagonist lowered his head and mentally said that he was losing one after another and there was no way he could win. The protagonist grinned, thinking that it wasn't just about intelligence, there were still 5 tests left, and if he knew this was possible, he would have done it earlier since they had spent too much energy. The protagonist looked at the old man and asked if he said he could fight, but the old man said he wouldn't recommend it, but the protagonist still stood his ground and said he would try anyway. Xianghu leaned over and said that using only his head had confused everything in it and he felt strange and thought it would be better to move around to change his mood. The old man smiled and said that he could do that if he wanted. The protagonist grabbed his sword, preparing to attack. He swung the weapon, but the old man disappeared from view. He then turned around, holding a book in his hands. He attacked the old man with a fire projectile. The man's cane began to glow with a light aura. The protagonist's fire magic dissipated. The old man raised his head and said that it was dissipation. Some kind of aura appeared behind the protagonist. Xianghu lay down on the ground to dodge, and the projectile flew past him. However, the old man immediately hit him on the head with his cane. Xianghu grabbed his head and asked if the old man had not said that in battle one should only use one's intelligence. Magic balls appeared behind the old man and he exclaimed that he was using intelligence now. The protagonist began to jump from side to side, dodging the projectiles. The old man opened his eyes and said that seeing through the enemy's movements and responding to them in the most appropriate way also requires intelligence. Then he hit the protagonist with his cane. Then he smiled happily and asked if Xianghu did not think that the old man was simply blindly using magic, because his every action from beginning to end was calculated and used to fight Xianghu. More magic balls appeared behind the old man and he said that the protagonist should have warmed up by now, so now they can fight properly. The protagonist lowered his head and mentally said that the old man's magic was twice as much as before, and if he fought like this, he would not win. The protagonist knelt down and declared that he had lost. But the old man suddenly began to laugh and remarked that this was a good idea. The old man silently looked at him, and the protagonist thought that this was a wall that he could not overcome because he had been doing everything in his power for 3 days, but he only realized that this old man was incredibly strong. The protagonist sat down on the floor and thought that his return would not be too late, and therefore he needed to finish this task as soon as possible. The old man sat on a chair and told the protagonist that they say that those who are in a hurry cannot do a good job, and therefore the protagonist just needs to calm down. The protagonist knelt down and said that he wanted to rest for a while, and the old man replied that he could rest as long as he needed. Then Xianghu made a fire. The protagonist was cooking, and an old man passing by was interested in it. Xianghu smiled and offered him food, but the old man replied that he would not die without food, and besides, he was too ashamed to steal the protagonist's valuable food, so he could not worry and enjoy it. The protagonist turned around and said that it was more pleasant to eat in company, and it was delicious, so the old man decided not to refuse this time. They sat down at the table, and the old man thought about how everything necessary for survival was there, so there was no need to cook, and so the old man wondered if the protagonist was trying to use skill buffs in eating, or wanted to make a good impression on the old man so that he would deliberately give in. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his face. He smiled happily and exclaimed that he had never tasted such a delicacy before. They sat at the table and the protagonist asked if the old man could just let him win, but the old man apologized and said that it was impossible. He then pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked what he thought the purpose of this path was, since the 6 examiners were not just testing him, they were also acting as assistants, helping him surpass himself and reveal his true strength. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise and said that he had never heard of such a thing, and the old man added that a superhuman is someone who surpasses his limits. He smiled and said that reaching the spiritual realm by achieving 1,000 points in all stats is definitely a great feat, but the protagonist came to the test very clumsily. He presented the stat menu and said that Xianghu should already have the bonus stats for the superhuman title, as well as abilities, items, etc., which increased his stats above 1,500, since this is enough to pass the exam. The protagonist lowered his head and exclaimed that he had screwed up, and now it was clear to him why Jerry had tried to talk him out of it. The protagonist imagined himself and thought that after failing the mission, he had survived thanks to various tricks and plans and was never fit for the mission because no amount of tricks could hide stats. He also thought about how he got the title of superhuman thanks to a temporary buff, but now that it is gone, he cannot raise his stats to 1,500. Besides, although he could increase strength, endurance, and agility by almost 500 using magic, but magical power, wisdom, and luck are almost impossible to raise. He clenched his fist and decided that he should calm down, because there must be some way out. He He looked at the system window and decided that the answer might be hidden somewhere in the rules. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes wide and decided to play his own way, because he just needed to win, and the old man suddenly noticed that the protagonist's gaze had changed. They were still sitting at the table opposite each other, and the protagonist declared that he would win and leave this place within 24 hours, and the old man asked how he was going to defeat him. Xiang, who tilted his head and asked if planning and deception were included in the category of wisdom, and the old man replied that they were, but hadn't he already tried to trick the old man a couple of times? The protagonist put his hand to his mouth, and the old man began to say that the protagonist hid the card, but he pretended not to see anything. The protagonist stood up and said that he wanted to play a game of Go. He lowered his head and said that they would add a new rule. Xiang, who sat back down at the table and began to say that after the opponent's move, they had 10 seconds to move, and if he didn't make it, he would lose, to which the old man replied that it was not difficult, and also asked about what else. The protagonist smiled and said that those were all the conditions. The old man closed his eyes and thought about how when dexterity exceeds 1000, he can use thought acceleration, and the 10-second limit per move must be needed to fully utilize thought acceleration. However, the old man's wisdom exceeds 1500, but the other stats only have about 500 points. The old man opened his eyes and mentally said that by mentioning 24 hours, the protagonist probably hinted that he was going to drag out the game. And besides, the protagonist's endurance stats are higher than the old man's, so over time, the old man will be at a disadvantage. The old man raised his hand and said that they can begin, but the protagonist suddenly asked if he could take a nap first. He stood up from the table and said that the old man can start counting when the match begins. The old man closed his eyes and mentally said that although he did not know what song he was planning, he could not win. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and yawned. He woke up and opened the system window, deciding to eat first, because he needed to stock up on energy. The protagonist took out a frying pan and asked the old man if he wanted something specific for lunch. The old man rubbed his hands and said that a regular sandwich would do, and the protagonist asked if the old man could give in, because he even cooked for him. But the old man replied that although the protagonist's cooking was excellent, he should understand that everything would be fair. Then the protagonist picked up a cup and offered it to the old man, and the examiner did not refuse, but thought about the fact that Xiang had never offered him tea before. He narrowed his eyes and decided that perhaps the protagonist wanted to poison him. Then the protagonist held out 2 sandwiches, and the old man chose one of them and refused the tea. The protagonist smiled and said that the old man was very capricious. The examiner blushed and said that he knew that he had the most delicious sandwiches. Then he snapped his fingers and said that they would now play like Xiang wanted, while at the same time he was eager to see how the protagonist was going to defeat him. He imagined the board in his mind and thought about how he had already prepared for all the moves the protagonist could make, albeit unnoticed, but he had secured the board with a strong binding spell. It not only extended to every stone on the board, but also protected against illusion and mind magic, and therefore thanks to this, the protagonist would have to win only through the game itself. The man picked up a white stone and wondered what the protagonist would do. The protagonist extended his hand and noticed that the old man had used a whole bunch of spells. He looked at the game board and thought about how the stone remained motionless after being placed, as if glued to the place, and he also used a powerful dispel throughout the room so that Xiang could not use magic. The protagonist smiled and mentally said that this was expected. They were sitting at the table, and the protagonist said that he was sure that the old man could play his best and make him give up, but the examiner replied that a difficult game would make him think more. The protagonist made another move and said that this was true, but now it would not be so easy for the old man. The old man trembled and began to feel his vision blurry and his head aching, and the flow of magic in his body was also abnormal. He opened his eyes and wondered if it was poison. The protagonist looked at him and, as if he did not know anything, asked if he was not feeling well, and the old man asked how the protagonist managed to poison him since he swapped their sandwiches. The old man's mouth dropped open in surprise, since Xiang said that he poisoned both sandwiches. The protagonist smiled and said that he had already taken the antidote that was in the tea. The old man continued to tremble and wonder at the turn of events. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he knew the old man would be suspicious of him after hearing his questions and arrogant speech, but the old man was curious about what Xiang would do if he didn't eat the sandwich. The man extended his hand and said that the examiner liked his cooking, so he would eat it. But even if he refused this time, he would agree next time if there was nothing suspicious. The protagonist smiled and thought that in this game, the first part almost decides the winner, because if your opponent is not a newbie, he will not be able to win back even if he is the heir of the god of this game. The protagonist imagined a watch and thought that his words about winning in 24 hours were a simple psychological trick, because the words 24 hours and 10-second limit distracted the old man and he began to come up with different meanings for them. But the 10-second limit not only drives the opponent into a corner, but also helps to track the spread of the poison. The protagonist made another move and said that the examiner gave him a chance to win, constantly trying to play on equal terms with him. The old man opened his eyes and thought that this was bad, because he could not even think properly because of the poison. The old man grabbed his head and said that he lost, because it was impossible to change the course of the game when the advantage was already so great. The protagonist smiled and looked at the old man, who asked if he thought it was unfair. However, the protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he did not force him to eat poison, but only used his brain to assess the old man's personality and figure out how to win. The old man grabbed his head and said that Xianghu was right, but that was not how he should have gone, because it was more accurately called cunning, not wisdom. Xianghu smiled and said that he had won because he had followed the rules and had not broken anything. Then he turned around and asked the old man if he had any advice for him. But the old man frowned angrily and started yelling at the protagonist to get out right now. And now he was standing in the hall where he had found himself at the beginning again. He looked at the door of wisdom and thought that the path of wisdom was blocked by a thick wall, but he needed to ask him more information before he could win. He looked at the other doors and thought that endurance would most likely test endurance, and therefore it was safer to pass than the path of strength and agility. He took a step forward. After a while, he found himself in a snowy forest. Behind him stood the examiner, who was saying that the protagonist was rather absent-minded, so there was no need to worry so much. The knight crossed his arms and exclaimed that he had heard from the old man that the protagonist had won by using cunning tricks, but that would not work with him. His eyes were shining, and the protagonist was nervous and thought that it was bad to start when he was obviously not in the best opinion, especially when the examiners were sharing information. The knight looked at Songha and said that no matter what he thought, the decisions of the other examiners could not be cancelled, and therefore he believed that the matter was that even the concept of cunning was included in the category of wisdom, but he would try not to mention it anymore from now on. They stood opposite each other and the knight said that any method that could prove his physical strength would work, and so the protagonist asked if it was possible to arrange a long-distance race or a triathlon. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when the knight said that if he ran a long distance, he would need to reach his destination in 10 days, and the distance was only about 10,000 kilometers. The protagonist began gesturing with his hands, saying that even if he ran for a third of a day without stopping, it would still be impossible. The knight looked down at the protagonist and said that this was the gate of strength, and strength included fortitude, diligence, and persistence, and if he did not have strength, he could win by will. He extended his hand and said that he would not die if he did not sleep or rest for 10 days. But the protagonist replied that he would die, and the knight replied that he would not die if he were a Superman. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek and he asked about holding his breath underwater and repeating the movement, and the knight replied that in the first case, he would need to hold out for at least an hour, and in the second case, in martial arts training, he would need to repeat the movement every second or 3,600 times an hour, and so on without a break for 3 days and 3 nights. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about the fact that in the Gate of Wisdom there was no punishment for losing, but here there was a great retribution for any mistake. He raised his head and asked if he could fight, but the knight replied that it was much harder and harsher. The knight immediately took a boxing stance. Xianghu took hold of the sword and thought that the old man fought using wisdom, and the knight would use strength, and his fighting style was similar to a hybrid of Sergei and Leo's styles, who were both warriors specializing in strength. He held the sword in his hands and decided that he could now imbue the 5 elements with his abilities. A purple aura appeared around his sword and he offered to start the duel, but the knight arrogantly asked if this was really the best the protagonist could do. Xianghu lunged and attacked. The knight grabbed the blade of his sword with his hands. He hit the protagonist with his shoulder and he flew back. The protagonist crossed and put the book to the sword, deciding to use force fusion of attributes. He attacked the examiner with a projectile and an explosion was heard. However, the knight remained standing. Xianghu held his side and wondered in surprise that even after this, the examiner was still able to stand. The knight swung his arm and said that it was possible if he used his strength to the limit. The protagonist crouched down a bit and said that he had lost since it didn't seem like he had a chance to win if they continued fighting, and the knight replied that he felt like he was missing something. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about how he only wanted to know what kind of abilities the knight had. But the knight was able to withstand a blow filled with fusion power, and the only thing stronger than that was hellfire, which the protagonist wanted to save for later. He looked at the examiner and suggested changing the type of test, saying that he thought it would be possible to have a test where one could withstand attacks since the element of strength includes defense and willpower. The examiner flexed his fists and said that this was actually the method he recommended, so he asked how many hits Sunhu wanted to receive. They stood in front of each other and the protagonist asked if there would be a difference in destructive power, and the knight replied that there would be a difference, but not much, and Sunhu could choose a short and powerful strike or several weak ones. The protagonist lowered his head and realized that he could die if he was hit even once. He then raised his finger and said that then let it be 100 hits. The protagonist raised his head and said that his armor was quite strong, although it did not look like it, and besides, he was not the type to fight in armor, so this was enough. The knight presented the silhouettes of the fighters and said that the protagonist needed to withstand his attacks 100 times. He would accept blocks and reflections of attacks, but he would not accept complete avoidance. He raised his finger and told the protagonist that of course he could counterattack, but only for defensive purposes, and if he survived 100 attacks, he would pass the level. The knight swung his leg, but before doing so, he said that Seong-Hu could say he gave up and the blows would stop. The knight kicked the stone. The protagonist took a step to the side, but the stone hit his leg. The examiner was immediately next to him and was about to strike. The knight struck again. He swung again and said that Seong-Hu must have been preparing for this since he was wearing such a long cloak. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to the ground. The knight raised his leg above him. Then he began to kick him in the stomach. The protagonist dodged the blow, which left a small crater in the ground. Seong-Hu grinned and thought that this would not work, and therefore he needed to increase his power with magic and gather a small amount of it in the stomach area. An aura appeared around the knight and he said that the protagonist's stomach was unprotected. He then immediately punched the protagonist straight in the stomach. The protagonist flew back and broke several trees along the way. The knight looked at him and said that it was harder than he thought, and he felt like the protagonist was wearing some kind of breastplate. The protagonist lowered his head and whispered that he thought he was going to die. He lay on the ground and groaned in pain, and the examiner asked if Seong-Hu was really a superhuman. He crossed his arms and said that the protagonist must have survived countless fights, but it seemed like he did not have the ability to move his body. The knight raised his fist and said that the impact could be reduced depending on how he handled it, so he suggested that the protagonist kick him in the forearm. The knight smiled and said that he felt like Seong-Hu was trying to challenge him honestly and without tricks, so he had no choice but to treat him accordingly. The protagonist kicked, but the examiner asked him to do it with all his strength. Seong-Hu kicked again. They looked at each other and the knight asked if Seong-Hu felt anything strange when he kicked, and the protagonist replied that it felt like the kick did not go through properly. Seong-Hu opened his mouth in shock, because the knight explained that this was the whole point. In the Gate of Power, he needed to learn to control his body to withstand the impact. The examiner put his hand to his chin and said that here, the protagonist increases his strength to the maximum, and in the Gate of Speed, agility. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face and thought that in a way, this test was needed the most right now, but he only needed to fight Mirani to improve his abilities. He thought back to his people and thought that there was no reason to sneak attack people during training, nor to hunt monsters with poison or to provoke people by pretending to be NPCs. But even if it was called evil, this was the path he had chosen. The protagonist looked at the examiner and decided that he had to do it his way. He called up the system window and said that he needed to heal his wounds before they could continue. The protagonist picked up the bottle and mentally said that the effect of the item could also change depending on how it was used, because if you used medicine incorrectly, it would become poison, and vice versa. He raised his hand and decided that now was the time to cast a spell that turned poison into medicine. Someone slammed the table. Mireen told Kang that they should take into account that the protagonist might not participate this time. However, at that moment, Kang's mind was occupied with the thought that due to a series of events such as the confrontation with other cities and the issue of renegotiating with Japan, 40 days had passed since the last forced mission. The man clenched his fist and wondered why Seong-Hu would go on a mission at such a time, since he had a feeling that something was about to happen. The three of them stood in the room and Kang said that he acknowledged that the protagonist had decent abilities, but he did not understand why they continued to cause trouble over such trivial matters. However, Mireen responded by asking if a ghost needed Kang's permission to go on a mission. The man frowned and asked if she thought that she was being careless as a top ranker. However, the girl said that she was unhappy with Kang for treating the protagonist as low ranked. She narrowed her eyes. Something flew past the guild leader. Baekwu stepped between them and told them to stop. A hair fell on Kang's shoulder. The girl looked at him and thought that she was very sorry that Baekwu interfered, because she could have punched Kang in the face. Baekwu looked at Kang and said that the protagonist was their ally and a member of the alliance, and therefore Kang's comments were inappropriate in his words. Then he switched to Mireen and said that although they were mistaken, but since she came here on behalf of a ghost, it would not be wiser to avoid situations that could harm her reputation. The girl crossed her arms and turned away, and Kang admitted his mistake. He sighed heavily and thought that the ghost at least made contact, but it was much more difficult with her. Besides, he did not know who the person was who gave her the title of the magic sword, but Kang was impressed by his ability to give names. Baekwu looked into the distance and reminded them that as far as they knew, they had a problem right now. He introduced a huge army of strange appearance and said that the people were afraid because this army surrounded the city. Baekwu and Kang appeared on the roof. Baekwu said that the problem was who to send to talk to them. They both looked at Mireen, who looked at them in surprise. The door to the room opened. Mireen came out to the army and said that she was the representative of this city. The man smiled and said that he had come to deliver the will of the Great Ones. He extended his hand and said that the outcome was already decided, and the Great Ones wanted them to meekly surrender, but the girl said that it would be more logical for them to surrender. The man pointed his finger upward and noted that all those who refused the offer of the Great Ones ended up in the worst possible way. Mireen's mouth slightly opened and thought about how she had never met a city that ignored danger and fought face to face, so for her, this would be a great experience. The man lowered his head and began to talk about how he could make her his fourth wife, but the girl did not listen to him and immediately struck. Blood flowed from the man's wound, and he screamed in pain. A man watched them with a telescope, noting that this was an unexpected technique. The men looked at each other, and one of them was surprised that Mireen was able to inflict a wound on her opponent without drawing her sword. And the other said that it did not matter, because it did not matter how good a couple of people were, since they were powerless against the power of a group. They stood in front of the tent and Gray asked where these people were from, but the bald man replied that they would find out later, so there was no point in worrying about it. The bald man went ahead and said that their victory was predetermined, but for now he would go back to make medicine. He walked up to the red man and ordered him to carefully manage the flags. Besides, if they took care of that, their victory was guaranteed. He then walked up to the blue-haired girl and asked about the prisoners, and the girl replied that they had been cleansed of their sins by the medicine created by the high priest, but they were recovering faster than expected because after taking the top-level medicine, they came to their senses in half a day. He raised his head and asked if she had taken their equipment. The man turned around and thought about how the country's scouts they had captured earlier had not revealed any information even though they had given them the medicine of vision and tried all kinds of persuasion. The blue man's eyes widened and said that they had not processed the prisoners properly yet, so now was not the best time to let them take the test. The man extended his hand and said that they had captured many people, and some would be able to take the test. Kang and Baekwu discussed that this cult had a rather bold strategy if they wanted to fight face to face. They imagined two fortresses and Baekwu said that the two cities would compete against each other based on the agreed upon conditions. But the problem was that if the two sides could not reach an agreement, the winner would be determined by counting the remaining people in each city. He imagined broken hearts and said that if there was no winner after half a month, both sides would be considered losers and would lose their lives. Baekwu frowned and said that unless one side surrendered, it was a cowardly game. Besides, they would probably have mobilized a large army counting on this. Besides, if they used a similar strategy, they would be repelled. He looked at this army from above and thought that even if they could mobilize about 30,000 people, the possibility of a counterattack was much higher. Besides, it seemed like they had been cornered from the start. The protagonist continued to dodge the attacks, and the knight thought about how important it was to fight as efficiently as possible and minimize damage, no matter how strong and healthy the body was, and in his opinion, Seonghu was successfully dodging the attacks as if she was dancing, which was very similar to the movements he wanted to see. The knight leaned forward and mentally said that this, however, was still not enough to pass. The protagonist began to strike. The knight immediately ran up to him, and Seonghu thought about how even though the examiner had taken a blow that could knock out a bear, he was still just rushing around in front of it. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and asked if the knight hadn't said that they should try to repel or weaken the enemy's attacks as much as possible, but Seonghu didn't seem to be doing that now. He then jumped up and kicked the examiner. The knight grabbed his leg and said that it was clear that the fight would drag on like this, since even if he took damage, it was worth ending it as soon as possible. He slammed the protagonist to the ground, telling him to lie down. He then opened his eyes wide in surprise. The examiner jumped back and mentally said that it was too reckless to think that he would give up after this. The protagonist held his bloody arm, and the examiner said that he sacrificed his arm to minimize the damage. The knight looked at him and urged him to give up, since it was impossible to continue the fight with one arm. However, Sunho smiled and said that he lost his arm, but his other limbs were fine, so he would endure it, even if it was a little painful. The knight opened his eyes in shock and thought about how before, when the protagonist was in pain like this, it seemed like he couldn't endure it, but now the examiner could sense his desire to win. The protagonist was shaking, holding his hand, and said that there were only 50 blows left and he was ready to endure them, and the knight replied that the protagonist was confident. An aura appeared around him and he said that he wanted to see how many more attacks the protagonist could withstand. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and realized that the knight was starting an attack. Seonghu imagined several potions and thought that if the problem was pain, then he should make it so that he did not feel it. Besides, unintentionally, while torturing people, he studied poisons in detail. The examiner continued to strike and blood splattered everywhere, while Seonghu thought that there were a lot of poisons and, of course, there were some that blocked pain. The protagonist smiled and asked if that was all, and the knight stopped and asked if the protagonist was still pretending. The knight looked at the protagonist and mentally said that Xianghu's persistence and calmness had reached an incredible level, but it was not enough. He was enveloped in an aura and swung his fist, and then said that until now he had been training the protagonist, so he had only caused pain and not tried to kill, but he would make the remaining 7 attacks with the intention of finishing off the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes widened in excitement and realized that his body could not withstand these attacks. The knight hit him so hard that he literally destroyed part of his flesh. The protagonist's eyes turned red and he thought that he had gone too far and just had to survive 6 more blows, and therefore it was time to use a foolproof plan that would definitely help with this. Blood sprayed everywhere. The system notified the protagonist that in a state close to death, the fragment of truth was activated, and all of his stats were increased by 10%. In addition, all pain is ignored while the fragment of truth is active. The protagonist himself swung his fist, his eyes wide open. Incredible explosions occurred. The protagonist and the knight were about to hit each other, and the examiner thought that Sunho looked like he couldn't even stand, but suddenly recovered. The knight took a stance and said that if the protagonist used an ability, then it was okay, because abilities and items are also part of his capabilities. The knight frowned and said that his powerful mental strength that does not give into pain proved that he is worthy of passing the gate of endurance, and therefore the test is passed. He extended his hand and healed the protagonist, and then said that he wanted to give advice before they said goodbye. The protagonist looked at the system window, where the countdown of 19 days had begun. The knight put his hand to his chin and said that he would be brief since the protagonist needed to get out of here quickly. He looked at him seriously and told him to visit Songhui at the Fortune Gate last. The protagonist returned to the starting hall and thought that it was worth remembering the advice about the Fortune Gate. He looked at this gate and mentally said that he thought it was one of the easiest, so he wanted to go later. After all, it is easier for him to start with the difficult one and then move on to the easy one, but he finds it suspicious that everything is going so smoothly. He looked at the coin in his hands and thought that since it is about luck, he will decide by tossing the coin, and therefore, if it comes up heads, he will go to the Fortune Gate, if tails, he will choose the other. The coin was spinning in the air. The protagonist caught it and heads came up. The protagonist called the system window and thought about how when he was told not to do something, he wanted to do it even more, and also, the characteristics strengthen real abilities, so luck is also important, and perhaps it was luck that helped the protagonist get this far. He entered the gate of magic, thinking that there were 3 gates left. He entered the gate and said that he still had 19 days, which was not enough, but if he spent 3 days on the gate, he would be done in 12. The protagonist raised his head and asked the young man if he was really the one conducting the test in the gate of magic, and the young examiner said that he heard the protagonist's story and that the old man called him the worst. He looked at the protagonist and said that the knight considered the protagonist worthy. The protagonist raised his head and suggested that the boy come down and talk to him downstairs, since there was no need to hang from the ceiling, but the boy refused, saying that he felt that the protagonist would stain him. The boy snapped his fingers and said that anything would be good for the test, as long as it involved magic first. A purple aura appeared around the protagonist. The boy snapped his fingers again, continuing to talk about how people rely on the ability system to deal with magic. They are effective, but not very convenient, and that is the whole problem. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and wondered how the boy could control so many projectiles at once. The boy looked at the protagonist and said that if Xianghui learned to handle magic perfectly here, without being limited by abilities, then he would be able to do much more with it in the future. The protagonist looked at him and asked if it was possible to use magic without abilities. The aura around the protagonist disappeared and the young man said that all abilities were effective, but one day they would have to be left behind, and the protagonist wondered if the examiner had already reached that level. The hero narrowed his eyes and mentally said that he was sorry to lose such an opportunity to learn, but spending so much time would be a huge waste, because if there was a shortcut, he should take it, since there was no rule that said he had to do it gradually. He looked up and asked if it was possible to simply change the strength of the magic in the gate, and the examiner said that it was possible, but he would not recommend it, since it was the hardest. The protagonist spread his hands and said that he had passed the test of wisdom and endurance in ways that the old man or the knight had called less preferable. The protagonist smiled and told the examiner to create a barrier of magic, which he would try to break by attacking with his magic. The young man created a purple magical barrier around himself and said that if Songhu breaks through the 5 layers of the barrier and leaves a mark on the wall, he will pass. In addition, the young man added that the barrier is made of complex magical patterns, and therefore, if Songhu can read them, he can easily cope. The protagonist took all his weapons and thought about the fact that he will first prepare a force fusion and create the maximum possible magic that the book can use, because it takes a lot of time and cannot be used in normal combat. The young man looked at the protagonist and immediately said that this is not enough. The protagonist smiled and asked if the examiner is sure about this. The protagonist immediately swung his sword. He began to attack the magical barrier. A small crack appeared in the barrier. The first layer was destroyed. Then the barrier changed color to green. The examiner silently looked at the protagonist and thought that this was expected, but one layer was the limit, but the fact that Xiang-Hu did it without understanding magic was already an achievement. Blue energy appeared around the barrier. The protagonist shot a terrifying blue beam using hellfire. The examiner opened his mouth wide and began to shout in shock that the protagonist really had a magical device that used hellfire. The protagonist smiled and asked if he hadn't said that he was confident that he would pass. The barrier was completely destroyed. The protagonist returned the sword to its sheath and said that it was the easiest test. The protagonist smiled and asked why the young man was silent. The examiner lowered his head and said with displeasure that he had passed the test. Xiang-Hu extended his hand and said that hellfire was also one of his item's abilities, but the young man covered his face with his hand and said that the protagonist had simply thrown away the opportunity to become stronger. He looked at the protagonist and said that such an opportunity was rare, so Xiang-Hu would regret using the loophole one day. They waved at each other, but the examiner was very angry. The protagonist teleported to the hall and thought that there seemed to be no normal people among the examiners. He looked at the gate of agility. When he entered the room, he saw a blue-haired girl. The girl looked at him meaningfully and said that he was finally here. She immediately approached him and asked him again about what he had just told her. The protagonist turned around and wondered when she had managed to approach. The girl immediately tripped him. She caught him and said that agility is not about speed, but about moving faster than the enemy along an optimal trajectory. Then she blushed and said that the protagonist had very pumped up chest muscles, but the protagonist opened his mouth wide and began to suggest that they discuss everything first. He stretched out his hands in front of him and said that he did not expect such a beautiful girl to be an examiner at the gate of agility. But the examiner said that flattery would not help him. Besides, she heard that he was not very well evaluated by others. She showed 2 fingers and said that he had 2 choices, one of which was to live with her for 3 years and spend their honeymoon. There was no risk of dying. Besides, the offer was excellent. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that this was indeed an interesting offer. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek and he made the biggest mistake of his life by rejecting the first option, justifying it with his supposedly important affairs of saving the divine city. The girl immediately ran at him, screaming that he was the first man she had met in a long time, and that she would not let him go so easily. The alliance members were sitting at the table, discussing that the situation was not in their favor and that they needed to resolve it as soon as possible. The man frowned and said that the enemy had completely surrounded them, and if they opened the gate, they would be at a disadvantage no matter what they did. Baekwu looked away and said that avoiding combat out of fear of the consequences would be a disaster, and that by sitting around here, they were only torturing themselves. The man opened his mouth wide and began shouting that the enemy was expecting them to strike out on the spot, but Baekwu said that this was not just a fight, but a high-level strategy fight. Baekwu wondered out loud that they really thought the enemy would make a mistake and sit back, but Yeon suddenly intervened and asked if he really meant to say that they should use Japan. Baekwu extended his hand and said that many people had developed a dislike for Japan due to recent events, but only a few people had acted, and Yeon crossed his arms and added that in a full-scale war, the number of troops could not be ignored. Baekwu put his hand to his chin and said that judging by the enemy's numbers, it seemed like they had sent troops to the Japanese area, and Kang asked in surprise if Japan would agree to cooperate. Baekwu looked at the dark-haired man who was shouting something and said that they had no other choice. After all, they shared the same fate with Japan. Kang closed his eyes and said that Baekwu was the one making the decisions here, not him, so he asked everyone else to shut their mouths. Baekwu extended his hand and said that they had about 14 days left, and at first glance it might seem like enough, but they needed to act now if they were considering negotiating with Japan, and then they needed to gather with them and come up with a plan. Kang opened his mouth wide and shouted that the decision had been made, and so he ordered them to waste no time and act. The priest closed his eyes and said that he stayed because he wanted to give advice that could help with strategy. He looked at Baekwu and said that he, too, had stayed in the meeting room, and so it seemed he had something important to say. The man lowered his head and said that today one of the scouts sent out had been killed and resurrected at the guild headquarters, but the other scouts who had been caught alive were torturing themselves. The men were tied up and sitting behind bars. One of them opened his eyes and thought about how his mission was to carefully gather information and return safely, but he had been captured by the enemy, although he did not remember how it happened. He looked at the other prisoners and remembered that he had seen a flash and lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he was already half naked, and since he had a lot of physical strength, he quickly came to his senses. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing a noise. He immediately lay down on the ground and pretended to be asleep. The girl smiled and said that she knew he was awake, so she ordered him to open his eyes if he did not want to be stabbed. The prisoner frowned and asked her what country they were from. The girl came closer to the bars and said that it was insignificant, that they were still attached to this concept, but the man replied that they looked like their civilization was in decline, so the question arises, which side is more insignificant in this case? The girl raised her head and said that she had come to persuade him, but the prisoner smiled and said that they had picked the wrong guy and that it was hard to reason with anyone here, not just him. The woman lowered her head and said that no one would persuade him because he was just a victim. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek and he wondered what she meant. Two warriors immediately grabbed the man. They took the prisoner away and the girl pulled out a green bottle from her pocket. She removed the stopper. The prisoners woke up and began to wonder what had happened. The half-naked girl opened her mouth wide and screamed in shame, but the woman said that she would soon get used to it. The prisoner looked at her and asked where all his comrades were, but the woman replied that they would meet soon, and therefore they did not need to worry. Sweat broke out on his face as he began to talk about how they could do whatever they wanted, but that even torture would not break him. The woman looked at him and introduced herself as Violet, saying that she was one of the 5 priests who ran the cult. She spread her hands and said that if he cooperated, she would give him whatever he wanted. Her eyes lit up and she said that she wanted him to torture one man first. The prisoner was tied to a table and Violet stood over him and said that he was more relaxed than she thought, and she said that they thought he would start begging for mercy, crying and complaining. The man bared his teeth and exclaimed that he would only agree to help them if she gave him her head or the head of her leader. Violet taped his mouth shut and said that he did not want to negotiate, as she expected. The man frowned as he heard the girl take out her blade. The girl smiled and stuck a knife into his leg, saying that they would subject him to various tortures, but even if he changed his mind in the middle of the process, they would not accept his surrender. Near the table sat a prisoner and screamed, and Violet said that if she did it without enthusiasm again, she herself would end up in the place of the test subject. The man began to sweat heavily from excitement and wondered if they were using him as a training tool, but the voice of the girl who was screaming seemed familiar. A green aura enveloped them and their eyes glowed green. The prisoners took knives in their hands and stood over the man. The action takes place near a white tent. Violet approached the leader and he told her that her endurance was amazing, but he would not be surprised if she died, and the girl replied that it was better for them because the longer they lasted, the more their hostility would grow. The man looked at her and thought about how people's beliefs seemed unbreakable, but if you dig deeper, you can find a weak spot, but of course everything is not as simple as it seems, but after many trials and errors they managed to achieve results. He closed his eyes and asked if the prisoners were under the influence of drugs, and the girl confirmed that they were. She imagined a cloud of gas and said that even if the effect of the drug wore off, using torture, they all felt pleasure and excitement, but even if they wanted to stop, they could not. The man looked at the cauldron with green liquid and said that before the victim died, the blindfold should be removed so that he could see who was torturing him. The man extended his hand over the cauldron and said that those who had bravely taken a huge step forward deserved a proper reward, and therefore they would receive the highest quality drug and be able to enjoy it whenever they wanted. He stood over the cauldron and thought that while there were many abilities that were stronger than this one in terms of power, it was possible to make tens of thousands of people go crazy just with the ability of forbidden knowledge. The man remembered his scientific past and mentally said that he was originally an ordinary researcher in a pharmaceutical company, and when he came to this world, he used his abilities to get a job as an alchemist and made a living selling various potions. One customer held a potion in his hands and asked what kind of potion it was, and the man's mouth opened wide in shock because he realized that he had accidentally sold an experimental potion. The customer smiled madly and said that he felt great because it was like an energy drink and therefore he wanted more. The man's mouth opened happily and thought that this was a great idea. He imagined the silhouette of the potion and began to think that in reality it would be impossible to create an experiment with drugs as he wanted. There were many people standing behind him. He thought that he had created a huge organization with people who noticed the potential of his potion. He imagined the silhouette of the buildings and thought that it was easy to take over the city with illegal substances that could defeat people even with great strength and a strong will. The man thought of a pyramid, because when weak people gather, a class pyramid can be quickly built. He imagined himself above the entire planet and thought that this world was created for him, a world in which he can get what he wants and do whatever he wants. And besides, living here as a priest is incomparably more pleasant and rewarding than being an old explorer on Earth. He turned around because he heard someone screaming. He looked at the city and said that no matter what choice the opponents make, all the inhabitants of this city will kneel before him. Yeon raised his head and asked about the fact that the prisoners were torturing their own members, but Baekwu replied that the important thing is that their information will fall into their hands. Kang looked at Yeon in surprise, who asked if he knew that it was not easy to break through the siege of the gate. He raised his hand and said that by diverting the enemy's attention elsewhere, the damage could be reduced, so he said that they needed to send about 5,000 men through another gate to draw attention to that side. Aeon smiled madly and said that they should not pretend that they had to fight like their lives were at stake. The gate opened. A warrior approached Violet and asked her where the Grey Priest was. The girl looked away and thought that the Grey One was on the Japanese side, but it was most likely a trap to distract attention. But the girl still answered that they would probably focus on that side, so she ordered them to keep an eye on the opposite side. Suddenly, another warrior immediately ran up to her and exclaimed that the Grey Priest was asking for her help, since the enemies had thoughtlessly attacked them and the first line had already broken. Sweat broke out on her face and she wondered what was going on. The warriors were fighting against the cult of the Great Ones. Grey killed 2 of them and said that they were very rude. 2 warriors of the Alliance appeared in front of him and they started shouting that this big guy is the leader of the devils. Grey hit one of them with an axe. The dark-haired man smiled and said that Grey was caught. Grey bared his teeth in horror and exclaimed that they had completely lost their minds because the Alliance members began to ask him to kill them. One of the warriors used magic. A powerful explosion thundered. Kang looked at Aihyun and asked if he really had 5,000 loyal followers who were ready to risk their lives on command. The priest smiled and told them not to think that there were only 5,000 followers. Baekwu lowered his head and thought that thanks to the leaked information, a trap had been set, and if 5,000 people showed such a breakthrough force, the enemy would think that these troops were from Hwarang and Shinhwa and would not send reinforcements. Baekwu turned around and said that it was their turn to put out everything they had so that no one would dare to rebel. The army raised their weapons. Kang walked in front and said that it had been a long time since he had used his energy. Baekwu used magic. 2 hurricanes appeared on the battlefield. Kang and Mirin were cutting up the opponents. Kang threw his spear over his shoulder and said that they were not that big of a problem. An enemy appeared behind Baekwu while he was thinking that if the Japanese side had a plan, they had already completed their preparations for the battle and were waiting, but it would be ideal if they could open the gate and join them. Mirin immediately cut down the enemy who wanted to attack from behind. She looked at the man and told him to be careful, adding that even a mage could dodge something like that. Baekwu drank some potion, thinking that the most important thing now was to deal with the pursuers. A huge tornado appeared on the battlefield. Violet smiled, because she realized that she had been deceived. She frowned in displeasure and ordered her subordinate to call the Black Priest. Everything around went dark and the subordinate asked her again in shock, and she answered that they needed to use all available means. The protagonist continued to fight the examiner and thought that he moved slower than her, so she seemed faster, and if she had attacked with the intent to kill, he would have died long ago. The protagonist grabbed his sword and said that he had learned a lot from her, but it was time for him to go, but the girl replied that in the past 3 gates, he had won by catching his opponents off guard, so she was curious as to why he was confident that he would win this time. Xiang, who assumed a fighting stance and replied that she would know when it was all over, but the girl smiled and said that the testing method was the same. Whoever hits the other 10 times first wins, but if the hit is parried or performed with magic, it does not count. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about how the examiner's movement was very similar to Mirin's pressure technique, so he would not mind learning it and using it since it was effective for people like him. The protagonist took a step to the side and the examiner asked him in surprise what kind of pose this was, and the protagonist replied that he was always surrounded by strong people and he had to pretend to be the same because he had to try to be equal to the strong. The girl made a dash because he offered her to attack first. She hit him with a blow, but Xiang, who seemed not to be planning to dodge. He hit her with a sword and left a wound. The protagonist smiled and took a step forward to make another attack, and the girl at that moment mentally said that she could not figure it out because Xiangyu slows down for no reason, and the feelings become stronger. The protagonist struck again and thought that Rancor Uchida lost to this ability, and even Mirin was confused when she first saw her, but this is not enough. He turned around and mentally said that Mirin was confused by the unusualness, but he couldn't attack her. However, the examiner was also confused, but she would soon get used to it and would be able to easily dodge. The protagonist approached her and told her that he had learned something while fighting against the strong, but the examiner replied that there was nothing remarkable about his movements, and therefore she thought that those whom he thought were strong were actually worthless. Sunghu missed his blow and said that no one he knew could compare to Mirin in terms of ability. The examiner jumped aside and said that she realized that the protagonist had the ability to instantly speed up and slow down, but she could handle him, even though he was annoying, and therefore, according to her, if this was his secret weapon, he had better not hope to win. They stood opposite each other and Xianghu noticed that Mirin had also said something similar, and the examiner indignantly wondered who this Mirin was that he was always talking about. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that she was his mentor, and she also thought that Xianghu was a very powerful person, so he was being taught from the position of an opponent, and he was acting cautiously. He imagined Mirin and thought about how a strong person like her was vigilant about meaningless blows and responded carefully, but he did not know why she was so wary and tried to avoid them, but he doubted that it was rash. The protagonist looked ahead and thought about how if Mirin was defending herself, it was for a reason, and therefore those moves could be collected and applied. The protagonist lowered his sword and stated that thanks to this, he had created martial arts and abilities that no one else could use, but he had never used them before because he did not know if they would work, so he would find out by fighting the examiner girl because she had excellent abilities. The protagonist immediately jumped forward and said that this time it would be a little different than before. He began to strike blow after blow, and the examiner did not understand what was happening. She jumped back and said that she could not believe that he had hidden this ability until now, but the protagonist replied that the secret should be hidden. Then he struck her for the 6th time, approaching closely. He imagined the examiner in chains and thought that she had fallen into a trap that she herself had created and was retreating defenselessly. Because she did not understand the protagonist's movements and did not know how to respond to them correctly, which confused her even more. The protagonist struck 3 more blows and only had to strike the last blow. The girl bared her teeth and mentally exclaimed that it was time to counterattack since she was simply being pushed back. She extended her hand and hit him, thinking that this was the key to victory. However, the protagonist suddenly grabbed her hand. Sunwoo threw it and slammed it into the ground. The girl smiled and wondered if she had been knocked down, and the protagonist confirmed this and said that he had used the flexibility of his body to change his position. The girl turned to him and said that he must have learned this move during the endurance test, and the protagonist confirmed this, adding that it did not mean that she could not have come up with something similar. The girl put her hands on him and said that no matter what anyone said, he had passed, and besides, she was very sorry to just let him go. After a while, a huge man stood in front of the protagonist, who was the examiner of strength, who was angry at the protagonist for stealing the heart of their beautiful woman, the examiner of agility. The man grinned furiously and said that the protagonist should be prepared for the consequences. An explosion occurred in front of the protagonist. The examiner sat in the crater from the explosion and said that it was unfair, but the protagonist replied that he was simply using all his abilities. He put his hand to his head and said that he heard a painful remark about how the purpose of these tasks was to become better, and so he wanted to just be sent back if there was no more advice. The protagonist teleported into the hall and lost in thought about how the Gate of Power, which seemed difficult, was unexpectedly the easiest, and he passed easily because he maximized his abilities. The Gate of Luck was open in front of him, the only one left to pass. Inside, he saw some wooden devices and wondered what kind of torture chamber this was. A clown appeared behind him and said that the thing is, this is what suits the Gate of Luck best. The clown smiled happily and said that he was the examiner here, and also said that he had heard about the protagonist. He snapped his finger, saying that real luck was not in waiting, but in grabbing it. Sunwoo suddenly found himself tied to a chair and started screaming to be untied. He looked at the clown and screamed that he had not yet agreed to take the test, but the clown replied that unlike the other gates, he seemed scared in this one. The examiner smiled broadly and asked the protagonist not to be too scared, because this was a preparation for a fair competition and here you can test your luck with cards or board games. The dark shackles evaporated as soon as the protagonist said that he would prefer to play Indian poker. The clown extended his hand and the table lit up. He started dealing the cards, and at that moment, Sunwoo was thinking about how in Indian poker you take out a card and put it on your forehead, and you bet only by looking at your opponent's cards. The clown put a card on his forehead. Then the protagonist took a card and thought about how if he excluded the case of tying, he had a 1/12th chance of beating the clown, since the probability of a number below 3 is 1/14. He looked at the card and said that it was a 2, so the clown laughed happily and said that he had won the round. The protagonist stood up and asked if it was possible to have a few more practice games, and the clown replied that this was usually not allowed, but he would give special permission at his discretion. The protagonist presented the cards and mentally said that during several practice matches, he tried not only card games, but also board games, and he even lost almost all the coin tosses. The protagonist held a gun and played a simulation of Russian roulette, but he felt defeated under the weight of the gun. Sunwoo leaned over and asked if the clown had done something, but the examiner denied it and said that it was a fair fight of luck between them. The protagonist slammed his fist on the table and asked if he thought losing 7 times in a row was a result of luck, but the clown confirmed it, adding, that of the 6 stats given to humans, luck has the most precise effect and the most uncertain application. He recalled many situations and said that the protagonist saw the benefits of getting better items and rewards in creating high-class items, but this was different because the clown's luck stat was higher than Seongwoo's. The examiner smiled scary and said that, however, the reason for the equal match could be that the protagonist used a special power, ability, and yet the clown won. The protagonist lowered his head and wondered how he could win then, but the clown only replied that he needed to figure it out himself. He smiled madly and suggested that they start the game seriously, and the penalty for losing would be death. Seongwoo's leg was tied up and his magic was not working, so he asked anxiously if risking his life was too much. The clown closed his eyes and replied that if the protagonist did not want to take risks, he could try tens or hundreds of times, but then it would not be a kingdom of luck, but rather a kingdom of chance, but here everything was decided by pure luck. Gears were spinning behind the protagonist's chair while the clown was saying that there was only one chance, because if Xianghu lost, the blades would jump out of the seat and take his life. The protagonist raised his head and asked if someone else could sit on the chair, but the clown replied that it was not exactly impossible, but he did not understand why the protagonist was asking about it. The protagonist smiled and said that in that case, he had more than one chance. A dark aura appeared around him because he used the summoning technique. Fiammon appeared behind him and the protagonist asked the clown if he could seat her in his place and start the game. The clown opened his mouth wide and began to scream. The protagonist looked at the examiner calmly and said that he had summoned her and that she had consciousness, and therefore if he lost, it would not be his loss, but the one sitting on the chair. The clown removed the shackles from the protagonist and, raising his finger, exclaimed that he agreed, because having someone who could represent him in such a situation was also a kind of luck, and such a special occasion only happened once. The protagonist patted Fiammon on the back and said that she had finally come in handy, and she replied that she was glad that she had finally come in handy. The protagonist smiled happily and said that she just needed to take his place and play cards with this clown. The girl sat down on the chair and immediately her legs were tied. The clown also sat down at the chair and asked her what game she wanted to play, and the girl replied that she wanted to play poker. She lowered her head and thought that for her, who had collected the knowledge of countless people, this game was very familiar, and in terms of skill, she was far superior to this pathetic clown. A moment later, her mouth fell open in shock because the clown had drawn a straight flush in the first round. The clown looked at her and said that if she was in doubt, he would lay the cards in the center in a row, and she could choose whichever she wanted. The protagonist watched from the side and thought that if her stats were based on his stats, they should be high, and her luck should be more than 800, and yet she lost time after time to the clown with a huge difference in cards. The protagonist lowered his head and decided to choose a card for her because he was curious about what would happen. He began to choose cards, thinking that after this, an equal match would begin. Even if he did it thoughtlessly, the difference was very large. Chips appeared on the table and the girl said that it was good that he had chosen good cards, but he had always lost before. The protagonist stood behind her and asked if she wanted to play herself, and Fiammon replied that among her former masters there was one who was a fan of gambling, and therefore defeating the clown was not so difficult. The clown covered his mouth with his hand and, laughing, said that he was scared that he could lose, but the girl told him not to laugh because she was going to beat him now. The protagonist smiled and thought that, unlike other stats, luck works regardless of desire, and thanks to the ability of fortune, his luck exceeded the mark of 1,000, and he gained intuition about luck. In addition, it helps to decide what is preferable for him, and deliberately resisting it can also allow him to avoid failure. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and wondered how he should use his abilities in such a situation. After a while, Fiammon bared her teeth angrily and shouted that the cards must be marked, but the clown replied that she could examine them if she had so many doubts. The girl looked at the card and mentally said that they were indeed normal. Then she did something with the cards, thinking that she couldn't lose like that. Xianghu, who was standing behind her, noticed this and mentally said that if this cheating worked, he would definitely take advantage of it. Then she put the card on the table and said that she won because she had a full house. The clown looked at her horrifiedly and asked if she was cheating. The girl smiled naively and asked what she meant by that. But the clown said that luck was on his side this round, and therefore the fact that he lost could mean that other factors were involved. Fiammon was immediately bound by magic. The clown looked at her menacingly and told her that even without his explanation, she could figure it out by counting the remaining cards, because there should be 42 of them, but there were only 41 cards left. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek and he wondered if the clown hadn't noticed the cheating until the very end, but then suddenly the protagonist asked out loud if cheating was really forbidden. The clown lowered his head and said that it didn't matter if he won in this way, because it meant that he had achieved success. Then he slammed his hands on the table and began to shout in rage that if he was caught doing this, then it was already bad luck. According to him, Fiammon lost because she was caught cheating. The examiner opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that there was a price to pay for losing, and therefore her punishment would be execution. The knives began to spin around her head. In a moment, everything around was covered in blood because the knives tore off her head. Her head fell to the ground and the girl asked the protagonist with displeasure that he really called her for this. Fiammon evaporated, and the examiner looked at the protagonist and said that now that they dealt with the dirty girl who defiled the sacred party, they can begin the real game. Xianghu put his hand to his face and said that he wanted to put on one item. The protagonist held his hand to his face and thought about how this mask can cause a strange laugh at the end of his statements, but it reduces the enemy's stats by 10% and increases it by more than 10%. They began to take cards, and the protagonist at this time was thinking about what he found out, that he found out how the clown thinks, and therefore came up with a dirty and mean way to pass this gate. He looked at his cards and although he had a normal combination, he understood that he would probably still lose. They sat opposite each other and the protagonist decided to give up this round, saying that he simply did not see a chance to win because luck was not on his side this round. The clown laid out his cards and said that the protagonist had good intuition because he also had a flush, but his cards were slightly higher than the protagonist's. The protagonist looked down and decided that if he got a higher card, then the clown's would be even higher, and even if Sunwoo changed the cards, he would still lose. Then the protagonist laid down his cards and gave up another round, and the clown asked if the protagonist understood what he needed to get from this gate of luck. The clown smiled and said that the gate of luck pursues luck beyond its capabilities, and since his luck stat is higher than Sunwoo's, then in a normal fight the clown will win, but in this situation they can experience real luck. The clown raised his finger and said that to defeat an opponent against whom he had no chance, he would need incredible luck that might seem unattainable. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he could not bet his life on such a low probability. He looked at his cards and saw that 3 cards were of the same suit, so he decided that he could try to win, since if his cards were small, then the clown should have them too. The protagonist raised his head and said that he would pass, and the clown looked at him in surprise and said that Sunwoo was making unpredictable bets, and added that he would call. The protagonist reached for the card and said that he would then change the card. At the same time, Sunwoo thought that there were cards that his intuition pointed to, but he deliberately chose those that it did not react to. He picked up the red card and decided that he would pretend to throw away the card that he would hide up his sleeve. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that when the clown played with Fiamen, he only realized what was going on when he saw the result. Seong-woo smiled, because he realized that the examiner did not notice the trick because he lacked skill as opposed to luck. The protagonist extended his hand and decided to call, saying that he would change all 5 cards, and the examiner asked in surprise what to understand this, in response to which the protagonist said that he was betting on his luck. If it was on his side, he would win. The clown laughed and exclaimed that then he would also change 5 cards. Sunwoo looked at the cards and saw that the clown had a flush in his hand and his 2 aces, which was much lower. The clown looked at him and said that he seemed to be hoping for a miracle, but things were going badly. But the protagonist replied that this round, it seemed, luck was not on his side again. The clown extended his hand and noted that the protagonist had only 10 chips left, and therefore if he admitted defeat now, the clown would send him back without any pain. But the protagonist replied that the game was not over yet and he had a chance to win. Sunwoo looked at his card and thought that it was relatively bad, so now he could start implementing his plan. They both looked at their cards and suddenly the protagonist announced that he was passing. The clown smiled and said that he would call, since it would be polite of him to give Sunwoo a chance to change cards. The clown lowered his head and told the protagonist to trust his sense of luck and choose a card, since there might be one that would change the situation for him. The protagonist reached out for the card, thinking that as the examiner said, there was a card that clearly stood out. If he chose it, he would be able to get something better than 1 pair, but even if he won due to luck, the outcome of the next game was not yet decided. He put his hand on 1 card, thinking that he needed to choose the best card that real luck could give. He held the cards in front of him and said that he changed the card, and the clown said that he would call again. Seong-woo moved the chips forward and bet all the chips and decided to change 5 cards, thinking that now everything depended on luck. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he would take a risk and change 5 cards, and the clown said that he would call and also change 5 cards. The clown opened his mouth in surprise and thought that luck was merciful to him, and therefore he would never collect cards worse than the protagonist. He saw his cards and mentally exclaimed that these were the strongest royal flush cards, and then said out loud that he won this round. The protagonist looked at his cards and thought that these were great terrible cards, because they were all different and worthless, and therefore he lost the card game. Seong-woo smiled slyly and said that he won the game, but the clown asked in surprise what he meant by that. He pointed his finger at the clown and exclaimed that he was cheating, but the clown claimed that he would never do such a thing. The clown gaped in shock, and the protagonist continued to say that denying it wouldn't help, because when he put all the chips and replaced all the cards, the clown got scared and cheated, but the clown continued to shout that he couldn't believe that Sunwoo was accusing him of such nonsense. The protagonist lowered his head and said that if the game was fair, there would be 42 cards left, excluding the 10 they were holding in their hands, but now 1 was missing, which meant that the examiner had taken it. The clown held out his hands and checked that the protagonist really did have 5 cards. The examiner looked away in displeasure, thinking that if he hadn't cheated, then he wouldn't have more than he should have. The clown stood up angrily and said that he realized that the protagonist was planning to invalidate this round, but Sunwoo asked if the clown himself had not said that whoever cheated should pay. The clown grinned angrily and said that the cheater clearly had 6 cards in her hand. The protagonist smiled and asked if he would mind taking a look at his cards. The clown was horrified when he saw that there were 6 cards on his table. He opened his mouth in shock and asked what kind of trick the protagonist had pulled. The protagonist looked at him carefully and said that he was scared by his bold bet and refused to play honestly for luck. Then, according to Sunhu, the clown cheated by taking an extra card and was caught red-handed. In other words, the examiner should be disqualified. The clown opened his mouth wide and began to scream, but a moment later, the knives cut off his head. The protagonist smiled and looked at the blood splatter, thinking that he was the one who cheated, and if he was caught cheating, it was an automatic loss, so he had to make the examiner believe that he had done it. The protagonist remembered that card and mentally said that thanks to the high level of the luck stat, he had developed intuition for identifying good cards. Then he glued the card to the underside of the table, right under the card that his intuition did not respond to. The protagonist looked at one card and relied on fate, or rather on the luck of the clown, because he had no choice but to choose the very fake card that his intuition pulled him to, and therefore it was a luck trap. The shackles fell from the protagonist's legs. He moved to the starting hall and the system notified him that he was now a superhuman. The protagonist looked at the system window and thought that he needed to choose an item and an ability. He smiled and mentally said that he couldn't believe that the phoenix feather existed, just like Serena said when he tricked her. The protagonist had many abilities in front of him, ranging from martial arts to magic, but he decided to choose a skill related to sword techniques. Sunho teleported to the city and thought that it was not in vain that he insisted on passing, because now he had replenished his basics and returned the title, and also received an item. He turned around because someone called out to him. Two men were standing next to him and they made it clear that they knew who he was. He was surrounded by a crowd of hooligans who were shouting that they would receive an incredible amount of medicine if they killed the ghost. He calmly stood there and wondered if they were crazy. Moreover, they were saying that they would receive a drug in exchange for his death. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he didn't know what was going on, but he just wanted to rest after completing a difficult task, so he offered them something to let him go. A moment later, the protagonist punched him hard. The man grabbed his jaw and threatened him, and Seong-Hu picked up his sword and said that they started the fight first, and he was their superior, so he didn't intend to hold back. He chopped off the man's leg. The protagonist turned around and asked them to be his opponents in a sparring match. The men looked at him in surprise with their red eyes. Horrible screams could be heard from behind the houses. Everything was covered in dust. The protagonist knocked on the door and entered the building. Two men stood behind him, surprised that he was there. The protagonist knocked on another door and called out to Ellie. A glimmer of mana appeared behind the door, and the protagonist said that he would come in if he could. He then immediately jumped aside from the mana charge flying at him. Ellie came out of the room and said that she was asked to do so, and she was also interested in how the warriors guessed and managed to dodge such things. The protagonist looked at her and said that more importantly, he met strange guys on the street who suddenly attacked him, talking about some drugs. The girl turned around and said that he seemed to have run into drug addicts, and she also said that the city was under siege. She showed the protagonist a red stone and said that the people who were caught by the enemies returned to the city with this drug. The protagonist immediately opened his mouth and almost ate this drug, but then immediately said that he was joking. Ellie lowered her head and said that the city was in chaos because of this drug, because it gives incomparable pleasure, having experienced which, a person wants to take the drug at any cost. Sunhu extended his hand and said that in this world, addiction and withdrawal symptoms are also a status condition, so he thinks that they can be cancelled with a detox spell or potion, but the girl replied that they tried, but even after returning to normal, people are looking for drugs. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that, in other words, people are mentally addicted, not physically addicted, after which Ellie said that fortunately, none of their guild is addicted, and therefore such people will definitely give up their lives if Sunhu orders it. The girl looked at him and said that the city is mired in chaos due to drug addicts causing riots. Someone is losing their minds and offers them to surrender to the enemy. Someone wants to take drugs by opening the gate for a minute. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that this is strange, because people who are released after imprisonment would not do anything like this, and therefore, perhaps there is a traitor in the city. He looked at her and asked why she hadn't done anything quickly then, and the girl sarcastically asked who the man was who kept telling them not to reveal their identities. Ellie looked at him and said that the high-ranking officials and the main forces of the Alliance were outside the city. There was no one to give orders to now, and if someone did step forward but something went wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility, so no one was sticking their necks out. Everything around went dark, and Ellie said that the protagonist was both an advisor to the Alliance and the agency for overseeing the Eastern Azure Union, and therefore now in the city he could give orders that no one could dispute. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that he liked that until the war was over, he was the main force of this city. The protagonist turned around and told her to tell the allies to get ready to leave and come to the Alliance building in an hour. Ellie's mouth opened wide in surprise. and so they stood at the Alliance building, and the guards were talking about how to get through. They needed to confirm their identity. The protagonist showed his pass, and the guard bowed and said that a ghost was the hardest person to identify in the city. The protagonist entered the building and told the assistant to ask everyone to gather in the chief's office. Then a man met him and asked if it was a ghost. The man came up and introduced himself as Hyan, saying that he was the vice commander of the center's guards, and he also asked if the protagonist was allowed to go higher than the 3rd floor. The protagonist moved away from him and said that with Kang, Bikwu, and the guild leaders away, it was only natural that he, the Alliance advisor, had the right to give orders. The protagonist continued up the stairs and ordered everyone to gather in the office on the 8th floor as soon as possible. The protagonist opened the door to the room and thought about how this was the office of the strongest person in the Divine City. He picked up a book and thought that information that an ordinary person would never see in their life was lying openly here. The warriors entered the room and began to wonder why they were gathered here and who this ghost was. The protagonist sat at the table with his feet up and said that they had arrived faster than he thought. The warrior frowned and called him a loser, asking why he was at Kang's table. He pointed his finger at Seonghu and started yelling at him to stand up right now. He then raised his fist and yelled that he would make him stand up. However, the protagonist dodged the blow without any problem. The warrior fell to the ground. The other warriors bared their teeth and wanted to grab the protagonist. However, Seonghu showed them his terrifying aura and ordered them to be quiet. The warrior's eyes widened in shock and wondered what kind of terrible mana this was. The protagonist stood up and said that they were so angry that their blood was boiling because of the chair, but the situation in the city apparently did not cause them such emotions. Seonghu grabbed one of them and said that this was not a small thing to justify. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that until now, they had ignored everything due to fear of responsibility, but they were lucky that the situation had not worsened. He let go of the man and said that from now on, he would be in charge of the Alliance instead of Kang and Bikwu. But this was a temporary measure considering the circumstances, and so once they had established contact with them, he would return to his usual position. The protagonist looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that if he refused to agree, then he could suggest a way to resolve the situation, but if he simply rejected the protagonist, he would knock his teeth out. The man immediately lowered his head. The protagonist turned around and said that from now on, he, a ghost, would be responsible for everything, and in exchange, for the sake of the Divine City and all of them, Seonghu hoped that they would follow his orders as if they were Kang. They all stood in front of him and said that they understood him. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed, while thinking that these warriors were the kind of people who would give their lives to carry out someone else's orders. He narrowed his eyes and said that their job was to maintain public order. The men lowered their heads and said that if they detained people, the public would strongly object, but the protagonist replied that he would take responsibility. A woman entered the room and said that a group of people insisted on entering, using the protagonist's name. Ellie entered the room with 2 strangers behind her. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that Ellie would be in charge of all information for the time being. The soldiers bowed and said that they heard the protagonist's order after he ordered them to report everything they learned, no matter how trivial the information was. Ellie looked at the shelves behind her with a smile and thought that there was information that had been written down from the very beginning, and therefore its value could not be measured in money. The girl turned around and mentally said that they should take advantage of every opportunity provided. The guards led the offenders away, each throwing curses. The servant looked at the notebook, said that not counting the 19 victims, 722 people were arrested and taken into custody. The hero assumed that the discontent was not as strong as he thought. The guy smiled and said that public opinion had not changed significantly despite the arrests, all because the ghost was on the side of the people during the Civil War. The player broke free from the chains and screamed. He ran at the ghost. The others screamed that it had become dangerous here. The man began to strike, but none of them hit their target. The young man smiled and asked if they were trying to take him hostage. He called it a stupid idea. The bully kicked him, using the rock-cutting technique. The traitor pulled out his sword, noting that if the big guy's goal was to escape, he should have just run away from here. But why did he attack him? Was he really ordered to kill him in exchange for ecstasy? Black painted clouds appeared around Seonghu. It was Nuvola's dispersion technique. The player put up a block. He was trying to analyze the ghost. The guy dashed forward and delivered a chopping blow to the man's throat. The hero walked forward and said that everyone was too lenient towards the big guy. He turned around to face the indignant crowd. The servant coughed into his fist. The situation was getting tense. He asked the player to step aside so he could sort it out. The brunette understood him, but said that since they were continuing to cause chaos, he would not stand aside and watch. The bald man looked at the killer with displeasure and asked what he would do if they did not shut up. Would he really kill him like the same guy? Seonghu looked down and smiled. He remembered that the man was the first to scream when he killed that mercenary who attacked him. He realized that something was going on. The mercenary leaned forward, continuing to attack the hero. Suddenly, his head flew off his shoulders. The ghost put his saber back in its sheath. He ordered no one to move. Anyone who disobeyed would be considered a disturber of the peace, trying to sow chaos in the holy city. He looked at the startled girl and ordered her to be arrested immediately. He asked why the servant was thinking for so long. Did he really want to be arrested too? The guy approached the woman. He calmed her down by saying that if she was innocent, she would be released immediately. The woman screamed that she was here by accident. The player looked at her darkly. He admitted that they were crossing the line, but right now the city was in grave danger and he could not help her in any way except watch her pathetic attempts at resistance. The crowd glanced nervously at each other. The ghost smiled and hoped that not everyone here was a drug addict, traitor, or fool. He said that it was for their own good, so he asked them to cooperate. The guild member approached him. The hero ordered to arrest and search the entire crowd. Son, who glanced at him and said that if there was nothing suspicious, he would let them go, but those who resisted or refused to cooperate would need to be eliminated if necessary, because at the moment they needed to find those who were causing panic among the people. Is everything clear? Someone in the crowd turned around and walked away. The ghost jumped forward. He said that a rat was trying to escape, so he would go and chat with him. The stranger turned into an alley. The traitor tried to understand what he was doing. The guy nervously looked around and thought that the situation with control in the city was worse than ever, and if Violet had only managed to sell the drugs she brought with her and used traitors, she could easily have sowed panic in the city, but out of nowhere a ghost appeared and ruined everything. The player landed in front of him while the guy muttered that Violet would be furious. The stranger immediately attacked, realizing that he did not even feel the hero. The ghost parried all the blows. The hider recoiled, recognizing the player in front of him as the ghost. The crowd surrounded Songa. It turned out to be a trap. The fugitive took out a dagger. He understood that the plan had failed and he was already thinking about returning to the shelter. But on the other hand, this was an excellent opportunity to deal with the hero. He said that he would not kill him if he dropped the weapon. The traitor looked around. He noticed many familiar faces. These guys were scouts. He was surprised that drug addicts had infiltrated the alliance, because only the strong in spirit are accepted into the scouts, and the fact that even they succumbed to temptation. A blunt object flew at the brunette's head. The guy crouched, and the object smashed the wall. The hero asked if it was too mean to attack someone who was busy thinking from behind. The violent scout began to wave his sword, demanding to kill the idiot, but the more reasonable one said that if they killed him, he would still be reborn. They needed to capture him alive. The ghost rushed at him and said that even if they pounced on him with the whole crowd, putting their lives on the line, they still would not be able to leave a scratch. The guy blocked the blow with a hammer. His clothes began to tear from the threads of energy, although he thought he had dodged. His arm was torn to shreds. The other warriors trembled with fear. The ghost praised them for their bravery and did not kill them. He beckoned with his finger and said that it would hurt so much that they would beg for death. Meanwhile, in the guild building, the young man entered Ellie's office and asked to spare him a minute. The magician turned around happily. The guy had just received an order, but first he wanted to know what the people on the list were guilty of. He showed a piece of paper and said that 4 of them held high positions in the supply of consumables, and the 2 who were immediately killed were also quite famous. One of them was the head of a small guild, and the other its executive body, but there was not enough evidence to arrest them and then execute them. The girl frowned. It was quite natural that she called those guilds enemies without any evidence. They interfered with the sale of goods and work on the ground, secretly carried out by their guild. She hated people with good instincts. Ellie leaned on the table. She came to them when she was investigating the drug case, and if the guy wanted it so much, she could provide him with data from the Eastern Azure Union. Would he take on the analysis of the information? The young man immediately refused. He bowed his head. The leader let him go and promised to think about whether to assign him additional tasks. The brunette realized that he had only added work to himself. The girl smiled. Now she could use the forces of the Alliance and the Eastern Azure Union to get rid of competitors. But she must not forget about caution. By the time everything was over, the guild's influence would increase 4-fold. The ghost suddenly appeared in the magician's room. She thought that he would be preparing to establish connections with the outside world due to the need for such contacts in the future. Son, who put his hands together and said that something very strange had just happened. Those who had been wreaking havoc in the city turned out to be a scout team. The blonde had forgotten to tell him about it. She had said that the enemies had captured them, and after that the entire squad had betrayed them. The hero bowed his head and said that it seemed to be true, but there was one strange guy among them. He didn't want to kill him, but he had passed out when he drank poison. He was familiar with poisons, so he was able to save him and drag him here, but he waved his hand because he wanted the leader to interrogate him. Ellie was busy now. She asked what was stopping him from doing it personally. The traitor didn't mind. He nodded and said that the prisoner was not quite an ordinary person. He could have told them everything under the influence of mental magic. He asked to talk to him in any possible way. The girl said that it would cost the hero a lot. The brunette smiled and said that the Alliance would cover all the expenses anyway. Ellie smiled. She could try things that were too expensive to even think about. She said that as soon as everything was ready, she would do it. After a while, in a large house, the mage approached the prisoner. She said that Song-Hu told her to talk to him as soon as possible, but she wanted to try something right now. She looked at the guy menacingly and said that it would be better if he told everything very slowly. In the guild building, the traitor looked at the bookshelf. Everything was taking longer than he thought. He took the basic knowledge of using necromancy. He certainly mastered the skills of black magic and necromancy, but he was worried that there were not many places where he could use them. But he did not expect to find something like this here. Images of magic and money popped into his head. These records were made during the existence of the 3 necromancers. They created minions from corpses or bones. They could be divided into classes such as Undertaker, Corpse Lover, and Dead Man. High-ranking corpses were more expensive. Black skeletons were about 10 million, and Dullahan was about 20. After the Second Awakening, it became possible to create the Lord of the Dead, Death Knight, and Lich, each of which cost about 10 million and 15 billion, not counting the cost of materials, since for such an amount it was possible to train more than 5 warriors. Not inferior in strength to the Death Knight, the necromancers became useless and the experiment did not continue, and all 3 necromancers returned to their work as gravediggers. Song-Hu slammed the book shut with satisfaction and thought that even despite the enormous cost, having a warrior who would obey him without the ability to disobey was very profitable. He had Uchida's body, and if you think about it, something could come of it. The hero put the book back. Ellie entered the room. She had unexpected news. That man was not Korean, but Brazilian. The magician looked at her with a cold gaze and said that the prisoner's name was Black. He was a doppelganger. That is, he could copy the appearance and voice of other people. Silhouettes popped into her head. The sorceress said that they ruled people together with 5 priests led by the high priest, and she did not know the high priest. But the priests were called Red, Blue, Violet, Gray, and Black. Red and Blue used the sword and magic, and Gray was a strong warrior, comparable to Muhan. Ellie put her finger to her face and said that Violet was an outstanding witch with intelligence, and in fact, the real power belongs to her, not the high priest. The blonde pointed at the player and said that this was all she managed to find out, most likely in case of catching one of them, as now. Black was deliberately not given any important information. The guy did not understand. Was there really no other way out except a full-scale war? There was a knock on the door with urgent news. The servant entered the room, was glad to see the ghost, and said that an order had just been given to break through the eastern gate tonight at midnight. The brunette said that the name of the plan was by 3. The ghost looked questioningly at the head. She said that this was a mobilization of 30,000 warriors and said that a detachment would be formed to break through. She looked at the frightened servant. From that moment on she had nothing to do. She asked to tell everyone to act according to the plan. Ellie sighed tiredly. The quiet time was almost over. Was her dear Song-Hu really going to have to lead people and fight, getting his hands dirty in blood? She looked questioningly at the hero. He asked if he really should be on the front lines. The squad gathered in front of the gate. Meanwhile, the ghost was saying that he was fed up with the criminals causing trouble in the city, but now they are gone. He dealt with them well despite the fact that he is bad in other ways. The guild member looked at the crowd. Everyone was discussing the hero's recent actions. The guy ordered everyone to be silent. Everyone stared at the young man. He said that when the signal sounds, chaos will reign in the east and they will take advantage of the situation and immediately join the forces of the special squad Mukhan. One of the fighters asked who will be in the vanguard. The deputy leader closed his eyes and said that it will be the remaining white knights, and the ghost, unfortunately, will not take part in this operation. He frowned and said that the hero is worried that if the main forces leave again, then those who want to cause trouble in the city will create chaos, and as far as he knows, the player will join the battle later, leading the last third of the troops. The warrior looked at his partner sullenly and noted that the last third were warriors from small guilds. An explosion was heard behind the gate. It was a signal. The warrior looked at the knight, who ordered to protect and ensure a safe exit. The magic archers pulled arrows. Arrows flew at the savages. Some arrows pierced their targets. Chaos arose. The man swung his two-handed sword and cut off the enemy's upper body. He looked at the corpse and noted that the enemies did not give up even after a huge loss of blood. Could this really be support magic? The mage behind suggested that it was something else. The savages without arms continued to stand. They continued to attack even with such wounds. They deliberately aimed at the legs, trying to knock them down. Why do they do this? The savages knocked down one of the fighters. He asked to let him go. But at that very moment he was dragged into the ranks of the enemies. The spearman was fighting a small group and did not want the weapon dear to him. He screamed, pushing the mindless thugs away. Suddenly, a warrior in black cut off their hands and the guy fell to the ground. The spearman looked happily at the stranger and thanked him. Miriam looked ahead gloomily. She wanted to take part in the battle herself, but she had to be careful because the hero said she couldn't be exposed. Meanwhile, 2 savages were running at King. The warrior made a furious swing. He looked ahead and cursed that no matter how many of them he killed, They kept coming and coming. A guy came up to him and asked if he remembered him. The red-haired guy, high on drugs, smiled and reminded him that when he was sent, the Spear King bought him an antidote with his own money. The man looked at him, he said that he remembered it and told him to go far away. Suddenly, the girl cut his friend into two parts. She gloomily looked at the indignant player and an argument began about whether he was an ally or an enemy. The swordswoman looked at him angrily and said that if he interfered, she would regard him as an enemy. The squad looked ahead in surprise, the enemies were retreating. The thugs were slowly walking back. Kang inspected the squad and ordered to set up camp, creating a separate place for the commanders. They needed to hold an emergency meeting. By evening, the leaders gathered in the tent. The situation left much to be desired. Kalon looked questioningly at the commander. The man said that taking into account the special squad and the Japanese, is the number of warriors not enough? Kang looked at them seriously and asked if they hadn't noticed anything strange. He noticed that the longer the battle went on, the more enemies there were, right? The Spirit Lord looked at him worriedly and said that they had won. How was that possible then? Baekru put the bundle on the table. Songun looked at the bundle in surprise and asked if it was ecstasy. He said that it was a drug that had recently been found in the city. The magician smiled nervously. The commander said that the drug drove people crazy and chaos reigned, but fortunately, the ghost came in time and sorted it out completely. The blonde said that in this case it was very good that the hero stayed in the city for the duration of the operation. Kang looked at everyone and said that since they knew what it was, his story would not take much time. He said that the enemies were using ecstasy, they were poisoning people with it and luring them to their side. The man pointed to the package and said that all the traitors were familiar faces, their losses had increased. Because they did not dare to attack them, the Lord of the Spirits now understood what was wrong with some of his acquaintances who looked like zombies. The sorcerer said that they were worse than zombies, they could not think independently and distinguish friend from foe. The King of the Spear closed his eyes. He said that that was all and sent everyone to gain strength. He would try to come up with a plan to somehow reduce the losses of the remaining warriors. Marion went out into the street indignantly, thinking that if the hero were here, there wouldn't be such a mess. She looked at her tent in surprise, from which sounds were coming. She attacked, hitting Songwoo's block. The guy fell to the ground and asked if she always drew her sword at every opportunity, she could have killed him. The student laughed, because she didn't think that the master would die from such an attack. The traitor rose to his feet in displeasure. The girl suggested going to Kang's tent. She believed that if the hero joined the discussion, a solution would definitely be found. Songwoo said that this way the enemy would know about his location. Miriam looked questioningly at the master and asked what he would do then. The ghost smiled slyly and said that he would act from the shadows. Night fell in the camp. The swordswoman reported that the enemy numbered more than 100,000 people and that they all looked different. So if they encountered them, their identities would be immediately revealed. She asked how the hero wanted to join them. Sunwoo smiled and said that they would just pretend to be addicted and get into their camp. He was going to go with Jiangwen. The guy looked away and asked not to tell anyone about this. He said that addicts can easily pretend to be ordinary people, and in the worst case scenario, there is a possibility that drug addicts are even in the ranks of the upper echelons of the Alliance. The swordswoman was going to go with the master. The ghost glanced at her and said that her face was too famous and the enemy was not stupid enough to let someone like her so close. The girl asked if she could then make sure that everything went smoothly. The hero put his hand on her shoulder and said of course not, because this task is too dangerous, so she will have another mission. After a while, the savages noticed movement in front of their camp. Marion walked on a horse towards their camp. She was immediately recognized. The warriors looked at each other. One of them advised to simply ignore her, because if they thoughtlessly attacked, they would die immediately. In the shelter, Sonu looked at the boy with satisfaction. Everything was going according to his plan and now it was their turn. The couple went out to two guards. They were ordered to stop. The archer fired a shot, loudly repeating his order. The hero jumped back. He grabbed his head and asked not to shoot because they had important information. One of the guards decided that they were also addicts and offered to let them in. The couple fell to their knees and raised their hands so that they could be examined. Two red balls fell at their feet. They were told to eat them. Sonu happily took the ball and asked if this was ecstasy. The man smiled and said that this was their courage to come here. He said that there was no need to be modest and they could try them. The guy looked forward seriously, guessing that they did not let people pretending to be addicted in here so easily, because this kind of check only strengthens the addiction of those who already have it. It was smart. The savage smiled and said that they did not need to be embarrassed. Everything was fine. Jonwon reached his hand behind his back. He was going to take responsibility for further actions. But the gentleman had already thrown a pill into his mouth. His eyes turned red, drooling like a river. He laughed and demanded more because 2 pills were not enough. The savage smiled contentedly, considering the hero a typical sign of a drug addict. Xiang, who crawled on all fours towards the enemies, but the boy did not understand what he was doing. The ghost grabbed his face, indignantly asking if the guy really wanted to get drugs before him. A fight broke out. One guard was laughing, but the second tiredly demanded to let them in. The guys were called, promising to give them some pills. The couple walked forward. The savage asked to wait quietly in the indicated tent. The man smiled and looked at the boy. He asked him to come back later because despite his appearance, he is quite a high rank, so he has enough pills. The hero staggered and asked the young man to relax his eyes. Jeongwon began to be indignant that the Hyung should endure such humiliation, but the hero said that this was the most effective way with minimal damage. The guy was worried that the elder took 2 pills. Seong-woo smiled contentedly, showing the untouched drug. He hid them, pretending to eat, because he had already managed to look at drug addicts, so he used magic to match their image. The couple walked on. The main one asked not to react so sharply in the future, but to just stand calmly. The boy nodded and lowered his gaze. An ominous aura surrounded him. Mentally, he asked how the enemies dared to make the Hyung appear in such a shameful guise. He was not going to forgive them for this. After a while, a witch came into their tent. Violet smiled and introduced herself as one of the 5 priests with the highest authority after the high priest. She said that if they were given good information, they would be generously paid. Son-woo smiled, realizing that in front of him was the real engine of this chaos machine. He guaranteed that the data he would give them would be of great value. 3 days later, the witch was sitting in a chair. A guard came up to her and said that all the information the hero had was true. The head asked how he was doing. Meanwhile, the brunette was just having fun and eating, drinking alcohol and swallowing pills like everyone else. The priest looked ahead and asked what the chances were that he was pretending. The fighter did not think so. He assumed that the hero was a scoundrel who was only chasing pleasure. The girl smiled and suggested starting their plan. Meanwhile, the savages passed out at the table. The guy said that this drink was just killer. Jeongwon sat down on a stump and asked if the elder would act. The hero said that if they believed him, then today at midnight they would attack the capital, and they would take advantage of the moment when their troops would leave. A piece of paper appeared in the Hyung's hand. He wrote down the names and locations of those he would need to deal with. He asked if the young man could handle it. The boy happily looked at the list and did not object. Sun-woo looked away. He was about to start and made a summoning. Black smoke appeared in the air. Fyaman looked away irritably. The master asked her to cool down a little and said that he was sorry for what happened. The demoness screamed and asked if that was all he wanted to tell her. The man smiled sheepishly. The girl grabbed the horns and asked what he needed at such an hour. The guy only asked to go and deal with a few people with him. The hero's hand was covered in darkness. He received her blessing. Black magic allowed him to improve camouflage in dark places. Song-woo put on the mask and everything was ready. The ghost went out into the yard. Assuming that the enemies had won the battle, he noted that the atmosphere among the high-ranking warriors was quite relaxed. The player smiled. He learned that ecstasy was distributed according to rank, so it was most effective for a small number of people to distribute these pills. But if their delivery was delayed, he knew that even one day would be enough to turn against his own comrades. The demoness followed discontentedly. The owner ordered not to miss a single one. The sword flashed in the darkness. The savage turned around, thinking it was the wind. The heads of the enemies at the table began to fly off their shoulders. The carnage began. One of the enemies jumped on the hero, but his hand was immediately cut off. Fyaman cut the enemies with her gaze. The men ran away in horror and called for help. The ghost called for a dispersion nuvola. Violet created a protective dome. She thought irritably that this guy in a mask attacked at a time when most of the warriors in the unit were not. She pointed her staff forward and used an explosion. She decided that even if she died, after the explosion, others would immediately understand that an intruder had entered the camp. A purple flash appeared behind Seong-woo. Magic began to reflect in his eyes. He realized that he had thought for too long. He put his hand forward. The girl's face was covered in sweat. She did not understand how the ghost was going to stop her spell with one hand. The hero easily stopped magic of this level. Because he was wearing ancient mithril gloves and hero gloves, he did not have the ability to completely nullify other people's attacks. But now that all his indicators have exceeded 1,000, the magic dissipated. The player could simply destroy it with his overwhelming power. The witch gritted her teeth. She tried to understand why there was no data on such a strong guy. Where did he even come from? The ghost appeared in front of her and kicked her in the jaw. The priest fell to the ground. The hero asked why they were all so weak. Fyaman scratched her cheek and said that the master was too strong. She rejected the idea of flattery. She looked away embarrassedly. Because of his words, actions, and cowardly plans, she thought that he was not very strong, but she was wrong. She wondered what the true strength of the master was. Seong-woo sat down and suggested moving on to their next target. The girl was surprised, asking if they really needed to kill someone else. The owner said that they needed to visit at least 10 more places. He smiled and said that they needed to destroy the warehouse where the ecstasy was stored and fight the main boss. Meanwhile, the savage was patrolling the night camp. Jeongwon attacked him from behind and stabbed him behind one of the tents. The boy crept up to 2 board guards discussing the changing of the guard. The tired man entered the tent and his partner began to fall. The young man crouched near the corpse. The system reported that he had killed 38 people and was not detected. His serial killer skill was activated. His strength, agility, and endurance increased. The boy's eyes glowed red. He noted that with his serial killer class, his stats increased the more stealthily and brutally he killed his victims, and since his stats had increased significantly, it now took him time to adapt. Suddenly, the man approached him and asked who he was. The boy took off his hood and asked if he didn't remember him. The warrior giggled and realized that the drug addict had come for his medicine. He took the boy by the chin and said that he had cast a soundproofing spell on this tent, so no matter what they did here. Janwan broke his arm. He was encouraged by the fact that no one would hear them. The savage was tied up and a rope was thrown around his throat. The killer began to tighten the noose and said that he was here to make the big guy pay for his sins. The man fell to his knees. Mentally, Janwan said firstly for forgetting his place. He dipped the needle in poison and mentally said that this was for witnessing his brother's humiliation. The needle hung over the enemy's eye. The killer would like to enjoy this moment slowly, but time was running out and so he would have to speed up, but he promised that the man would not forget this moment for the rest of his days. Son, who suddenly trembled, hiding behind cover. He looked at the tent in which the high priest was. He said that it would be difficult to get in there because there was nowhere to hide. The hero thoughtfully looked at the demoness. Now she shuddered and said without options. The girl nervously closed her eyes. It was obvious to her that they wanted to send her there as bait and go inside alone. The player mentally noted that she was too perceptive. The traitor took out a flask with satisfaction and said that they needed a distraction. He was going to mix the medicine with ecstasy. A savage was walking towards the guards. He was told to stay where he was. The lost warrior continued to stumble forward. He was told there would be no second warning. The dreadlocked fighter came up to him and asked why the guard was not doing anything. The man threw his weapon forward. It stuck in the warrior's leg. He trembled. The big man slowly approached him and pierced his head with a spear. The guards flinched and asked what he had done. The man said that the fighter had taken too much ecstasy and lost his mind. He frowned at the silhouettes that flashed by. Captain Carlos suddenly got into a fighting stance. He threw the spear forward. It stuck in the ground. The man frowned ahead, firmly deciding that there was something there. The masked savage slowly stood up and told his friend that he could not go against the captain. The captain asked if it was okay to throw a spear for no reason. The captain stood behind him gloomily while the player praised him, saying that he was the hero of Brazil and the one who ruled over everyone. The leader ordered them to be extremely vigilant from now on. The savages fell to their knees. Carlos ordered the others to be on guard so that not even an ant could pass unnoticed. The ghost looked at the fighter running forward. He noted that despite the fact that they were moving very slowly, he still felt their presence and threw his spear. A drop of sweat ran down his face. If the player had not been distracted, he would have definitely wounded him. Son, who looked at Fiamon and asked her to pull herself together and follow him, he promised to throw her out without hesitation if she interfered with him. The ghost lifted the canvas of the tent. The priest screamed in fear and began to ask what was happening and who he was. The player appeared behind him, noting that the man was very weak. He put a dagger to his throat and asked if he wasn't the high priest behind all of this. The man screamed that he was only formally in this position and he really just creates medicine and does nothing else. Xiang, who frowned at him, his original plan was to just kill the priest here, but what if he could kidnap him and continue producing ecstasy? Carlos's silhouette appeared outside the tent, who had returned with a report. The hero ordered the old man to act as usual. He must understand what would happen if he disobeyed. The priest trembled. He demanded to know what happened. The warrior said that there was an intruder somewhere here. He raised the level of combat readiness and sent people to patrol the territory. The savage looked around. The priest asked if he really came to him only because of this. The novice replied that his safety was their top priority and if the priest did not mind, he would like to stay with him until the morning. Carlos bowed. The old man shouted that he didn't need a bodyguard, so the big guy should get out of here. The player apologized for the inconvenience. The ghost nervously looked ahead. He decided that the main problem was over, but suddenly a spear flew at his head. Xiang, who jumped back at the last moment. He slid along the ground and cursed mentally. Carlos went into the tent. The leader ordered to kill that idiot. The high priest mumbled behind the player. He told him to find the guards and get out of here. He would take care of the rest here. The hero laughed and started pointing. He complained that he should have acted faster. His target escaped and now he would have to deal with the enemy. It was terrible, but even so it would serve as a lesson for him, so there were some advantages. The enemy called him weird. He took out his spear and looked at the intruder. He asked if he could ask him something. Carlos suddenly attacked and said that the boy could ask anything if he survived this blow. The ghost covered himself with his cloak. Because of the dust he could not see anything. A sword flew out through the raised sand. Xiang, who jumped back. He took out his sword and noted that if it were not for the dodging technique that he remembered during the fight with Kang, he would hardly have been able to dodge. Carlos came closer and said that the hero was fast and had incredible abilities, in which case the traitor decided to ask his question: how did he understand so quickly that something was wrong? The man frowned and said that the high priest was fanatically concerned about his own safety, and if someone like him found out that there might be an enemy somewhere here, and then ordered his personal guard to leave. There could only be one reason for these actions. He jumped in and said that the hero was not an ordinary killer, and judging by his unusual aura and the fact that he dodged his attack, he would fight him with all his might. Xiang said that usually people who say that lose after that. The battle began. The soldiers looked towards the battle, not yet understanding what was happening there. The ghost raised his sword to his chest. He thought he could cut his spear with his sword, but it seemed his weapon matched his skills, so he could only leave a scratch. He noted that the enemy was aiming for his vital organs, like an unstoppable deadly hurricane. Suddenly, Carlos pierced the guy's body with a spear, but the clone evaporated. The warrior angrily looked away and said that he was like cutting through clouds. The ghost swung his sword. If it weren't for the Nuval, there would not be a single living place left on his body. The player raised his spear. The hero asked what reason such a strong warrior had for protecting that weakling, but the savage replied that he didn't need to know. The guy asked if he wanted to join forces with him. He said that it was much better than working for a strange old man. Carlos raised his hand and laughed. He said that this old man was not one to be controlled. He was like a natural disaster that destroys everything around him with his mere existence. The man frowned and said that their once powerful country had become dependent on the medicine prepared by this old man, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. He swung his spear. The boy asked him if he didn't want him to give him this medicine, but the player said that only a high priest could prepare it, and even if the hero used the same ingredients and followed the recipe exactly, the effect would be completely different because he didn't have the skills of a high priest. Carlos swung his glowing spear and said that compared to the old man, the hero wasn't that great. The ghost pointed the blade of his sword at him and said that by refusing, his fate had already been decided. He parried the attack. Xiang, who blocked the spear with the shield on his hand, he assumed that the enemy was in a hurry. He looked into the savage's eyes. The warrior tore the spear into 2 pieces and struck the first blow. The player did a backflip to save himself. He landed, thinking he had dodged. The big guy ran to attack. He noted that the hero was fast, flexible, and quite strong, and if we take into account only the abilities, he was much superior to him. Because thanks to him, for the first time in a long time, he used a double spear. The ghost began to repel all attacks. Carlos provoked a blow and smiled. Son, who looked tensely at the enemy, he assumed that some kind of protective spell was cast on him. The man smiled. Judging by his facial expression, he understood everything. With the help of aura, he covered his body and protected only vital organs while the rest were completely exposed. Thus, even with an opponent stronger than him, he could fight on equal terms. The Brazilian began to press, noting that the hero began to stutter. The ghost parried another blow and grinned. He said that the enemy would not succeed. The player said that they would soon find out. The hero looked ahead. He knew that normal warriors could attack continuously, but since he was a warrior mage, he needed time to use his abilities, so he had no choice but to dodge thanks to the dispersion null. He tried to find at least one chance. Carlos hit and began to make faces. The Brazilian screamed. Xiang, who grabbed his ear, the enemy used underhanded methods, like a thug from the gateway. The warrior demonstratively threw out the second spear. The guy thought that if he did everything right, he could cut off his arm. The traitor lowered his gaze. He realized that thanks to the second spear in his hand, he would immediately cut him into pieces. The ghost stepped back and smiled and said that the savage was doing crazy things. The enemy pointed out that the hero could cut off his arm, but the player objected that it was a trap. Carlos attacked again. He grabbed the fleeing Xianghu by the cloak with his teeth. The tip of the spear flew at the back of the guy's head. The brunette bowed his head, letting the blade pass by. He jumped back and looked forward in surprise with a torn cloak. The ghost cursed angrily, asking how dare he. The Brazilian smiled contentedly and said that the guy looked much better like this. This mask and his strange acting were already starting to irritate him. The player grabbed his head and asked if he was ashamed of fighting like this with his abilities. The man asked what he was ashamed of. He smiled and said that it is not the strong who survives, the strong become the one who survives, and he is not at all ashamed of his fighting style. On the contrary, the fact that the hero fell for his cheap trick only confirms that his style is quite effective, right? Sunghu trembled with rage and asked again. Carlos sighed and reminded that the loser is always the one who ends up the fool, right? He knew that talking was a form of psychological warfare, and if he could make the hero lose his composure with this conversation, then victory would be his. The ghost smiled madly and said that the Brazilian was right. After all, the one who survived won, and the one who died, just a fool. After these words, the ghost ran away. He looked at the enemy with satisfaction and said that he was not ashamed of his fighting style either. He was very glad that they had something more. Running through the soldiers, the player chopped everyone into pieces. Carlos screamed and cursed. He ran after the hero and began to throw threats. Xianghu asked, didn't he tell him that in battle there is no such thing as honesty and morality? A book appeared in front of the guy's face. He took it with him, but for some reason he never used a single spell. It was all just for this moment. The ghost turned around and began to use Resurrection of the Dead. The dead began to attack the living. With a torn-off piece of his head, the savage knocked his brother to the ground, who did not understand how his partner could be alive with such a wound. The savage bit the man. The survivors fled. One of the warriors hacked his former ally to death and ordered them to disperse and not to crowd together. The ghost approached him and said that he looked strong enough, which meant he would be useful. Sonu happily cut off his head. The player created Dullahan from his body. The headless horseman ran to attack the frightened soldiers. Meanwhile, a spear was flying towards the black-haired man's head. At that moment, the traitor hit the savage in the stomach. Carlos gritted his teeth. He could not believe that the hero owned both magic and a sword, and in addition, used a book as a weapon. The ghost threw the big guy back and asked if he wasn't having fun. The player asked what was so fun. Sunghu smiled. There was chaos behind him. Some were running away to survive. Others were fighting under the influence of ecstasy, and at the same time zombies were attacking others and having no idea who was a zombie and who was a human. People were killing each other, screaming at each other. Isn't it fun to watch? The Brazilian started sweating and said that there was definitely something wrong with the guy. He said that people like him were called psychopaths, or more accurately, sociopaths. Sunghu looked to the side. The system reported that the summoning skill was ready. It couldn't recover until he cancelled it or the purple died. Since she was dead, that meant she had encountered the high priest. The book began to turn the pages. The hero decided it was time to run. The black-haired man created magic circles and ran forward, setting everyone around him on fire. Carlos ran after him, demanding that someone distract the enemy for at least a second. The Brazilian gritted his teeth. He understood that the Korean was deliberately holding on to a dangerous situation and provoking him, and if he was willing to risk getting seriously injured or even dying, he could kill this guy with a 50-50 chance. 3 savages jumped forward, intending to block the enemy with their bodies. The ghost used vaporization and crashed into the big guy. Sonu smiled. After using the skill, his agility exceeded 1,500 units. The human body is not able to stop him, no matter how strong it is. Carlos began to catch up. He shouted that if the hero did not stop right now, he would do anything. The traitor turned sharply, taking the enemy at his word. The hero attacked, but the Brazilian managed to put up a block. The man trembled. Just now a spear made of rare metal cannot leave even a scratch on him, but this force is enough to make his body tremble. The man jumped back and asked what the guy was up to, but he said that the player himself told him to stop. Carlos began to attack. Not wanting to listen to jokes anymore, the black-haired man noted that the savage became faster. Was it because of anger that he awakened some unknown force inside himself that had been sleeping for a long time? Carlos intercepted the spear and stood opposite. The Korean suggested that he stop at this point. He asked if he had noticed that the people here were a little different from the rest. Carlos looked around. He suddenly found himself in the camp of the Korean traders, whom they had isolated. The hero said that now he would introduce them to a new innovative product. The Brazilian got into a fighting stance. He realized that he could not give the hero a chance to open his mouth. Xianghu dodged the blow as if dancing. He smiled. Until this moment he had maintained a balance in defense and attack, but it was time to pull the blanket to his side for attack. This should confuse the enemy and he would open up. The ghost approached the traders and said that the reason they had betrayed their country was ecstasy, and under normal circumstances they would have to be punished for their crime. The man attacked, but the boy easily dodged, saying that thinking about the well-being of their country and their comrades, they would not punish those who would go over to their side. The black-haired man threw ecstasy in all directions and shouted that whoever listened to his words and fought on their side would receive ecstasy every week. The traders looked around and asked if this was true. Carlos shouted that the idiot was lying and they could not be allowed to let this runt fool them. He shouted that only a high priest could prepare ecstasy. The man gritted his teeth and thought that as the fight continued, about 20,000 Koreans and Japanese had betrayed their countries. Now that the main forces were gone, they could not betray them. Sunghu pointed to the crowd and said that he had stolen all the ecstasy from the enemy's warehouse and that it would last for a long time. Besides, if they were given time, they could easily reproduce the drug. The hero smiled slyly and advised them to think carefully, because even if they did not take ecstasy into account, they would lose their lives if they won, but if they made the right choice, they could even return to their homeland. The Koreans looked closely at the stranger, who noted that they had already betrayed their countries once, so what was the problem with doing it again? At this point, the subordinates jumped on the master to attack. Carlos made a circular attack and called everyone pathetic traitors. He jumped to attack the hero. He said that since he had time, he would play with him if he wanted. The Brazilian shouted that for starters he would cut out his devilish tongue. Suddenly the big guy froze. Seeing his death, he tried to understand what kind of illusion this was. His foot touched the ground. The man dodged the thrown sword. He looked at the boy with fear, who said with annoyance that he almost succeeded. Jiangwen looked at him menacingly. Xiang-hu looked at the boy and asked how many he managed to kill. The boy said that everyone. The hero realized that he underestimated this player too much. The Brazilian looked at the boy and asked who he was. The Korean said that he was his younger brother and he was quite a smart child, right? The boy asked again in amazement. The ghost put his sword in its sheath and asked what they were going to do. Jiangwen said that he should not dirty his hands and he would take care of everything himself. The boy asked if he could leave the enemy to his brother. The Brazilian rushed to attack and shouted that the hero was not going anywhere. He thrust his spear forward. The boy blocked his path and called him a weakling. A dagger flew at the player's throat. The savage blocked the blow, holding out his palm. Then he threw the boy far to the side. The warrior's face distorted. He understood that there was a huge difference in strength between him and the enemy. He understood that he would die here. Covered in an aura, he ran to attack, deciding that this should be enough. He was going to pierce the hero's heart with his spear. Xiang, who barely dodged the blow, the man laughed. A worried Miriam appeared behind the ghost. The guy looked at her in surprise, remembering that she promised to rush here if the fight began, but why was she so excited? The girl screamed and reached out her hand to him. The terrifying silhouette of the enemy hung over the traitor. The spear flew into the guy's stomach. In this position he could neither defend nor attack. The ghost waved his arms, telling himself that he could not die. Carlos looked at him tensely, not understanding what kind of antics he was doing. The enemy was desperately trying to avoid the blow. The Brazilian swung with all his might, wanting to end it all. The spear pierced the Korean's body. The clothes and shirt began to tear apart. Xiang, who gritted his teeth, he was losing his balance. He needed to grab onto something. He hit the savage in the solar plexus unexpectedly. Jiangwen threw the dagger. It pierced the enemy's spine. Carlos fell to one knee and trembled. The ghost jumped up and cut off his head. The team approached the leader, worried about his wounds, but the guy said that the enemy only broke through his defense, but there were no physical injuries. Jiangwen smiled and said that it was just a miracle, but the swordswoman indignantly said that it was not a miracle at all. Miriam narrowed her eyes. Recalling the battle, she noted that the master made a choice and his body instantly responded. He changed the course of the battle with one blow, without hesitation, even though his life was in danger. Xiang, who looked at the girl and asked if she was injured. The student stood up straight and asked the hero to stay at the back to cover them with magic. There was no need for him to fight the remaining enemies face to face. Miriam smiled and ran to attack. She noticed that the player pretended to lose, taking a defensive position, but continued to avoid the enemy's attacks and then counterattacked. Perhaps this was his plan from the beginning and he stuck to it. The boy looked at his brother and asked why he was so nervous. He replied that he was sorry for putting his Hyung in danger by letting him get away. The ghost shook his head and said that he didn't need to blame himself. The boy was ready to die with them, so there was nothing he could do. The hero smiled, imagining if Jiangwen had betrayed him at the last moment. He said that if the boy learned something from this fight, that was enough. Didn't he think that brothers should be able to forgive each other? Tears welled up on the boy's face. The brothers opened the windows of the system, showing how much ecstasy each of them had collected. The boy said that even with what he got from the warehouse, if they were to give it to all 20,000 addicts every week, it wouldn't even last 2 months. Jiangwen looked at his Hyung and asked what he was going to do. He and Ellie said they couldn't create something like that. Were they planning on getting the high priest to help? The traitor looked ahead and said that they had to get rid of him. From what he heard, he was like a virus infecting the lives of the people around him. Last time he almost died because he overdid it, so he should be more careful. He smiled contentedly. The boy asked what he was going to do. Hyung asked, if you have nothing to eat, shouldn't you just start eating less? The next day at the camp, Kang was sitting in front of the map with his eyes closed. Ghost entered the tent and greeted him. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and noticed that their faces had grown pale in the time they hadn't seen each other. The spearman looked at the guest and asked what had happened here. The player smiled and said that he had just returned from destroying the enemy camp last night. The commander-in-chief sighed nervously. He looked at the hero. He didn't know how, but Ghost had done a good job of bringing back the people who had defected to the enemy and destroying the drug that was the main strategy. He wouldn't mind hugging and congratulating him right now. Sun Hu waved his hands in disgust. Deciding to refuse, the man said that he was just trying to be polite. Kang glared at the incognito and asked why he was acting alone and keeping him in the dark. The black-haired man thought about it and said that Kang was not his boss. The leader looked at him tiredly and pointed out that he was definitely an advisor to their alliance. Didn't his position assign him to the alliance? The hero asked if he had ever received payment for his work. He threw up his hands. Kang asked if he really wanted to say just because he didn't pay him, they didn't have a superior-subordinate relationship. The Korean said that it was the most important thing, but the reason he worked for the alliance without payment was because he thought they were business partners. A drop of excitement rolled down the spearman's face. He wanted to punch the player's smug face, but he himself asked what the other reason was. Xiang, who turned away and said that he couldn't trust them. The traitor looked at Kang darkly and said that it was about everyone, from ordinary people and workers to guild leaders and even both of them. The man asked if he didn't trust him either. The ghost came closer to the table and said that they would understand everything when they returned to the city. Among those who became addicted to ecstasy, there were many leaders of small and medium guilds, and there were even those who occupied quite high positions. The hero believed that in the worst case scenario, even the two of them could become addicted to the drug and collude with the enemy, so he decided to act alone, without relying on anyone. The ranker looked at the ghost. He noted that everything ended well, and although he did not like the hero's words, they sounded plausible, so he would have to agree. He knew that when dealing with this guy, he would have to shut him up first. The Spear King went to the exit, because talking to an incognito was a waste of time. Xianghu scratched his neck, going to take a break. The mage apologized and asked for a minute. The hero looked at the blonde with satisfaction, glad that they could finally talk alone. Baekwu looked at the warrior coldly. He would like to thank him again on behalf of King, but they can't offer him the reward he demands because the damage is too great, but they will still make sure the player is not disappointed. The guy took out a book, intending to ask the hero 4 questions and, based on his answers, create his profile. The ghost approached the table and said that he was a little uneasy about the mage writing everything down. Baekwu replied that he writes down information about almost everyone and he is no exception, and if he is against it, he can refuse and leave right now. Xianghu sat down at the table. He was going to answer the questions, but said that the sorcerer would be in his debt. The hero smiled and said that he would just need his help, and if he was against it, he could always refuse. The blonde thought about it and suggested moving on to the first question. He looked at the player coldly and asked if he had a secret power. Xianghu looked at him intently and, deciding that he already knew it, said yes. The mage continued to look at the player. He heard that the Phantom was going to distribute ecstasy to addicts every week, and even if it was him. The distribution of such a dangerous drug cannot be trusted to one person. Does not he think that the Alliance should personally handle it? The hero smiled and said that he will think about it at his leisure. Baekwu made a note and suggested moving on to the third question. The Phantom silently looked at the young man. He asked if he had any plan to deal with addicts. The guy looked ahead gloomily. He was of the opinion that he should not be feared. He was of the same opinion and therefore was going to ask his last question. He asked if the Phantom would continue to cooperate with the Alliance in the future. The traitor smiled and said that his answer was yes. He stood up. Baekwu thanked him and said that they would take care of the rest. Xianghu turned his back to the mage, noting that he was more dangerous than he thought. He decided that he needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Loki smiled and said that this was expected. The gods gathered around the table. The god of deception said that there were 3 geniuses worthy of becoming his successor in the divine city, and there were more than 9 gods interested in this city, so he must do better than other cities. In the bubbles appeared Kang, born with great strength and a daring character. Baekwu, who went beyond the use of magic through abilities. He understands and manipulates mana itself, and Miriam, who has no equal in the use of the sword. The big man smiled and said that she would definitely survive until the end and become his successor, but the samurai behind him began to say that she was his. He spread his hands and said that this child is a swordswoman and has an outstanding talent for wielding a sword. Is it not natural that she will be his? After all, he is the god of the sword, but the god of fists began to prove the opposite. Loki looked at them with annoyance and thought that this was just ridiculous. He looked at the bull and apologized for his toy killing his successor. Seeing the proud Loki apologize was rare. The bull closed his eyes and thought that in this quest format, it would be difficult for the non-combat gods to choose a successor. He remembered the high priest who created ecstasy and even took control of Carlos, who attracted the attention of the gods. He was a real dark horse that no one expected. The god looked away and remembered that the player ultimately died in vain at the hands of Xianghu, and although he still had lives left, it would be difficult for him to recover. A golden elixir written in the last chapter of the Forbidden Knowledge appeared in the air, and if he created and took it, which is said to allow one to become a god, he could gain a strong body like other top rankers, and if he simply made it, he was already qualified to aim for the final victory. The bull smiled peacefully and said that it was meaningful, because things do not always go as we need. The god of agriculture looked at Loki and said that he had no need to apologize because he was interested in the child named Xianghu. The creator walked up to the table and asked everyone to be quiet. The old man smiled and thanked everyone for coming despite his busy schedule. He called them here because he wanted to conduct a mid-term assessment. He asked how many city alliances were left. He looked at the god of the sword, who said that there was only 1 city alliance and 4 cities left. The creator remembered that in the beginning there were almost 200. The old man looked to the side and noted that there were only 4 battles, starting from the first to the last task. In other words, at least 13 of the 200 cities should have remained. It seems that not everything always goes according to plan. The man looked at all the gods and asked who they thought would be the winner. An argument began. The creator looked at Loki and asked what he thought. The god of deception would like Xianghu to win. The god was watching him. He laughed and said that the sight of how he managed to escape every time without talent made him sweat, but if you look at the abilities, then it is Jack who is supported by Satan. Loki smiled slyly, saying this. The old man looked at him intently. The boy said that the hero won last time thanks to luck, but in all aspects he is still inferior to Jack, but fortunately he is superior in terms of talent. Loki shook his head and said that it still will not be Jack. The old man asked not to make him worry and just say. The trickster smiled and suggested Arwen. The creator laughed, while Loki mentally asked why he does not know what he knows, because he is omnipotent and omniscient, to which the old man said that he cannot personally check every nook and cranny of this world, like other gods, so he does not watch everyone, but only a couple of children who are interesting to him. The god of deception smiled and said that Jack and Seong who were strong, but they were a bit behind Arwen. He was decisive and used his head. His talent was comparable to Mirian's, however, Arwen was interested in many different fields, not just swords, so he was less popular among the gods. The boy laughed and said that the player was quite handsome, which seemed to have won the hearts of the others. Loki looked at the old man coldly, noting that for some reason his face showed displeasure, or more accurately, anxiety. The creator stared sternly ahead, while Loki tried to understand why he felt anxious. Meanwhile, the hero watched the humiliation of two slaves. Judging by the ribbon on their right hand, they were traitors who were forced into labor. The two boys walked with their heads bowed. Instead of sending them back, they decided to use them as slaves, and if there were human rights groups, they would have made a fuss, but public opinion had already turned against them, and in fact, some people were even arguing about a public execution. Seong, who walked into the temple, Philip met him and asked if he had successfully completed the first trial mission. The boy said that he had come for the third awakening. The old man raised his hand. He thought that Mirian would be the first to come for him, but expectations are made to be broken. The man opened the system window and asked him to follow him. A message appeared in front of him. The assistant noticed that the hero had gone through many hardships and many rare classes had been added, including the Nameless Assassin and the King of Torture. Philip put his hands on his hips and said that the hero had done many similar things, but the player pretended not to understand what he was talking about. A bead of sweat rolled down the assistant's face. He realized that the hero was not such a good guy. Son, who looked to the side, he had already decided on the class that he would awaken. He chose the Heavenly Swordsman. Philip spread his hands, offering more options. But the guy had already decided on everything. The man said that his stubbornness was stronger than the muscles of an ogre. Energy began to fly around the traitor's body. The system began to show a list of innovations. Descriptions of items and abilities began to appear. Son, who carefully read the innovations, analyzing how to use them now, the man said that after the third awakening, a kingdom opens, accessible only to the chosen ones. The hero looked at the old man and asked if it was too much. What about the class balance? But Philip asked if he had seen anyone arguing about it. He could suggest to the management to make the third awakening weaker. The Korean smiled and said that he was all for it. The hero looked at him and thought that if he had become so strong, he could not imagine how strong the others would be. In that case, it would be better to become weaker. The assistant slapped himself in the face and laughed, noting the plausible joke, but the player was serious. He looked at the system window and continued to study his abilities. Among other things, he had the ability to fly. A description of the quest appeared above his head. The Holy Kingdom of Lu, which governs the world of light, and the Dark Alliance, which governs the world of darkness, popped into his head. The two forces respected each other's boundaries in the past, but recently started a big war because of a certain incident. The battlefields were littered with swords. The system showed the conditions for completing the quest and a list of rewards. Seong, who looked ahead in surprise, the system reported that up to 2 people could leave the mission post, and if the player did not start the mission within 12 hours, it would be forced to start. The guy went outside. The subordinate asked if he had seen this message. The hero looked at his friend, in whose eyes there was a strange expectation. The ghost folded his hands together and said that this time they were given 12 hours to prepare, which meant that in this case, an unexpected dark horse would not appear. In other words, they had already looked at everything and began to pack up. Seong, who frowned, it was obvious to him that the gods were going to come up with a certain way to determine the successor of the god they were constantly talking about. Mirian clenched her fists happily. The elder said that they would go together. The swordsman said that this time he would be pleased with her. The traitor looked away. He understood that if he took her with him, he would be able to deal with a guy like Jack, and besides, if a critical situation occurred, she could voluntarily be bait and buy him time to escape. The hero put on his suit. There were 4 hours left before the forced start of the mission. The girl looked at him and asked if he would really be without a mask this time. That was the whole plan. The ghost had too many enemies. Seong, who looked ahead, he understood that he should take off his mask and go with his less famous face, and if he met someone who knew about the relationship between the ghost and Miri, there could be problems. It would be better for her to behave differently with him than with the ghosts. The guy spread his hands and said that on the mission she can speak as she likes in any tone. The swordswoman looked at the hero excitedly and said that she considers him her mentor. The hero said that he perceives them as equals. Marion clenched her fists and objected that she is not qualified to be his equal. How dare she? The player suggested that he will speak as a teacher from now on, as she likes. The girl was indignant and asked if this was too much, but the traitor said that in their days, a teacher and student rarely communicate primly. He walked forward and asked if she understood. Song-Hu looked at her sternly and said that they would be leaving soon and there was no point in wasting time on this. The student looked down in embarrassment and said yes. The pair approached the quest post. The system reported that they had formed a group of 2. The guy looked at the map. There were more than 1,000 starting points on it, which reduced the chance of meeting acquaintances. 10 places were brightly lit as an indicator of importance, because the further away other points were located, the paler they were. Bright places are more difficult, but the items will drop there better. However, since the player already has good equipment, there is no reason to risk it. Song-Hu found a small forest with moderate lighting on the map. It will do. There is a bright place not far from it, so they can go there if they need to quickly collect quest points. The system transferred the heroes to the forest of the World Tree, the capital of the elves. The mentor said that it is unlikely that the student should be on guard. Marion looked ahead with a frown. She said that you never know where the enemy will appear from. She tried to use slang, but the black-haired man said that it was better to do without yo. The couple walked forward. The girl noted that this forest was quite large and could be explored. The guy told her to rest because he had an ability for this moment. Wings appeared behind the hero's back. Marion looked at him in surprise. She said that it was cool, but a little provocative. The ghost said that he did not fly often and could not use them whenever he wanted because of the flashiness. Sun-Hu looked ahead sharply. A way to fly automatically came to his mind. The player took off and began to kick. The swordswoman watched him in surprise and asked if it was really hard for him to balance. The hero said that it was a little strange feeling. The girl suggested that it was all because he was in the air without any support. The traitor looked at her. Marion said that since he could fly, he should not concentrate on the usual understanding of movement on the ground, because you adapt faster if you use different movements. The mentor noted that she spoke as if she had flown before. The Korean looked down. She said that it was a little different from free flight, but it would be easier if he looked and familiarized himself with the basic movements. Her leg began to rest on the air. The swordsman calmly began to walk on the air on an invisible support. Song-Hu flew up to her. The girl's technique was called the Step of Emptiness. She had not used it until now because it consumed a lot of internal energy and she was not used to it yet. A crimson appeared on her cheeks. Marion said that with such a level of skill it was better not to show this technique to anyone. The hero looked tensely at the student. He had no idea how much more she was hiding. He would have believed it if he was told that she was secretly studying magic. The player began to do somersaults and dashes in the air, showing how to do it. She noted that the hero's technique was different, so she should only use this as an example. Song-Hu watched his ward in surprise and said that it was amazing. The guy smiled and said that there was no need to linger here. He flew high and told her to wait here while he inspected this place and returned. The guy looked around. The higher he flew, the more mana was consumed. A view of the forest opened up around him. For the first time in a long time, his frozen heart began to melt little by little. A huge tree appeared ahead. A shot rang out, which destroyed the player's wing. Song-Hu began to fall down. Wing fragments flew around him. He understood that with such huge wings he would be attacked. Did they really grow proportionally to the increase in height? The ghost angrily looked to the side. All hope was on the last wing, but would he not fly far from Marion? Another arrow flew at the guy. Song-Hu gritted his teeth and used acceleration. The arrow flew past, but a second one appeared right out of the dark forest. The hero realized that the only archers with such a level of accuracy were elves. The book appeared on the traitor's hand. He understood that with one wing he would definitely be shot. Spheres began to appear around the body. The Korean decided that since he could not deflect the arrow, he should avoid it. He was going to change the trajectory. Using the recoil from the explosion of the fireball, he understood that it would hurt. An explosion was heard in the sky, throwing the player to the side. The ghost put up a block. It was very painful for him, but he dodged the arrow. Then he fell down with a roar. The girl named Lucy shuddered and screamed that someone fell there. 2 silhouettes appeared before his eyes. Song-Hu kept his eyes barely open, but he was alive. After a while, a fire lit up. The couple tried to figure out what they would do. The blonde was sitting on a log and saying that he didn't know the guy. He had a bad feeling. The girl said that the player's wings were imbued with divine power and he couldn't be a bad person. The man frowned at his partner. He understood that not everyone who uses divine power is good and not everyone who uses dark magic is bad. He knew that Lucy tends to look at everything from a positive point of view and show mercy to the enemy. Song-Hu was lying unconscious on a lounger. The swordsman noted the unusualness of the hero's abilities. He was an unknown guy who suddenly fell from the sky after the start of the mission. His wounds were quite serious when they found him. The player's eyes were closed. The blonde noted that the ghost was recovering quite quickly. There was a colossal amount of magical power in his body. The man looked away with distrust. He understood that if a person of this level showed hostility, they would have a difficult fight. The girl approached the wounded man and he woke up. The warrior blocked her path and told her to step back. Sung-Hu grabbed his head. A sword was pointed at him. The player looked at the unknown couple. A question was asked, "What is your name?" The swordsman frowned suspiciously and asked, "Is the guy really not going to answer?" The ghost lowered his gaze. He looked at the swordsman with empty eyes and repeated the question. The blonde looked at the hero in surprise and asked what he said. The player asked again what his name was. He looked questioningly at the swordsman. He said that he did not remember his name. The man lowered his sword and asked if the guy had amnesia and hit the nail on the head. Lucy approached the guys and asked if the hero remembered what country he was from. The traitor said that he was Korean and asked where they were from. Arvin shouted at the phantom, asking how he remembered this. The girl said that they were both from Canada. Seong-Hu lowered his sad gaze and said that he only forgot information about himself, but he remembers the rest. But he does not know what he did. If he completely lost his memory, he would not be able to talk to them. Arvin looked at the player with displeasure and said that this was a very convenient form of amnesia. The Korean said that he was only voicing the facts and could not be trusted. The blonde noted that his facial expression did not change at all, as if he had a metal plate on him. The Canadian put his sword behind his back and said that he would take his word for it for now, but he could still find out his name and whether he was a good person. Lucy looked at her partner happily. He told her to open the status window and read the information from there. The blue-eyed man looked at the guy with distrust. He decided that even if he had amnesia, the name should be displayed. A person's reputation and fame also accumulated based on his actions, so you can judge his worldview. Seong-Hu looked at his saviors and asked why. He looked at them. He knew that they did not believe him and needed information, but on the other hand, he did not believe them either. The player threw up his hands and asked if they wanted to use him to get information. He asked if they realized how much damage could be done if personal information was misused. The Canadian cursed, but the girl immediately pulled him up. Sun-Hu opened the status window and said that he could at least say his name. He called himself Yusin, feeling that he should not say his real name. Arvin looked at the sitting man and asked what about the alliance, but the Korean did not want to name it. The witch asked not to rush him. The man put his hands on his hips. He said that the problem was that she easily trusted other people. Everything was fine now, but what would she do if he was not around? The ghost asked if they were lovers. Lucy blushed. The blonde tensed up and said that the hero should not worry about this. He added that since the guy could lie about the status window, there is a more reliable way. He raised the scabbard in the air and suggested trying to get this sword. Seong-Hu nodded and asked if he could check the information. The Canadian said that he should just take it out completely. The traitor took the sword in his hands. The system opened information about it. The hero had never seen such exciting stats in the items he remembered. The Korean took out the sword, but its blade turned black. Lord Arvin nodded his head. He said that the attributes of this sword changed depending on the user's worldview. He no longer needed excuses. He was a villain. The ghost looked at the couple and asked, "What difference does it make what is good and what is evil? What will happen if you help 100 people and kill one?" The Canadian frowned and suggested leaving it out. He did not know whether he was evil or good, but it was better to at least behave well in front of him. The player handed the sword back and asked what he would do if he was evil. Would he really cut with this sword? Arvin replied that this was an extreme and if he was evil, they would just go their separate ways. Sung-Hu looked at the blonde in surprise and asked if he would continue to travel with him. The man replied until the task was completed, but if he was against it, they would disperse. The Korean looked at the couple thoughtfully. Since he had lost his memory, it was dangerous to move alone and it seemed that his memories could return within a few days. He said that if that was the case, it would be better for him to stay here for a while. The couple looked at each other in surprise. The swordsman took the girl to talk alone. The guy suddenly said that he was afraid to be alone in the forest. The sword flew up to him. The Canadian said that he would deal with any monsters that appeared, but for now he should sit quietly until they returned. The couple retired to the bushes. Lucy did not know that the man would pass by the one who was in trouble. He replied that he was not helping him out of the kindness of his heart. He said that the hero, although he lost his memory, was quite strong. Arvin looked away coldly and said that if they ignored him now, he might come back and take revenge on them when he remembered everything. So it was better to do him a favor. Even though he had lost his memory, it was better to keep the unstable element in sight. The girl looked down and noted that the swordsman always spoke obstrusely. He could have just said that he helped him because he felt sorry for him, but the Canadian objected that he was not such a good person. The sorceress took on a pitiful look. The man thought that her good nature could be dangerous without control, but thanks to good deeds they managed to get Fragarat. He said that no matter how much she wanted to protect him, they had their own circumstances and taking on such a burden was not part of their plan. Her friend stood in front of her and asked what they would do then. Arvin offered to take him, even though it was troublesome, because at least they would help him collect 5,000 quest points. This is the minimum condition for completing the forced quest. The swordsman smiled and said that since they were going to do it themselves, they would take him and it wouldn't take much effort. After all, they would send him to his hometown. Lucy put her hand on her chest and clarified that if he had amnesia and he returned to his city, but the blonde objected that they couldn't help him with that. On the contrary, being in a familiar environment, his memories could return faster. Arvin folded his arms on his chest. His partner sadly lowered her gaze. She would prefer to take care of the player until his memories returned to him, but reality was against it, so nothing could be done. The girl smiled and extended her little finger, taking a promise to take care of the hero along the way. The couple crossed their fingers. The swordsman noted that he could smile and not lose his humanity in such a hellish place, largely thanks to Lucy's innocence and naivety. Upon returning, the couple saw a dagger pointed at the Korean's neck. The sword hung near the hero's throat. He laughed foolishly and said that he only wanted to swing it once. He was so beautiful, when suddenly he reacted. Arvin sighed irritably, mentally taking his words back. The swordsman looked tiredly at his new companion and thought that he would be more trouble than useful. The Korean only smiled embarrassedly. Pigeons accompanied the travelers. The player said that although the forest looked the same everywhere, how did it happen that they never got lost? The man showed him a compass and said that it has the power to sense great destinies or events and point out their location. The blonde caught up with the black-haired man and noted that judging by the way the guy holds the sword, he is a swordsman class. But what is the level of ability? The traitor only assumed that he hardly used this type of long sword often. The Canadian looked at the Korean questioningly and asked if he really had another weapon. The player replied that he just rarely used it, although he could. Son, who began to show movements. Arvin wondered if he had lost his memory or was pretending, but he seemed quite capable. Even if he did not have a top level, the trajectory of the sword strike was clean, but the Lord felt that his body was reacting to it. After a while, the couple found out that Son, who was a versatile person, he could do all the household chores, and his cooking level was at a high level. What was he doing? After a while, the group sat down in the bushes. The swordsman said that there was a fight nearby, but the Korean did not hear anything. Arvin looked ahead and ordered to move as quietly as possible. A few minutes later, the heroes saw the battle of the elves. The blonde offered to join the fight. The guy asked which side they would help. The man looked ahead and said that for him the obvious option was to help the high elves, but the hero noted to himself that he would help the dark ones or destroy both sides. Arvin went forward. He told Lucy to stay here and the player to run towards the elves in case of danger. He took out his sword and told everyone to stop. The wounded elves approached the blonde. They asked if they were from the Lug Church. The man replied that they were just passing by and seemed to need help. The dark elves raised their weapons and shouted for people not to interfere in someone else's conflict. They were not going to lose because of 3 people. A task about escorting the elf princess appeared above the Korean's head. The dark elves began to attack the princess. The blonde attacked the pointy-eared ones. Their bodies were torn into 2 parts. Lucy clutched the staff in her hands. Arvin covered himself with a protective dome. The hero did not think that they were capable of this. He looked at the attacking elf behind him and parried the thrown dagger. The guy knocked her down and twisted her wrist, offering to talk first. The girl pulled out her second sword and began to attack, saying that she had nothing to talk about with a pathetic person. The player said that he was not going to be hostile to her, because if he wanted to. He put a dagger to her throat and said that she would already be dead. The dark elves began to retreat. Their operation had failed. Son, who told the girl that in this case she would be captured. The traitor let her go to show her that he could be trusted. The book appeared on the guy's forearm. He was going to launch a fireball and detonate it. A glowing sphere appeared on the blade of his sword. A powerful shot rang out. The guards on the tower looked at the ball flying towards them. An explosion was heard from the tower. The elf looked away in amazement. This was her chance to escape. She ran away. The hero grabbed the elf, who rushed in pursuit. Both fell. The traitor immediately began to apologize. He got tangled in his legs. The elven princess approached the lord and said that thanks to him they were able to avoid trouble. She introduced herself as the rightful heir to the elven kingdom and the ruler of this great forest. She asked if she could know his name. Arvin put his hand on his chest and introduced himself. He traveled across the continent and at the same time trained to become stronger. Christina looked at the man happily and asked if he would mind if she helped them as a token of gratitude. The player saw that they were being pursued and could not help but intervene, so they should not worry about repaying. The girl raised her hand and said that it was the law of the elves to repay help tenfold and insult 100-fold. It is natural for them to repay a favor with a favor. She reminded him that he saved her life. The man smiled and said that he would not refuse a warm bed and delicious food. The elf smiled and said that it was rare to see a man like him in their days. She said that based on his aura and what he had done for them, she did not think that he was a bad person, The princess decided to invite him along with the travelers to the elf city. She looked at her soldier and told him to take care of the wounded and get ready to move out. She asked what was going on with the dark elves. Sun Hu fell to his knees. The archer said that the man interfered and one of them ran away. Christina shuddered and asked why the hero bowed his head so easily. Where was his pride? Lucy hugged the guy and asked him to understand because he did not remember who he was. The elf frowned and walked away, which greatly surprised the blonde. The Korean frowned. He did not understand why he felt sick. He asked himself, was he the only one who found this situation strange? He looked at the guy, not understanding why he was talking like he was some kind of hero. Why they had to help the high elves? What if the dark elves had their own reasons for doing so? Not that the hero wanted to get to the truth and help the innocent party, but to be honest, he didn't care which side he was on. The player looked askance and thought that the problem was that Arwen did what she thought was right without hesitation. What was the basis for his confidence? He decided that he looked strange from the outside. Seong, who grabbed his head, the sorceress came up and began to ask where it hurt. The black-haired man looked at her and said that he was starting to remember some things. He said that his memory had partially returned. The guy smiled and said that this was enough to understand what kind of person he was. Lucy asked him to tell her more about himself. The Korean looked at her and confidently said that he was a good person. His face became warm. He said that his memories were blurry, but some of them were about helping people who had nowhere to go, and he remembered participating in missions to cross the front lines, sharing food with those who did not have it. The sorceress's cheeks turned red and decided that the hero could not be bad. He was not completely honest with her when he woke up, but he did lose his memories. Lucy looked away, noting that Arwen was suspicious of him, but if she told him more, he would stop being afraid of him. Seong, who looked away boredly, deciding that he could still remember something. The Elven capital and the Tree of Life appeared ahead. The squad approached the bridge. The blonde did not think that the elves would cooperate with humans, but he saw them among them. The princess replied that all this is in the past. Now, when the forces of evil are only getting stronger, all races should act together. The girl pointed to the log houses and said that she would like to take a walk with Arwen while his people could settle here. Seong, who approached the elf and asked if he could take a walk and explore the area, but the man said that it was impossible. The sorceress intervened and said that she would not do anything strange. She raised a finger and said that Seong still suffered from amnesia and perhaps this would help him, even if the chance was small. The guard replied that they usually did not allow guests to just walk wherever they wanted, but since they helped the princess. He smiled and asked not to go close to the guarded areas and that they should be back before sunset. The guy walked away and said that he would be back soon. His memory was returning again and so he would like to be alone. The hero looked at the equipment, listened to the strange language, and drew attention to the fact that many races were mixed here. He decided that everyone was participating in a forced mission. A group of mercenaries surrounded the hero. They noted that Lucy was not bad and asked who he was to them. The big guy put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He would be very happy if he introduced them closer. Seong, who noted that instead of weakness he felt cheerful. He looked around sullenly and decided that it was better to let those around him think that he was weak. The Korean bowed sharply and asked for forgiveness. He said that this girl was not close to him, so introducing her to a stranger. The big guy looked at him in confusion and asked if they really looked like thugs and rapists. He said that they just wanted to talk to her. Seong, who looked away and said that they really looked like bandits. The thug leaned towards him and laughed and said that the hero overdid it. The guy decided to act like a victim in this situation. His eyes widened. He didn't understand why he had to pretend to be weak. Of course, it was an advantage to hide his abilities, but his instincts told him that he shouldn't hide his identity from others. The man raised his fist to strike, while the black-haired man was thinking about losing his memory. The fist pierced the player's face. His eyes flinched. He didn't feel any pain at all, but after this blow his memories began to return one by one. Scary images flashed through his head. Seong, who killed, lied and betrayed because he was a villain. Kulhun passed by the crowd. People noticed the beginning of a fight. The spirit lord looked at the crowd and decided that the thugs wanted to attack a weaker guy, and the guy they were going to beat up had a Korean appearance. The man calmly approached the crowd and advised everyone to stop. The leader of the company began to strike. The summoner said that he was just passing by and saw that a conflict was brewing, so he decided to intervene. Kulhun knocked the man out with one flick. The dreadlocked bandit was alarmed, but the ranker had already released the energy that scattered everyone to the side. The remaining thug looked at his beaten comrades in fear. The long-haired man approached the hero and said that staying here would only get him into trouble. He offered to go with him and talk a little. The couple walked through a wooded area. Both introduced themselves to each other. Seong, who looked at the ranker and said that this name was not real. He had amnesia and took this name for himself for a while. The man smiled and assured that his memory would return soon, so the guy should not worry. The traitor wanted to ask a few questions to make sure his memories were correct. Kulhun closed one eye. He noted that for the first time he saw how he was addressed without any signs of respect. A scary past where he was laughed at popped into his head. He realized that people have inflated expectations for top rankers, and the more time passes, the more this pressure affects his reputation. The summoner smiled. It would be more beneficial for him to be accepted as an ordinary person like this. He said that he would do him a favor and answer all his questions. Xiang, who looked at the player, and a mask popped into his head. He didn't know where it came from or what it was for, so he asked, had he ever met a person who wore a mask? Chil-hun looked away. He only knew one player in the Divine City who used a mask. His nickname was Ghost and no one knew his real name. He became famous for his unique fighting style. He wields a sword with one hand and holds a book in the other. He hasn't interacted with him personally, so he can't say much. But judging by what others say, he is quite a mysterious person. Xiang, who looked away in thought. Then he shuddered. The ranker looked at him questioningly and asked what happened. The hero replied that he remembered something. The ghost was him. Memories popped up in his head. Due to his amnesia, he deviated from his original plan. He was separated from Marion from the very beginning, without ever thanking her, and it ended up with him accompanying people from another city whom he met for the first time, ending up in the elf forest. Sweat began to flow down his face. On top of everything, the first person the hero sees is Qiaolan, one of the top rankers. His mask distorted his perception, and he was lucky that he had not interacted with him before, being in the form of a ghost. Xiang, who looked down, he had no good reason to let people like him know his real face. Now he realized that he was dragged into a series of events without wanting to. The ghost looked into the void, trying to figure out what he should do now. Chil-hun smiled and said that the guy seemed worried, so he asked to tell him what happened. The Korean did not understand. Was the top ranker always so friendly? Wasn't he the most secretive and slippery type among the top rankers? Sun, who looked coldly at his new acquaintance and asked if he could finish the mission given his lost memory. The Spirit Lord proudly pointed to himself and reminded that he was one of the top 6 rankers and the best spirit swordsman, so for him it would be a mere trifle. The man folded his hands together. He was going to do what he thought was right and had already agreed to help him. The traitor did not know the details, but there was something special about the swordsman. Strange faces popped into his head. The hero thought that things could not get any worse. But he was very lucky because thanks to the loss of contact with Miriam, he was able to make friends with people like Arwen and Lucy, and even for some reason Chil-hun is trying to be friendly with him. The boy smiled, remembering the divine sword Fragarech that belonged to Arwen. He himself confirmed this, so he can't pretend that he doesn't know it. The ranker shuddered in surprise. The Korean wanted to ask him something. After a while, Xiang, who stood in the night clearing, he was a little late. He smiled and thought about how he didn't have the opportunity to talk to the ranker before. But as soon as he had a chance, he was able to easily find out what kind of person this Qiaolan was. The overlord held his head in his thoughts. The black-haired man thought that most people were mistaken and had prejudices because of his reputation as a top ranker. But he was actually a person with a rather weak psyche. His behavior was caused by excessive worries about what other people would think of him. The guy went home, thinking along the way that he had the opportunity to build a pretty close relationship with him. Based on this information, just saying and doing what he wants to see and hear. Sung, who entered the room with the Lord, he asked him how a person who lost his memory can walk around like this. The player replied that he met someone from his city and talked to him. Thanks to this, some memories returned. Arwen looked at the guy coldly. He had a bad feeling, but in any case, they will not be here for long. He helped him because of Lucy's request, but he will not stay with them. The blonde looked at the hero and asked if he could return to his hometown in a few days. The sorceress said that Arwen received a mission with a big reward. The girl smiled and said that if they do it together, they can get enough points for him so that he can return to his hometown. Sungu replied that he should not be so worried about him. They have already done too much for him. The sorceress smiled and asked not to worry, because it was normal to help each other when someone was in trouble. The next time he saw someone in need, he just needed to help like they did. The ghost smiled sheepishly and said clearly. An image of a saint appeared in his mind, but she was not the type of hero. Arwen frowned at the boy, suggesting to skip this conversation and move on to the mission that awaited them tomorrow. They were going to attack a dark elf settlement that was blocking an important elf stronghold. The player reminded that the elves have no equal in the forest. Isn't it dangerous to attack them there? The Lord looked down and asked not to worry about it, because a special squad of high elves would accompany the attack, as well as an impressive number of players like them also participating. He said that this was only a C-rank quest. Xiang, who looked down, thinking that the mission level does not always reflect the real difficulty, and it changes depending on the circumstances. The man looked at the map. He said that it was not difficult, perhaps because of his confidence in his own skills. The Lord sighed tiredly and said that Lucy should be present at the meeting tomorrow, because they would need her skills. The girl smiled and said that she could know when someone was telling the truth or lying. The ghost smiled nervously and asked to tell more about her ability. The sorceress said that it was more intuition than ability. She said that no one had ever managed to deceive her. The Korean looked at the blonde and asked how this was possible. The man replied that at first he himself did not believe it, but it was true. Lucy smiled sweetly. Arwen assumed that it was because of her gift to read human emotions. He said that the girl was able to catch even the slightest hint of a lie. A bead of sweat ran down the hero's face. He decided that the swordsman was telling the truth because there are people with innate talent, like Mirin or Baekwu with his insane ability to analyze. The sorceress raised her hand and added that Seongwoo's memories had returned, and he said that he had helped those in need in the past. His memory had not fully returned, but she believed that he was a good person. The Lord's eyes glittered. He asked if this was true. The traitor smiled nervously. The blonde asked this question carelessly, as if it was not so important, but it was a test. The swordsman looked at him patiently. His actions were based on his own sense of justice. For him it was impossibly hypocritical and disgusting. His eyes glowed. They were similar to his. These were eyes that fundamentally do not trust people and always doubt, and if Zac Efron inspires fear with his strength and madness, Arwen gave him goosebumps, because he was like his double. The blonde froze and said that he did not trust the Korean, so he wanted to make sure again. He looked the confused hero in the eyes, wanted to check if he was lying or not. The phantom understood that Lucy could see through him. He tried to figure out what to do. He looked down and said that although he had lost his memory, he had been helped a lot, but he was confused by the fact that he was suspected of something. He reminded that he had helped a lot of people who were in trouble. Seongwoo grabbed his chest and screamed that the reason for his bad reputation was that he was defending his city and he pretended to give up, and then devastated other cities. He did not regret what he had done. He had always done the right thing. The girl said that he was too excited. The hero turned away, his eyes filled with anger. He asked to give him a minute. He needed to calm down and think. He decided that this would make Arwen reduce the pressure and thus he would gain time to prepare a trap in case everything went wrong. The blonde looked at the sorceress with confusion and asked if it was true. The girl said that the Lord had done wrong, because if he had been suspected of something, she would have been angry too. She looked at the hero. She did not feel that he was lying. The man decided that his worries were connected with the fact that he simply did not like him. The next day, the princess came out to the squad and said that the dark elves were trying to denigrate the Tree of Life with dark forces. They wanted to make this forest their own, and she was asking for help, because by saving them, they were also saving countless animals and plants of this forest. Arwen stood in front of the girl and asked her not to worry. Isn't it normal to help those who need it? The mercenaries on the side began to ridicule this drama. Kalon came out into the clearing and said that he would join the attack. But Christina said that he was already participating in another mission, and if he just left, the others would be in trouble. The man looked at her seriously and replied that he would decide what to do himself. Wasn't this a hopeless situation? He said that if they didn't need his help, he would leave. The elf pressed her lips together nervously. She nodded and said that they would send the special forces guards to the position he was leaving. The ranker approached the hero and reminded him that he had promised to help. The Lord asked if Seongwoo knew this man. The guy smiled and said that he was one of those who helped him yesterday when he was in trouble. After talking to him, he learned that they were fellow countrymen, and they also had a lot in common. The blonde frowned and mentally asked, was the summoner really going on an extremely dangerous mission with a man he had only met yesterday? How was that even possible? He turned away and told everyone to move out. After a while, the squad found themselves in front of the dark elf fortifications. The ranker said that it was much larger than he thought and well fortified. Arwen began to examine the city. The number of enemies exceeded 200, and he also felt the presence of a strong aura somewhere in the center. This could be a problem. The Lord turned to the others and said that they would split the troops and attack from all sides. He ordered to disperse. Kalon looked at the Lord and asked what about him. The swordsman replied that he would break through straight to the main gate of the fortress. He needed to cut off the enemy leader and buy some time. He took out Lucy's blessing scroll and ordered 2 Koreans to take care of the rear. He asked to use the scroll if they were caught off guard. Seongwoo was surprised. It was the first time he saw a scroll that gives 4 first-class buffs. The blonde looked forward and said that it was an apology for yesterday and it would make him feel better if the hero accepted it. The guy agreed and suggested forgetting about what happened yesterday. Not far from the bushes, the guard stood and yawned. The Koreans began to make their way through the bushes. The hero thought that he wanted to sneak up on Arwen from behind, but now it would be difficult because of the top ranker. The squad stopped near the fortifications. The elves turned around at the explosion. An ambush began at the main gate. The squad ran forward. The Lord of the Spirits said that it was their turn. He took out his sword, ordering Yin and Yang to unite. The blade of the sword turned purple. A powerful cut demolished all the towers of the fortress. The mercenary pierced the guard from behind and said that they were weaklings. Kalon glared at him and asked him not to talk nonsense. He said that the enemies were at a disadvantage only because they attacked from the rear. But that was no reason to let down their guard. The ranker looked at the flying half of the body in surprise. Arwen easily dealt with a whole group of enemies. The ranker assumed that he was strong, but not that strong. The Lord looked at the passage and decided that he could break through to the enemy leader. He ran forward, but a sudden attack threw him back. The man landed and grabbed his wounded shoulder. He immediately used healing. A girl came out to him and said that she was already in a bad mood. Miriam placed her swords to the side and assumed that the swordsman voluntarily decided to become her punching bag. Arvin raised his hand and said that ordinary players are not his target. He came here to clear this place of dark elves. The girl looked at him expectantly and said that this attack was powerful enough to incapacitate anyone, but he managed to block it. The swordswoman frowned and asked if he was suggesting that she reconsider the situation just because he mistook her for someone else. A drop of sweat ran down the blonde's face. He was starting to get tired of it. Suddenly, he felt several cuts on himself. He managed to block another blow. The player angrily looked forward. If his sword itself had not blocked this attack, he would have been wounded again. The girl angrily looked at him, deciding that he was not such a weakling. The battle between the tops began. Kulhun looked forward in surprise, surprised that Miriam was here. He turned around and saw that the hero's hand was covered in blood. He said that he was suddenly attacked. The ranker called out to one of the mercenaries and ordered him to cover the traitor. The ghost decided to use this opportunity to escape from the battlefield. The summoner glared at his friend, telling him to shut up and just go away and take care of his own safety. The man looked ahead. He analyzed that in the worst-case scenario, he and Miriam would become enemies. He hoped that would not happen. Meanwhile, Xianghu and the mercenary were approaching the wounded elf. The brute smiled worriedly, noting that the girl's leg was stuck and she could not move. The man fell to his knees and said that the wounded woman was talking too much in this situation. Xianghu approached him and asked what he was doing. The mercenary replied that the battle was almost over and no one would notice them. But the dagger had already pierced his head. The ghost looked grimly at the falling body. The traitor smiled. After all, by saving the dark elves, he was doing them a favor, and for some reason Miriam was also on the side of the dark elves. He realized that everything could turn out in his favor if he played the situation correctly. The guy started to take off his outerwear, scaring the pointy-eared one. The hero took the form of a ghost, coughed and said that this look is less alarming. He suggested to pretend as if nothing had happened. He lifted the stone that was crushing the girl's leg. He said that he would not like to fight her if possible. The player smiled and said that they would probably meet again and therefore he would be glad if there was no enmity between them. The elf asked what his name was. The hero turned around epically and said his nickname. Meanwhile, Miriam continued to fight the rankers and had no intention of retreating. The blonde said that they could not give her the victory that they had achieved with such difficulty. Green energy appeared in the clearing. The swordsman shuddered, recognizing the ghost. The hero stopped the swords with a smile. Colin shuddered. He had doubts when he saw the magic sword, but the ghost was here too. Arvin looked forward tensely. Thanks to Fragarach, his swordsmanship had doubled, but now the overwhelming force pushed him back. The traitor looked at the swordsman relaxed and asked him to introduce himself. The hero smiled. He thought that everyone here should split up, as the Spirit Lord suggested. The elves arrived at the battlefield. The blonde said that he was not going to retreat. The ghost said that if this fight continued, there would be casualties. Did he still want to fight? The Lord shouted and said that even if some of them died, they would not change their minds. Miriam blocked his way and told him not to interfere while the ghost was speaking. Xianghu smiled. He called himself a pacifist and said that he did not like to fight, so he suggested resolving the situation with a conversation. The blonde frowned at Kulhun, who was from the same country as the two. He knew that if the fight was against the three of them, the odds were clearly not in their favor. The man lowered his sword and said that they would try to talk. As he said, the hero asked to voice his demands. Arvin looked at him seriously. He wanted the traitor to take the dark elves from this fortress and leave. They would not pursue them until they completely retreated and helped the wounded. Was that reasonable enough? The ghost thought about it and said that it was a good offer and it would help to avoid further casualties and the wounded would be able to recover. At this time the elf began to be indignant, but Miriam shut him up with an icy look. The blonde looked at the Korean. He was ready to listen to him. The hero said that he had a feeling that he would reject his conditions. The ghost opened his mouth. He looked menacingly at the squad captain and offered him to leave the wounded and prisoners, take the high elves and get out of here. He would be happy to grind them into dust if he wanted, but since one of the best rankers of their city is on their side, they will just let them go. Kulhun looked forward in amazement. He asked himself, wasn't the ghost still polite to the point of being annoying? Arvin looked down and asked if the player was making fun of him, but the hero was serious. The Lord tried to attack the black-haired man. Sunhu responded by punching him in the face. The squad captain was thrown to the side. The swordsman stood up. His body was covered in a glow. He wiped the blood from his mouth. The guy glanced at him and decided that Lucy was hiding somewhere nearby and had now started using support magic. Arvin stared at the hero. He decided that with the buffs he could fight him. The ghost took out his sword and asked why the Lord came here. The man replied that he was going to drive away the dark elves who were destroying this forest and return these lands to the high elves. The player rubbed his chin and said that all that was left was to make the princess fall in love with him. While he was doing this and become the main character of this story, the player shouted that he was just trying to help those who needed help. The ghost's eyes widened. He sarcastically called the blonde a good person. The swordsman attacked him. He said that all the hero was trying to do was destroy the forest and kill the elves. Sanhu got into a fighting stance and asked what the captain was going to do about it. Wounds appeared on the warrior's body. His sword trembled, and if it weren't for Hiri's armor, he would have received many cuts. The guy broke the distance and asked if the dark elves were not the definition of the word unlucky. He noted that they were suddenly attacked and seriously wounded. Someone even lost their comrades. The man shouted that the dark elves attacked first and this fortress belonged to the high elves from the very beginning. The warriors entered a clinch and asked what if the Dark Elves were persecuted by the High Elves, what if the Dark Elves rebelled against oppression. Xianghu smiled madly and said that it turns out their hero Arven is a great criminal who helps the High Elves who hid the truth from him, and the helpless Dark Elves were persecuted again because of a man who appeared out of nowhere. The blonde retreated and asked if this story was true. The guy said that he just made it up. The man got angry and rushed to attack. The traitor began to dodge all the attacks. Marion flinched, noting that the enemy changed form to copy her technique, albeit a little clumsily. She noted that the man is not as simple as he seems. Arven looked at the hero. He said that his definition of justice is that he tries to help those who, in his opinion, seem more unfortunate, and he does not even question it for a second. The swordsman asked if he is bad and the Korean is good. Xianghu kicked him and demanded that he stop talking nonsense. He gave him a menacing look. The reason why he irritates him so much is quite simple, an empty sense of justice, because of which he believes that all his actions are good. The player got into a fighting stance and repeated that the High Elves should leave here, and if he does not turn back now, he will tear to pieces the one who hides and uses magic. Arven gave a nervous glance towards Lucy. He turned around and told everyone to prepare to retreat. The elves began to be indignant, reminding that the man promised that they will not turn back. The blonde glared at them and advised them to remain silent. Because the opponent is too strong and even he cannot defeat him, will they choose death or stay alive to avenge the humiliation? Arven looked at the ghost and said that they are leaving, but at the next meeting. The guy looked at him and asked what will happen there. The blonde raised one finger and walked away. Xianghu put away his sword. Kulhun approached him and said that he had one small request. The hero looked at him. The ranker asked if there was a possibility that he would let go of one swordsman who was most likely captured. He said the hero's name. The ghost looked at him intently. He thought that the optimal scenario would be to help the Dark Elves, staying with Kulhun in the form of Xianghu to get more information about the elves, but the ghost has the advantage of choosing between him and Xianghu. The hero looked away and decided to do otherwise. A smirk spread across his satisfied face. When the guy thought about it, he felt like a villain. The spirit lord asked, "What's wrong?" The player waved his hand and said that he will fulfill his request, but is he sure about it? The traitor looked at him and said that if he was the only one to be released, he would hardly be looked at without judgment and would most likely be considered a traitor and condemned to a terrible fate. Kulhun lowered his lips. The answer seemed logical to him. He looked away. The Korean was trying to figure out if the ranker was a man of his word or if his affection for Xianghu was stronger. The guy turned away and clarified that it was not typical for him, but he would do it since he asked. He added that he would release Xianghu in 5 days. The summoner looked at him in surprise and asked how he could be sure that he would keep his promise. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. The man thought that if it were someone else, he would need a guarantee, but they were from the same city and knew each other quite well. He decided that the ghost would not lie. Kallan put his hands in his pocket and walked away, deciding to trust the incognito. The hero would be grateful if the ranker retreated as well if they met in battle. The long-haired man passed by the girl and said that he wanted to add the same thing. Xianghu happily leaned towards his subordinate. Who would have thought that she would side with the Dark Elves in his absence? He said that thanks to her, everything will be much easier now. An arrow flew between the couple. An elf rose from the grass with a drawn bow and ordered them to stand still. She lowered her bow and asked how they could trust a person who appeared out of nowhere. The gray-haired woman approached her comrade and said that the hero saved her. The ghost looked at the elf and said that they finally met. The girl bowed and introduced herself as Peel. The archer frowned at the guy and asked for forgiveness, said that there was a small misunderstanding. She introduced herself as Seal. Sunho smiled contentedly. Now he had a decent source of information. In his mind he said that Arwen would soon meet his end. Meanwhile, Lucy approached the man and asked what he was so worried about. The girl put her hand on his chest. She did not know what was going on, but considering how tense he was, it was unlikely that it was good for his health. The swordsman thanked her for her concern and said that he wanted to ask about something. Sweat was running down his face. In his mind, he asked himself, were they evil and they good in that case? He looked down and said that he regretted what he had done. He remembered how he led everyone to battle. Up until that moment he had no doubt in his actions. He always tried to guide people in a better direction and helped good people win, but what if those he thought badly of actually had good reasons for doing so? Arwen looked into the void in horror. A ghost appeared in his head, saying that he could be evil, and given that he could not answer to the end, is this true? Is torture for him? That is why he must meet the hero. The aura around the divine sword began to distort. The man decided that after they met. Dark Forest. An old man named Crimson nodded and said hello. He held the position of commander-in-chief of the Dark Elves. He held a spear in his hand. Peel told about what he did, praising him as a rare person until her mouth was dry. The guy replied that he only did what he had to. Praise embarrasses him. The player spread his hands and smiled. He had skills. He was friendly towards the elves, so Crimson trusted him and wanted to give him a job. The traitor said that he was always happy to help the Dark Elves. His eyes flashed. Before that he wanted to know why the High and Dark Elves were fighting. The leader closed his eyes and nodded. He said that originally they were comrades who lived in this forest. He imagined the light and dark forest and told that the High Elves lived in harmony with each other in the forest near the World Tree, while the Dark Elves lived among the fierce monsters, but also in harmony with each other in the deserted dark forest. He remembered the war of white and black that broke out. It was a war between light and darkness, the New Order and the Dark Alliance, stretching across the entire continent and, subsequently, affecting the elves. The old man remembered two silhouettes against the background of fire. Then rumors began to circulate that the Dark Elves joined the Dark Alliance and that they were polluting the Tree of Life and would also destroy the High Elves. The hero looked at the old man in surprise and said that he had heard this from the High Elves. The commander clarified that his brothers had taken it all wrong. The elf looked away. He said that no one knew when exactly it started. As soon as rumors began to spread, the High Elves were attacked and began to disappear, and after that the Dark Elves were persecuted. Sonhu rubbed his mouth. It turned out that the victims were the Dark Elves. Crimson looked forward. His people tried to understand the situation, to resolve it, but they refused to make contact, and later they even joined the New Order to drive them out of the forest and recently began to use mercenaries. An image of a Dark Alliance soldier appeared in his head, to whom the Dark Elves turned for lack of a choice. Crimson bowed. They were only interested in occupying the fortifications and important fortresses of the High Elves. They had no goal of aggravating the situation even more. The ghost thought, both sides say that they are victims and it does not matter whose side is right. What is important is what is beneficial to him. The Korean raised his hand and asked if the elves understand that the situation is not in their favor. The old man objected that this is temporary and all because of the stupid mercenaries who stand in the way. The guy's eyes sparkled. He said that their enemy is not stupid and the mercenaries will continue to join the High Elves. They will not have a chance to win this war at all. The Crimson looked questioningly at the young man and asked what he was suggesting. Should they really turn to mercenaries for help? The guy smiled and replied that there was an easier way. He extended his hand and said that they just need to lure the High Elf mercenaries to their side. The old man asked how to do this. Sonhu smiled slyly and told them to do what he said. After a while, the ghost went outside. The student noticed that he was gone for a long time. The player approached Peel and asked her to accompany them as a guide. The girl asked where exactly they wanted to go. The ghost raised his hand. He heard from Bagrians that the Dark Alliance sent necromancers to help them, and he wondered if they could introduce him to them. The elf thought about it and agreed. The traitor looked at his ward and asked if she wanted to go with him. He had an important task that he could not trust anyone else with. Peel approached the bushes and asked why the hero needed necromancers. Did he really need some kind of curse or other magic? The player replied that he wanted to summon the undead. Miriam looked at him and asked if he was really going to use this dead man. The hero replied that now was the perfect opportunity. When else would they meet a capable necromancer? The girl thought about it. Seong-hu noted that he asked her permission just for the sake of formality. He did not know why, but he thought that the swordswoman would hardly refuse. The couple approached the passage. Miriam asked if the undead created from the corpse of the twice awakened would be useful. The mentor replied that now everything is a little different. He took out a vial of elixir, which he received from the high priest. The traitor smiled slyly and told that the elixir greatly increases the stats, but it is not perfect because he cannot know about the side effects. Isn't it a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation instead of just throwing it away? A few days later, the elf pulled back an arrow. Someone was running through the flowering forest. The mercenary blocked 3 arrows with his shield. The sorcerer jumped out from behind a tree and shouted that the warrior should distract attention by being in front. The horned one asked, does he really want him to just go forward? But how is he supposed to dodge the elf's arrow? The mage indignantly asked, is he really just going to stand there and do nothing? If they do not leave now, they will be surrounded, and he is going to do something, but he needs the warrior to distract their attention. The horned one took a look at him and cursed. He ran to attack, yelling furiously. Suddenly, his friend Hoyle blocked the attack. The warrior looked at him in amazement and asked if his friend had been captured, but the mercenary replied that he had decided to join the Dark Elves himself. The man looked at Arissa and said that he knew this man and would like him to be lured or captured. The girl replied that she would not harm him if he was her friend. Hoyle raised his axes. He told her not to argue and just come here. If he said that he was his friend, he would be able to immediately receive an important mission. The warrior asked if he had completely forgotten that he himself had told him about helping the High Elves. The player looked at him seriously and said that he had not forgotten, but after learning their story, he decided that it was better to help them, not the High Elves. The Horned One looked at his friend in confusion and decided that he could not continue the fight like that. At that moment, a fireball flew out from behind the bushes, but the magic dissipated. The satisfied ghost came out from behind the bushes and said that such a prank would not work. The mercenaries began to surround the hero, but the guy said that he could not be defeated even if they all attacked at once. Sanhu ducked from the blow. He hit the knight's helmet. He scattered the approaching crowd. The mercenaries fell to the ground. The Korean said that the senseless resistance was over. He smiled slyly and suggested getting to the point. The traitor spread his hands and said that they had no intention of harming. One of the mercenaries said that the Dark Elves were known for their cruelty. The guy looked at them and said that they were mistaken. The ghost folded his arms over his chest and shook his head. He assumed that the warriors were deceived by stories about the Dark Elves. He asked what the High Elves told them, asking them for help. The mercenaries looked at each other. One said that the Dark Elves were going to kill them all and asked for help. The second heard that they were going to fill this forest with monsters, and the third added that the elves want to denigrate the tree of the world and enslave the High Elves. The Korean closed his eyes and said that it was all a lie made up by the High Elves. He agreed that the Dark Elves started the war, but it was a fight against the oppression of the High Elves to regain the rights and freedom of the Dark Elves. The men looked at the narrator in surprise. He said that after the war between the Lu Order and the Dark Alliance intensified, the Dark Elves associated with the Dark Alliance were condemned and persecuted, and eventually became slaves. Dark Forest, the ghost previously told him to do whatever he said to get the mercenaries on his side. Crimson looked at the hero carefully. He told him to always treat the mercenaries with respect, regardless of the situation. He said that people perceive situations differently depending on the tone of voice, even if it is about the same thing. He said that such treatment will give the impression that the Dark Elves are polite and decent. The Crimson Man looked at the guy. He said that they should be paid more than the High Elves, but the Dark Ones could not afford it. Sanhu smiled and said that the mercenaries who now work for the High Elves do it not out of a sense of justice, but out of a desire to get rich. Relics dropped by adventurers, trophies, bones and other magical materials, that's what they are interested in. The old man nodded and said that it was quite feasible. Now the Korean was going to move on to the most important thing. He smiled and said that they needed to have a worthy reason to help the poor Dark Elves and punish the hypocritical High Elves. The mercenaries looked at each other. Some had just heard the story about the oppression of the Dark Elves. Someone noted their respectful behavior, and someone even heard that they pay more than the High Elves. The squad leader stood up and asked if there was any confirmation of the player's words. The hero waved his hand and said that right now, no matter what evidence he provided, they would all suspect that this was a lie, and since he was telling it from the Dark Elves' side, they might think that he was making it all up by taking their side. Seong, who looked at everyone from under his brows and asked if there was any evidence that the High Elves were right. Had they tried to listen to the Dark One's story? Weren't they judging the elves based on just one side's words? One of the mercenaries imagined the world tree and noted that the High Elves lived in the most luxurious and richest place in the forest, safe from any threat and monsters. He imagined a dark forest where the Dark Elves lived next to the swamps and dead forest. The hero said that it was important for them to make a decision for themselves. The Horned One hit his chest. He never understood why people chose the Dark Elves' side, but now he understood and wanted to fight with the guys. The ghost closed his eyes and said that the reason for what he said was not that he wanted them to simply turn their backs on the High Elves and start helping the Dark Ones. He just wanted the men to know the truth. The guy pointed to the side and said that if they did not want to fight, they could just leave. The mercenaries looked closely at the Korean. He said that they could not return to the High Elves. If they agreed to the condition that they would no longer participate in this fight, then the Dark Elves would lead them out of the forest. Peel arrived with medicine to provide first aid to those who were wounded. The elf helped the girl. A line was already forming for her. Seong, who laughed hysterically, thinking that being on the side of justice was not so bad. Meanwhile, the heads of the High Elves were flying off their shoulders. Arvin, covered in sweat, demanded to stop. He ran after Mirian, who was killing elves. His eyes gleamed with anger. This was already the 7th battle, and this girl carefully avoided him, attacking only those who were nearby. The girl dodged the sword strike and said that the blonde was too worried. She jumped back and said that it would be easier for them if he just ignored her. The swordswoman frowned forward, noting that with each fight Arwen was getting better. He was as talented as she was. In the future he could become a threat to her. Before that, the mentor looked at her and said that even she would have a hard time killing him. The student looked away and replied that she could handle it if the hero wanted it. The ghost turned forward and said that if the risk was too high, there was no need to try. On the contrary, if she could not kill, she should make him suffer as much as possible. The teacher cast a menacing look. He said that he did not like something about Arwen and he wanted him to suffer mentally. The traitor wanted him to be in agony and despair. Miriam looked away coldly. According to the order given by Seonghu, she must leave that guy alive. His death should only happen when it is advantageous. The blonde ran at her, swinging his sword. She recognized him at the basic stage of the integration of the divine sword. The girl blocked the blow. She looked into the enemy's eyes, deciding that the secret of his strength was in the sword. She said that the man continues to irritate her. The Korean girl suddenly cut him into 2 parts, but the corpse dissipated. Arwen appeared behind his opponent, using shadow substitution, and shot fire. A bright light engulfed the forest. Miriam ran across the battlefield. She realized that she was superior to the warrior in swordplay, but the reason why she could not finish the fight was that he did not fight with just a sword. Lucy cast magic from cover. All the warrior's wounds were healed, and his strength and speed increased. The blonde grabbed the sword and asked the light to reveal the power of the holy sword. He had an ally who gave him buffs and even skills that combined fencing and magic. The brunette looked angrily at the enemy. She would like to cut his throat with the sword of the mind, but this ability was not yet complete. She offered to end this fight and said that this battle no longer brings her fun. The lord jumped to attack, asking if she was doing all this for fun. Miriam dodged. The man turned around. An energy attack was flying at Lucy. The swordsman began to open a portal. The black space began to spread behind the girl. The blonde covered his beloved's body with himself. Devil Sword looked at the couple. She knew that this was what would happen. She knew that if the man attacked her without trying to protect his ally, the advantage would be on his side. But as expected, he retreated and there was no longer any killing intent in his eyes. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's face. The girl jumped high, running away from the battlefield. The swordsman hugged the sorceress, noting that there were many people on the side of the high elves, but each time more and more were running over to the dark elves. He understood that this could not continue and they needed a plan. Meanwhile, the elves moved through the forest, while the self-proclaimed hero thought about how he needed to break through, and since the hero is a good person who keeps his word no matter what happens, it was time to keep his promise to the ranker. The squad came across the wounded Songha and began to ask if he was okay. The hero was kneeling. It was quite difficult for him. The elf told him not to get up. He said that the hero would not be able to escape pursuit with such wounds. The player decided that it was better not to delay them, but to become their bait. The elf looked away and screamed that the ghost was pursuing them. The man clenched his teeth and cursed. The traitor in black descended into the clearing, as planned. Earlier, Seonghu stood in front of the mirror. Due to various substances and blood for disguise, anyone would think that he was barely clinging to life and was the object of all kinds of torture. He snapped his finger, summoning a dead man using an elixir from the high priest. The senior Death Knight appeared in front of the hero. The guy handed the corpse his mask and told him to put it on because it changes external perception. The player put a wig and ghost clothes on the puppet. In front of him stood his perfect copy. He ordered to follow Miriam's orders until new ones came. Seonghu smiled. He had no doubts about the loyalty of the corpse. He still had memories of his past life, but these were only memories. Now he was an NPC born of the system. The traitor smiled. Remembering Arwen, he would like to avoid such risky operations as much as possible. But the blonde was not one of those who could just get scared and run away, so he was ready to take a risk and take a step himself. Now the ghost ran to attack the elves. One of them was going to buy some time. Seonghu was kneeling and holding on to fake wounds. The corpse followed him with a small gap, but he gave the order not to kill anyone, because they might suspect that the ghost and Seonghu were one person, so it was better to show them live how the ghost was chasing them. The hero angrily looked to the side. He needed to get out of here quickly, so why was he so slow? The battlefield was filled with light. The corpse repelled the attack. The lord appeared in the clearing. The guy was worried that the swordsman guessed that the ghost was undead. The blonde stood in front of the puppet. He frowned at the enemy, noting that since he had someone like Miriam under his command, he expected that he was not quite ordinary. The man decided for himself that the hero was a master of fencing. The traitor looked at him silently, and then he rushed to run away. Arwen frowned. He understood that this could be a trap and he could only let him go. Son, who looked at the swordsman and asked how he got here, he told him that he used the opportunity to escape with the elves. The hero took a few steps towards the swordsman, but fell. The lord caught the falling body, surprised that he lost consciousness. He looked at the elves and ordered them to retreat. He ordered them to be on guard and protect the wounded. The guy carefully looked at the higher ones. After a while, they came to the world tree. Arwen reported that the imprisoned high elves and one human escaped together, but they successfully saved them from being chased by a ghost. Christina sat on the throne. She said that the situation was not very positive, but at least there was good news. She said that the Lu order promised to send reinforcements. The man asked, didn't they say that they did not have spare forces? The princess looked at him tiredly and replied that they lacked manpower because of a man named Jack fighting on the side of the Dark Alliance. But thanks to the help of mercenaries, the situation was temporarily stabilized and they sent a message that they would send reinforcements. Arvin looked away with a heavy gaze, agreeing with the good news. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. He thought that if the Lu Order had spare forces, then the Dark Alliance had them too, and at this rate, if reinforcements came from both sides, they would be at a disadvantage. The man bowed. He did not want to destroy the hopes of the princess, who was already facing a series of defeats. He sat down on one knee. Christina advised him to rest a little, and from now on they should focus on preserving their strength. Arvin walked out the door. He clenched his fists and thought that everything was not going according to plan. His life had always been smooth, without any obstacles. There was no such opponent that he sincerely hated or thought that he could not cope with. An image of a hero appeared in his head. He was a cut above him in strength and strategy. He also had allies and was not burdened by anything, unlike him, who always had to protect someone. The Phantom is not limited by any norms and morals, so he uses all available means, which makes him an even more difficult opponent. A smile began to appear on the blonde's face. The Lord smiled and noted that this was his first encounter with something like this, but it was also a challenge for him. By overcoming the wall called the Ghost, he would be able to become even stronger. The swordsman looked ahead and mentally said that as soon as they met the Ghost again, he would give an answer to the question he asked earlier. The man went forward, deciding that for this he should check the information that Seongwoo had. At least it would help to better understand the situation. The city of elves. Kalhun waved to the Korean and said that he looked good. Although only a few days had passed, the hero assumed that the ranker ate deliciously and a lot, and also had a good rest while he was gone. The man came closer to the bed and asked the sorceress if the player was okay. The girl said that his life was not in danger. She smiled, because she was worried that the guy did not come to his senses for a long time. She even thought that he was pretending. Seongwoo looked at the girl suspiciously. He remembered that Lucy had the ability to recognize lies. He knew that if his answer was strange or he began to avoid the question, everything would end badly. The hero scratched his cheek and said that he pretended to be unconscious because he wanted to rest longer, but did not think that he would be caught so quickly. The Lord of the Spirits asked him not to be boring and asked if the ghost did anything bad to him. The Korean looked at his friend and replied that he treated him with understanding, and the torture was more for the show out of necessity, deciding that if he was the ghost, then, in fact, he was not lying. Lucy tensed up and thought about the fact that these two were from the same city as the ghost. Arvin entered the room and asked if he was too late. The blonde looked at the hero warily. He was glad that he was safe and he was sorry that he did not keep his word. Would he accept his apology? Xiaolun looked at the swordsman in surprise and said that it sounded rather shameless. For an apology, are words enough? Arvin closed his eyes and replied that if he gave him money or some artifacts, he would feel deep in his heart that it was enough, and in the end he would not be able to sincerely apologize. He could not mindlessly make promises and he might be asked for something, so he would not be able to do it and it would be a broken promise. The man raised his hand and said that all he could do was just sincerely apologize. He asked if the hero accepted them. The guy mentally said that he was pathetic. The summoner looked at the swordsman tensely and thought that unlike people who always spoke rudely or hypocritically, it was very nice to hear words that were banal, but at least said sincerely. Seongwoo closed his eyes and replied that he was not in a position to accept them now. He said that if the Lord did that, they would both feel strange. The player looked away. What was more important was that the blonde had information. He had overheard the ghost, and it looked like the Dark Elves were in a better position now and were planning an attack with superior forces. Kalhun approached the bed and asked if this was possible. The Korean replied that the Dark Alliance, cooperating with the Elves, was ready to provide support with manpower. He looked at the summoner and said that the enemies were planning to direct all their forces to one attack in order to achieve instant victory. The Lord of the Spirits asked if they really wanted to give up defense and only go on the offensive. He said that such thoughtless tactics would never work. Arvin frowned and thought that judging by the insidious tactics that the ghost had been implementing all this time, he was quite capable of such a thing. The player looked at Lucy and said that the attack would begin in 4 days. Wasn't that useful information? The guy knitted his eyebrows. He understood that how this operation would go. Everything depended on Lucy's reaction. The girl thought hard. It was all about her ability to detect lies. She asked the hero to repeat what she said. The blonde had already turned around. He thought that they should report what they heard to Lady Christina right now and begin preparations. Seongwoo smiled triumphantly, realizing that the Lord had intentionally interrupted the girl who had noticed the lie in his words. The player mentally said that no matter what Arvin did, victory would be his. The couple went out into the garden. The man began to talk about the Korean's words. The sorceress said that it was a lie, but there was some truth in it. The swordsman shook his head at the suggestion that the traitor was forced to lie. The Canadian reminded that one should not trust people so much. Lucy looked at him. The man said that Seong-Hu intended to feed them false information because he was aware of her power, and considering what kind of person he was, it was easy to understand when he was lying. Arvin smiled madly and thought that if they acted as if they believed, the advantage would be theirs, so it was time to strike back. There was a bowl of soup on the table. The Korean noted that the elf food was very tasty. The two friends sat at the table and discussed how they missed meat. The guy even offered to get some food later. Kulhun laughed and began to hug his younger brother. A gloomy Lucy entered the room. The ranker stood up and asked what the miss wanted. The sorceress said that she was worried about that information. She smiled. The Lord of the Spirits said that they would have been in trouble if they hadn't found out about it, but now they can prepare properly, so she doesn't have to worry too much. An elf entered the room and asked for forgiveness. He told the summoner that it was time to go on reconnaissance. The man smiled cheerfully, noted that they couldn't do without him, and went. He waved and wished everyone a good rest. At the end, the hero asked if he remembered what they talked about a little earlier. Sun-Hu smiled, pretending to eat meat. The ranker laughed and said that he would take care of it, so he didn't have to worry. The traitor turned to the sorceress and said that she could go too. He said that his body was fine, and as a man, he was a little ashamed. Lucy went outside, deciding that she was tired and it was time for her to rest. Meanwhile, the ghost sighed with relief. There was not a single soul near his house. If the elves were stupid, they would most likely leave immediately, thinking that this was a good opportunity. The guy went outside, realizing that if he was suspected of spying, then there must be people watching him to prevent any suspicious actions. The player began to move between the tree trunks, trying to understand. Did not the enemies know that eliminating the presence will only make them even more suspicious? The player landed in a clearing. He went into the barn and used the summon. Fiamon appeared and began to yawn, asking what this time. Suddenly, her mouth was shut with a finger. Sun-Hu gestured to be quiet and mentally said that boring was the key to this operation. The girl imperiously waved her hand and said that the man was just in time. The guy said that he had collected all the necessary information on her orders. The ghost glanced back. He knew that no matter who saw it, it would look like a conspiracy. Meanwhile, the elf watched from the tree, recognizing the girl as a demon. He held onto the huge tree trunk, realizing that he needed to eavesdrop on what was being discussed. The spy jumped down from the branch. He returned to the princess and reported that the Korean had made a contract with the demon. He said that he had heard the key words about the squad and the surprise attack. Christina looked at the man with satisfaction and said that his information was accurate. The spy looked at the lady and suggested strengthening the guard, but the blonde objected, arguing that Seong-Hu would suspect something was wrong and it would be harder to control them. The indignant elf looked at the princess and asked what it meant harder to control. The pointy-eared one explained that it was about the Lord trying to benefit the person from this. Arvin looked at him and said that the hero gave them false information and gained their trust for the purpose of espionage in order to report to the Dark Elves later. If they imprisoned him, they would be able to avoid the information leak, but one action alone would not improve their situation much. The spy looked closely at the man who said that this way they would give false information to the elves themselves through that man, but how to use it. The man looked down and said that if they analyzed what Seong-Hu said, they would be able to understand what the truth was. He understood that the only lie was the time of the mass attack. The Canadian looked away, remembered how the player said that the attack would take place in 4 days, since they had already told them the time of the attack. He did not think that it would happen later than the specified date, so everything would take place in less than 4 days. Christina straightened up. The warrior assumed that he was given 3 days to return back with the information, and the attack would most likely begin a day earlier. The swordsman had a picture in his head of a spy at the princess's bedside as she rested before the upcoming battle. Arwen knew that it was all inaccurate, so they needed to prepare for such a possibility. The lady looked at the man warily and asked how he knew that Seong-Hu was a spy, since he was one of those who helped the imprisoned high elves escape, and she would never have thought that he could be a spy. Her eyes sparkled. She noted to herself that Arwen had figured him out in just half a day. The Lord closed his eyes and said that he had thought about the situation differently. The blue-eyed man looked ahead and said that he had thought about how he would have carried out the attack himself if he had been in the Phantom's place, and everything had immediately fallen into place. And moreover, the Phantom simply could not have been so careless. The man imagined a web. He had enough observations of the hero's malice and meticulousness, and it would be strange if he had let the prisoners go just like that. In other words, it was all a trap. Arwen imagined the Holy Knights of the Order of Lu. He looked at the princess and asked if she did as he said in the situation with Kulhun. The girl replied that she sent the patrol on a different route and assigned 5 of the best warriors to patrol the area. The blonde replayed the memories in his head. Not much time had passed since Seong-Hu lost his memory in this world, and it was rather suspicious to see how close he was to a top rank. Also, Lucy said that they made some kind of promise to each other, and therefore he could not help but suspect them. Christina looked ahead tensely and asked if that person was also a spy. Arvin found it suspicious that they were from the same city. They could not be sure, so it was not worth rushing to conclusions. He looked closely at the princess and said that in any case, they should be more careful. After a while, the elf said goodbye to the ranker and thanked him for his work. Colhoun watched his partner go. Then he went into the house and asked if he could come in. The hero said that he had just woken up and agreed. The spirit lord entered the room and said that it would be better for them to leave right now. The guy asked if he was talking about the dark elves. The man looked away and said that it was not a bad idea, but he was close to the people he fought with, so he did not want to raise his sword against Arvin, so he simply suggested leaving the great forest. The long-haired man turned around and said that they could collect the minimum required points and finish the mission, and then return immediately. The summoner had already reached the minimum, but it would be stupid to leave his brother here alone. Xianghu looked at his friend with concern and asked if the man really stayed for his sake. Although he could have left, the swordsman replied that he just wanted to get more points and get some items. The player lowered his head. He wanted to do the same, but he did not think it would be easy. The ghost put his hands on his knees and suggested that Arvin saw a spy in him. The warrior immediately said that the blonde was not the kind of person who acted recklessly, right? The traitor looked up. He thought that his imagination was playing, but he sensed in the night that someone was watching him. In his thoughts, he noted that he manipulated the Lord so that he suspected him. The Lord looked questioningly at the hero. He asked if his brother noticed anything strange. Colhoun shuddered nervously. He noticed that the elf patrols were different and the route was completely different. Xianghu looked up. He said that it was understandable for them to mistrust him. They were from the same country as the ghost, and the fact that they escaped unharmed, he decided that it was hard for the Canadian to trust them. The warrior looked ahead tensely and thought that the escape was possible because he asked the ghost to do it, but Arvin thought it was strange. The man grabbed his face. The Korean said that if they were under suspicion, they would hardly listen to excuses, and in the worst case, they would become prisoners without receiving a mission. Colhoun suddenly grabbed his brother by the shoulders, asked him not to worry and rest while he took care of everything. Xianghu smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, the house was being watched. Arvin frowned, thinking that the spirit lord turned out to be a spy. He had no other choice. After all, what goes around comes around. The surveillance of the house continued. 2 days had already passed, although the blonde noticed his lie, but simply left him alone. Because of this, the feeling of tension was growing. Xianghu was watching the elves. The Lord was giving him false information and did not stop surveillance. Kalon tensely walked past the elves entrusted to him by the swordsman. Each of them bound him with invisible chains, and in case of anything, if he did something suspicious, the warriors would immediately grab him. The hero imagined a cage with a bird. Given Arvin's passivity, there is a possibility that he will not immediately imprison the ranker. In order to keep his promise to protect him, he can hold him until the end of the mission or until the war ends. The guy laughed quietly, realizing that the Lord is quite capable of such a thing. He looked at the Lord of Spirits, who asked why he was laughing. Colhoun looked at the hero intently and asked him to listen to him carefully. He considered several escape routes, and also took care of supplies. They would escape tomorrow around the same time, so the brother should come to the promised place after sunset. The ghost looked at him and said that it was not a problem, but what if they were followed? The warrior proudly shrugged and asked who he took him for, because even if hundreds of elves and players came after him, or even 1,000, he could handle them. The black-haired one said that it sounded like a bluff. The summoner irritably clenched his fists and told him to wait for the moment when they got out to see what he was capable of. The traitor waved his hand. The long-haired one said that they were suspected of spying anyway, so it was better to stick together. But now he was going to leave. He reminded that they could escape tomorrow. They just needed to hold out until that moment. Colhoun left the house. The door opened slightly behind him. The boy arrived at the barn in the clearing. He bowed to Fiamon and reported that the High Elf forces were only focused on defense, and it seemed that their plan was to counterattack with a small group. The demoness listened to the reports with satisfaction. She had already been through many awkward situations, so she was grateful for the opportunity to take a break and enjoy this, like in the good old days. The girl glanced to the side, feeling someone approaching. Xianghu coughed into his fist. It was unlikely that he did not notice what she did. Fiamon tilted her head, trying to understand what the hero was trying to achieve. After all, he only told her to roleplay, but did not tell her what his plan was. She looked at the servant and said that this was enough. When it was over, she promised to reward him generously for his services. She promised that the man would receive a worthy reward, so he should be patient and wait a little longer. The subordinate hoped that everything would go well. Fiamon evaporated and assured him that everything would go smoothly, because this plan was made by her, a truly sinister demon. How could anything go wrong? The ghost came out into the clearing and said that this way of life would end tomorrow. He glanced at his pursuer in the shadows. He walked forward, remembering that traps had been set here after his arrival. He decided that it was very stupid and he could just go around them. But what if he got caught right now? His foot stepped on a pile of twigs, and the Korean soared into the air. A rope was tied around his legs. The traitor noted that if it were barbed wire with poison, it would be more useful, so why was there a rope here? Two elves approached the hanging guy. They covered his mouth with a hand, and the player's eyes rolled back. The elves began to examine Seonghu's body. They noted that it was too simple, but decided that this guy's abilities had never stood out. The man said that people were too cautious and he did not know who he took them for. The white-haired man knocked on the ghost's hands and ordered his subordinates to take the body. Hair hung to the ground. The ghost realized that he was finally being taken away. The guy closed his eyes, imagining a heart in front of him. He realized that the elves used a specially made anesthetic or poison. At the moment he could remove it from the body using only endurance even without an antidote. Arvin appeared in his head, who considers himself a good person. The traitor knew that he would never kill him just because he let himself be caught. His expectations were met. Seonghu turned around. They entered the room. His strength parameter was more than 1,000 and yet he could not move. Perhaps it was the magic handcuffs. The ghost looked forward. The man said that the hero took quite a long time to come to his senses. The swordsman's figure slowly approached him. The man thought that the prisoner would recover much faster. Given his level of endurance, the Korean shouted that there was some kind of misunderstanding. The blonde looked at him sternly and said that he trusted him, or rather, at first he trusted him. The traitor looked at his partner in confusion and demanded that he untie him first, because it was difficult to talk in such a position. Arvin came even closer. He was not going to have a dialogue, because he was going to interrogate him. An unhealthy gleam appeared in his eyes. The man said that the promise remained in force even in a situation where he did not value him, Lucy, and the lives of other elves. Seonghu shook his head and shouted that he would never dare. Both players looked at the wall behind which sounds were heard. The Korean assumed that it was Lucy. The Lord turned his gaze to the hero and said that his actions were based on a sense of justice and faith. He came closer and said that he was ashamed to say it, but if he said it out loud, he was a hero or just a good person, but this did not mean that he did only good. The swordsman stood next to the player and put his hand on the back of the chair. The man said that initially the high elves wanted to torture him and said that they have their own methods that they use on people, but he stopped them because he was against it. The hero shook his head and said thank you, because this whole situation is more of a misunderstanding. But now, suddenly Arvin stood behind him and grabbed the chair. A scream echoed throughout the dungeon. The ghost winced in pain. The Lord said that the high elves said that they would be ready to do anything to get information out of him, but he called them off and volunteered to conduct the interrogation himself, not to make his life easier. The blonde man's silhouette loomed menacingly next to Seonghu. He said that if the player revealed the whole truth, he wouldn't have to suffer, and when it was all over, he would let him go into the forest unharmed. Mentally, the ghost asked him not to tell him what the Canadian was going to do. Arvin began to twist the Korean's hands and asked what the exact date of the dark attack was, but the guy screamed that it would happen the day after tomorrow. The man looked at the wall from behind which the signals were heard. Then he broke the prisoner's finger and a scream was heard, after which the traitor began to scream that it would happen tomorrow. The warrior heard the signals and closed his eyes, wanting to move on to the next question. He looked at the player and asked to tell how many forces the Dark Elves had and what their strategy was. Seonghu gritted his teeth in pain and asked to give him a minute. The guy's screams were heard throughout the prison. Covered in blood, the ghost lowered his head and said that the Dark Ones were going to cause chaos through multiple simultaneous attacks. While they were busy preparing the attack with the support of the Dark Alliance, they were also preparing another surprise attack, and if the blonde was trying to hold all the strategically important objects, there would be gaps in the defense line. Their main plan was to penetrate through these gaps and ambush from the inside. Arvin looked at the prisoner tensely. Everything was quite frightening, and if they trusted him, they would definitely be routed without any chance to react in time. The swordsman began to break his fingers and said that so far he had not heard a lie from the guy, right? The man left the cage, suggesting to finish for now. Seonghu was left sitting in a lonely dungeon. He clenched his teeth, crying, but the crying slowly turned into laughter. The ghost began to stir and laugh out loud. Mentally, he said that he did not expect this from the blonde. The traitor smiled madly. The information presented was pure truth, and now that he believed it, it took him. The secret door to the dungeon opened. The Lord came out with the sorceress. She asked if it was right to torture Songha. The man asked not to feel guilty, because if he had not intervened, the High Elves would have been erased because of the hero's lies. Christina, accompanied by guards, was waiting for the players and asked how everything went. Arvin frowned at Christina and said that he received quite important information from the prisoner, as expected. The Dark Elves were planning a surprise attack today at midnight, and if everything goes smoothly, the probability of victory is 90%. The lady tensed up and said that she had bad news. Kulhun turned out to be stronger than she thought. He managed to break through the encirclement of numerous rankers and high-class spirit swordsmen, after which he disappeared, but considering that he is a top ranker, there was nothing strange about it. Arvin put his hand on his belt and suggested forming a team of trackers, but the most important thing is today's battle. The warrior looked forward seriously. He understood that everything would be decided before dawn. He did what he could, but would it be enough to defeat the ghost? The die was cast, it remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Kalhan chopped off the elf's head. 2 more ran at him. The magicians created a color barrier, supporting their allies with force. The ranker was enveloped in several types of energy. He directed the energy of water to the right side of his body and the energy of fire to the left, using the fusion of 2 energies, creating one of mixed origin. The man created a powerful impulse that destroyed the barrier of the higher ones. The soldiers screamed in pain while the magic tore them to pieces. The archer pulled the arrow and called the summoner a demon. The Korean caught the arrow with his hand and asked again. He threw it back, calling the elves shameless idiots who do not know anything about gratitude. The arrow pierced the girl's forehead. 2 fighters attacked the ranker from behind, but the man easily repelled both attacks. The warrior made a face. He did not know that the spirit lord had such great power. Was everything that had happened before a trick? The Korean looked at them and suggested that they end it all, otherwise they had dragged out the situation too much. He said that the higher ones were rather slow in thinking, because if it weren't for the numbers, he wouldn't have dragged it out like that. Chonkul looked at all the enemies and said that if he wanted, he could have destroyed them at the very beginning of the battle. The only reason he was running away was because he was worried about reinforcements, and now that they were far from the world tree, he could not hold back. A drop of sweat ran down the elf's face. He realized that the enemy was absolutely serious. The fighters began to scatter. The commander ordered a retreat. He understood that at least one of them should warn the others about Chonkul. The magician raised the blade of the sword and thrust it into the ground, creating an explosion. A moment later, he pulled out the sword, and he staggered in pain. Even with the protection from the mixed energy, it was still a huge burden. The technique was really incredible, despite the fact that he created it. A crater remained around the man. He thought that his death would be ridiculous if he died from his own technique, but there was no way out. He had to kill them all at once. The Korean angrily looked ahead. He had to leave here and that would be the end, however. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He remembered the hero and asked himself why he was hesitating. He should not doubt now. The only thing worth thinking about is saving him. The warrior climbed out of the pit and thought that despite the fact that they did not know each other for long, for him Seong-hu is like a younger brother, and older brothers never abandon their younger ones. Ghost appeared in his head. Cooperating with him was the safest part, but the ranker did not know what these guys were doing to the hero and how much time it would take. Kalhan looked at the sky and mentally asked his brother to hold on, because his older brother would be here soon. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, Seal approached the commander-in-chief and reported that everything was as the ghost said. There were gaps in some places of defense. The old man could not believe it, because this was an ideal opportunity for them. The Crimson Man looked away and thought that with the support of the Dark Alliance, they would be able to minimize the losses on their side. The man smiled and mentally thanked the ghost, because this was a good opportunity to break old and unpleasant ties from the past. The commander-in-chief struck the floor with his spear and ordered to call all the warriors without a single delay. Night fell over the camp. A detachment of dark elves made their way through the bushes. The captain said that even considering the fact that the higher ones were counting on an attack tomorrow, he could not believe that their defense was so weak. The warrior looked at the tower. He thought that it was a little far, but he would still be able to reach them with an arrow. A signal flashed in the sky. The captain pulled the arrow, and it stuck in the head of the guard on the tower. The man jumped on it, and with horror he noticed that he had fallen into a decoy. He immediately began to guess what was happening. The tree of the world appeared in his head. The archer thought that by leaving this place, they were leaving a gap in the main line of defense surrounding the tree of the world, and in fact this situation was very strange. The archer looked at the bait again and decided that at this moment the best option would be to wait. But now there was no time, because all their forces were involved in this operation and they could not be the only ones who stopped. Meanwhile, conversations were heard in the barracks. The 3 mercenaries gathered. They discussed that there were solid ruins around that could not be used. Outwardly everything looked and touched. Was their mission really accomplished? The player began to look around and reminded that they were given points for each killed elf, because there should be elves here. Where did they all go? At the same time, in the temporary residence of the Dark Elves, a signal flashed in the sky. Arvin swung his sword and chopped off the Dark One's head. The deceased's partner died a few moments later. A fire started in the residence. The Lord thought that under normal circumstances it would be difficult to capture such a large village, but now it was too easy. Arvin frowned. He understood that most of the enemy forces had gone on a raid. Realizing that they themselves were starting a surprise attack, they were thus psychologically unprepared for an attack from their side. The man looked at his partner and said that he was counting on her. The elves were illuminated by a glow. The killing of the dark elves began. Lucy approached the man and noticed that he was more impatient today than usual. The warrior could not do anything about it because one mistake and everything would end. The blonde smiled nervously. The sorceress reminded that it was he who proposed this plan. Earlier, Christina looked at the man in surprise and asked him to repeat what he had just said. The Lord stood in front of him and said that the number of elves had greatly decreased due to the long war and there was no problem in creating a defensive line, but they would not have the ability to counterattack. The lady looked at her guest intently. She said that this was why they decided to get the support of the order. But the blonde said that even with them it would not be enough. Of course, it was good to have a small elite squad, but the issue was numbers. Christina shuddered. The player pointed out that this could cause gaps in the defense. Now the swordsman looked around seriously and thought that the enemies must be looking at an empty fortress. It was a ridiculous plan to leave the defense line empty for just one day. He turned to the ghost and said that they had broken through. The hero sat behind the bars in the cage, thinking that these shackles were strong because they were enchanted with strong magic, but the castle itself was nothing special. The guy smiled, lowering his head. The shackles on his hands were unlocked. The system reported that the hacking skill was activated. Endless curiosity was activated. The skills of trap disarming and manual dexterity were being prepared, as well as the hunter's thinking. The hero pressed his hand to his face, thinking that after a short rest and even a meager dinner, during which he managed to restore his energy, he managed to reach his best state. He imagined a glass bottle with a bright liquid and a dish on a plate. The protagonist smiled, saying that he had something to do before leaving. The guy looked at the dirty chair in front of him, thinking that there were splashes of blood everywhere. What had not yet dried was spreading on the floor. Anyone would be wary of such a scene. Sung-Hoo smiled slyly, thinking that it was time to get to work. There were two heroes in a wooden watchtower. They heard a quiet humming of a song about a Christmas tree that was born in the forest. One of them asked what it was, to which his interlocutor said that it was some kind of song. The main character approached them. The elf girl noted that she expected to see a man. The guy looked ahead, saying that the other adventurers went on missions, so he does not understand what this one forgot here. Sung-Hoo put his hands in his pockets, continuing to hum the song. The girl asked the guy how often he met someone in an elegant suit, and in addition with a strange mask. The elf noted that the hero looked very strange. The elf girl looked out of the wooden tower, turning to the man. The guy smiled, greeting her. The elf noted that now is not the best time to walk in the forest, so it is better for him not to create unnecessary problems and go back to where he came from. Sung-Hoo spread his arms to the sides, saying that he has not even done anything yet. The girl looked at him, asking if he does not think that by creating unnecessary noise, he is hardly a problem. The guy smiled and took out a dagger from under his cloak, saying that he does not think so. But in any case, very soon they themselves will start making much louder sounds. The elf didn't have time to ask what he was talking about. A sharp blade pierced her neck. Streams of blood spurted from the wound. The elf rushed to the bell, calling the guy crazy. He was going to warn everyone about the danger. The hero opened his eyes wide when a bright stream of energy cut off his outstretched hand. The protagonist watched as the elf's head was cut off with one blow. The guy climbed up the wooden tower. Song took a small mirror in his palm, directing a bright light from it. He noticed a flash among the dark tops of the trees, realizing where the girl was. The hero put his hand in front of him, lowering a rope from the wooden tower. The girl took a step onto the surface of the observation tower. Miriam clenched her hand into a fist, apologizing to him for being late. The guy opened his mouth, saying that he was being formal again. He asked how long it had been since their last meeting, that she was back to her old ways, and anyway, he was the one who was late, so he should be the one apologizing. The dark elf climbed up the wooden tower, noting that she didn't expect the hero to pull it off. The guy held the rope in one hand, saying that being surprised was too much. The girl raised her eyebrows, thinking that no one would have thought that the protagonist would be able to destroy the last line of defense of the high elves that had lasted for hundreds of years as easily as he could kill these two. Seong-Hoo smiled and held his hand out in front of him, saying that he felt a little awkward from her inquisitive glances. If she had feelings for him, then she could say it now. The dark elf closed her eyes, saying that it was not that. Miriam looked at the dark elf army on the ground. The protagonist looked at the girl, asking what was the matter. Was she not confident enough? Miriam looked at him, noting that it was not that. She was just a little worried if the operation would be possible, considering that there were only 20 people involved. The guy smiled, saying that she had nothing to worry about because they were strong enough, and besides, there were dead people on their side. The protagonist was in a large, bright hall with many passages, thinking that only during the superhuman missions did he understand how strong he was. They would soon be able to get answers to the questions of how many troops, consisting of ordinary fighters, not from the elite units, would be needed to stop them with Miriam, and how many of them would fall. Seong-Hoo addressed the dark elves standing on the ground, saying that their goal was simple. They wanted to remove everything that was blocking their path and burn that huge tree. The arson would obviously be a hassle, so he would take on that part. The hero looked at the crowd below, noting that if they had no questions, they were free to go. The dark elves cried out in surprise. The girl frowned and held her hand out in front of her, asking if the human was not going to start without a plan at hand, since there were always thousands of high elves around the world tree. She asked if he was really going to confront them using the pitiful force of fighters, whose number could hardly be called even a handful. Xianghu opened his mouth, saying that he was going to attack them head on. If they were afraid, they could do as they wished. Of course, he could not say that they would all survive. The dark elf frowned, thinking about what she thought about attacking strategic places that could be captured by a small number of people. She did not understand where this unfounded confidence came from. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind. He smiled, saying that it was time to move out. A bright explosion thundered among the green tops of the trees. The hero cried out loudly in pain. The elf pulled an arrow on his bow, telling everyone else not to be afraid and load arrows, because a person would never withstand so many arrows hitting him. A hail of sharp arrows was aimed at the protagonist. Xianghu held his blade in front of him. Using a protective amulet, a protective barrier appeared around him, reflecting the attacks. The elf furiously clenched his teeth, thinking that he could not give this because the guy reflected not only arrows, spirits, and magic, but even stones from catapults. The hero smiled and held up 2 fingers, saying, "An eye for an eye." Sanhu ran forward, cutting the bodies of the fleeing elves with his sharp blade. The dark elf pressed her hand to her mouth, thinking that the protagonist and Mirin had amazing fighting skills that could not be resisted. She was glad that their swords were not pointed at her. The girl held her swords in front of her, and behind her were the bodies of the elves, cut into pieces. Fiamon and the man with long blonde hair fought back to back, cutting the bodies of the elves. The hero sat on his knees, hugging the little elf. The voice said that if they held out a little longer, the fighters would arrive here. They needed to hold on, because they had to protect the world tree. They needed to stall for time. The elves put their hands in front of them, trying to hold back the tall wooden gates. They shattered into small pieces. The protagonist was rapidly moving forward. He grabbed Nutri by the collar. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Xianghu froze, holding him up in front of him. The boy opened his mouth, saying that this is why war is always sad. He asked why people waste time on a useless activity that leaves nothing but anger and hatred. The elf raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, asking if he should really talk about this. He told the hero to let Nutri go. The boy threw the boy forward, noting that he would do it if they asked so. The elves dropped their bows, going to catch the falling child. Xianghu opened his eyes wide, thinking about releasing his weapons to catch Nutri. With quick movements, he cut the elves' bodies with his sharp blade. The hero stood with his back turned, while the dying elf called him a cowardly villain in a trembling voice. The boy smiled slyly, looking at him over his shoulder. There was a blue night sky above the dense forest. Chilhoon ran forward, thinking that he needed to sneak in as quietly as possible, save Yusun, and then get out. The boy froze, his eyes wide in surprise. He looked at the burning village in front of him, asking what happened here. The elf village was burning with bright flames. Chilhoon thought that only the dark elves could cause such trouble. This was not part of the original plan, but if he passed through the ghost, he would be able to talk to him. The boy gritted his teeth and rushed forward, thinking that in order to save Yusun, he needed to join the dark elves' forces. The elf armed himself with a sword, saying that he would buy them some time, and that the princess needed to leave. He charged at the protagonist in front of him, calling him crazy. Xianghu smiled, cutting off the elf's head in one motion. The hero grabbed the princess's hand. The girl frowned, calling him a demon. Chilhoon opened his mouth wide, addressing the guy. The protagonist looked at him, noting that he did not want to fight, but if he wanted to, he would make an exception. The guy opened his mouth, asking not to misunderstand him. He was not going to help the high elves, because now there was nothing between them except disagreements. Sunhu looked at him and smiled, saying that he did not quite understand what was happening, but at least he was glad that the guy was not his enemy, because if they had to fight, he would not know what to do. The hero thought that Chilhoon really only saw him as a younger brother. The elf princess opened her mouth wide, calling him a traitor. Chilhoon arched his eyebrows, saying that there was no need for politeness anymore. He asked where Yusun was. The guy held his hand out in front of him when Christina spat at him. The hero pressed the tip of his sword to her neck, saying that if she didn't answer, he would make her regret being alive. The elf princess opened her mouth, asking if he thought she would cooperate with someone like him. Chilhoon opened his eyes wide, asking if she really wanted to die. Christina closed her eyes and opened them wide, screaming that she would rather die. She lowered her head down. The hero quickly retracted the blade, wondering why the girl was stretching her neck towards the sword when he almost cut off her head. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He lifted Christina's hand by the wrist, noting that if he and Chilhoon were to be so gentle with her, they would not be able to extract any useful information from this elf to achieve what they wanted. they would have to be tougher. The hero abruptly pulled her finger back. The girl screamed loudly. Xianghu opened his mouth, saying that he was wrong. He should have broken the first joint of her finger, so he would have more bones left to break, but he accidentally broke her entire finger. Chilhoon gritted his teeth, listening to the guy's words that it did not matter because he could break this finger again. Christina lowered her head down, saying that he could do whatever he wanted. The protagonist smiled slyly, noticing that he liked her confidence. But now he was not in the mood for games, so he would take out all his anger on her. Xianghu widened his eyes, looking at the elf princess. A bright explosion thundered on the battlefield. Arvin gripped the sword tightly, thinking that his opponent had amazing skills befitting the title of the leader of the Dark Elves. However, by suddenly attacking without his troops to accompany him, he realized that he could fight him on equal terms. The man swung the blade. The boy's eyes widened, looking at the bright stream of energy in front of him. The leader of the Dark Elves widened his eyes, looking at the broken sword in his hand, thinking that the hero did this in an instant. The man threw the rest of the sword to the ground, saying that he was curious about how a human and a high elf managed to get this far, so he gave in to him, but it seemed that he could not afford it anymore. Streams of black energy appeared around the body of the leader of the Dark Elves. He looked forward, saying that he would kill the boy and find out for himself what happened. Arvin looked ahead with a frown, thinking that he couldn't let this turn into a long battle. All boss monsters would become much stronger after a certain amount of time had passed or when their HP dropped to a certain level. Regardless of race, there were no exceptions even for humanoids. The Dark Elf leader pulled back a giant arrow on his bow, saying that he was curious about how many arrows the boy could withstand. Arvin opened his mouth wide. Using soul ignition, the system reported that strength had exceeded 1,000 units. The skill of combining forces was activated. Agility had exceeded 1,000 units, mental acceleration skill had activated, endurance had exceeded 1,000 units, and robust body had been activated. The man shot a black arrow forward. It was approaching the hero, leaving a bright red trail behind it. The Dark Elf leader opened his eyes wide, thinking that he was aiming for the heart. If the boy tried to block or dodge his attack, the distance between them would inevitably increase. At that moment he would move away and shoot one by one. A bright stream of light cut through the dark energy. Arvin held his sword out in front of him, cutting the arrow into pieces. The man froze in place in surprise. The hero looked at him, saying that until now he had not thought about using a sword. The guy widened his eyes, remembering the battle with Mirene and saying that when faced with an unexpected force, he was able to achieve stunning success. He wondered what it takes to skillfully wield a sword. Arvin cut the body of the head of the Dark Elves into 2 parts with one movement, saying that this requires faith in yourself and perseverance. The man widened his eyes, saying that he did not believe that some boy defeated him. The guy stood with his back, wondering if he would have been able to attack now if not for the main hero, because if there were no difficulties in his path, he would not have been able to even admit the thought of mastering the sword. Arvin lowered his head and pressed his hand to his chest. The system reported that the soul ignite was deactivated. Lucy appeared behind him, asking if he was okay. The guy smiled, saying that he was fine. He just let go of the guard for a while. The hero frowned, arguing that the soul ignite brings the ability to the limit for a set period of time. It is a powerful skill, after using which you feel pain throughout your body, as if someone really set your soul on fire. Because of the unbearable pain, he had never used this skill before, but he changed his point of view. The hero will use it if the circumstances require it. Lucy froze in front of the guy. The elves cried out in joy when they saw Arvin. They said that the way he single-handedly defeated the great warrior of the Dark Elves was truly incredible. The boy looked at them, saying that he simply dealt a fatal blow when the enemy was off guard. If the man had taken him more seriously, the outcome could have been different. The elf wondered if this wasn't a top-level skill. The hero smiled widely, saying that this was their complete victory, so it was time not to celebrate. The remaining enemies would still cause them trouble, but reinforcements from the Liu Church would arrive soon, so they could relax. Arvin clenched his fists, asking where the protagonist was, because he definitely saw him. The elf opened his mouth, saying that if he wasn't here, it meant that he went to the front lines to break through the defense. There was no reason to worry. The boy looked away, saying that something was wrong, because Xianghu couldn't have been defeated so stupidly. Arvin looked down, thinking that while they were combing the main base of the Dark Elves, they easily won. This couldn't be true. His eyes widened as a bright explosion sounded behind him. The elves looked at the burning tree, comparing the hot fires to the sun. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise as he looked at it. The branches of the world tree were engulfed in bright flames. The elf opened his mouth, saying that without the blessing of the world tree, the elves would not be able to maintain contact with the spirits and would lose the power of immortality. Vigi gritted his teeth, asking who could have done this. The hero placed his hand on Lucy's waist. Arvin picked the girl up, saying that it was Xianghu, because only he could have done this. He imagined the peaceful life of the elves, thinking that the elves living near the world tree were powerless creatures, devoid of any fighting ability, Of course, even the protagonist, even though he was a villain, would not point his blade at such creatures. The hero gritted his teeth furiously, thinking that he had a bad feeling about this. Arven ran towards the bright flames, shouting that they must return as quickly as they can. The knight in white armor held his sword forward, calling everyone to arms because they must drive out these vile forces of darkness. People in black robes raised their staffs up, ordering the dead elves to splash all their magic on the enemies and knock all the strength out of them. Arven squatted down, looking at the fierce battle and saying that reinforcements from the Church of Liu and the Dark Magicians of the Dark Alliance are coming. There is complete chaos, but this is to their advantage. In this confusion they will be able to pass through the world tree. The guy held his hand out in front of him when bright streams of flame moved towards him. Lucy called a magical seal in front of her palms, activating protection from fire. The hero smiled, thanking her. The girl noted that they are far from the world tree, but the heat is too strong. Arven climbed up a tree branch, saying that the flames were very violent. If they moved a little further, they would step into the territory of the High Elf city. The guy opened his eyes wide, looking ahead. In front of him, he saw the burning remains of the elves and the silhouettes of buildings. Thinking that the corpses were scattered throughout the burned city, Lucy would have a stroke if she saw this. The hero landed on the ground, asking her to stay here. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she could not do this because she did not want to let him go alone. Arven stood in front of her, saying that he was saddened by the fact that he would not receive a boost from her. But it would be much more difficult for him to protect her and fight the main character together with Mirian, so he asked her to stay here for her own safety and his peace of mind. Lucy frowned, thinking that he was right because she did not know how to fight, and on the battlefield she would only get in the way. She put her hands in front of her and summoned a magic seal, saying that she would not let him go so easily. She would use all her magic to strengthen him. The hero opened his eyes wide, looking at the bright streams of energy. He thought about how his indicators had increased sharply and his fatigue had disappeared. He felt a surge of strength that came from the depths of his soul. Arwen lowered his head, saying that if he did this, she could lose all her life force. The girl did not let him finish and, closing her eyes, kissed him. The system reported that the guy was granted the blessing of the saint. The duration of all positive enhancements increased by 20%. Lucy turned away and embarrassedly covered her face with her hands, asking him to come back alive, and well, no matter what, the guy put his hand forward, asking what she meant when she kissed him. The girl closed her eyes and screamed, asking why he was still here. The hero rushed towards the bright streams of flame, thinking that now was not the time to be distracted, because he had to stop this madness as soon as possible. Arven brought his fist to his face, wiping away beads of sweat. He froze, looking at the bloody corpses of the elves. The guy thought that this was blood, flesh, torn and burned corpses. Indignation was in the air. They were brutally killed, as if they decided to play with dolls. The hero lowered his head, asking how they could commit such cruelty. Colin came closer, asking if he also thought that all this was terrible. Arven turned around and reached for the hilt of the sword, recognizing the hero's voice. The guy frowned, saying that even he sometimes felt uneasy about the actions of the main character. Maybe he was a little crazy, but in this world such things could be considered relatively acceptable. Jilhoon walked towards the hero, asking if he wasn't doing the same thing. Even though he thought the scene was horrible, the boy gripped the hilt of his sword, asking what he was talking about. The hero opened his eyes wide, asking what Arven did to Yusun. The boy closed his eyes, saying that he felt guilty about it since he was trying to be caring. Jilhoon swung his sword and charged, calling him a fool. The hero held his sword in front of him, stopping his attack, thinking that he felt an unbearable pressure. Jilhoon swung his blade furiously, asking if he really called this caring, leaving bright marks in the space. Arven opened his mouth wide, saying that it was, asking if the boy thought that this could be compared to brutally torn corpses. The hero held the sword in front of him and ran forward, saying that he didn't have time to mess around with it here. He needed to decide this quickly. Jilhoon's face darkened, his bright eyes wide open, thinking that he would kill this man no matter what it took. Arven bowed his head and thrust the sword into the ground, thinking that his body was getting heavier, as if gravity had become several times stronger. The hero swung the sword, leaving a bright trace in space and saying that he would take revenge on the guy for everything he did to Yusun. Arven's body was cut into two by a bright stream of energy. Jilhoon gritted his teeth, noticing the guy behind him. The hero opened his eyes wide, thinking that this was an incredible attack that he barely dodged, all thanks to the illusion he managed to cast. The guy swung his sword, sending bright streams of ancestral energy towards the hero. Arven realized that he was attacking continuously, sending waves of blows one after another. It was not advantageous for him to fight for a long time, so he needed to finish quickly. The guy opened his eyes wide when bright streams of energy passed near his body. Several clones of Arven appeared around Jilhoon. The hero used the skill Shadow Flicker. He thought that he would have to recover for a long time after that. But if he could destroy it, sacrificing one of his skills, then the end would justify all means. The hero found himself behind the back of Chilhoon, who had lost his vigilance, and raised his sword to attack, thinking that he had been caught. The tip of the sword touched the guy's body, cutting it into bright pixels. Arvin opened his eyes wide, thinking that he knew that Chilhoon had no equal in mana control, but he did not think that he would be able to block his attacks with only aura. Chilhoon glared at the boy, thinking that if he attacked randomly using both aura and brute force, the movements would become predictable, so in order to avenge Yusung and confront the hero, he would have to resort to extreme measures. The boy clutched the weapon in his hands, thinking about throwing away the sword and focusing on a specific thing. A bright stream of light appeared above the heroes' heads, and they froze in front of each other. Arvin raised the sword above his head and gritted his teeth, thinking that even with the fragorette in his hands, he felt a heavy blow. He did not understand how this was possible, because the hero exerted so much force without swinging the sword even once, using only aura. At first he thought that it would be an easy victory, but he must be prepared to take serious damage. Xiang, who watched their battle from the side, asking if Chilhoon wasn't incredible. The fact that he gave up his sword and decided to attack like a mana with a huge amount of mana was extremely impressive. It seemed like the defeat in the war with France gave him a huge boost to develop. The protagonist apologized to Chilhoon, taking him to the room where Yusung was being tortured. The chair and floor were stained with blood. There was a bloody body in the room. The guy said that Yusung's face was so disfigured that it was impossible to recognize, but it was definitely him. Chilhoon's face darkened, his eyes widened, thinking that this was clearly not the result of torture. They didn't need information. They just wanted to hurt him. Xiang, who smiled, saying that he heard that the guy was tortured by a man named Arwen. The hero looked forward with hatred, mentally repeating the name of the culprit. Chilhoon tilted his head down, addressing the protagonist. The blue and red energy streams mixed together, creating a flash. The guy noticed that usually opposite auras like fire and ice would destroy each other the moment they touch, but he had a technique that allowed opposite auras to merge. He would teach it to Xianghu. The hero shook the guy's hand, saying that if he could take revenge, the boy could consider it a payment for his kindness. If he was crushed, he could consider it a payment for his request. The protagonist thought that such a skill could not be taught thoughtlessly. Since he had decided to take this step, it meant he was ready to die. Xianghu looked ahead, thinking that the fusion of opposite auras could release an almost limitless flow of mana, but the more powerful the technique, the higher the price for using it. The pain of soul destruction. Chilhoon must be feeling excruciating pain all over his body right now. The hero gritted his teeth, pressing his palm to his shoulder. He felt his endurance getting weaker due to the manipulation of his aura, but this time he would jump over his head. The boy leaned his foot on the ground, thinking that he was still holding on, but if the fight dragged on, he would receive irreparable injuries, but it did not matter. A bright stream of energy raised streams of dust and stone fragments into the air. Arvin swung his sword and opened his mouth wide, acknowledging the strength of his opponent, but that did not mean that he could not defeat him. Chilhoon pointed a finger at him, telling him not to beat around the bush, but to simply say that he would kill him, just like Yusung once. Arvin held his sword in front of him and took a deep breath, thinking that he had no choice. He had already lingered here for too long. Using the high-level magic that was imbued with the fragora now would be a waste. The hero swung his sword, sending a bright blue tornado towards his opponent. Chilhoon gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, remembering himself next to Yusung. He wondered if he could defeat Arwen even if he was prepared to die. A bright stream of blue energy enveloped the hero's leg. He decided that he had no other way. He would use his body as a medium and convert mana into different elemental energies, and then send them in both directions. Streams of red energy surrounded the guy's chest. Chilhoon spread his arms out to the sides and smiled widely, saying that since he was destined to die, he would take the guy with him to the grave. He could resist if he could. Outlines of black lines appeared on the white background. A bright explosion illuminated the battlefield, causing the earth to shake. After a few minutes, only Arwen could be seen in the thick smoke. He was kneeling and saying to himself that it was incredible, because he attacked first, so his opponent didn't have a chance to react, but he still blocked Fragorat's attack and wounded him. Raising his head, he saw that all that was left of Colin was a broken sword and torn clothes, and the flames that engulfed the world tree had significantly died down due to what happened. Even the effects of Lucy's buffs had greatly decreased due to the strong impact, and most of them had disappeared altogether. With these thoughts, he tore up the scroll of health and began to slowly recover, thinking that the opponent should not be underestimated, but he was not a ghost or Myrine. Suddenly, a blade flew past him, leaving scratches on his cheek. The next second, the protagonist appeared nearby and mockingly asked what the point of these attempts to dodge, because it would have been better for everyone if the guy had silently taken the blow, to which Arvin rose to his feet and asked if he had really been watching all this time. Xianghu nodded and answered, adding that if he had intervened without thinking, he would have been caught by the shockwave too, so he made the right choice. Arvin looked at the ghost and thought that he had not yet had time to fully recover. The scroll needed more time to fully heal. Turning towards the protagonist, he asked if this was really all his doing, to which the protagonist extended his hand and answered, of course, asking afterwards who else could have come up with such a thing except him. After all, this is all for him. Turning away, the Lord asked if the ghost really thought he had won, since he didn't even know what had happened to the dark elves, to which Seonghu laughed and raised his hand to his chin, asking if they hadn't fallen. He then spread his arms to the side and said that their strongholds and most important objects had been destroyed, and the places that couldn't be reached had simply been burned. After which he asked if Arven's skills would be enough to sweep away the great commander, since he didn't think he had defeated him by simply destroying the dark elves. The boy tilted his head and said in surprise that he had teamed up with them, to which the protagonist calmly replied that he had simply helped them for a while, that's all. Then he stretched out his arms and with a wide smile on his face added that he was not nearly as nice and kind as him, so why would he care about the broken dark elves? Because he was more interested in quest points and possible rewards. He even changed the mood of those annoying high elves, so the victory should be considered his. Hearing this, Arven gritted his teeth and hissed through them that the ghost was just a crazy bastard, to which he folded his arms and replied that he often hears this addressed to him. When suddenly Arven turned and saw the princess, who was held by the knight, which made him scream loudly. The protagonist smiled ominously and said that he only tortured her a little, so there is no reason to worry, adding that the princess's head will remain in place if she behaves well. With a slight bow of his head, he told the boy with a sneer in his eyes that he had an offer for him. If he gave him this sword as compensation for the moral and physical damage he had suffered, he would free the princess and would no longer interfere in this war. Arven's legs buckled and he asked again if the ghost really wanted the sword, to which he replied that he did, because it could be appreciated just by looking at it, after which he asked if it wouldn't be better for them to make a fair deal. The Lord kept his eyes on his opponent and asked where the guarantee was that he wasn't lying, to which Seonghu raised his hand to his face and asked if he really wanted to upset him, adding that as for trust, he, a ghost, had never broken promises made to him. Arven tried to stand up, saying that he could easily imagine him rushing at him as soon as he gave him the sword, after which he asked if he really wanted to say that he was just paranoid. Hearing this, the protagonist laughed madly and then said that he thought he was a naive prince, but he really had a temper. Then he waved his hand and said that in this case there was no choice. As soon as he said this, the man in armor cut off the princess's head with one blow. Seeing this, Arven froze in horror. The protagonist's sinister aura filled the air, and he said that an ordinary villain would leave the princess here while he fought him, and in the end he would definitely lose. And then the Lord would save the princess and then the rest of the romance would be on schedule. But he was not some stupid villain from a fairy tale, and since the negotiations had already failed, it would be better to sort things out right away. Arwen immediately rushed to the attack, shouting that he would not forgive the ghost for this. Their weapons clashed and a powerful shockwave spread for many meters around them. The Lord attacked furiously, shouting that he would kill the ghost no matter what it took, to which the ghost replied that it was a strong statement, and asked if he would mind changing the location of their battle, as he was a little worried that this huge tree could fall on their heads at any moment. Arven swung his sword furiously, ordering his opponent to be quiet, but he easily dodged it. In midair, Seonghu raised his hand and asked him why he thought he was taking so long, talking to him when he knew he needed time to recover. Clenching his hand into a fist, he finished saying that he was also waiting for something. Arven gritted his teeth, wondering if the protagonist would use poison. His body trembled, and suddenly he thought that Seonghu must have smeared poison on the blade of the dagger that barely grazed him this time, and he could get rid of the poison if he drew out the magic. At that very moment, he jumped up, swinging his weapon and hitting the protagonist, who was scared, thinking that the sword moved on its own. Seonghu looked ahead with a crazy smile, thinking that he wanted even more to get a god-level sword that could move on its own, protecting the owner even from attacks that he could not see. The protagonist raised his hand with the sword up, blocking the attack, and then shouted that every item has its rightful owner, and this sword is too good for his opponent. Arven got angry, swung his sword hard and activated the fighter. Seonghu covered his face with his hand, putting his knee forward, and then thought that Arven is a terrible swordsman who is second only to Marina, but because of the poison, his movements were noticeably slower, so time is on the guy's side. Arven held onto the sword tightly, trying to block the blows. The protagonist made a quick dash forward, thinking that the enemy stumbled and was unable to completely parry the blow, so this is his chance. Raising his head to watch the dissipating mana, the protagonist thought he had seen this cheap trick before. Arven landed on the ground in an instant. Seonghu smiled, thinking that the Lord had already shown too much. With a mad grin, he charged, saying that such a battle did not excite him much, then asked if the boy planned to fight with all his strength, while Arven blocked the blows, excitedly thinking that the ghost was really strong, because his unpredictable swordplay was like a dance. Grinning, he suddenly thought that this was not enough. The boy suddenly slashed the ground with all his strength, thinking that Mireen was an indestructible wall no matter what she did, but he did not feel such a strong wall from his opponent, so such a flimsy defense could be destroyed with brute force. the protagonist raised his head up in surprise. Frowning, the boy thought warily. The more time passed, the more Arwen adapted to his rhythm and got ahead of Sunhu, and these seemingly obvious attacks were just a combination of awkward movements and omissions. Sunhu immediately began to quickly dodge the attacks, jumping up, and thought that Miriam had overestimated them too much in an attempt to make the enemy lower his guard, and then retreated herself. But Arwen was not like her, because he would not have fought like that if he did not understand the reason for such actions. The boy ducked, saying that Arwen was not an ordinary guy, so he would have to kill him no matter what here and now, and then take the sword. Arwen looked forward, answering that the ghost called him a hypocrite, so since then he was pondering what is good and what is evil. The protagonist got angry at that very second, rushing towards his opponent, when he suddenly menacingly asked if the guy was really going through a late puberty. Arwen jumped aside, saying that he had come to a conclusion. Xiang, who suddenly extended his hand with mana forward. The Lord grabbed his sword, dodging the attacks, when he suddenly added that everyone can instinctively distinguish between good and bad, so you just need to trust and follow your instincts. The guy quickly ran forward, shouting that he will surpass his opponent. His strong sword strike suddenly crashed into something hard. The guy frowned in bewilderment when Xiang, who suddenly asked with a sly smile if the guy had ever been hit with a book. Without any hesitation, the protagonist hit his opponent on the cheek with all his might with a book. The guy looked at the bleeding Arwen, saying that he talks too much, and then asked if he himself was not funny that the Lord took a few words that Xianghu, without thinking, once threw out so seriously. He smirked slyly, activating several skills. The guy's eyes lit up, and suddenly he advised to be careful, because everything could end in the blink of an eye. After that, he brought the blade to the guy's face, but suddenly a bright flash blinded everything around. Arwen jumped back, saying to himself that he thought his arm would break, adding that he could not believe that his opponent's stats were above 1,000. At this time, the protagonist swung his sword and said to himself that the outcome was predetermined. With these thoughts, he made several fast and very powerful attacks, which the Lord blocked with difficulty. Their swords clashed again, and Xianghu suddenly said to himself that the recoil seemed to be getting stronger. Unexpectedly for him, the blade of his weapon cracked. The next second, his rune blade shattered into pieces, but the fragments of his weapon hit his opponent's eye. When the ghost turned away, looking sadly at the broken blade, Arwen swung. Swinging his sword, he released many lightning swords. The protagonist turned around abruptly, wondering if this was the difference between the legendary and divine levels, adding that such an attack could not be blocked by his damaged rune blade. Then he suddenly extended his hand and shouted, asking the guy to stop, saying that he was wrong, and then asked his opponent to lower the terrible weapon. But suddenly, one of the lightning swords pierced his body. Xianghu immediately jumped aside, saying that if he disappeared, then both the high and dark elves would have no choice but to destroy, to which the Lord closed his eyes and said that it seemed to be true. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the enemy, saying that he just needed to stop, to which he menacingly said that he would not accept his help anyway, while simultaneously saying to himself that even if everything ended well, he did not want to achieve peace by relying on a villain called a ghost. He abruptly stood up, saying to himself that he could not believe his words. He did not believe that a ghost could bring peace, so he would stick to his path even if death awaited him at the end. With these thoughts, the guy rushed to attack, sharply reducing the distance. The sword quickly reached the ghost, who at that very second realized that he would kill him like that. Fear appeared in his eyes as he said to himself that Arwen was too close to him, the spells would not work. The risen Uchida was too slow to come to his aid, and the power of the book would not be enough to defeat him, so the only thing he could do now. At that moment, he raised his hand, blocking the blade of the sword. Seeing this, the Lord gritted his teeth and thought that there was no point in depriving himself of his right hand for the sake of blocking, because if he struck with the sword now, he would be able to cut his torso. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side. Seeing this, Arwen was surprised and asked himself what he was trying to see while in such danger. He stared at Xianghu, who continued to hold back the powerful sword, and said to himself that this bastard betrayed his comrades to save himself. He is a terrible villain who cowardly killed Princess Christina, so he has no reason to let him go. He started to turn around, fearfully asking himself if he was aiming at the hidden Lucy, adding that he couldn't see Miriam, who was working with the ghost, so he couldn't allow it. But when he turned around, he didn't see anyone and asked himself if there was really no one here. At that time, the protagonist used the evaporation skill, after which he smiled madly and said to himself that Arwen was trying to achieve too much at once. Realizing everything, the guy suddenly turned around and furiously shouted that the ghost had deceived him, so he would cut off his hand and chop his body into small pieces. Having shouted this, he cut off his opponent's hand. The protagonist grabbed the book with his severed hand, shouting that he would do the same to him. After which he thought about what would happen if he raised his strength stat to almost 2,000 with the help of evaporation. Releasing a strong stream of mana forward, the guy thought that then the book would become a weapon in his hands, comparable to a cannonball. Landing on the ground, Seong-Hu looked at Arven's evaporating body, saying that he did not immediately turn to dust, which means that there was still life in him. The guy frowned, thinking that in the Lord's place, he, Ellie, Jeongwon or Mirin, who fell into the hands of the enemy, would have finished them off without hesitation, and Arven is too greedy because he wants to defeat the protagonist while protecting the High Elves and his comrades. Mirin appeared behind the protagonist when suddenly the guy turned around, thinking that she almost said his real name, so she was clearly worried about something. The girl began to shake the guy by the shoulders, fearfully asking what happened to his hand, to which Seong-Hu replied that Arven cut it off, after which he asked not to shake him. Mirin took a step back, asking how this happened, and then thought that Arwen was weaker than her and Seong-Hu was stronger. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that the girl always overestimated his strength, and of course she would not understand. The guy immediately waved his hand, answering that his sword broke, and because of this, Arwen managed to catch him off guard for a moment. Mirin was indignant, asking if the Lord was really such a strong swordsman, while the protagonist smiled, thinking that they had just resolved the misunderstanding that had been brewing until now. The girl turned to the side, saying that Arwen's sword could be much stronger than she assumed. She folded her arms over her chest, adding that the guy's sword being broken showed that they were fighting in close combat, and Sun-Hu didn't use two-handed swords like her. But even with the broken sword and severed arm, the protagonist was not only an excellent swordsman, but also a skilled martial artist. The girl clenched her fist, smiling, saying that only Sun-Hu could do that, when the guy suddenly smiled sheepishly, thinking that Mirin hadn't changed, and he wouldn't be able to admit to the girl that he had dealt with Arven through trickery. Patting his arm, the protagonist asked what was wrong with Lucy, to which the girl replied that as soon as Arven showed up, she followed his footsteps and found Lucy's hideout, after which she took care of her. The guy frowned, asking if the girl had killed her, to which Mirin replied that the body had instantly disappeared, which couldn't be considered a complete success. Seong-Hu looked down, thinking that he was thinking of taking Lucy hostage, but he had no idea what Arwen would do in that case because the connection between Lucy, a priestess, and Arwen, a warrior, would never lead to anything good, and if it was Lucy, even in disguise, she would quickly recognize the protagonist, so it would be better to negotiate with her. The guy looked down, thinking that he had collected the minimum number of mission points to escape, and that was all when he suddenly turned around, saying that he needed to rest. Vanishing into thin air, the protagonist thought that he had led the High Elves and Dark Elves to mutual destruction, and plunging countless users into the abyss of death was not his concern. Sitting in the cafe, the man shouted loudly, asking if Kang, Yui, and Biku were dead. He leaned on the table, asking how 3 of the best players could have died, to which his friend replied that he had no idea since they said that all of the best players were killed. He added that there were rumors that their number was reduced to only 3 to prevent panic among the population, and there was already evidence. The man said that the magical swordsman Chil-Hoon was indeed dead, and he did not mean that the guy lost one of his lives like the 3 best players, since he was killed for real. While the protagonist was eavesdropping on their conversation at the next table, thinking that since his severed arm was restored at the temple, it was worth visiting Biku and listening. Seong-Hu walked inside with his hands up, saying that he came immediately after hearing the local rumors, so he was very interested in how the guy died, to which Biku looked down, displeased, saying that it was better to ask about something else. He frowned and asked if the protagonist had considered that it might just be gossip. Sung-Hu came closer to him, saying that he didn't think the Alliance's control was that weak, since if a simple rumor of someone's death was spread so easily, they would hardly be able to control the entire Alliance. He smirked and said that in this case, right after the forced mission ended, the rumors of 3 people's deaths spread so quickly because many people witnessed it, and the Alliance couldn't intervene because they didn't have time. Baekwu turned around menacingly, saying that since this story couldn't be hidden, he would just tell the whole story. He snapped his fingers and added that he gave his life for an item, which surprised the protagonist, asking if the guy died of his own free will. Baekwu nodded, saying that in exchange, he received a divine class staff called Odin's Will. Sung-Hu looked ahead carefully, thinking that he felt like he was being sucked in and the staff was different from the legendary class weapon he had. Baeku's expression changed, saying that Kang and Ye were defeated by the same person in a face-to-face fight, which surprised Sung-Hu. The guy lowered his head down, answering that the enemy had a unique class that allowed him to transform into a demon, and he did not know the details yet. Suddenly, he said that his name was Jack, which horrified Sung-Hu. After a while, the protagonist was with Ellie, and she, in turn, raised her hand to her chin, said to herself that if it was Jack, then it was understandable why even the best of the best fell, to which the guy said that besides, it was not so important now, after all, they were not completely killed. Then he lowered his head sadly and quietly said that his stomach was bursting, to which the girl was surprised and asked what. Without raising his head, Seong-Hu explained that all this time, a legendary rune was enough for him, but now its power was not enough. Hearing this, Ellie said that the best weapon that could be bought in the shop was a legendary sword, and then asked where he was going to look for a divine sword, to which the guy replied that was why he tried to get Fragarech Aaron, but everything did not go as planned. Then the witch closed her eyes and said that for him to know, she could not allow them to spend the money they had saved for a rainy day. Even if they upgraded only a few of his items to the maximum level, it would still cost them a pretty penny. The protagonist exhaled heavily and said that he was not asking for much, he just hoped that he could replace everything with the lower elite level, and then asked why this was happening. To which Ellie folded her arms across her chest and replied that if others found out about this, they would be furious because even the best fighters would hardly have 1 or 2 unique items. Xianghu looked at the floor and said that they needed to find a way to make money and prevent such incidents, and he also needed to improve the skill level of the best fighters. Having said this, he raised his hand to his chin and thought that he fulfilled both conditions. Suddenly, he smiled and finished saying that he knew what to do. Immersed in his consciousness, he said that there is a term support. In online games, experts charge newbies a certain fee for helping them hunt high-level monsters, or complete quests. Since real lives are at stake in this mission, it is not surprising that experts are paid fabulous sums for support. After a while, he came to Kang and, spreading his arms, asked if he wanted to use the support, to which the latter said to himself with displeasure that he had once again appeared out of nowhere with a completely unexpected offer. Stretching out his hand, he asked if the guy was really talking about support when experts help newbies clear a dungeon, to which the latter asked if he really knew any other support. Kang frowned and said that it sounded like another excuse to fight. Sungwoo smiled widely and said of course not, because it was a sincere offer. Baekwu approached the boss and, stretching out his hand, asked where such generosity came from, to which the protagonist replied that there were 2 reasons for this. The first was to please the interests of the city, and the second was to satisfy his personal needs, because he had heard rumors that this time one person had defeated both Mr. Kang and Mr. Baekwu. Hearing this, Kang frowned even more. Sungwoo looked down and said to himself, of course, if it was Jack, then it was clear, adding that Kang was not the type to make excuses. He then pointed his finger and said that he did not doubt their abilities, but apparently, he, like them, was a formidable opponent. He survived and was gaining strength until today. However, the fact that they lost did not change anything, because the rumors of their deaths had a huge negative impact on people's morale. He looked at the guys and continued to say that right now they needed a hot topic that could change the public mood, to which Baekwu asked if there was anything suitable that could overshadow these rumors. The protagonist threw up his hands and replied that if the current top fighters and top strong players were to experience the Third Awakening, the topic would captivate people's minds, to which the guy said that it didn't even sound credible, adding that if B-rank missions were already considered extremely difficult, then attempting a rank mission would be akin to suicide. Then Sungwoo smiled ominously and asked what if he said that there was someone who had experienced the Third Awakening, to which Baekwu asked in surprise who. At the same moment, the protagonist raised his hand to his chest and replied that he was looking at him right now, adding that he was the only one in Xingxi who had experienced the Third Awakening. Hearing this, Kang jumped up from his seat and screamed at the top of his lungs that he couldn't believe it, but Baekwu immediately created a soundproof barrier around his head. Then he put his hand to his chin and said that it was hard to believe, but Mr. Ghost wouldn't lie about something like that, so he believed him, but since he said that he had achieved the Third Awakening, that meant he had completed a rank mission, and then asked which one, to which Xianghu calmly replied that the details weren't important now, but the result. Baekwu didn't take his eyes off the guy and replied that he understood that, adding later that in that case, the support he had mentioned earlier should include a rank mission and several of his best players. The protagonist, with a sly smile on his face and cunning in his eyes, said that he was glad that he understood him at a glance. That was exactly it. Of course, he would have to pay accordingly for the support. Hearing this, Kang turned to his comrade and whispered how they could believe him, since there was no way to verify how he had managed to achieve the Third Awakening. To which Baekwu replied through his thoughts that there was no point in lying about something that could be easily disproved. He then introduced the top players and said that the ghost was telling the truth, as if the top fighters united, the chances of passing in a rank mission would be greatly increased. Kang kept his eyes on his comrade, saying to himself that however, they could easily lose their lives, and no one would know for sure when such an opportunity would come next. But whether Ai-Hyan, his sworn enemy, would agree to such an adventure, he personally would prefer that he refuse. After a while, Ai-Hyan laughed and said that he certainly would, adding that if a divine servant like himself agreed to get involved in such a risky business, the chances of survival would be higher. Kang folded his arms and asked if he didn't think that taking 40 people with him was too much, since even if he went alone, he would limit himself to 10. The protagonist stood next to him and said that it didn't matter at all how many people there were, to which Ai-Hyan looked at him and said in surprise that even he couldn't. The protagonist looked down, asking not to say anything even if they all died. Ian extended his hand, asking if the guy wasn't confident that he could handle it, since it sounded rather careless now, to which Sung-Hoo smiled, answering that these were different things since this mission was so dangerous that even the best fighters could have casualties. Putting his hand to his face, he added that bringing people who were not ready for such a battle and then complaining about everything in a row was not quite right towards him. Kang smiled, saying that the ghost was right, but their goal justified all the risks. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, saying that a total of 55 people would participate in the mission, when suddenly Biku thought, if Ihan and Kang's forces were combined, there would be 50 people, plus the ghost and Mirin, but who were the remaining 3? He suddenly turned to the side. The boy happily exclaimed when he saw Wolf, who smiled and said that there was no need to explain further since Baku remembered his name. The boy tilted his head, thinking that during the clash with France, Wolf had defeated Mirin, but the other 2 were very dubious characters since they were ordinary citizens at first glance. Looking at the boys, he thought that if they were called by a ghost, a person who knows more about how dangerous a rank missions are than anyone else, their strength would most likely be comparable to Mirin or Wolf, or even stronger, since they most likely have some unique ability. Sung-Hoo smiled, saying that since everyone was here, they could discuss the mission, when he suddenly explained that they had to complete the Tomb of the Heavenly Demon. Kang's expression changed, fearfully asking if the ghost had read books on martial arts, since he should know why he was mentioned in such books, since the Heavenly Demon was an incredibly powerful creature. Biku folded his arms, saying that compared to other rank missions, the reward for completing the Heavenly Demon Tomb was much lower than the others. In other words, this mission could be considered easier than the others, and asked if the protagonist had taken this into account, and Seong-Hu smiled, answering, of course. Kang scratched his head, thinking that if Biku said so, then everything was fine, and he felt uneasy, but it seemed like there was no choice. The protagonist smiled, thinking that there were some doubts at first, but now everything is calm, and it seemed like this mission was the only one that offered a god-ranked sword as a reward, and he had also completed a number of preliminary studies. Someone from the crowd asked if it was true that they were currently completing the Heavenly Demon Tomb mission. Seong-Hu smiled, answering that it was true. Sarah smirked, thinking that most of the surviving cities were currently on a rank missions, and did everyone realize that it was the best time to go on an adventure, and she happily wished them luck. The team looked around, and suddenly Seong-Hu said that there was a stone wall in front of them, and therefore they were in a dungeon. Someone in the crowd said that it smelled moldy, just like an old house, and suddenly the protagonist shouted, ordering them not to relax. Looking around, the guy thought that the people were safe now, but some time ago, he tried to force a group of addicted cult members to do this mission by promising them drugs in exchange, which was not worth their lives. In front of them, the guys noticed 4 passages, and each had a statue, but they wondered which one was the right one. Seong-Hu widened his eyes, activating the ancient octopus interpretation skill. He squatted down, asking if Yi could take a look at something, and if Baku could take a look too, just in case. Yi looked at the writing on the floor, saying that he could only read 2 words, death and overcoming, when suddenly Baku read that this path would be passed by those who overcame the fear of death, which was similar to the description. He took a few steps forward, noticing another one, and they all matched the number of paths. Walking around in a circle, he began to read all the inscriptions, explaining that everyone would only be able to pass along their own path. The boy smiled, saying that they would be able to roughly guess how the paths were arranged, when suddenly the mage scratched the back of his head, asking if he really wanted to go through all the gates. Kang frowned, saying that it didn't matter whether they cleared all the gates or just one, because the main thing was to choose the path that required the least risk. Seong-Hu approached him, saying that Kang had completed many high-ranking missions in his time, then asked which path was the easiest, when suddenly Kang smiled, asking if the protagonist was shifting the responsibility for making the decision onto him. The ghost extended his hand forward, saying that he trusted Kang's leadership skills since he had led many groups and had also cleared missions with them, while the boy became wary, thinking that the protagonist always spoke quietly, like a snake hiding in the wall. He looked down, thinking that in such a mission, it was impossible to choose a gate that tested strength. The gate of wisdom would require careful consideration, and as for the gate of fear, he could not even imagine what could be waiting for them behind it, because even the thought of it was frightening. The boy folded his arms across his chest, saying that the gate of sincerity was the best solution in his opinion, to which Ian smiled, saying that the gate tested such qualities as willpower and patience, so his role in this mission became quite significant. Taking confident steps forward, the protagonist said that since they had decided, they would take the path of sincerity. The team walked along a long corridor. Suddenly, the protagonist heard something from the darkness in front of him. He immediately created a fireball in front of him, saying to himself that he heard something. Even right at the entrance, he barely heard it, adding that he was sure that this was an unusual creature. Otherwise, they would have found it by now. After these thoughts, he released a fireball, shouting, "Here it is." But suddenly, his attack was grabbed by a man with one hand. Seeing this, Xianghu was surprised and asked himself if it was really a man, but then he realized that it was one of the rebels. He made a quick attack, but the monster blocked it with his bare hands, which is incredibly difficult. Then the zombie waved his hand, throwing the guy away. Wings appeared behind the protagonist's back and, soaring into the air, he said to himself that the monster reacted exactly when he tried to get a weapon. This is definitely not a coincidence, after which he shouted to his comrades that they should not underestimate the enemy's power because these are not ordinary zombies. Miriam stepped forward, drawing swords. She suddenly rushed to attack, but the monster blocked her blow. Swinging again, the girl wondered if it could withstand her attack, adding that these were unusual creatures. At this time, Kang took a stance and shouted for everyone to take up arms. Hearing this, Ian raised his staff and shouted that he would cast buffs on everyone that would increase their speed and strength. Kang stared at the zombies and said to himself that one way or another, he expected something like this, and the ghost was their backup, because participating in a rank mission and having survived the Third Awakening, the ghost would definitely be able to prevent the worst outcome, so now it was their turn. They had to deal with these monsters. While he was thinking about this, a zombie jumped on him. The guy suddenly raised his head and said in his head that they looked like ordinary zombies, but they were able to withstand attacks from a ghost and a magic sword. Apparently, they were using a striking skill in which damage was evenly distributed inside the body. With these thoughts, he launched a very powerful direct attack at the monster, but suddenly, he saw that the zombie blocked his strike and left. People looked at this in confusion and said that it was impossible for a zombie to block Kang's attack. Kang himself looked at his opponent and said to himself that this was a new type of monster, endowed with exceptional skills and abilities that were perfect for hunting ordinary fighters. Thinking about this, he swung his weapon and said in his head that unfortunately, the enemy they were facing could not be called weak. After saying this, the guy launched a powerful strike, using irresistible force and saying that this was a weapon that could deal with any enemy regardless of the situation. The floor under the zombie cracked, and the monster itself began to shake while Kang spoke in his head as he was about to fall to the ground, unable to withstand the force. He raised the weapon behind his back and said goodbye to the enemy. After that, he straightened up and said with a smile on his face that it was a good way to relieve stress. He then waved his weapon and shouted to his comrades to stop panicking as they would take them out one by one, adding that they should focus on defense as if they were fighting a boss, and Aihyun shouted that he would take care of their movements. Biku saw Kang rushing to attack and thought to himself that having an ability of this level as a human, however, there was no reason to be tense. Looking to the side, he saw Ellie and Jeongwon and thought that the real threat would come from the ghost's subordinates, adding that at the moment they were only approaching the tip of the iceberg. After thinking this, he raised his staff and said to himself that without special talent, they would hardly be able to reach this level. This time he should gather as much information about the enemy as possible. The boy hit the monster in the back with mana, thinking that maybe he should accidentally cause a blast wave with a spell that could throw one of the zombies to the rear, and then see what happens. A monster was flying quickly towards Ellie and Jeongwon when suddenly a loud cry of danger was heard. At the same second, strong blows fell on the zombie's body. Jeongwon landed on his feet, throwing the monster far away from him. The boy looked away, thinking that Seonghu said that there was no need to kill these creatures, but his job was to protect and finish them off. Ellie pointed her weapon forward, releasing a strong attack. Biku frowned, surprised by the rifle. Suddenly, a loud cry of the monster was heard behind him. A sharp arrow immediately pierced the zombie's eye through, which surprised the boy. Ellie lowered the weapon down, saying that if the boy has free time to dream, then first it is better to deal with the approaching enemies. Biku looked down at him, looking angry. The girl furrowed her brows, turning back, and then thought that from one and the best, it was unexpected, and Biku's insight was amazing, because he had been quietly watching the guys since they met. She stopped, thinking that Seonghu took them on this mission so that they could gain strength and experience. She recalled how the protagonist put his hand on his hip, saying that their skills can't be called skills, but they are not enough to compare with the best, and they are one step away from the top of the best. Ellie clenched her hands into fists in embarrassment, asking if participating in this large-scale party will not reveal their potential, to which the protagonist nodded, answering that this is a key aspect of the mission. Seonghu turned to Jeongwon, telling him to focus on defense and try to attract as little attention as possible, since Ellie would take the attention with her rifle, then asked him to hide his true abilities and magic skills. He smiled, telling the guys to make the team think that they are outstanding snipers, and if the opportunity arises, they will be able to see how far their true abilities can go. A bright beam of mana burst out. The magician wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying that it was all over in an instant. The protagonist squatted down when suddenly he read about the Jiangxi nail in the system window, after which he thought that he did not even suspect that these were not ordinary zombies, but Jiangxi. Miriam approached him, asking if Seonghu was okay, when suddenly the guy stood up from his knees, saying that he didn't get tired of this and asked how the girl was, to which she replied that it was hard, but not so much that he couldn't handle it. The guy in the cloak said that the number of Jiangshi defeated by the guys was almost equal to the total number defeated by the best players and the remaining fighters, when suddenly his friend added that there were no questions about the magic sword, but even the ghost itself was impressive, although it was quite expected, given the current situation. They turned to the formidable Ellie, saying that she was also amazing, because they had never met a gun in this world. Xiangyu smiled, thinking that according to the plan, most of the attention was focused on Ellie, because only she can use this unique weapon, the magic rifle, so she definitely attracted attention. He approached the team, asking if everything was okay, to which Kang folded his arms over his chest, saying that everything was fine and he did not feel any danger. Sunghu's face changed, saying that thanks to this battle, he got an idea of the level of these monsters, so now they can get back to business. The guy turned to Ye, asking if he knew how to make maps and if he had the skill of reconnaissance, because from now on they will be constantly monitoring, so if they notice anything suspicious, then they need to immediately report it to the protagonist. Smiling, he turned to Kang, who rolled his eyes in displeasure. Sunghu went to the center, saying that they need to change the formation a little, because he and Mirin will not be able to block the attacks of all the advancing monsters, so Kang will go forward and then line up fighters behind him, while the archers and mages will remain in the rear and a small reinforcement will be located at the end of the formation. A drop of sweat appeared on Kang's face when he suddenly said in frustration if they ambushed from behind, then remembered Wolf. Xianghu grinned, asking him to collect all the loot just in case, because there could be hidden clues among it that would help the team move forward. Kang frowned, thinking that the protagonist was telling the truth because he could suddenly do something strange. Xianghu looked back at Ellie and Jiangwen, thinking that they were the most important thing in this mission, and if possible, they would try to complete the mission peacefully. Suddenly, he turned to the guys with a smile, thinking that they would watch when the time came. After a while, the guys came to a crossroads of two corridors. They chose one of them. A few minutes later, they came to another crossroads. Suddenly, a zombie rushed at the protagonist from behind. Kang and Mirin simultaneously attacked the zombie, killing it. After some time, the guys stopped again in front of the 9th crossroads, and Ye noticed that the notches on the walls were similar to those they had seen earlier. The protagonist looked at Kang and said that something was wrong here, adding that in normal dungeons, as they progressed, increasingly powerful monsters began to appear, but so far they had only encountered Jiangshi, to which he asked if this was really a labyrinth. Ye raised his head and suggested going back, and Baekwu looked at him and replied that he agreed. Perhaps they were wandering along the same forks due to the large territory of the dungeon. Kang folded his arms across his chest and loudly shouted to his subordinates that the rest stop was over, it was time to move on. The entire squad went back, asking if it was really time to go back, didn't they need to go forward? Ellie frowned and said to herself that they had already gone this way, after which she asked herself if they were really trying to lead people to the starting point. Suddenly, Ye saw zombies running towards them and said to himself that they had killed all the Jiangshi while moving forward, which meant they shouldn't be here. Kang and Mirin immediately rushed to attack. Ye looked down and saw a glowing slab in the floor, after which he said to himself that it wasn't just the monster, because the traps they had disarmed had also been restored and their locations had changed. These traps were not restored after a while, and they were not magical either. A few minutes later, the protagonist saw that they were at a crossroads again, which made him say in fear that this was some kind of madness, because they had returned the same way, so they should have come to a large hall with 4 statues, but instead they had come across another fork. Zombies rushed at him again, which he quickly killed and said to himself that this was the 53rd time that the same number of Jiangshi appeared, using the same weapons and possessing the same skills. Xianghu looked at the dead monster and said in his head that he thought that maybe the Jiangshi would give them some kind of clue that would help them navigate the dungeon, but nothing useful could be gained from their appearance. He then looked at the fork in the road and thought that their marks that they left next to each path he took had also disappeared, so even if they sent a signal or left marks, they would disappear after a while. With these thoughts, he turned to Baekwa and said that it seemed like they weren't just wandering around in circles, to which Baekwa said that he didn't feel any magic interference while they were wandering. It was definitely not a magic trap. Hearing this, Xianghu looked down and said in his head that if this continued, he would eventually have to resort to using people to test the possibility of escape. Scratching his head, he said that it was driving him crazy, and Mirin saw it and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was for now. Ye adjusted his collar and said that this was the first time he had encountered a labyrinth of this design, adding that even with all the traps and abilities he knew, he couldn't find the answers. Suddenly, one of the guys raised his hand and said that there was a theory called the left-hand rule, where you just need to put your hand on the wall and walk like that. He continued to say that eventually, this way, they would be able to find the exit, when suddenly, his comrade punched him. His other comrade slapped him on the back of the head and asked him in a displeased tone if he had even thought about how the labyrinth was designed, to which he asked what was wrong with its design. Then Sung-hoo imagined the labyrinth and said to himself that the left-hand rule wouldn't work if the labyrinth was built in a spiral, and this labyrinth was much more complex, so if some areas were infinitely expanding, it would be impossible to use this rule or a more advanced version of it. A drop of cold sweat was running down his cheek as he was saying in his head that there was no need to rush. He needed to calm down first and think it over again, adding that this gate was called Jangsing, which meant right thinking or true heart. There must be a clue in the name. Baekwoo suddenly extended his hand and asked what they were going to do, to which he suggested moving forward a little further. He then turned to Ye and asked if he was still recording their route, to which he replied yes, adding that he thought that this knowledge would hardly be of use to them, after which the protagonist told him not to stop doing so. He spread his hands and turned to Baekwoo and asked him if he noticed even a hint of magical activity to immediately report it to him, and he would also change their formation. They would also minimize the consumption of arrows and potions. Hearing this, one of the mages extended his hands and asked if they were minimizing the consumption, to which Sung-hoo firmly answered yes, since there was a high probability that it would last for a long time, after which the mage asked how long he thought it would last. The protagonist looked back, answering that he couldn't say for sure, but he had to keep in mind that they were here for a long time, after which he thought that he didn't have a clear plan. The guy looked ahead from under his brows, adding that from now on, the warriors would be participating in battles, and the mages should refrain from using catalysts if possible. Sung-hoo turned around, saying that given the current situation, a group of Jiangshi appeared at every second fork, so they could relax a little for now. The people walked forward, indignant that they were simply blindly moving deeper into the labyrinth, which was too reckless. The mage extended his hand forward, suggesting that they walk quietly, since there was nothing they could do about it anyway. Kang turned back, thinking that they should try not to worry, since in their situation, moving deeper into the labyrinth like this was the best way to calm down. Hyeon put his hand to his mouth, wondering if they should split into two groups, since that might be a good idea, but for now, there was nothing else to do but listen to the ghost's instructions. The protagonist confidently walked forward, thinking that they should try to break through the walls, and also make holes in the ceiling and floor, and using magic was very risky now, but maybe it was worth trying. As they moved further, Seong-hoo thought that at some point they would have to try all of this. On the third day, the team moved forward, and Seong-hoo thought that everything was fine for now, but who knew how long they could remain calm. Kang smirked, asking how many times they were locked in the dungeon, and whether the protagonist tried to go through the underground Laxa channels, and then added that he lasted in this hell without sunlight for more than 2 weeks. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he had no idea how impressive the guy's mission was, but this had nothing to do with it. On the 7th day, Seong-hoo came to the center, suggesting that they try to change their approach, since their priority was still getting out of the labyrinth. He turned to the side, saying that one way out of here is to find the door leading to the exit, but that is far from the only way. When suddenly Kang frowned, asking how the guy was going to get out of here if he was not going to look for that very door. Seong-hoo grinned mischievously, asking if it was written anywhere that there was only one way out, since all they had to do was create their own. Kang was very surprised. The protagonist confidently walked forward, offering to use force to get out. On the 10th day, the ghost thought that Jiangshi appeared every other fork, which meant that Jiangshi would not appear anyway if they did not go through the second fork. The protagonist mused that using the time thus gained, they began a large-scale expansion, and the first attempt was to break through the exit with brute force, gouging it out of the wall. Seong-hoo thought that after a while they had to abandon this plan because it took up a colossal amount of energy, and later they decided to try to dig a tunnel through the ceiling and floor, while Kang was a tool on stones, asking if it was fair to make him do hard work just because he was strong. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was also working with all his might, but Kang was still working faster, and then left. Kang's eyes lit up with anger, and suddenly he said menacingly that if he heard laughter again, he would shove a pickaxe down the ghost's throat. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from the side saying that there was a passage. The guys looked up in surprise. The people were looking into the hole, saying that the same labyrinth that was above them was also below them. Kang looked inside, asking what they would do now, to which Ian turned to him, saying that they would send people to scout. The magicians lowered their heads in fear. On the 15th day, the guys went forward, asking if the guys would really never come back, because they would not have survived without the best fighters if they had encountered the Jiangshi, so they would probably have a sad end. The protagonist thought that, being much more resilient than them, the best fighters decided to sit in safety behind their backs instead of taking the initiative, and at some point they could be called, after which he wondered if it was possible to get out of this labyrinth at all. Ellie approached Seong-hoo, saying that everything was bad with Jongwon because it seemed that he was experiencing severe stress. Seong-hoo thought about the need to create special psychological flows to turn a person into a slave, and Jongwon was the personification of this plan, and thanks to the unconscious impact on the mind, self-hypnosis and mental magic, the guy can use his talents without feeling fear, and can also cause an incredible level of aggression if he only wishes. The girl looked into Seongwoo's eyes, adding that now Jongwon may seem indifferent, but over time, his anxiety will begin to affect his behavior. Turning to the guy, Ellie said that he can arrange a massacre. Jongwon looked up and the girl added that this was the worst possible outcome. On the 20th day, there was no change. The people were sitting on the floor, and as their food supplies dwindled, the atmosphere became darker and darker. Kang approached the protagonist and asked where he was so calm, to which the protagonist asked what was wrong. Suddenly, the former grabbed the ladder by the lapels and shouted furiously, asking who he thought was to blame for what happened, adding that if he had not insisted on this stupid mission, they would not have ended up in this mess, to which the protagonist calmly replied that this was absurd, then asked if he had not warned them in advance about the danger of this mission. He stared at Kang and continued to say that this path was his choice, and now that everything had gone wrong, he decided to shift the responsibility onto him. Then the guy shouted that it was all his fault. But at that very moment, Yei and Baekwu stood in front of them and asked everyone to calm down. Seongwoo looked at the depressed people and said to himself that the situation was starting to get heated, adding that it was no wonder that with such a leader, a simple soldier, it was even more difficult than usual. Even in Ayan's faction, there were disputes, and after all, his fighters were known for their cruel discipline. They were not waiting for certain death, because an invincible monster would not jump out from around the corner, but the very fact of endless wandering gradually exhausted everyone. A month had passed on the path of sincerity, and one of the guys folded his arms across his chest and asked discontentedly how he was going to answer for this. The protagonist looked at the guy and asked what he was talking about, to which he pointed his finger at him and asked displeasantly if he really wanted to just jump off, as if he had nothing to do with this mission, because they were here because of him, and he could not say anything in his defense since he dared to call himself a leader. Then Seongwoo was not far behind Ayan's interlocutor and said to himself, so he says that he was not involved in this, and that all this was done by his crazy subordinate, adding that he is trying to use this person to test him. It is too obvious. Contempt appeared in his eyes, with which he said to himself that if he loosened his grip, he would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to take control of the situation. And even if this is not the reason, he will still achieve his goal and fray his nerves. Not far behind him stood Kang, who was also waiting for his answer. It seems he does not trust him so much. The protagonist clenched his fist and said in his head that it wasn't that he couldn't understand him, but it was still a little annoying, and then asked himself if he should just kill him. Miriam suddenly pointed her sword at the accuser and said that he shouldn't listen to his words, and then asked if he hadn't learned to speak carefully after living here for a month. The guy laughed madly and shouted that she had nothing else to say, and then began to provoke her to cut him. Suddenly, a barely perceptible mark flashed across his neck. Seongwoo was stopped by his partner, and the guy grabbed his bleeding throat in fear and asked if he was really going to kill him. The protagonist put away his sword and asked if there were times when he just pretended to kill someone instead of completing a task, to which the guy said that he was stronger than others, and then asked if he really thought he could afford anything. He threw his arms out and shouted again that it was all the ghost's fault, and since he couldn't take responsibility for what he had done, he was trying to control everything by force, to which the ghost calmly asked if that was unacceptable. He suddenly pulled out his sword with a crazy smile and asked if he really thought he had the right to ask him such questions as a simple volunteer. Then he wondered how much courage that was. The guy shook with fear, and Ayan put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was time to stop this because he had gone too far. Seongwoo walked past them, saying to himself that Ayan was now pretending to be a supporter for his subordinates. He stopped and asked himself why he had even reacted like that, because it was completely unusual for him, or rather, he always hid such emotions and never showed them. Ellie saw his state and asked if he could spare her a minute. Coming closer, she said that she had something to say about what happened, to which the guy sighed heavily and said that he was sorry, adding that it was as if he had momentarily lost his composure, being trapped in this crazy labyrinth for almost a month. The girl stretched out her hand, creating soundproofing magic around them, and said that this was not their only problem. She wanted to talk about something else. She brought her hand to her chin and said that she seemed to have found the answer to this task. Hearing this, the protagonist brought his hand to his chin and asked if it was really the answer, while simultaneously saying in his head that despite the soundproofing, others could see them perfectly well, so he should not show his surprise. After these thoughts, he lowered his hand and asked where exactly Ellie found it, to which she asked him to promise one thing. He would not be angry at what she said, after which the guy firmly said that if she found the answer, then there would be no reason to be angry at her at all. The witch stared at her comrade and said that she was saying this because she was afraid that things might not go well, so she asked him to promise her this. Seongwoo kept his gaze on her, answering, okay, adding that he would not be angry. Then Ellie closed her eyes and said that a few days ago, she secretly mixed drugs into some people's food. Then she spread her hand to the side and continued that it was a mind-altering substance. It was tested on Jongwon and the guild members. Hearing this, Sunhu tensed up and asked what it was for. She folded her arms across her chest, saying that she felt like the people had bad intentions, since they touched her under the pretext of an accident and then continued to pester her, so she decided to use drugs. Sunhu put his hands on his hips, threateningly saying that he intended to expose them and publicly deal with them, when suddenly Ellie added that it would not surprise anyone if several people lost their minds. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face, and he thought that this was a devilish method, and what was even scarier was that no one noticed her confusion, and Ellie had thought of and done everything without resorting to outside help. The guy looked at her carefully, wanting to say something, when he suddenly thought, be it poison, torture, or threats from the girl, if she managed to remain unnoticed, then there was no reason to panic. After a short pause, the protagonist asked how this was related to the solution, to which Ellie, without taking her eyes off him, replied that the symptoms appeared too quickly. She frowned, saying that despite the fact that she lost her temper for a moment, she would never use such methods against people that they could easily notice if they wanted. Suddenly, she explained that she added a minimal amount of the drug over a period of time, and thus gradually caused psychological instability in people, which did not seem like anything out of the ordinary. But she had miscalculated. Ellie said that the poison should have gradually dissolved in their blood over 5 days, but some of the poisoned people began to manifest themselves after 2 days. She explained that most likely, this place has an effect on their consciousness. The protagonist frowned, saying that he understood perfectly well that this was not a hallucination or mental energy, and Baekwu vouched for this, and besides, Seonghu did not feel anything abnormal either. After which he asked, despite the fact that rank missions are difficult, the girl did not think that a person with his level of indicators would be able to notice anything unusual. Ellie turned to him, saying that this was not a rank mission, because among all the most difficult missions, this one is aimed at testing mental endurance. The girl said that her name is the Path of Sincerity, and everyone knows about it, and all the weak points of the creation are revealed too quickly. Sunhu pursed his lips, thinking that this is alarming, and in his head he understands that something is clearly wrong here, but for some reason he acts more on the lead of his feelings. The guy remembered that his prank was proof of this, because he tried to kill a person, which is not typical for him. Fortunately, Marine intervened and thereby helped him regain his composure, and the others feel the same. The protagonist looked at Kang, thinking that he is quite hot-tempered, but clearly creates the consequences of his destructive impulses, and despite the fact that he himself left Sungwoo's leadership, for several days he constantly criticizes his actions. Turning towards Aeon, Sungwoo thought that he would not try to provoke him so obviously. The guy wondered if even the best of the best can lose control of themselves due to a month-long mission, and there is only one answer. The protagonist turned to Ellie, asking if the power of the Path of Sincerity was really in exposing people's mental instability. The girl frowned, saying that Jiangxi appeared after every second fork, that's for sure, and in other words, if you stop your path, you won't encounter the destructive power of monsters, and this path also weakens the mind, provokes the process of self-destruction in those who decide to go along it. Songhu understood that this is why it is called the Path of Sincerity, while Ellie said that the situation does not allow for stabilization of the mental state, and uniting with other people and moving towards the goal together with common efforts will lead them out of this gate. Songhu knew that only the one who can calmly overcome the endlessly repeating labyrinth, the one who buries the growing anxiety within himself, will get out of here, and maybe the exit will appear somewhere, so you need to continue to endure and stubbornly move further along the labyrinth. The protagonist thought that if everyone could make rational and correct decisions, then there would be no room for conflicts and wars in their world, and then wondered if even if they revealed the true plan to people, saying that in order to find a way out, they just needed to calm down and join forces, how many of them would do that? The guy put his hand to his neck, saying that even he was having a hard time holding back his emotions now, and then asked what happened to the others if some had gone crazy due to her additives. And then Ellie folded her arms across her chest, answering that this was the problem, because they had a solution, but in their state, they would hardly be able to resort to it. The girl looked back, saying that if they had sent Miriam alone, she would have definitely been able to find a way to get out of here, and involving a large number of people in this mission was a fatal mistake, because everyone here has strengths. She said that they could escape from here, but then they would have to poison everyone and cause the self-destruction effect she mentioned earlier, so if they were the only ones left, the chances of clearing the dungeon would increase. Ellie spread her arms out to the sides, adding that there was another way, to continue moving forward, trying to unite everyone to reach the end. But in this case, they would most likely just be killed, while Sungwoo thought that this was a real dilemma. The protagonist quickly looked ahead, thinking that if Arwen were in his place, he would definitely find time for a fiery speech in which he would bring up the issue of joining forces and escaping together. And Jack or Ellie would easily come up with a plan in which they would kill everyone in order to escape. But what about himself? Because his personal path has always been different from others, the guy acted without adhering to the usual patterns, and it seems like the solution is floating on the surface. Ellie stretched out her hand forward, asking if the protagonist had come up with something. Sung-Hoo turned back, saying if this was just an illusion or a semblance of mind magic that they had fallen under. The guy approached the girl's face with a smile on his face, asking if she could use her mental magic on everyone. Suddenly, Ellie's eyes widened in realization. She put her hand to her face, then said with a smile that she understood everything, since this was quite expected from someone like Sung-Hoo, and this was the perfect plan. It was time for meals. The man under Ihun's command was pouring food for everyone and saying that they should save it. And the man under Kang's command stood with an outstretched bowl and said that it was obvious to everyone that he was giving most of it to his people and the leftovers were for them. As he left, he hit the guy hard in the shoulder, who cursed loudly. Hearing this, he turned around and asked him in displeasure what he said, to which he yelled, asking why ask again. If he heard everything perfectly the first time, or he wanted him to repeat it. The main character immediately approached them and, drawing his sword, said enough, adding that he did not care who was the instigator, because anyone who loosened his tongue must be prepared for the consequences. Hearing this, the instigator shouted in rage that he started it first, when suddenly Kang appeared behind him. He took him aside and shouted, asking him if he had not told him to calm down. How long had it been since the last time? Did he really not care at all about his words? To which he frighteningly told the captain that these idlers were making a fuss, taking advantage of their numbers. But Kang did not listen to his subordinate and hit him in the face with all his might. Then he wiped his hand from the blood and said to himself that it was better to put them in their place at once, before the situation worsened. Looking at the black silhouettes in the distance, he thought about how he had been keeping them here for over a month. It couldn't help but affect his psyche. Although sometimes it seemed like everything was only getting worse, people were losing their minds and starting fights several times a day. Putting his hand to his head, he said that it was driving him crazy. Baeku approached him and asked him to be patient a little longer, to which the commander asked with displeasure if he really had to endure it any longer. Sitting here, what would it lead to the point that everyone would die of hunger? At that very second, he closed his eyes and apologized for giving in to his emotions again, to which the guy lowered his head and said that it wasn't his fault, because they all went through this. Looking at his comrade, Kang said that this couldn't be used as an excuse because he was a captain. Baeku looked away and said in his mind that a few days ago, the ghost said that the path they chose was aimed at driving travelers to self-destruction, and he also recommended that they remain calm in order to pass this test. Baeku looked at the people behind him and thought that what he said made sense, then asked himself what if the gate only opened after a certain number of deaths? If so, then Ian and even the ghost faction. But before he finished speaking, he raised his hand to his head and asked himself what he was thinking. How could he even think of such a thing? At this time, the main character had a sinister smile on his face, with which he said in his head that he had earned a good reputation for himself by constantly reconciling people during disputes, and now it would protect and justify him from suspicion. Ultimately, the blame falls on the shoulders of Kang and Ihan, because they were the ones who did not keep an eye on their subordinates. Then he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the guys sitting on the floor and said to himself that almost everything was ready. Everyone except the best had their plates treated with a drug that caused light drowsiness and hallucinations, so he just needed to save the lives of the best warriors. Too many people took part in this mission. It did not matter what happened to the rest. After a while, everyone fell asleep. Ellie sat on her knees and asked herself why she was nervous if everyone was asleep. She went to one guy and used illusion on him. The guy slowly stood up. He began to walk, making strange sounds. Kang heard this, but did not pay attention, saying to himself that there could not be zombies here, adding that they must be here, that he was already starting to see things. When suddenly a zombie appeared behind him, Kang immediately grabbed his weapon. In that same second, he threw it at the monster. Then he jumped to his feet and shouted to his comrades that there were monsters in the territory. After that, he immediately rushed to the attack, saying to himself that they were caught by surprise for the first time and asked himself how this happened, what the guards were doing. One of his subordinates looked at the battle and fearfully asked what was going on, when suddenly a guy appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, he hit him on the back with his sword, causing him to scream in pain and ask what he was doing. Then the guy dropped his hands and fearfully asked what the main character immediately hit the guy with all his strength on the neck. Seong, who placed his hand on his hip, shouting loudly that it was possible that the monsters were taking over someone's mind, causing hallucinations, so he should stay away from the people nearby. The maid's eyes suddenly changed and his body felt hot. Grabbing his weapon, he rushed at the protagonist, who thought that because of Ellie's magic. As expected, the people lost their minds and began to attack each other indiscriminately. Xiang swung his weapon, thinking that if everything went according to plan, his counterattack would be justified. The guy looked around, while Baekwu activated mana, trying to delay everything, and Ian stretched out his hands, releasing a beam of truth. Kang killed the enemy in horror, wondering what was going on. Baekwu frowned, thinking that it was strange how the Jiangshi suddenly appeared here, so it was possible that the guys had caused this anomaly by getting too close to the exit of the labyrinth. Yan lowered his head in disappointment, thinking that even the truth ray couldn't help. The guys turned around, meeting each other's eyes. Baekwu realized that Yan's subordinates had definitely started this. Yan became wary, thinking that the internal strife was caused by Kang's forces. At that moment, a strong blow hit his neck, spraying blood in all directions. Yan grabbed his neck in pain, quickly turned around and struck the opponent with his staff. Yan immediately struck the attacker. His subordinate cut off the guy's head at the same time, and Yan held his wound, saying to himself that he was lucky to have managed to block the attack with the light barrier. After that, he swung his spear and shouted loudly that they would have to kill everyone except their allies. Baekwu looked at Ian's subordinates and said to himself that starting an internal conflict in their situation was suicide, but he glanced at his comrades out of the corner of his eye and shouted that they had no choice but to deal with the attackers, then ordered them to leave no one alive and finish everyone off. Kang and Ian's subordinates rushed at each other. At this time, Ellie lay among the corpses and said to herself that a real nightmare was happening here, adding that she did not think at all that everything would go so perfectly. In the distance, she saw black silhouettes fighting and thought that due to the fact that this labyrinth had exhausted the mental state of those who had been here for too long. The minds were weakened to the limit, so with just a tiny spark, she was able to ignite an uncontrollable flame. Watching everything closely, she said in her head, the best warriors were taken care of by Jonwon. At this time, the boy was furiously attacking Ye, laughing and asking why he kept running away. Ye was struggling to fend off his opponent's attacks, shouting at him that he was not an enemy, while telling himself in his head that he was too strong, adding that he did not expect it to be so hard in close combat. Jiangwen walked towards him with a crazy smile and said that his subordinates were attacking a ghost, to which Ye confusedly said that there was a misunderstanding. After which the boy added that he was only defending himself now, so there was no need to worry since he would not kill him. When suddenly he stepped into Ye's bonds. In the same second, his hands and feet were tied. Ye immediately pulled his hand and said to himself that he had bound him with magic. Now it was over, because if he moved, his limbs would be torn off. But unexpectedly for him, all 5 of his fingers were cut off. Jiangwen immediately appeared in front of him, saying that his plans were useless now. Having said this, he put a knife to his opponent's neck. But suddenly he turned the weapon over and hit the guy in the face. Ye fell unconscious to the floor, and the boy looked at him with crazy eyes, saying in his head that he had not seen blood for a long time. He almost killed him, but it was good that he remembered the protagonist's orders in time. Suddenly, madness woke up in him, and he said that it was a little disappointing, but there were still people here that he could kill. At this time, Marine walked towards Baekwu, who fearfully said that they did not want to go against her or the ghost, to which she displeasedly said that she did not believe him, because she was sure that he attacked the ghost. Tightly clutching the handles of the sword, she said that she understood that their situation could not be called normal, to which the guy raised his hand and offered to first deal with the zombies, and then discuss everything. But Marine suddenly rushed to attack, saying that he had decided to subjugate all the people who were locked here, so if he had no excuse, then he should just give up. Baekwu immediately stretched out his arms and cast protective magic around himself. The girl destroyed the opponent's defense with an acupuncture blow. Baekwu turned around and said to himself that she had easily pierced his shoulder. It was incredible. But before he could finish speaking, he lost consciousness and fell to the floor, and Miriam looked at him and said to herself that she had pacified him with one precise blow. Pressing the tip of the sword on the point, this should calm him down for a while. The fierce battle on the battlefield continued. Wolf held Ian by the throat and said that he just needed to sleep a little. But after a few seconds, he let go of the guy, saying to himself that he wanted to send him to heaven, but later he would be able to help other people, so he would have to wait with that. Ian fell unconscious to the floor, and his subordinate, seeing this, screamed in horror, asking the old man what he had done to him, to which he laughed and replied that he had simply helped him relax and rest a little. The guy stopped in fear, and Wolf took up the blade and added that in any case, he would start by saving him. The protagonist saw Wolf kill the guy with one blow, and said to himself that it was so easy because Ellie's magic and the Jiangshi that had burst in had baffled even the best players. Then he looked towards Kang and said in his head that only he was left. With these thoughts, he stepped towards him, saying that he looked tired, to which Kang turned to the ghost and asked if he had really gone crazy too. Xiang, who killed the zombie with one blow and said that it was rude, after which he asked if he really seemed crazy to him, to which the commander, having killed the monster, replied that, given their situation, it would be strange not to think so. Hearing this, the protagonist pointed his sword at his comrade. Kang slightly lowered his head and said that he had no idea the sudden appearance of the Jiangshi, the beginning of a bloodbath. Song-Hu did not take his eyes off the commander, asking if he was really going to blame him again, say that all this was his fault. Kang lowered his weapon and smirked, saying that the guy did not seem to be going to kill him, to which the protagonist put away his sword and replied that he was right. Now he needed to reduce his losses and subdue the remaining survivors. At the same second, he rushed to attack, asking his comrade to surrender without a fight. Kang looked at the protagonist running towards him, saying in his head that there was a ghost at the center of the problem, adding that this was not the first time. At a critical moment, he always found himself involved in strange events, so he did not know whether this was an accident or an intentional act. He was sure of only one thing. Thinking about this, he tightly clutched his spear. Suddenly, he smiled and firmly said that he believed in the ghost. At that moment, Song-Hu punched him in the face. Kang collapsed to the floor, and the protagonist looked at him and asked himself why he didn't move and intentionally missed the attack, getting hit in the face. Then he turned around and said to himself that he wasn't sure of his motives, but now it was important for them to finish the cleanup. Not far from him, he saw Jungwon, who was covered in blood and happily said that he hadn't felt so fresh in a long time. The ghost stepped towards his comrades, asking if everything was okay, to which Miriam replied yes, it was simple, she just warmed up her muscles, and Wolf said that he got a few scratches, but he would easily heal with the help of an ointment. Ellie walked towards them over the corpses and said that they fought well. Just watching from the side made her heart beat like crazy. The best players were lying on the floor, who were injected with a double dose of the drug, so even if they woke up halfway through, they would be able to fight back. The protagonist smiled wickedly and said that it was time to get down to serious things. He sat down on the floor and Ellie stretched out her hands, casting her magic on him while he said to himself that under normal circumstances, her magic would never work on him, but he deliberately suppressed his magic and minimized the resistance so that all skills would be inactive. Sung-Hu closed his eyes and his mind went cloudy. After a few minutes, he opened them and asked if that was all, to which the girl folded her arms over her chest and answered yes, adding that she had successfully cast the Sixth Sense spell, after which she asked if anything had changed. Looking at the wall, the guy answered no, the patterns on the walls were the same. Hearing this, the witch slightly lowered her head and said that it seemed to have no effect, after which she added that she owned other spells, so they should check them. But the protagonist suddenly stood up abruptly, and the girl asked him if he had found something. He stared at the fork and asked the witch if she could see the path that had opened, to which she replied that she could only see a crossroads. Sun-Hu saw a straight path with a light at the end instead of the familiar fork. Ellie looked at the guy and thought that the Sixth Sense spell only worked if the other 5 senses were intact, so Sun-Hu saw the true reality, and she saw a distorted one. After these thoughts, she folded her hands and happily said that they should continue the experiment to understand everything, and then asked if the reality they were observing was different only visually or physically too, and if the guy could pass through the passage he saw. The protagonist glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that she was trying to use him, but this time he would fall for it. The next second, he stepped forward. Suddenly, a bright light appeared everywhere, and he said to himself that everything was different here, and he had only taken a step. The air and the feeling throughout his body were completely different. When suddenly he heard a voice that said that this was simply unbelievable, so he immediately took out his blade and asked himself if it was another monster. Suddenly, his elbow hit the wall. Looking back, he wondered where the wall came from. Lowering his weapon, he saw a message above him that said that he had cleared the tomb of the heavenly demon, and below it appeared a list of the rewards he had earned. After that, a creature appeared in front of him, saying that there was clearly a glitch here, because he had completed the mission in a very unexpected way, so he would fix it now, since everything should work correctly. Xiang-Hu looked ahead and asked himself, fixing the errors, adding that an ordinary character could not say such a thing, which means that most likely it was an NPC or even a deity. With these thoughts, he put away his weapon and said that the man in front of him was not an enemy, to which the man who appeared folded his arms and replied, "That's right," adding that he could have become his enemy if he had completed his mission in a different way. The guy stared at the man and asked if he needed to do anything else, to which he replied, "Nothing," adding that he just wanted to talk to him for a while. He smiled widely and said that completing a mission with a stronger hallucination was impressive, adding that his thinking methods were different from the usual. The man then spread his arms out to the sides and said that there was a reward for completing a mission. Usually the reward was divided among all the people who participated in the mission. But at the moment, the only person who got out of the dungeon was Xiang-Hu. Out of the top 9, only one was able to leave the dungeon. Hearing this, the guy smiled and said, "That means." The man said loudly with a big smile on his face that he had just finished a mission alone, and the reward was for 55 people, but he wouldn't have to share. The protagonist smiled happily, saying to himself that there was nothing to thank Ellie for here, because his luck stat couldn't be compared to anything, because he had achieved everything on his own. Then the man extended his hand and said that usually at the end of the path, you can get amulets that have the ability to protect your mind while going through the labyrinth, but he didn't think he was interested in that, so he would show him all the rewards he had to offer, and he would choose the one he liked the most. After saying that, a lot of items appeared in front of the protagonist to choose from, and the guy asked in surprise if he had ever personally used it, to which the man replied, of course, adding that everything he saw here, he would use during his conquest of the world of martial arts. Xiang, who was choosing between the Heavenly Demon Sword and the Heavenly Demon Lord's Step, saying to himself that in order to face the strongest opponents, he needed a mythic level sword, but it was even more important to have a footwork like this. He stared at the book and thought about how until now, he had always used dance as a technique, preferring it to martial arts, adding that he could not find a suitable technique that suited his style. He closed his eyes, but said to himself that this technique was completely different, and then added that he could obtain the sword through another path even if time passed, but it would not work with footwork. With these thoughts, he took the footwork and said that he chose it. The man looked at him and said that he would not be able to go through this path again, because the gate he had passed through would not appear again. The protagonist looked at the other man and asked if he was restricting him because he had reached the checkpoint using a loophole, to which he folded his arms and replied that rank missions could only be completed once. There were several unique checkpoints in this place. He would have more chances to reach them. If someone completed a normal mission, not counting missions with special properties, it would disappear completely. Suddenly, Xiangyu stretched out his arms and shouted that he still had questions, to which the man said that he could not say anything else, adding that his actions were of an interesting nature. Before disappearing, he stretched out his hand and said that he would monitor his progress, so he should try to survive until the end. Xiangho thought about how he was cut off in mid-sentence. It was heartless of the interlocutor. Kang looked at the man indignantly and asked how 3 days had already passed, to which he was told that the people who went on the mission with them had returned just recently. The subordinate said excitedly that for a month they felt like they were lost in space. They talked about a repeating labyrinth, so they decided to isolate these people from society, then asked how Kang failed the mission or was it an accident, to which the man replied that there were no accidents. He covered his eyes with his hands and thought about how most of his soldiers died, but the best players survived and completed the quest together, and the reward was only a small increase in stats, but they fulfilled one of the conditions of the Third Awakening. Ellie leaned towards Xianghu and asked her to honestly tell her what happened, to which the guy asked what she meant and if she thought he was hiding something. The girl looked closely at the protagonist and thought that they had completed the mission, but the rewards were too small, and given his calmness, he had most likely secretly taken something. Songhu glanced sideways at his interlocutor and thought intensely about whether he needed to be disappointed. So did he really need to start right now? Because otherwise he would only arouse suspicion, and he could not know for sure whether they were his enemies or allies. Songun stood opposite Jack, who in turn asked if the enemy had already managed to get tired. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the fact that normal attacks did not work on this guy, and sometimes saving energy was more effective. Jack lit a cigarette and asked if the man was ignoring him or not, but without waiting for an answer, he demanded to continue. He abruptly jerked from his place and said that now he would openly attack the enemy. Songun got into a fighting stance and thought about his weapon being a huge greatsword. If it was within reach, he would not be able to use it effectively. Jack smirked, holding a cigarette between his teeth as he attacked. He laughed maniacally when Songun closed his eyes and attacked back, cutting the cigarette out of his opponent's teeth, and thought that he was trying to pull a cheap trick. At that moment, he disarmed Jack. However, the next moment he received a punch to the face. Jack raised his bloody fist and called out his opponent, saying that he should not close his eyes in the middle of a fight because the cigarettes and greatsword were just part of his bluff, and if he kept his eyes open he would have noticed. Rachel came and thanked Jack for his efforts, asking if he was going to kill him, to which the man replied that Rachel should take him and train him, since most of his toys were killed as a result of the last forced mission. He smirked and thought about how he had recently found a couple of new toys. Jack remembered how the ghost had almost killed him the first time they met, and he was so annoying, like a mosquito in the middle of the night, and someday the guy wanted to catch him and kill him. The second toy Jack had was Kang, whom he had met on a forced mission where they had fought on equal terms, but to be honest, Jack was inferior to him in some things, and if he hadn't been exhausted due to his low level of stamina, it would have only been more fun. Jack smiled dreamily, thinking about how there were only a few cities left, and soon he would meet them again. The city was drowning in sunlight. Ian sat primly at the table and thought about how he couldn't do anything about the discomfort of his own sins. He took a sip from his cup, thinking that the mission to clear the tomb of the heavenly demon had gone well, and even though all of his subordinates had died in the process, it didn't matter at all, since the problem was that he had given the order to kill everyone in the labyrinth. He recalled the previous events and thought that perhaps he had been too mentally overloaded due to being in the labyrinth for a long time. So his orders were ridiculous, and of course they had attacked first, so they couldn't complain about him, but their trust in him had been undermined. Kang came into the room and apologized for the delay, and then said that it was Yeon who had come earlier, to which he asked with a smile not to apologize and said that being up to his ears in work was normal in his position, but he was interested in the reason why they wanted to talk to him separately. Kang sat down on the chair opposite and said that he wanted to discuss what happened in the fortress of the Heavenly Demon, and his interlocutor thought that he came to learn about it from him, and said out loud that even if he had 10 months to think about it, he would not find an answer. The man was interested in what Yeon thought about the ghost. He smiled softly and said that the ghost was a good friend, experienced, he had many connections, and he thought that one could admire how he acted in different situations. Kang looked closely at the interlocutor and decided to say directly that he did not believe Yeon, because right now she was smiling in his eyes, but if the opportunity presented itself, he would not hesitate to stab him in the back. He reminded that this is exactly what happened in the fortress, and he considered it normal, but he thought that his interlocutor was cunning since he himself was not far behind, but there was something even more important. Kang mentioned the ghost, and the name sounded like lightning in the room. Since its actions are impossible to predict, it is cunning, and its brain is arranged in a more complex way. The man frowned and thought to himself that everyone in the Divine City thought that the ghost was on their side, and this could be a simple coincidence or luck, but there was definitely some artificial interference here. Kang looked tired when he proposed an alliance, to which Yeon said that the alliance had already merged with the Salvation Guild, so he did not understand what kind of alliance the man wanted to propose. He said that it would be some kind of agreement between them. If things continued like this, if they could no longer maintain this kind of relationship or started fighting each other, the first thing they would do would be to finish off the ghost. Yeon listened to this proposal tensely. After the mission in the Heavenly Demon Fortress, Song-Hu realized one important thing, and that was that there were too many things inside him right now. Dispersal ability, footwork, spell, various equipment, the ability to use items with non-standard options, and the ability to subjugate belonging to the Heavenly Demon. In addition, he learned a large amount of ability, so many of them flew out of his memory. He trained and thought about the fact that when you know too much is bad, as well as when you know little, and now he only needs to implement these abilities. He attacked the enemy, shouting that only he will die, and the system windows reported that the greatness was activated and the authority of the Heavenly Demon was also activated. The guy continued to attack the enemy with chopping movements, when the system window reported that he completed the mission, destroyed the Death Knight, and he was given agility and wisdom. He picked up the Helmet of Calamity in his hands, and the system windows immediately reported their characteristics. Seong-Hu smiled, since it was an item from an elite set, plus he could get something for it. There was a lot of noise in the square. Someone was shouting about selling flame spirit items. Someone else was saying that they would buy the Imperial Dragon Cloak regardless of its durability. And another person was selling a crafted set of recovery potions, and Seong-Hu looked at all of this and was surprised at how many people were there. He decided to use the notice board when he thought about the new item having a weakness and limitations against magic skills, and in that case, the price should be reasonable. The system window reported that the Dawn of Oblivion Elite set and the Helmet of Calamity were up for sale for 2.5 billion gold, when passersby looked at it and began to argue about how this item was obtained. They said that the seller looked a little shabby, and maybe he just found it by luck, so they wanted to go and check, and Seong-Hu himself listened to all of this with obvious irritation. But at that moment, the guys decided that the alliance was striving to maintain peace, so there was no point in stirring up trouble. It was better to mind their own business. He looked at the conversation with irritation and said that he heard everything, causing them to cough awkwardly. Suddenly, a young man approached him and asked if he was selling the Helmet of Calamity, after which he asked if the protagonist wanted to collect the entire set. Song-Hu looked at the data of the remaining items in the set and realized that these were the two remaining parts of the world. The seller said that he would give both items for 6 billion, which greatly surprised the protagonist, after which she added that he had collected them before, but now he urgently needed money. Sung-Hu looked at the seller with disbelief and said that he was selling each piece of the set for 3 billion, then asked who would take an item with restrictions at that price. Isn't that crazy? To which the seller just got upset and sighed. He pointed to a place in the square and said that he could be found there if Sung-Hu decided to buy these items, since he needed to complete some tasks. After some time, the square was getting darker, and the protagonist thought about just leaving the item with the anonymous guy from the guild. Suddenly, a guy came up to him and asked if he was selling the Helmet of Calamity, to which Sung-Hu immediately confirmed it, and the guy asked if he had the rest of the pieces of the world, since he would buy the full set for 10 billion. Sung-Hu's eyes widened in pleasure when he thought about 10 billion, and if he bought the remaining 2 pieces from the guy and resold them, he could make a good profit. The protagonist looked around the nearly empty fountain square and asked the buyer to wait for a bit, saying that he would take the remaining items from his partner. The seller was still there, and Xiangyu said that he would buy both items for 5.5 billion gold. The seller looked unhappy about the price being so low, but the protagonist pretended that he would just leave otherwise. Xiangyu said that he was buying items from him that he would probably never sell for that price, and he would call it a generous offer, to which the seller reluctantly agreed. Xiangyu smiled contentedly since it took him a bit of work, but he would get a nice profit so he could upgrade his elite equipment. When he arrived at the place where he left his buyer, it was empty and the guy didn't understand where he had gone. He didn't see the point in just leaving for someone who had offered a huge amount, but the space was still empty. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization shot through the guy's body as he realized that he had just been tricked. A cheerful laugh was heard in the house. A voice said that she would never have thought that someone could deceive Sunhu so easily. Ellie sat at the table and barely held back her laughter when she asked him how he managed to get to this point, to which the guy replied that he was simply naive and did not know much about this world, to which the girl asked him again about his naivety and whether it was a joke. The protagonist frowned and propped his head up with his hand and thought that if his enemy turned out to be Arwen, Kang, or Jack, he would have to be more careful, since until now he had behaved recklessly and used people, and he had no reason to be constantly careful, so he let his guard down. He said out loud that when he played online games, he heard stories about people who were deceived, but he never thought that he would be in their place, to which Ellie replied that this is a common type of fraud. She introduced a random scammer and said that they say that they sell items from an unpopular set at very high prices, but later someone else always appears and this person claims to buy the items at a higher price. The protagonist remembered himself at this moment and heard that then the gullible seller falls into a trap and buys items to resell them later, and when they return to the meeting place, the buyer is gone. Ellie looked at her friend and said that this is a real scam, the government can't do anything about it. They do not force anyone to buy, and they do not save money to control the situation. Sunhu slammed his fist on the table and said that he acted so stupidly that he can't even laugh, and 7.5 billion is a small amount for him, but it is a very small price to pay for the lesson learned. The girl looked at Sunhu in surprise and asked if he would leave all this just like that, to which he smiled carnivorously and replied that this could not be. His expression was determined as he said that he could forgive the scam, but the problem was that he was the one being targeted. The guy looked up at the girl and asked if she had any idea who it could be, to which Ellie replied that it was most likely the Double Blade clan or someone from the Plains Guild, and the protagonist asked why they had that name and if they were bandits. Ellie sighed and said that from the information she had received, their leader was a real gangster, and she had heard that he was popular in the real world, but here he was nothing, and these guys didn't even have a proper base, so they moved from one place to another every day, following their leader's orders. Xianghu asked if she knew where their base was now, but the girl only asked if she needed to find out right now, to which the protagonist replied that she shouldn't worry since it would take a few days, and he thought to himself that if they were nearby, he would only need 2 days, and if further, then 3 days at most, and if nothing works out, he will find others along the way. Xianghu got up from the table, waved his hand and said that he would take the guys and deal with it himself, to which Ellie asked him to be calmer, and the guy told her not to worry since he was not going to escalate the situation unnecessarily. He frowned slightly, thinking that it was even funny that he was dragged into such a story, but using the guild's influence could attract unnecessary attention. The man in the square shouted that he would sell the Hell Ring for 500 million since it was one of the unique items of the set. Xianghu's plan was simple, as he wanted to use a few of his subordinates as bait, and then follow those who took the bait, and then find their leader, so it sounded simple. But this obvious method is often the most effective when dealing with small-time hooligans, as it would allow everything to be done without too much fuss. He overheard people talking about how the top players had gone through their third awakening this time, which was impressive, as these passers-by knew many people who had not yet come and had their second awakening. Xianghu pretended to read a book, but he listened to people talking about how they thought the Salvation Guild was recruiting new members, as they had recently completed an amazing quest. He was still looking at the book, thinking that people were good at analyzing the current situation. Just walking down the street, you can come across information that you would never read in a dry report. The protagonist thought that based on official documents, people were positive about the coalition, and although there were some who were negative, and there was also a problem with the distribution of drugs, which were not written in the reports, and he was interested in whether Ellie knew about this, and whether she considered this problem significant. Sunhu was still standing in the square when he began to ask himself about when he even applied for the local president, since he had previously resorted to the most humiliating actions for the sake of his own survival, so he did not understand when all this changed. At that moment, he received a message from a subordinate on the intercom that it seemed that someone had taken the bait, so the guy immediately asked who exactly. The man asked if the stranger who approached him was selling the Hell Calcium set, to which he replied that he was, since he also had a Frost ring, a Defense ring, and a Storm ring, and he was willing to sell 3 rings for 2 billion. The man folded his arms and asked if it was too expensive, but the seller replied that he was making such a markup because he was selling everything at once, and if the man changed his mind, he should come since he would be here. Song-Hu glanced sideways at the people talking and thought about how there had been another guy yesterday. After some time, a girl approached his assistant and asked if he was selling other items from this set since she was willing to pay 4 billion, to which the protagonist became wary and immediately thought about how the new buyer had appeared almost immediately after the owner of the set had disappeared, as was the case yesterday. A message came over the intercom from the assistant asking what he should do, and the guy also said to agree without a doubt. The man asked the woman to wait a bit and stepped aside. Sun-Hu watched the woman leave and thought that while his subordinate had gone to buy the set, the buyer had simply disappeared. He watched the man talk and thought that if the deal was successful, they would receive hundreds of millions, maybe even billions, and the seller definitely had a high rank in the organization, or had a well-developed loyalty skill. At that moment the seller said that he would transfer 2 billion. Sun-Hu watched from around the corner and thought that if they followed the man, they would be able to reach their base. The man entered one of the 3-story buildings, and the protagonist realized that he would never have thought that the scammer's lair could be in such a busy area. He entered the same door where he had entered the swindler earlier and found that they had no security as there were no sentries. He carefully walked inside and almost crossed the white taut line. Song-Hu realized that the swindlers had set traps, but these would not result in death, but would only warn of danger, and if an enemy attacked them, they would not even have to resist anyone, as this building was designed for a quick escape. He sat down near the open door and decided to eavesdrop, as they were talking about how, unfortunately, not much had come out today. People were talking about how the coalition members had been watching them for several days, but the voice, clearly belonging to the gang leader, said that he did not accept such an excuse. Finally, the leader said that the revenue for this month was not bad, as it was about 30 billion, and one of the subordinates said that they could use the funds to transport all the equipment, to which their leader replied that if they spent the money on buying new goods for trade, they would quickly spend it all. He folded his arms and asked if there was any news about the Double Blade clan, to which he was told that they had recently expanded and were doing well, so the leader decided that it was time for them to move away from the bodies. Sung-Hu took out his mask from his pocket, continuing to listen to the fact that the gang should stop here if they had any brains, since if they increased their turnover a little now, they could make even more money, but then they would have problems with the clan. The protagonist pulled on his balaclava, continuing to listen to the fact that one of the scammers wanted to be more active, since they needed to push out the Double Blade clan and take their place. The door to the room opened and Sung-Hu slammed and his people began asking how he dared to barge in. He replied that he was just a victim of circumstances who was hanging around trying to vent his anger after being fooled a while ago. The people looked at him in fear as one of the men rushed towards the window. The protagonist frowned and thought about how everyone was frozen in shock trying to understand his words. But that man was the one who wanted to escape through the window alone, and that was how he got caught. Sung-Hu threw a few punches at the people who wanted to catch him and rushed after the fugitive. The guy caught him and asked if he was the one in charge here, to which the man began to beg for mercy, to which Sung-Hu warned that if he turned his head even a little, he would let him know what hellish pain was. The leader started to say that she would give him as much money as he wanted, but the protagonist didn't come for the money. But he wouldn't refuse it either if it was offered, and then promised to let the guy go if he answered his questions honestly. Sung-Hu looked at the scammer and said that something in their conversation had worried him, since he had suggested retiring out of fear of facing the Double Blade clan. So he needed to know what had led the man to such a decision and whether he really didn't want to fight them. The man even closed his eyes in fear when he started talking about how confronting them would attract attention, and Sung-Hu wondered if the gang leader cared about the damage. Tears of pain began to flow down the scammer's face when he started talking about how he didn't think they would lose to them, since they were just thugs, and if they passed the information to the coalition and provoked the clan, they would win. However, in this case, they will inevitably attract attention, the leader of the scammers said, to which Sung-Hu also asked why he was so afraid of this. The scammer was tensely silent, thinking about what was wrong with this guy, since he expected questions about the scam or their cover-up, but his questions were very strange. The protagonist squeezed his hair tighter and asked if the man didn't think that now was not the time to think about his questions, since one press and his fingers would provide a hole in his neck. Finally, the leader shouted that if they kept a low profile, they would be able to survive. And now even the strongest organizations and people are influenced by the coalition and use them, so in order to avoid such problems, they are forced to remain invisible. The protagonist thought that if he hadn't met Ellie and if Miriam hadn't been interested in him, he wouldn't have been able to master such power, so even though this guy was a simpleton, they thought in a similar way. Finally, he let the swindler go and asked his name. The man said his name was Sajun, to which the protagonist asked him to be happy as he was pleased with the man's answers, so now he was free. He asked what would happen to him now and whether he would be sent to prison, but Seonghu asked what prison he was talking about, as the man would continue to commit his deeds, to which he was surprised to think that he had decided that this guy had come to catch him. Seojin held out a bag of money and asked him to accept it in exchange for covering for the swindler, and he would contribute a certain amount to the guild fund every month. Seonghu took the money and said that nothing like that would happen, the swindler would simply act according to plan, and the protagonist would send him letters, to which the man was indignant mentally. Why did he take the money then? Sunhu was also curious about whether Seojin knew anything about the Dawn of Oblivion set, to which Seojin replied that it was just trash, since the Dual Blade storehouse had been trying to sell it for years without any hope, but who would need such a set? Suddenly, an ominous aura began to emanate from Sunhu, and the boy thought that he would kill the scammer, to which the leader immediately realized that he was the one who was scammed with this set. The protagonist immediately asked if the scammer knew anything about their location, and he immediately replied that several places came to mind. A little later, Seojin pointed to places on the map and said that the Dual Blade clan was putting pressure on them, since they believed that they should be called the masters in this field, so the clan was planning to set up their base somewhere here. Sunhu held out a bag of money, saying that it should be considered as payment for obeying his orders, and if the scammer thought that this compensation was insufficient, he could refuse. Suddenly, the aura in the room changed to a threatening one when the protagonist began to say that if Sungju refused, he would find him by any means and make him pay for such a decision. The scammer took the money, and he himself felt like a ghost had possessed him. The man opened the bag and thought that the party did not have anyone in front of him, but judging by the way he was acting, this person was definitely from the list of the best players, and he was not trying to control him, but could calmly observe him. Seojin counted the money, and it turned out that it was the same 3 billion that he himself had recently given him. When Seonghu left the house, he decided to count the money that Seojin gave him, and it turned out that it was exactly 3 billion. So the guy thought that luck was on his side today, since it covered the amount that he himself gave the scammer as payment. The protagonist walked down the street and thought about the fact that recruiting a scammer was like Russian roulette, but it did not matter whether Seojin would move or not. But it would not hurt him to have an informant by his side, which not even the Alliance and Ellie knew about. Loki watched the people through the ball and wondered if it was a coincidence that Seonghu took Seojin as an informant, because Seonghu was inventive and unpredictable. But he was still a human, and the problem was his luck. Loki frowned, because he understood that Seonghu could not control everything, and this power only affected fate, creating the greatest number of positive outcomes for him, and luck cannot solve all his problems. But then, Sunhu never relied on luck alone. The god smirked, looking through the ball, since most of the gods believed that he had survived by chance, so no one saw him as a worthy successor, and said out loud that it was precisely his instability that made him so attractive. Loki leaned back in his makeshift chair and hung in the air, muttering that a man with no talent had received powers that he could only dream of under normal circumstances, and he was the tightrope walker who was destined to crash, so he wondered how far this could go. Suddenly, another god came from behind him and said that he still could not understand Loki, to which Loki immediately asked what the old man was doing here, and he replied that only Loki could call him an old man. The young god pointed his finger at his older comrade and asked if he would change his appearance, since he looked most like an old man now, but he immediately changed the subject, asking what was going on and what the guest needed. The old man looked at the ball and said that he wanted to talk, since Loki had just been watching Songhu, so the conversation could drag on, since he knew the guy. He explained that this man had an exceptional gift in martial arts, so how could he, the god of martial arts, not know about it? Loki wondered where this guy could have learned it, because martial artists say that fighting a strong opponent is like a fateful meeting, and for a year he had fought a lot with Mirani, who is at the same level, having such chains, so it was incredible. The god of martial arts smiled softly and explained that using the enemy's great strength while expending less effort is not the only aspect of martial arts. He began to explain that Loki should know about the illusionary and real swordsmanship that this guy had created, and if you compare him to Mirani, you can say that Seonghu has absolutely no talent for swordsmanship, but to create a technique in which the weak can defeat the strong, one must have talent in martial arts. Loki asked if his guest was going to make the boy his successor, to which he replied that as appealing as the idea was, the decision had already been made long ago, but it was unclear at the time what brought him here. The god of martial arts smiled and said that Loki could intervene. He looked at the guest in surprise and said that direct intervention was impossible thanks to the god, and he could not help Seonghu in any way by indirectly influencing anything, so he would not have the opportunity to meet the gods for some time. He spread his arms and said that they could only watch for now, which is what they were doing, to which the god of martial arts said that he understood completely, but thought that Loki could intervene while no one was looking. The old man turned to his companion and said that the next city merger would involve the Divine City and Chang'an, and Loki immediately thought to himself that Chang'an was a Chinese city famous for its large number of close combat activities, and because of this, it attracted the attention of many gods, martial arts, fencing, fist fighting. The old man admitted that it was obvious that the children he was interested in would end up fighting, to which Loki was indignant that the guest only came for that reason, since he had never said such a thing when the other successors died. The martial arts god expressed concern that his precious Miriam would be suddenly eliminated, but the young god chuckled, since everyone knew that she was a real monster. The old man looked at the ball and said that the world was vast and full of people, and she had good potential to succeed in her field, but she was still not the best, and right now in Chang'an there was a person who was much stronger than her. Finally, he turned around and said as a farewell that he came because if Miriam died, the next in line to succeed Sun Hu would be at risk, so it seemed like Loki had no options either. The god turned around and said that they could suffer a stupid defeat, but it was wrong for him to interfere in this process, and besides, the world became more interesting when they had no power over it. Loki watched his guest leave and thought about how Miriam could die, so it was worth finding a person of his caliber among the Chinese. He touched the sphere, thinking that it was much more interesting because they did not know what would happen at any given moment. His eyes flashed with excitement as he muttered that Sun Hu had better continue the first-class show. At that moment, the boy shuddered as a sudden shudder ran through him, although he attributed it all to his imagination. However, the boy soon perked up and decided to continue where he left off, so he asked if there were any believers among the people standing in front of him, to which one of the men asked if they would let him go if he said that he believed in God. The protagonist put one hand on his belt and said that he would not tell anything, so they should choose wisely, to which one of the men immediately said that he believed, and the other that he did not. Xiang Hu looked at them thoughtfully as he was thinking about how he was making up for the losses he suffered from the Twin Blade clan by simply rummaging through their warehouse. But now he wanted to vent his anger. Xiang Hu rushed forward and began to beat up his opponents. Soon the men were defeated, and he was thinking about whether he could torture them and bring charges for rewards or leave the crazy priest to mercy. The protagonist stretched, as it was nice to relieve himself of the tension for such a long period of time. A new fortress appeared in the southeast of the Divine City. Kang sat at the head of the table and said that although the messengers were expensive, they were able to obtain information before the enemy, so they managed to identify only one enemy fortress, but it has not yet shown any signs of activity, and their surveillance network is far from ideal, so most likely there are other fortresses. Song Hu immediately asked why everyone was looking at him, to which Kang asked what they should do. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise and asked why he was asking him, and whether it would be better to ask Biku this question, to which he was told that Biku was leading his squad, carrying out a mission. Then Song Hu glanced at the surrounding people and asked if no one else could offer practical advice, for example, Aihyun, to which he said with a blissful smile that it flattered him, but he was overestimated, since unfortunately he was not strong in this. The protagonist looked at his comrades and thought that even those who could be called next in these matters were silent, although it was due to the growing anxiety of realizing that they would have to take responsibility. Kang knew that it was more effective to simply silently follow orders now, and this was evident from his tense face. Aihyun was not one to always choose unnecessary risks, and now he was also simply waiting for the decisions of those around him. Xiang Hu frowned, thinking that even though they had gone through civil wars and armed missions together, it seemed that relying on a few heroes was not an option now. He finally decided to say that if the people wanted to listen to his opinion, they should send a delegation, to which Ye immediately said that they needed to transfer elite troops from the fortress in advance to place the format outside, since it might provoke the enemy, and it would be wise to carefully distribute the forces. Yeon said that it was a good idea, and Ye added that this plan fit into the countermeasures and strategies that he and Biku had already prepared. The protagonist got up from the table and said that he would go, to which Kang immediately asked why he did not stay with them until the end of the meeting, to which the guy replied that everyone was working tirelessly, and he did not think that his absence would be a problem. The guy demonstratively yawned, saying that he had recently woken up and felt insanely sleepy, to which Kang only reminded him about the delegation tomorrow. A little later, he and Miriam were walking through the streets of the city when the girl asked why everything suddenly turned out like this, and Sung Hu replied that it was funny for him to watch stupid people. He smiled. They say that they boast about themselves, act like big shots, but cannot even muster the courage to make a decision on their own, or they wait for someone to do it for them, so he found it funny. However, Miriam didn't think so, as it was clear without Xiang Hu's words that everyone would voice their useless ideas, wasting time. The protagonist looked at her and said that these people were relying too much on the best players, but the best players were not only the strongest both mentally and physically, but they were also the core of the city. He smirked, as he knew that it would be difficult if they managed to bribe one of the best or trick them into making their wrong decisions, but it turned out that only one person could exert significant influence. There was an army in front of the temple. Kang turned to Xianghu and asked how things were going, as he didn't know much about it, to which Xianghu replied that he needed to learn this skill, as the library was full of books, and he just didn't read them. The man asked to stop at the fact that he simply did not know how to do it, since it would be more effective for him to pierce someone with a spear, to which the protagonist thought that Kang would usually never get irritated by one remark, but now he was very different. The man put his hands on his hips and said that there was no reaction to them even when they came at such a close distance, so he assumed that it could be a trap. However, Songhu did not think so, since their appearance was an unexpected move, because only they are able to instantly gather such a large army. Finally, people began to appear on the city walls. Kang shouted that he was a representative of the Divine City and came to talk. The gates swung open. 3 men dressed in light armor came out, and Xianghu thought that these guys couldn't be of the same skill level as Mirian. The leader of the group introduced himself as Ilhak, the representative of the Ilsing Yufa Watch Castle, and he was the Lord of Chang'an, who didn't expect such a small country to still be trying to survive. Ilhak called the newcomers tenacious weeds, to which Kang replied that they were also full of weeds to have managed to hold out for so long. One of the men asked if this was a provocation or a kindergarten, since they might have come here to surrender. Kang frowned and said that he had no idea where his interlocutor got his courage from, and he wondered if he would lose his confidence if he punched him in the face a little. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the man's shoulder, and the guy who approached asked him to calm down. At that moment, Xianghu recognized him. He asked if he was Junmyeon, to which he replied that he saw a familiar ghost mask. The protagonist remembered that Junmyeon considered him a benefactor since he had once saved him from Jack during a previous armed mission and had originally wanted to entrust this meeting to Kang. He pushed the man back and thought that given the current situation, it would be better if he handled it himself when one of the townspeople asked him to look away. He pointed at Marini and said that she was a demon. Sunghu turned to her and asked if she had ever encountered Chinese people, but she said that she did not remember, although it seemed likely to the guy that, judging by their reactions, she was hiding something. She remembered that they had met on an armed mission when the Chinese tried to show off, but did not have any special skills and only knew how to flock together. The man couldn't stand it, called her names and rushed into battle. Marion immediately pulled out her sword and took the blow on the blade. The man frowned, not expecting such a quick reaction. A couple of blows, and the man flew to the side. Everyone was surprised by this turn of events, and Kang thought that the girl split the sword to simultaneously hit 8 important points on the enemy's body. Menju did not calm down and attacked the girl again. She crossed blades with him with a calm expression and asked if the man was asking for a fight, to which he asked if she thought he would let her get away with it, since he still felt angry when he thought about his dead brothers and masters. Mirian said that since Myunju had drawn his sword, he had already said goodbye to his life, and if he was really going to fight, she did not intend to stop, to which he asked if she thought he would be scared by her words and retreat, since he could not ignore the man who came to beg for his death. Jiangnyeon demanded that Myunju stop and not disgrace him. Sanghu latched onto his word. Jiangnyeon took a step forward and apologized for his incompetence, then introduced himself. Sunghu in response identified himself as a ghost, one of the representatives of the Divine City, then asked if they had met before. The boy smiled and thanked them for their help, as they had parted ways without being able to say goodbye, to which the protagonist replied that since they had no choice but to fight each other, he suggested choosing an option that suited everyone's tastes, and at that moment, Kang thought that compared to the last meeting, this time everything was going very peacefully. He closed his eyes, thinking that Mirian easily repelled Ilhak's attack, but if the same situation fell to him, he was not sure that he would be able to hit the target so perfectly, so they had a formidable battle ahead. Choman suggested choosing 5 representatives and pitting them against each other in battle, to which Xianghu asked in surprise if they wanted to start a full-scale war. The boy immediately asked in surprise about a full-scale war. The protagonist frowned and thought that the guy seemed confused, as he even started to stutter, and last time he was consumed by the same feelings. Although he does not know how to hide his emotions, so he did not understand why the guy was not going to escalate the conflict. He looked at the thoughtful future enemy and thought that the only question was whether they were doing this without intention or an attempt to deceive, since one cannot jump to hasty conclusions. Sunghu returned and asked what they would do, to which Kang asked in response, did they not want to start a battle, and the protagonist said that he had a strange premonition, since they were limiting their capabilities too easily. He asked if they would declare a full-fledged war, to which the protagonist admitted that this was just his personal opinion. The situation in the Divine City had reached its peak, and even without resorting to special tactics, they should achieve an easy victory without receiving much damage. Public opinion could be manipulated as much as they wanted since he was wearing a mask, so the risks were low. Kang said that it was impossible, because even if they won, people would get hurt, to which Xianghu asked if his comrade was ready to go on a frontal attack to minimize the damage and play the hero. However, the man turned to his interlocutor and said that this was not the point. If they suffered serious losses, discontent would only increase, because despite the fact that their opponents decided to minimize the damage, if they heated up the situation to the limit, people would lose faith and not fight. The protagonist exhaled heavily and thought that it seemed that the people followed Kang for this reason. He was simply waiting for the man's decision, thinking that if there was no leader like Yihyun in the city, all the residents would rally around Kang. However, the guy himself could not come to terms with this, since criticism can simply be ignored. He waved his hand and said that they would go with the proposed method, to which Kang was relieved, and then asked how many people would fight. Xianghu began to think, if we recall the 10 sects in the Wuxia novels, one of which is the Supreme, we can assume that there are 9 guilds subordinate to the 10th, and there were 7 others comparable in strength to Ilhak. But the strongest was the one that Jiangmyeon mentioned. In order to increase their chances of winning, it was necessary to set certain conditions. Finally, he smiled and said that there would be 7 people participating in the battle, and they would get by with 1 battle. Kang immediately asked fearfully what the guy was thinking about, since they could refuse, but he replied that he had been told about Ilhak's skills. The man said that he had become stronger, he was good with a sword, he could make quick decisions, and this was impressive. But the protagonist doubted whether Kang would win or not, and he replied that there might be difficulties, but he would handle it without problems. When the conversation turned to Yuja, the man tensed up because he was a strong fighter and tactician. These words caught Sunghu's attention, because this was the most advantageous way to fight as a team, because it allowed them to cover each other's weak points, and then Kang realized that this was the reason they were drawn into a team fight. Sunghu admitted that the second reason was that he was trying to guess the opponent's role, after which he asked to remember what clothes the opponents were wearing. Kang remembered that they were wearing silk robes. A little later, Minju was indignant at how such a small country dared to challenge them, to which Jiangyeon said that you can't talk like that to representatives of another country. The man flared up, because he thought that the guy wanted to say that the great master of Chinese martial arts should humiliate himself in front of them, but he didn't say that at all, but only meant that they should behave differently. Menju thought that it would be easier if they gathered them together and smashed them with one blow, but when he saw Chonen's reaction, he asked him not to react so violently to his words, as it was just empty talk. Chonen asked him not to say such things even as a joke, as he knew very well the situation they were facing. Chenmeng left, thinking about how they could have allowed such a terrible situation to happen, because once the people of this world were able to truly use Kai, the Chinese became obsessed with martial arts. Since most of them took on the role of warriors, there was no need for magicians and priests. This problem became especially acute when a war broke out between the cities, and they were almost winning, but the enemy archers and magicians inflicted great losses on them. The Chinese realized the importance of ranking and support forces too late, but their numbers have not increased significantly since then, and if he had not appeared then, Chang'an would have disappeared during the second merger of the cities. He thought of Master Yechen. Then one of the attacking thugs ordered to stop the retreat, as he wanted to avenge his brother, even if it cost him his life. He shouted, encouraging himself, attacking the master, and that he, when his comrade used the thunder and storm, as revenge for their brother. Then the man just smiled. He fought off the attacks with a smirk on his face. The man who suddenly appeared said that Master Yecheng's skills were impressive. The attackers turned around, not understanding who this guy was, how he could think of a sudden attack. At that moment, the stranger did not understand how he dared to think about him instead of the battle, because he had no idea who he was fighting with now. At first, there were 9 guilds in Chang'an. They were called sects. For a long time there were disputes about who would represent Chang'an, and it was Master Yecheng who put an end to this conflict. He successfully eliminated the tyranny of the Green Forest of the 9 Kings. The master walked with the same man who praised him for his good work, to which he replied that it was boring. Is there really no one else who can ignite his blood? At that moment, Changyun ran down the street, loudly calling for Master Yechun and Brother Wanden, to which the master immediately said that this was serious and he wanted to listen to a lecture on responsibility and setting an example, to which Brother Wanden asked to leave it to him. He turned to the boy and asked him to calm down, asking if it was appropriate to shout while standing right in front of his master. But he, without apologizing, asked Brother Wanden to be quieter, since the master had abandoned his duties and disappeared without saying a word to anyone. Then he indignantly shouted that people from another city had gathered at the city gates, and this brought a smile to Master Yechon's face. Chongmyeon, raising his hand, explained that they were a Korean from a city called Divine, and the master laughed in response, adding that they must have encountered an interesting country. Smiling, he also said that despite the small territory, This country is famous for a large number of talented individuals, and Wanden wondered how their master could praise the enemy. Looking at the man, Yechan asked him about where so much concern came from, because did the subordinate really think that the master could lose? To which the man answered negatively. Smiling, the master also clarified what they talked about when they met and whether they agreed on a small battle, which he had assumed. The Sword King answered affirmatively, also talking about some unexpected problem. Looking at the guy, the master asked him to clarify about it, to which he said that they wanted to arrange a battle of teams of 7 people. Rubbing his chin, Yechan noted that it wouldn't be a problem, since with fewer fighters, their mages or archers' attacks wouldn't be as fast, which is why they would be able to win if they used the information that the master had recently perfected. Raising his hand, he also asked about any unusual situations, and the boy remembered that one of Ilhak swung his sword at the ambassador. The man opened his mouth and asked if it was the same child who did it, to which Jiangyun explained that there was no bloodshed since the enemy side repelled all of the master's attacks, but the master was puzzled by this fact. The boy also spread his arms and said that if his memory served him right, the swordswoman who fought him was called the Sword Demon, since she was the one who caused a lot of noise a few years ago. Smiling, Yechan also recalled the rumors, saying that he heard someone say that her swordsmanship was incredible, and Wanden exclaimed that these were just rumors, since how could one compare the skill of a young swordswoman with a master? Turning around, the swordsman added that he needed to meet her immediately, ordering his subordinates to follow him. Turning around, he also addressed the man, appointing him as the main one in the capital during his absence. The man clarified that he really didn't need to be near the master, to which he replied that the townspeople could think of many things and not just sit there if they found out that Yechan had gone somewhere. Putting his hand on the shoulder, the master explained that everyone would immediately flock here without a drop of doubt and would broadcast about the escort and greatness, and that was why the man should stay here. Wanden, lowering his head, understood that if Ilhak or another hot-tempered student showed up, then Changyun would not be able to cope with them. Waving his hand to the man, the guy said that he was counting on him. The same one said under his breath that he had no other choice anyway. Traditional roofs of buildings were visible, and a question to the guy about the strength of the sword demon was heard. Walking a little behind the master, he replied that he had never fought this man, so he could not speak with complete confidence. Turning his head towards the man, the boy also added that he had an opinion that there was someone as strong as this girl among them. The same man replied that he was already surprised to hear about the sword demon's intervention, but now he was even more surprised by the appearance of someone stronger than this girl. Lowering his head, the master realized that he should not place high hopes, but he could not calm down the excitement, as if he had become a child again, simply because he was eager to meet these people. They appeared in front of the ambassador, and he shouted at them, asking what happened. Putting a fist to his face, Yechan understood that in such a situation, one cannot challenge one of the best players to a duel without a reason, and Jongyun perfectly copes with such stupid requests through diplomacy. The boy, looking forward, asked if they could summon a ghost for him, because they had something to discuss with him. Turning around, the hero clarified whether they really wanted to see them. The ambassador answered affirmatively. Standing in front of the tent, the man explained that they were talking about a serious reason and they did not want the information to leak out. The protagonist asked if they had an escort, to which the ambassador replied negatively. Bowing his head, the young man tried to understand if the reason for their discussion was connected with his betrayal. Getting up from the box, he asked to be led to them, asking to give something to Kang to avoid misunderstandings. The girl, looking at the hero, exclaimed that she would follow him. The young man explained that he would hardly need an escort, because as long as they had heads on their shoulders, they would not attack. Nirine, opening her eyes wider, noted that the hero could not be completely sure of this, because what would people think if they saw him without an escort? Turning to her, the protagonist replied that they would simply think that he was strange. The girl added that in that case she would go with him. The guy, looking at her, realized that she was like a time bomb now, and this would be the safest way to deal with her, because her respect for him had noticeably increased after he and Ellie began to control the city with tricks. Closing his eyes, he also thought about the duration of the misunderstanding, because he already had goosebumps from thinking about the future, so it would be better if he treated the girl differently. The hero stopped. Extending his hand, the young man said that everything had already been clearly said about the meeting, because he was surprised that today the interlocutor suddenly came to talk to him. The same one explained that circumstances arose due to which he had to do this. Smiling, Jongmyeon noted that, fortunately, the reason for the circumstances came with him. The young man immediately understood that the reason was Mirin. Looking at the interlocutor, the hero asked if Ilhak's resentment was the reason. The same one answered negatively, because his master wanted to meet her. With his hands behind his back, the master greeted the hero, saying that he was just a humble old man. The boy understood that he looked too young to be called an old man. The girl, looking at the man, asked what he wanted from her. Yechan asked if she was the one called the Sword Demon who once slaughtered their people, also asking her age. The swordswoman's eyes lit up. She asked the man how he dared to ask questions about age at the first meeting and what intentions could be hidden behind this question. The young man understood that he would have to cast a protective spell on himself before they began to fight. Raising his hand, the master shouted that he only asked her about her age. The girl asked the hero how she should perceive such a thing because it looked like a mockery regardless of her thoughts. Looking at his companion, the hero asked her to answer the man, she exclaimed, but the guy explained that this was not some kind of terrible secret, but simply age. Miriam's face turned slightly red as she said that she was 23, and the master exclaimed in surprise that he couldn't believe it because he thought that she looked younger because of her skills, but she looked exactly her age. Looking at the interlocutor, the girl asked how old he was. Bowing his head, the man answered that he would be 86 this year. Looking at him, the swordswoman exclaimed, not believing this number. The guy also didn't believe it, thinking that he could give him 40 years at most. Rubbing his neck, the man explained that he was surprised himself because he didn't expect that the sword demon, about whom there were many rumors, was such a young person, and also offered her a short fight. The hero put his hand in his pocket and noted that this was a bad idea since they hadn't even settled the matter yet, since it was very reckless to come here and challenge her to a duel. The master explained that this was only the old man's request and only for 10 seconds to cross swords, adding that he would not resort to any lethal methods and if the outcome became obvious, he would stop immediately. The protagonist glanced at Miriam when she herself gave her consent. Her aura turned blue while she asked about whether the old man would go beyond the limits since it was only a short fight, adding that it would be fair if he repaid her for tearing her away from work, and all this to reduce her irritation level. Looking at the man, the hero reminded him that they only had 10 seconds. The same one thanked him for fulfilling the request. Looking at him, the guy understood that Miriam could not lose under any circumstances. Squinting, the old man realized the girl's strength. Imagining the metal in the furnace, he remembered the expression that meant it. But in the martial arts world, it has a slightly different meaning. Imagining the types of training, the man also remembered the type such as Dan, meaning 1,000 days of training, as well as Ryan, which means 10,000 training, because only in this way martial artists must train for at least 30 years to say the word Danrian. Yechon smiled, knowing that sometimes geniuses are born who can shorten the training time to 10 years and a maximum of 20 years, but this girl is only 23. And even if she picked up a sword at 10, then only 13 have passed, and she already gives off such a killing intent because she does not even rely on any special skills. Calling her with a gesture, the old man asked her to attack because he can no longer contain his curiosity. The sword was already aimed at the man's head while he was talking about how curious he was about how perfect her swordsmanship was. Suddenly, the direction of the girl's blade changed. Jongmyeon opened his mouth wide and was surprised by the incredible speed, as it was impossible to change the trajectory at such an angle. The swordsmen crossed their blades. The man jumped back a little. He smirked as he looked at his opponent. The old man blocked her strike again, exclaiming in surprise as she turned the sword and was able to block the attack with the hilt. Miriam's blade began to be enveloped in a blue aura. She dealt a series of blows to the enemy. After blocking them, the man noted that it was worthy of praise. The girl asked how he had time to talk in the midst of battle. Looking at him, she realized that she should not shed blood, as Seong-hu was worried about her, so she just needed to knock the sword out of the enemy's hands. The old man smirked as he asked about the tension that was taboo for them, as they had to fight at full strength. The energy from the attacks rose above the treetops. Jongmyeon's mouth widened. He couldn't believe that someone was fighting his master at such a level. The hero's eyes widened, not understanding how someone could fight Mirani on equal terms. The old man grinned as he said that their fight was magnificent, while Mirani noted that he was being too frank, realizing that without using aura or other tricks, he was able to repel all of her attacks. Holding his blade in front of him, the old man said that he couldn't believe that as a person who had surpassed this. The girl's techniques and defensive maneuvers were in perfect harmony, and she was incredibly brave, as she was able to achieve such heights in 10 years that others would take decades to achieve. Looking at the old man, Miriam said that she was also surprised, because he was the second person in her entire life who had such power. He immediately asked who she was talking about. Attacking him, she replied that they were not finished yet. Frowning, the man knew that she would stop considering him second after the next attack. The master delivered his strongest blow in the entire battle. The girl frowned. The hero's eyes widened when he realized that her sword was broken. Still frowning, the man asked if he was still second, realizing that he got too carried away, so he swung his sword, calculating everything, although it was a little childish, but now she would not have the heart to call him number 2. Looking at him, the girl answered affirmatively. Still holding the broken sword, she noted that she had missed the blow while expecting it, but if he decided to use this tactic again, she was sure that she could parry it, and the old man replied that he believed her because she was not so stupid as to fall for the same trick twice. Looking at her opponent, she explained that there was another man to whom she had lost dozens of times because he never used the same trick twice, because the depth of his attacks was incomprehensible, and each meeting brought her new discoveries and life lessons. The man looked at the torn clothes after she said that he had missed her blow after all. Looking at the girl, the old man concluded that she had won and he had no excuses, and also asked what kind of person she was talking about. Smiling, she replied that this person was standing in front of him, the one who was her master. With his mouth wide open, Jonghyun exclaimed. Yechon, looking at him, did not utter a word. White with fear, the hero could not understand what his companion was doing. Turning away, the master said that he had gone too far, so he would not ask him for a duel, and would also leave them, but next time he would like to see with his own eyes the greatness of the protagonist. Smiling, the old man also noted that he had not shown Miriam everything he was capable of, because he still had many aces up his sleeve, and the girl replied that she wanted to say this herself. Looking at him, she also added that if she had swung her sword with the intent to kill, they would not have come to such an absurd outcome. Grinning, the man said that it sounded scary, but they would find out about it during their next meeting, when they would fight at full strength. Turning to the hero, the swordswoman apologized because she was too confident, so she showed herself from the ugly side. The young man realized that next time someone equal to Miriam would enter the fight with him. The roofs of buildings were visible and cries of apology were heard. Walking in front of the guy, the man asked him to gather all the students because he would teach them the art of swordsmanship. Going further, Yechon also asked them to tell them that they should be ready to risk their lives, and if any of them could not cope, then he would refuse them without regret. The guy replied that he understood everything. Bowing his head, the master realized the strength of the girl with the devil's talent, but the ghost was obviously many times stronger than her and he was not looking forward to the next meeting. The young man put his head in his hands, realizing that everything went wrong from the very beginning, because he should not have gotten involved in Miriam's conflict. But if he had not refused in this situation, he would not have been able to go so far. Holding the mask in his hands, the guy thought that if only the girl was mistaken, it would be much easier, because the misunderstanding also affected their enemy. And in the worst case scenario, he would have to take off the mask and distance himself from these matters. Putting the mask back on, the hero realized that this was the worst decision that could come to his mind, because his complaints would not change anything and he just needed to weigh all the pros and cons of this situation and only then make a decision. Remembering his 3 current cards, the protagonist understood that the first was Miriam's mistake, the second meant that he was ahead of everyone in terms of characteristics, and the third meant time itself. Remembering the time card, he knew that his salvation was that after the holiday, a meeting with representatives of the High Council awaited him. Putting his hand to his face, Seong, who remembered that given his swordsmanship, mastery of magic, and all the items he possessed, his chances of winning were 40% at best. Remembering the girl, the hero understood that if he resorted to unfair tactics and was able to fight on equal terms, then what would she think in that case? Covering his face with his hands, the young man thought that if he limited himself to only a sword, magic, and some simple skills, then his chances of winning would decrease by 10%. Looking ahead, the guy realized that in order to defeat the monster, he would have to use the same monster. He also said that Miriam herself would be able to answer his questions. The hero knocked on the door, hearing a question from there about who had come. The girl's eyes widened when she heard the protagonist's request to come in for a while, asking him to wait a little because she was getting dressed. Entering the room, the guy noted that hers was empty, realizing that there was not a single book here, and the girl only used the room for sleeping. The girl opened her mouth wide and explained that she had recently done a general cleaning, which was why it was so clean, but the boy was confused as to whether she had taken out all the furniture for such a cleaning. Bowing his head, the boy called the girl's name. Approaching her, he said that he wanted to ask her a few questions about their future, asking her to answer honestly, but the girl mumbled something incoherent. Turning away, she said that she didn't think she could decide now since she needed more time, but the hero interrupted her words by asking if she could stand up to Yechon. Miriam glanced at him when he asked her to be frank. Recalling the fight with him, the girl explained that she could be at a disadvantage since the old man's skill does not originate from traditional training, because he can be compared to a solid boulder that is not capable of tricks at all, but he is imbued with experience, which is difficult to resist. It will be especially difficult to think about this or that step in the heat of battle. Looking at his companion, the hero said that apparently she would not be able to defeat him, but the girl exclaimed, saying that this is not so, because the fight includes various factors, and if she can consider all the techniques that she did not use, but suddenly interrupted. The guy, bending over a little, asked what this means. The girl explained that the man has a secret technique, so this can be regarded as an advantage, which means about 35% against her. The protagonist looked at her. The swordswoman, bowing her head, thought that the commander could be disappointed, because most likely he came to the conclusion that she is not so useful. Putting his hand to his face, the hero realized that he had to take advantage of the advantage that Marine had given him. Raising his hand, the boy explained that after the retreat, there would be a battle with Akhen, and then he wanted to have some joint training before that event. And the girl asked if it would really be a training session for both of them and the hero would train her himself, to which he answered affirmatively. Smiling, Miriam replied that she would find the time. Smirking slightly, the boy realized that he had just suspended their relationship with Miriam. Despite how everything would turn out, there was no turning back. A tall building was visible. Words were heard that the group battle had occurred in someone's absence. Someone else asked to change the plan. Bikwu, with his hands on the table, said that it was not necessary to change it, because if the ghost decided to do this, then there were reasons. Since it would be stupid of him to change the plan on a whim, Kang explained that the ghost agreed on a battle of teams of 7 people, namely Bikwu, Keen, Yei, Ghost, Marine, and the Priest Wolf. Frowning, the mage understood that the hero did not just name this number. Lowering his head, he remembered that the last battle would be ideal for Chialhyun, but unfortunately he died in the last battle. But having Wolf in their ranks brings relief. Looking towards the Spear Master, the mage asked if there was much resistance on Aiden's side, to which he responded positively. Smiling, Kang recommended that they pass this information on to everyone and turn it into an advantage, and perhaps they could pass 1 or 2 items to each person. Asking the interlocutor if there would be any problems with this, the latter answered affirmatively, inquiring why he was asking him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the spearman explained that he felt he had made a mistake somewhere, because he had decided to act at his own discretion. But since they were in a rather delicate position, there was a fear of ruining something. Baekwu noticed that the interlocutor was too worried. Looking at him, the mage also said that if they managed to buy even 1 normal class equipment with government money, the culprit would be Ayan. But in a situation like this, he prefers not to talk about it, and even if he notices that they are spending money on such a stupid thing, he will have to hide their spending. Putting his hand on the table, Kang asked again about spending on stupid things. The guy explained that it was just a figure of speech because they should not worry about internal political conflicts when facing an enemy of such a level. Extending his hand to the interlocutor, he also added that now they only need to train, asking if he called a meeting. Smiling, Kang explained that they told him that they were too busy and did not have time for group training. Baekwu, looking at him, frowned. A cave was visible. The mage explained that it was important to practice synchronization and hone coordination during a group battle, because everyone who survived that mission had fully completed the 3rd awakening, and each of them had not yet fully mastered the power they had gained. The hero stood in front of the girl, while someone explained that some decided that it was better to spend time on personal training than on clumsy attempts to unite. The guy closed his eyes. Smiling, the girl asked him to help her hone her skills. Standing in front of her, the young man asked what the sword meant to the girl. She explained that when she squeezed the handle of the blade, she felt free from everything. Lowering her head, Miriam added that she felt a surge of happiness when she had the opportunity to swing it. Nothing brought her more pleasure than the awareness of her growth in the use of weapons, because the sword made up for her shortcomings. The young man grinned, knowing that he had expected such an answer, because in order to mislead the girl, he, Boren, and Uchida had foreseen countless outcomes. Covering his face with his hand, the boy told the girl that he had expected this and that he was disappointed in her. With her eyes wide open, she asked him to explain the reason. Covering his mouth with his hand, the hero realized that he had shocked his companion, which is why he would have to speak to her more formally. Taking hold of the hilt of his sword, the protagonist explained that from that moment on, he would begin to attack her and this would last until sunset. The girl's task would be to withstand each of his blows, or to counterattack, but it depended only on her. Pointing the blade at her, the hero added that if she did not change by the end of the battle, then they would have to go their separate ways, and the girl, not understanding, exclaimed. Having made the first lunge, the young man noted that she had already understood everything, so they needed to begin. Jumping back, he also asked if the meaning of his words had not reached her, or if she wanted to show that she was ready to break off their relationship. The girl shouted in denial. Taking out her sword from its sheath, she was dumbfounded by the commander's words, because she still could not get them into her head, but if she continued to stand dumbfounded, the hero could stop caring about her. Bowing his head, the young man knew that for Miriam he was an incredible teacher, so she often tensed up from his even the most insignificant movements, and it was thanks to this that they could fight on equal terms with her like now. Imagining himself in the girl's eyes, the hero understood that she imagined him as a skilled swordsman, whose skill she could only dream of, and Miriam's delusions were the most important part of the game that would soon begin. Looking at her, the young man uttered the word greatness, which meant a skill that allowed her to inflict a powerful weakening based on different characteristics. He rushed to attack, realizing that in a fight with the girl he would have to use his entire arsenal of abilities, using the Heavenly Demon's rule. The girl took hold of the handle of the second blade, while the boy remembered that the Heavenly Demon's rule is a technique that has a huge impact on the enemy with each subsequent step, and during a defeat by this technique, the enemy is forced to tense the lower part of the body so as not to be crushed by the weight. The young man swung the blade, deciding to suddenly remove the technique. The girl began to fall. She landed on the ground. Sitting, Marine was surprised by how the commander defeated her. Rushing to attack, she realized that being closer to her, Sung-hoon gave her an excellent opportunity. Intercepting the blade, she used the Sword of Victory. The young man parried the blow, asking the girl if she was going to fight at all. Grinning, the guy said that the lack of a meeting room really sounded optimistic. The swordswoman's face was sweating because she knew she couldn't win. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. Dodging the blow, he realized that due to the expansion of time, it seemed as if it had slowed down to the limit. In this case, he would be able to avoid the blow, but he would lose his balance later. His foot was trapped because the boy knew that in the real fight he had sustained a small injury. The hero rested his foot on it. Suddenly, the boy quickly jumped forward. Stopping, he realized that after numerous modifications, he was able to complete a one-time set, laying it around this mountain at different points in space, like mines. But of course, this will bring certain problems if he steps on them himself. But the protagonist thought of this too, because only he knows how to activate them, because it is necessary to step on them at a certain angle and with a specific force. Thinking back to his battles with the top players, he knew that if his opponent was any of them, Seong-hu would not be able to guarantee a perfect victory, so he had no choice but to make a desperate attempt at analysis, because he knew Marine better than anyone in this world. Looking back, she was surprised by her opponent's speed, because he did not even bend his knees once. They continued to exchange blows, while the boy thought that they were fighting equally even though he used evaporation to raise his agility stat to the limit. Suddenly, a blue aura began to gather around him due to the use of Dispersion New Aura, because if he showed Miriam that he was going to kill her, he would not even be able to match her. The swordswoman sweated on her face because she realized that the sword was swirling like smoke, therefore the enemy hid the real one, and if she brushed off this illusion, she would be instantly cut into pieces. Moreover, a blow with such a sword is fraught with death and agony. She used a transfer spell, realizing that the hero was really trying to kill her. The girl was right under him. Again, their blades clashed. The young man, looking at her, knew that if this continued, he would not be able to resort to the plan, so he should grit his teeth and continue to think with all his might. The swordswoman hung over him in the air. Jumping back to the tree, the guy decided to pretend to retreat temporarily. Moving away even more, the young man thought that items would also be part of the skills and used the hero's falls to restore health and mana. Marion stood frowning, and the hero realized that despite the fact that he disappeared from her field of vision for only a second, their dynamics were noticeably different, but this was frightening. Smiling, the girl knew that the commander was attacking her with the utmost sincerity, and it was truly scary. Having made a lunge, she realized that she wanted to face this fear and overcome it. Their blades clashed again. Sweat appeared on the swordswoman's face. She was surprised by the speed of her opponent, because she could not even detect him, and swinging the sword after careful consideration may be too late. And since she must trust the instincts that she honed in training, because thanks to great experience, she brought the use of the sword to automatism. Continuing the attacks, Marion understood that she perfectly blocked the path she should take, and if she retreated now, Sun-hoon would use the moment to attack. Her blade is aimed straight at the guy's shoulder, because she knew that she had no choice but to continue moving. Suddenly, she jumped back. The young man smiled, feeling the heat, because he didn't even have time to think about his next attacks, and he had never felt anything like this. Swinging his blade, the boy thought that things were already bad enough, because he needed to inflict at least a minor injury on the swordswoman, because he wanted to bring to life a scenario in which, by exploiting the girl's weaknesses, he could rid himself of his own inferiority. Imagining the desired end of the battle, when the boy says that he finally decided to overcome the wall that was himself, the hero planned exactly that. Swinging his sword once more, the young man understood that in this case, he needed to inflict at least one wound on her, because if the protagonist were to lose after such a serious attack, then such words would be completely inappropriate. The girl dodged this blow, and the hero could not see the reason why he could not inflict at least one blow on her. The girl, looking at this attack, noted that it looked like a series of mediocre blows. As she dodged another attack, she realized that the captain's stance always seemed overly open, but every time she tried to strike at an unprotected spot, the enemy parried her blows, most likely deliberately demonstrating weaknesses to provoke an attack. With her eyes widened, she thought about not attacking right away. Crossing both of her blades, the swordswoman used the combination skill, deciding to try her guess at least once. The young man, noticing this attack, realized that it was a cross strike, capable of hitting both the neck and head at the same time, which would be a bit risky. Lowering his head, the boy decided that since he could not use magic at close range, and the closest set was 4 steps away from his location, he should simply dodge to avoid the collision. Suddenly, the world in his eyes turned upside down. He saw his body, not understanding what was happening. The hero looked to the side, seeing his body quite far away. His head was cut off. Seong-Hu opened his eyes wide. Clutching his heart, he didn't understand why he was still alive. Imagining how he was supposed to be beheaded, he realized that it was just a hallucination caused by a feeling of fear. Sweating, the boy thought about how the hallucination felt real. Looking at Marion's techniques, the warrior thought that if he turned around, the illusions could become reality. Lowering his head, he decided that he did not have time to think, so he had to move forward with acceleration while his opponent was under the influence of the heavenly demon. Making a dash towards the girl, the thought occurred to him that this was a real suicide, since at this rate he would lose his head before he reached the safe zone. Looking from under his brows, he decided to completely rely on intuition. The swordswoman crossed her blades. Crouching, Seong-Hu realized that this was the moment to attack. Standing up to his full height, the protagonist managed to dodge the attack. He made a strike. The girl avoided it. Having tripped his opponent, the fighter decided to block her ankle with his foot. Looking down, Marine thought that she needed to correct her stance. The young man grabbed her by the waist. Raising her sword up, she reasoned that if she had been standing with her back to him, she would have definitely missed the blow. The swordsman grabbed his opponent's wrist. Looking at the girl's legs, he realized that she had shackled his wrist and now there was no way to move his body, and if he lost to his partner, everything would be over. Taking his leg away, he decided that he needed to catch Marion's pace, even if it took all his strength. Without letting go of her hand, the pair continued to fight. Looking at the guy, the girl said that this did not look like a sword fight. Smiling, he decided to buy himself some time by talking and asked what it was like. Trying to break free, she said that their fight was more like a dance and accused her opponent of underestimating her, to which he replied that he considered her a serious opponent. With her mouth wide open, Marion said that the swordsman was trying to defeat her with brute force, not with swordsmanship. Lowering his head, he said that she had a lot to learn. A moment later, he threw the girl back. Sliding on the ground, she heard from the mentor that he would have to continue the attack until she understood. Raising his palm, he urged the swordswoman to attack. Looking into the ball, Loki reasoned that Seong-Hu had excellent abilities and could approach any situation rationally. Smiling, the deity thought that now he was fighting in a battle where his life was at stake, which meant that he had taken the first step into the world of masters. Looking ahead, the fighter felt something had changed in him, although he still hadn't gained an advantage over the girl. Reflecting her attacks, he was glad that he could at least parry them. Looking ahead, Marion couldn't understand why her opponent was making some ridiculous movements instead of teaching him. Remembering his words about the boy considering her a serious opponent, she thought that she wouldn't have to think about such things in a fight with another opponent. Putting the sword aside, the warrior thought that there was some meaning behind his actions. The girl's eyes widened as she caught the thought. Thinking back to her recent fight, she reasoned that the sword had captivated her when she relied solely on it to survive. Imagining Sung-Hoon above her, she continued to think that in that case, their skill gap would narrow and sooner or later, the girl would be surpassed. As she imagined their battle, Marion realized that she could have bitten the boy in the neck or headbutted him while he was holding her hands. As she thought about him, the swordswoman thought about his words about using other items. As she recalled their performance, she realized their importance due to the experience that raised her level of combat skill. As she imagined her mentor, the girl noticed that despite his high level of swordsmanship, he did not use them to resolve certain situations, but eliminated threats at the stage of their inception or resorted to other methods of conflict resolution. Lowering her head, Marion thought that she understood Sung-Hoon's attempts to tell her about the need to use other strategies. Looking at the boy, she said that she needed to break out of her usual environment and not set limits. The protagonist, putting his hand to his mouth, thought that he should not break the rhythm. Standing opposite each other, the swordsman stated that the girl was limiting herself to her swordsmanship, to which she asked if he had realized this since their first meeting and heard an affirmative answer. Looking at the floor, the warrior said that she understood this. Without taking his eyes off his ally, the young man said that he himself was limiting his swordsmanship potential for the sake of greater combat effectiveness. Imagining a cracked shell, the swordswoman thought about how she had been trapped in the framework set for her all this time. Beginning to cry, she was disappointed that she had only realized this now. With his eyes wide open, Seong-Hu could not understand why his partner was crying. Opening his mouth, Marion said that she did not know how to repay her for his help. Clutching the blade in her hand, she promised that as long as she lived, she would be on the side of the protagonist. Smiling, she said that she would live by his will as if by her own and asked him to stay by his side. Holding back a smile, the boy thought that he wanted to get this over with quickly. The divine city was visible. There were people standing on the street, and the reasons why they entrusted their fates to the outcome of the battle were explained, the first of which was to minimize damage in preparation for the final battle. Ye and Kang were standing in the crowd, and at that time the second reason was voiced, which was that a few people had enough strength to convince the others. On the table were various weapons, and at the same time it was explained that in addition to intangible rewards such as secret information and connections, Xiang, who also had tangible ones, standing around the table with weapons, Thoth said that he hoped for their joint consideration, to which Kang replied that they were here to divide the items lying around and each should take 2 pieces. Looking at the equipment, Biku remembered that their acquisition of legendary items made him work hard. The bespectacled boy watched as Aion took the mace and cape. He remembered that the mace was called the Justice Court and it strengthened the counterattack with divine power, and the cape was called the Holy Spirit Law and it protected against attacks below a certain level. Lowering his head, Ye took the dagger and cap. Smiling, the priest took the cross and boots. Crossing his arms, the spearman decided that there was no equipment that he needed that would increase the level of endurance. Taking the short and long spear, he said that he would use them. Looking at the weapons, Xianghu decided to take the most expensive items since the rest were useless to him. Looking at Mirin with the ring in her hands, Baekwa asked her if she was sure about her choice, to which he received an affirmative answer. Putting his fist to his mouth, he thought that the ring called the Pact of Agreement suited her the least. Standing in front of the table, the bespectacled man was explaining the battle plan, which involved dividing the fighters into 2 groups, the first of which included Kang, Ye, Aion, and himself, while the second consisted of the Ghost, Mirin, and Wolf. Introducing the houses in the city, he continued by saying that people from the Divine City were usually divided into classes. Looking ahead, Yechan was afraid that his opponents had quickly raised their skills. Introducing Mirin, he decided that the Ghost would be the main problem. A large house in Chang'an City was visible, from which Yechan's words could be heard, saying that among the enemies, there were 2 people who were comparable to him in strength or even superior to him. Crossing his arms, the man said that his team would definitely lose if they attacked head-on, so he suggested that Jongyun skip the battle. Bowing his head, the man said that a dark healer would take his place. The fighters looked thoughtfully at their leader. Facing them, he asked if anyone had any objections. The men lowered their heads and agreed with the leader. Smiling, he thought that he found their unwavering faith touching. Throwing up his hands, the sword master ordered that an envoy be sent to the healer immediately. Holding the sword in his hands, he mentally apologized to Mirin and Senhun for not being able to fight with honor like a true warrior. Walking behind his comrades, the ghost hummed a melody. Looking at the magicians, he advised them to be more cheerful because then luck would favor them. Looking at the sorcerers laughing nervously, Kang thought that they were crazy. Turning his gaze to the protagonist, he thought that he was acting differently. Smiling, the guy turned to the man with questions about his worries, to which the man replied that he was worried about Senhun. Making a sweet face, the man asked about the reason for his worries. Keeping his head straight, the warrior thought that the protagonist's sincere calm irritated him. Looking ahead, the protagonist reflected on how his battle with Mirin had made him much more confident in his abilities. When they met their opponents, they asked if they were late, to which they answered that the heroes had decided to come early. Raising his hand, Yechan offered his opponents breakfast, to which he received a negative answer. Smiling, the sword master said that young people these days are very cold-blooded. Looking sideways, Kang thought that this was the same swordsman who was considered Mirin's equal. The protagonist smelled a strange smell. Looking at the old man, he could not understand who he was. Staring straight at him, the boy assumed that he was using poison. Pointing his finger at Senhun, the old man began to yell at him because he was looking at him. Exhaling, the young man said that there was no law that would prohibit doing this. The dark healer opened his mouth wide and shouted that the youth had no manners at all. The boy spread his arms and declared that the old man was the only one who had come to such a conclusion after meeting him. Yechan approached the old man from behind and ordered him to stop. Putting his hands behind his back, the man in the white robe told the old man to stop acting like a child. Remembering the old man's hands, the ghost was sure that there were needles on his sleeve and assumed that the old man was a healer. Closing his eyes, the sword master suggested returning to the previous conversation. Standing in a forest clearing, the Chinese warriors proposed to hold a battle within the forest and determine the outcome of the battle in the event that one of the parties was unable to fight. Kang bowed his head and accepted the offer. The priestess declared that the outcome of the duel would decide the fate of the city. Loki watched as the battle began. Leading the opponents, the judge asked them to choose a starting point. Kang, opening his mouth, chose the top of the slope. Standing behind the swordsman, the old man said that their team would be positioned by the lake. Holding the staff in his hands, Baekwu could not understand the logic of the opponents because they saw a mage in their team. Looking back at the healer, Yechan asked him if he was sure of his choice, to which the healer suggested that he ask to switch positions. One of the Chinese fighters, his mouth wide open, shouted at the old man not to talk in such a tone to their master, but he stopped his henchman because he and the healer were the same age. Turning his head, the sword master asked about the reason for such a choice. Imagining the slope of the mountain, he explained that with the location of the enemies, they would have a good view of the Chinese team, so it would be better to hide in the forest. Keeping his hands behind his back, Yechon said that he could not understand such a simple truth, to which the old man got angry because he realized that he was simply testing him. Smiling, the healer suggested that the opponents were very strong. The swordsman frowned and said that the opponents had 2 fighters on their side who were equal in strength to him. Folding his arms, the old man thought that he had always sought the strength of his commander, so those opponents were terrifying. Looking ahead, the old man said that his ally had met worthy opponents today. Smiling, he said that he relied on the healer. Putting his hand into his sleeve, the dark healer thought that they could begin. Holding the needles between his fingers, he decided that today everyone would test his technique. The straight sword flew towards the opponent. The spearhead moved towards it. The 2 weapons clashed. Raising an eyebrow, Kang was surprised that the enemy was so strong that he was able to block a frontal attack. As he blocked the blow, he reasoned that since the enemy began to slowly retreat, the spearman still had the advantage in brute force. A moment later, the enemy attacked from below. Baring his teeth, the man realized that his opponent also relied on agility. Red threads entangled him. A second later, they pulled him away from a powerful blow. Lowering his head, Yi advised him to be more careful because the enemy team was very strong. Making a sad face, Kang thought that if it weren't for Baeku's enhancements, he would have already lost due to the enormous strength and agility of the Chinese fighters. Using a spell, the magician told the spearman that he would cover him. A needle flew into the cast spell, covering his face from the explosion. The sorcerer realized that something was neutralizing his magic. Imagining his allies, he recalled their location. Lowering his head, he was surprised that the strongest representatives of the Divine City were held back by only 3 people and realized that it was a mistake to split up with the swordsmen. They looked at their enemy. Earlier, Yechon and his henchmen met with other opponents. Smiling, the sword master suggested starting the fight. Moving behind his opponents, he apologized. Baeku recalled that he broke through Wolf and Kang's defense in one fell swoop. Standing between his enemies, the man in the white robe said that they should find another place. Looking at the protagonist, he said that this also applied to him. Smiling, the guy said that his opponent could not go wherever he wanted. Preparing to take the sword, he said that this was not an offer. Unsheathing the blade, he said that this was a notice. A moment later, an explosion was heard. Holding a spear, Kang ordered to regroup. Having blocked his opponent's strike with his weapon, he thought that their strength was equal to the best players. Casting a spell, Baeku reasoned that at this rate, he and the swordsman would soon be separated. A needle flew towards the magic projectile. Looking at the explosion, the mage could not understand how one could use such a reckless tactic. Keeping his hands behind his back, Yechon said that he and the swordsman had not seen each other for a long time. Sun Hu greeted the man with a smile. The girl frowned and looked at her mentor, not wanting to waste time on conversations. Laughing, the sword master did not think that the protagonist had managed to turn the formidable warrior into an obedient lamb. Putting his sword back in its sheath, Mirin said that no matter how brightly the firefly shines, it still cannot reach the light of the sun, to which the man replied that he would compare her not to a bug, but to the moon. She explained that the firefly's light was the dimmest she had ever seen, hinting that her opponent was not much different from her. Lowering his head, he realized that the girl believed in the gap between herself and the phantom. Making an angry face, the guy was unhappy that his partner made him look like a stupid fanatic. Closing his eyes, the young man reasoned that their enemy was treating them with caution since he had only brought the 2 of them here. Looking at Sung-hoon, Yechon offered him a deal. Smiling, the young man said that the most effective way would be to kill everyone who was in their way and end the battle quickly. Closing his eyes, the sword master repeated the ghost's words. Keeping his hands behind his back, he convinced the hero that for a warrior of his level, this matter would seem very simple. Raising his head, the man said that he was offering a condition from a position of honor. Remembering the old man, Yechon reasoned that he had deliberately replaced Yongyeon with him because of his knowledge of acupuncture, which could give him an advantage in the fight with the ghost. Smiling, he asked to let him and Mirin fight one-on-one. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that these were ideal conditions because he did not want to face someone of her partner's level. The protagonist, who began to say that he agreed, was interrupted by the girl, who refused such a battle. Making a surprised face, the man could not believe what he heard. Opening his mouth wide, Sun Hu asked why she refused. Looking at his opponent, Mirin explained that in the past she would have agreed, but now she could not accept the offer. Looking at the swordswoman, Yechon guessed that she was unsure of her abilities. Looking forward, the girl stated that the offer of a duel had nothing to do with the battle that was going on. Sweating, the guy reasoned that if he followed her wishes, he would be condemning himself to death. Raising his hand, the ghost said that he himself would accept the offer, which greatly surprised his partner. Looking at him, the girl did not understand why the teacher had changed his attitude towards such offers today, and he explained that it was rare to have the opportunity to fight someone of equal strength. Nodding his head towards the enemy, he said that it would be interesting to see the face of the man and his assistants after defeat. Frowning, they were furious at his words. Smiling, Marion agreed with the mentor's arguments. Sweating, Yechon noticed that everything was going according to plan, but something was wrong. Looking at his opponents, he thought that 3 students who were enhanced by acupuncture might not be enough. Closing his eyes, the sword master called the girl to follow him. The opponents in front of the protagonist disappeared. Folding his arms, the guy introduced himself as Wanden, Yechon's first student, but the ghost interrupted him by saying that he did not need to know their names. Looking at the 3, he suggested calling them funny nicknames. Looking away, he said that they would have to fight anyway, so talking was useless. Rushing to the attack, the Chinese fighter was furious at the protagonist's words. He made a strike. Xianghu dodged it. Making a surprised face, the attacker thought that he had easily dodged his best attack, despite the fact that he himself was enhanced by magic. Frowning, Vanden thought that even a piece of paper would have difficulty slipping between the sword and the ghost's skin. Looking ahead, the boy thought that even his teacher had not dodged like that. Watching their opponent jump onto a tree, the warriors shouted that he was a coward. Smiling, he only laughed at their words. Lowering his head, the first student said that he did not run away, but retreated. Opening his mouth wide, he declared that they should not separate. Standing in a forest clearing, the fighters decided to coordinate every step with each other in order to lure the swordsman into a trap. The tops of the trees were visible. Sitting on a branch, the boy was glad that he was not cut. Remembering the past minutes, he thought about how he had quietly dropped something from his luggage for a further attack, but had to use it to hide. Remembering the healer's face, Xianghu guessed that he had used acupuncture enhancement on his opponents. Opening the book, he decided that it didn't matter and prepared to begin his strategy. Various long-range magic was being sent at the opponents. Wanden, frowning, could not believe that someone with such a high level of combat skill would decide to learn other techniques, because the man always thought of such actions by strong players as something like entertainment or a hobby. They rushed to attack, and the man shouted to his comrades to disperse and dodge, using sword energy to dispel the attack, because such a worthless spell could easily be removed with a sword. Smiling, the hero noted that unfortunately for them, he was not going to limit himself to killing only 1 or 2 of them, because he was very interested in seeing how long the opponents could hold out. Numerous magic projectiles were sent at the fighter. The protagonist, still grinning, knew that the power might weaken, but if he could detonate them before the traps were destroyed, he would be 1 step ahead, because with the characteristics he received after the 3rd awakening, the guy could create 10 explosions at once. The man raised his head, saying that this was crazy. More magical attacks were directed at him. Pointing his sword at his opponents, the hero asked them to be even more furious. Bakuku, looking at the dispelled spell, was perplexed. Looking at his ally, the guy was surprised that even the bright illusion magic that he had intentionally managed to cast, along with the soundless formless spells, dissipated due to the light breaking through from nowhere, but nothing had changed since the beginning of the battle. Despite the numerical advantage of 5 against 3, their chances were still equal. Some red threads began to appear around Minju. Yei tied him up, shouting that it was time to attack, and the spearman shouted at him to continue like this. Suddenly, Kang's eyes widened, noticing something. He managed to repel the sudden attack with his spear. Wolf, approaching his opponent, knew that he had to break through the encirclement since the swordsman and the assassin were tied up. Minju attacked the priest, exclaiming that how dare he run away. The old man noted that he was quite agile, but his opponent exclaimed that he did not know what prompted a man who was far from fighting to join the battle, but what was important was that he would meet his end now. Grinning, the man realized that the only weapon the priest could use was some miserable dagger, and because of this, he would be killed in 1 blow. Suddenly, the old man's hands were covered in a golden glow. Waving his arms, the apostle repelled the attacks. Holding the dagger in front of his face, he noted that it was unpleasant, but now it was his turn to attack. Gritting his teeth, his opponent was surprised that he could tell the difference between an illusion and a real sword strike, also not understanding why he couldn't move his sword. The priest made an attack with the dagger aimed at the opponent's face. The man managed to free himself, realizing that this happened due to the impact on the pressure point on his hand with all the energy he had. Looking at the apostle who jumped back, Minju realized that this was all due to the defensive technique that Mr. Yechon taught him. Wolf, looking at his opponent, suggested that he stop this pointless fight and start something more constructive, but the man did not immediately understand what he meant. The priest spread his arms and asked his opponent what he thought about moving to a place filled with only happiness, free from pain, adding that by simply approaching, The priest would finish everything before he felt anything, and the man shouted at him that he was crazy. Ninja saw Yi running away. The old man, smiling, asked him not to resist the purification. Suddenly, a certain blue magic attack hit him. His body was covered in wounds. While healing, he realized that all these people were the same. Watching Kang fight, the priest realized that they were able to destroy walls and split the earth with one swing, but at the same time they were connected by a common understanding of the original world. Holding a dagger in his hands, the old man knew that their characteristics could only be used by the commander and the ghost. Suddenly, the spearman noticed something flying at his back. The boy parried the attack with his spear. Another attack with a throwing weapon was aimed at him, and he knew that as soon as he was distracted, they would appear to fray his nerves. The spear master spun the weapon to defend himself. Dodging another attack, the spearman knew that each of these guys had incredible skills and characteristics, but their teamwork left much to be desired. Miju, smiling, realized that even having strengthened his physical abilities with the help of acupuncture, resorting to using techniques honed during hard training, he still did not reach the level of the enemy, and this was extremely humiliating. But the only thing that calmed him down was that he could successfully scare away all the danger from himself, albeit with difficulty. Looking at his healer, the man mentally addressed him, asking about whether all this acupuncture could suddenly stop working. The same one advised him not to worry, because with such characteristics he could hold out for about half a day. Grinning, the old man remembered that if he also continued to use the buffs, then by the end of the time his stats would decrease by 100. The mage spell appeared above his head again. He threw his throwing weapon at it, causing it to dissipate. Frowning, the healer understood that they were barely holding on, which meant that the result depended only on them, also not doubting Yechon's defeat. Biku, holding the staff in his hands, thought that their enemies' goals were simply to tie their hands, because only 3 remained, and 4 left with Mirin and the Master, which meant that they saw the ghost as a great threat. Remembering Yechon, the boy knew that he was fighting their swordswoman. The spearman and the assassin were in the heat of battle when they suddenly heard the mage's voice in their heads that this letter was a spell, and he asked them not to show it, but just listen. With his head down, Baku spoke about how in order to be more effective in this battle, they needed to follow the enemy's rhythm, and if any of their team tried to break through to the ghosts, and Mirin to save them, there was a high chance that they would be picked off one by one. The mage was behind the spearman, still relaying the message that they needed to completely subdue the 3 in front of them before they could think about pulling the trigger, as impatience would lead to their defeat now. Suddenly, Baku looked to the side, noticing Kang, smiling, listened to the mage's words that from now on, the spearmaster needed to distract the enemies and try to occupy all their attention as much as possible, as he would ask Wolf to cast a buff and heal on him, and Ian needed to conserve as much divine power as he could. The spearman was surprised that the mage was able to come up with a plan in the heat of battle, while giving clear orders. An enemy was approaching the spearmaster to attack. The boy managed to repel it. The spearman gritted his teeth, listening to the mage's request not to be distracted. He lowered his head, about to ask what they were going to do if the ghost and the swordswoman could not hold out. Looking at the staff, the mage decided to try something that could leave them in a sorry state. Taking it in both hands, he knew that he would have no choice but to burn the entire forest, but he would only use that as a last resort. The canopy of the forest shook from the countless attacks. The master, fighting the girl, knew that the outcome of this battle depended on each battle, and what's more, after facing Mirin, he would also have to fight a ghost that was stronger than this girl. The swordswoman frowned, realizing that she had already tried everything, from frontal attacks to more unconventional methods of fighting, but none of it had brought good results, and now she understood why her captain had set up this situation. Turning away, she noted that it was becoming tiresome to continue wasting time, because at this rate the second battle would end before theirs, adding that she had a suggestion. Frowning, the master realized that he had missed, although it was very close. Standing before him, the swordswoman asked if the enemy was going to attack, since if he continued to drag out the battle, they would never come to an end, so she was giving up the turn, but the old man did not understand this. With a slight bow of her head, the girl explained that if he was unable to defeat even someone like her, instead only continuing to drag out the battle, then fighting a ghost would make him look ridiculous, so she offered such an opportunity. Also bowing his head, the master noted that the girl's behavior was too arrogant, because did she not think before speaking like that? Lowering her blades, the swordswoman said that she only thought of 2 options, namely victory or defeat. Grinning, she added that she also considered him an opponent that she could defeat. Covering his face with his hand, Yechon burst into laughter. Throwing one blade to the ground, Mirin advised to negotiate again, because even after this, he did not want to meet halfway. Taking a fighting stance, the master noted that his opponent was incredibly arrogant, realizing that no one in his entire life had provoked him so brazenly, because the swordswoman in front of him was not even 30, but she was so confident in her victory. They clashed in battle again. The old man swung his sword for another attack. Suddenly reflecting the girl's attack, he said that, as he had noticed earlier, The girl skillfully uses a sword with either hand. The same one explained that she saw no problem, since the weapon was hardly different from her limbs. Grinning, the old man said that there were many people in the world who were not even able to keep track of their own hands. Realizing that he was a master of wielding an unlimited number of weapons, and was not half as strong as Miriam, especially in using 2 swords at the same time. Looking at her, he realized that her movements were honed like a machine and there was not a single unnecessary movement, as if she had copied the techniques from textbooks, and such skill could only be demonstrated by a person who had dedicated her life to training for decades, and even he could not do such a thing. Continuing to repel the swordswoman's attacks, the master explained that in his younger years he often walked around the neighborhood and tried to swing his sword as many times as possible in one breath or create effective techniques that could impress others. Closing his eyes, he added that he had encountered masters in battle and taken their best techniques for himself to create the highest martial art. The girl noted that he no longer cared, and the old man replied that as he grew older, he realized that there was no point in this. Smiling, the master explained that this was not for him at all, because from that moment on he began to discard unnecessary parts of these effective techniques, shortening and simplifying them, thanks to which, over the decades, he was able to create the perfect fighting style that suited him. Looking back on his training, Yechon remembered that he had realized something during the process, because no matter how effective a technique looked, it always consisted of basic movements, namely an attack, a lunge, a block or a parry, and only after years of wandering did he finally return to where he started. Crossing blades with the girl, the old man also said that he no longer needed to swing the sword countless times, because he did everything as many times as required for a particular battle. Pushing the swordswoman away, the old man reminded him that he only used the movements he was most familiar with. Jumping back, he said that considering that over 10 years of training the girl had honed her skills to a level comparable to his, then this was quite impressive. The same one explained that she could not be called special, because others simply did not reach her level, but besides, there were people stronger than her. Remembering the hero, Yechon asked if she was talking about him, because this man was also remarkable, but did the girl notice something strange about him, because why did she think that the old man could fight 2 such strong people? Finding himself right in front of Miriam, the master added that the answer was already obvious, because he already knew for sure that he could defeat her. The girl managed to parry his blow. Smiling, the old man noted that now her face looked more interesting. With her eyes wide open, the swordswoman was surprised that she was struck by such a simple and oblique attack, although she was confident in her defense. Swinging his sword, the master said that many people climb the stairs step by step, gradually rising higher and higher, but her talent is like a bird, because she does not need to walk, since she is able to fly to an incredible height, but the swordswoman should also remember something very well. Swinging his blade, he shouted at her that even if she reached the same height, she would encounter the difficulties she had avoided during the climb. Frowning, the warrior realized that physical defense was not working and in this case, she should use a dense defensive aura even if it limited her movements. Dodging another attack, she was surprised that her new defense fell away so easily again. Swinging his sword again, the old man said that the face of the opponent spoke for itself. Preparing to attack, he knew that she had dropped her sword. Suddenly, sweat appeared on his face. Looking at her, the master understood that on an instinctive level he felt that getting closer was too dangerous. Jumping back, the old man said that in the ordinary world he would have an advantage now, but here his level is not enough to win. Swinging his blade, Yechon noted that he had only torn his opponent's clothes and would probably have to attack more aggressively, while the girl responded approvingly, beginning to understand what was going on. Looking at the swordswoman, the old man asked if she had managed to understand anything during their short dialogue. Marine noted that his sword looked slow, but was actually fast, and no one could handle it. Standing in front of her, he answered affirmatively, adding that it was truly frightening, because when swords crossed, someone inevitably broke, and the master simplified the process as much as possible, so he did it quickly and efficiently. Bowing his head, the old man asked her what she was going to do. Also lowering her head, the girl did not answer. She knew that even if he saw the technique, she could not copy it. Remembering the crossed blades, she understood that they were standing on the same ground. But years of experience and hundreds of hours of training mattered greatly, because the decisive role was played by how they all ended up here. Imagining the old man, she understood that until now she had never encountered a technique that she could not copy, as if an insurmountable wall had suddenly grown in front of her. Remembering the hero, Mary knew that this was not the first time she felt this way, because if it were the first time, she would have already fallen into despair, but a wall many times larger and higher than this one was already growing in front of her. Swinging her blades, the swordswoman realized that her opponent was strong, but still weaker than the protagonist. Their swords crossed again. The old man noted that her left and right swords moved independently of each other, and could she really have mastered such a technique? Moving towards the enemy, the girl answered affirmatively. The master said that she was more reckless than he expected, and now her chances of winning were increasing. The swordswoman explained that she had been planning to tell him something for a long time. Stopping, she explained that he was talking too much, because he should have shut his mouth by now. The old man apologized, adding that from now on he would express himself exclusively through actions. Their blades crossed again. Jumping back, Miriam realized that if the enemy had swung his sword a little faster or reflected both of her swords, she would have lost her head. Staring intently at the enemy, the girl thought about the fact that his sword was constantly moving at the same speed. But this technique cannot be used several times in a row. Besides, it cannot be accelerated, but it is slow and simple, but it penetrates the enemy's defense. Her swords were covered with their characteristic auras as she decided to defeat the enemy with numbers. Gritting his teeth, the master realized that he would lose if he made even one mistake, but on the other hand, if he could withstand all of Miriam's attacks, then victory would be his, and their battle would determine what was better, the natural talent of this child or the accumulated experience of many years. The forest continued to shake from the blows. Fiery magic projectiles flew from above. The fighters cut them with their blades. Smiling, the hero explained that it was best to dodge or block magic with a shield, because there was no point in waving swords, which was equivalent to bragging, since the young man was counting on something else. Looking at the protagonist, Vanden shouted at him that he was a bastard, but the boy asked him not to be angry. Raising the book, the hero used a raging snowstorm spell. Repelling the attacks with ice, the man was surprised by the strength of the young man, because he was stronger than high-level mages. Frowning, the opponent mentally addressed the priest, saying that if nothing changed, they would simply continue to play with him, asking him to come up to throw towards the ghost, realizing that he was asking for a lot, but asking only to shackle the ghost's movements. Also frowning, the second fighter replied that he would do it anyway, even if it ended his life. Looking at them, the hero was surprised that they suddenly froze in the middle of the field, although they had previously been chasing him as if their lives depended on it. But it was obvious that they had something in mind. Vanden released energy from his sword, shouting for the young man to try the steel ricochet on himself. The protagonist stepped on a trap. Dodging, the guy realized that they had shown insane speed, and more than once, but almost caught it, but thanks to the traps, he was able to keep his distance from the enemies. The priest sat on Vanden's sword, realizing that he had to catch up with the hero. Covering his face with his hand, the man flew after the ghost. Vanden, looking at the ghost, shouted that he would not let him go, but the young man understood that he had to deal with him before the rest arrived. Turning around, he said that he was already ashamed to admit it. Swinging his sword, the guy explained that he was a sociophobe using evaporation. The priest flew away from him. The hero understood that he had to defeat him, no matter what, before his brother arrived. The protagonist extended his sword at him and the priest noticed that his opponent was smiling. Suddenly, the man began to fall down. He fell because of the trap under his foot. Wide-eyed, Vanden called out to him. The young man pierced his brother with his sword. The blade pierced his head. After throwing the corpse off the sword, Seonghu knew that he had easily dealt with it by using the escape kit as a trap, but the chances of them getting caught were extremely low, so it was most likely due to his luck attribute. Looking at the opponents, the boy began to explain the reasons why he liked wearing a mask. Smiling, the boy explained that it bothered him when someone else's blood got on his face. One of the men sat down on a branch. Wanden, bowing his head, remembered that the teacher had praised their opponent for his defensive style, as he used minimal movements for maximum effectiveness, and yet he had defeated them too easily. One of them's blade began to glow green. Turning around, the hero realized that he had no choice but to fight him in a fair fight, but to do so, he needed to buy some time by asking the enemy to talk to him for a while. Wanden released energy from the blade, and the boy noted that the man apparently did not want to talk to him. The hero repelled the attack using the Sword of Souls. The enemies attacked him, knowing that with this technique one person is able to control several bodies, complementing both and creating a synergy effect. Vanden jumped after the protagonist. The guy turned around to look at him. He also noticed an attack from the other side. Suddenly, Sanu threw his sword. The guy, standing on his hands, began to spin. Vanden, gritting his teeth, realized that if this thing touched him, his body would be torn apart. The second man, his mouth wide open, called out to his comrade. They were able to jump back, attacking each other. The young man sat down on a branch. Grabbing the blade, the hero realized that if he faced them in an equal fight, it would be difficult to guarantee victory and, objectively speaking, he was at a disadvantage. Standing up, the protagonist knew that although he had been able to quickly improve his skills thanks to the fight with Miriam, namely the legendary swordsmanship, dispelling nouveau, as well as countless studies of the dance arts had increased his durability, but even this was not the main thing. Grinning, the boy realized that his enemies were afraid. The man, clenching his teeth, thought about how the ghost did not have the same precision or ability to calculate several moves in advance as their teacher, because at best he could be compared to one of the younger students. Having parried the young man's blow, he realized that he was seeing such a technique of fighting for the first time, because he suddenly closed the distance between them, moving rhythmically and swaying his body as if in a dance, because he could even somehow avoid attacks. Squinting, the fighter turned to Vanden, explaining that by showing more aggression, they could take the victory. The other fighter's face began to sweat as he mentally wondered to his comrade if he hadn't just been convinced of his skill, since the only thing they were sure of now was that his actions could be a trick to lure them into a trap. Looking at the hero, he said that he was not just a high-class fighter, but one who had completely mastered the art of fighting. Frowning, Vanden thought that it was likely that his rough attitude and wide movements were provoking them, which was what scared him. Looking at how the boy was attacking his comrade, the man explained that in any case, their goal was to neutralize the ghost since it could not be allowed to move, and the focus should be left on containing and defending, and attacks would be enough to tie its hands and feet, adding that even if they saw an open space, they should not rush at it recklessly since this could also be a trap. The boy parried blow after blow, advising them to be a little more ferocious as their fight seemed rather sluggish. Suddenly, they jumped back, and the hero immediately realized that they did not want to fight. As he jumped away, the boy realized that they wanted to limit his actions, finish off Miriam, and then team up to slowly defeat him, although it was unlikely that the swordswoman would lose to them, and yet he should not let the circumstances turn out as they planned, because there could not be other outcomes. Looking at the approaching opponents, the hero knew that with their concentration on defense and containment, it would be difficult to break through their line of attack, but if they attacked thoughtlessly, then he would need to take advantage and create a gap in their defense, and using traps would not work, since throwing a set right under their feet would clearly not catch them, and using magic at close range would catch him too. Sweat appeared on his face when he realized that he would most likely have to use Hellfire. Smiling, the young man thought of something. Holding his sword in front of him, the hero remembered the technique he learned from Cholian during their black and white battle, thanking him for this technique. Smiling, the guy understood that the fusion of two energies, as well as support in battle, is not so simple, because as a beginner he could create small amounts of fusion in situations not related to combat, but now things are different. Remembering the battles with Miriam, the protagonist knew that thanks to them he began to control his body and calmly assess the situation on the battlefield, without feeling unnecessary shock, and in addition, he has the ability to copy, a skill aimed at imitating and repeating things. Swinging the blade, the guy apologized to the enemies. Looking at the enemy, Vanden pondered his words because he really had a bad feeling, because if they let this go to the end, this thing would become a huge problem for them. Frowning, the man asked his comrade to watch the enemy's fingertips. The same one, squinting, replied that he was already doing it, but if the worst of all options happened, he would immobilize him no matter what it cost him, even if only for a moment. Lowering his head, the warrior realized that his ally was ready to sacrifice his life to complete the mission. The protagonist was covered in a pink aura, saying that he no longer had time to play with them, because he was a busy man after all, asking them to finish quickly. One of the opponents screamed about how dare he say such a thing. Making a lunge, the young man realized that this technique was primarily designed to obtain a lot of energy with minimal effort. Although his basic characteristics were already high enough, he did not need to conserve energy to obtain even more of it, so all he needed now was one really strong blow. From the guy's attack, the enemy's sword broke. Suddenly, an attack from the hero's blade hit his hand. Wide-eyed, Vanden called out to his ally. Smiling, the guy noted that he underestimated him. The same one shouted, asking to let go. Having pierced his hand through, Sonu wondered if such words had already become normal for him. Looking at the enemy, he knew that despite the fact that the wounds inflicted by Nuoro were small, the pain from them reached the skin, bones, nerves, blood, vessels, and everything in general, so such an attack was incredibly cruel, also asking him about where that bravado that he sang just recently went. With his mouth wide open, Wanden shouted at the hero to let him go. Suddenly, the man grabbed him, saying that now was the time to attack. Wanden rushed towards him, realizing that there would be no other such opportunity, because the younger one ensured this at the cost of his life and he must definitely take such a sacrifice into account. Having pierced his comrade, the man knew that with one blow he would pierce the body of the ghost. With his eyes wide open, the opponent noticed something. The warrior's attack did not even penetrate the hero, although he did not even wear armor. The young man smiled, taking the blade in his hand. From one blow, the man's head flew apart. Lowering the sword, the guy said that there was not a drop of pity in the enemy because he tried to kill him along with his comrades as if they had been waiting for such a moment all their lives. Although he also expected this, noting that they always used the nameless book to cast magic, but never thought about its physical abilities. Suddenly, a notification appeared that a new skill had been formed and it needed to be given a name. The young man was surprised by this because he had never thought about creating an entirely new skill. Imagining some discoverer, he thought about the fact that perhaps he simply became one since the true creator of the technique died or disappeared from the world altogether. The hero swiped away the notification, naming the new skill Yin Yang since using the real Hongwangi skill would be too much. Jumping on the branches, the protagonist understood that now he needed to decide how to properly support Kang or Mirian, because if he joined, then subduing them would not be a problem. The guy landed on the ground and suddenly the thought crept into his head that the spearman's squad could have already been defeated. Stretching the thread, he said that it would not hurt to prepare for such an outcome, just in case. The spearman repelled the attacks of his opponents, spinning his spear. Smiling, the guy repelled Minju's blow. The opponent also dodged the spear master's attack. Jumping back, he explained that at first he was a little tense, but everything turned out to be not as scary as expected. The enemy shouted that he was just a big guy and was nothing special. Throwing weapons flew out from the bushes again, and the man understood that Kang's techniques were not really of the highest level, but it was impossible to stand alone against the attacks of such a martial arts monster, so he had to dodge at all costs. And since martial artists receive additional characteristics and special skills such as movement techniques, but it is precisely because of this that they cannot wear armor. The spearman smiled. He nullified the attack with one swing. The bald man behind him noted that he easily reflected the flash of demonic energy, and Minju asked about his monstrous level of defense. Looking at the martial artist, the man hoped that their joint attack would allow them to at least momentarily break through his defense. But the expectation was not met, because he still stood firmly on his feet, like an ancient, unruly tree. What's worse, he was swinging his spear as if he was swatting away flies, forcing them to dodge the attacks. Kang looked at them and noted that he already seemed to understand that the hero had mastered the art of fighting to the maximum level, about the same as Mirian, but the difference between them was still significant. Grinning, he also added that their skills were as far apart as heaven and earth, and compared to her, their techniques were ridiculously crude, so much so that he even felt sorry for them. Rushing to the attack, Minju asked how the enemy dared to mock him and how he dared to defame the martial art with such low tricks that could not even be called techniques. Because if he had not cowardly relied on defense and armor in an attempt to block attacks, he would have died long ago. Suddenly, Kang disappeared right in front of him. Landing on the ground, the man could not understand how this was possible. Remembering his lunge, he knew that in a split second he had delivered a phantom blow, but the enemy had neutralized most of it. Remembering Kang's swing, the man realized that it was at that moment that he suddenly counterattacked. He also had an image in his head of him blocking the strike, because fortunately his brother's sword hit the tip of the spear in time and made it open for a strike, and he barely managed to slip away from the spear's trajectory. Looking at his opponent, Minju realized that everything happened in a second, although he thought that his opponent only had brute strength, but surprisingly, he was not inferior to them in any way. Kang stuck the spear into the ground, while the man was arguing that it was no longer difficult for the enemy to block or reflect their attacks, and even if it was ineffective in a normal fight, he had enough strength and endurance to hold on confidently. Many stones were thrown at him. A barely visible aura appeared around the fighter. Jumping back, the spearman knew that if he put in a little more effort, their heads would fly. Bikwu, looking at the warrior, asked him not to go too far, because he would also put his head in danger if he continued to underestimate the combined attacks of the enemies. The spearman turned to the mage when he said that the time had come, as they discussed earlier, he needed to lure them with the opportunity to deal damage to him. The warrior was surprised by such a decision. Closing his eyes, the mage explained that everything would be fine. Looking at the running fighter, the man realized that until now, no one from their team had gone to a certain level. Frowning, he remembered that the assassin was busy with the priest, who was on the opposite side. Lowering his head, Minju realized that they had a chance to attack the priest and the mage, who were in the inner part of their formation. And all this in one blow, because their main goal was to buy time until Yechun returned, but they could not rely on Taken forever. Making a lunge, he realized that they needed to deal with them right now. His ally, his mouth wide open, shouted for him to stop. Wolf, his mouth slightly open, shouted to his comrades to be careful. The sword was at Ian's head and the man understood that everything would end right now. Suddenly, the priest's face began to change. It was Baekwu, surrounded by a barrier. Suddenly, blue barriers appeared around the man as the interweaving of chain magic was used. The mage, looking at it, remembered that this was a spell that restricted movement, but it had to be cast especially carefully on selected targets, and that was the reason why such magic was difficult to use on high-level enemies. But if the spell was prepared in advance and the enemies were lured into their nets by manipulation, the outcome would be completely different. Sweat appeared on Ian's face when he realized that the mage had deliberately exposed his weak points and subjected the enemies to manipulation, thus putting his plan into action. And this was incredible. Turning to the priest, the mage said that now was his turn. Iken held the weapon in front of him, covering himself in a golden aura, and Mijin used complex Kai self-defense. Grinning, the shackled man understood that he was not so weak that some priest could break through his defense. And yet the binding spell could not last forever, and as soon as he was freed, it would cut off their heads. Iken struck with his weapon. The man's head was crushed. Throwing the mace in his hands, the priest said that the enemy most likely thought that it was just an ordinary mace. But it has a special feature because the more divine power is poured into it, the more powerful it becomes. Turning around, Kang said that the rest of the opponents ran away without even looking back. Putting the spear on his shoulder, he asked the magician about how he predicted everything. The latter explained that by taking a couple of steps back, you see the situation more clearly, and Baekwa simply began to think like their enemy. The spearman did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Coming closer, the magician explained that since they had lost 3, the battle would be more difficult. Kang noted that there might be a chance to win if they united with someone in the village or cave, where other fugitives had taken refuge. The crowns of trees were visible. The magician explained that this was not so, because they did not even know where the battle was taking place now, and even if they went on reconnaissance, they would lose time, so it would be more advantageous to act according to a previously drawn-up plan. Looking at the guy, the spearman clarified whether this was the plan when they should just drag out time, to which a positive answer followed. Standing in front of the team, Baekwa explained that looking back, they were on equal footing against a strong master, but they were clearly dominant against Yi, adding that there were invisible warrior killers hiding in the forest like terrifying demons, and if they were to attack from cover and strike suddenly, they would cause serious damage. Looking at Kang, he also explained that he, Ihan, and Wolf would stay here and ordered the others to stop pursuing. Looking at the mage, the priest asked if they could take a break for a while, to which he replied that the fight was not over yet, because did he not remember what they had talked about? Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he asked if the other man was joking. Looking at Ian, the mage replied that he was absolutely serious all the time. The priest took the weapon in his hands, creating a magical shield. The mage, looking at the barrier, realized that in this case, even if Yechan came here or the two decided to return from their escape, they would at least be able to hold them back for a while. His staff began to be covered in a blue aura. Closing his eyes, he said that in this case, he would call upon the power of a storm that could shake the heavens and the earth, knowing that tornado and earth explosion were the most powerful spells of the 7th circle that he had managed to master, because they dealt blows of great force over a large area. Blue flashes of energy began to appear around. The mage remembered that he told everyone to send a signal to the sky in case of an unfavorable situation, and if they were on the verge of life and death, then he would definitely know, but in this case, circumstances could happen that they would be left alone on the battlefield. Using the spell, he realized that in this case, he would blow up everything except this place. The girl lunged at the master, realizing that this was ridiculous since she had already swung the sword countless times, but the enemy was using more and more techniques without repeating a single move. Their blades crossed again, while the girl thought about how this was all happening during a duel to the death. Frowning, she remembered that, as expected, going into battle with him one-on-one, using only sword skills, put her at a disadvantage, quoting the words about not allowing yourself to be limited. The old man blocked the blow, realizing that now, instead of refined techniques, she was using only brute force with the clear intent to kill. After parrying her attack, he shouted that the killing sword was designed solely to take life, and did she really think she could kill him like that? The girl appeared right in front of him. They exchanged blows. Looking at her, the master asked what she was going to do, but the swordswoman did not understand him. He shouted that she was going to kill him, sacrificing her life, because he never thought that a fighter of her level would pull such a dirty trick. Miriam had a wound on her shoulder. She explained that she did not see anything dirty in this dirty trick. Covering the wound on her belt with her hand, the old man asked again. Grinning, the swordswoman answered that they both enjoyed the results of the fight only because of this trick. The old man frowned. Making an attack, the master understood that before she would have shown incredible swordsmanship, balancing between defense and offense. But now her sword was filled with killing intent, because she intended to kill the enemy, even at the cost of her life, and if only he had the opportunity. Having reflected the attack, he realized that the right moment had come. The girl's sword was already in front of his face when he remembered that he had parried the other blade and jumped to the side to put in more effort and be faster. The girl looked at him, frowning. A grin appeared on the old man's face. He parried the attack and turned his back. The girl's arm was cut off. Smiling, the master reasoned that the two-armed swordsman had lost his arm, and as he thought, this duel was really good. Suddenly, the girl tried to knock him down. She struck. Opening his eyes wider, the old man realized that he urgently needed to increase the distance. Sweat appeared on the swordswoman's face. The girl's attack was parried, but the master realized that she had started to use the second blade with the help of Kai. Looking at her, he remembered that the internal force put into it was enormous, but its power was not enough and the sword did not move as planned. So he abandoned this idea, because usually the old man uses this technique to pick up a weapon from the ground, but to use it at such an unexpected moment. Rushing forward, the master understood that it was too risky, but he was driven by instincts. The girl closed her eyes. With one blow, she cut off the enemy's hand. Jumping back, the swordswoman realized that she had missed, because this skill forms a blade from the caster's intent that cuts through space and objects, and it is thanks to Songhu that she can activate it without problems, although she is still far from perfect possession. Looking at the enemy, she understood that now she will have enough of Yechon's severed hand. Grinning his teeth, the old man knew that such pain was new to him, and if he was not ready, he could have dropped the sword. Looking at the girl, the master noted that he most likely underestimated his opponent, and she asked him if he had not expected this from her. Standing in front of her, he explained that during their last battle, it seemed to him that she possessed something else besides her devilish talent, because she also easily mastered the technique of uniting the sword and body when the weapon became her and she her blade. Extending his blade, the old man exclaimed that having met someone similar to himself, he felt a sense of unity and delight and was looking forward to meeting her, believing that she experienced the same feelings due to her belief that they would be able to understand each other, revealing all the possibilities. Bowing his head, the master added that she had betrayed him. Smiling slightly, the girl replied that she was sorry, because if they had met that person before she met him, she would have lived up to all his expectations. Lowering his blade, Yechon asked if the ghost had made her like this, since it was like destruction, and the swordswoman told him to watch his tongue, otherwise she might unknowingly make his death more painful. Swinging his blade, the old man said that he had no idea what the ghost had told her, but he was clearly wrong, because as her comrade in arms, the old man would not stand aside and watch her go down the wrong path. His attack turned black and red, and he shouted that as she sharpened her blade, strength would come by itself. Frowning, the old man shouted that if she forgot this simple truth, she would regret it very bitterly one day. The girl, looking at him, opened her eyes wide. Throwing both blades, she said that the frog in the well has no idea about the endless sky, and this phrase suits the enemy perfectly, because although she was a little sad, as if looking at her past self, the old man parried the attack, knowing that his stance was broken due to the wound to his ankle and the loss of his arm. Myrine grabbed her opponent by his remaining arm. She threw him to the ground. Looking at him, the swordswoman said that the outcome of the fight was already decided. The warrior swung her leg to strike his head. Taking his blade, the girl said that no matter how high his level, it would take him a long time to recover from such a severe injury, but for a swordsman who could no longer hold a sword, the duel was already over. Smiling, the old man said that he believed that there was a possibility that he would lose, but he never thought that it would happen like this, asking her to fulfill 2 requests before ending everything. Looking at him, the girl asked why she should fulfill his requests at all. Smiling wider, the defeated enemy explained that this was his last life and Myrine would never see him again. Holding the blade over him, she replied that she would think about it if the requests did not concern mercy, but he responded negatively, explaining that without his victory, Chang'an's loss was inevitable and that was where the problem came from. While still lying on the ground, he spoke of his hope that they would be open-minded about the survival of their city, asking him not to use them as cannon fodder, as they were his true warriors who should be respected. Myrine told him not to worry, as they had people who could treat them with sincere concern, also asking about the second request. Smiling, the old man explained that this request could be considered advice, as the girl should not forget what she put into the sword when she first took it up. Looking at him, she explained that when she first saw the blade, she was fascinated and feels this passion to this day, but it has changed a little. Squinting, Myrine spoke of how at that time she was so obsessed with the sword that she imposed restrictions and prohibitions on herself, but she realized that although the sword best reflects her essence, it is also a limiter, cutting off other possibilities. The old man asked again, wide-eyed and not understanding. She had cut off his head. Throwing away the swordswoman realized that if they had fought only with blades, she might have lost, but she had won because she used the sword as one of the tools to apply various tactics. Remembering Songhu, the swordswoman realized that compared to him, who fought relying on the mastery of the sword, magic, sorcery, movement, comrades, and even weapons, therefore, she seemed like a child in comparison. Looking forward, the girl said that one day she would stand next to him, and not chase after his back, as was happening now. Standing in the clearing, the hero said that he had killed 3 of the 7 enemies, which meant that he had fulfilled his role in the plan, and if he hid somewhere and came out at the end of the battle, It was unlikely that anyone would say anything to him. He bowed his head, thinking that given the unforeseen factors of Miriam, it was impossible. However, even in the worst case scenario, it didn't feel like they would lose, because compared to the top players from other cities, their best warriors from the Divine City could easily be considered the strongest. Imagining his team's battle, the young man understood that the opponents were using perfect coordination, which he saw, and perhaps it would slow them down a little. But 5 against 3, the difference in strength was obvious and she would not lose, because it would even be strange. Remembering the swordswoman's battle, the boy knew that the problem was only in her, because she was completely unpredictable. Feeling someone approaching, the hero jumped back. The boy jumped onto a branch. One of their enemies, one of the best fighters of Chang'an, was running under him, and judging by his heavy steps, he must be worried about something. Suddenly, the fighter's leg was trapped. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't believe that she was in such a place. The protagonist was approaching him from behind. Grasping the enemy's neck, the young man thanked him for appearing at the right place. Holding the corpse in his hands, the hero couldn't believe that he had defeated their best fighter so easily, because was it just luck or maybe strength? Suddenly, the protagonist noticed his comrades, deciding to hide and watch. Stopping, the killer said that there was a trap nearby. Because it seemed they were planning to fake a retreat and set up an ambush, Kang asked if they could just go straight ahead. Ye advised him not to do so. The hero watched them go, already understanding what had happened. The killer explained to his companion that they should carefully go around, because if everything went according to the worst case scenario, then they would resort to the last resort. Standing on the branch, the protagonist realized that no matter how well coordinated their opponents were, they would not be able to stand against the best 6 fighters. But they did not give up on the mission to delay them so easily. Most likely, one of them died or was unable to continue the fight, so they retreated, as Ye assumed, to suddenly attack later. Looking at the corpse, he realized that it was only by chance that he ran into him in the process. Looking to the side, the youth did not know how things were going between Miriam and her opponent, but now it looked like they had victory in the bag, and if the boy gave the signal now, Baekwu would release his power using a wide area spell. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist asked if he would be willing to help him. Following the fugitive, Kang wondered how far they had to go. Looking at the tracks on the ground, Ye thought about the direction of the tracks being different. Turning around, the assassin said that they had to stop the pursuit since there was someone else involved. Turning his head, he continued that they could have joined someone, like the ghost's opponents and Miriam. Putting his hand on his hip, Kang assured his comrade that Sunhu was a good fighter and that it was unlikely that anyone would defeat him, to which he heard the suggestion that most likely the enemies had split up on purpose to defeat everyone individually. Looking away, the guy said that if it was just 1 or 2 fighters, then he could handle it. Raising an eyebrow, the spearman thought that it would be wiser not to insist on his own in this case. Putting his spear on the ground, he suggested that they join forces with Baekwu, and then find their swordsmen, after which they would use a large-scale spell. The man felt a blow flying at him from behind. After parrying it, he ordered Ye to lie down on the ground. He saw Sunghun in front of him. Looking at his wounded comrade, the spear master asked him what he was doing there. Dodging the attack of the previously killed enemy, he said that he wanted to ask this himself. Throwing his spear, Kang said that the fugitive was here. The flying weapon was blocked by a knight in black armor. Catching the spear, the man could not understand where it came from. Opening his mouth, he heard the ghost say that this was one of those with whom he fought. Crouching, the spearman ordered to leave the knight to him and lead the ghost. The warrior in black armor rushed at the fleeing killer. Blocking the attack with his daggers, he was surprised by the speed of his opponent. The guy flew back after the blow. Looking at the unknown enemy, the warrior said that he did not know who this fighter was. Raising his spear, he asked if the silent knight was going to simply ignore his words. Preparing for the attack, Kang offered to see how long he could keep his mouth shut. With one blow, the black guard repelled the attack. Swinging his weapon, the man thought that this guy was clearly several levels higher than those he was fighting. A moment later, the warrior in black armor rushed at Ye again. Dodging his attack, the young man thought that he would not get away so easily. Opening his mouth wide, Kang advised them to fully concentrate on their new opponent. Winding the threads around his hand, the assassin decided to focus on maintaining distance. Turning his head, the spearman thought that he should not worry about the ghost and should focus on the enemy in front of him. Looking at the warrior, the man assumed that he was completely confident in his strength. Smiling, he suggested that they check which of them was stronger. Looking at his puppet, the guy used the skill Living Dead. His henchman immediately fell to the ground. Climbing up a tree branch, he decided to check how his comrades were fighting. Thinking about how faking an arm injury was worth providing Uchida with an expensive set of the beginning of the ruins, which hid his face. Looking at the assassin, the protagonist thought about how he was considered the best assassin, who was interfering with his plans and who needed to be eliminated. Covered in a green aura, Kang ran towards the knight. An explosion was heard a moment later. Jumping back, the spearman admitted that this was an unusual opponent due to his unusually strong body. Looking at the warrior, the man offered to introduce themselves to each other, to which he received no answer. Yei threw several daggers at Uchida's back. He parried them with his sword. Pulling the strings, the boy was glad that his opponent was trapped. The fighter's legs were tied. Pulling his weapon, the young man thought about how it was capable of cutting through any alloy. The knight in black armor looked at his leg. He pulled it so hard that he tore his captor off the ground. Watching the fighter prepare to strike, he was afraid that he was in the strike zone. A moment later, the silent man received a blow from Kang in the back. Yei landed on the grass. Looking at the stumps, he realized that if Kang did not help, things would be bad. Turning his head towards the villain, the man allowed his stamina, because he definitely broke several ribs but did not make a sound. Smiling, the protagonist reasoned that if his puppet was not undead, it would no longer be able to move. Uchida stood in a cloud of dust. Shielding himself from the flying sand, the spear master thought that this was a pathetic trick. Not seeing anyone in front of him, he wondered if the Death Knight had fled or was standing behind him. Looking up, he saw his enemy. Smiling, the spearman was not afraid of the undead limiting his directions of movement. He raised his weapon up. After parrying the attack, Uchida ran to the side. Looking at the running warrior, Yei realized that he was his target from the start. Noticing the dagger sticking out of his opponent's visor, the boy was surprised that it took all the blows. Rushing to his comrade's aid, Kang shouted at him to get out of his way. A second later, the young man's body was pierced by the dead man's sword. Kang opened his mouth in rage and cursed at his opponent. With a swing of his spear, he managed to throw him back. Yei fell to the ground and clutched at the wound on his stomach, from which blood was dripping. Looking back, the knight thought that he had deliberately aimed straight at the heart and that he would not survive such a blow. And he realized that the only question was how long the enemy would suffer before death, and he himself no longer needed to stay here. The villain began to run. Sitting on a tree branch, the protagonist remembered that this man had already died once in the battle against Jack, which meant that he would die forever if he did not have one more life left, and decided to find Uchida and join the others. Suddenly, the boy rose from the ground. Xiangu's eyes widened in surprise and he thought to himself that this could not be. The mercenary drank the recovery potion and realized that he almost died for real. There was a huge wound on his chest. The system reported that the feigned death skill, which allows the user to completely fake a death state, was deactivated. The ranker was surprised that he had to use this skill so soon. The hunter looked down and remembered how disappointed he was when he received this skill after the third awakening, as he thought that it was only used to fake death, but now it saved his life. Smirking, the boy thought about how even with such an unusual skill, if his body was dismembered and burned alive, it would no longer work, and decided that he should not send Uchida now that he knew Yei's hidden trump card. The knight jumped from branch to branch. Gritting his teeth, the Spear King noted his not-so-ordinary escape skills and knew that he should not let him go under any circumstances. Swinging his spear, the man thought that this method would not help to catch him and asked those nearby to move away or better yet, run away. The villain looked back and noticed that the enemy had used an area attack. A gigantic explosion was heard. Although the world of the mission has a system that resembles a game, this reality is very different from any game. For example, when using an area damage skill, everyone in the affected area, no matter friend or foe, will receive damage. The knight turned around and realized that the enemy was sacrificing himself since he decided to use this kind of attack. The top ranker narrowed his eyes angrily. The blast wave threw the young man back. Landing on the clearing, the player felt almost insignificant damage and wondered if his comrade had a skill with such a scope and impact. Suddenly, the brunette opened his mouth in shock. A huge crater formed in the dense forest, as if a meteorite had fallen on it. The traitor could not believe that this was the work of one person, provided that it was not even a mage. Looking at his comrade in the center of the crater, the protagonist wondered how he managed to survive, and suggested that it could be the skill of the third awakening or the effect of the passive ability of some god-ranked item or weapon. Xianghu ran forward and decided that he did not have time to think about it. Seeing the corpse in front of him, the boy realized that Uchida did not have time to return, and suggested that considering the price that Kang paid to reveal the skill, it could be said that he got it for free. Opening the inventory in front of him, the young man thought that his ally did not become the leader of the alliance for nothing, since he is as strong as Mirin, and decided to take Uchida, walk a little and leave. The blue sky hung above the trees. The player realized that further participation and experiments were meaningless and that all he had left was just a pure explosion. Looking back, Baekwu noticed that everyone had returned safe and sound and said that he would turn the forest into ashes as they had planned. Around his staff appeared a huge amount of hellfire energy that was never released, the earth-shaking force of a terrible earthquake, freezing cold that turned everything into ice, and a hurricane made of blades that could cut through even steel. The forest was illuminated by a flash of magic explosion. Confetti fell from the sky. The system congratulated the participants of the game on the victory of the Divine City. A diamond heart appeared. Only the chosen ones of the defeated side get a chance at an extra life. The city was reduced to rubble to gain additional life. France had self-destructed, leaving behind only a handful of people who were only waiting for death, and the Allied forces, including Brazil, had suffered massive losses. Looking up, the brunette assumed that Chang'an would remain the same, and noted that it was too quiet. Guards were guarding the entrance to the tent. A week later, they opened the gates and met the representatives of Cincy after the death penalty was put into effect. Zhang Yun frowned and stated that their faction of Ilshingu promises full cooperation. Sitting at the desk, Kang asked what this meant. The Shaman Sword King said that the representatives of the warriors of Chang'an and Gu, acting under his leadership, did not intend to act hostilely towards the alliance or cause unnecessary trouble. The man looked down and called this proposal interesting, but they cannot resolve this matter based on their words alone. The hunter said that he does not expect them to trust him right now. The ranker smiled and stated that he believed that they would eventually accept their offer. The Spear King cast a suspicious glance at him. The warriors were guarding the pagoda. The swordsman explained that after the battle, Chang'an was surrounded by a military force that was very similar to the Japanese, and explained that if the alliance trusted them with this task, then they were no different from them. The heroes looked at each other. The leader of the alliance asked how many survived in the city. Jongmyeon answered that there were 21,000 people left, and added that they were all ready to surrender to them. The man crossed his arms over his chest. The Shaman Sword King was surprised that he remained unperturbed even after the number was announced, and remembered that he was surprised that this man was the representative and not Mirin or Ghost. Standing behind him, the protagonist thought about how his friend did not even know what to do, and was glad that Biku left him in charge when he left. Xianghu smiled and asked if he could ask a few personal questions since his leader had already made his decision, and the Spear King quickly agreed. Looking at his old acquaintance, the boy assumed that it was easier for him to talk to him anyway, and added that he would be more comfortable talking informally like before. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked why 20,000 residents survived, since it was much more than expected. Frowning, the hunter explained that Chang'an originally had 100,000 residents, and asked if 20,000 was really that much for him. Looking at him from under his brows, the player stated that a full 20,000 sounded much better than only 20,000, and thought that it was because people lost one or more lives due to armed missions. Covering his face with his hand, the brunette realized that even in Cincy, where the inhabitants lived in better conditions, if even one person died, the population would instantly decrease by a third, and decided that 20,000 survivors in Chang'an, where most of the population were warriors, was simply incredible, considering the civil war. Spreading his arms, the traitor explained that he was not asking his ally for important information that could affect the safety of the city. It was just that the reality was very different from their predictions, and warned that if he did not answer, they would not be able to agree to his proposal so easily. Jongmyeon asked what would happen if they did not agree. The protagonist smirked and replied that they were sorry to lose a force of 20,000 people and that they would have to mobilize more fighters and surround the city to starve the inhabitants. Frowning, the man told him that the people surrounding the island would not appear out of nowhere and that the funds for their maintenance did not fall from the sky either, and stated that empty threats were hardly worth it. Xianghu placed his hand on his companion's shoulder and said that Kang was a man who would do this even at the cost of losses and would cut off any future threats no matter the cost if he did not see an ounce of trust. The Spear King closed his eyes and asked him to stop. The Shaman Sword King agreed to tell them everything. The hunter folded his hands behind his back and explained that the reason so many people survived was because there was no civil war in Chang'an, as they valued honor above all else. The ranker closed his eyes and added that the prevailing attitude in society was that if someone wanted to earn a life, they had to win in a fair fight. But even so, some would ambush and attack those with extra lives, but that was the exception to the rule. Looking down, the boy decided that his ally could not lie about matters that could be easily verified, and asked why Chang'an was so eager to cooperate. Looking up, Jongmyeon replied that this was their master's dying wish, and recalled how Yechon had asked them not to seek revenge after his death, and had stated that if he were to be cut down, the outcome of the battle would be decided at that moment. In the memory, many people had gathered around him, and the man explained that their leader had always been worried about what would happen after his death, and that all of Chang'an had counted on him being fine, and that the people were ready to fall after him. Smiling, the Shaman Sword King explained that he hated the idea of the survivors throwing themselves into the fire because of him, and added that their master had ordered them to avoid useless losses and to unite with the enemy's strength to save as many lives as they could. Standing in front of the table, the hunter stated that, given the above, he had one condition for cooperation, and immediately said that he wanted permission to duel Mirini regularly. The ranker clenched his fist and explained that this was the only way he could honor Yechon's memory by defeating her in a fair duel. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Xianghu's eyes about applying a fix. The heroes left the tent. The system reported that the user was now allowed to move between the factions of Cincy, Moscow, Los Angeles, and Toronto, and that the residents of cities that are not included in these four will be merged into new cities. Under the clouds, a message appeared about the appearance of new regions and that special conditions must be met to enter the final arena, after which it will be possible to complete a great mission, while new armed missions or events will not appear. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, remembering that they had no way to learn how to become the heir of the gods before, and he thought that he had a chance not only to escape this crazy world, but also to become the heir of a transcendental being known here as a god. Clouds floated above the pagoda. Someone asked if no one could do anything properly and where the sixth squad was now. People were running around the room, trying to establish communication and put the mythical squad and the flower core on alert. The young man knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. The alliance members were sitting at the table. Kang noticed that his friend had already come in and said that he was just in time. The player apologized and explained that he had only come in for a minute. The man closed his eyes and asked if he realized the seriousness of the situation. The brunette confirmed it and asked what they had managed to find out. His ally told him that they had called the scouts and all their acquaintances, thanks to which they had managed to gather the necessary information. Jongmyeon and Shin shook hands. Old Tokyo and Chang'an merged into one city. The people were confused by this decision, but the real reason was different. The Spear King looked down and said that they had established communication between the squads. The traitor raised his eyebrows and suggested that it was because of the existence of other cities. His comrade confirmed this. Introducing the settlements in the mountains, the top ranker explained that the four remaining cities suddenly moved to one area, and added that they had shed a lot of blood trying to unite the two cities, so it was hard to even imagine what could happen there. Turning to him, the knight said that the result was unlikely to be good, and said that until now they were fighting because one of the sides needed to win, otherwise they would all die and it would be inevitable. The warrior said that now there is no punishment for abandoning the war and that they even have a chance to settle things with Doyon and Hwaseok. The leader of the alliance slammed his fist on the table and interrupted him. With a stern look, Kang asked him if they were in this situation simply because they won a bet, or if they were just joking around to lighten the mood, and wondered how anyone with such thoughts could even be here. The man opened his mouth in anger and explained that they had fought reluctantly because of the cruel stick, and now they were being offered a carrot they couldn't refuse, and claimed that right now, somewhere outside their walls, there was something that could instantly take all of their lives. The protagonist smiled and suggested that he would make a great god. The king of the spear asked him not to talk nonsense, and added that what was important now was that there was a special ticket in the world that would guarantee them a ride from here to the end they also desired. Everyone looked at the warrior, who asked what people would do when this ticket was right in front of them. Xianghu said that no one even doubted that a new global war would begin, and explained that since this was the last battle, there was no need to save strength for future battles, as well as thoughts about the future. The knight lowered his head. The guy said that they should invest all the accumulated resources in the battle and use them simultaneously in all four cities. The young man looked at his leader and was surprised that he himself decided such difficult questions. The top ranker asked who his ally even considered him. The player decided to remain silent so as not to create an unfavorable atmosphere. Sitting at the head of the table, the leader of the alliance said that from now on, since he goes into martial law mode, and that, despite possible complaints, they must strictly follow the plan, since, depending on the situation, they will have to forcibly summon Kimbum, Zhongbai, and other items. Slamming his fist on the table, Kang said that he knew it sounded risky, but it was a necessary measure due to the current situation, and suggested that they proceed without further discussion if no one had any questions. The man closed his eyes and asked his comrade to lead the flower core, and if possible, bring Wolf, Marine, and the four companions they had seen during the fight. Looking away, the player thought that he would have brought them even without his order, and decided, given that the condition for moving on to the final arena was that they could buy time, although the outcome was unknown to anyone. Frowning, the Spear King said that all forces except the 3rd Division and the reserve troops would immediately move to the city, adding that they were able to assess the situation of the cities thanks to the information Baku had received. Suddenly, someone burst into the room and said that the scouting group that had gone out of the city today confirmed that an army of at least 40,000 warriors was moving towards Cincy. Jumping up from the table, the top ranker shouted that the games were over and asked everyone to follow orders and inform the 1st and 2nd Divisions to move out. Standing in front of the large army, Jack thought about how he didn't like to sit quietly on the sidelines, but now he was starting to regret getting involved in this matter. The man looked at his girlfriend and asked if they should squash the first bunch of people they came across to lighten the mood. Since they would still be their competitors, Rachel hoped that her leader was not serious. The psychopath smiled and explained that in times of chaos like these, if they destroyed the enemy forces, they would be able to leisurely explore the final arena. Closing his eyes, the American laughed and asked his partner not to worry since he was not going to act thoughtlessly despite his recklessness since they could just talk first. Looking at him, the girl thought that her leader usually behaved differently when it came to real negotiations, and what scared her most was that the chaotic nature of his actions was completely dependent on his mood, although he still somehow managed to calculate everything and turn the situation to his advantage. The scoundrel put his hands in his pockets and guessed that acting blindly would hardly make their situation any easier. Squinting slyly, Jack remembered that 5 new regions had appeared, but the final arena had its own entry restrictions, and that in reality the number of regions and their strengths were the same, and thought that it was quite possible that these 4 regions were the entrance to the final stage. The man noticed the enemy army in front of him and guessed that they were the Xingxi troops, judging by the fact that they looked like they came from East Asia. The woman approached him and asked if they shouldn't be prepared for this. The psychopath asked who wanted to settle this matter quietly and peacefully. His partner explained that a kind and merciful gentleman would have passed by, but they didn't seem in the mood for dialogue. Rachel frowned and decided that even if they said they weren't going to fight, they should change their formation. The American agreed and suggested they move as usual. Looking at the approaching army, the villain noticed that they didn't have the clan abilities like them, and yet they moved as one and remembered that their troops were larger, so the enemy would definitely stop first. The warriors continued to move forward. Suddenly they stopped. Jack stepped forward and wondered if they wanted a fight. Raising his hand, the man ordered his subordinates to stop and was surprised that someone had the courage to make him retreat first. Looking at the enemy leader, the psychopath said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he should address him. Kang said that it would be nice if the enemy just called him by his name. Narrowing his eyes, the leader of the alliance asked how his jaw was doing and reminded him of how he was so proud of his superior strength, but after one accident almost bit off his tongue. Smirking, the American said that he was almost pleased by his concern and thought that they would have started a fight long ago if they were here without an army. But now the circumstances are completely different. The King of the Spear said that this was the result of his own actions. The heroes stood facing each other. The villain promised to take his words into account and, hearing laughter in response, asked what was wrong. The top ranker smiled and explained that he was simply pondering whether he should call the enemy an excellent student who learned to suppress her emotions or a madman. Closing his eyes, the villain suggested that they stop discussing this nonsense and get straight to the point, and said that he wanted to know what made him bring such a large army here. The hunter replied that they had the same reasons for doing so. Jack spread his arms and said that they were simply maintaining their safety. Smirking, the man suggested that he withdraw his forces and form a temporary alliance, and said that they could discuss it now, but they should not forget about the 2 cities and their people. Raising his hand, the psychopath suggested that they were not as smart as his enemy and warned that it would be easy for an army to appear out of nowhere and start a war in an attempt to seize power. Kang was surprised that he could talk about such things and replied that a temporary alliance sounded good, but he was more interested in the details of their alliance. The 2 armies stood opposite each other. The American proposed to set the borders based on the areas they had a contract with and promised to send the troops back once the alliance was formed, after which only forces that agreed to their rules would be allowed to move, and depending on the situation, they could cover each other's backs. Standing among the other warriors, Biku realized that they were talking about specific territories and that if that happened and a new region or final stage appeared in their territory, they would not be able to enter it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Spear King disagreed with his proposal and explained that he did not like the part about sending people with permission. Looking away, the villain thought that judging by the man's intelligence, he should have accepted his offer right away, and realized that someone had advised him not to rush into a decision. Suddenly, the villain saw the protagonist behind Miriam. Smirking, Jack decided to make a new proposal and said that the territories of both sides would not be placed here and would pass through the intersection of their castles, and that, if necessary, his side would provide 30,000 Second Awakening soldiers and pay for their upkeep. The man approached the enemy and said that they could dispose of his army as they wished and could use them in battle or send them into battle as cannon fodder. The leader of the alliance asked why he would make such a meaningless proposal. The psychopath pointed his finger at Sangha and offered his army in exchange for him. The top ranker looked back and wondered what kind of thing the ghost could do. The boy peeked out from behind Miriam and said he didn't recognize him and that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The American put his hands on his hips and expressed surprise that he was still alive and suggested that he had managed to invest the money he had stolen from him wisely. The boy decided that anyone who heard this would actually think he had been stealing and reminded him that everyone had gotten what they wanted and that it had been a fair deal. The villain looked at him from under his brows and reluctantly confirmed this. Raising his hand, the villain asked if the enemy had considered his offer and repeated that in order to get 30,000 soldiers, he only needed to hand over the masked man to him for a short time. The player asked if he really thought his comrade would agree to such a thing. Kang looked at his opponent in confusion. Closing his eyes, the Spear King said he was very sorry and explained that he would not sacrifice his friend no matter what the terms of the deal. Jack said he had more to offer. The leader of the alliance crossed his arms and said he would still refuse. The man grinned slyly and decided to wait for his enemy to change his mind. The brunette looked at him with displeasure and said nothing. Raising his hand, the psychopath said that it was time for them to return to the pressing issue and offered to discuss the borders of their parties once again. The top ranker lowered his head and refused. The warrior looked up and repeated Baeku's words that this issue should be raised together with all four parties. A few days later, a group of people came out into the clearing. Another squad came out to meet them. Representatives of all four cities gathered on the green meadow. Boris frowned and asked how such a strategy was even possible. Sergei said that they could handle it, but it would be difficult for members of non-elite units to behave so disciplined. Looking around, the fighter remembered that when they first encountered the forces of Toronto, they did not think that they would be a problem, but the forces of the other remaining cities, Los Angeles and the Divine City, would be able to defeat them in a direct clash. The hunter waved to the protagonist and said that at this time it was rare to meet such a sincere and good person. His comrade expressed his doubt, but added that he felt a little calmer from the presence of a familiar person here. Jack waved his hand and greeted everyone present. The blonde said that he had heard a lot about him. The man smirked and asked if they had met before. Arvin glanced at him sideways and explained that they had not met in person, but there were more bad rumors about him than one could imagine. Kang crossed his arms over his chest. The Lord was surprised that he met such a person here as a ghost. Xianghu noted that he looked much better than the last time they met. The hunter asked him to stop talking nonsense and said that he would have attacked him a long time ago if not for the current situation. The guy grabbed the rune blade and asked if they couldn't resolve their conflict verbally or if he just wanted to fight. Gritting his teeth, the Spear King asked him to shut up and mentally asked himself what his comrade had done that everyone in this clearing knew about him. The top ranker closed his eyes and explained that he had no idea what grievances they had against each other, so they needed to stop there and arrange a meeting later. The young man asked if he was sure that he had said everything correctly. Grabbing his weapon, the leader of the alliance introduced himself as the leader of the strongest group of the Divine City Unification and asked everyone to remain silent, and those who had the right to speak on behalf of the entire city to come forward. Smiling, Sergei introduced himself as the head of the Red Storm in Moscow and added that he liked his confidence. Squinting, the psychopath decided to introduce himself normally and said he was the chairman of Utopia in Los Angeles. Frowning, Arvin said he was the leader of the Hope Guild in Toronto and apologized for showing his pathetic side. The heroes stood opposite each other. Kang suggested starting negotiations and expressed his confidence that everyone here had something to say, but the most important thing now was the presence of 5 new regions. The American looked at him and suggested discussing the territories that each of the cities would occupy. The King of the Spear said that they would not discuss territories, because the very idea of ordinary division of territories made no sense. The villain sternly knitted his eyebrows and wondered who he was that he dared to dispute the existence of territorial rights. The blonde looked away and remained silent. The player standing behind his comrade asked him to say it as if it was obvious and to raise his chin higher, as now was the time to show decisiveness. The top ranker thought that he did not like to act on his orders, but he would have to do so, as Baeku appointed him as his deputy. The leader of the alliance presented maps of the locations and said that excluding the final stage, which requires special conditions for participation, the remaining 4 areas are the military camp of the Fallen King, the Tomb of Sorrow, the Dragon's Labyrinth, and the Garden of the Old Gods. Standing in front of him, the villain asked what this meant. Kang replied that there were 4 remaining factions and regions, so everything fits together and the final stage should have nothing to do with them. The fighter understood how it worked and called him stupid. The King of the Spear closed his eyes and explained that it was just a logical conclusion that any of them could come to. Looking down, the Lord asked if it wasn't just a theory and said that it wasn't enough to make a definitive conclusion. Jack agreed with him and asked if they weren't going to interfere with the new regions. Looking away, Arvin refuted this, expressing his uncertainty and thought to himself that there must be a connection, just like their ally said. Looking up, the blonde realized that from now on there would be no more armed missions or events regarding the new regions and decided that the chances of entering the cities by completing countless missions were extremely low. Holding the spear in his hands, the top ranker stated that his proposal was very simple and proposed dividing the new regions fairly. Scratching the back of his head, the man realized that he didn't like this idea and wondered if it wouldn't be better to just clear everything out right now. The Lord turned away and remembered that they were not good at managing collective forces, so this offer was worth it, but still, something was bothering him. The leader of the alliance puffed out his cheeks and whispered to ask if he had said something wrong and why there was such a heavy atmosphere here. The traitor replied that everything was fine and that the leaders of the other factions were thinking about it because they did not want to divide the lands fairly. Kang looked down. The protagonist asked if he himself was not uneasy at the thought of assigning one person to one faction. Smiling widely, Sergei agreed and stated that his comrade had a good character, a sharp mind, and a sense of justice. Raising his hand, Boris asked him to stop and said that they could get into trouble if he thoughtlessly agreed. The fighter asked what kind of troubles he was talking about and explained that his gut was telling him that now was the time to accept the offer. The warrior frowned and asked permission to clarify just one thing, since there was something bothering him after all. The knights shook hands. The man asked what would happen if their forces were so great that it would be simply impossible for the faction to cope with them, and clarified whether they would be able to transfer the ownership of the region in that case. Raising his eyebrows, the Spear King explained that they did not have to transfer the ownership and that they could cooperate with other factions and divide the rewards between themselves. But if someone ignored the conditions and tried to stick to their own plan, then the other factions would unite to punish the culprits. Arvin crossed his arms over his chest and said that this sounded acceptable. The psychopath smirked and asked if this was really his idea. The top ranker closed his eyes and confirmed it. Squinting slyly, the American thought that it was the ghost who was whispering the right words to him and agreed to agree on these terms. Clouds floated above the city. If the 4 surviving factions applied the tournament scheme, then only 2 cities would remain in the game. Placing his hands on the window, the protagonist was surprised that the system decided not to resort to such a thing, and explained that the remaining cities would fight to the death until only one faction survived, which only made things more difficult. The boy stated that it did not matter, since his friend would take care of everything anyway. Standing in the room, Marion explained that no matter what his abilities were, there was a limit to the actions that could be used as a Grey Cardinal, which is why their comrade did not say that he was capable of everything, since they did not know what would happen in the future. The girl lowered her head and added that the situation would have been different if everything had been decided in a one-on-one battle, and if 4 factions moved at the same time and something went wrong, then their lives would end in needless suffering, which would only improve the situation of others. The child looked at her, surprised that she was able to say something like that. The woman picked up the sword and said that it was just a possibility, so if they stuck to the plan, nothing like that would happen. Sunwoo realized that his friend had changed after that duel, but there was still a long-term affection in her. The boy approached him and asked what he was planning to do. The guy told him that the final stage was very important, as well as the new regions, but there was something more important. Turning to his comrade, the young man said that diplomacy was the most important thing, and added that he hastily sent Ellie there since she alone would not be enough. The player asked his friend to prepare for the secret deployment of the guild's forces. Sejongwon's eyes widened in surprise and asked if his comrade really wanted to leave this to him and go on a mission with Mirin. The brunette smiled and replied that they were not going on a mission. An orange sky hung over the city. The heroes found themselves in Los Angeles. The assistant folded her hands in front of her and told them that the delegation could enjoy first-class privileges while they were here and asked them to let her know if they needed anything. The mercenary was convinced that there was a strict division of people into classes here. Ellie had approached her partner a while ago and asked if he really wanted to send her to such a disgusting place. The traitor asked her not to say that and called her the perfect candidate for this mission. The girl put her hands on her waist and asked if it wouldn't be better if her comrade handled it himself. The protagonist explained that it wasn't the most efficient option since once Jack found him, the game would be over. Seongwoo smiled and said that he could only trust her with this. The woman thought about how she would like to hit him if she had the chance. The Utopia faction member asked the heroes to wait here. The fortune teller looked at her and decided to be careful since they were in enemy territory. The knight put his hands on his belt and said that he was flattered by the local hospitality, but they did not come here to play games and he needed to solve one urgent matter. The assistant apologized and explained that almost all the council members, including Chairman Jack, had gone outside the city. The sniper raised her hand and said that she would like to have a personal room to rest. A member of the Utopia faction decided to take her there. The heroes found themselves in the building, and the assistant pointed to the room that the guests could use. Ellie asked her to help her with one more thing. Suddenly, the girl summoned a magic circle right in front of her face. The woman carried her body into the room and thought that even with the power of the Third Awakening, she succeeded on the first try, since the low level of the local staff was to blame, since they would not have sent strong troops to such a place. The woman sat down next to the hostage and asked what the name of the faction that runs the city was and who its leader was. The assistant replied that the faction was called Utopia and its leader was Jack. The fortune teller narrowed her eyes and asked if there was anyone else here who was against him. The faction member looked up and said the name of the current vice chairman. Adjusting her hair, the sniper thought that she was starting to like this and asked where he was now. Someone knocked on the wooden door. A man buried in paperwork asked the guest to come in. The man saw her and said that he did not remember her. Ellie smiled and said that she had only recently joined the faction. The warrior lowered his head and asked if this was true. At that moment, he disappeared from his workplace. The girl looked back and thought that she had underestimated him. Raising his sword, the hunter asked who sent her and assumed that Jack had decided to mock him again. The woman replied that someone else had sent her. Looking to the side, the fortune teller introduced herself and asked if it was that same John. The vice chairman smiled and confirmed it. His eyes sparkled. The man asked her to call him by his name. Putting his sword to her throat, the warrior told her that he felt an unusual but familiar feeling while looking at her and asked if it was her mental ability. The sniper confirmed it and was surprised that she was discovered so quickly. The hunter closed his eyes and asked her again who sent her. Ellie replied that she came here as a secret messenger of the Divine City. The girl turned around when the ranker apologized to her for this and said that everything was fine. John smiled and asked why she was looking for him. Looking away, the woman explained that someone from Divine City wanted to get closer to him and thought that she had no choice but to live up to this story in order to attract more allies. The vice chairman approached the table and asked why the guest came to Los Angeles, the least known city of the four factions, and mentioned Jack who was looking for him. The fortune teller knew that he would not believe her so easily. Smirking, the man said that he believed everything she said and that he even had a guess as to who sent her, and guessed that it was the man named Ghost. The sniper's eyes widened in surprise and asked how he knew that. The warrior lit a cigarette and replied that it was just a theory. The hunter, narrowing his eyes slyly, told her that Jack did everything as he thought was right, and that even his anger was calculated, but one day the villain actually lost it. The ranker put his hand to his head and remembered how during an armed mission the whole city was turned upside down when some clown killed him, and Jack said that he would tear the ghost apart, put a collar on him and parade him around the city. Ellie decided that her friend would not live long if he was caught. John looked down and explained that he realized that it was all about the ghost, because the guest came from the Divine City and hated the psychopath. The girl was glad that their conversation would go better than expected. The woman smiled and said that she needed simple information and for the vice chairman to fulfill one small request. Taking a drag, the man reminded her that he was Jack's deputy and asked if the guest had ever thought that he could tie her up and hand her over to him personally. The fortune teller replied that she would have to accept such an outcome and suggested doing it without any serious injuries. Closing his eyes, the warrior was surprised that she had come to enemy territory without any support to contact a high-ranking person and decided that this was not an ordinary and very brave messenger. The sniper thanked him for such words. Ellie told him that their cooperation would give them a chance to drive Jack out. The hunter thoughtfully took another drag. The ranker grinned and accepted her offer. The girl said that his quick agreement was suspicious. John put out his cigarette and explained that he had no choice and that they did not have much time left. The streets of the city were empty, Los Angeles was rotten to the core, people were using each other, and human rights had long since disappeared. The people had shackles around their necks, nothing was done for fun in the city, the slaves were used as cannon fodder. The vice chairman looked down and said that it didn't start out that way, and explained that the city had become like this after Jack took on a special position, the Demon King, during the first armed mission. A giant hand appeared above the man. One of the Demon King's skills was called submission. It was only activated with the consent of the other party, but once the skill was activated, the target would involuntarily become an ogre or orc class, making them the perfect slave. The man crossed his arms and explained that the more people he controlled, the higher his stats. The woman asked if ogres and orcs were strong classes. The warrior smiled and replied that in terms of pure statistics, they were only slightly stronger than a normal class, but considering the influence of other factors such as items, they became even weaker. The fortune teller concluded that they had nothing to worry about, since no one would accept such a deal. The hunter looked down and said that there were people who simply had no choice and said that Jack had forced the people who had lost the war into submission. The psychopath smirked. He had managed to make this countless number of slaves a sacrifice to Los Angeles. The locals took to the streets with placards. At first there was strong opposition. Debates were held daily about human rights, morality, and other issues. The crowd gathered in front of the speaker. At that time Los Angeles could not be called that, and yet people adhered to a certain line of ideas about the 21st century. On a piece of paper it was written yes, however, in this world, such a thing could not last long. Despite strong opposition, after a vote they accepted slavery with a margin of almost 6-4. There were corpses on the ground. The mission always involved life or death. But what if there was an incredibly obedient force that fought monsters on the first lines of defense and which could also be used as bait and thrown out at any time? The monster smirked. Many people were against it, but Jack skillfully convinced them. In the end they made an agreement to accept slavery, and now the people of Los Angeles cannot escape from the traps he set. Ranker closed his eyes and explained that they knew it was wrong, but they just couldn't pull themselves together and pave the way to freedom. A pyramid with a glowing top appeared. Later, the faction leader established a clear division of people into classes. Players loyal to him who had a high rank or an important position were awarded the title of special citizens. The best of the best with hidden classes or people capable of loyalty to him were called first-class residents. Two people turned away from each other, ordinary people who observed political neutrality, citizens hostile to him, and other incompetent people were called second-class residents. Slaves chained together walked one after another. Third-class residents were called rebels and people who caused serious problems. John closed his eyes and explained that the high-ranking players in the game had their rights elevated so that they had no need to go against the system, and the number of people in the third class was so small that they were indistinguishable from the others. In practice, the only ones who went against the system were the slaves. Ellie realized that they had no ability to resist because of the skill of submission, crossing his arms over his chest. The vice chairman confirmed this and added that in the lower classes, loyalty was shown only through skill, so it was soon possible to earn it by providing slaves. The man frowned and explained that in Utopia, the chairman of the council was elected democratically, but Jack always won by a huge margin, so he held absolute power in his hands. The warrior smiled and explained that not everyone here was like that, and that even in such a cesspool there were people who believed that everything destroyed by a psychopath should be fixed. There was an ashtray on the table. The girl said that she found it hard to believe and asked why the faction leader was letting him go so easily. The hunter lowered his head and replied that it was more convenient for him. Smiling widely, the ranker explained that they could simply fade into the shadows and become a nuisance to him, so he simply decided to leave them alone, and added that Utopia meant political freedom and freedom of speech, but nothing changed anyway. The scoundrel stood in front of a crowd of people. In fact, their existence only strengthened his foundation. Jack even gave the vice chairman's position to a member of the opposite faction, so people liked his broad views. John asked if the guest believed him. The woman closed her eyes and said that she was not so simple as to believe everything he said just because of the story he told, but she understood that he had a reason for betrayal. The man placed his hand on his waist and felt relieved. The fortune teller asked permission to ask him some questions about the population of the city itself, the distribution of work, the number of people with high rank, and information about the head of Utopia himself. With a stern frown, the warrior thought that this was very dangerous information that would put the city at risk if used incorrectly. But the battles they had gone through so far were completely different, and he concluded that he had to accept the fact that the ghost would try to use him if it would help him achieve his goal. The blue sky hung over the city. Looking away, Sejongwen decided that he could make a deal with Seonggu if he could settle things with Mirian, and thought that he just wanted to quickly end all this and return to a quiet life. Shin walked down the street surrounded by his warriors. The boy smiled and was convinced that his comrade's words were true. Jumping up from his seat, the child said that he would handle everything himself even though there was a strong opponent among them, and asked his friend not to relax because he was not around, and to do the right thing if someone tried to escape. Peeking around the corner, the hunter noticed people discussing the fate of Japan and decided that he needed to get closer. The ranker used the cloak and blended into the surroundings, becoming invisible. The warrior standing in front of his boss told him that they were actually very lucky to have united with the Chinese faction in one city. As with the increase in numbers and external changes, the supervision from the alliance was relaxed. The man stated that such an offer was only given once in a lifetime. Sejongwen raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if this man was not the Shinha guildmaster. Raising his hand, the soldier said that he felt they were in too much of a hurry and asked for more time. Shin shouted that now was the perfect time to do it and that it would be too late if they didn't do it now. The hunter frowned menacingly and said that they may have many doubts and hoped that they would trust him and let him lead the operation since they were doing this for Shinkai. The heroes stood by the wall of the building. The ranker asked if they had contacted the old factions of China. The warrior told him that he tried to pass a message to a man named Jongyeon but was immediately refused. His comrade said that he only wanted to follow the orders of the Shinsi faction until he defeated his master's enemy. The boy watched them from the shadows. The man stated that things were not going well and suggested that they end it here. Shin then disappeared behind the buildings, jumping from wall to wall. In the past, the protagonist turned to his comrade and explained that his job this time was to keep an eye out for possible traitors to Shinkai and other old factions who would wander into new territories and stop them. The child asked if that was what the alliance was supposed to do. Seonggu smirked and told him that he had intentionally created a gap for them to slip through, so they just needed to focus on observing the area. The hunter jumped off the roof and decided that he would definitely succeed this time. The sun was shining brightly over the city. The heroes were sitting at the table. The guy said that there was some charm in it. Sergi noted that he also liked tea with honey more than coffee and said that they had a lot in common. Smiling, the young man explained that he was afraid of getting a cold shoulder and expressed gratitude for the fact that the head of the Red Storm found the time to meet him in person despite such a sudden invitation. The fighter explained that it was Boris who insisted on their meeting. The man smiled widely and said that he always followed his advice in matters long-term, but now he met privately with someone who helped others even in the most difficult circumstances, which means he can behave as he wants. The hunter coughed loudly. The warrior turned around and asked if his friend had caught a cold. The ranker asked him not to pay attention and thought that his friend would not notice his attempts to suggest something anyway or would pretend not to notice. Raising his eyebrows, Sergi asked what brought their guest here and expressed confidence that he did not come all this way to drink tea with him. The player replied that he wanted to offer to form an alliance. The leader of the Red Storm opened his mouth in surprise and said that they had already sent an ambassador with this question. Boris confirmed this and added that they did not accept the offer of Utopia and Hope and offered the Divine City the most favorable conditions. The brunette frowned and explained that his true goal was to form an alliance not with the city or a separate faction, but with him personally. Sitting opposite him, the man decided that this was not such a bad option and offered him another cup of tea. The traitor agreed. The fighter closed his eyes and asked how long they would communicate so formally. After all, they were friends. The protagonist smiled and asked if he could address him informally. Frowning, the hunter was surprised that his leader, who had such a stunning charisma, could have such a pleasant expression, and wondered if this meant that the situation had changed so much. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise when Xianghu advised him to avoid Jack and Equal, and asked what was wrong with the leader of the Hope faction. The boy looked down and said that at first glance, the lord did not arouse suspicion and had a good reputation, but first impressions can be deceiving. Sergi asked what happened. Looking down, the young man said that it was a long story, and told him that he mercilessly dealt with innocent people in an attempt to protect his comrades, so he must be treated with extreme caution. The leader of the Red Storm clasped his hands and promised to keep an eye on them both, adding that he had no plans to befriend them. The player thanked him for understanding, even though they hadn't learned the details. The man crossed his arms and said that he couldn't ignore his attention and decided to share some useful information with him. The ranker called out to him. The fighter turned to him and said that everything was fine and that he wouldn't have been able to hide it anyway, and that their guest didn't seem like a talkative person. Boris reluctantly agreed with him. The warrior smiled widely and said that they had managed to discover a new region called the Dragon Labyrinth quite far from here. The people gathered at the cave. The brunette assumed that the Alliance's thorough search had worked against them this time and was glad that they had discovered it now. Baekwu looked ahead and concluded that they were the second to discover a new region, after the Moscow Red Storm. Looking down, the traitor realized that using the distance and location data that Sergi shared with him, they were able to identify a new region near their city, and thought that he could use this information to gain influence in other cities, but it would be difficult for him to do so alone. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked what his comrade was going to do with the access rights to the territory. The great mage replied that he thought it was right not to impose restrictions, but considering the possible danger inside the territory, they could not make a precise decision at the moment. Looking at his ally, the hunter remembered that when the Alliance was struggling to find new regions, he subtly hinted at the possible location of one of them, and wondered what kind of game the ghost was playing. In the past, Kang and Yeon were sitting at the table. If the time came for a forced battle, they would need to deal with the ghost first. Xianghu smirked. The ranker thought that he had received a tip through a secret alliance, based on which the third force infiltrating the alliance and the Salvation Guild could be related to him. Squinting, the man decided that it was likely that the leaked information had reached the hands of the intelligence of various cities, and wondered if Sergei, who had shown goodwill during the last meeting, or Arwen, which would be very unexpected, could be behind this. Looking ahead, the boy noticed that the scouts had returned and suggested that they go check on them. Kang crossed his arms and asked what was in the cave. Hyojin reported that the mission was successful and that they returned without losses, and said that they had surveyed a very large area but did not find a single monster, from which it can be concluded that they only appear under certain conditions. The Spear King frowned and asked what those conditions were. The warrior replied that they had found an old temple in the depths, but did not go too close to it. The Alliance leader narrowed his eyes and thought that it would be better if there were monsters there, as he had trouble with situations that required deep thought, and decided that they needed to gather information on the monsters that might appear, but the intelligence data was not changing. The great mage approached him and stated that they could not use people from the new or old faction to test this. The top ranker reminded him that they had surrendered and joined them, so in order to minimize the losses of their people, the most logical solution would be to use them. Looking down, the hunter explained that it would not be so scary if the situation was similar to what they had faced before, and stated that this was different, as they had no other choice then. Kang glanced at him sideways and suggested that the troops conduct an internal search. Baekwu decided that it would be better if they prepared themselves. The man crossed his arms and reminded them that they already had 3 of their best fighters, a whole battalion of H-warring troops, and several high-ranking fighters, and asked if he thought they needed more people for cannon fodder. The Spear King turned to the scout and explained that they weren't planning on finishing right now and only wanted to check the monsters. It wouldn't be as easy as subduing the demon lord, so they needed to prepare. The traitor approached him and asked why he felt like he had something to do with it. The top ranker said he wouldn't insist if he didn't want to go. The protagonist replied that there was a saying in Korea that said you should always listen until the end. The alliance leader stepped forward and stated that this saying especially applied to him. The heroes entered the garden of the fallen deity. The system reported that a strange aura surrounded the users and reduced their stats by 10%. A giant tree grew in front of them. A description of the mission appeared, for the completion of which the participants of the game had to bring peace to the fallen deity. The scouts opened their mouths in surprise when they saw that this mission was S rank. One of them reported that the forces of the entire city joined in to cleanse this place. Turning around, Kang asked them to be quiet and explained that they had only come here to study the monsters waiting for them, so they should not tremble in fear. The great mage approached him, but his comrade immediately summoned a spear in his hand. The man destroyed the wall right in front of him. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that his friend did not hesitate for a second. The Spear King lowered his head. The heroes entered and noticed that there was nothing here. The hunter suggested moving more carefully. The top ranker assured him that he had taken everything into account. The scouts approached the hole in the wall. The leader of the alliance said that there might not be any monsters here now, but they should still remain on guard since they were scouting the dungeon. The guys walked forward along a spacious and clean corridor decorated with statues. The squad members began to examine them. Kang ordered the owners of abilities related to searching to examine the territory as thoroughly as possible. Leaning on one of the statues, Seong-Hu realized that these structures were definitely not built for nothing and decided that they needed to fulfill a certain condition or find some clues. At that moment, the statue next to him fell. Hearing the crash, the soldiers turned around and asked what it was. The man crossed his arms and said that his friend was always there for him no matter what. The guy said that he did not do it on purpose. The young man explained that he simply leaned on the statue for a second, but it was lighter than one might think. Glowing hieroglyphs appeared on the wall. The player brought his fist to his mouth and suggested that it was all about his luck stat. The Spear King asked if it was all about the statue that he accidentally knocked down. Biku called him a real lucky guy. The warrior asked what it was. The great mage approached the hieroglyphs and explained that it looked like a magic circle that was drawn to bind or seal certain monsters. The hunter concluded that the statues acted as conduits for the seal and that it weakened as soon as they broke one of them. The top ranker put his spear on his shoulder and decided that the monsters would appear if they destroyed all the statues. Closing his eyes, the leader of the alliance suggested that only the elites and high-ranking fighters should stay here, and the normal members of Warring should go outside the territory and wait there because they can't leave without doing anything. Baeku asked if he really wanted to break the seal and stated that they needed to prepare first since this was an S-rank mission. The brunette approached them and supported the leader's decision. Kang turned away and said that those who were afraid could leave and asked his partner to pull himself together. The great mage said that this was not a game at all and that they could not afford to lose even one person. The man said that he did not agree with him. The hunter opened his mouth in surprise and asked what this meant. The king of the spear turned around and explained that they had no choice but to take the risk. After that, the warrior destroyed the statue standing nearby. Lowering his weapon, the top ranker asked what his subordinates were waiting for and ordered them to smash all the articles. The blade of the sword cut through the stone statue. The monument was destroyed. Suddenly, a knight appeared in the center of the hall. The maddened heavenly soldier flashed his blue eyes. The scouts surrounded him and wondered if it was there from the beginning. The living armor jumped towards the traitor and swung its sword. The protagonist repelled his attack with his sword. The system reported that the user activated Kai transformation. Smirking, Seong-Hu thought about how he was almost cut in half and realized that the first blow was his opponent's. The guy entered into a fight with him and said that he was used to giving something in return when he received something. The young man ducked to dodge the slashing blow. The player swung his rune blade and waited for the right moment. He managed to deliver a stabbing blow to the enemy. However, the tip of the rapier only bounced off his heavy armor. Looking back, the brunette was glad that this was a team mission and called his comrades to attack. The mages unleashed waves of fiery energy on the maddened soldier. The living armor ran through them and declared that none of this mattered to him. The monster approached one of the wizards. Having protected him from the blow, the leader of the alliance offered to talk to the enemy and asked him not to run away. The monster cast a menacing look at him and grinned. With one powerful blow, he managed to push Kang back. Finding himself behind his subordinates, the man ordered everyone to use all their skills and not retreat. The sorcerer ordered his comrades to split into groups of 3 and not move alone. A powerful explosion was heard. The traitor noted that the last 2 years of experience were not in vain. The king of the spear shouted that they did not have time for this. The maddened soldier plunged his sword into the ground and called them pathetic. The scouts noticed that he was having trouble dodging their attacks and that he only had loud speeches in his arsenal. Blue energy leaked through the cracks in the helmet of the living armor. Standing behind his leader, Baekwa thought that his stats were much higher than those of the senior Death Knight, but his sword skills left much to be desired, plus he was too simple and reckless and easily mocked. The top ranker raised his spear and ordered his subordinates to do what they usually do. A blue aura shone around the boss. The warrior looked up and noticed that the ceiling was collapsing. The leader of the alliance said that they would quickly defeat the enemy as soon as the people who remained outside joined them. Wings appeared behind the monster. The protagonist summoned the same wings and assumed that the enemy was going to escape after an area attack. Xianghu rose into the sky with the monster. They flew out through a hole in the ceiling. The maddened soldier raised his sword and ordered the enemy to get out of the way. Spreading his arms, the guy called on him to defeat him first and used the energy of yin and yang. The young man grabbed the animated armor with his hands. Waves of energy swirled around him. The boss began to dive down. The player asked him to do without hysterics. The monster fell to the ground, raising a huge amount of energy around itself. The brunette who fell to the floor saw a white shard in front of him. The traitor took it in his hands and decided that it was worth it. The system reported that the user defeated the monster and received a fragment of the seal. The giant dragon spread its wings and roared loudly. Lucy unleashed waves of light energy on it using the soul drain skill. A cloud of purple aura appeared in the monster's mouth. Arvin narrowed his eyes and used the soul burn skill. The leader of the Hope faction dashed forward and destroyed the enemy. His dead body fell to the ground. The man leaned on his sword. The girl ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The hunter confirmed it and asked her to take care of the other soldiers. Smiling, the ranker reminded him that no healing skills would work on him anyway after using soul burn, and said that he really appreciated her help. Looking down, the swordsman remembered that his skill gave him great power, for which he had to pay with patience and mental pain, so he rarely used this ability, and thought about how after meeting the ghost, he was able to focus on using his skills to the maximum effect. There were wounded people behind him. Arvin realized that despite his strength, they were very weak as a group. Someone shouted that there were too many enemies and that they could not handle them. The rector put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he was okay. The leader of the faction of Hope asked when his friend managed to get here. The heroes were standing on the battlefield. The mercenary told him that he ran here as fast as he could and asked him not to act so surprised. The man explained that it would be difficult to track his trajectory even if he concentrated, and asked if his comrade had forgotten about his job. The hunter asked how the situation was here. The ranker smiled and said that things were not so good yet, but they could catch a few monsters if they slowed down. The swordsman looked down and suggested that they could hunt here, but they would not be able to win. His comrade noted that this was quite expected. After introducing the cemetery, the soldier explained that the Tomb of Despair lived up to its name, as the large number of undead required a large and trained force with strong abilities, and added that they needed to train hundreds of people and lead several of them through the Third Awakening, so clearing the tomb would take at least a year. Crossing his arms, the soldier asked if they couldn't speed up the process, and wanted to know how long it would take if they accepted massive losses, forcibly conscripted people, and gathered all the remaining resources. With his mouth wide open, Arvin asked what the hell he was talking about and stated that his friend would never suggest sacrificing people. The rector asked him to simply answer the question. The leader of the Hope faction replied that they would need 2 months and asked why his comrade even asked that question. The mercenary closed his eyes and decided to share with him the news he had gathered in various cities. Introducing a smiling Sergi, the soldier explained that the Red Storm had accepted a non-aggression pact, but in the Dragon's Labyrinth they had not yet decided on any serious action and were focusing on reconnaissance, and found it strange that they had such particular hostility towards his leader. Introducing Kang and Songhu, the soldier added that for some reason they did not consider them kind and calm, and explained that the Divine City had accepted their offer of an alliance, while the Divine Petition group was taking a selective approach, using the forces of a small elite group and taking cautious actions. The man narrowed his eyes and wondered why Sergei seemed untrustworthy, and decided that all this news was leading them to a serious threat, Jack of Utopia. The rector crossed his arms and declared that this was their highest priority target, and told them that Utopia had signed a non-aggression pact and, instead of dealing with the problem themselves, had asked for their help in dealing with the ghosts. The swordsman raised his hand and asked if they were planning to go to war, and the mercenary replied that it was quite possible. The warrior frowned and said that Utopia was gathering all the military strength and resources of Los Angeles to fight the war. The city's residents gaped in surprise, and the man realized that they had mobilized every person capable of fighting, regardless of their skill. Holding the documents in her hands, Rachel reported that they had sent the soldiers who had returned from the mission to their units and had taken measures to manage all city affairs under the direction of the assembly. And this also concerned the members of the special council, including the best fighters and the slave knights. Jack, rocking in his chair, declared that he had had enough of these boring reports and asked if his partner was just trying to say that they did not have any problems. The girl explained to him that the vice chairman was prone to nitpicking. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if anything would change if they were not there. The woman apologized to him. Putting his hands behind his head, the psychopath remembered that other cities were not allowed to interfere in someone else's dungeon without a request, and decided that the entire process could not be made completely fair, but even so, it would take at least another month to complete the mission. Among the districts was a map with a question mark. The American realized that they did not need to conquer all 4 zones, and that if they managed to occupy at least one of them, they would still be able to reach the final arena, and decided that they should take advantage of the moment and finish the conquest in one fell swoop while the other cities were shy. The villain smirked and wondered what the ghost was thinking when he proposed such conditions. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and hoped that the enemy came up with something so grandiose that it would exceed all his expectations, since otherwise he would be very disappointed. Clouds floated above the house. Its resident felt a chill run down his spine. His comrade stated that he would be fine even if he was attacked by ice magic. The heroes were sitting at the table. Ellie asked her friend to focus on this. The protagonist agreed with her and realized that he needed to put the entire city in war mode so that bringing it to the battlefield at his own discretion would not cause any controversy. The girl looked down and explained that Jack's control over Utopia was much stronger than expected, and that the scariest thing was that he was running the city without using his quick wits or satisfying the people's preferences. The woman imagined menacing silhouettes of people and explained that instead, the psychopath had completely changed the people's ideology and their fundamental consciousness, as if the entire city had been brainwashed. Song, who called him a madman. Taking the documents in her hands, the fortune teller decided that only the enemy would ultimately win from this, and asked what her comrade was going to do. The guy replied that the best option in this situation would be a direct attack on their rear when all their forces were weakened. The young man closed his eyes and sighed. The sniper said that this was impossible, since even if other factions were involved in this matter, attacking Utopia from the rear would cause them to lose faith in each other. Her partner replied that he did not care. The player placed his hand on the table and decided that if it came down to it, they could either side with Sergei or shamelessly team up with Arwen. Ellie asked him if he was serious. The brunette smirked and confirmed it. The girl frowned and wondered what her ally was even thinking about. Looking at him, the woman thought that at first she thought he wanted to stir up conflict from within, or team up with the Red Storm to overthrow the Hope faction, or turn each city against the other. The traitor tapped his finger on the table and decided that his goal was to reveal all possible paths. The protagonist imagined a sign at the crossroads and decided that he needed to provoke internal discord in Utopia, observe the actions of other cities and team up not with groups, but with individual fighters, since in this case he would have several backup plans in case of an emergency. Remembering how the faction leaders fought, Xianghu realized that things were not going as planned, and that all 4 cities were made up of experienced warriors who had experienced the same level of chaos as the first city, and were moving openly and secretly from everyone, so all these factors could lead to unexpected consequences. The people were standing at the edge of a cliff on such a chaotic battlefield. Even one mistake could lead to collapse. The fortune teller noticed her comrade smiling and asked what was funny about it. The boy confidently knitted his brows and replied that if they could not predict the outcome, then adapting to it mid-flight was not the best approach. The sniper said that it would not work if he continued to fight like this. At that moment, Sejongwen entered the room. Looking at him, the boy said that he returned earlier than expected and asked if he had discovered anything important. The boy stood in the middle of the room and said that Utopia sent an army of 3,000 soldiers to support Hope and the Redstone clan. The player asked if Sergi and Arwen had requested reinforcements. The answer was negative. Looking down, the child said that it looked like they secretly contacted the controlled forces of Toronto and Moscow, which, according to their conditions, are similar to Shin or Gyupa, and asked for support from them, and added that they used this as an excuse to send reinforcements. Ellie called it an incredible move. Crossing her arms over her chest, the brunette said that he had also thought about this strategy and was surprised that Jack himself resorted to it. The traitor imagined 2 knights fighting and thought about the fact that the subfactions would not accept the request for reinforcements, but the fact that they were sent alone could provoke a conflict between the main cities and subfactions, and this would distract them and prevent them from focusing on anything outside the city. The protagonist looked at his friend and explained that now that the psychopath had made his move, if the other factions tried to join forces to strike back, they would lack the grounds to do so and it would be too late. After all, they only had one option left. Xianghu smirked and suggested doing the same. White clouds were floating above the pagoda. The boy spread his arms and stated that since Utopia had made their move, they should prepare for decisive action. Kang asked if this was really why he had rushed in. The boy smiled and reminded them that the alliance was already in forced conscription mode. The man frowned and asked how long it would take to carry out the original plan. Baku replied that it would take about 6 months, adding that this was the minimum required to strictly distribute the resources of civilians and lower-ranking individuals, while taking into account the huge expenditures needed to obtain more Thrice Awakened. Crossing his arms, the Spear King realized that even with this approach, they would suffer great losses, and asked how about facilitating passage through the Fourth Awakening. The Great Mage replied that it would take at least 2 years. Lowering his head, the warrior realized that they had no other choice and said that based on the Ghost's strategy, if they started a war, they would definitely capture the Divine Spirit Garden. The top ranker asked him what he thought about it with a stern frown and explained that the losses would be colossal and that they would face countless casualties, huge losses for the guild and an escalation of conflicts between the new and old factions. In addition to this, public resistance would also increase. Narrowing his eyes, the player replied that it was inevitable and that there was no solution that would please everyone, and stated that they had to be ready to accept responsibility for their mistakes. The leader of the alliance closed his eyes and remembered that only a small part of the most experienced fighters could participate in the final stage, and in that case, they would no longer need the remaining people. Kang looked up and realized that his comrades saw people as nothing more than tools. Standing in front of him, the man admitted that he had never liked his ally since their first meeting, and until now, the brunette asked why he decided to bring it up so suddenly. Narrowing his eyes, the Spear King added that his suggestions and strategies were always the most rational and effective, and agreed to put his feelings aside and accept his offer. The traitor smiled widely and said that he loved him for that very reason. The top ranker asked him to leave if he had nothing else to say. The protagonist headed for the exit and decided not to waste his time anymore. The warrior flinched when he heard the sound of the door closing. Biku approached him and said that they would have to forcefully mobilize all forces in the end anyway, just like Utopia did. The leader of the alliance confirmed this and stated that he and the ghost were still different even if they came to the same conclusion. Imagining a crowd of subordinates around him, Kang thought about how he always hesitated when he had to make a decision and realized that people tended to show similar emotions like compassion or humanity. The man raised his eyebrows and realized that the ghost was completely different and that he had initially given the impression that he did not care about the fate of other people. Frowning, the Spear King asked his partner to send a message to Yeon and stated that he now had confidence. Presenting a chessboard, the warrior explained that their ally regarded humans as pawns and would abandon them without hesitation if a situation arose where he no longer had an advantage, and reminded them that the final stage was near and that they needed to minimize the number of unstable variables as much as possible. A crowd of people gathered in the square. The soldier announced that a forced mobilization order would be in effect from today, and said that they would unite the strongest troops of the factions and the alliance to attack the Garden of Divine Spirits. The mercenary frowned in displeasure and asked who they thought they were to mobilize them against their will. Since they would be sent there as cannon fodder, his comrades said that even the most experienced fighters with high ranks would have a hard time there. The warriors charged the giant stone golems. A huge explosion was heard. The mage ordered the others not to save mana and use every drop to stop the enemy forces. The monster jumped into the air and pounced on the squad. The monster landed right on top of them and crushed them. The people ran away from it in terror and screamed. The golems continued to crush them like insects. Suddenly, an explosion of Kai energy thundered. The protagonist rose into the sky on his wings. The people were happy to see him and called him an angel knight. Songhu squinted and thought that he did not like such a nickname. Looking at the monster from the air, the boy realized that against such an enemy, small attacks were useless and decided that he needed to deliver one powerful blow. An explosion of yin-yang energy approached the enemy. The monster raised its hand to throw the enemy aside. The youth slashed at it. The blade of the sword created a bright flash upon impact with the stone. The golem collapsed to the ground. The player landed on his feet and remembered that he had not yet received the first part of the seal. The system reported that the fog that surrounded the Divine Spirit Garden had dissipated. The mercenaries looked at him and were surprised that he managed to kill the monster with one blow, although it was expected from a person of high rank. Looking down, the brunette thought that the raid itself was going smoothly, but the real problem was outside the dungeon, and decided that given the fact that Sergi and Ellie were fighting Jack, the only problem was Arwen. Blue particles were flickering around him. Based on the information he had recently received, he was not in the best situation. The traitor was curious how the hero who advocated justice would cope with this situation. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was looking forward to the result. Clouds were floating above the city. The Divine City, Los Angeles, and Moscow were moving in unison. As if everything was planned in advance, someone said that they should take action immediately. The Lord closed his eyes and replied that they did not have the authority to do so, since they would lose the faith of the guild if they forced people to participate in a senseless massacre by force. Alex slammed his hand on the table and asked if they should just stand back and watch this in silence. The man looked down and thought about how the best thing to do would be to accept what was happening and move smoothly along the chosen path, without getting hung up on the pace of other cities, since if they continued like this, they would lose their place as a god. Lucy looked away. The leader of the Hope faction frowned and realized that he would have given up a long time ago if this was all about him, but for the sake of other people, He had to move on, since he had no choice. The heroes sat at a round table. Arwen proposed to hold a vote on whether they supported or opposed the forced raid on the Tomb of Despair. Looking down, the blonde explained that all the residents of Toronto should take part in the vote, and that they would act depending on the results, and he realized that the guild did not end with him. The girl smiled happily. She always showed compassion and gave support. The knight smiled. He always wanted to be on the front lines to protect his comrades. The rector crossed his arms. He always had to do the dirtiest work. The lord realized that they had come this far because of the best warriors and the people who believed in them. The warrior frowned and decided that no matter how strong the people's faith was, a forced conscription was a different matter, as the numbers against the raid would likely be overwhelming, and at best they would end up in a draw. There were cards with crosses and circles on the table. The vote was 8-2. Smiling, the woman was glad that the people agreed, and said that this was proof of the faith that her comrade had built up to this day. The leader of the Hope faction said that they had finally caught up with the other cities. Arwen looked at his friend and explained that the real test would begin now, as they were always one step behind when it came to group missions. The mercenary decided that even if they gritted their teeth and strained themselves with all their might, they would still only be eating the dust from under their feet. The heroes gathered in the office. The blonde agreed with his friend and explained that this was why they were going to resort to a special method that no city had tried yet. The lord closed his eyes and stated that they would ask for support from other cities. The guild members gathered around the table. The soldier stated that they were already spending a lot of manpower just to control the troops that Utopia had sent, and that they would lose confidence in her helping them if they received more support. The man said that with their limited forces, they would have to make sacrifices. Frowning, the leader of the Hope faction explained that they had to create a situation where they couldn't refuse, and offered to give them the right to choose any item they wanted after clearing the mission as compensation. Opening his mouth wide, the warrior shouted that there was a reason why S-rank missions were that level, and explained that legendary or divine items would appear in such missions, which should not fall into the hands of fighters from other factions. Closing his eyes, Arwen said that they had no other choice, and that it was a small price to pay for using a powerful ally, and added that if they allowed their greed to blind them and relied on their own strength, it would lead to incredible losses. Heading towards the exit, the blonde man asked his comrades to act at their own discretion in this case, and informed them that a meeting with the leaders of the other guilds would be held soon, so he needed to go. Alex asked his ally if he had really started his game. The rector looked away and said he didn't understand what they were talking about. The knight explained that 8-2 was an impossible result and someone had interfered with the vote count. The heroes stood next to each other. The mercenary asked if he really looked like the kind of person who could do this. The warrior confirmed it. The hunter smiled and said that he was even a little offended. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the fighter said that he wanted to praise him for the work done and was surprised that next to him was a person who was ready to do such a thing for his leader. The guy raised his hand and asked what it meant. The man said that there would be no benefit in continuing the conversation. The young man frowned and decided that such a gap in the vote occurred because this man made his move. Clouds floated above the building. The ranker realized that he would be in a difficult situation if this continued. Walking from side to side, Ellie thought about how her partner had coped with everything so far and exceeded all expectations, but only because everything happened spontaneously and without a clear plan. The girl sat down in a chair and realized that this situation was different, since its scale was too large and that it could not be resolved alone. Looking down, the woman decided that what they needed now was insight, a solid plan, and strength, and her comrade had nothing but the latter. And he knew it himself and was doing everything he could to make the plan work, but she still wanted to eliminate as many uncertainties as possible. Someone knocked on the door, and the fortune teller looked up and asked what was wrong. The mercenary entered the room and said that a secret request for support had come from Toronto, but the ghost had already accepted the request. The sniper's eyes widened in surprise. The soldier told her that in the event of a successful cleansing of the mission in the Garden of Divine Spirits, he would immediately move to Toronto, and that he had been sent to report that in his absence, all his powers would fall on Ellie. The girl covered her face with her hand and asked him to leave. Closing her eyes, the woman wondered what her comrade was thinking about and thought that a leader should always stay in place. Tapping her finger on the arm of the chair, the fortune teller realized that maintaining this relationship was gradually becoming more of a burden than a benefit, and decided that it was time for her to find a new partner she could rely on. There was a giant tree growing in the dungeon. The raid on the mission went faster than expected. Although at first the number of casualties was measured in thousands every day, soon the people began to adapt. Biku stood in front of the map. His strategy was working very well. The large-scale training and the formation of a unified force finally bore fruit. It was so effective that it seemed as if everyone had been preparing for this situation. people rushed into battle. Thanks to this, by the second half of the operation, they had achieved significant success and were able to finish the hunt, suffering only 100 casualties per day. Kang put the report on the table and said that the consumption of various equipment and materials, the cost of compensating forced labor, and a sharp increase in the number of housing applications led to the fact that the city's internal affairs department began to experience a strong financial burden. The man asked how much money they had left. Baekwu approached him and said that they had already spent 90% and that the money was only left because they had resold the items they had once acquired in time. Sitting at the table, the Spear King asked about the casualties. The Great Mage reported that the total number of casualties was currently around 45,000, but considering that some were dying again, the population of the Divine City still included around 70,000. The warrior looked up and asked how the search for the final stage was going. His comrade reported that they had identified a potential location where the final stage could be located and believed that clearing the Divine Spirit Garden would give them a clue to activate it. Placing his hands on his knees, the top ranker realized that they were almost done and asked if they would not have to do such things anymore if they cleared the final stage. The leader of the alliance lowered his head and said that he was very tired and wanted to just give up and run away if this life lasted even 1 minute longer. Baekwu narrowed his eyes and asked what happened to him. Kang frowned and told him about how he felt a little nervous when he first came to this world and was delighted with the abilities that seemed to be taken from a cheap fantasy novel. Then he wanted to become a hero and do something great. The Great Mage lowered his gaze and said that he thought so too. Ordinary people walked along the streets of the city. The euphoria did not last long. The man explained that he was not at all happy to be the leader of the strongest organization and that he just wanted to live his ordinary life, chat with friends, and watch stupid shows. The King of the Spear sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that he would go to the very end just for this. The hunter closed his eyes and agreed with him. The top ranker leaned back in his chair and asked if there was any other news. Baekwu reported that Jack from Utopia had sent a secret messenger with information about the Phantom. Looking up, the faction leader remembered that they had not gotten along in the first place and asked if the psychopath was asking for the Phantom to be handed over to him under any conditions. The Great Mage replied that this time he was offering them precise information about the forces that their ally had stationed in the Divine City. Kang raised an eyebrow and decided that this did not seem particularly useful to them. The hunter reported that they had now allocated the main forces on their side. The ranker frowned and added that the American was also offering a legal justification for damaging the Phantom. The man gave him a stern look and asked him to tell him more about it. There was a tent in the forest. The heroes entered. Marine decided that it was too spacious for two. The protagonist noted that, compared to last time, this was a real hotel room. The girl looked away and said that she really liked the small houses. The woman crossed her arms and asked what her comrade was planning to do and reminded him that from what Ellie had said, things had not gone according to plan at all, and Seong-Hu asked if she had noticed how slowly he was moving. Looking at him, Magic Sword explained that creating a good strategy was no different from training with a sword and stated that in any case, the current countermeasures were clearly insufficient and that everyone could see it. The boy looked down and thought that he had an idea, but it was too risky and that this plan was impossible without Mirine's help. Turning to her, the young man decided to tell her a top secret story and asked her to promise not to tell anyone about it. The girl smiled and asked him not to make her promise anything, but to just order her to do it. The player narrowed his eyes slyly. Looking at the crowd of warriors, Kang told Baekwu to see how many there were, to which the young man replied that they had summoned all the capable fighters from the Alliance, the Faith and Interest Guild, and the 9 sects. Turning his head, the Spear King asked how many there were, to which he was told that there were only 90,000 plus, to which the man stated that it was impressive. Smirking, Kang realized that such a number would be enough to even destroy the Divine Spirit Garden. Folding his arms, Aihyun stated that he saw nothing wrong with the numerical advantage, and asked if they were sure that it would not lead to chaos, to which Seong-Hu agreed and explained that if they followed their allies' plan, it would be better to form small units. Raising his palm, Baekwu asked the heroes not to worry, as in reality, the only people participating in the battle were himself, Kang, Yui, the Ghost, Mireen, and the 2 lords from the sects, a total of 8 people. Lowering his chin, the young man explained that as the protagonist had said, if the battlefield was in chaos due to the enemy's small numbers, they would not be able to take advantage, which is why the others must strictly adhere to their assigned roles. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist thought that, as expected, Baekwu had decided everything. Waving his hand, the boy declared that now they should split into pairs and surround the temple. Kang looked at the protagonist thoughtfully. The man in the robe said that the ghost's real name was Song-Hu. Folding his arms, the Spear King said that who would have known that he was hearing his real name from the messenger sent by Jack, to which the stranger clarified that in addition, they had information about his secret organization, sources of funding, and connections. The guildmaster lowered his eyebrows and said that he didn't need any of that, only a reason to destroy him, And in any case, the ghost was strong, because he had saved the divine city as well as many lives from danger, and he had the skilled swordswoman Mireen on his side. The messenger asked the other person about the reason, and explained that then everything was simple, because Seonghu tried to betray the city by bringing foreign enemies into it, to which Kang asked him again. Under the hood, the stranger's face was visible, and he replied that it was none other than Jack. He opened the notes in the notebook and said that they carefully looked at all the details, from the time and place where the ghost secretly contacted them, to the witnesses, evidence, and even the content of the meeting, and what's more, they have it. With the corners of his lips pulled down, Baekwu was surprised by what he saw, and the guildmaster asked what it was. Frowning, the youth said that it contained records of all the crimes the protagonist had committed so far. Among all of them, this impressed him the most, and then noticed that the papers said that the ghost's influence extended to the underground divine city, where he had imprisoned several people, and there was even something written about torture. Raising his hand, Kang was surprised and said that this was unexpected, and the envoy asked what they thought, and didn't this prove their sincerity. Frowning, the guildmaster remained silent and thought that this felt like a betrayal, so he didn't like it. Lowering his chin, the man thought about how enemies who pretended to be allies, like the ghost, were much more dangerous, and then replied that he agreed. A large army appeared, and the King of Spears remembered that they say that what goes around comes around. The protagonist was visible, and Kang decided that since he had repeatedly committed murders and manipulated people into doing things his way, now the ghost, or rather Seonghu, would be repaid in full for everything he had done. Looking away, the King of Spears thought that it was a pity because he wondered if the protagonist trusted anyone or if they trusted him. Lowering his hands, the fighter informed the captain that everything was ready, to which he ordered to begin, and he began to carry out the order. The warrior called out to Yuja and said that the order was given to begin, to which he turned around and said that they should stay behind because it was safer that way. Inserting the ball into the stone, he thought about the curse, and he could not believe that they put him to awaken the boss just because he was fast. Yuj ran out of the shaking temple, and the system reported that a mad ancient god had appeared, gradually regaining his former strength and knowledge, becoming more powerful, but it was possible to temporarily weaken him by using the seal fragments. A moment later, the sacred structure collapsed, and its fragments flew at the soldiers. Holding the magic staff in his hands, Baekwu thought that the god was much larger than an ogre, and more like a giant or a golem, and it was not so bad, and then shouted for everyone to prepare to shoot at the same time. The fighter anxiously said that he thought they should wait for him to fully manifest himself, to which the youth, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that it should be done now, while the temple restricts his movements, and if not now, then there may not be another chance to perfectly cast an area of effect spell without harming his allies. Putting his hands forward, the mages formed magic seals. The army simultaneously launched a powerful blow at the ancient god. Covering himself with his shield, the knight realized that the fire was so strong that he could feel its heat even through his armor. Baekwu's magical weapon began to emit energy streams, and the young man said in his mind that the god-level item, Odin's Will, had a unique property called magic amplification, and with the magical energy that hundreds of mages were now providing him, he could finish everything with one powerful blow. One of the fighters said that it was a big explosion. The hand of the ancient monster appeared. Suddenly, a powerful magical blow occurred. The knights held their shields in front of them and shouted that it was falling. Rock fragments joined the monster's body. It became larger and larger. Holding the spear in his hands, Kang noticed that the monster was already recovering, and he thought that he could not intervene, but they had a strong enemy here. After which Baekwu exclaimed that it was recovering too fast and ordered everyone who held the seal fragments to approach the monster as close as they could. Raising his head up, the Spear King saw the ancient god up close. Standing in front of the huge monster, the man realized that it was simply huge. Flying in the sky, the ghost asked Kang what he was doing and whether he wanted to let the monster recover, and the guildmaster realized that it was Seonghu. Thinking that he could not stand idle, the Spear King prepared to attack and shouted that they must attack. The ancient god's eye lit up, and he exclaimed that humans were pathetic and dirty creatures. Grinning, the guildmaster clarified who would get a punch in the nose from them. The monster, calling the guy a bastard, dealt a crushing blow. Overgrown grass ruins were visible. Jack thrust his sword into the ground, realizing that he had barely managed to block that attack, and as expected, going alone against the boss on an S-rank mission was beyond his strength. The demonic entity approached the guy, and he was indignant that it was already the 20th attempt, but the monster still would not run out of steam. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter shouted for everyone to get ready, and even if it cost them their lives, they needed to attack and at least leave a scratch on him. The fighters clenched their teeth in alarm. Turning into zombies, they attacked the boss. The demonic entity struck the sword in a circle and killed all the opponents. Lowering his head, the boss thought about how crazy they were and weren't they afraid of hurting themselves at all. The zombie grabbed the handle of the monster's weapon, to which it asked how they dared to injure its noble body, because it would kill fools. Taking the potion in his hand, Jack said that he thought the boss would fall for the provocation, to which the girl replied that in the end it was a humanoid type and now was the right time. Grasping the magic staff with her palm, Ellie offered to use her magic and catch the enemy. A bright outline of the boss appeared, and the system reported that several powerful spells were cast on it. The silhouette of the monster was illuminated by beams of energy and thought about when it was wounded in the neck. Grinning, Jack used the demonization ability. The guy flew high above the boss, which surprised him. The silhouette of a fighter was visible next to the corpse of a magical entity, and the system showed a notification that the Overlord's camp mission was completed and the points were converted into a final reward. Jack stood with his back turned and asked to remove it. At the same moment, the system removed the demonization status and permanently reduced some characteristics. Scratching the back of his head, the guy admitted that it was impressive, and he underestimated Ellie, thinking that it was only mental magic, to which she explained that she was already quite exhausted. And first of all, it was all thanks to him, because Jack trusted her and supported her with a solid amount of money. Smiling, the guy asked her again, and said that considering what the girl mage was offering him, this was not even enough, to which Ellie asked to avoid flattery. Forcing a smile, the girl thought about the fact that she still could not trust this man for sure, but with him the chances of winning were higher than if she stayed with Sung-hoon. At sunset, a tall building was visible, and the girl mage thought about how they had thus completed the second mission after the alliance. Ellie said that the final stage location had not yet appeared, to which Jack, putting his hands in his pockets, interrupted her and said that they would postpone it for later because now was not the time, and he was more interested in how Song-hoo was doing. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that the protagonist immediately went to Toronto after the attack on the Divine Spirit's Garden and accepted Arvin's request for help, thanks to which they are now preparing to approve the entire faction in accordance with the Alliance's requirements. The interlocutor said that this was a little unexpected, to which the girl mage, wide-eyed, asked him again. Jack's silhouette was visible in the window, and he assumed that based on the information she had obtained and his experience, the protagonist could not be called careless, although he is a petty person who only cares about himself, but not in the usual sense, because he is also meticulous. Looking away, the girl repeated his words about Song-hoo. The psychopath lowered his chin and said that he had come up with a term for him. In other words, he could be called a petty little villain. The blonde said that if you think about it, the protagonist rushed to Toronto as soon as he heard about the chance to get a god-level sword, to which Jack, tilting his head back, asked if he really wanted the sword, to which the interlocutor replied that she had heard that with a low-level sword, he was superior in strength in battles. The guy clarified how many people went with him to Toronto, to which Ellie, folding her arms, said only one warrior, Mireen. Clenching his jaw, the psychopath thought about the fact that regardless of the rank of the item that Seong-hoo coveted, they were on the brink of the final battle. And if he, having left his base and entrusted his strength to others, came all this way for a weapon, then it was not even worth worrying about him. Jack narrowed his eyes, thinking that he might have other intentions. The guy asked if the main character was serious about heading to Toronto with only one companion, to which the blonde, holding out her hand, said that at first they lost sight of him, as he disappeared without saying a word. But this time he was unusually slow, so they managed to track his route and observe him from a distance. Ellie held her palm out in front of her and said that if the protagonist tried to deviate from the path or do any tricks, they would know about it immediately. And the other player noted that he might have something in mind, so they couldn't take their eyes off him, because they had to make sure that he couldn't recover. Jack grinned and realized that if Seong-hoo behaved as he expected, everything would end quickly, and if not, there would be something interesting in its own way. Buildings appeared and the protagonist said that he heard that Utopia and the Alliance had successfully captured a new zone and obtained an item that would allow them to enter the final stage. To which the ally replied that he was a fool, because the rumor was spread intentionally to warn spies from other cities. The players' backs appeared and Mireen could be heard saying that although the location of the final stage was unknown, the troops of the two cities could enter at any time. The protagonist and his escort moved towards the entrance, and he asked the girl not to worry because they had reinforcements and now they could go hunting for the boss. Arvin, putting his elbows on the table, said that it was really him. Waving his fingers, Seong-hoo asked if the Lord thought that he was just talking, because he was one of those people who fulfilled his promises. That's just the way it was. The interlocutor remained silent in confusion, and the protagonist, smiling, asked what was wrong with his face. Lowering his head, Arvin recalled that during the last mission, this guy used all kinds of cowardly attack tactics, as a result of which he and Lucy had to risk their lives, but since reinforcements had come to them, killing them would deprive their efforts of meaning. The young man admitted that when he first heard the name Ghost, he was skeptical, but he never thought that it would be Seong-hoo, to which Seong-hoo, putting his hands in his pockets, explained that no one except him had that name. The protagonist asked the girl's name, to which she, sitting at the table, said that her name was Lucy. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that he remembered now, and that they had not seen each other for a long time. Wiping his eye with his finger, he said that he simply wanted to get closer to people, but to his surprise, no one liked him, which broke his heart. With his mouth wide open, Arwen said that if the interlocutor thought about his actions, he would immediately understand the reason. Pushing back his chair, the protagonist suggested that they end there and asked if it would not be more productive to look at the present and the future than to stir up the past, to which the Lord asked why he had come. Raising his hand, the protagonist clarified which of them had secretly sent the convoy asking for support, to which the interlocutor explained that of all of them, only he and that woman had responded to his request, and he knew better than anyone that Seong-Hu never acts out of compassion. Looking away, the protagonist said that he knew that the Lord didn't like him, and politely asked him to be friendly to the man who had actually come to help, and not to continue to meddle in other people's business and irritate him, after which he asked if his help was needed. Closing his eyes, Arwen answered that he was needed, and the interlocutor began to talk about why he was acting like that. Lowering his chin, the Lord explained that he was being careful because it was a ghost sitting in front of him, not someone else, and there should be obvious reasons for his coming, even if his life was in danger, and then said that if the interlocutor wanted to leave, he could, although he very much doubted that he would do so. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he believed that he would not have shown up without a reason, and the Lord would clearly take advantage of this to thoroughly interrogate him. The guy said that he came here for a reward, to which Arwen, slamming his fist on the table, asked if the interlocutor thought he would believe it, to which Seong-Hu asked if the Lord hadn't said that if he helped with the mission, he could choose any item as a reward. Smiling, the protagonist said that they had been using their sword for a long time, but after the battle with him, it seemed to him that its characteristics did not meet the requirements. The view with the approach of the final stage, it is not surprising that he is worried about his weapon. Looking at the interlocutor, Arwen thought that there was a meaning, but he had no idea if it was true. And Seong-Hu would not risk himself and appear in front of him for the sake of the sword, but in the last battle he really almost lost due to the difference in their weapons. The protagonist said that he believed the Lord, to which he, lowering the corners of his lips, asked him again. The protagonist smirked and explained that they might not get along, but Arwen wasn't the type to stab him in the back after asking for help, because he was a noble and fair hero who fought for the rights of the elves and wouldn't act so recklessly, and unlike him, he valued loyalty. The Lord looked away and said nothing. Putting his hand to his forehead, the protagonist asked if he planned to stab him in the back after their meeting, and his interlocutor thought about the fact that someone like a ghost trusted him. It even sounded funny. Folding his arms, Arwen promised that as long as the protagonist did not interfere and help to overthrow the bosses, he would not do anything like that, and while he was in the city and his return to the Divine City, he would not lay a finger on him. To which the interlocutor said that if Sir Arwen himself said such a thing, then he believed these words, after which he added that he would not stay for long, but during cooperation he counted on him and would fulfill all his promises. Looking at Seong-Hu's hand, the Lord remained silent. Getting up from the table, he said that for his own safety he would call 2 elite fighters and the strongest one would go to see him off and even prepare personal transport, and then asked not to go far and rest until they reached the front line, to which the protagonist sincerely thanked for the hospitality and received the answer that it was not worth doing. Nirine turned around after Arwen leaving. The protagonist lowered his head to the table, exhaled and realized that he was sweating all over from talking to them. Lucy had the skill to recognize lies. Putting it in his hand in his pocket, the girl said that it was necessary, but too risky, and what would the protagonist do if they decided to kill them? To which the guy replied that such a thing would never happen and she already knows what kind of lord a person is, especially after the war between the High and Dark Elves, so he will not try to kill them until the boss is defeated. Smirking, the interlocutor thought that Sir Seong-Hu is attentive to everything, and he must be right. Sitting on a chair, she said that they can at least rest easy now, knowing that they were provided with escorts for safety, to which the protagonist clarified if she is sure that all this is for their safety. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought that if that was the reason, he wouldn't have called 2 elite fighters, so this wasn't an escort, but surveillance, so Arwen protected himself from their possible unnecessary actions, and from the moment he appeared, everyone in the city had noticeably tensed up, so this could also be considered a preliminary action that would close access to any alternatives. The guy turned around. Seeing a silhouette in the doorway, I realized that it was impressive, although it was too late. Alex appeared in the room and said that he was the main Knight of Hope, and while they were in Toronto, they should follow his instructions. Putting his palms in front of him, Seong-Hu said that it wasn't even worth talking about it, because he wouldn't be involved in any dubious affairs, so there was no need for such tension, after which he thought about why it was difficult for the Lord to trust people, but everything was already in his hands. Thoughtfully lowering his eyebrows, the knight remained silent. Raising her hand, Lucy declared that everything the ghost said was true, to which Arwen said that it didn't matter whether he lied or told the truth, what mattered was that he was helping them. Looking down, the Lord thought that he hated the ghost, but his ability was well known, so he was much more useful than a handful of mediocre players. And according to rumors, not only had they just conquered the Crimson Storm, they could not hesitate any longer. The system screen lit up brightly. She reported that the all-pervading miasma began to seep into their body, and all the indicators began to rise smoothly, and the protagonist, looking around, wondered if there was something similar here. Looking at the team of players, the young man thought about the fact that Toronto only had 8 people, and isn't that a little? Putting his hand out to the side, Arvin explained that they were going to face a high-ranking undead called the Death Lord, and it had necromancer skills that restored health and mana after each melee kill on a living player, so he wanted the ghost and Miriam to take the responsibility of facing it. Looking at the Lord, Xianghu explained that although they were strong fighters, they could not guarantee victory over the Death Lord, to which the interlocutor replied that he should not worry, because including him, at least 6 people would be going to fight them. Putting his hands on his hips, the blonde said that Lucy would apply buffs and heal them from the rear, and the others would lure the boss's attention to themselves with their ranged attacks. The protagonist said that this would buy them about half an hour, to which he received the answer that if another person was added to them, they would be able to win. Carl raised his fist and asked if he was called, to which the protagonist thought that he was dressed in shabby clothes and did not even have a weapon. Raising his palm, the boy clarified the protagonist's name and how much mana he had, to which he asked why he was asking, and heard the fighter's words that he does not answer questions directly, and it is worth rephrase the question about mana. Carl's palm was surrounded by magic, and he said that he would use the skill, and asked not to resist, but just accept. The protagonist closed his eyes. A moment later, he raised his head and saw a system message that the boy used soul splitting and asked what it was. Arvin spread his fingers and said that this fighter was a spiritual healer, and this specialty allowed him to share mana infinitely. There was a sign hanging above Xianghu, and he was surprised by the huge amount of mana points because after strengthening them, they became much more. He, holding his chin, said that starting with a great skill at this level might be a good idea, to which Carl replied that it would not work because his class has a limitation on one attack skill, namely a magic bullet. Hiller, opening his mouth, added that he would not be able to help much in battle and would stay in the rear and provide mana, to which the protagonist approved the proposal and thought that if some high-level mage like Baku had such stats, then a catastrophe would happen. The Lord, folding his arms, said that they should not use the common mana sources so thoughtlessly, because they are needed if their own is not enough or for particularly expensive techniques, and the protagonist asked that they had 2,400 points, why be greedy? The guy, looking at the crowd of people, explained that this applies not only to him, but to everyone who uses the common source of magic, adding that the speed of restoration of Cal is very high, and if you do not use too much at once, then a sharp interruption in the charge of the soul is not expected, but it is better to be careful. Sanhu, keeping his hands in his pockets, exclaimed that he will take this into account, and Arwen said that Lucy should remove the enhancement, because now the rector will set the traps and let them remember their location so as not to accidentally get caught. The protagonist also knew how to set traps and asked if he could, to which he received the answer that if the trap from the manual is for fools. He, kneeling, looked at the screen. The protagonist began typing quickly. The Lord, through the sweat on his face, heard Ren and Rector wondering about the connection of the 2 traps, and he himself was perplexed. Looking at Songhu, he thought that he was a good swordsman, but his traps surprised even their strongest. The protagonist waved his finger, was ready, and Arvin continued that there was a possibility that these guys stole his equipment or information, but S-rank bosses were tough, and he needed to prepare as best as possible. The guy, clenching his fist, exclaimed that he should move away and increase his strength as much as possible, and if there was an anti-magic amplifier, then let him use it, to which the protagonist clarified whether it was strengthening defense, and whether it was related to the qualities of the Lord of Death. The Lord, climbing the ruins, said that they were starting. He stared at the system screen. Songhu was surprised at how the things on the altar connected on their own. The Lord of Death began to appear, and the system said that a strong aura of death permeated everything around, and the monster's health and mana were restored every time it killed a living creature. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist felt a slight taste of blood in his mouth, although he had not yet started fighting, but the aura of evil was already causing damage to internal organs. Dark magic circled around the monster, and he said that they would not be able to use necromancy, and Arven, addressing him as the Lord of Death, shouted that he knew all of his abilities, to which the monster replied that this was not his name, and if they wanted to call him something, then let them call him Gulak. The guy, opening his mouth wide, realized that he had intelligence, and this would be a difficult opponent, and exclaimed that everyone should stick to the plan. Gulak, standing around the team, asked if they were interested in chatting. The Lord, biting his lips, thought that no one was attacking because he was overwhelming with his presence. Miriam suddenly ran. She cut the hand of the Lord of Death. The guys, attacking him, shouted loudly. A powerful explosion was heard. The allies, looking at Gulek, were confused why he was unharmed, although the demonic sword cut off his hand with one blow, but he did not move from their full force attack. Sunghu pursed his lips, and it seemed to him that Mirin cut off his hand with one blow, but the magical barrier around him continues to change, and it takes a lot of effort to make a successful strike. The girl continued to swing the sword. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, realized that she was in danger and used the demonic sky step skill. He quickly grabbed the swordswoman. Gulek, raising his head, exclaimed that he did not expect much from them, but they cut off his hand so easily and it was exciting, and the guy shouted that they needed to retreat. The monster's leg appeared, and he said that it was too late and wanted to have fun. The team held weapons in their hands, and one of them ordered not to come close to him. The Lord of Death was missing one of his arms. Black liquid was splashing out of his wound. The monster's arm was restored, and he said that without the ability to summon the dead, the lack of an arm puts him at a disadvantage. Magic wings appeared, and a question was heard about what he was talking about. Gulek, looking up, noticed the protagonist and recognized these wings. Sunhu, flying towards him, used the ability of yin and yang energy. With bulging eyes, he said the word explosion. Suddenly, the monster's palm flew to the side. He lost a limb for the second time. The protagonist, smiling, asked that he was an idiot, really thought that he would just let him get his arm back. A dark aura circled around the Lord of Death. Lucy, frowning, shouted that the darkness will never stand before the holy radiance. The monster's helmet appeared, and he realized that even the saint was here. The team raised their weapons and shouted that they needed to attack while he was hesitating, and let them distract him for as long as possible. The protagonist, holding the monster's limb in his hand, wondered what to do with it, adding that if he just left it, it would return to the monster, and throwing it away would not help either. He, looking at this hand, decided to use a skill to destroy it. It grabbed his neck, and he could not breathe. Flying high, Xianghu thought that the strong defensive spell was still working, and he would have to try hard to remove it. He, clenching his jaw in pain, thought that if he used all his mana to strengthen his strength and add to the general mana. There were wounds on his neck, and the protagonist remembered that he needed to control the wings. He fell to the ground with great speed. Grabbing his shoulder, the protagonist realized that he had escaped, and if he had not sacrificed his arm, he would have been mortally wounded. Suddenly, the monster's limb flew towards him. Xianghu, having dodged the blow, did not understand if it was some kind of robot. He, flapping his wings, thought that he had broken away a lot, but even holding his arm would help them a lot, so he would be useful. The Lord, looking at the protagonist, decided that even though the ghost had left the battlefield, he had taken the boss's arm with him, and that was great. He, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if the wings weren't Yusung's skill, because at high levels it was impossible to master an existing skill unless intentionally. And if he was not mistaken, these really were Yusung's wings, and what the hell was going on? The guy with the shield warned Arvin. He stood next to him and repelled the monster's attack. The team, surrounding the Lord of Death, struck him. The Lord, sweat on his face, decided that he would think about it later, because now was not the time to be distracted. Mirin parried the enemy, and he said that they were well prepared and not only fully studied him, but also gathered the rarest heroes. Gulek, looking at the guys, thought that if the saint had not attacked him from behind with her divine power, or the man with a sword, or the woman with a two-handed blade that made his blood run cold, and also if both his hands were in place, then the fight would have been fair. His eyes shone, and he thought that he was destined to lose with one, and in that case he would stall for time and wait for his chance. The warrior, his mouth wide open, thrust his spear into the Lord of Death. He smiled, thinking that everyone was so tense, but it turned out to be surprisingly simple, and he could not use any of the skills, but stood helplessly and took the blows like a bag of sand. The Lord, raising his sword, shouted for them not to relax their defense until he was finished, and no matter how long it took, let them stand until the end. Mirin swung her blades at the monster. The guy with long hair, holding a spear in his hand, thought that the demonic sword did not have any special ability, and it was not fast, and he could also defeat it because he just needed to move faster than it. He, opening his mouth wide, uttered the skill of demonic submission of the divine spear, and Arvin asked him to stop. Gulek, lowering his head, cancelled the defensive magic. The warrior pierced his opponent's chest with his weapon. The Lord of Death grabbed him by the neck. The team, frowning menacingly, were dissatisfied. The monster, holding their ally, exclaimed that he should think about him because he was suddenly resurrected and began to pursue tirelessly, and asked why they were angry, having lost only one person, to which the guys told him to shut up. Gulek, turning his head away, said that it was unfair of him to respond to their attacks, and it was time for his counterattack. The Lord opened his mouth wide and wondered what he was sucking the life force out of the corpse, which he was using to restore himself, and shouted for everyone to be on guard. If they acted gradually, as they had fought before, they would be able to remove him. There was a dark aura around the monster, and he said that it was possible if he continued to fight alone, but since he had an ally, the situation changed. The warrior was bending over in pain, and the Death Lord summoned an elder death demon. The Lord, looking at his opponent, heard him pronouncing the buffs and realized that the aura of intentional murder had increased several times. Gilak, pushing the guy, ordered him to fulfill his mission. The warrior began to swing at the team. The Rector, jumping back, dodged his attack. Their former ally pulled out a spear, and the Rector exclaimed that he would not give up so easily. He, biting his lips, thought that he did not even need to avoid attacks. Jumping in different directions, the fighter added that he had no intention of fighting. The spearman defended himself with his weapon. The Rector, lowering his eyebrows, thought that he should not fight such an opponent face to face, because he was just a thief, and in order to survive, he would have to stick with Arven or Mirian. The girl's pupils bulged. She, lowering her hands, ordered everyone to retreat. The man in the hood, opening his mouth, asked if she was from another city and why she was trying to command them. Arven, wide-eyed, did not believe what was happening. He stood in front of the enemy, shouted for everyone to stop and let them retreat. The Lord held his sword in front of him and thought that if they retreated now, they would give him time to prepare. A blue glow surrounded him, and he used the soul-burning skill. Arven, waving his weapon, tried to attack the monster. The helmet of the Lord of Death appeared, and he said that it was close. The warrior bared his teeth and said to himself that even though his attacks had missed, at least he had stopped the influence of his opponent's magic. Mirian struck Golek's neck. She fell to the ground and said that her stats were at 0, thinking that if they were higher than their current level, she would have cut off his head with one blow. The monster's limbs were torn off, and he exclaimed that she was talking a lot after she managed to cut off his arm and head. The girl dodged and swung her swords. She looked at the Lord and muttered that she thought he would help, but instead of focusing on the battle, he looked at her dance with a confused look with his sword. Mirian bit her lips, realizing that she lacked strength, and Arven lacked skill, and wished that Lord Seonghu was by her side instead. It was visible how the hand of the Lord of Death began to evaporate. The protagonist, with his hand in his pocket, was glad that the book attack worked. He brought the bottle to his mouth, thinking that if he teamed up with Arwen now, they would easily defeat the boss. Coming out from behind the rock, the protagonist continued that the Divine City and other cities had suffered losses, and they had lost their main forces and fighters while fighting the boss. He bit his lips and wondered if it would be fair if the Lord alone managed to get out of this mess unscathed. A dark aura rose from the ground. Seonghu lowered his head and thought that the Elder Death Demon alone was not bad, asking how much he would receive a boost. After all, this thing was also quite skilled. Alex, holding a shield in front of him, shouted for everyone not to panic and asked Lucy to use the boosts. He frowned thoughtfully. Their former ally's eyes were red. The man jumped away from him. He clenched his jaw, realizing that he was ignoring him and heading towards the ranged fighters. Alex, raising his sword, thought that it was not too late, and they would smoothly encircle him and hit him with a new combination attack. The subordinate warrior threw his spear at the swordsman. A powerful explosion was seen. Alex was bleeding. A hole appeared in his chest from the blow. Lucy saw him fall to the ground. The man submitted to the dark forces and, opening his mouth wide, pounced on her. Sunhu, through the sweat on her face, said to herself that he did not care if someone died, but Lucy must survive. The girl, closing her eyes, screamed loudly. The protagonist kicked Alex. Lucy, opening her mouth, was surprised. Her pupils bulged and she thanked the protagonist. He, lowering his head, told her to direct all her skills at him. The protagonist, parrying in the sky, said that he must clear this mission. He added with an evil smile that he would start with the first strong blow. The protagonist used the Hellfire skill that burned blue. Gulak held the weapon in front of him. He, in a red aura, shouted loudly. A powerful surge of energy appeared. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed for Arwen to use her skill now. The Lord, through the sweat on his face, replied that his skills were aimed at one-on-one combat, and heard that he was talking about the skill of his sword, and now was not the time to hide or retreat. He widened his eyes and did not understand how the ghost knew about this. Arwen, imagining talented guys, thought that only a few truly knew all the capabilities of the battle sword, and of them, only one person from another city, and when he showed his wings, he thought that this was possible. The warrior lowered his eyebrows and reasoned that he had to ask him a question, but he couldn't afford to die again due to absent-mindedness, and if he struck directly, there was a chance of injuring the person behind Gulak, so it was better to point it upwards so that the strike would come from below. Lore used the ability of the wind cannon, and an unusual glow appeared. The Death Lords were held back by a powerful gust of wind. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted for him not to strike directly, thinking that if he aimed better, he could finish the battle with one blow, but this guy wasn't going to follow his advice. The monster, looking at the protagonist, said that 2 divine artifacts that could instantly cast 8th class magic were too much, to which Seonghu replied that the word too much was more appropriate for another situation, and he stood as if nothing had happened after the blows were dealt. He flew high, and Gulak thought that the enemy knew too much about him, and even if they destroyed his physical shell, he would not die, and he should not regret losing his head during the battle. Spreading his fingers, the Lord of Death realized that because of the pompous boy, he would have to stand until the end. Arven, running, loudly asked if he thought that he would allow him to continue his atrocities. Flicking his hand, the monster used the ability to explode the corpse. The bodies of the two guys began to glow red. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard, which surprised everyone. Carl's back was torn apart, and he fell to the ground. Lucy, opening her mouth wide, shouted that they must save him, and they can do it. A team member, looking at the wounded man, said that the ghost will take Carl to Lucy. Someone abruptly chopped off his head. The girl's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Myrene and the Lord tried to attack the enemy. They closed their eyes while in the magical aura. A bright glow was visible, and the system said that he had completed the mission. It also said that his contribution level was too low to receive the final invitation, to which Xianghu bit his lips and thought that simply joining the battle with the last boss was not enough to receive the invitation, but he still got what he wanted. He dropped to the ground and brought the sword to Lucy's neck. Arven lowered the weapon and asked if he knew what he was doing and if he was under the influence of some kind of mind control magic, and the protagonist replied that unfortunately for him, he was wrong because he was fine. The warrior opened his mouth wide and shouted to the Lord that this guy had killed Carl. The protagonist, smiling evilly, explained that Gulak had an ability that allowed him to use a skill that would cause a powerful explosion through the undead, and that was why he decided to act quickly so that he could not resurrect as an undead and cause an explosion, and the girl said that he could survive and she could save him. He, holding the blade to her neck, asked what she would do if he immediately turned into a death knight, exploded and caused more complications. Xianghu, standing with Lucy, said that he should not blame him for all the sins, because he only did what was beyond his power. The Lord, lowering his head, asked why he did not let Lucy go. The protagonist, smirking, answered that now he was not confident that he would keep his promise and let him go. The warrior, opening his mouth, said that he always kept his promises, to which the protagonist said that he also wanted to believe him. Raising the corners of his lips, Xianghu clarified whether the Lord realized who he was. Arven, standing opposite his interlocutor, said that there was always something about him that bothered him, and now everything finally fell into place, and asked what he should call him now, and the protagonist explained that none of this was his real name, and he could call him as he liked. A guy appeared behind him, surrounded by an unusual aura. The protagonist, holding Lucy hostage, exclaimed that it would be nice if he saved himself from having to make unnecessary movements, and if he did not want the girl to die with him, it would be better to stand still. The Lord, putting down his sword, ordered everyone to retreat, and Xianghu clarified whether he saw how good it was to come to compromises, and added that now it seemed to him that everyone was ready for a normal dialogue. Arven, lowering his eyebrows, thought that he could not take Myrene hostage or stall for time, and he had no choice but to agree with him if the ghost demanded all the mission rewards and asked what he wanted. The protagonist, smiling, answered that one item that dropped after defeating the Death Lord, and to let them go alive. Frowning, Alex said that he could demand all the rewards or shake large sums of money out of them, but he only asked for what he was originally supposed to get. The protagonist, holding the sword to the girl's neck, asked if he should change his mind and demand all the loot from them, and who he took him for, adding that he only wanted a fair fulfillment of the agreement. The Lord, clenching his fists, replied that he should take it, and Myrene exclaimed that she would bring it. She, taking hold of the handle of the weapon, considered that this was expected from the boss of the S-Class mission because the items are incredible. The girl, lowering her head, told her ally that she had found what he was looking for. He, smiling, told her to take it and come. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that they were now leaving, somewhere far from Toronto, where they would not be able to track him. Arven, walking in front of the team, ordered everyone to follow him. The guys climbed out of the portal, and it was heard that the inner perimeter of the troops began here. The protagonist, grinning, exclaimed that he was retreating because he wanted to maintain good relations with him, because problems could arise in the process. But when it came to the result, he always fulfilled his promises, to which the warrior clarified whether he thought he would believe it, and asked to let Lucy go and disappear. Xianghu closed his eyes and replied that they would see each other. Lucy, opening her mouth wide, ran and screamed. Taking Myrene, the protagonist flew into the sky. The archer, drawing his bowstring, said that he thought he could shoot him down and asked what to do and was told to let him go. He, with sweat on his face, said that he had killed Carl and tried to kill Lucy, and he said that they would just let him go, to which Arven said that even if they managed to shoot him, he was not sure that they would be able to capture both of them, and not with so many people, and if they were not careful, everything could end badly. The warrior, biting his lips, remembered the words about a good relationship. The protagonist landed on the ground with Myrene. She, holding her hands behind her back, asked if he had let them go in the end, adding that they would have let them go without hostages, and Xianghu explained that by taking Lucy hostage, he raised the probability from 99 to 100%. The girl, poking at the screen, exclaimed that there were many weapons, but only one corresponded to the divine level. She, taking out a sword, continued that fortunately it was a rapier, and there would be no problems with getting used to the weapon. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.